Who understands family? I've crossed over and become a Uchiha loser. And on my first day of signing in, I opened my 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Sasuke just flaunted his Onetamo, and I directly revealed my max-level Sharingan. His face turned green. Let me tell you, you absolutely wouldn't believe what I just saw. It was Sasuke, that arrogant, over-the-top Shinibu boy, getting slapped in the face right there. Who understands family? He just fought hard to open Onetamo Sharingan, looking so smug. And guess what? Our protagonist, QinYu, just casually glanced at him and said, "Oh, you have this too?" The next second, whoosh, my 3-Tomoe Sharingan was fully activated. Sasuke's face instantly turned like a color palette. It was ridiculous. All right, let me start from the beginning. We need to rewind a month, let me tell you. When I woke up at that time, my whole body felt like it had been run over by a big truck. It hurt like hell. I opened my eyes and, hey, I was in a desolate wilderness. Then a bunch of memories flooded into my head like forced software installation, leaving me dumbfounded. After a while, I realized I had crossed over and become an orphan of the Uchiha clan named QinYu. My parents and relatives were all taken away by Itachi, leaving me with just a broken house and a little savings. What's even more ridiculous is that this guy was in ninja school, constantly competing for last place with Naruto, a real nobody. I was speechless when suddenly there was a ding in my head. The promised golden finger has arrived. A sign-in system where I can get random rewards just by checking in every day. I thought to myself, isn't this just like clocking in for work? But I like this blessing. Without a second thought, I directly muttered, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the initial version of the Sage Body. Guess what? Instantly, a warm current flowed through my entire body. I'd just been gritting my teeth in pain, and now I could do military boxing right on the spot. My chakra amount tripled, and my recovery speed was maxed out. It was then that I remembered why I was lying here. It was because that little Sasuke had beaten me up. He thought I was too weak and was venting his frustrations on me. All right, Sasuke, you'll remember this grudge. I went home, had a quick bite to eat, and then crashed. The next day, when I woke up, I hadn't even opened my eyes yet before I signed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the 3-Tomoe Sharingan. I immediately jumped up from the bed like a carp and rushed to the mirror. Holy shit. I looked amazing. Red eyes with 3 black tomo, slowly rotating. My Shinibu spirit ignited instantly. With this cheat, life suddenly had hope. I headed straight to Ichiraka Ramen and downed 3 bowls. The taste was incredible. When I got to school, I greeted our soft and cute Hinata and casually gave her a head pat. The little girl's face turned bright red, so adorable. Let me tell you, although the original owner was weak, he was a nice guy. He had saved Hinata from being bullied when they were kids, and this bond carried over to me. Just as I was building on my relationship with Hinata, Naruto's loud voice came in, followed by Sasuke, who brought a cooling effect with him, and a group of fangirls were screaming. Soon, it was time for the graduation exam. During the written test in the morning, when I got the paper, I was dumbfounded. How is chakra formed? What the hell is this question? I already know how to use it. Why are you asking me for the principle? Just as I was preparing to write some nonsense, I suddenly remembered. Oh no, I hadn't checked in for today yet. I quickly muttered to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the Ninja World Encyclopedia. Let me tell you, this system is designed for a companion-style cheating. Instantly, all the knowledge points automatically arrived, and I wrote like a god, swish, 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 turning in my paper first, hiding my achievements. In the afternoon, it was the ninjutsu assessment. Everyone else was just messing around until it was Sasuke's turn, and he unleashed a fireball jutsu that made the fangirl scream. When it was Naruto's turn, he pulled off a shadow clone jutsu that shocked Iruka. Finally, it was my turn, and the moment to show off had come. I also did a fireball jutsu, but mine was so big, boom, it was almost twice the size of Sasuke's, directly turning the target and everything around it into charcoal. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sasuke's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He just couldn't believe it. He jumped out and accused me of cheating, wanting to duel me. That's exactly what I was waiting for. All right, just in time to settle last month's score. As soon as Iruka shouted to start, Sasuke charged at me like a cannonball with his kunai. What happened? With a clang, I caught him with one hand, not moving an inch. He was stunned. He jumped back, formed hand signs, and unleashed another fireball jutsu. I easily dodged with a clone jutsu, then countered with a plus version of the fireball jutsu right in his face. He looked so pathetic. In a panic, this kid bit his teeth. Whoosh, his eyes turned red. 1 tomo. The Sharingan activated. Wow, he really was out of the newbie protection period. Once he activated his eyes, he thought he was strong again and started boasting that I was a disgrace to the Uchiha. I laughed at that. Just this? He started throwing kunai and using fire release, but I blocked everything with a water prison jutsu. He got so angry he yelled, putting all his chakra into a supreme, unbeatable fireball. I thought, all right, I'm done playing with you. Just when he thought he had in the bag, I slowly raised my head and my eyes changed. The Sharingan is not just for you. Whoosh! My 3-Tomoe Sharingan directly blinded him. Irika was almost going crazy beside us, shouting, Sasuke dodge. I unleashed a fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Of course, I didn't really want to kill him. The fire dragon turned and flew into the sky, exploding into a firework. But the momentum scared Sasuke so badly that he stood there, unable to stabilize himself. Don't need to say what happened next. Irika announced me as the winner, and Sasuke ran off dejectedly, probably to go home and sulk. Naruto, Kiba, and the others rushed over to carry me away, insisting on going to eat barbecue to celebrate. The next day was class assignment. Irika read the list. Everything was normal until he got to Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and QinYu Uchiha. I was dumbfounded. The three of us were stunned. For people in one class? And they put me and Sasuke, who just fought, together? Wow, the third Hokage is really playing a new balancing act. Irika said it was arranged personally by the third Hokage, so there was no way around it. After the class assignment, I looked at Hinata, who was about to part ways with me, sighing that I wouldn't be able to pat her head every day anymore. But the little girl blushed and quietly said, It's okay, you can come find me directly in the future. All right, I'll come to find you often. Let me tell you, at that moment, I casually asked, Hinata, are you the only precious daughter in your family? She said no. She has a younger sister named Hanabi. Wow. My mind was racing with calculations. I had the information on my future sister-in-law, preparing for the future. Reluctantly parting from Hinata, I didn't even head to the assembly point. Are you kidding me? Kakashi, nicknamed the king of being late. If I went there so early, wouldn't I just be feeding mosquitoes? I'm not doing that silly thing lying at home is much nicer, right? When I strolled over right on time, sure enough, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had been standing there like statues for half an hour. Sasuke's face was as dark as a pop bottom, and he turned to leave, but Naruto stopped him, saying it was a test from a teacher. I thought to myself, what test? It's pure laziness. Sure enough, after another 10 minutes, Kakashi suddenly appeared on the tree like a ghost, holding his worn-out book, Make Out Paradise. He jumped down and said, I'm late. Naruto foolishly asked if he fell into the toilet pit. Kakashi was so embarrassed that he could only go along with it. I was hiding behind another tree, eating chips and watching the show, almost laughing out loud. When they had chatted for a while, I slowly walked out, still munching on my chips, crunching away. Oh, you all made it. Looks like I arrived just in time. Naruto's eyes darted back and forth between Kakashi and me, like a radar, suspicious that we had colluded. Kakashi quickly laughed it off, claiming he didn't know me. Who would believe that? Then he started handing out forehead protectors. While everyone else, including Naruto and Sakura, obediently wore them on their heads, I just casually tossed mine onto my waist. Naruto came over to lecture me, saying the protector should be worn on the head. I rolled my eyes at him. I know, but I think it looks cooler this way. You wouldn't understand. Wow. That moment made not just Naruto, Sakura, but even Kakashi and Sasuke, the two big shots of the cool kids, twitch their lips. Who understands, right? It's all about using the most casual tone while trying to act tough. All right, enough of the show-off. Let's get to the main topic. Kakashi pulled out 3 bells from his waist, saying today's task was to grab the bells. Those who failed to do so wouldn't get to eat lunch or dinner and would have to be tied to a post to watch him eat. Naruto and Sakura exploded on the spot, while Sasuke's eyes sharpened, getting into the zone. Once Kakashi said start, he pulled out his old book again, acting as if he were saying, go ahead, if you can touch even a hair on me, he'll consider it a loss. Naruto yelled and charged forward, with Sakura and Sasuke following. As for me, I just stretched and watched from where I stood. I knew Kakashi's strength all too well with their pathetic skills. It was like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa one by one. They were easily taken down. Sure enough, in less than 20 minutes, the 3 of them were lying on the ground, exhausted like dead dogs, not even having touched the hem of Kakashi's clothes. At that moment, they remembered me. Naruto, sitting on the ground, questioned why I wasn't joining in, while Sakura directly criticized me for lacking team spirit. I just laughed, gave her a disdainful glance, stretched a bit, and said casually, I was giving you guys a chance. If I got involved, you really wouldn't have a chance. Sakura huffed. With a shout, they scolded me for being arrogant. Kakashi on the tree probably thought I was a bit interesting as well. I didn't want to waste time talking to them. In the next moment, I glared with both eyes, activating my 3-Tomoe Sharingan. My entire aura instantly changed. I was going to give him a little Uchiha shock. Kakashi quickly closed his book with a snap, becoming alert, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had a Sharingan himself. So he certainly understood what the three Tomo meant. I didn't give him time to react and immediately launched a fire style, fireball jutsu, the massive fireball engulfing the tree he was standing on. As the flames soared into the sky, Kakashi awkwardly jumped out, still saying that I shouldn't be underestimated. Before he finished speaking, my second fireball hit him in the face. He quickly formed hand seals, water style, water barrier. A wall of water rose up from the ground, easily blocking my fireball. I smirked. All right, he's got some skills, so I won't hold back. Fire style, twin fire dragons. Two ferocious fire dragons roared out, one on the left and one on the right, pinching him in between. Kakashi turned pale, exclaiming, B-rank ninjutsu. His body was instantly surrounded by crackling lightning. Lightning style, Chidori. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, forcibly drilling his way out from my fire dragons. Good grief, after coming out, he still wanted to copy me and shot a fireball back, which I easily dodged. I stood still, looking at him, and teasingly said, Kakashi, the warm-up is over. Now I'm going to get serious. He was taken aback, probably realizing that I hadn't used my full strength earlier. Now he didn't dare to underestimate me. He pushed his forehead protector aside, revealing his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Sasuke, standing nearby, immediately broke down, shouting, how is that possible? How could Kakashi have a Uchiha Sharingan? Naruto and Sakura were completely dumbfounded, standing there like 2 wooden stakes. All right, since you've shown your cards, let's have some fun. I form hand seals with both hands and unleash fire style. Great fireball technique in rapid succession. The fireballs were twice the size of the previous one, and I fired 5 shots like a machine gun. Kakashi's pupils shook as he desperately formed seals, water style, water barrier, earth style, earth wall. 2 layers of defense. A water wall and an earth wall were stacked up. With a loud bang, my attack broke through the defenses and debris flew everywhere. In the cloud of dust, he attempted a sneak attack from behind, surrounding me with dozens of shurikens. But under my Sharingan, these movements were slow and easy to handle. I blocked all of them with a single shuriken. Just then, Kakashi appeared beside me like a ghost, and a shuriken was about to stab my back. I kicked off the ground and flew into the air. Suddenly, I heard his voice in my ear. You miscalculated. A shuriken was already pressed against my back. With a loud bang, I transformed into a puff of white smoke in midair. Kakashi realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Looks like you miscalculated. My real body appeared in front of him, palm open, and a rapidly spinning chakra sphere formed instantly. Rasengan. In that moment, I could clearly see Kakashi's pupils shrink to the size of a needle. Cold sweat pouring down as he felt a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Of course, I couldn't really incapacitate him. Just as the Rasengan was about to hit his face, I suddenly twisted my wrist, grazing past his face and slamming it down onto the ground. Boom! The ground was smashed into a 2-meter-wide crater. When Kakashi landed, his legs felt weak, and he was completely stunned, probably thinking that if he had taken that hit, he would have already gone to meet his father. I instantly appeared next to him, gently took a bell from his waist, threw it back to him, and sighed, Kakashi, you still can't do it. After saying that, I waved my hand and lazily walked away. Forget it, I'll head back first. You guys can continue to play. This left Kakashi with a face as black as coal and 3 kids whose worldviews were completely shattered. Kakashi was probably furious, unleashing all his frustration on Naruto and the others, causing quite a commotion. After the fight, I headed straight to Ichiraka Ramen. I had to treat myself. To be honest, that Rasengan was something I had just received from the system today, and I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Sai, who understands my strength, feels so restrained. With my Sage mode perfected, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and Susanoo all available. Yet I have to pretend to be a rookie every day to avoid being targeted by the 3rd Hokage and Danzo's old geezers. It's really painful. While I was worrying, I brought out the ramen. I looked up and saw her rosy cheeks, so I immediately joked, what have you been up to lately? It's been a long time. It makes my meal less delicious. A few words had her blushing even more. I heard she opened a flower shop, and I decided right then that I would go to her flower shop for meals in the future. After eating my fill, I strolled around, unaware that things had already blown up on Kakashi's side. He went straight to report to the 3rd Hokage, saying I had at least Jonin-level strength. The old man was so flustered that he could barely hold his pipe steady. Just days ago, he had told Kakashi I was a CH Nin, and now I was suddenly a Jonin? He must have been panicking inside, and he immediately summoned the Umbu, ordering them to secretly monitor me 24/7. It's hilarious. With their skills, they think they can keep tabs on me? I didn't care about that and immediately dragged Naruto and the others to the mission hall. Seeing Naruto sulking over Durang tasks like finding a cat or cleaning the bathroom, I walked straight up to the counter and said to the mission issuer, "Hello? What missions can Jonin take? Help us choose one for our teacher Kakashi." The old man looked at me skeptically, so I pointed to Naruto and the others. "We're all students of teacher Kakashi, helping to lighten his burden. Is that okay?" Naruto also caught on, putting his hands on his hips, looking justified. Actually, I had another plan in mind. I just wanted to borrow a mission outside the village to get my hands on the Thunder God, sword of the second Hokage. I flipped through the mission list and pointed directly at one. "Let's take this A-rank mission, capture the rogue ninja Ishikawa Kazuma." When we found Kakashi with the mission scroll, he was lying on a tree, reading Ica Paradise. Naruto, with his big mouth, shouted from a distance, "Teacher Kakashi, we took a mission for you." Kakashi was initially laughing, thinking the kids were just messing around. But when I handed him the A-rank mission scroll, I tell you, his face instantly turned pale. The book fell from his hands, and he couldn't hold it together anymore, swearing out loud, completely stunned. The next second, he exploded. I swear, his anger shot up like a rocket, even more intense than a great fireball. Seeing him about to blow up right there, I didn't dare to stay any longer. With a bang, I used Shadow Clone and disappeared. My body has directly run away, but poor Naruto and the others, they became Kakashi's punching bags. I've heard they were dealt with quite harshly. Of course, this doesn't concern me. As for me, I transformed into a time management master, accompanying Hinata on a shopping trip, and conveniently picked up Ino as well, aiming for a fair share of fun. Life was quite enjoyable. Early the next morning, Naruto's loud voice was yelling outside my door, saying that Kakashi was taking us out of the village for a mission. I responded and turned over to continue sleeping. By the time I woke up naturally, had a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, and lazily made my way to the meeting point. Guess what I saw? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were leaning against a wooden post, sleeping so soundly that drool was coming out. I'm speechless right now. Kakashi suddenly appeared, and when he saw this scene, he was also taken aback. He even asked, "What's going on here?" I'm about to roll my eyes to the sky and directly confront. "What's going on? It's your fault. Did you tell them to gather early this morning?" He nodded. "All right. So what time did you tell them?" Kakashi fell silent, his gaze wandering. "Then take a look at what time it is now. Don't you have any idea in your mind?" I tell you, these few sentences left him speechless, his face full of embarrassment. He could only go over and wake up those three unlucky guys, under the gaze of three resentful pairs of eyes. Our team finally set off. On the way, Kakashi started to explain the mission, saying that our target is a rogue ninja named Ishikawa Kazuma, a Jonin-level, skilled in water and lightning release, hiding in Mukahara village, which is over 20 kilometers away. He seriously warned us to follow orders in all actions. I thought he only looked a bit like a teacher at that moment, but he dared to take on this A-rank mission because I was here to back him up. Sure enough, not even 5 minutes passed before he pulled out that book Ica Paradise, reading it while we were on the move, chuckling to himself. While we were on the road, I directly activated a shadow clone technique, a new skill I learned that is really useful. I split off a clone. While my main body continued to follow Kakashi and the others, my clone instantly teleported and landed near the rain village. What was I going to do? Find a guy named Morinai Tsutsumi, who has something I want, the sword of the Thunder God. As soon as I landed, I saw a temporary camp of the rain shinobi village. Goodness, just as my clone approached, I heard a guy named Wasabi Jairu bragging to Marino Abiki about planning to rob a batch of supplies from the land of gold. I couldn't help but laugh. Their ambitions were just too small. I was too lazy to wait and just swaggered over. Those Chunin from the Rain Ninja village immediately surrounded me. Morino Ito came out of the tent, looking bewildered at me. "Who are you?" I smiled widely and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha QinYu. I came here to borrow something." Upon hearing the words Uchiha, his pupils trembled, and he tensed up completely, probably thinking that I was here to take his head. He asked nervously, "W, what do you want to borrow?" I deliberately elongated my tone. "Hey, I'm here to borrow your Thunder God sword for a couple of days." As soon as I said that, his face turned green. That sword was his lifeline. Without it, he was just a weakling with the strength of a lower ninja. A middle ninja nearby jumped out and shouted, "Where did this little brat come from, daring to run wild in our Rain Ninja village?" Upon hearing this, Marino Itachi also realized, right? I'm just a little kid. What is he afraid of? His expression instantly turned ferocious. "A little Uchiha brat. You don't take the path to heaven and instead come knocking on our door, then don't blame us for being rude." I sighed and shook my head. "Sai, I just wanted to borrow the sword civilly, but it seems you all don't plan to let me leave alive. Since that's the case, I guess I won't hold back." After hearing this, they all burst into laughter. The captain, named Wasabi Jiro, even swaggered out of the tent, greedily looking at me. Sharingan? Or is it just being delivered to me? Brothers, let's go. These eyes belong to me. Just in time, I smirked, eager to try out my new toy. As soon as I finished speaking, the three Tomoe in my eyes began to spin and transformed into a kaleidoscope of hexagonal stars. Susanoo. With a loud bang, a transparent black energy barrier instantly enveloped me, surrounded by black flames. The water dragon bullets and fireballs from those Chunin clanged against me, but I couldn't even hear a sound. Is that it? I taunted. Wasabi Jiro panicked and shouted at Marino Toshido. Use the Sword of Thunder God and split this shell. Marino Toshido drew the silver-white, long sword from his back, infused it with chakra, and swung it down fiercely. Clang! A blinding lightning sword energy struck directly against my barrier. With a crack, it actually created a fissure. Oh, this broken sword has some power. But I wasn't worried at all. With a thought, the fissure instantly healed, and a massive rib emerged from the barrier, followed by a second, a third. A gigantic skeletal chest cavity took shape. The ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village had never seen such a scene, and they were all terrified, their legs going weak as they shouted, "What? What kind of monster is this?" The captain tried to maintain his composure, shouting, "Don't panic. His technique can only defend. If we focus our attacks, we can break it." Then 7 or 8 ninjutsu came crashing down. As the smoke cleared, my Susanoo remained intact. Sigh, is your strength only this much? I shook my head in disappointment. It was simply a waste of my ocular power. As soon as I thought of it, a huge arm instantly extended from the skeleton of Susanoo, fingers spread wide, sweeping towards them with a slap. Run. I don't know who shouted, and that group of people scattered in fear, fleeing in all directions. But could they escape? With a wave of that giant hand slap? Just like swatting flies, those 6ch Nin turned into shooting stars in the sky, dead beyond saving. Only Asuka Jiro and Marino Abiki were left. They dropped to their knees with a thud, bowing their heads repeatedly. Spare us. Please, spare us, my lord. I dispersed Susanoo and walked up to them. Mori's hands trembled like a sieve as he raised the Thunder God's sword above his head. My lord. Here is the sword for you. I beg you to spare my life. I casually picked up the sword and swung it a couple of times. Not bad. It felt pretty good. Just then, Wasabi Jiro, who was kneeling beside me, suddenly sprang up, gripping a shuriken and lunging towards my heart. But as he rushed in front of me, his movements froze, his eyes vacant. He didn't even realize he was under an illusion. He was utterly pathetic. With a single thought, the shuriken in his hand changed direction and, with a squelching sound, plunged directly into his own heart, killing him on the spot. I clapped my hands and sighed, saying, "That's just how I am, a staunch pacifist who never kills innocents indiscriminately. Look, this is all your fault." After hearing this, Sano Ita was so scared that he almost peed himself and ran away, rolling as he went, his speed surpassing even Bolt's. I put away the Thunder God sword, and this little adventure came to a perfect conclusion. As for my main body, after wandering around with Kakashi and the others for 2 days, we finally arrived at Mukahara village. Kakashi first summoned his ninja dog, Pakin, to scout ahead. Pakin came back and reported that the perimeter of the village was surrounded by lower-ranking ninjas on alert, and the atmosphere felt very off. We boldly walked to the entrance of the village and were indeed stopped by 2 ninjas. Kakashi revealed our identity from the hidden leaf and requested to see the village chief. Before long, an old man with a cane approached, introducing himself as the village chief. Yuji, Kakashi explained our purpose. We were there to capture the rogue ninja, Ishikawa Ikemen. The old man looked troubled and said that a large-scale epidemic had broken out in the village, and for our safety, he advised us to leave. An epidemic? I immediately felt something was off with this old man. His eyes were shifty, indicating he was hiding something. However, Kakashi insisted on entering the village and assured them that any issues would not be their responsibility. The village chief reluctantly agreed. Once we entered the village, it was a scene of chaos, with patients everywhere and busy pharmacists, truly looking quite serious. Kakashi even asked the village chief why they didn't seek help from the great nations, to which the chief sighed and said the epidemic was very strange and untreatable. It was pointless for anyone to come. After arranging for us to stay at an inn, he slipped away. Kakashi instructed us to split up and investigate the situation in the village. As I wandered the streets alone, I suddenly spotted a suspicious figure sneaking around, doing something shady with the medicine boxes for the patients. He wasn't stealing medicine. He was just reaching in to touch something. His behavior was simply too abstract. I quietly followed him and saw him enter a secluded small house. I I jumped directly onto the roof and lifted a tile to look inside. To my surprise, the person was gone. Just as I was wondering, the door opened, and in came the village chief, Xiong. I saw him skillfully walk to the stair railing, twist a few times, and the nearby floor creaked, revealing a secret passage. He leaned on his cane and went down. There really are ghosts. I quickly slipped in silently after him. Below was a huge, secret space, with a large stone bed in the center and 6 big iron cages around it. A man was standing in front of the stone bed, and village chief Xiong walked over to ask him, "How is the plan progressing?" The man turned around, and my pupils shrank. Wasn't this our target, Ishikawa Kazuma? When I looked back at the stone bed, my anger surged. A young girl was tied to it, with cuts on her wrists, blood flowing freely. Around her in the cages, clawed arms stretched out from time to time, resembling a hell on earth. I could hear Ishikawa Ikemen laughing maniacally. Soon, once my human experiments are complete, everyone in the village will become your slaves. Konoha the Hokage will all be destroyed under our humanoid weapons. That old man Yuen wasn't scared at all. Instead, he reminded him, "The people from Konoha are coming. You should stop the poisoning for a while. Don't let it slip." Ishikawa Ikemen impatiently waved him off. When I saw Yuen about to approach, I quickly slipped out of the secret room and returned to the inn. As soon as I stepped through the door, I saw Kakashi frowning and deep in thought. The moment he saw me return, he immediately asked if I had any clues. I thought to myself, what about you? As it turned out, he had actually investigated quite a bit in that short time, mentioning that the village was strange, the epidemic suspicious, and that they had also lost track of a suspicious individual. After listening, I couldn't help but admire him. He truly is Kakashi. But on my side, I had directly poked the hornet's nest. Naruto and the others gathered around, staring at me eagerly. I cleared my throat, and my expression was serious. I have made a discovery, and it's a huge one. Kakashi became anxious. What is it? I told him, you lost track of that suspicious character, but I followed him. I followed him all the way to a house, and there was even a hidden room below. I deliberately paused, watching their curiosity almost spill out of their eyes, especially Naruto, who was so anxious he was scratching his head. Let me tell you, I saw Ishikawa Kazuo in the basement, along with our kind and friendly village chief, Mune. As soon as I said this, the whole place froze. Kakashi was stunned, his jaw almost dropped to the floor, and I bet his brain CPU was overheating. He stammered, asking, What is going on? What are they doing? What are they doing? I sneered, conducting human experiments. This so-called epidemic in the village was nothing but a grand scheme planned by those two from start to finish. These 2 pieces of news were like 2 heavy bombs, exploding in their minds. Kakashi was dumbfounded, and Naruto, who was a bit dense, was the first to jump out and protested. Impossible. Grandpa the village chief is so kind. QinYu, are you mistaken? No one understands. I had just brought back the intelligence. And then Naruto put on a show of impulsive heroics. I was about to explain when he suddenly shouted, I'm going to find the village chief to get to the bottom of this. After saying that, he shot out like a cannonball. Damn, stop him. Kakashi turned pale and was the first to chase after him. Sasuke and Sakura also realized the seriousness of the situation. If this blew up, we would have to face the entire village's pursuit and would be in deep trouble. I quickly caught up, but just as we left, a creaking sound came from beneath the hotel bed, and that grandson of Ishikawa Yemen actually crawled out from a hidden door. He had heard all our conversations and laughed sinisterly. Since you all know now, then enjoy the results of my experiment. Meanwhile, Naruto had already rushed to the village chief's door, bombarding Yuhei with questions. The old man had been pretending just a second ago, but when he heard that, his face instantly darkened. You know everything. The next moment, his expression turned cold. Kid, you could have lived, but now there's no chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his cane towards Naruto's stomach. Naruto was still in a daze and didn't react at all. He was directly sent flying. The old man twisted his cane, revealing a long knife hidden inside. With a clang, the blade flashed as he aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto. Just at that critical moment, Kakashi finally arrived and blocked the deadly strike with a kunai. Seeing it was the copy ninja Kakashi, Yuhei chuckled. Looks like I can only send you all on your way together. Despite the old man's age, he moved fiercely, wielding the knife and overpowering Kakashi. He even shouted, The ninjas of Konoha are going to destroy the village. Kill them quickly. Immediately, 3 ninjas from Mukahara village jumped out from the side, charging towards Naruto and the others with kunai in hand. Sasuke and Sakura also arrived just in time, and a fierce battle broke out. Meanwhile, on my side, the atmosphere was completely different. I didn't chase after Naruto at all, but instead went straight back to that basement. When Ishikawa Kazuo saw me, he was stunned, and then frantically directed those villagers who had been transformed into humanoid weapons to charge at me. The villagers' eyes were filled with madness. They felt no pain, and were incredibly strong. On my side, it's like I'm on a rampage, mowing down enemies. I pulled out the Sword of Thor from the system, arcs of electricity crackling around me, and in a flash, I unleashed a series of electric lights among the crowd. Those so-called humanoid weapons were like paper in front of me, collapsing at a touch and shattering with a slash. Ishikawa Kazuma went from excitement to dissatisfaction, and finally exploded in rage. Bastard! How dare you destroy my achievements? I will make you wish you were dead. Just as I was about to dismantle the last experiment, he couldn't hold back and decided to take action himself. Water release, water dragon bullet. A roaring water dragon came crashing towards my face. I activated my eternal kaleidoscope, and Susanoo erupted with a loud bang, taking the hit head-on. He thought the swirling smoke meant he had taken me out and shouted, "Let this be your grave." I walked out from the smoke and said lightly, "You're talking too much." He was so startled that he shivered and immediately used another lightning release technique. Lightning needle. Countless lightning needles shot towards me from all directions. I immediately withdrew Susanoo, and my chakra boiled within me, activating lightning release. Lightning armor. A set of crackling lightning armor instantly covered my body. Those lightning needles hit me like drizzle, instantly shattered by the more violent lightning. Ishikawa was completely broken and turned to run. With a flash of lightning in my right hand, a lightning spear formed in my grasp. Lightning release. 1,000 birds sharp spear. With a whoosh, the spear shot out and instantly pierced through a water clone. I held a sharp gun and swept across the entire basement. A loud crash echoed, forcing that son of a BH to reveal his true form. Realizing he couldn't escape, he pulled out a green syringe from his pocket with a grim expression and stabbed it into himself. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, his aura surging wildly, looking neither human nor ghost. Then, he exerted all his strength, launching attacks like Super Thunder Needle and Water Dragon Destruction at me, causing the entire basement to start collapsing. He stared intently at the center of the explosion, eager to see if I was dead. However, with a sudden sound, my 1,000-bird sharp gun unexpectedly pierced through the smoke and directly shot through his chest. With a thud, he died on the spot. I was carrying his half-human, half-demon corpse when I just walked out of the basement. With a loud rumble behind me, the whole place collapsed into ruins. By the time I reached the village chief's house, the battle was almost over. Kakashi, having endured a sword strike to his shoulder, used Chidori to take the village chief Yukinai away. Naruto and the others had also dealt with the remaining minor enemies. I carried the corpse of Kazuki Ishikawa, appearing before them like a descending deity, and calmly said, "This place is not safe for long. The ninja army from this village is about to arrive, so hurry and retreat." Kakashi looked at the thing in my hand with shock. I briefly explained and sealed the corpse into a scroll, tossing it to him. Then, we quickly evacuated and rushed back to Konoha overnight. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi went to report, while Naruto and the others returned to their homes. As for me, of course, I went to find Hinata to deepen our relationship. The next day, Team 7 gathered, and for the first time, Kakashi was not late. With a dark expression, he announced that the Chunin exam would take place in a few days. Let me tell you, he was there pouring out motivational speeches, and as soon as Naruto heard it, he got fired up, shouting that he would take first place. Sasuke snorted, and Sakura's eyes were filled with admiration for Sasuke. I stood by, shaking my head, thinking that with your level of skill, you guys are probably just going to be the atmosphere group for the Chunin exam. After the mission, it was time to treat myself. I directly pulled along the blushing Ino, planning to have a barbecue by the Lake of the Three Beauties in Konoha. When we arrived at the Hyuga family's doorstep, to my surprise, Hinata was already waiting there, accompanied by her quirky sister, Hinata Hanabi. I brought 3 girls to the beautiful yet deserted flowing lake in Konoha. Once we arrived, I lay down on the grass, claiming I was recharging my energy for the upcoming barbecue. The 3 of them went off to catch fish or gather firewood. When all the ingredients were prepared, I looked at the 3 of them and grinned. "Why don't you go for a swim first? I'll call you when the food is ready." As a result, the 3 of them exchanged glances, their faces turning red. It was Hanabi who was bold enough to quietly say we didn't bring our swimsuits. I had a sudden realization. Immediately, I put on a serious expression and smiled, saying, "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? How about this? I'll send my clone to help you buy them. What sizes do you all need?" As soon as I said this, the 3 girls' faces turned so red they looked like they could bleed. Ino was the first to react, quickly shaking her head and saying it was unnecessary. Then she ran off. Hinata followed her without a word. Hanabi stomped her foot and ran after her sister as well. Before long, the three of them returned with bags in hand. I urged them to go have fun, and then I focused on my barbecue project. By the lake, the three girls shyly hid behind a rock to change their clothes before entering the water one by one. At first, they were a bit reserved, but soon they were having a blast, splashing water and laughing nonstop. I was grilling meat while watching the three girls frolicking in the lake, feeling incredibly content. This kind of life is pretty good. Just then, Changpu unexpectedly appeared behind me, holding a tote bag. I remembered inviting her, and she had said she was busy at the store. Her face was flushed as she clutched the bag, stammering and unable to speak. As soon as I saw the bag in her hand, I immediately understood and teased. "Oh, you've brought all the gear? Since you're here, let us have some fun together." Changpu was so shy that she directly covered her face with the bag and quickly ran off to change clothes. Soon, the playful sounds in the lake transformed from 3 people to 4 playing mahjong. I looked at the meat, which was almost done, and with a grin, I picked up a stone, wrote the Flying Thunder God technique on it, and threw it towards the center of the lake. The next second, I disappeared from in front of the barbecue and suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. As soon as I popped my head up, I felt 2 white, chubby thighs swim over my head. Without thinking, I rushed up and hugged the person. Hanabi's scream nearly shattered my eardrum. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Hinata and Ino instantly reacted Byakugan. Body flicker technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Before Hinata could execute her palm technique, Ino let out a scream and retreated as soon as her jutsu was activated. I quickly poked my head out of the water. "Don't be excited, it's me." Now it was 4 of us screaming together. They scrambled to dive underwater, and I also splashed in with a loud splash, instantly starting a game of hide-and-seek in the water. When we got tired of playing, we all came ashore, changed our clothes, and the 4 girls shyly gathered around the barbecue pile. Her SHBU's stomach was the first to growl, clearly starving. I tell you, when my stomach growls, it's like a charge signal. The next second, I'm strutting and wearing big shorts and holding skewers, smiling at the 4 of them. Wow, what a scene. The faces of the 4 little girls instantly turned bright red, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at me. Only Wawa, being a bit bolder, shyly said, "Why you haven't put on your clothes yet?" I let out a cheer. "What's the big deal? It's nothing at all. The important thing is to quickly taste my cooking." As soon as I finished speaking, a chorus of growling stomachs erupted. Goodness, Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino's stomachs joined in the symphony. I directly handed the skewers in front of them. "Come on, try them. If you don't eat, I'll be sad." Did I grill them too badly? As soon as I said this, Hinata quickly shook her head and said, "No. It's not." Ino chimed in, "It's not." It was SHBU who was the most straightforward, shouting, then I 1T hold back. Hey, guess what? As soon as this big sister started, the other 3 couldn't T hold back either, instantly transforming into food-crazed beasts. It was like a whirlwind, their hands never stopped, and their mouths were like little electric motors. Before I could react, the mountain of skewers was cleared away. I was dumbfounded. Does anyone understand how I feel? I hadn't even eaten one myself. Watching the 4 of them with expressions of wanting more, looking a bit shy of me grilling again with my shirt off, their little expressions were both awkward and funny. SHBU was the first to stand up. "Let us help too." Then Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino followed suit, gathering around. The 5 of us grilled and joked, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively, our relationships skyrocketing. After eating and drinking enough, we watched the sunset together. The feeling was simply incredible. I sent each of them home, and when I finally sent Hinata and Hanabi home, I took one of each of their hands. Although they were both super shy, they didn't pull away. I was over the moon. Today's social event was a huge success. Back home, I lay on the bed and habitually muttered, "System sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the wood release bloodline limit. Ninjutsu. True Thousand's Hands and Ninjutsu. Wood Dragon technique." Let me tell you, at that moment, my mind went blank. What the hell? Wood release. True Thousand's Hands. I shot up from the bed, feeling like I was about to buy a lottery ticket. This incredible fortune finally came to me. I was floating, really, feeling like I could punch a tailed beast into the ground. What the hell, from now on, everyone better bow down to me. I was so excited that I tossed and turned like a pancake, unable to sleep all night, and it wasn't until the sun was shining on but the next day that I finally dozed off. However, I had barely fallen asleep when it was a loud bang, bang, bang. The deadly knocking on the door started. Who was it trying to rush me to my death? I directly buried my head under the blanket, pretending not to hear. The person outside knocked for a long time with no one answering, and eventually just left. I slept straight until the afternoon, and just woke up when I heard a loud knock, knock, knock. My anger flared up immediately, and I was curious to see which persistent person was making such a fuss. When I opened the door, there stood Kakashi with his dead fish eye expression. Kakashi? What are you doing here so early in the morning? I yawned and ignored him, heading straight to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Kakashi froze, walked into the room, probably thinking all sorts of things about me in his mind. With a dark expression, he asked, "Are you home this morning?" I had foam in my mouth and replied vaguely, "I'm here." Then I asked, "Why didn't you open the door when I knocked?" His forehead was almost bursting with veins. I rinsed my mouth and walked out of the restroom, confidently saying, "Going to sleep." Kakashi probably took several deep breaths to suppress the impulse to hit me. He pulled out a work ID from his ninja pouch and threw it at me. "Your work ID? Work ID?" I looked confused. He explained that in a few days it would be the CHNIN exam, and my task was to receive the ninjas from other villages and prevent them from causing trouble. As soon as I heard it, without thinking, I said, "I'm not doing it." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you say?" I took a bite of instant noodles and repeated, "I said I won't do it." His face darkened. "This is an appointment from Lord Hokage. If you refuse, go find the Hokage yourself. I'm just a messenger." After saying that, he suddenly used the body flicker technique and ran away, probably afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist making a move. I watched the place where he disappeared and chuckled. Just teasing him, I've got this job secured. Temari from the Sand Village and Ino from the Grass Village. Here I come. After finishing my instant noodles, I headed straight to the village entrance, just in time to see those three oddly shaped guys from the Sound Village walking in. I completely ignored them. My reception service is VIP customized. Not everyone is qualified to enjoy it. With nothing to do, I sneaked over to SHBU's flower shop. Seeing her arranging flowers, I quietly approached and gave her a peck on the cheek. SHBU was startled, turned around to see me, and her face instantly turned red, like a little deer pouring me a cup of tea. I just took a sip when a woman's voice came from the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" I turned my head and wow, red hair, red eyes, wearing black frame glasses. Isn't this the Xianglin I've just been talking about? I immediately got up and welcomed her in like the shopkeeper. "Come in and have a seat." Champu also smiled and greeted her. After sitting down, Xianglin said she urgently needed tulips, tonight, in fact. Upon hearing this, Changpu was troubled, as there were none in the store at the moment, and it was too late to restock. I looked at Xianglin's disappointed eyes and decisively interjected, "What do you need tulips for?" She didn't hide it, saying it was her mother's death anniversary, and she wanted to buy flowers to pay her respects. Upon hearing this, Champu didn't know what to say and could only look at me for help. My hand gently held hers under the table, giving her a reassuring look. Then I confidently said to Xianglin, "I know where to find tulips. You pick a place, and I'll bring them to you tonight." "Really? Really?" After agreeing to meet in a small grove outside the village, Xianglin left happily. By evening, I showed up at the agreed location looking disheveled, with several rips in my clothes. Xianglin was shocked to see me like this. "What happened to you?" I smiled mischievously and took out a large handful of tulips, still covered in dirt, from my bag, and handed them to her. "I told you, since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be kept. Only the hearts of those who use tricks. I can fly like the thunder god. Picking a flower is as easy as drinking water, right? I'm deliberately making myself look so disheveled. It's top-notch acting, you know?" Sure enough, Xianglin looked at me with red eyes, deeply moved. After her worship, we sat and chatted. She told me about her tragic experiences from childhood, and as she spoke, she actually leaned against me and fell asleep, tears still in the corners of her eyes. I let her lean on me all night, and when she woke up the next day, we locked eyes, her face as red as an apple. And she suddenly sat up. "Oh no, it's getting late." She got up and ran, but after a couple of steps, she rushed back and introduced herself hurriedly. "Thank you for yesterday. I'm Xianglin, a ninja from Chaoin Village." I also smiled and said, "I am Uchiha QinYu, a ninja of Konoha." As soon as I finished speaking, she suddenly mustered the courage to kiss me on the face, then ran away without looking back, shouting from a distance, "This is a thank you gift from yesterday." I touched my face and smiled slightly. The prey was hooked. I changed into clean clothes and returned to Konoha Street feeling refreshed, only to find a large crowd gathered in front. I squeezed in to take a look and was amused to see familiar faces. Tenten was confronting the three Sand Ninja kids, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. "You hit someone and think you can just leave without apologizing?" Tenten said angrily. Gaara, with dark circles under his eyes, ignored her completely, and Kankuro disdainfully said, "Get lost before we lose our temper." As soon as I heard this, I wasn't happy. They were bullying me. The future. Girlfriend? I directly stepped out of the crowd, stood next to Tion, and grabbed her hand that was about to pull out the scroll, grinning as I said, "Hey, little crow and little panda from the sand village. Why are you here in Konoha bullying people? And you're bullying my girlfriend. Isn't that a bit too much?" Tion was stunned at the moment, her face turning red, but she didn't expose me. Kanjiro exploded right away. "Bastard. Who are you calling little crow and little panda?" Gaara was even more straightforward, coldly spitting out 3 words. "You want to die?" A chilling killing intent instantly erupted. I smiled and pulled Tion behind me. That killing intent felt as refreshing as air conditioning to me. Shikaku realized it was bad and quickly grabbed Gaara. I watched them and added more fuel to the fire, leisurely saying, "It's nothing, nothing at all, just a little raccoon cat. I can handle it." The moment I uttered the words raccoon cat, Shumaru and Kankaro's expressions changed drastically. How did he know about Gaara's secret? This is classified information. The two exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, quickly pulled Gaara away. Once they left, Ten came back to her senses, blushing as she thanked me. I smiled and said, "No need to mention it. I'll treat you to a meal." Before she could react, I dragged her straight to the barbecue restaurant. When we arrived at Barbecue Q, I quietly activated a Sharingan Jinjutsu, instantly creating an empty seat, leaving Ten stunned. We had an incredibly enjoyable meal, and I even helped her wipe the sauce off the corner of her mouth, making the little girl blush again. After the meal, we parted ways, and as I was wandering around, I noticed that guy Tors from the Sound Ninja Village acting sneakily. My curiosity piqued. I decided to follow him, and guess who I saw? Orochimaru. That chilling aura could be felt from 800 meters away. Tors was reporting a plan to him when Orochimaru suddenly raised his hand, and his arm transformed into dozens of snakes that shot towards me. Goodness, I had been discovered. I initially thought about exchanging a few moves with him, but then I reconsidered. If I disrupted his plan now, how could I still be the hero that saves Konoha? For the sake of my grand plan, I endured it. I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished on the spot. Orochimaru's snakes hit nothing but air. He probably thought it was an illusion and left. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash back to the Changpu shop, and lo and behold, I happened to catch her just as she was getting ready to take a shower, with her underwear scattered all over the place. What a scene. I was just about to tease her a bit when I suddenly heard faint footsteps on the roof. My expression changed, and I immediately became serious. Without saying a word, I wrapped Changpu in a bathrobe, picked her up, and rushed out of the bathroom, giving her a quick kiss to keep her quiet. I told her to hide well and chased after them. It turned out to be Sak from the Sound Village. He was meeting with Toph in the small woods. I hid in the shadows and listened carefully. Orochimaru had given them 3 summoning scrolls: the Great Snake, the Giant Eagle, and the Giant Centipede, preparing to cause a big stir during the Chunin exams. After they left, I finally revealed myself, and my heart was racing. The Chunin exams, Orochimaru, the reanimation of the first and second Hokage. This is getting more and more interesting. I returned to Changpu's home, where she was still wrapped in a bath towel, shivering. I went up and hugged her to comfort her, just as I was about to have a deeper conversation. There was a loud knock on the door. When I opened it, I saw Xianglin, blushing and coming to cheer me on, since tomorrow was the Chunin exam. I smiled and gave her a head pat, and the little girl shyly ran away. I closed the door and wanted to go to Changpu's room, but the door was locked. She shyly said from inside that it was getting late and urged me to go back and rest. Just as I was feeling disappointed, the door suddenly opened a crack, and Changpu peeked out and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, saying it was encouragement for me. And then she slammed the door shut again. All right, I laughed and used a Flying Thunder God technique to return home. It was getting late, so I decided to check in one more time before bed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in and received the reward. Ashura Origin, peak state of an immortal body. I was stunned in place. Ashura's Origin? Peak of the body? Isn't this just the Pro Max Plus version of the first Hokage? With this, my chakra will be like it's free. Using wood release techniques will be as easy as playing. If I can also get Indra's Origin, the Rinnegan, and 6 Paths mode, it will be right around the corner. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. And the next day, I went into the exam room with 2 dark circles under my eyes. The first part was a written exam. The proctor was Marino Abiki, who looked fierce. As the exam began, I watched the cheating scene in the classroom, which was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. Hinata's Byakugan, Ino's mind-body switch technique, and Sasuke's Sharingan were all being used skillfully. Just as I was getting into it, I suddenly noticed an eyeball made of sand sneaking a peek at Sakura's paper right next to her. Gaara's tactics were quite interesting. I rubbed my fingers together and conjured a barely visible lightning needle, chuckling as I flicked it towards the sand eye. With a soft hiss, the sand, I silently exploded. AI Luo trembled, looking around with a face full of anger, but found nothing. He created another sand eye, and I quickly shot another lightning needle at it. And it disappeared again. Kanjilong tried to use a puppet to hand him the answer, but just as it flew in front of AI Luo, my lightning needle struck again, scattering the puppet into a pile of parts. This time, AI Luo finally realized it was me. His gaze filled with hatred as if he wanted to swallow me whole. Kanjilong was just as furious, his face turning purple. I shrugged indifferently at the two of them. At that moment, I noticed a few ninjas who were particularly earnest, seriously answering questions, but their eyes kept darting up at the ceiling. I looked up and saw that they were trying to sneak a peek at others' answers through the reflection of the overhead light. Suddenly, with a clang, someone threw a shuriken, attempting to adjust the light to their desired angle. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos with the sound of clattering, shurikens flying everywhere, and the overhead light swinging crazily as if it were on drugs. This exam was too intense. Meanwhile, Ibiki on the podium had his eyes closed, looking as if he were asleep, completely unconcerned. Unconcerned? I couldn't just let it go. I tell you, that light was blinding me. It was a physical attack. At that moment, I got angry. Enough with the nonsense. I raised my hand and shot a lightning needle, and with a bang, the world instantly fell silent. Goodness. The whole place was dead quiet. Everyone was stunned, all staring at the guy who had thrown the shuriken, their eyes filled with the anger of "you're done for." That guy looked like he was about to pee himself, his head buried lower than the ground. But Ibiki on the podium, his gaze seemed to have X-ray vision. He knew very well that I was the one behind this. But what could he do? Punish me in front of the outsiders? That would be slapping Konoha's own face. So he could only endure it. The funniest part was when Ibiki walked past me and glanced at my paper. His face instantly turned green. Can you guess what I had written? Just my name, alongside a drawing of Sun Wukong fighting the white bone spirit, focusing on the abstract. He must have been roaring inside. You little rascal. Not only did you blow the light, but you also submitted a blank paper while using your Sharingan. Are you messing with me? And just like that, the first written exam ended in an extremely bizarre atmosphere. A large number of people were eliminated, leaving only 26 teams, 79 people. For the second exam, when I heard the rules, I was amused. In the Death Forest, we had to grab a scroll, and within 5 days, gather a pair of heaven and earth, and reach the finish tower to win. I took a glance at my 3 teammates. Naruto was pumped up like he had just been injected with adrenaline. Sakura was looking at Sasuke with a love-struck expression. And Sasuke still had that the world owes me 8 million face. Who understands, with this lineup, going in is just pure feeding the enemy, right? I don't have time to babysit. So as soon as I entered the forest, I made a quick escape. With my Byakugan activated, I had full map vision and directly used Flying Thunder God to teleport to my wife Hinata. As soon as I landed, I saw a fight breaking out. Hinata and her team from the 8th Squad were battling it out with those 3 unlucky kids from Sunagakure. Hinata's Gentle Fist was going head-to-head with Kankuro's Broken Puppet, and they were trading blows back and forth. But things were looking grim for Kiba and Shino, who were getting completely dominated by Temari and Gaara. That Gaara kid was just standing there, sand pouring from his gourd like it was free, using sand shields and sand needle rain as if he had cheats activated. Temari swung her big fan, creating a wild wind that made it hard for Kiba and the others to even stand. Just when it looked like they were in trouble, Kankuro's puppet, the crow, tried to sneak attack Hinata from behind. In a critical moment, Hinata activated her reversal, spinning in place like a blue top, deflecting all the attacks with a clanging sound. So cool. Kiba and Shino took the chance to counterattack, but it was completely useless. Gaara's sand grew even larger, and he directly trapped Hinata and Shino in 2 giant sand hands. As soon as I saw it, I thought, enough is enough, no more scraping. It's my turn on this version T0. In a flash, I teleported behind Hinata, smashed the sand user with 2 hits, and casually wrapped my arm around my wife's slim waist, giving her a peck on the cheek. Hinata's little face turned bright red, like a ripe apple, and she couldn't even speak. Kanjiro saw me, and his eyes almost popped out. Gaara was more direct. Without saying a word, he sent a huge sand palm my way. I held Hinata, formed a hand seal with one hand, and used a water dragon bullet to take him out in an instant. Water beats sand. A principle even elementary school kids understand, right? When I saw they were about to gang up on me, I was amused. All right, let me show you something. When the eternal kaleidoscope opened, Susanoo, A massive blue skeletal arm extended from my back, and with a bang, it crushed Kanjuro's precious puppet into bits. The skeletal hand didn't lose momentum and directly swatted towards Gaara. His sister Temari was tough too. She pushed her brother aside and got caught by me. I lifted Temari into the air and gave a wicked smile to the two little ones below. Want your sister? Sure. Go work for me and grab all the scrolls in this forest. Temari still wanted to be stubborn, but I gave her a slap on the butt, which made a crisp sound. Let me tell you, she became obedient right away. What do you call this? This is the latest and trendiest physical mic closure of 2025. Gaara had no choice but to grit his teeth and take Kankuro, who had become my free fighter, to snatch scrolls all over the world. I carried Shizune and held Hinata's hand, starting a date in the Forest of Death. On the other side, Sasuke and the others weren't so lucky. They ran into Orochimaru. The scene was like a beginner village encountering a max-level boss, getting brutally beaten, and in the end, Sasuke even got a strawberry planted on him. Oh no, I mean a cursed seal. Just after it was planted, I strolled over with the two girls. I looked at the ugly tattoo Orochimaru had given Sasuke and directly mocked him. Is this it? This is called power? Orochimaru was stunned to see me. He didn't expect anyone to dare talk to him like that. That pervert spat out a bunch of snakes from his mouth, which was disgusting. I activated my Mangeki Sharingan. Space distorted and instant kill. The rain of snakes turned into pieces scattered all over the ground. He still wasn't convinced and summoned 1,000 snakes. I was more direct. I activated my half-body Susanoo, and when that giant snake bit down, its teeth almost shattered. Orochimaru was dumbfounded, probably wondering how the people of Konoha were all so strong. In the end, he sensed someone coming, dropped a line about meeting again, and transformed into a bunch of small snakes to escape. The rest was simple. Kakashi and the others arrived to wrap things up. 5 days later, I watched as Gaara and Kankuro, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, handed me a pile of scrolls, and it was quite the harvest. I returned Shizune to them, and the second exam ended. Due to the large number of participants, they held an elimination round. Naruto and I both made it into the top 10. Can you believe it? The first match was Sasuke against Gaara. I was just sitting on my little stool to watch the show when suddenly, with a loud bang, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha was initiated. The walls of the venue were directly pierced by a giant summoned beast, and the whole of Konoha was filled with explosions and battles. Kakashi told me to evacuate the crowd while he took on a giant centipede-summoned beast with a Chidori, but it was like scraping a hard shell, only creating a few sparks, which instead angered the giant bug, causing it to slash at Kakashi with its hundreds of knife-like legs. Kakashi could only awkwardly dodge using his Sharingan. Fortunately, he drew the centipede's aggro away, and seeing that things were stable here, I immediately used a Shunshin and the next second arrived at the Hyuga family's doorstep. Goodness, it was also a fierce battle here, with 1,000 snakes fighting a big toad, and the shockwaves messed up my hairstyle. At the entrance, besides the Hyuga family members, there was also a white-haired uncle standing there. As soon as I landed, he looked at me warily and said, "Who are you?" At a glance, isn't that Jiraiya? If he's back, then I don't need to be here anymore. I'll just disappear right in front of him. No need to waste words. Goodbye. Next stop, another battlefield in the Leaf Village. Let me tell you, it's even worse here. A giant windhawk is flying in the sky, and the Leaf ninjas below are like targets, only able to passively take hits. No one can stop it. One guy saw me moving forward and got anxious, shouting at me, "Come back, it's dangerous ahead." I thought to myself, danger? Who understands my family? I'm danger incarnate. I directly unleashed a wind release, great breakthrough, and blew towards the ground, launching myself in the sky like a rocket. Then, in midair, I single-handedly formed an oversized Rasengan the size of that giant bird. The ninjas below were dumbfounded. Holding this glowing orb, I executed a slam dunk in the air, and with a thud, it smashed into the face of that wind falcon. The bird let out a desperate scream, and then it was gone. Really, it was directly shredded into a shower of feathers and chunks of flesh by my Rasengan, raining down feathers. Jiraiya, from a distance, also saw this giant orb in the sky and was stunned. He must have been thinking, damn, isn't the Rasengan my disciple Minato's signature move? Now I'm the only one who can use this technique. Where did this kid come from? I didn't have time to care about how shocked he was. After dealing with this bird, I was still in midair when I disappeared again. The ninjas below finally reacted and started frantically asking who I was. In the end, someone recognized me. I was Uchiha QinYu. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Orochimaru was confronting the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru sneered, saying he had summoned summoning beasts all around Konoha, and no one could stop him. Konoha was doomed today. The third Hokage was so furious that his beard was twitching, wearing full armor, and he couldn't fathom how his apprentice had turned into such a notorious traitor. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Orochimaru, are you really going to do this?" Orochimaru was wildly ecstatic, saying, "Sensei, I came with full sincerity to entertain you." After saying that, he bit his finger and slapped it on the ground, performing the summoning technique. With a loud bang, 3 large coffins suddenly stood there. The third Hokage's heart sank at the sight of the coffins, sensing that something big was about to happen. Orochimaru caressed the coffin as if it were a treasure, turned to stare at the third Hokage, and asked ominously, "Do you believe that the dead can come back to life?" The third Hokage's pupils shook. It seemed he had guessed it, but he did not dare to believe it. Seeing his expression, Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands, his speed so fast it left afterimages, performing the reanimation jutsu. As soon as he completed the seals, 2 of the coffins began to shake violently, and the lids flew off with a loud crash. If I had seen it at that moment, I would have dropped my jaw in shock. Rising from inside were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, clad in red armor, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, with silver hair and red eyes. The third Hokage was completely taken aback, pointing at Orochimaru, so furious he could barely speak. "Orochimaru, how could you do this?" The first and second Hokage were still a bit dazed after being resurrected. The first was curiously asking where they were, while the second immediately recognized it as Konoha and asked the third Hokage, "Monkey, did you bring us back?" Orochimaru, taking center stage, interrupted their reunion and excitedly announced, "Honorable Hokage, I resurrected you. I need your power to help me destroy Konoha." Upon hearing this, both the first and second Hokage were shocked. The second Hokage, with his fiery temper, exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at the third Hokage's nose and scolding, "I told you before not to research those forbidden techniques. But you wouldn't listen. Look at the mess now." He was now denying the very technique he had developed himself. However, despite his scolding, the second Hokage still charged at Orochimaru with a kunai, wanting to deal with the caster directly. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had anticipated this with a thought. The bodies of the first and second Hokage became completely uncontrollable and turned to face the third Hokage. Now, it was a disaster. The third Hokage had to face 2 of his own former students. He made a quick decision, summoning the Monkey King to transform into a large staff and charge forward, bracing himself. The scene was extraordinary, like a divine battle. As soon as the third Hokage swung his staff, the second Hokage blocked it with a kunai. Meanwhile, the first Hokage's fist was already in front of his face, forcing the third Hokage to awkwardly twist and block with his staff. Then came a flurry of ninjutsu exchanges. Just as the third Hokage unleashed a Phoenix Fire technique, the second Hokage countered with a Water Dragon bullet, extinguishing the flames. And the Water Dragon charged at him with unrelenting momentum. The third Hokage quickly slapped down an earth wall to block it. However, countless wooden branches erupted from beneath him, courtesy of the first Hokage's wood release. After all, the third Hokage was older, and he struggled against the onslaught. The second Hokage flashed in front of him with Flying Thunder God, thrusting a kunai at him. The third Hokage dodged desperately but still got stabbed in the shoulder. Before he could steady himself, the first Hokage delivered a solid wooden punch to his back. The third Hokage was sent flying into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood, just as he saw the second Hokage appear again with another Flying Thunder God, ready to deliver the finishing blow. I thought I couldn't just watch anymore. If I did, the third Hokage would be taken out in one go. I instantly appeared in midair and reached out to firmly grab him. As soon as I appeared, the whole place fell silent. Orochimaru, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Hokage, whom I was supporting, all froze. I ignored them and directly greeted Orochimaru. "Nice to see you again, Snake Uncle." Then I placed the old third Hokage in a safe spot beside me and smiled at the first and second Hokages. "Next, let me take you for a few rounds." The third Hokage wanted to persuade me to leave quickly, but I reassured him. I looked at Orochimaru and said, "Snake Uncle, this place is too small to unleash our abilities. How about we change the venue?" Orochimaru found it interesting and actually agreed. I formed hand seals with both hands and used Flying Thunder God, Space Jump, instantly transporting all of us to the Valley of the End. Once we arrived at the new map, there was no need for pleasantries. I activated my eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and Susanoo appeared, a towering blue giant, over 100 meters tall, rose from the ground, its aura fully charged. The first Hokage got excited as well, clapping his hands. Would release, True Thousand's hands, transform into the Buddha. An even more outrageous giant Buddha with thousands of hands emerged from the ground. The two giant figures began to exchange blows, rumbling and shaking the entire valley. The skeletal structure of my Susanoo was cracking from the impact, so I increased my chakra output, and flesh began to grow on the Susanoo's skeleton, transforming it into a complete giant form, doubling my strength. After fighting for a while, the first Hokage, being quite honorable, said that his Edo Tensei body could only exert 40 of its power, otherwise I would have been done for. I thought to myself, buddy, do you have a misunderstanding about your own strength or about mine? Fine, if you think you can handle it, then I'll step up the intensity. I imitated his stance, spreading my legs apart and suddenly bringing my hands together. Would release, True Thousands of hands, transform into Buddha. Boom. The ground shook violently as a gigantic Buddha with nearly 200 meters in height, even larger than the original, rose from the earth. The entire venue was petrified. Uncle Snake's eyes were about to pop out, and the third Hokage's jaw dropped. The first Hokage was also dumbfounded. I stood on top of the Buddha's head, shouting at him, "Are we still fighting, first Hokage? Hurry up and regain your composure." The first Hokage awkwardly smiled and controlled his Buddha to charge over. The outcome was predictable. In terms of size and power, there was no comparison. His wooden Buddha was easily crushed into countless wooden splinters by my attack. The first Hokage himself was also shattered, but with Edo Tensei, he quickly reassembled. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he seemed quite happy, saying that with me in Konoha, he could rest assured. I replied that my dream was to be a lazy fish, focusing on companionship. To my surprise, upon hearing this, the first Hokage exclaimed, "Ah, a kindred spirit," and mentioned that he had thought the same way back in the day. We were chatting when Orochimaru got anxious. He wouldn't allow us to gossip here. He summoned the last coffin, which contained the fourth Kazekage. Then he suddenly exploded into a mist of blood, merging into the bodies of the three reincarnated ninja, giving them a berserk buff. Now they were all crazy. The three of them were like they were on steroids. The first Hokage summoned a wooden dragon to bind my giant Buddha. The second Hokage stirred up a massive wave, and the fourth Kazekage unleashed a storm of sand, attacking my giant Buddha relentlessly. I thought I couldn't confront them head-on anymore. I needed to use my brain. I directly used Flying Thunder God to flash behind the first Hokage, hit him with a Rasengan that pierced through his body, then activated the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to use the eye technique. Space Prison. A black spatial vortex appeared and directly sucked in the unresponsive first Hokage, taking him away. Next was the fourth Kazekage. I was even sneakier. First, I used Flying Thunder God to dodge his gold dust shuriken and flash to his side. The second Hokage's lightning dragon coincidentally charged in, and I dodged it, letting the lightning dragon smash through the Kazekage's gold dust defense. Then it was another Rasengan plus a space packing combo. Done. Now, only the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was left. This guy was a bit tricky since he was also a master of space ninjutsu. I summoned the true Senju Thousand Hands, and thousands of palms frantically slammed down on him, but I couldn't touch him at all. He relied on his own Flying Thunder God to flash around madly within my wooden Buddha palm array. Watching him jump around, I thought, fine, you want to play space ninjutsu with me? Then let me show you what instant kill really means. With a glare from my eternal kaleidoscope, the space around him instantly froze like it hit a bug, and with a snap, one of his arms was gone. I casually opened a spatial vortex and sucked in his severed arm, so he couldn't reattach it. But this old guy really had some tricks with his severed arm. He still managed to perform a combination jutsu. Goodness, he combined water release and lightning release, creating a sea right in the Valley of the End, with 3 electric dragons swirling in it. The scene was incredible. I tell you, the special effect deserved a perfect score, but did he think that was it? I immediately dismissed the wooden giant Buddha and switched to my most handsome complete body Susanoo. Blood was streaming from the corners of my eyes as the 2 pairs of massive wings behind me spread wide, and the shockwave lifted the ground. I controlled Susanoo to fly up and casually formed 3 8-foot-long shuriken, throwing them down like bowling balls. Boom! The 3 giant orbs blew him and the sea into pixelated bits on the spot. Then I followed up with a supersized spatial vortex, sucking in all the debris along with the stone fragments on the ground, focusing on being environmentally friendly. Job done. I used Flying Thunder God to flash next to the third Hokage. He wanted to check on my bleeding eyes, but I told him to stop wasting time and go home. as I helped the one-armed old man land on the roof of the Hokage building. A bunch of umbu wearing cat-faced masks swarmed us like headless flies, looking at us as if we were saviors. Tens quickly came over to support the third, looking worried and saying they needed to take him to the hospital, but the third waved his hand, saying he was fine. Just then, a loud noise echoed through the village, and I looked over to see a large yellow tanuki demolishing buildings. The third panicked, saying that was Shikaku from Sunagakure. Even with his arms severed, he wanted to rush forward, but I grabbed him and said, "Take a break, old man, watch me." I flicked a flying thunder god kunai and teleported over. When I arrived, the scene was chaotic. The strong and bushy-browed Might Guy was using the 8 gates and playing around with the tailed beast like it was a game. Jiraiya was preparing a big move, a Sage Art fireball, but Shikako blocked it with a wall of sand without breaking a sweat. Kakashi looked cool, using Chidori to make a small opening before quickly retreating, fearing he'd be slapped to death by the giant tanuki. Then, Hinata and the others quickly set up a 4 purple flames formation to trap everyone inside, preparing to close the door on the beast. But the tanuki got anxious and started forming a tailed beast bomb. I tell you, if that thing exploded, Konoha would be finished. Just as everyone was panicking, I made my grand entrance. As I saw that big tail about to smash down on my future wife, Hinata, I teleported over and pulled her into my arms. I whispered in her ear, "Are you okay, babe? My family knows. It's all about being the hero, saving the beauty." Her face turned red, and her heart was racing. Kakashi and the others were dumbfounded, asking how I got in. I pointed to the kunai at his waist, where my flying thunder god mark was already placed. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, suggesting I move the tailed beast bomb away. I replied, "That is too much trouble. Why not just take it down directly?" I released the sunset red, and a flying thunder god flashed onto the big raccoon's face. As soon as it saw my eternal kaleidoscope, its DNA reacted. I directly pulled it into the spiritual world for a friendly exchange that lasted 3 seconds. When I came out, this guy had completely wilted, looking like a guilty husky, almost wagging its tail. I let it solve the pellet in its mouth by itself. And guess what happened? It gulped it down in one go. Boom! It self-destructed on the spot. The shockwave from the explosion made me use would release, creating a wooden ball to protect me and hung inside it, and I even accidentally kissed her. When the smoke cleared, everyone outside looked disheveled, and their gazes towards me were different, especially when they saw me use would release. Their jaws nearly dropped. The third Hokage came over to ask me what happened, but I couldn't be bothered to respond and just took my wife home. After all, Gaara was fine, and the tailed beast was suppressed, so it was a happy ending for everyone. As for me, I inexplicably became a hero of Konoha. I don't know, I just left. And this old man immediately held a meeting, insisting on passing the position of Hokage to me. Goodness, this immense fortune is truly unavoidable. As for me, I dragged the still dizzy Hong back home. I had to seize the opportunity and directly engage in a fierce game of flying chess for 300 rounds. After that, when I opened the door, I found a girl from the Umbu, named Yuzuki Yuin, standing at the entrance, her face as red as an apple, eavesdropping for quite a while. She stubbornly claimed she had just arrived, and I smiled without saying a word. On the way to the Hokage building with her, I ran into Shikamaru. He asked me what I was doing, and I casually replied, "Go to work, taking over as Hokage." This kid thought I was joking, but then his dad, Nara Shikaku, came out and directly told him it was true, burning his CPU. Upon entering the office, there were 2 old fossils standing there, Mito Minyin and Tien Kamru, looking at me as if I were a criminal. The one named Mito Minyin spoke first, sarcastically asking me who I was. I'll just go straight to the point. "What is up? Do you want an autograph?" "Sorry, you'll have to wait in line for an appointment." He was so angry his face turned green, saying I was being disrespectful. I looked at him sideways. "An elder? Just based on you? Let me ask you too. After being the village mascot for so many years in Konoha, besides raising your hand in meetings, what else have you done? This time the village almost got wiped out. Where were you hiding?" I left them speechless, their faces alternating between red and white. The third Hokage saw it was about time and quickly came out to smooth things over. That old fox is using me as a pawn again. But it felt really good to confront them. All right. The third Hokage cleared his throat and said, "QinYu, the reason I called you here today is to discuss something very important." As soon as I saw his serious expression, I instinctively asked, "What's the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and stared at me. Then the old man began reminiscing about the glorious past. I tell you, when he set up that scene of entrusting his legacy, my heart sank. Goodness, something's not right. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, it fell off. He started talking about the past, about how the Watergate incident took him too soon, how he had worked like a horse for over a decade, and now that he was old, with a broken arm and unable to work anymore. The build-up and the atmosphere were so intense that I immediately felt it was over. He was about to paint a big picture for me, trying to hand over the reins. He even got excited as he said he had been looking for a successor for all these years and had finally found one. Can I let him finish speaking? Just kidding. If I let him go on, my life will be laid out clearly. I hit the brakes right there and interrupted his spell casting. Oh, so that's how it is. But why are you telling me this? As soon as I said this, the air in the entire office froze. The third Hokage's old face looked as dazed as a meme. What the heck? Such a big deal as inheriting the Hokage position doesn't need to be said to the person involved? Who understands, family? Just when they all went offline. I stood up directly, walked up to Jiraiya like an older brother, slapped him on the shoulder, and sincerely said, "Perverted sage, after all these years, you finally made it. It must be because you performed so well last time that the old man finally decided to pass the position to you." Everyone was dumbfounded. Let me tell you, the way they looked at me was as if they were looking at an absolute fool. The third Hokage had already said it so clearly, and I still managed to turn around to Jiraiya. What the heck is this? I've finished my performance here. Congratulations. See you. With a quick move, I was ready to slip away. But then, with a loud bang, the old man slammed the table and shouted with full force, "Come back here, you little rascal." Well, that plan failed. Everyone reacted, realizing I was just pretending to be clueless. But then they were even more confused. Has the world changed? Is the position of Hokage in Konoha so hot that it needs to be obtained through deception? Jiraiya was still rolling his eyes, saying I'm good at shifting blame. Of course, if I don't shift this blame to you, am I really supposed to take it all on myself? The third Hokage snorted and said if I were suitable to be Hokage, there wouldn't have been any need for Minato in the first place. Fine. I'll stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. So, just say what you need to say. The third Hokage looked at me seriously. QinYu, after a decision by me and the higher-ups of Konoha, we have decided to nominate you as the fifth Hokage. I knew it. I directly refuse. I won't do it. A triple refusal. Make it clear to him. Whoever wants the position of Hokage can have it. Don't come near me. Everyone was speechless again. This kid is really stubborn. The third Hokage glared at me, wanted to continue the discussion, but then the office door was kicked open with a bang. An old voice came in, Hisashi. You're going too far. You actually made such a hasty decision about the next Hokage. I don't even need to look back. Just hearing the noise and seeing the posture, the famous old man of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, makes his grand entrance. Sure enough, when I turn around, there's an old guy leaning on a cane, his whole body wrapped in bandages, standing there. Trouble has arrived. The faces of the third Hokage and those two advisors instantly darkened. This old fellow, Danzo, stormed in angrily, only to find us all sitting down. And he was the only one standing in a corner. Even I, as a junior, was sitting with my legs crossed. The scene was incredibly awkward. To regain his dignity, he directly fired at me. Uchiha QinYu, right? I'm standing and you're sitting. Do you think that's appropriate? Oh, he's putting pressure on me now? I nodded. Indeed, it's not very appropriate. Just as Danzo was about to feel smug, I retorted, if you feel uncomfortable standing, you can choose to squat or kneel. I don't think anyone here would stop you. Uffed. Jiraiya next to me spat out his tea, and the scene was just incredible. I usually keep my emotions stable, but I don't hold back with my words. Danzo exploded on the spot, pointing at my nose. Good kid. No one has dared to speak to me like that for many years. Even Jiraiya wouldn't be so audacious. I rolled my eyes and said, he is him, and I am me. What does his cowardice have to do with me? Jiraiya, lying down, also got hit, his face turning green. Danzo was so furious that he was trembling and started revealing his identity. Bastard, do you know who I am? Who you are has nothing to do with me. Don't even know what every Tom, Dick, and Harry is called? I dug my ear, acting all nonchalant. This old man was completely fried by my words. The old lady next to me, named Tsurugi Komatsu, couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to step in to mediate. QinYu, this is the Hokage's office. Speak with some respect. I shot her a glare. What's wrong? Didn't you get enough just now? You want a refill, huh? She was instantly speechless. And what about that old man from the third generation? Over there, leisurely smoking and drinking tea, purely enjoying the show, clearly wanting to use my mouth to criticize Toanzo. Seeing no one to support him, Toanzo could only unleash his ultimate move. Damn it. Listen up. I am a master of the roots. I cover my nose, looking disgusted. Did you eat garlic when you left this morning? The roots? What the heck? Tree roots or garlic sprouts? Never heard of it. Is it famous? Family. You have to defeat him with this innocent look. Danzo's old face turned bright red, and he was shaking while pointing at my hand. Could he dare to talk about those ridiculous things he did in front of the third? He wouldn't. Before he could recover, I took the initiative. Me. What about me? You can't even speak properly. Do you know who I am? I am a hero of Konoha. You want the hero of Konoha to give you a seat? What about your face? Wow. As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. Jiraiya and the others looked like they had been struck by lightning, surely thinking, never have I seen such a shameless person. But I have to admit, it feels good. Even the corner of the third's mouth was almost reaching his ears. Danzo completely lost it and could only seek help from the third. Hiruzen, is this the Hokage you chose? The third nodded firmly. That's right. Do you think he can really lead Konoha? Yes. The third had just 2 words, but each was piercing. Danzo went crazy, pointing at the third and yelling, Hiruzen, are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? The 2 advisors quickly came out to mediate, but I dropped a bombshell on them. I looked at Danzo and asked softly, by the way, during the recent turmoil in the village, I don't think I've seen you on the battlefield, have I? And that thing of yours, the roots, right? Not a single ghost shadow was seen. Were you hiding away watching the show? As soon as I said this, the eyes of the 3 generations instantly changed, becoming sharp as if they had grasped some key point. Danzo, that old fox, began to quibble, saying that the root is an important force hidden in the shadows, a double insurance, and cannot be easily mobilized. I couldn't help but laugh. Hide? What are you hiding for? Konoha is almost gone, and you're still talking about hiding. He stubbornly replied, I'm doing this to guard against new accidents. Even if I don't take action, hasn't the crisis been averted? Who here is a fool? Everyone looked at him with an idiot expression. I directly exposed him. I see you want to preserve the strength of root, right? For Konoha? Sure, you're not wrong. But this so-called preservation of strength, is it really for Konoha, or is it for your own personal gain? That so-called root of yours, does it belong to Konoha, or is it just for you, Danzo? Every word I said struck at their hearts. The faces of the 3 generations changed completely, seeing that the timing was right. I dropped another bombshell. I see you, old man, have ulterior motives. You're deliberately trying to weaken the Hokage's strength while remaining unscathed yourself. The situation had completely changed now. Danzo was so scared that his face turned pale, trembling as he pointed at me. You're slandering me, talking nonsense. I laughed, and I would like to ask you. I heard that 13 years ago during the Nine Tails chaos, the situation was much worse than now, and the 4th Hokage was killed, right? Danzo didn't catch the trap and instinctively admitted, that's right. I laughed even happier. Since that's the case, I wonder if at that time, you old man and your root made a move. What? Danzo was frozen in place. Everyone's gaze changed, becoming cold. The chill in the 3rd Hokage's eyes could practically freeze a person. Remembering the tragic situation back then, he indeed had never seen Danzo or Root's shadow. This time the evidence was conclusive. The way the 2 advisors looked at Danzo turned unfriendly. Danzo was completely panicked. Everything I've done was for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was heavy and filled with disappointment. Danzo, you've changed, you've deteriorated. It's my fault for being too indulgent with you all these years. He had originally thought that Danzo, like him, was doing it for the village. But unexpectedly this old man had been doing it all for his own Hokage dream from the beginning. The third looked at him and coldly asked, You came here today specifically to stop QinYu from inheriting the Hokage position, right? Well, you're too late before you arrived. He already refused. What? Danzo was completely stunned. He couldn't understand how someone could refuse the position of Hokage. What frustrated him even more was, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? If you had said you weren't doing it, would I have been confronted like this and exposed all my secrets? At that moment, I bet he wanted to give himself a big slap in the face. I looked at him with a sidelong glance at his broken expression and had to add another jab. Don't think everyone is like you. Fixated on the position of Hokage all day. Let me tell you, I don't care about that worthless position. Danzo trembled with rage for that position. He had done countless terrible things, yet in the eyes of others, he was worth nothing. He knew he couldn't stay any longer, picked up his cane, and turned to leave. Can I really let him leave so cheaply? I immediately shouted, wait. I suddenly decided that I would take over as the 5th Hokage. Hey, guess what? This old guy was completely thrown off by me. Suddenly turned around with red eyes. You damn Uchiha QinYu. How dare you play tricks on me? I'll fight you. He charged at me with a roar. I was just waiting for him to make a move. I quickly countered with a lightning release handblade. And with a crack, I split his cane in half instantly appearing behind him with my lightning-infused hand blade pressed against his neck. The entire office fell silent. The two advisors came back to their senses and started putting on their faces again, slamming the table. QinYu, what are you doing? Danzo has made great contributions to Konoha. Do you want to betray the village? Good grief, they kept piling on the big hats. I laughed. Are you too blind or what? Was it me who started the trouble first? They still stubbornly insisted. Danzo just wanted to teach you a lesson, so hurry up and put away your knife. I deliberately shook my hand, lightly slicing the edge of my hand across his neck, and blood immediately gushed out. You. Danzo trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. I coldly smiled and said, release? On what basis? Just because you say to let me go? Does that mean this leaf hero loses face? Damn, here we go again. They must be thinking, why is this hero thing being brought up again? When will it end? That old lady pointed at me, trembling with anger. You've gone too far, really gone too far? Do you dare to take action? Are you really going to betray the village? Jiraiya and the third Hokage just stood there, silent, purely enjoying the show. The third Hokage was probably reflecting on whether he had been too lenient with these old geezers over the years. I was getting fed up with them constantly accusing me of betraying the village. Even a clay figure would have some fire. I looked at them defiantly. Betray the village. Betray the village. Betray the village. All you talk about is betrayal. Even if I do betray the village, what can you do about it? As soon as I said this, the room fell silent. Jiraiya's face twitched, shocked that I would actually pick up on this. The third Hokage's face turned dark, and he sternly shouted, QinYu, don't talk nonsense. Those two old geezers, as if they had caught a handle on me, started again. Good. So if you look, this is the Hokage you chose. Enough. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, genuinely furious. He suddenly felt how brainless these two old comrades were. Would someone like me, who stands up in times of crisis, really betray the village? What's the point? Furthermore, even if I truly betrayed it, with my combat power, who could stop me? Seeing them finally quiet down, I slowly spoke. Konoha is great, and the people in the village are great. I like it here. However, there will always be some high-ranking fools in the village who want to ruin everything. Nara Shikaku was so angry her chest hurt, pointing at me and saying to the third Hokage, look, how does he resemble a Hokage at all? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at her and coldly retorted, even if QinYu doesn't look like a Hokage, does Danzo? Danzo was taken aback. Why is it me again? I have a knife at my neck. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a chill at his neck. I was smiling at him, and my knife had grazed again. He was instantly speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, his eyes filled with complexity, which ultimately turned into disappointment. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Danzo, you shouldn't even think about the position of Hokage anymore. You will never think about that position in this lifetime. What? Danzo's face changed drastically. He never thought the usually easygoing Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so resolute. The third Hokage looked at him coldly, disappointed, and said in a low voice, because you don't deserve it. Because I have finally realized that you have truly changed. You will stop at nothing to satisfy your selfish desires. I tell you, the third Hokage really put an end to it, directly defining Danzo's position. He said Root is no longer the root of Konoha, but Danzo's own private army. Now, immediately right away, reduce the Root's structure to only 2 small teams. And the rest of them, get the hell over to the Hokage's direct umbu. Goodness, this really stirred up a hornet's nest. Danzo exploded on the spot. With my brother QinYu's lightning hand knife at his neck, roaring like a madman, Nijian, dare you? I am a master of Root. The third Hokage stood his ground this time, directly firing back, because I am the Hokage. Let me tell you at that moment, Danzo's face was really uglier than someone who had eaten shit. He lost the position of Hokage, and now even the stronghold he had managed for a lifetime was about to be taken down. This was more painful than being killed. He suddenly softened, calling out in a particularly weary tone, Monkey, for QinYu, you have to treat me like this? Playing the emotional card like that. The third Hokage's heart softened at that moment. But when he turned to look at my brother QinYu, that heart instantly hardened again, and he said calmly, Danzo, you still don't understand. All of this is your own doing. Enough. Danzo completely broke down, roaring with a twisted face. You can say anything about me, but you cannot say I am disloyal to Konoha. My brother was almost laughing beside me, shook his head, and said lightly, how pathetic. As a result, Danzo thought my brother was mocking him and directly aimed his firepower at him. You brat, don't get cocky. Everything I've done is for Konoha. My brother immediately answered, yes, I know. Everything you do is for Konoha. That tone, the sarcasm level is off the charts. Does anyone understand, my family? Danzo is probably so angry that he's lost his mind, actually starting to act like a rogue, sticking out his neck and shouting, I damn well don't believe it. Try moving me today. Do you dare? Come on. I was stunned at that moment. It was the first time in my life I had heard such a strange request. Jiraiya beside me turned pale, probably thinking, this kid is fearless, and you dare to provoke him like this. Sure enough, my brother grinned and said, not convinced, huh? I'm specialized in dealing with all kinds of disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of silver lightning appeared. With a thud, Danzo's arm, wrapped in bandages, fell straight to the ground. The cut was so smooth that not a drop of blood was shed. That scream was so piercing it hurt my ears. Danzo's face twisted in pain, but more than that, he couldn't believe it. This was the Hokage's office. He actually dared to make a move. He regretted it. He really regretted it. Why did he have to provoke this disaster today? The two old advisors, Konoha and Hamura Mitokado, jumped up on the spot, pointing at my brother and shouting, Rebellion! Madman! You're committing a crime in the Hokage's office. My brother shot a cold glance over. You two old folks keep chattering. Do you believe I'll help you stretch your muscles? Damn, those two old guys instantly shut up, scared like quails. They had no doubt my brother would actually make a move. The third Hokage frowned and said, QinYu, you're going a bit too far. But then Granny Xiaochun saw the third speaking up and felt emboldened, saying impudent. You dare to confront the Hokage. My brother looked at her like she was a fool and shook his head, saying, calling you an idiot would be an insult to the word idiot. He said, open your eyes wide and take a look. What is this? As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a lightning needle shot towards the severed arm on the ground. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what he was going to do. But in that instant, Danzo's face turned pale. Tsunade was still shouting, QinYu, what are you trying to do? Shut up. The third Hokage bellowed, finally realizing something was off. Think with your brain. How could an ordinary arm remain unscathed after being struck by such violent lightning? At this moment, everyone reacted and turned to look at Danzo in unison. Danzo, with a grim face, asked my brother, kid, how did you find out? My brother was so calm. As for me, I was fortunate enough to have fought against the first Hokage. As for the other thing, I already have it myself, so how would I know? Danzo was completely stunned at that moment. Fought against the first Hokage? What does that even mean? Just then, my brother suddenly sensed something. His eyes were momentarily confused. But he quickly regained clarity. He smiled at Danzo and said, wow, such strong eye techniques. You think your mediocre Jinjutsu can control me? Danzo was utterly panicked, completely flustered. His strongest trump card had actually failed. My brother sneered and swung the Thunderblade towards Danzo's head. No, the third Hokage shouted in fear. With a slicing sound, the Thunderblade passed through, but there was no blood. It merely sliced off the bandage covering Danzo's eyes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But when they saw Danzo's eye, their expressions changed drastically. In that crimson eye, a pitch-black four-cornered windmill flashed by. It was Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan. The third's voice trembled. Danzo still had the nerve to retort. Since the person is dead, why not let me continue to shine and heat up? Oh, my brother sneered. Shining and heating up is just a way to ambush me? At that moment, Danzo's body suddenly flickered, and then his Manjiki turned grayish-white. Forbidden technique, Izanagi. The third was furious, cursing loudly, such a precious eye, and you actually, goodness. It turned out that my brother's previous strike made Danzo think he was going to be killed, so he directly activated his Izanagi to save his life. In the end, it was just a reveal as eye patch. I thought to myself, dude, are you really going for a digital offering here? You wasted a Manjiki for nothing. Danzo still looked disdainful. It's just an eye. My brother laughed even colder. Of course, it's just one eye. We have plenty of stock from Lord Danzo. As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. My brother in his right hand and fiercely stabbed it towards the severed arm on the ground. With a tearing sound, the seal on the severed arm was forcibly broken. In the next moment, everyone present gasped in shock. On that arm, densely embedded were Sharingan eyes. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. The third Hokage was so angry that his hands trembled, pointing at Danzo and unable to speak. There is something even more thrilling, my brother said casually, and then used it to swipe at that arm. Just when everyone was confused, the cut arm actually began to heal at a visibly rapid speed. Danzo, the third Hokage, could no longer sit still, and with a roar, the entire office shook. I won't even mention the Sharingan, but this is would release. You dare to desecrate the body of the first Hokage. Boom. This completely exploded. The two old advisors went from shock to fury. Desecrating the Uchiha corpse might still leave room for negotiation, but desecrating the first Hokage, that is the faith of Konoha, a line that absolutely cannot be crossed. My brother saw that the timing was almost right and added another log to the fire. Everyone, think about it. If this matter gets out, how will the other clans with bloodline limits in Konoha react? Will they feel that they too might end up like the Uchiha after their deaths? Can Konoha withstand that? This series of soul-searching questions completely blocked off all escape routes for everyone. Their expressions instantly turned cold and piercing. Danzo looked at his former comrades, and that furious gaze finally made him sit down dejectedly. He knew it was over for him, from being the powerful leader of the root to now being a prisoner. All of this was because he provoked my brother, QinYu. After a long silence, the third Hokage spoke about how to deal with Danzo. The two old advisors were still exchanging glances, trying to save Danzo's life. Meanwhile, my brother was right there, creating a lightning blade in his hand that crackled ominously, like a death warrant. Torian Shikamaru was so scared he shivered and quickly changed his words. I personally think that although Danzo has committed great wrongs, considering his past contributions, we should spare his life, take back all his powers and abilities, revoke all his positions, and imprison him for life. The third Hokage nodded and looked at my brother. QinYu, what do you think? My brother chuckled and said, since all of you adults have said so, what can I do? I'm not someone who insists on taking lives. I'm actually quite friendly. The two old advisors forced a smile, their faces twitching. Yes, you're very friendly. They were probably cursing inwardly, friendly my ass. But my brother's next line was, however, while a death penalty can be avoided, there's no escape from the living punishment. Crack! Another thunderous sound, and Danzo lost his other leg. My brother sheathed his raikiri and calmly said, this is the price you have to pay for trying to control me just now. Danzo was dragged down by two Umbu, still shouting, just kill me, kill me. After dealing with this old man, it was time to choose a new Hokage. The two old advisors looked at my brother as if he were a ghost, fearing he would become Hokage. As a result, my brother directly pushed Jiraiya up, with a particularly strange reason. If this old pervert doesn't get the Hokage position to keep him in check, he'll definitely be out causing trouble every day. I'm doing this for the sake of Konoha. Then my brother started to spill the tea, saying that in the ninja world, the legendary Sannin had a nickname. The three vices of gambling, drugs, and lust. Let me tell you, the third Hokage's face turned green at that moment, and Jiraiya's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In the end, the third Hokage got so angry with these two that he slammed the table and told them to decide for themselves. As a result, the two of them argued like market aunties for a long time, and finally said in unison, I recommend Tsunade. As soon as the words fell, my brother zoomed away using the flying thunder god technique, leaving Jiraiya alone in the wind, being drafted by the third Hokage to find Tsunade. The scene shifted, and my brother went to find Naruto. Naruto was puffing and panting, practicing the summoning technique, and Jiraiya followed him. My brother immediately started mocking, questioning what kind of nonsense Jiraiya was teaching. Jiraiya got provoked and said, if you think you can do better, then go ahead. Let's make a bet. If you summon a 2-meter-tall summoning beast on your first try, I'll teach you a super powerful secret technique. I was watching from the side, and I was so happy inside. Wow, Jiraiya really stepped on a landmine this time. He had no idea what kind of monster my brother is. This is purely about companionship. He is just eagerly offering an experience package. My brother pretended to be disdainful on the surface. Humph, scared of you? Come on then. I'll show you what a genius is. He bit his finger, and with a flourish, wrote his name on the scroll, sealing it with his handprint. Jiraiya watched him, proudly announcing the handprint. Hi, Suyu Shunwei. Let me tell you, after that guy finished fingerprinting, he looked so proud, and even specifically reminded me that I had to fill up my chakra before sealing, otherwise I could only summon a little tadpole. He even painted a picture for me, saying that if I could summon a 1-meter-tall frog on my first try, I would be considered an absolute genius. Goodness, 1 meter tall? Who is he insulting? I couldn't help but curl my lip at that, thinking to myself, fine, today I'll show you what a true max-level boss slaughtering a newbie village looks like. The chakra in my body instantly surged like a floodgate being opened, crazily activated by me, filling 2/3 of the blue bar. Let me tell you, the total amount of chakra I have now is at a level that even a shadow-level ninja would have to call me dad. This 2/3 is simply tsunami level. I made a hand seal, slammed my hand on the ground, and shouted with full force, summoning jutsu. With a loud bang, white smoke erupted, like a smoke bomb had been released, making it impossible to see anything. Naruto and Jiraiya both stretched their necks long, like two ducks waiting for food, staring intently into the smoke. As the smoke cleared, who could have guessed, a palm-sized mini green frog appeared right in front of us. Naruto immediately couldn't hold back, pointing at the little frog and laughing loudly. After all that, it's just this? It's even smaller than my hand. Jiraiya also had a knowing expression, probably already calculating what to do now that he had won the bet. However, in the next moment, Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out. The little frog tilted its head, looked around at us, and spoke with a rather impatient tone, sounding quite old. "Little Jiraiya, why did you call me here?" Naruto was so shocked he shivered. "Well, the frog can talk." The little frog's forehead suddenly burst with an angry cross, and with a kick of its legs, it leaped onto Naruto's head. Both frog hands swinging wildly, delivering a barrage of blows to Naruto's head while cursing. "Stinky brat, you're a toad. Toad, your whole family is frogs." Naruto was getting beaten up, screaming, while Jiraiya beside him was so weak he could barely stand, his voice trembling. Sage Fukusaka, what were you doing here?" He was completely stunned. How could he have imagined that during my first attempt at summoning, I would directly bring over one of the two leaders of Myaboka Mountain? What kind of immense chakra would it take to achieve that? Naruto was still unconvinced, arguing with a bandage on his head. "Sage, isn't it just a talking toad?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a set of love-infused iron fists from Fukusaku Sage. Only then did Fukusaku Sage turn to Jiraiya with an expression that said, "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Jiraiya looked extremely awkward and pointed at me, saying, "Fukusaku Sage, it wasn't me who summoned you." "Oh, so it was this kid next to you?" Fukusaku Sage looked skeptical. Jiraiya nodded frantically. "That's right, it's him." At that moment, both the man and the toad fixed their eyes on me, their expressions of shock as if they had seen a ghost. I saw that the timing was right and directly interrupted their flirtation. All right, you two perverted immortals, stop dawdling. According to what you said, I've exceeded my mission, right? Hurry up and hand over the secret technique." Jiraiya's face immediately froze. He had just been bluffing me at the time. And who would have thought I would defy the odds like this? Now he was really losing out on the deal. The sage of deep thought immediately became alert upon hearing secret technique, glaring at Jiraiya. "You're not talking about." Jiraiya could only nod with a. Then these two huddled together, whispering and arguing quite fiercely. Finally, I heard Jiraiya throw out a big claim, saying he suspected that I was the prophesied child from the great toad sage's prophecy. Wow. Once that hat was placed on him, the sage of deep thought immediately fell silent. After thinking for a long time, he surprisingly agreed. He turned to me and said, "All right, kid, since Jiraiya said that, I'll make an exception this time and take you back to Myaboka Mountain to train in the sage arts." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto started shouting, "I want to learn too. I want to learn too." He ended up getting slapped on the head by Jiraiya, causing a bump to form. "What are you shouting about? You're not qualified until you can summon the sage of deep thought." After saying that, the sage of deep thought disappeared in a puff of smoke, and I immediately felt a dizzying sensation. The next second, I found myself in the Toad Kingdom, Myaboka Mountain. Just as I arrived, and hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the scenery, it was already mealtime. The sage of deep thought enthusiastically took me to his home for dinner, and his wife, the sage of Shima, served. Let me tell you, it was a plate of colorful insect dishes. My whole scalp went numb, and I lifted the chopsticks 3 times before putting them down again. In the end, I just couldn't bring myself to eat. Seeing the expression on Shima-senen's face change, I had a sudden idea and said seriously, "Sunin, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Today, I'll cook for you and let you try our skills from outside." Before they could refuse, I pulled out several scrolls from my ninja tool pouch, making a loud clattering noise. Various cooking utensils, seasonings, and some leftover game from our last camping trip were instantly spread all over the ground. The summoning scrolls are really amazing. Their preservation effect is even better than a refrigerator. After a lot of clanging, I managed to prepare a feast. Who would have thought these two frogs had such big appetites? They polished off nearly half of my supplies in one meal. I turned pale, and to avoid going bankrupt from being eaten, as soon as the meal was over, I hurriedly urged Shinsuke-senen to start teaching me ninjutsu. He burped, taking me to a small square filled with stone frog statues. I understood immediately. These were unfortunate souls who had failed in their attempts to cultivate into Sunin and turn to stone. There was even a small waterfall nearby, but instead of water, it flowed with that greasy, yellowish frog oil. Shinsuke-senen gave me an introduction and even demonstrated the power of natural energy, which was indeed thrilling. Then he had me apply that frog oil to start feeling the natural energy. Looking at that stuff, I hesitated again. As a result, Shinzaku-senin couldn't stand it anymore and directly pushed me into it. As soon as the oil touched my hands, my mind buzzed, and a violent power surged through my body. Holy crap, I exclaimed. Shinzaku-senin, however, remained calm, holding a huge black stick at the side, ready to knock me out if I lost control. I was getting ready to muster my spirits for a protracted battle, only to find that the natural energy within me stirred for a bit and surprisingly fused perfectly with my chakra, like brothers, in perfect harmony. Is that it? I thought it would be much harder. I was a bit dazed. Moments later, a golden eyeshadow appeared over my eyes. The sage Fukazaku across from me dropped his black staff to the ground with a clang, completely petrified. After teaching the sage mode for over 100 years, he had never seen anyone like me. I had directly grasped the perfect sage mode on my first attempt. It's worth noting that Jiraiya took over 200 tries to learn it. The look in his eyes shifted from this kid has some potential to, is this kid cheating? I stood up and felt the explosive power within me. I walked over to the frog statue beside me, exerted my strength with both hands, and with a creaking sound, effortlessly lifted the two statues weighing several tons, one in each hand. Truly worthy of the immortal mode, impressive. I put down the statue and asked Master Shinzwa, Master, is the first stage considered complete? Shall we continue to the second stage? He finally came back to his senses, stammered and said, It's over. Then he looked at me with shining eyes, probably thinking to himself, this kid not only has exceptional talent, but is also so diligent. I love it. The second stage is to go to the edge of the cliff, without relying on toad oil, and directly comprehend the natural energy by myself. The difficulty increased tenfold, and it was also the most dangerous step. This time, Master Shinzwa switched to a bigger and thicker black stick, ready for action. I sat cross-legged and closed my eyes. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, the golden eyeshadow on my eyelids reappeared, and my face had several totem patterns. Then, there was no more after that. Immortal Nizaku rubbed his eyes, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and in the end, he could only come up with an excuse for himself. This kid. He must be the prophesied one. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. I opened my eyes and used my newly developed water escape mirror to take a look. As soon as I saw the patterns on my face, I wasn't pleased. No way, this looks too ugly and affects my looks. Senin Shinzen thought I had high standards for myself, and nodded appreciatively. Indeed, the child of prophecy is different. This diligence is commendable. Little did he know, I simply found it ugly. I'm all about elegance, you know? So, I practiced for another 3 days, and finally, before my food ran out, I managed to get rid of all those messy patterns on my face. The eyeshadow was gone too, leaving just a cool horizontal stripe in my pupils. I looked in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Now this matches my handsome face. As soon as my training ended, Senin Shinzen wanted to drag me into some kind of fusion with him, trying to get him and Senin Shima to rest on my shoulders. No way I would do that, even if it killed me. I casually made up an excuse about leaving the gas on at home and quickly canceled the summoning to escape. When I returned to Konoha, only 5 days had passed. As soon as I stepped through the door, I saw Yuhi Kurenai with Hinata, Hanabi, Ino, and a bunch of others all gathered in the kitchen, chatting and laughing while cooking. Yuhi Kurenai even raised an eyebrow at me, as if to say, look, I can handle it. I've got the harem well taken care of. I walked in with a smile. It's so nice to be home. It finally feels like home. A family should be together and complete. The next day, I stepped out feeling refreshed and unknowingly walked to my father-in-law's handmade noodle shop. Father-in-law, 1 bowl of noodles, please. I called out casually. He cheerfully went to prepare it. Just as the noodles were served, 2 people entered the shop, 1 tall and 1 short, wearing black robes with red clouds. Wow, it's members of the Akatsuki organization. One had a shark-like face, Kisame Hashigaki. The other had a poker face, Itachi Uchiha. I ignored the 2 of them and focused on eating my noodles. I could hear Kisame muttering, asking Itachi if he was there to see his brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke walked in as if he had timed it perfectly. What a coincidence in life. Without saying a word, Itachi shot him a glance. And Sasuke fell into a Jinjutsu. His expression twisted in a way that looked almost insane, and he eventually ran off like he had lost his mind. Kisame stood by, dumbfounded, probably thinking, the way you 2 brothers meet is really exciting. They quickly left as well. After finishing my noodles, I called out, Father-in-law, I'm leaving, and slipped away without even paying. We're all family here. Discussing money can hurt feelings. Just as I reached a secluded spot, those 2 figures appeared in front of me. Long time no see. QinYu. Itachi's voice was still as cold as ever. I greeted him with a smile. But the nearby Kisame was not pleased and came over to provoke. Are you QinYu? I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and continued talking to Itachi. Aren't you tired of hanging out with this salted fish? You, bastard. You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? Kisame immediately exploded, drawing the big sword Samahata from his back and pointing it at me. I dug in my ear. Although he was a burden, the knife in his hand was quite good, looking pretty impressive, so I wanted it. As soon as I said this, both Itachi and Kisame twitched their mouths. Kisame, furious, quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A gigantic water shark burst out from the nearby river, rushing towards me to bite. He disdainfully said to Itachi, "Is this it? Defeating Orochimaru? Ridiculous." I watched the flying water shark, completely unconcerned, and only slowly opened my mouth as it got closer. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball erupted from my mouth without even forming a hand sign. Kisame was still sneering. Water beats fire, such an obvious principle. And you still dare to act tough. The next second, there was a loud explosion. My great fireball collided with his water shark projectile. And it was nothing like he expected. His water shark projectile evaporated instantly, like an ice cube falling into magma. Even the residual force of my great fireball continued to fly towards him. What? Kisame and Itachi were both shocked. In a panic, Kisame used a shark skin to slice through the fireball, and the flames grazed past him on both sides, scorching him and making him grimace in pain. I grinned and said, "How's it going, salted fish? Did you get roasted just now? Attribute restraint? That's just for you mortals. For a genius like me, this theory has never worked." The ghost shark's face turned purple from holding back, wanting to retort, but the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't say a word. Of course, he didn't know that I had acquired a skill called attribute mutation from the system, which directly ignores attribute restraint. It's all about being unexpected and putting on this act. Although he lost the first confrontation, he still had a tough mouth. Arrogant little brat. The warm-up is over. Now I'm going to get serious. Although he said that, I could tell from his eyes that his disdain had completely turned into seriousness. Seriousness aside, the demeanor of a shadow-level powerhouse couldn't falter. The next second, he finally couldn't hold back anymore and swung his huge knife, as big as a door, straight at my face. I tell you, I didn't even raise my eyelids at that moment. I casually drew the Thor's hammer from the system with a flick of my hand, and with a clang, I effortlessly blocked him. Well, he got anxious. Seeing me so relaxed, he couldn't keep his composure anymore, and with his left hand gripping the hilt, he exerted all his strength to push down. What was the result? I didn't budge an inch, and I even felt like yawning. He was completely stunned, muttering, "Impossible. What's up with this little brat?" I directly mocked him. "Is this all the strength you have? How can you even dare to be out here?" Now it's completely ignited, and he started shouting "bastard," without trying to match my strength anymore. Instead, he began to show off his knife skills. The big blade was being wielded by him with great flair, looking quite impressive. But to be honest, in my eyes, it was all full of flaws. My swordsmanship was taught to me step by the system. It's truly specialized. In just a few exchanges, I started to exert my strength, pushing him back relentlessly, forcing him to defend passively. The guy next to us, who had been acting cool, Itachi, couldn't watch any longer and shook his head, wanting to help. But this shark-faced guy was quite stubborn, shouting at Itachi, "I can handle this myself." "I don't believe it." "Fine, I'll give you a chance." With a flick of my wrist, the sword of Thunder God changed to an extremely tricky angle, and with a slash, I opened a gash on him. He exclaimed in shock, and the whole person became alert, starting to defend with all his might. Let me tell you, he must be regretting his decision deeply right now, wondering why he chose to duel me in swordsmanship. It was just asking for trouble. He doesn't even have the chance to form seals for a jutsu, and his face is turning almost purple from frustration. I couldn't help but want to laugh at his frustrated expression. "What's wrong with you? Are you dying to unleash your skills? Are you feeling really annoyed?" He was so angry that he was about to grind his teeth to bits. I grinned slyly and said, "But just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't." As soon as I finished speaking, under their shocked gazes, I continued to press him down with my sword in my right hand while with my left hand, I said, "Family, who understands, right?" I directly formed a seal with one hand. With a crackle, blue lightning gathered in my palm, and the Chidori sharp spear was instantly formed. The ghost shark was so scared that his soul almost flew away, probably thinking in a frenzy, "Is this really a human? Fighting me with one hand while performing a big move? Come on, taste my treasure." I pointed at him with my left hand, and the Chidori sharp spear instantly extended out. He was so frightened that he rolled backward, retreating directly onto the surface of the lake. However, he was still a moment too late. With a splat, the Chidori sharp spear still hit him, and then with a boom, he turned into a puddle of water. A water clone? How boring. A few meters away, the ghost shark's true form appeared, panting and in a sorry state. He panicked and quickly formed seals with both hands, slapping the surface of the lake, water-style, 1,000-feeding shark. With a splash, the entire lake's surface bubbled like it was boiling, and countless chakra sharks surged up, overwhelming me as they came to bite. I laughed at that moment. I said, "Shark face, have you forgotten who I am?" He was taken aback. "I am Uchiha." I also began to hand seal, and when he saw my gesture, his pupils instantly shook. Water-style, 1,000-feeding shark. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. He summoned 1,000 sharks, and I summoned 10,000, and my sharks were bigger and fiercer than his. My shark swarm not only tore apart his sharks, but also turned around to chase him down and bite. Guo Jiao was completely stunned, watching as I used his signature technique, and it was many times stronger than his. His entire worldview collapsed, and he could only frantically flee across the lake's surface. The opportunity arose. I swung the sword of thunder at him. He instinctively tried to block it with his shark muscle. Just as the sword was deflected, I activated Flying Thunder God, and in an instant I appeared next to the sword, gripping the hilt, and delivered a fierce slash to his right arm holding the knife. With a whoosh, an arm along with the shark muscle knife flew into the sky. Guo Jiao let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, and his ugly face twisted even more grotesquely. But his eyes were still fixed on the shark muscle in the sky. That was his lifeline. Just then, Itachi suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking me. I looked at Itachi and smiled. "What's wrong? Want to try switching places? QinYu, you've gotten stronger." "Of course. Look at your partner. He's almost been sliced into fish fillets by me." As soon as I said this, Itachi's mouth twitched, and Hoshigaki Kisame behind him was so angry that he was trembling, but he didn't dare to move. As for me, I slowly bent down in front of the two of them, picked up the fallen Samahata, sealed it into a scroll, and then tucked it into my pocket. I tell you, the look in Kisame's eyes, TSK, you can't hide the intention to kill someone. But he doesn't dare. He knows that if he comes closer, he'll die. At this moment, Itachi, who had been silent, finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "QinYu, do you believe that I can eliminate you in an instant?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light gleamed in his eyes. I knew what he was going to do, so I directly met his gaze. "Come on, let's see how you deal with me." He was probably laughing at my lack of experience for daring to make eye contact with him. The next second, the Three-Tomoe in his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into a large triangular windmill. Tsukuyami. Good grief, a powerful mental force surged directly into my brain, and everything went black and red before I was pulled into his mental world. In this world, the sky was red, the moon was red, and Itachi appeared before me like a ruler, casually waving his hand, binding me to a wooden stake. He started to act like a master, saying that here, time, space, and everything are under my control, and he would stab me with a sword for 72 hours. I couldn't help but laugh. "Itachi, is that all you've got? You think a mere illusion can trap me? Open up for me." He was still shaking his head, saying something about not wasting effort. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, because he saw that the Sharingan in my eyes had also started to spin, directly transforming into a four-pointed pinwheel. What? He lost his composure. After all, this was Uchiha Itachi, and he had never been this shocked before. "Don't think you're the only one with a Mangeki. I have one too." I teased him. He still wouldn't admit defeat, stubbornly saying that even if I had a Mangeki, I couldn't break his Tsukuyami. "Is that so?" I smirked, and what about now? In the midst of his sheer terror, the four-pointed pinwheel in my eyes spun again, transforming into a brilliant six-pointed star. Eternal Mangeki. This time, Itachi truly couldn't hold it anymore and shouted it out loud. "Break it for me." With a low shout, the eternal kaleidoscope shone brightly. With a crack, the world of Tsukuyami, which he was so proud of, was shattered like a piece of glass by my force. "No." The air still lingered with his incredulous wail. "It's not over yet." Tsukuyami rebound. I opened my Sharingan, and just now, Itachi, who was staring in my eyes in shock, was caught off guard and fell victim to my technique. The scene instantly shifted, and the blood-red world reappeared. However, this time, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. The one tied to the wooden stake became him, Uchiha Itachi. Now he was finally panicking, desperately trying to unlock it with his Sharingan, but it was completely useless. I walked up to him and, imitating his tone from earlier, repeated his pretentious words back to him verbatim. He, being a tough guy, let out a bitter laugh. Looking fearless and ready to take it head on, I waved my hand, and the sword beside me started poking him all over. He was still tough. This kind of pain is useless to me. Is it? I smiled, controlling the sword, and turned it around, the tip slowly aiming at his, man's vital point. I tell you, Uchiha Itachi, right on the spot, broke down and let out a terrified scream. Watching his lifeline about to be cut, the mental shock was unimaginable. But he gritted his teeth and said, I can still hold on. Alas, how boring. I snapped my fingers and directly released Tsukuyumi. Back in the real world, Itachi was gasping for breath, pale as a ghost, unable to stand. Next to him, Kisame was stunned and hurriedly asked what was wrong. Having partnered with Itachi for so long, he had never seen him in such a state of exhaustion. Itachi retreated to Kisame's side, looking at me with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, we should retreat. Kisame was still unwilling, but my Samahata, the commotion just now must have alerted Konoha. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Itachi was still very rational. Kisame had no choice but to plead with Itachi. Itachi, could you activate the Mangeki Sharingan and help me retrieve Samahata? Itachi immediately gave him a roll of his eyes and weakly said, do you think I didn't activate it? I just used Tsukuyumi, and it got reflected back. What? Kisame was completely petrified. Only then did he understand why Itachi was acting so strangely earlier. Tsukuyumi, Itachi's ultimate move, was actually broken by a little brat in his teens, and then reflected back. This little brat is way too ridiculous. Damn it, let's go. Kisame finally resigned himself, and pulled Itachi to run. But then I appeared behind them with a whoosh, holding the sword of Raijin, sparks flashing on it. It's not good to meet an old friend and not give a gift before leaving, right? Kisame was so scared he was trembling, backing away step by step with Itachi. Itachi also looked helpless. Now, they couldn't run away, couldn't fight back. It was death either way. There was no way out. So Itachi told Kisame to prepare a big move while he held me off. Then Itachi charged at me with his blade, but of course, the result was him being suppressed and beaten. While we fought, I quietly chatted with him. Itachi, besides Tsukuyumi, do you have any other moves? For example, that step? As soon as I said that, it was like a bomb had exploded in Itachi's mind. That step? Susanoo? How did he know about it? I continued to whisper. Stop pretending. You've already opened the kaleidoscope. How could I not know about my eternal kaleidoscope? I'm intentionally keeping you occupied, giving your partner a chance to escape. I'm not a genius? Itachi's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. I continued to drop bombshells on him. I almost became the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage insisted on passing the title to me, but I refused. At this point, Itachi was completely bewildered. A member of the Uchiha clan almost became Hokage? What on earth is happening in this world? Just then, Kisame's big move was ready. Water release, giant shark bomb. A massive water shark came rushing towards us. Itachi, retreat. Kisame shouted, and he made his escape first. I also released some water, allowing Itachi to escape as well. I easily dodged that big shark bomb, which fell back into the water and caused a massive splash. Once the two of them ran away in embarrassment, the Konoha people arrived late, while I had already used the Flying Thunder God to return home, too lazy to waste time with them. The scene shifted to Shortbook Street, where Orochimaru was negotiating terms with Tsunade, accompanied by his little assistant, Kabuto. Orochimaru was grinning ominously when suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, sensing something bad. This feeling grew stronger, making him a bit anxious. At that moment, with a whoosh, I used the Flying Thunder God to directly drop down beside Tsunade and Shizen. Let me tell you, Orochimaru and Kabuto's reaction was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. They both screamed, what the hell, QinYu, and then whoosh. They darted more than 10 meters away in an instant. That speed was even faster than fleeing for their lives. Tsunade and Shizen were both dumbfounded, looking at each other in confusion. Who is this young man that can scare one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to this extent? I raised my eyebrows at the distant Orochimaru. Yo, Snake Uncle, we meet again. Orochimaru looked incredulous. You don't find it strange that you see me alive? I laughed. If you die so easily, I'd find it strange. You're the cockroach that can't be killed. In reality, I was internally complaining. Of course, I've read the script. Orochimaru looked at my calm demeanor, more surprised in his heart, thinking that this guy not only has incredible strength, but also such deep thoughts. The atmosphere became quite awkward, and Tsunade finally couldn't hold back, interrupting us. Wait, kid, who are you? Before I could answer, Orochimaru spoke in a sarcastic tone. Tsunade, it seems you've been away from the village for too long. You haven't even heard of Konoha's current hero, Uchiha QinYu. The third Hokage probably wants to pass the Hokage position to you. I chuckled and said, isn't that thanks to you? This instantly hit Orochimaru where it hurt, and his face darkened. But upon reflection, it was indeed true. If it weren't for his grand plan to bring down Konoha, I wouldn't have had the chance to build such a high reputation. The conversation between us left Tsunade in a daze. How old is this little brat? He's already going to be Hokage? Even more impressive than the fourth Hokage back in the day. And from what I'm hearing, Orochimaru has suffered a huge loss at his hands? Who exactly are you? Tsunade murmured. Me? I'm a hero of Konoha. I grinned. Tsunade's face darkened. Are the little brats in Konoha this arrogant now? I ignored her and directly turned to Orochimaru. Aren't you supposed to be hiding? You still dare to come out and act recklessly. You have quite the nerve. Orochimaru was furious. You only know how to take advantage of others with your words. He's so weak now. Isn't it all thanks to me? I don't want to waste words with him. So I turned around and looked at Tsunade with a serious expression. Lady Tsunade, as a ninja of Konoha, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the disciple of the third Hokage, are you sure you want to collude with this S-rank rogue ninja? I spoke particularly harshly, and Tsunade's face showed a bit of embarrassment, but her proud temper flared up, and she coldly said, does this old lady need your little brat's approval to do things? I'm just making a deal with him. Besides, he hasn't done anything to Konoha after defecting for so many years. I laughed out loud when I heard this, laughing so hard that I was doubled over. What? What did you just say? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Tsunade's expression darkened. What do you mean? I put away my smile and looked at her coldly. What do you mean you haven't done anything to Konoha? Do you know that just recently, the guy right in front of you started a war to destroy Konoha? If it weren't for my decent strength, Konoha would probably have lost half of its territory by now. As for your teacher, the third Hokage, he almost died at his hands. What? Tsunade's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She never expected that things were this serious. She thought the rumors she had heard before were just minor skirmishes. I looked at her shocked expression and felt it wasn't enough, so I decided to drop a few more bombshells. I directly told Tsunade, guess what that bastard Orochimaru used to mess things up? I said he's quite bold, directly using the forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, the Impure World Reincarnation. He dug up your grandfather, the first Hokage, and your great-grandfather, the second Hokage, and turned them into puppets to control. Wow, as soon as I said that, Tsunade's face turned green. The look in her eyes was as if she wanted to swallow Orochimaru alive. Just think about it. Who could stand their grandfather being so desecrated? Her fists were cracking, and I felt the killing intent even from far away. But Orochimaru, instead of being afraid, was quite pleased and said to Tsunade, so, do you believe in my strength now? I can help you revive the people you want to see. Just listen to what he said. Tsunade was just furious, but suddenly she hesitated, lowering her head and struggling with it. At that moment, I had only one thought. Girl, has your IQ gone up to your chest? No way. I had to get her out of this love-struck state. I cleared my throat, smirked, and boldly said, hey, it turns out it's just the Impure World Reincarnation. What's the big deal? You should have said it earlier. By the way, I happen to know this technique too. As soon as I threw that out, the whole place fell silent. Everyone stared at me as if they were frozen. Tsunade's gaze towards me instantly changed. It was fiery, and her breathing quickened. Of course, collaborating with someone like Orochimaru, who clearly isn't a good person, can't compare to working with me, a loyal leaf ninja. Orochimaru was the first to not believe it, jumping up and down. You're talking nonsense. You can use Impure World Reincarnation too. His expression was one of disbelief, outright refusing to listen. I chuckled and said, don't believe it? Then think for yourself. Wasn't my previous use of the Impure World Reincarnation just like child's play? Orochimaru was taken aback, and after thinking carefully, his face darkened. Indeed, at that time, I directly used space ninjutsu to seal those two Hokage, clean and neat, and he saw it clearly through the link of Impure World Reincarnation. Seeing his expression, which looked like he was constipated, Tsunade also reacted, probably believing it about 70 to 80% in her heart. I still felt it wasn't enough, and with both hands, I quickly formed several seals. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Those hand seals were indeed part of the Edo Tensei technique. Tsunade couldn't understand it, but seeing Orochimaru's ghostly expression, she understood everything. She was completely convinced this time. The way she looked at me was different, as if she was thinking, no wonder the old man passed the position to him. This talent is simply beyond human. In that case, Orochimaru, Tsunade coldly said, there really is no need for us to cooperate. Orochimaru's face darkened to the point where it seemed like ink could drip from it. and his eyes looked like they wanted to stab me 1,000 times. Seeing his frustrated expression made me want to laugh, so I deliberately added another jab. Hey, cooperation is still necessary. It's just that we need to change our way of cooperating. Tsunade looked at me with a face full of question marks. I smiled and looked at Orochimaru. Edo Tensei requires living people as sacrifices. Lady Tsunade, if you want to resurrect 2 people, then naturally, you need 2 sacrifices. As for these sacrifices, I haven't finished my sentence, but the meaning is already conveyed. Tsunade and Orochimaru both understood. Tsunade's expression instantly turned unfriendly, and both Orochimaru and Kabuto beside him turned pale. Who understand the family? One moment we were partners, and the next moment it became KPI. Tsunade couldn't hold back anymore, cracking her knuckles. Orochimaru, long time no see. Let me see how much you've improved. As soon as I saw a fight about to break out, I quickly drew my Thunder God sword. Orochimaru tensed up, ready to start the battle. But instead of charging at him, I took a step forward, raised my sword, and coolly blocked in front of Tsunade. Hiss! In the corner, Shizen gasped. Her expression was absolutely priceless. Let me tell you, I just wanted to show off a bit, but who knew the position would be so perfect that the blade just happened to press against her? Wow, the feeling was incredible. I could feel it even through the sword. I couldn't help it, and gently shook the sword a couple of times. Hey, you brat. Tsunade's voice squeezed out through her teeth. Do you want to die? It was an accident, purely an accident. I explained with a grin. What I meant was, in a small situation like this, you don't need to intervene. I can handle it myself. This bastard is still laughing. Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger, but then thought that I didn't want her to act, and felt a bit touched. She waved her hand dramatically. No need, I'll handle my own business. No, I was thinking about how to explain to her. Actually, what I meant was, can you get this damn sword away from my chest first? Tsunade said irritably. Oh, I forgot. I pouted and reluctantly pulled the sword away, then looked at her sincerely. Actually, what I mean is if you intervene, it might hold me back. In the back, Shizen gasped. Tsunade exploded. You think I would hold you back? Yes. I nodded, being very sincere. You. Tsunade was so angry that she almost punched me in the face, but in the end, she held back and turned to Orochimaru. You little brat. When I was fighting for Konoha, you were still playing in the mud. Today, let me show you what the Sannin are capable of. The two of them instantly started fighting, their immense strength creating huge craters and destroying the surrounding terrain. But Orochimaru, being a slippery character, didn't confront her head-on. He dodged while keeping an eye on me, afraid I would sneak attack. Seeing this, Tsunade's pride couldn't take it. You, Orochimaru, dare to fight me and still look at others? Who do you look down on? She got furious on the spot, and her attacks became even fiercer. A powerful kick came crashing down, and with a bang, the ground cracked. Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time and took a bit of damage. Orochimaru also got angry, opened his mouth, and spat out a snake that wrapped around Tsunade. But Tsunade's incredible strength exploded, directly breaking the snake. And she grabbed its head and swung it like a mace, smashing it down. However, Orochimaru had modified his body, tough and resilient. He shook his head and got back up. Just as Tsunade was about to charge again, Orochimaru suddenly smiled wickedly, pulled out a shuriken, not aimed at Tsunade, but at his own palm, and stabbed it in with a plop. Blood splattered. A few drops landed right on Tsunade's face. Damn, the classic revival has arrived. Sure enough, just a second ago, Tsunade was as fierce as a tiger, but the moment she saw the blood, she froze, her pupils dilated, her whole body trembled, and she collapsed to the ground, mumbling about blood. It's blood, like a frightened child. Hee hee. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Tsunade, after all these years, your hemophobia hasn't gotten any better. Since that's the case, then die. He raised his kunai and lunged forward. What a troublesome woman. I shook my head helplessly, and in the next second, my figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Just as the kunai was about to stab Tsunade, I suddenly appeared beside her, and with a clang, the Sword of Thunder God accurately blocked Orochimaru's attack. You and T listened to what I said and insisted on being strong, and now look what has happened. My extremely annoying voice rang in her ears. Orochimaru was shocked. He didn't expect my speed to be so fast. This space ninjutsu was simply impossible to guard against. I used my strength in my arm and directly sent his broken kunai flying. Orochimaru, I twirled my sword and looked at him with a cold smile. Next, it's my turn to play with you. I charged forward with my sword, launching a continuous series of deadly strikes. Orochimaru was so scared that he almost lost his mind, retreating and dodging in a panic. Of course, he could withstand a few punches from Tsunade, but my Raijin sword is a divine weapon. Just a graze would leave a wound. His only kunai was knocked away by me, and now he was left empty-handed, with his clothes becoming tattered from my attacks. At that moment, Shizen rushed over with her little pig, helping the still trembling Tsunade, and angrily shouted at me. How can you be like this? Tsunade-sama is in this condition, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. I roll my eyes. I'm just being pragmatic. Orochimaru fought while retreating, backing up to Kabuto's side, and quietly gave him instructions. Kabuto immediately took off. Then Orochimaru suddenly regained his confidence and shouted at me. QinYu, I want to leave. And you still can't stop me. I curled my lips. Are you really that confident? He acted tough on the outside, but inside he was panicking. Dozens of snakes burst out from his sleeves, lunging at me with bared fangs. Again with this old trick, how boring. I sighed, too lazy to even draw my sword. With a grip of my empty hand, without forming any seals, crackling lightning instantly enveloped my entire body, forming a suit of lightning armor. Orochimaru, prepare tutti. I charged directly into the swarm of snakes. As soon as those snakes touched my lightning armor, they were instantly turned to charcoal, filling the air with the aroma of grilled meat. Orochimaru's face turned green. He realized that my strength seemed to have increased again, while he was still stuck in place. This feeling made him, a scientific madman pursuing immortality and power, feel utterly miserable. He was completely out of options and could only flee in embarrassment, forming hand seals as he ran. He slammed his hands on the ground, summoning technique. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and a massive white serpent appeared on the scene, with Orochimaru standing on its head, as if he had regained some confidence. I looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Orochimaru, whether it's a small snake or a big snake, can't you have a little ambition? I slowly extended my right hand, and the chakra spun rapidly in my palm, instantly forming a blue orb. In the distance, Tsunade was astonished at the sight. This is the Sharingan, but in the next second, her eyes widened even more. The Sharingan in my hand, under her shocked gaze, rapidly expanded, eventually becoming as large as a small car, with a diameter of over 2 meters. What is this? Tsunade's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Orochimaru, I smiled slightly at him. Let us see my Technicumo Sharingan. I pushed the enormous Sharingan directly towards the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru, having sharp eyesight, immediately sensed that something was off and jumped down from the snake's head, retreating frantically without looking back. Poor 10,000 snakes, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the face by my big Sharingan. A howl of agony erupted as 10,000 snakes was battered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Its massive body swayed a couple of times, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. One hit, and it was done. Even Tsunade looked at me in awe. She probably never expected that I not only learned the 4th Hokage's Sharingan, but also upgraded it. Orochimaru, having just steadied himself, saw his summoning beast vanish like that, and his mindset completely broke. This guy is too monstrous. Using a big move is like child's play for him, not even out of breath. And now he's charging at me again. He couldn't fight back or escape, and he didn't dare show his back to me. So he could only retreat while throwing some small ninjutsu to distract me. But it was completely useless, seeing Yakushi Kabuto had already run far away. Orochimaru knew he couldn't escape either, so he simply stopped. QinYu, do you think you've got me cornered? He suddenly smiled wickedly, extending his long tongue to lick his own face. I was taken aback, feeling nauseous. This guy is truly the best at disgusting people in the ninja world. He formed a hand seal, opened his mouth, and in the next second, countless venomous snakes surged out, dense and overwhelming, instantly forming a sea of snakes. Kikik, QinYu, taste my true 10,000 snakes formation. In the distance, Shizen saw this scene and immediately leaned against a tree, vomiting. I looked at the sky full of snakes and smiled. Orochimaru, watch how I prepare a roasted snake feast for you. I crossed my hands to form a seal, and with 2 loud bangs behind me, 2 shadow clones appeared. In the next second, I had them open their eyes. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 2 shadow clones, without even forming hand signs, opened their mouths and unleashed 2 completely different ninjutsu. Good heavens, in the next moment, those 2 ninjutsu merged together like some kind of whirlwind fire wheel. Let me tell you, that scene was simply like a low-tier spell producing a nuclear bomb effect. The wind aided the fire's strength, and the fire borrowed the wind's might, spreading a sea of flames across the entire battlefield. Orochimaru's thousands of little poisonous snakes didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a field of grilled skewers, and the air instantly filled with The mouth-watering aroma of barbecued meat. The little sister next to me, Ino, almost dropped her jaw to the ground. And Tsunade had a face that said she had never seen anything so outrageous in her half a lifetime. Just think about it. 2 C-rank ninjutsu in QinYu's hand were played with like toys, directly showcasing the style of an S-rank forbidden technique. Who could handle that? Orochimaru himself ran away quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be his heart bleeding, but his life would have been at stake right there. Let me tell you, Orochimaru's face is as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he immediately broke down. Family, who understands? When he can't win, he starts to unleash his big moves. He brings his hands together, chanting something like a shaman, and chakra erupts from him like boiling water. A terrifying pressure instantly envelopes the entire area. Tsunade sees the situation and turns pale, quickly shouting to QinYu, "Kid, don't give him a chance. Take him down quickly." And guess what? Our male protagonist QinYu just stands there, squinting his eyes, looking like he's waiting for Orochimaru to transform, with an expression that says, "Hurry up." This mindset is all about companionship. Orochimaru doesn't wait, laughing sinisterly as he tilts his head back. Suddenly, he starts growing white scales, and his body inflates like a balloon. In just a few seconds, an enormous 8-headed white serpent appears before us. The Yamada no Orochi. At that moment, I thought, what kind of power would you need to stew this thing? As soon as the Yamada no Orochi appears, just one roar sends shockwaves that almost makes the silence dizzy. Tsunade is also stunned. Her incredible strength is powerful against people, but against a monster as big as a mountain, isn't that just like scratching an itch? The most outrageous part comes when the middle snake head opens its mouth, and the slimy Orochimaru crawls out, spreading his arms and saying ecstatically, "QinYu, can you feel this invincible power? I told you not to push me." QinYu just laughs and replies, "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" Almost made Orochimaru burst a blood vessel in anger. Let's talk. Let's see the real deal. With a command from Orochimaru, the Yamada no Orochi charges like an out-of-control giant truck, shaking the entire ground. QinYu isn't hesitant either, opening his mouth to unleash a great fire-extinguishing technique, flames covering the sky. But this time it doesn't work. All 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi breathe fire simultaneously, forcing QinYu's flames back, resulting in a stalemate. Orochimaru swells with pride, feeling capable, shouting, "QinYu, if you have any tricks, use them quickly, or you won't have a chance." QinYu looks at him and shakes his head, then begins to rub his hands together. "A Sharingan?" Orochimaru laughs, thinking you can't possibly think that will work on me. How naive. Tsunade and Shizune are sweating for QinYu. QinYu just smiles slightly. The big Sharingan won't work, how about this? As soon as he finishes speaking, the 2 orbs his hands start to change shape. Let me tell you, that scene was simply miraculous. The Sharingan spins rapidly, growing edges, and finally transforms into 2 gigantic, glimmering chakra shurikens. Sharingan shurikens. Orochimaru and Tsunade were dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Achieving both the transformation of chakra form and nature to the extreme, is this even human? What is more outrageous is that QinYu, with 1 in each hand, is multitasking. Orochimaru, try this. QinYu shouts, swinging his arms, and the 2 shurikens fly out with a whoosh. Tsunade's eyes nearly pop out. Can this thing be thrown? With the size of the Yamada no Orochi, there's no way to dodge. It's a living target. The 2 shurikens slice through the air, cutting off 2 snake heads with a couple of splats. Snake blood sprays out like a waterfall. But it's not over. After decapitating the heads, the shurikens explode on the serpent's body. Boom! 2 loud explosions. And as the light dissipates, the once imposing Yamada no Orochi is now drenched in blood. With 6 heads left, looking miserable, Orochimaru, shaken inside the snake's mouth, feels his newly built confidence collapse instantly. But he doesn't give up. The 6 heads roar angrily. And then, an even more outrageous scene occurs. Those 2 decapitated heads actually grow back at a visible speed. The wounds on its body also heal rapidly. Did you see that? QinYu. Orochimaru starts laughing maniacally. This is the true essence of the Yamada no Jutsu. I am immortal. Tsunade sees the situation as dire and instantly appears beside QinYu, ready to fight side by side. But QinYu waves his hand. "Lady Tsunade, you rest. Don't drag me down again." One sentence almost makes Tsunade explode with anger, gritting her teeth. "You can't handle it alone. If you want to die, go ahead." Orochimaru, watching their internal conflict, laughs even harder. The Yamada no Orochi, fully recovered, opens its 8 massive mouths and lunges forward. Just when it seems hopeless, QinYu finally puts away his nonchalant demeanor, bringing his hands together to form a seal. Everyone watch closely. The chakra around him suddenly erupts like a tailed beast going berserk, so violently that Tsunade can't even stand. Her pupils shake as she senses an incredibly familiar and comforting power. This is Great-Grandpa S. Would release, would dragon technique. With a loud roar from QinYu, the ground cracks open, and a gigantic, lifelike wood dragon roars forth, its might resembling a true dragon descending. Orochimaru's smile freezes instantly, turning into pure terror. Damn it. No matter how much I guard, I didn't anticipate he would use wood release. The wood dragon rises from the ground, and with a mighty tail swipe, it binds the Yamada no Orochi tightly. No matter how it struggles, it cannot move. Even more astonishing, the wood dragon emits a brilliant light, rapidly absorbing the Yamada no Orochi's chakra. QinYu is also clever, directly revealing Orochimaru's background in front of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, your teammate has indeed studied the first Hokage's cells quite a bit. That old man Danzo's would release is also his doing. Orochimaru's face turns green, and Tsunade trembles with rage. Orochimaru, you bastard. And that old man Danzo, I want to let him off. Don't worry, QinYu says cheerfully. Danzo has already been cut down. He is half dead now. Orochimaru and Tsunade are both shocked. Just as they are speaking, the Yamada no Orochi is about to break free from the wood dragon's grip. Orochimaru immediately taunts. QinYu, it seems your would release isn't mastered yet. QinYu sneers, suddenly throwing the Thunder God sword at Orochimaru. Orochimaru thinks he is panicking and even opens his arms, ready to catch it. But he forgot that QinYu can use Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! QinYu's figure disappears instantly, and the next second, he appears above the Thunder God sword, using it to propel himself into the air, perfectly positioned in the center of the Yamada no Orochi's attack range. Seeing their enemy delivered to them, the 8 snakeheads immediately change direction, opening their massive mouths to bite down. A mere reptile dares to be arrogant. In midair, QinYu extends his left hand in a claw-like shape, revealing a mysterious character in his palm. QNRT-NHU-SHU. Give me suppression. With a loud roar, an invisible force descends instantly, and the previously rampaging Yamada no Orochi freezes, all 8 heads becoming stiff and their expressions dull, as if they have lost power. The wood dragon seizes the opportunity to bind it tightly once more, frantically absorbing its chakra. Orochimaru is completely dumbfounded, desperately forming seals with no reaction. He looks at QinYu with a face full of horror. Oof. QinYu sneers, extending his right hand. Crackle. With a thunderous sound, my buddy QinYu directly forms a silver lightning spear in his palm. Not even looking, and with a whoosh, he sends it flying towards Orochimaru. Let me tell you about that speed. It was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru was pierced right through, leaving a big hole in his chest, all tattered. But good heavens, Orochimaru activated that 8-headed serpent technique, and his body seemed to be on cheat mode. The wound just healed up in an instant. Not even a scar left. He was laughing maniacally at that moment. So arrogant. QinYu, did you see that? This is the power of the 8-headed serpent technique. How can you fight me? Once my 8-headed serpent catches its breath, you both will die. My buddy laughed at that moment, his eyes looking at me like I was a fool dreaming. He shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to this madman, and with a Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished in an instant, appearing right next to Tsunade the next second. Tsunade looked troubled, watching the Orochi still tied up by the wooden dragon. Her face filled with worry as she asked QinYu what to do. Just as she finished speaking, that long worm actually began to recover, letting out a huge roar towards the sky and starting to struggle wildly, the wooden dragon creaking under strain. QinYu sneered, it's just a crawling insect. Can it really turn the world upside down? Saying this, he clasped his hands together again. Let me tell you, the chakra fluctuations this time were even more terrifying than when he summoned the wooden dragon earlier. Tsunade was dumbfounded, her fists clenched tightly, both anxious and expectant. Orochimaru's face turned green. He knew QinYu was definitely about to unleash an even bigger move. Would release all bag technique. Boom! This time the ground shook even more violently, not in front of QinYu, but directly around the circle of the Orochi. The ground cracked open, and then dozens of giant wooden hands popped up from the earth like whack-a-mole, smashing down on the several heads of the Orochi. They were precise and ruthless. The Orochi was already tied up, and now it had nowhere to run, with most of its heads pressed firmly to the ground by the wooden hands, unable to move. Only one main head, the one where Orochimaru was hiding, managed to dodge, relying on its stronger power and faster reflexes. Orochimaru's face looked terrible, like he had swallowed something foul. He couldn't understand it. Even at this point, how did QinYu still have trump cards? What kind of chakra amount did it take to pull this off? What kind of monster was this kid? QinYu didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, shouting lowly as his chakra surged again. 3 even larger wooden hands broke through the ground, completely sealing off all escape routes for the main head. Boom, boom, boom. A triple strike. Like slapping, it mercilessly smashed the last snake head down to the ground. Now, the entire Orochi, along with Orochimaru inside, was suppressed like a large action figure. But it wasn't over yet. QinYu changed his hand signs, and the released wooden dragon began to exert all its power, crazily extracting the Orochi's chakra. The speed was at least 3 times faster than before. Orochimaru could feel his power rapidly draining, but he could do nothing, just watching helplessly as he turned into a snake husk. Tsunade and Shizen beside him were dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, mutterings. S-Class 1. They could hardly believe their eyes. Ah, damn it. Orochimaru roared madly from inside the snake head, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He desperately managed to stretch out one arm from under the wooden suppression, but then he couldn't move anymore. Despair filled him. He was utterly hopeless. He could feel that it wouldn't be long before he was drain dried by QinYu. This kid, so young, was ruthless and would definitely not let him go. Thinking this, a look of madness and ferocity appeared on Orochimaru's face. QinYu, you forced me into this. If you want me dead, then let us die together. QinYu just chuckled, thinking, you're already in my grasp. What else can you pull? But Tsunade didn't think so. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly reminded him. QinYu, be careful. Orochimaru is a madman. I'm afraid he has some kind of self-destruct move. Just as her words fell, boom! The chakra within the suppressed Orochi suddenly became incredibly violent, its entire body swelling up like a balloon, accelerating rapidly. Not good. Tsunade's face changed drastically. He was going to trigger the Orochi's self-destruction. My buddy twitched his mouth, thinking, isn't this obvious? No need for you to say it. Orochimaru's maniacal laughter echoed. QinYu, I know you can use space-time ninjutsu, but this is short book street. With such a massive explosion, someone will surely accompany me to the afterlife. Ha ha. The next moment, a world-shaking explosion occurred. The energy wave distorted even space itself. An entire town would likely be flattened in an instant. In was so scared that her face turned pale, unable to speak. Tsunade gritted her teeth. She knew that under an explosion of this scale, let alone the Baiken no Jutsu, even cells could evaporate in an instant, leaving no chance for regeneration. In despair, she instinctively looked towards QinYu, only to find that my buddy had a somewhat strange expression, just as Tsunade thought he was also at a loss. QinYu moved. He stepped forward, shielding Tsunade and In behind him, his expression unusually serious. He held the Thunder God's sword in his left hand, muttering incantations, and the chakra within him surged wildly. Tsunade was stunned, completely unaware of what he was about to do. Buzz! A mysterious power emanated from QinYu, and he suddenly pointed the Thunder God's sword at the center of the explosion, the sword's blade glowing with the mark of the sword of shinobi love. Immediately after, a gigantic, intricately rune-etched formation appeared in the void before him. At the center of the formation was an unfathomable black hole, exuding a terrifying, devouring power. Those who understand, that world-destroying explosion was gradually sucked into that black hole, and in the end, completely disappeared. Tsunade and Yin's eyes nearly popped out, their faces filled with disbelief. Such an outrageous large-scale space-time ninjutsu, he actually succeeded? Before they could react, QinYu turned the Thunder God's sword towards a distant forest. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosion energy that had just been absorbed was transferred intact to that forest. The ground shook violently, and the destructive power was even more terrifying than several-tailed beast bombs exploding at once. After the explosion subsided, that forest had completely vanished, leaving behind a giant pit nearly 100 meters in diameter. In, having survived, felt her legs go weak and murmured this. Was really just transferred? Tsunade squinted her eyes, knowing that this was definitely space-time ninjutsu, and it was at a level far beyond that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At this moment, she suddenly remembered and asked, by the way, that guy named Kabuto took the opportunity to escape. QinYu shrugged, looking indifferent. What a joke. That guy is an important piece for the future. It would be pointless to crush him now. Tsunade was furious at his nonchalance, but said nothing more. She suddenly remembered something important. By the way, QinYu, when are you going to help me with the impure world reincarnation? QinYu shook his head. The offerings are gone. This matter is a bit troublesome. But even if there were offerings, I wouldn't recommend you do it. Why? Tsunade frowned, thinking he was going back on his word. Big sister, that's called impure world reincarnation. Summoning the souls of the deceased from the pure land back to this filthy world. Do you think that's a good thing? QinYu said leisurely. I have seen your grandfather and your second grandfather summoned by this technique, and their souls were in great pain. Tsunade's expression darkened, and after a long silence, she said somewhat dejectedly, let's talk about this later. No problem. QinYu saw that the matter was settled and immediately wanted to leave, saying, well, I'll be going now. Wait. Tsunade pulled him back. You haven't said how you suddenly came here? QinYu scratched his head, his eyes twinkling with a plan. He feigned mystery and said, actually, I came specifically to find you, Lady Tsunade, to ask a few questions. What questions? Tsunade asked curiously. QinYu looked around and beckoned her closer. Tsunade didn't think much of it and leaned in, her hand naturally resting on QinYu's shoulder. I actually just wanted to ask you. QinYu deliberately lowered his voice, his breath brushing against Tsunade's earlobe. What do you want to ask? This. Is it true? Huh? What? Tsunade looked confused. This thing. As soon as he finished speaking, QinYu swiftly reached out and grabbed in front of him. Yin's mouth instantly formed an O shape, as if time had frozen at that moment. Oh my god, what did I just see? How dare this guy? As for Tsunade, she froze entirely. At her age, she had never been treated so boldly, let alone dared to even think about it. By the time she snapped out of her daze, her pretty face flushed bright red down to her neck. Immediately after, a sense of danger erupted. You brat! Tsunade screamed. Her right hand clenched into a fist, and with a whoosh, she swung it towards QinYu's head, thinking, you dare to take advantage of me? You must want to die. However, facing this deadly punch, QinYu merely raised an eyebrow, quickly forming hand seals, leaving behind a single sentence before disappearing. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, I now know it's true. Bang! Tsunade's furious punch missed, creating a massive pit in the ground. She stomped her feet in anger, muttering, little brat, you wait for me. Incautiously approached. Lady Tsunade, what now? Now, Tsunade waved her hand, back to Konoha. She decided she must go back and learn more about this brat QinYu. Meanwhile, my buddy QinYu, after carefully checking the authenticity of the ball, executed a long-distance flying thunder god technique and returned home to Konoha. Yukaheim was in the kitchen cooking when she suddenly felt herself enveloped in a warm, strong embrace. Recognizing this familiar scent, her cheeks flushed, surprised and delighted. Why are you back so suddenly? QinYu held her tightly, grinning as he asked, is it bad that I came back suddenly? Saying this, he picked Yukaheim up in a princess carry. Ah, what are you doing? I'm still cooking. You can cook anytime. QinYu cheerfully carried her towards the room, marking the beginning of an intense and thrilling game of flying chess. The next morning, Yukaheim felt it was hard to even stand up. She hit QinYu, who was still sleeping soundly. It's all your fault. QinYu woke up, looking at Yukaheim, who had gained even more charm, and couldn't help but want to start the morning workout. Let me go. Yukaheim quickly begged, I still have a mission to do. QinYu's eyes twinkled, and with a wave of his right hand, a shadow clone appeared with a bang, instantly transforming into Yukaheim's form. What are you trying to do? Yukaheim was shocked. Exactly what you're thinking. QinYu said confidently, don't worry, that old man won't notice. So, the tool Yukaheim, filled with resentment, arrived at the Hokage building. Let me tell you, today's Yukaheim was different. Gone was her usual cool demeanor. She walked with an air of arrogance, exuding a wild and unrestrained aura, embodying a high-class sister vibe, as if saying, you don't deserve me. She pushed open the door to the Hokage office. With a third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked up and saw her, his expression complex. The daughter-in-law, he thought, was a sure thing had been intercepted by QinYu, and he could only blame his useless son. He shook his head, deciding not to bother with the young people's affairs anymore. He directly assigned an S-rank mission to Sunset Red, and told her to quickly take the team and get lost. Let me tell you, this old man really doesn't know. The Sunset Red he sent away is actually just a shadow clone. It's a pure tool. As for the main body, it's already in my house. And we are busy researching the latest tactics for multiplayer Ludo. Goodness, it was intense. As a result, this tool clone was also provoked by the main body. Feeling terribly frustrated. Family, who understands? The main body is having fun over there while I'm struggling here. Who wouldn't go crazy in this situation? She directly vented all her anger on the enemy ninja. And the few Nin who went on the mission with her watched her defeat the opponents so badly that they were all too scared to even breathe. Just when we were having a blast with Ludo at my place, something big happened in the village. That second pillar of the Uchiha family, Sasuke, defected overnight. And the barrier in Konoha was completely fine, indicating that someone was assisting him in escaping. When this news reached the Hokage's office, the third Hokage exploded on the spot, flipping the table in anger. He quickly realized that this had to be related to that old snake, Orochimaru, thinking about how he promised Itachi to take good care of his only brother, and now that brother has directly gone to the enemy, the old man's guilt was overwhelming, making his hand holding the pipe tremble. No, he had to get him back. But who should he send? After the last incident, the village was severely lacking in high-level combat power. He thought of me, but I hadn't shown my face recently, going completely missing. After deliberating, he had no choice but to call in Shikamaru. The old man seriously told Shikamaru, there's no one left in the village. Not a single Nin or above. You can take as many Jonin as you want. Just bring Sasuke back, even if you take them all. Shikamaru was immediately overwhelmed, muttering, but Lord Hokage, isn't it a matter of minutes to find QinYu for this kind of thing? He alone is enough. The third Hokage was furious inside. Do you think I don't wanna? That brat isn't even in the village. All he could say was, we can't rely on him anymore. Don't waste time going to his house. He is not in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru couldn't help but curse on the spot, thinking, great, now I have to bear this blame. The old man waved his hand. We leave in an hour. Watching Shikamaru's dejected figure, the old man felt both that he was a good kid and cursed me 800 times in his heart. I have to tell you, I have completely messed up this plot. I have disrupted Orochimaru's plans several times, forcing him to deceive Sasuke in advance. And this time it's not just the Sound 5, but the elite of the entire Sound Village has been mobilized. But on the Konoha side, because of my presence, the 12 young ninjas are under immense pressure, training much harder than in the original story. Shikamaru directly gathered the remaining 10 people, and they set off in a grand procession. Just when Shikamaru and the others were exhausted playing a cat-and-mouse game with the Sound Ninjas, dragging along Sakura, the ultimate burden, and were on the verge of being wiped out several times, 4 heavyweight figures arrived at the village entrance. Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya, and Naruto. Goodness, Jiraiya took Naruto out to train. And on the way back to the village, they happened to run into Tsunade and Shizen. What a coincidence. When Jiraiya asked, he learned that I had already been to the short book street and had settled the matter of reviving Orochimaru, which left him stunned. As soon as the 4 of them arrived at the village entrance, the third Hokage personally came out to greet them, and the scene was tearful. After a few exchanges, they headed straight to the Hokage's office. Naruto, being the simpleton he is, sneaked in as well, and shortly after, his loud voice echoed in the office. Grandpa Third, what did you say? Sasuke defected. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked open the door and dashed off to chase after Sasuke. Jiraiya, however, remained calm. It's fine. He learned the Rasengan, consider it training. The third Hokage thought the same. It just happened to add some combat power for Shikamaru and the others. As for sending Tsunade and Jiraiya to chase, forget it. In their eyes, chasing a Chunin is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Once they left, only 3 big shots remained in the office. Tsunade began to recount her experiences over the years, and when she mentioned me, I swear, the third Hokage's ears perked up instantly. This brat, leaving the village without a word, was actually looking for Tsunade. The old man was pondering, and suddenly realized, wait, where's QinYu? Why didn't he come back with you? Tsunade was taken aback by the question and then got angry. He clearly returned to Konoha a few days ago using the Flying Thunder God technique. Just mentioning me made her furious. She almost spilled the beans. Luckily, she managed to stop herself in time, thinking, humph, I sold you out. But you get into some trouble. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage snorted coldly and took out his ancestral treasure. The crystal ball formed hand seals and began a live broadcast to locate me. Guess what happened? The image in the crystal ball was so blurry, it looked like it had been pixelated. You could only see the surrounding environment, but not the main figure. Jiraiya foolishly asked, what is going on? The third Hokage angrily scolded, you pig brain. Isn't it obvious that's being blocked by a barrier? This old man is like the living map of Konoha. After staring at the blurry background for 2 seconds, he instantly recognized it as my home. Goodness. This brat had long returned and was hiding at home behind a barrier like a turtle. The third Hokage was so furious he was almost gasping for breath, wishing he could go over immediately. Just then, the most dramatic scene unfolded. Hinata's shadow clone happened to return to report her mission. As soon as she entered and saw Tsunade, her mouth twitched. Knowing her good days were over, she wanted to hurry up and report her task and slip away. But the third Hokage is not an ordinary person. Seeing Tsunade's expression and Hinata's guilty look as she tried to escape, he instantly understood that they were playing electronic substitutes with him. He stared fixedly at Hinata, and that gaze made her shadow clone feel anxious. Lord Third, the mission is complete. I'll take my leave now. The clone said that and turned to run. You brat. The third Hokage slammed the table and shouted. Stop right there. Guess what? The clone didn't T-stop at all, but instead ran even faster. You brat. The third Hokage was so angry his beard almost curled up. You two, stop her. Tsunade and Jiraiya had been ready for a long time and directly blocked the path of Hinata's clone. Seeing there was no way to escape, the clone still tried to act. Lord Hokage, esteemed adults, what is going on? Still acting? The third Hokage was almost about to have a stroke. Tsunade was even more direct, clenching her fist, ready to physically awaken my memories. As soon as I saw the situation, I shouted through my clone, the wind is tight. Pull the call. With a bang, the tool user, Hinata, instantly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Good heavens, right in front of the third Hokage, Tsunade. And Jiraiya, he just ran away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, directly shouting at the Umbu on the roof. Come here. Immediately go to QinYu's house. Tell that bastard to come see me right now. Otherwise, I will directly announce that he will inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. Hiss. Jiraiya gasped in shock. Who understands this? Family. Threatening someone with the Hokage position. This incredible wealth, others can't even ask for it, but for me, it's like a tightening spell. This is simply the latest boss-style punishment of 2025. The Umbu lady called Yuzuki Yuin almost stumbled and fell when she heard this, completely stunned. Stammering, Hokage-sama, should we reconsider this wording? Reconsider my ass. The third Hokage is angry. Not a word can be changed. Bring my original words. The Umbu lady took her orders and arrived at my doorstep in a few minutes. Just as she was about to knock, she heard indescribable sounds of Ludo coming from inside. Her hand froze in midair, her mouth twitching madly, and she was completely disheveled. No. During the day. Can't we do something proper? And why is it Ludo again? The last time she came to deliver a message, I was playing chess, and this time, I'm still playing chess. She thought about it and felt it was unethical to disturb someone playing chess. And since I have a bad temper, she decided to wait. As a result, she waited, and good heavens, 15 minutes passed, and the noise inside got louder and louder. Her legs were numb from standing. She was mentally complaining. Is this a person or a cow? Can Ludo be played for this long? After finally waiting for the noise inside to finish, she quickly went up to knock on the door, but after knocking for a long time, there was no response. The lady was furious and shouted, QinYu-sama, the third Hokage knows your home, and he wants you to go to the Hokage's office immediately. Still, there was silence inside. Yuzuki Yuin completely exploded and shouted with all her might. QinYu-sama, the Hokage commands you to hurry over and find him immediately. Otherwise, he will directly announce you as the new 5th Hokage. As soon as she finished speaking, I let out a cry from inside. Damn, is this old man toxic? Followed by a flurry of chaos inside. In a moment, I opened the door, followed by Hinata, Shine Himari, and Hinata Hanabi. Yuzuki Yuin looked at the 5 people who suddenly appeared and was completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, this is a Ludo mobilization. And among them was her classmate Hinata, seeing Hinata's mature and charming appearance, and then looking at the other girls exuding the aura of mature women. She was completely confused. I saw her when I went out, and she greeted me with a smile. Oh, it's you? We met last time. The setting sun also greeted me. It's Yuyuki. Yuyuki felt awkward and coughed repeatedly. She didn't dare to say anything and urged me, saying, let's go, let's go. The 3 generations of adults are waiting anxiously. I squinted my eyes and asked her with a mischievous smile, did you just hear something? No, I didn't hear anything. I just arrived. She hurriedly denied it, but who couldn't tell from her flustered tone? Sunset Red's face instantly turned bright red, and she shot me a glare filled with resentment. I walked towards the Hokage office with Yuzuki Yuyuki, teasing her all the way. Yuki, don't be so shy. Come over to play chess sometime. I'm really good at it. As soon as I said that, the air seemed to freeze. Yuki stared at me with her mouth agape, looking at me in disbelief. Stammering, I don't know how to play chess. I smirked, don't worry, I can teach you how to do it. The young lady's face turned red all the way to her neck, making her so angry that she couldn't speak. Before long, we arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had already grown impatient. Upon seeing me enter, he slammed the table and exclaimed, "What did I tell you? I told you to rush over here immediately. And look at you, you've wasted 2 hours." I pouted, looking indifferent. "Don't be so angry. I was just busy with something important in life." "Umph, you little brat. What important thing could you possibly have?" The old man looked skeptical. I directly nodded towards Yuzuki-Yuen beside me and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask her. She can testify for me." Yuzuki-Yuen's mouth twitched instantly, and she looked stunned, having never seen someone so shameless. Can something like Ludo really have an outsider as a witness? All she could do was blush and vaguely testify for me, just now we were dealing with some important matters. The third-generation elder waved his hand helplessly, signaling her to leave. Yuzuki-Yuen ran away faster than anyone else, as if granted amnesty. As soon as she left, Tsunade's resentment erupted, glaring at me coldly. "Oh, Honorable Fifth Hokage-sama, it seems we meet again." She emphasized the words Fifth Hokage-sama heavily. I shrugged and said arrogantly, "I didn't say anything wrong. It's just that the old man stubbornly wanted me to take the position, and I refused." After saying that, I raised my eyebrows at her, implying that I wasn't going to do it, and that it was her turn for the position. You bastard," Tsunade said, her chest rising and falling with anger, gritting her teeth. "All right, let's put that aside for now. Don't we still have a score to settle between us?" Clearly, she was referring to the last incident with the ball. Could I admit to that? I feigned confusion and said, "Huh? What score? I don't understand." Tsunade clenched her fist and was ready to strike. "You're still pretending with me." I hurriedly waved my hand and said, Stop. Calm down. Lady Tsunade, you are one of the legendary Sannin. You should be reasonable. Where exactly did I offend you? You can say it in front of everyone and let them judge for you. Otherwise, I can't take the blame for this." I pretended to be pitiful and even winked at her mischievously. Jiraiya, that silly guy, was stoking the fire beside me. "Come on, Tsunade. You should tell us how he offended you." Tsunade's face turned green with anger. How could she possibly say that in public? She could only glare at me with resentment. "You little brat, just wait. This isn't over." Seeing her so frustrated but unable to vent, Jiraiya leaned over and whispered to me, "Nice job, kid. You really have guts." The third Hokage, noticing that I had stirred up enough trouble, quickly cleared his throat to steer the topic back, pointing at me and scolding. "You reckless brat, running out without a word and then coming back to deliberately hide things. This won't be so easily forgotten." I muttered softly, "The Flying Thunder God technique is too fast. This is my fault." Everyone present was stunned. Is this even human language? "Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you right now." Sarutobi Hiruzen directly ended the topic, turning to Tsunade with a gaze that was intense. Tsunade felt uneasy under his stare. "Old man, just say what you want to say. Don't look at me like that. It's scary." "Tsunade, I really am tired." The third Hokage shook his empty sleeves and began to play the victim. "From this moment on, you are the fifth Hokage of Konoha." "No, Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the old man. "Just focus on being Hokage. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will inform the daimyo and arrange your succession ceremony as soon as possible. As for QinYu and Jiraiya, you two brats are not allowed to leave Konoha during this time. Stay put in the village." I have to say, this old man is too talented to not be a director. His combination of moves flows seamlessly, and no one can escape. Just now, he had the third-generation old man pinned down, and the newly appointed Tsunade immediately took the challenge. I tell you, she was a bit confused at first. Probably didn't expect the Hokage hat to be placed on her head like that. But the next second, wow, her face instantly changed. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were fixed on me. My heart skipped a beat, and I knew this girl was up to something. What's wrong? Never seen someone as handsome as me? I rolled my eyes and took the initiative. Sure enough, she put her hands on her hips, looking like a teapot, and yelled at me. "How dare you? You little brat. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a fifth Hokage now." I dug my ear and calmly replied with 2 words. "Oh, and then? Bring it on. What's wrong with the Hokage? Can it scare me? Well, have I ever backed down from a fight?" Tsunade saw that she couldn't intimidate me, cleared her throat. and pretended to be all serious as she started listing my charges. Konoha's Jin and QinYu, leaving the village without permission, concealing information, disrespecting the Hokage. A heinous crime, she declared. In the name of the 5th Hokage, I announce the permanent revocation of your promotion opportunities. After she finished, she was so pleased with herself that her chin was almost pointing to the sky, waiting to see me cry for help. Jiraiya beside us gasped, probably thinking that this woman is really someone to be reckoned with. The 3rd Hokage also twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling that things were about to take a strange turn. After I listened, my expression suddenly turned serious, and I asked her sternly, "Are you sure?" "Of course," Tsunade replied decisively. "Now you know what happens when you mess with me." Before she could finish, my expression did a complete 180, going from serious to ecstatic. I grabbed her hand, as excited as if I had won the lottery. It's settled then. No turning back. Whoever changes their mind is a little dog. Tsunade. Jiraiya. 3rd Hokage. The whole place was dumbfounded. Does anyone understand this? The scene was incredible. Tsunade, caught by my hand, was so stunned that she forgot to pull it back and stammered, "You. Are you sick? Why are you so happy about being a Jonin for life? Being a Jonin is great. I love being a Jonin." My expression was exaggerated. "Leaders, don't you understand? Jonin can only take C-rank missions, right? We can't handle dangerous tasks. I'm just a weak, helpless, and pitiful Jonin." The 3rd Hokage sighed deeply, his expression seemingly saying, "I knew it. I still have something to say. You natives don't understand anything. The elite ninjas are all cannon fodder, and the shadow-level ninjas are everywhere. Only we, the lower ninjas of Konoha, are the ceiling of strength in the ninja world." Tsunade still doesn't understand, but if you don't take on high-level missions, where will the money come from? You have so many girlfriends outside. How will you support them? I slapped my thigh and pretended to suddenly realize, that's right, Lord 5 Dynasties is right. But in the next second, I burst out laughing. With so many girlfriends, why would I worry about not having anyone to support me? The main thing is companionship. Isn't it better to enjoy the good life? As soon as I said this, the entire office fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with longing for the new world. Tsunade was so angry that her face turned green. I bet 1,000 grass-mud horses were trampling through Konoha in her mind. As soon as I saw the timing was right, I turned around and slipped away. "All right, that's it, everyone. See you later. I'm going home to live off my family's fortune." "Stop. That old fox from the 3rd generation won't let me get away so easily. There's a mission. Go assist Shikamaru and his team." I quit right on the spot. Hey, old man, you're not following the rules of martial arts. You've already abdicated." "Yes, I have abdicated." The old man nodded and then shot a glance at Tsunade. Tsunade understood immediately and stood tall. "That's right. I'm the Hokage now. I command you to go. Right now. Immediately." Damn, this master and apprentice are just playing a duet. I quickly put on a mask of pain. No way. I'm just a weak Jonin. Isn't this dangerous mission just sending me to my death? Tsunade's forehead vein popped. "Stop talking nonsense. In Shikamaru's team, besides him, the rest are all Jonin. Besides, aren't your 2 little girlfriends in the team too?" Damn. As soon as I heard this, I rolled my eyes and turned to leave without saying a word. This was really well handled. Watching my departing figure, Tsunade smiled and said, "Teacher, did you see that? Talking about women with this kid is more effective than anything else." I left the office, but I wasn't worried at all. When I arrived at the village entrance, I happened to run into Ino and Hinata helping Tintin and Sakura back. After asking, I found out that Orochimaru, that sneaky guy, actually sent over more than 30 sound ninjas this time, which is much more cautious than in the original story. Ino looked puzzled and said to me, "It seems the enemy received orders to go all out against everyone, but when they see me and Hinata, they act like they've seen a ghost and run away from us." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it. Orochimaru has been traumatized by me, knowing what the consequences are for touching my woman. I was feeling completely drained, and since nothing major was happening, I casually asked, "Where's Sakura?" Hinata quietly said she wasn't injured. She was knocked out by a chop from Captain Shikamaru. Huh. I was stunned at that moment. Did Shikamaru miss? No, that's not it. Hinata shook her head. He just wanted to knock Sakura out. In the meantime, Ino couldn't take it anymore and jumped in to explain. It's just that Sakura was too worried about Sasuke. She didn't listen to orders and charged in recklessly several times. Several times, she almost led us to total annihilation. Oh my, I knew this woman was a trap, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. She's truly a master of extinction. Ino and Hinata saw me coming and quickly asked for my help, saying Niji and the others were badly injured. All right, I'll help out for your sake." I waved my hand, and before leaving, I couldn't resist giving Ino and Hinata a kiss on the cheek. I also gave a quick peck on the stunned Tenten's face, leaving a remark that I know you're too shy to say it, but I understand. Then, I left amidst their confused expressions. Once out of the village, I activated my sensing ability and followed the chakra trail. These little fighters really held their ground. They managed to take down the Sound Ninja 5 before I even arrived with Gaara and the others. I used Flying Thunder God to quickly send the severely injured Choji back to the Hokage's office. Then I zipped back to send Niji, and then again to package up Kiba, Shikamo, Lee, and Shino and send them back. The whole process was smooth, like delivering packages. After handing them all over to Tsunade for treatment, I finally arrived at the Valley of the End. Great, now it's just those two fools left. When I arrived, I just caught the final scene. Naruto and Sasuke, one using Rasengan and the other Chidori, collided passionately in the air, shouting each other's names. It was just so intense. In the end, just like before, Naruto held back and hit Sasuke's forehead protector, while Sasuke stabbed his Chidori into Naruto's stomach. Sasuke stood there, watching Naruto fall, his hair almost being pulled out from the inner conflict. To kill or not to kill, that was the question. The two little figures in his mind were probably sparking fire. In the end, this Chinibu boy had a moment of conscience, dropped the forehead protector, and turned to leave. Just then, I slowly walked out from the woods. Kid, you just gonna walk away like that? My voice wasn't loud, but Sasuke heard it. He shuddered as if struck by lightning and turned around in terror. Uchiha, QinYu. The look in his eyes was filled with fear and despair. He must be cursing inside, wondering why this harbinger of doom had to show up. He would dare to confront any other Jonin, but in front of me, he didn't even have the courage to raise his weapon. Are you here to take me back? His voice was trembling. I shook my head. Is that here to kill me? His pupils dilated sharply. I laughed. If you really kill Naruto just now, you would be a dead man by now. Just with those words. Sasuke was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he asked, so what do you want to do? I gave you a chance. I pointed in the direction of Konoha and said, kneel down over there and apologize to your injured companions. What? Sasuke's face turned a deep shade of purple. You want me to kneel? To him, this was more insulting than killing him. He immediately imagined a dramatic scene and shouted angrily. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why bother with such excuses? I looked at him, my eyes filled with pity, just like looking at a fool. You really put on a show. Does stepping on an ant require a reason? Sasuke was completely broken. His noble Uchiha pride was crushed to pieces by me. Let me tell you, the current me is not something you can easily handle. This kid, the curse seal, gave him a mysterious confidence. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a cold glance, I said, either kneel or die. There's no third option. I won't kneel unless I'm dead. Sasuke let out a furious roar, and the curse mark instantly spread all over his body, directly triggering his second stage mode. Two wings sprouted from his back, his skin turned gray, and he looked incredibly evil. His power surged significantly, breaking through the threshold of a Jonin. As for me, I just quietly watched him transform, completely unmoved, with a hint of a cold smile at the corner of my mouth, as if I were watching a monkey show. And this monkey really got into it, howling at me, saying to look at his current power and asking what I could do about it. Wow, is he really starting to show off? Let me tell you, I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Orochimaru was like a toy in my hands, and he dared to jump around in front of me with a second-hand version of Orochimaru that he had eliminated. Where did this confidence come from? I almost felt sorry for him. I shrugged at that moment and sincerely told him, buddy, if you think this is your trump card, then I can only say you're a bit delusional. You're being too arrogant. Hey, he got angry. With a flick of his hand, in a flash, he conjured a lightning spear and lunged at me. What was this move called again? Oh right, the Thousand-Bird Sharp Spear. The power of it was indeed much stronger than before. This cursed seal thing was like a steroid. Its effects were remarkable. So guess what happened? As he lunged with the spear, he suddenly shot up into the air and turned to run. I was stunned for a moment. Who understands family? Pulling off such a big show, transforming and making threats, only to faint and buy himself some time to escape? Although it was a bit cowardly, it was definitely the best decision he made today. If he really dared to confront me head-on, in less than 2 moves, I could guarantee I'd turn him into ashes. That raging lightning spear came at me in an instant, heading straight for my handsome face. But did I panic? Not all. I didn't even bother to move. With a crackle, a layer of dazzling lightning armor covered my entire body. This move is called Thunder Wave, and now when I use it, its power is no longer at the same level as back then. That little electric stick of Sasuke's, when it hit my lightning armor, let me tell you, not even a spark flew, It was directly absorbed by my armor and turned into my energy. What? Sasuke, running for his life in midair, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. He probably thought this move could at least fluster me a bit to buy him some time. What happened? I didn't even form a seal, nor did I move my feet, and I broke through it. He then realized that the gap between us could no longer be bridged by effort. It was an insurmountable chasm. This kid trembled in fear, flapping his wings faster, like a headless fly. Can I let him run away? Just kidding. Whoosh. In a flash, my Thunder God sword was already one step ahead of me, teleporting directly in front of him, the tip of the sword just 0.01 centimeters from his forehead. Then, I appeared in front of him as well, my hand gripping the hilt of the sword. He was so scared that he was dumbfounded, and in a panic, he threw a punch at my chest. I sneered, dodged to the side, and then with my left hand and a fist, I delivered a solid uppercut to his stomach. With a poof, this guy was hit hard, turning into a boiled shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Following the momentum, I delivered a whip kick, sending him crashing down like a broken sack from midair. Cough, cough. He rolled on the ground several times before struggling to stand up. I floated in the air, looking down at him mockingly. TSK, is this the power you take pride in? It's still so weak. You. Sasuke's face turned the color of pig liver, and his rationality instantly vanished. With a swish of his hand, he unleashed Chidori again, but this time it was black, an enhanced version of the cursed mark. He howled like a madman, flapping those mismatched wings and charging at me. Die. Is that it? I sneered, my hands also gathering a brilliant blue Chidori. He was still in midair, and I used the same technique as him, daring to mock me. You fool. You think you can match me after stealing my technique? Wake up, you don't deserve it. In the next moment, two violent bolts of lightning, one black and one blue, collided with a bang. As soon as they made contact, his black Chidori was indeed fierce, momentarily suppressing my blue Chidori. In that instant, a sickly joy appeared on Sasuke's face, as if he could already see me turn to charcoal. However, he was too premature in his joy. I directly increased the power, and with a hum, the Chidori in my hand shone brightly, as if I had taken a 10-in-1 elixir, instantly devouring all of his dark electric light. How is this possible? The expression on Sasuke's face went from ecstatic to shocked to completely broken. It was quite a spectacle. He couldn't understand it. Clearly, he was more skilled. Clearly, he had the curse mark boost, and clearly he had a running start. So why did he lose? Why? Just because you're weak, buddy. When it comes to understanding lightning release, in terms of the quality and quantity of chakra, how can you compare to me? The thousand bird in my hand crushed his black thousand bird, and its residual power remained strong. I tilted my wrist to avoid his vital points and stabbed towards the fleshly wing behind him. A scream echoed, one that was truly heart-wrenching. I was also confused at the time. I thought this wing was just a chakra effect like a skin, but to my surprise, it was actually flesh. Does anyone understand? Orochimaru's aesthetic seems to be stuck in 2015. It's so abstract. Looking at him with a huge hole poked in one wing, blood flowing endlessly, my OCD kicked in. It was so asymmetrical, ugly. I shook my head in disgust, raised my sword, and with a swift motion, I cut off the other fully intact wing from the root. Now it was symmetrical, much more comfortable. Sasuke was howling in pain, and finally realized the reality that he was just in front of me, desperate to survive. He even tried to fly away by flapping the remaining half of his wing. I looked at his comical expression and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Still trying to run? I slowly formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed my jutsu. Would release. Great forest hand. Stay down. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open. An enormous wooden hand shot up from the earth, instantly rising into the air, hovering above Sasuke like a giant fly swatter. The palm had a large character for seat engraved on it, shining with golden light, exuding an aura of prestige. Sasuke was so shocked that he wet himself. He had never seen anything like this. The giant hand suddenly pressed down, an invisible force shaking his spirit and instantly forcing him out of his cursed seal state. Without his wings, he plummeted to the ground. The wooden hand didn't crush him, but hovered over him, its palm radiating power that pressed down on him like a mountain. Oh! Sasuke's face turned red, veins bulging, desperately holding on and refusing to kneel. I looked at him coldly. You think you're something just because you got a broken curse seal from Orochimaru after I've beaten him to the brink of death? Kneel down like a good boy. As soon as I finished speaking, I waved my hand lightly, and the pressure increased once again. Bang! Sasuke could no longer hold on. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. He was kneeling in the direction of Konoha. The humiliation and unwillingness made his eyes redden and his lips bleed from biting them. I watched him with great interest and shrugged. You see, if you had just listened earlier, it would have been done. Why go through the process, really? Puffed. Sasuke was so furious at my words that he immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. And guess what? Under extreme stimulation, the double Tomoe in his eyes spun wildly and directly evolved into the 3-Tomoe Sharingan. He laughed maniacally, looking up at the sky. QinYu, did you see that? I, Uchiha Sasuke, am a genius. You'd better kill me today, or I will definitely kill you in the future. I rolled my eyes and thought, comparing you to your brother, you still have a long way to go. When Itachi was mentioned, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I used would release, and with a swift motion, I slapped him away, sending him crashing into a large rock. The guy struggled to get up and looked at me from a distance, his eyes filled with a mix of hatred, pain, and fear. Without daring to say another word, he scrambled away, moving as fast as he could, as if afraid I might change my mind. After dealing with Sasuke, I picked up the unconscious Naruto and used Flying Thunder God to return directly to the Hokage office. The third Hokage sighed when he saw me return alone and asked why I hadn't brought Sasuke back. Without blinking, I started to make up a story. Hey, don't mention it. By the time I got there, they had already finished fighting. Sasuke was probably taken away by Orochimaru's main forces. The signs of the scene were obvious. Since Naruto was unconscious, Sasuke wouldn't dare to disclose this embarrassing incident, so I just made up whatever I wanted. The third Hokage believed me, and Tsunade chimed in to support my story, so this matter was settled. The old man announced that the ceremony for Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage would be held in 3 days, and then he left with a sense of melancholy. Jiraiya, that old pervert, had already slipped away, leaving just me and Tsunade in the office. Just as I was about to sneak away, Tsunade stopped me with a cold smirk and said, "You little brat, don't you think we still have an account to settle between us?" I pretended to be clueless on the spot. Really? I don't remember that. Do you need me to help you recall? She clenched her fist, and the joints cracked. I immediately said seriously, "Oh, it's indeed necessary to recall, but you don't need to help. I can do it myself." Before I finished speaking, I moved like lightning and grabbed her directly. The whole place fell silent. After Tsunade reacted, her face turned green with anger. "Bastard. Go die." With a powerful punch, she smashed down. I had already used Flying Thunder God to escape, leaving behind a sentence echoing in the office. Anyway, I have to settle the scores sooner or later, so I'll add some interest first. With a loud bang, her punch created a big hole in the Hokage office floor. 3 days later, at Tsunade's inauguration ceremony. Wow, what a scene it was with drums and cheers and a sea of people. I stood on the rooftop, side by side with the third Hokage, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others, becoming one of the focal points of the event. Jiraiya teasingly asked me why I was there, and I retorted, "Do you think I wanted to come? Isn't it nice to play chess at home?" Under everyone's gaze, Tsunade received the Hokage hat. But the surprise was yet to come. She suddenly had someone bring out a specially made black ceremonial robe, with a circle of flame patterns embroidered on the left sleeve, looking very cool. In front of everyone's bewildered eyes, she personally draped the robe over me and whispered in my ear, "Stinky brat, this is the honor you deserve. What can I do?" Of course, I dramatically tossed my robe and announced loudly to the entire village, "As long as I, QinYu, am here, Konoha will endure forever." With a loud bang, the crowd erupted. The shouts of QinYu, "Konoha will endure," were deafening. This half-sleeve of Hokage's glory firmly pinned me to Konoha's record of achievements. Below, Kakashi-sensei probably turned pale while Guy was adding fuel to the fire, asking if he should address me as Lord QinYu from now on. In the crowd, Hyuga Hisashi, our future father-in-law, who had been happily smiling a second ago, suddenly started feeling anxious, immediately urging for marriage and dragging Hinata and Hanabi along. Wanted to send him to my house by tomorrow. Goodness, Niji beside him probably couldn't take it anymore and made a sarcastic remark. And guess what? Our father-in-law lost his temper right then and there, yelling at Niji, who shrank his neck in fear and didn't dare to make sound. I tell you, at that moment, it wasn't just the Hinata family. Everyone, including Yamashiro Kaichi and the uncle from Ichiraka Ramen, was having an emergency meeting about their own daughters. And the core idea was the same. Hurry up and take down QinYu. Originally, it was supposed to be Tsunade's succession ceremony, but I ended up stealing the spotlight. It was incredible. However, the effect was really good. The entire Konoha seemed to be on a high, except for that old guy hiding in the sewers, left with just an arm and a leg. That old fool Danzo, watching Tsunade take her position while I became the people's favorite, must have been furious enough to explode. He could only seethe with rage in that broken base of his, plotting for a lifetime, only to end up defeated by me. Serves him right. After that incident, Konoha officially entered the Tsunade era. Jiraiya, that old pervert, also took Naruto out to level up, and the other little ninjas were all busy with their own missions, making the whole village flourish. If I had to say who was the happiest in all of Konoha, it must be me, who understands the joy of being a forever low-ranking ninja. Every day, aside from playing intense games of Ludo with a few little wives, I had nothing else to do. When I got really bored, I would just stroll around the streets, seeing if I could pick up another girl. Life was simply comfortable. Time flew by, and 3 years passed just like that. One day, I was pondering what to have for dinner when Tsunade suddenly sent Ayam to catch me. As soon as I entered the Hokage's office, I immediately switched to low-ranking ninja mode, sprawled out, and said, "Tsunade Baba, just to clarify, I'm a humble low-ranking ninja, so don't assign me any high-difficulty tasks." Tsunade's forehead was twitching with veins, and she scolded me angrily. "You little brat. All you know how to do is slack off. I didn't call you here to give you a task. It's because your 2 old friends have returned." "Old friends?" I was taken aback and quickly realized, "Oh, you mean those 2 silly ones, one big and one small." Tsunade rolled her eyes at me, but then she couldn't help but laugh. "Your description is quite vivid." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud voice came from outside. "Baka, I just got back and heard you bastard, talking bad about me and Tsunade Baba." The door was slammed open, and 2 figures entered. Naruto, that kid, had grown a bit taller in 3 years, but his silly demeanor hadn't changed at all. Beside him was a girl with pink hair, whom I completely ignored. "Oh, it really is you guys." I greeted them with a smile, only to earn 2 big eye rolls. After a brief chat, Kakashi strolled in as well. Tsunade waved her hand and directly ordered, "All right, just you 2, go test their training results." Naruto and Sakura were both stunned. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and he quickly protested, "No way. Let this kid do the testing. The result will just be no progress, right? That's not fair. Let Kakashi." "Hey, perverted sage, what do you mean by that?" Naruto, the big fool, immediately protested, puffing out his chest and shouting, "You underestimate me. These 3 years haven't been wasted." Jiraiya had a look of I can't bear to watch, covering his forehead. He knew exactly what level his own disciple was at, right? This mysterious confidence was unbelievable. "All right, it's settled." Tsunade hammered the final decision. However, before leaving, she added some difficulty for me. "Hey kid, for the sake of fairness, no Sharingan, no would release, and no flying thunder god." Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Good idea. I support it." I was completely confused at that moment. "Big sister, you call this fair? Why don't you just let me stand still and let them beat me up?" Tsunade looked at me sideways, using provocation. "What's the matter, are you scared? People outside are saying that you, QinYu, only made a name for yourself by relying on these bloodline limits and secret techniques. And it seems it's true." "Huh?" I rolled my eyes and said, "Lord 5th Hokage, your provocation technique is really terrible. Who would say such silly things? So what's the deal? Are you in or not?" Fine, if you don't want it, you don't have to." "Do I really need those tricks to deal with these 2 little brats?" I smirked and agreed directly. Well, now Naruto and Sakura were full of fighting spirit. Our group marched grandly to the 3rd training ground, the same place where the Chunin exams were held back in the day. I stood next to Naruto and Sakura and yawned. "If you're ready, let's get this over with so I can go home and catch up on some sleep." "Humph, you're still as arrogant as before," Naruto shouted in dissatisfaction. Sakura was beside him, secretly clenching her fists, probably feeling that my few moves had restricted her. Kakashi jumped back and announced, "The rules are the same as before. Whoever grabs the bell from QinYu wins. Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them charged at me from either side. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly easy. Bang! In a single clash, they were already at a disadvantage. Their attacks, I either casually deflected or easily dodged, but just one of my moves was enough to leave them flustered. Kakashi watched from the side, probably thinking to himself, "Picking a fight with this guy in taijutsu? Isn't that looking for death? He's probably even tougher than Guy now." I was handling it easily while joking cheerfully, saying, "If you guys don't come with the determination to kill me, you won't be able to grab this bell." Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth and directly unleashed his ultimate move, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Narutos rushed forward. Unfortunately, it was useless. I took down each of his shadow clones with a punch, like playing whack-a-mole, and in the blink of an eye, I had cleared most of them. Oof. Who says only Naruto has tricks up his sleeve? Sakura seized an opening, using a few shadow clones as cover, jumped into the air, and punched down, shouting, "Die!" With a loud bang, her incredible strength created a huge crater in the ground. The remaining shadow clones of Naruto were instantly scattered, and even the real body almost fell flat on its face. S-class. Naruto was stunned. As for me, I was long gone. By the time they reacted, I was already standing on a tree, clapping for them. Oh wow, you really are killing your teammate well. This operation truly left me speechless. Sakura's face turned red, and she threw another punch at the tree I was standing on. I performed a backflip gracefully to land, but she relentlessly charged at me, delivering a powerful chakra-infused punch straight at my handsome face. Didn't Tsunade teach you not to hit faces? I rolled my eyes, clenched my left fist, and charged right back. Sakura's mouth curled up in a smile, surely thinking to herself, "Dare to punch me? You must be asking for it." She must have already imagined my arm getting broken. Bang! The two fists collided. The next second, the cold smile on Sakura's face froze, filled with the word impossible. From my fist, she felt a power even more terrifying than her own. This incredible strength? You could do it too. Oh! With a scream, Sakura was sent flying. Meanwhile, I stood in place, not even moving my feet. Just then, I heard a buzzing sound from the other side. I turned around and saw Naruto working with one of his shadow clones to form an enormous blue sphere. QinYu, try my new ultimate move, Super Sharingan. Naruto pushed the sphere and charged towards me. I helplessly shook my head and smirked. Little brother, what you're playing with is just what I've left over. After saying that, I casually stretched out a hand, and with a twist of chakra in my palm, a sphere even bigger than his instantly took shape, moving at an absurd speed. Boom! The two large spheres collided, and Naruto couldn't handle it at that moment. He desperately poured out chakra, but it was useless in less than 2 seconds. He was sent flying by his own Sharingan, crashing through several large trees. When the two of them got up, covered in dirt, they were both in shock. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, was also stunned, probably lamenting that although these two had made great progress, they still looked like babies in front of me. Just then, Tsunade and Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Hey, don't slack off, come on. Kakashi was startled, shaking his head like a rattle. No way, no way. Fight him? I still want some dignity as a teacher. Going up there would just be looking for punishment. Tsunade was about to scold him for being useless when that old guy Jiraiya chuckled and pulled out a green comic book from his pocket. Well, if you don't go, this unreleased third volume of Intimate Paradise will have nothing to do with you. I tell you, Kakashi's dead fish eyes suddenly lit up. His breathing became hurried. Jiraiya continued to up the ante. As long as you go and fight, regardless of win or lose, this will be yours. If you guys can win, you'll get to see every installment first. Goodness, who can resist that? Jiraiya is putting on a Ninja World version of an electronic striptease. But the bait is a little yellow book. Every installment? Kakashi swallowed hard. I was speechless. I was about to say something when Kakashi shouted, "I'm coming," and charged at me with a blinding bolt of lightning. With a crackle, I wasn't worried at all facing his Raikiri. I casually formed a few hand seals, and a stronger lightning burst forth from my body. Lightning release. Lightning movement wave. It directly blocked his Raikiri. Kakashi was dumbfounded at that moment, probably thinking, isn't this my dad's move? How can he use it so powerfully? His Sharingan was spinning rapidly, trying to copy the technique. I let out a light grunt, and the range of lightning around me instantly expanded, forcing him back. He retreated to Naruto and Sakura's side, and the three of them regrouped. Kakashi-sensei, you're in too. Naruto was still making a fuss. Kakashi looked helpless. There's nothing I can do. The temptation is too great. This fool still looked confused, and Kakashi, too lazy to explain, said with a serious expression, "Don't be careless. This guy is tough to deal with. One mistake, and we could be wiped out." But Naruto, not believing in any danger, shouted and charged forward again. Kakashi had no choice but to join Sakura and attack, and the three of them surrounded me from 3 directions. I have to tell you, this coordination is full of flaws. Sakura seized an opportunity and tried to sneak attack me from a blind spot, throwing a punch at me. I ducked down easily and avoided it. What happened next? Her punch, packed with immense strength, missed me and landed squarely on Naruto's stomach. Poor Naruto, his eyes bulged out, and he was hit so hard he turned into a shrimp and flew out. The 9 tails inside him must have been stunned by that punch. Sakura was also taken aback, and I took the chance to kick her, sending her flying right onto the just-recovered Naruto. Good grief, the 3-on-1 situation instantly turned into a 1-on-1. Kakashi, under great pressure, drew his short knife from his back and started fighting me. Clang, 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 and after just a few exchanges, I knocked the knife out of his hand. Looks like taijutsu won't work, time for ninjutsu. Kakashi created some distance and quickly formed hand seals, sending a fireball my way. I smiled faintly and took a deep breath. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A gust of wind blew his fireball right back. Kakashi was taken aback and quickly created a water barrier to block it. Not bad. I chuckled. Now let me show you a move. I began to form hand seals with both hands, and Kakashi Sharingan was powered up to the maximum. In an instant, he judged that I was about to unleash a super fire jutsu that he absolutely couldn't block. He panicked and shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, use wind release." Naruto formed a Rasengan, and Kakashi also used water release, breaking torrent, and the two of them managed to create a combination jutsu, combined ninjutsu, hurricane water vortex technique. A huge water vortex appeared in front of them. At that moment, a communication hawk from Sunagakure flew into Konoha. However, no one paid attention to that at the time. On my side, the Great Fire Annihilation had already been unleashed, crashing into their water vortex. With a loud boom, the sky was filled with water vapor, and ultimately, the two jutsu canceled each other out. I told you, after the ninjutsu dissipated, I still looked calm and collected, but Kakashi was already panting heavily. In fact, I only used about 20 of my strength for that fire release. Great fireball technique. It wasn't water I released, it was the sea. Naruto was still dissatisfied. We only tied? Kakashi shot him an eye roll. Tying is already impressive. If it weren't for my foresight, we would have been skewers by now. I shrugged and laughed at Kakashi. Your Sharingan is really quite annoying. He seemed quite pleased. Hey, it's just because you can't use it right now. Is that so? I smiled mysteriously, extending a finger at him. If I can't use it, then you shouldn't be able to either. Dark technique. Instantly, everything went black for Kakashi, and he couldn't see anything. This technique was specially developed by the second Hokage to counter the Sharingan, specifically designed to deal with all sorts of flashy tricks. He thinks he can break free with his 3-Tomoe? Dream on. When Naruto saw Kakashi struggling in the dark, he quickly rushed over to pour in chakra to help him break free, but it was of no use at all. Sakura also came over to try, but she failed as well. I let out a cold laugh and casually dispelled his illusion. Kakashi, who was once again bathed in light, sighed deeply. All right. I admit defeat. Your illusion techniques are so powerful that I, as your teacher, am completely convinced. He looked utterly heartbroken. What about my beloved Paradise sequel? I once thought I could go 50-50 with anyone, but with you I really can't. Just then, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked out. Jiraiya patted Kakashi on the shoulder. All right, the books you wanted are definitely yours. Kakashi immediately came back to life. Tsunade cleared her throat and announced loudly. All right, since you all lost from today onward, the command of this team will belong to QinYu. We were all confused. What the heck? What team? Starting today, the four of you will form a new team and begin executing missions. You lost, so command authority goes to him. Tsunade explained. Naruto immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What the hell? How does winning or losing have anything to do with me? I patted him on the shoulder in the past and said, Genius, have a bit of self-awareness. You give the orders, and we'll probably be wiped out on the first day. I'm also starting to shift the blame. I'm just a humble subordinate. How can I be the commander? Then I'll do it. Kakashi was about to refuse, but thinking about the chance to be lazy, he swallowed his words. Damn it. Naruto saw that both of us were pushing it off and got really angry, saying, if none of you are going to do it, I will. I exchanged a glance with Kakashi and said in unison, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? As we spoke, we really got into position to play. All right. Tsunade's forehead twitched again. Stop messing around. The captain is decided to be QinYu. Your current task is, before she could finish her sentence, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared beside her and handed her an urgent secret letter. Tsunade took it, glanced at it, and her expression instantly changed. Nanny? How could this be? I tell you, just because Tsunade's next sentence made all of us fall silent. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, saying that Sunagakure sent an urgent SOS. Gaara, yes, that kid with dark circles under his eyes, was kidnapped by an organization called Akatsuki. Naruto exploded on the spot, yelling out to ask what was going on. I thought to myself, what else is there to ask? You both are Jinchuriki. If they don't capture you, who else will they capture? It was only a matter of time. Tsunade was also decisive. She exchanged glances with Jiraiya and said, all right, a new mission has come. With a wave of her hand, she shouted at us. QinYu team, respond. Depart immediately. Urgent support to Sunagakure. I immediately refused, leaning back with a tactical move, and said, Sister, are you seriously asking a humble lower ninja like me to confront the Akatsuki head-on? Their opponents are an S rank, rogue, ninja group. I'm still just a kid. I'm so scared my legs are shaking. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone present, including Jiraiya, gave me a big eye roll. Tsunade didn't even bother to respond. Her expression seemed to say, "Are you still pretending?" Then Kakashi, that sly old man, casually chimed in while holding the paradise of affection he just got from Jiraiya. "I think one QinYu is enough." Tsunade immediately got angry, pointed at his nose, and yelled, "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll burn all your collectible editions?" Kakashi instantly shivered in fear, quickly tucked his precious book away, and dared not say another word. Naruto, the iron-headed fool, also started complaining, saying he hadn't even entered his house yet after coming back. But before he could finish, his expression turned serious as he said, "Saving Gaara is more important. As for Sakura, her opinion didn't matter at all. I was bringing her purely because of my unfortunate little uncle, Kankuro, who by now should have been taken down by Sasuke's poison. Among the entire Konoha, Sakura was the only medical ninja who could save him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her, the team destroyer." Seeing that we finally stopped chatting, Tsunade directly ordered, "Hurry up and set off. Temari just left not long ago. You can still catch up?" I was completely stunned. What the hell? When did she leave? Why didn't she say a word to me? Tsunade scoffed, her gaze, TSK. "You brat, you're always throwing parties at home, with people coming and going all the time. It's a wonder you even noticed." Before she left, she specifically reminded me, "You little brat, you must pull yourself together this time. No slacking off. You have to bring back the wind shadow in one piece." I impatiently waved my hand and said, I know. Stop being so verbose. That's my brother-in-law. How can I not save him?" Tsunade was taken aback, as if she also found this reasoning valid. "Let me tell you, our team set off, and Tsunade and Jiraiya weren't worried at all. Why? Because I was there. Subconsciously, they felt that with me around, nothing was a big deal. But as soon as we arrived at the village entrance, an awkward situation unfolded. I confidently asked, 'Brothers, which way to Sunagakure?' The entire place fell into dead silence. Naruto, that clueless guy, Sunagakure is right over there." After a long pause, he couldn't utter a single word. Relying on him for directions is like expecting a pig to climb a tree. Sakura also looked completely lost. Kakashi? He had already drifted off into the world of paradise and didn't hear a thing. I helplessly pouted. I really didn't expect to encounter such a century-old problem right after leaving the village. Then I suddenly had an idea. Let's toss a shoe. Whichever direction the toe points, that's where we go. Sakura was dumbfounded. Huh? There's such a method? Naruto initially frowned, thinking it was unreliable, but the next second, his eyes lit up. Wow, this method sounds really reliable. Saying that, he really started to take off his shoes. Damn, Kakashi finally couldn't take it anymore, lifted his head from the book, and with a look of disdain, pointed in a direction. "Over there. What are you guys doing?" I shot her a glare and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" After that, I turned and walked away. Naruto and Sakura chimed in unison. "Kakashi-sensei, you're getting lazier by the day. This team is full of physical monsters. They run incredibly fast." In no time, we spotted a figure ahead. Let me tell you, Temari was really angry. She was eating her way down the path, turning her anger into appetite, which meant she hadn't walked far at all. When she heard some noise behind her, she didn't even turn around and just swung her big fan. But what happened? Her hand was empty. Temari was stunned. Ever since I'd snatched her fan a few years ago, she had been especially careful. How did she fall for it again today, just when she was feeling anxious? She looked up and saw me grinning at her while holding her fan. QinYu. Her eyes widened. The next second, I twirled the fan in the air and gave her a slap on the backside with a loud smack. The sound was crisp and clear. The air instantly froze. The expressions on Kakashi and the others also froze. Temari took several seconds to react. When she saw it was me, her eyes turned red. That jerk. Doing this at home was one thing, but in public too. Plus, she had run off in anger, and now I was chasing after her. Women get angry like this. They're actually dying to be chased, but one T let you off the hook with their words. She looked at me coldly and said, "What do you want? Why not just be happy at home? What can I do? I'm a master at picking up girls." I directly sidestepped and, in front of everyone, wrapped my arms around her waist and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Her face instantly turned red, and after struggling a bit, she forgot all her previous unhappiness. The three single guys next to us looked like they were about to be drowned in dog food. After Shoju calmed down, she also started to worry about Gaara. We comforted her while hurrying on our way. Soon we reached the border of the Land of Fire. From here, I occasionally stopped to sense the ground with my hand. In the original story, Kakashi and the others first ran to Sunagakure, found no one there, then backtracked, only to see Gar's corpse in the end. Am I going to let them take that pointless detour? No way. I know that Deidara and the others are up to something in the land of rivers, specifically extracting tailed beasts. Sure enough, it wasn't long before I sensed Gar's chakra, along with several massive chakra signatures nearby, which must be the Akatsuki members using their shadow clones. As soon as I stopped, Shoji was so excited that she wanted to rush over. But I pulled her back into my arms and said, "Calm down, everything is under control." She immediately behaved, blushing and lowering her head. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He pretended not to see and complimented, as expected of you, QinYu. It turns out you've been sensing Gar's location all along. Naruto also got excited. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and save him. Sakura started to sing a different tune again, but Tsunade-sama's order was for us to go to Sunagakure. I let out a cold laugh. Orders are dead, but people are alive. By the time we run to Sunagakure and back, how tall will Gar's grave grass be? Besides, when did I ever get dispatched by Sunagakure? Sakura was left speechless by my retort, her teeth clenched in anger, and in the end, all she could say was, "If we're going, then let's go. I'm not afraid." Yash. I nodded in satisfaction, waving my hand. Everyone passes. Our goal is the Akatsuki's secret base. Let's go. Kakashi, however, was more composed. He stopped us for a moment, summoned Pakin, and gave it a map to inform Sunagakure. Not long after he set off, I sensed that there was someone secretly observing us. I smirked, heightened my perception to the max, and instantly locked onto the pig trap hidden in the tree. Absolutely. Just as we had left, a half-black, half-white yin-yang figure emerged from the pitcher plant. Black Zetsu said nervously, "This is trouble. How did those Leaf Village people arrive so quickly?" White Zetsu also said, "That little brat has a strong sense of perception, even from this far away. He could find us despite the seals we placed." While they were talking to themselves, a white light suddenly shot over from a distance. What? Zetsu's eyes widened in shock, but there was no time to react. The sharp Raijin sword pierced straight through White Zetsu's chest. In the next second, I appeared above him, smirking, and without hesitation, I stomped him right into the tree trunk. "Little brat, not bad. How did you find me?" Zetsu, under my foot, surprisingly remained calm. I sneered. "Is it necessary for someone about to die to know?" He actually laughed. "Hee, do you think you have me figured out?" As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly transformed into a mass of white substance, instantly enveloping me, trying to use a spore technique to absorb my chakra. "What delicious chakra, little brat." "I'll take it," he said ominously. From a distance, Kakashi and the others, seeing this scene, were startled as Hanabi screamed and rushed forward. But Sakura pulled her back. "Don't worry. Those who dare to bind him usually don't end up well." Hanabi looked at me and saw that I was indeed not flustered at all. I smirked, and the next second, crack. Endless lightning exploded from every pore of my body. The main feature was pure physical enhancement. "Nanny?" Zetsu was genuinely shocked. He didn't expect I could use ninjutsu for my body. But that was all. I coldly smiled and said, "Hey, ugly, did you enjoy sucking it all up just now? Now, give it all back to me." Instantly, an incredibly powerful suction force erupted from my body. This time, Zetsu was truly terrified. His voice changed. "Nanny, this is would release. How could you possibly use would release?" He had desperately tried to cling to me before, but now he was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. This was the purest would release. How could his watered-down version resist? In the end, he was drained to the point of becoming a mere husk, his consciousness shattered, leaving only a pile of white substance on the ground. The battle was over, and we continued on our way. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki base, Zetsu's main body suddenly opened its eyes. Pain asked him what was wrong, and he said a team of leaf ninjas is approaching rapidly, less than 30 kilometers away. One of my farthest clones was taken out in an instant. Pain was shocked. They found us so quickly. It seems we have a troublesome character. Kisame sneered. Zetsu is so weak, it's not surprising he got taken out. Pain, uninterested in their infighting, said directly, "Send someone to intercept them. Use that jutsu." Scorpion immediately became displeased, saying that those were his subordinates. Pain coldly replied, "The one tail hasn't been extracted yet, understand?" Pain scanned the room, issuing commands. "Kisame, you and Itachi go. You fell last time in the leaf. This time you get a chance to redeem yourself. Then let Zetsu introduce the ones coming." Zetsu said, "A sand ninja, the sister of the wind shadow. The remaining 4 from the leaf are the copy ninja Kakashi, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and an inconsequential female ninja." Kisame impatiently interrupted. "And the last one? Can't you count?" The last one must be a minor character, I and Mr. Itachi. Before he could finish, Zetsu quietly spoke. Hee, I'm afraid the most troublesome one is precisely this last one. I think his name is QinYu. Kisame's arrogant words instantly caught in his throat. His shadowy form was shaking like it had Parkinson's. Itachi, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. With a hint of surprise in his tone, Uchiha QinYu? Zetsu thought for a moment and said, yes, that's the name. As for his characteristics, he is very arrogant and self-important. He wears a black divine robe and wields a sword charged with lightning. This confirmed it. Kisame's voice began to tremble. It's actually him? The leaf sent him? Deidara fanned the flames. Who is this QinYu? How could he scare our brother Kisame like this? Scorpion darkly added. I remember now, 3 years ago Itachi and Kisame went to the leaf, and they were taken down by him. Kakuzu also recalled. Oh right, Kisame's arm was reattached by me. Goodness, they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Deidara excitedly shouted. So that's him. The organization's nemesis. I wanted to meet him since 3 years ago. Kisame disdainfully glanced at him. You? He could take you down with one hand. Now the Akatsuki base had turned into a marketplace, with everyone arguing incessantly. Kakuzu was still complaining. There's no bounty for him on the black market. Is the Leaf's upper management insane? They have such a master and don't use him, making it impossible for me to make money. Pain felt the situation was serious, coldly looking at Kisame. Since the opponent is so strong, we need to send someone to intercept. Kisame immediately became emo, shaking his head like a rattle. Leader, let someone else go. He refused to go. He absolutely refused. I swore I would never fight that person again. Deidara and Haiden were laughing madly at him, saying he was scared after losing an arm. Kisame was almost in tears, trying to explain how terrifying that person was. Chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, all top-notch. Like a bottomless pit. And what happened? No one believed him. They all mocked him. Kisame, in despair, looked to his partner Itachi, hoping he would say something to help him. But Itachi had long finished whispering to Pain and had closed his eyes, probably enjoying it in his heart. Wishing all his colleagues would go and get themselves killed. Pain was getting a headache from the noise, coldly snorting to silence everyone. Then Deidara jumped out again to volunteer, saying he wanted to take down that little brat. Tendo looked at him coldly. You should save your breath. You've already lost an arm. Besides, this isn't a main body operation, just an energy clone. You and Scorpion are the main ones. You need to confront the enemy head-on, so just rest. Upon hearing this, Deidara thought, hey, that makes sense, and kept quiet. Suddenly, the always bizarre Haiden jumped out, shouting, let me go. I guarantee I'll send those bastards to meet our evil god. Tendo frowned, directly dismissing him, then turned to Kisame. That technique can transfer 30% of her chakra. You have a large chakra reserve, so you'll be the most effective. Kisame, you go with Itachi. I tell you, Kisame's face stiffened at that moment, looking like he had constipation for half a month, still wanting to refuse. Leader, Enough. Tendo exploded, shouting, I'm telling you to use a clone, not to send your main body to die. What danger could there be? What are you afraid of? Do you want me, the leader, to personally go? Goodness. That shout made Kisame understand. His mouth twitched, probably cursing inside. Damn, that's right. It's not the real body going. There's no danger at all. What is wrong with me? Am I psychologically scarred by that kid? Tendo coldly stared at him. Any questions? Kisame was completely subdued now, like a student who had made a mistake, stammering. No. No more. Tendo saw he was finally quiet and nodded. I'll use the technique to send you over. Remember, don't engage directly. Your task is not to kill, but to buy time. Drag it out for me. Yes. Itachi and Kisame replied in unison. Then Tendo shouted at everyone. Put in full power. Extract the one-tail kid as fast as possible. On the other end, I led our 5-man team, moving like the wind. 30 kilometers was just a matter of pressing the accelerator for us. Especially since we were all skilled in taijutsu. Our speed was incredible. We didn't T-stop at all, covering 20 kilometers in one go. Shikamaru and Naruto were already beaming, thinking they would soon rescue Gaara. Just then, 2 figures in Akatsuki black cloaks suddenly appeared in front of us. One tall and one short, standing there like 2 gatekeepers. Oh, the roadblock has arrived? Kakashi-sensei narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensing up instantly. Here we go again, Uchiha Itachi and that. Kisame Hashigaki. The 3 of them immediately entered a battle stance. Their expressions serious upon seeing these 2. And guess what? Naruto, that iron-headed fool, without a shred of caution, shouted with gleaming eyes. "Bastards who took Gaara die." He shouted and charged forward, only to be firmly held back by Kakashi. As for me, I looked at the two in front of me and smiled. Then, in a particularly sincere tone, I said, "How come it's you two again? Why are you so stubborn, coming to find death in front of me? That shark-faced guy, are you just going to give up your arm? Huh? Let me tell you, my words are so sincere, combined with this content. The impact is simply off the charts." Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. As for Kisame, he must have cursed me 1,000 times in his heart. Do you think I want to be here? I've been forced into this. That is what he thought. But on the surface, his demeanor suddenly changed. This guy, a tall man over 2 meters, suddenly showed me an almost flattering smile. Then he spoke to me in a nice tone. "Hey buddy, how about we talk it out? Fighting is bad, so why don't we just chat?" As soon as Kisame said this, Itachi, whose mouth had finally stopped twitching, began to twitch again. He was probably thinking, did this battle maniac forget to take his medicine today? Fighting is bad? Do you even have any shame left? Itachi obviously wanted us to hurry over, so he took action right away. Taking advantage of the moment of speaking, he slightly extended his finger towards Naruto. Naruto, who had been pinned down by Kakashi, suddenly frowned. Still daring to come over? This fool Naruto casually formed a Rasengan and unleashed it wildly into the air. I saw Itachi's little move and coldly sneered. "You two think you can block me?" I mimicked his gesture, extended my finger forward. Itachi instinctively felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. The next second he understood, because beside him, Kisame suddenly drew out the large sword from his back and swung it towards Itachi's head. Kisame had lost his sword in Konoha last time, but he was still a swordsman and had obtained a regular large sword. Although it didn't have any special functions, it could cut through iron like mud. Now, this sword was being swung directly at his teammate. Itachi was instantly shocked and exclaimed, "It's an illusion," but his combat quality was truly impressive. His reaction speed was top-notch, and he instinctively pulled out a kunai to defend himself. However, halfway through the motion, he suddenly realized, wait, this isn't my real body. Why should I defend against this? Let Kisame chop it. The best outcome would be that my clone gets killed, and then these guys can just pass. But then he thought again, that wouldn't do. I can't let him do it so blatantly. Just hesitating for a moment, his strength and speed noticeably slowed down. Clang! The sword and kunai collided. Instantly, the kunai in Itachi's hand was sent flying, but the large sword was also deflected slightly, missing his head and directly slicing open his arm. Blood sprayed out, splattering Kisame's face. Startled by the warm blood, Kisame suddenly woke up from the illusion. He looked at the injured Itachi in front of him, then at the bloodied sword in his hand, and was completely dumbfounded. Itachi, seeing Kisame awake, Itachi frowned secretly. Why did he wake up so quickly? I was hoping he would chop me a few more times. Alright, it must be because I practiced with him too much, and now he has resistance to illusions. Itachi felt a headache coming on, but his expression looked entirely different to Kisame. Kisame, already feeling guilty, was even more regretful when he saw Itachi's expression. Itachi, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Is it serious? It's all my fault. This straightforward man was stuttering for the first time. Itachi looked at him like this, still maintaining his usual aloofness. It's a bit serious. You've injured your arm, affecting your hand seals. So you probably can't use ninjutsu. Kisame was startled and felt even more guilty. It's all my fault. My sensing ability is sharp enough to hear everything from far away. Watching Kisame being fooled by Itachi, I nearly burst out laughing. You guys understand? Itachi's operation this time was textbook-level blame shifting, killing multiple birds with one stone. First, he found a perfect excuse for himself to avoid responsibility. Second, he instilled a wave of guilt in Kisame. Lastly, he saved time for our rescue team. The most brilliant part was that he firmly placed the blame for the ineffective obstruction on Kisame. With their clone's strength, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer anyway, and now it's even worse. They would definitely be scolded by the boss when they got back. But now, all the blame would fall squarely on Kisame's shoulders. Given Kisame's straightforward personality, he might even take the initiative to shoulder it. Accidentally injuring a teammate is something you can't wash off even if you jump into the Yellow River. Meanwhile, Naruto, with the help of Kakashi and Sakura, finally broke free from Itachi's illusion. This iron-headed fool woke up and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Damn, it's that damned illusion again." Luckily, my master taught me how to break it. While shouting, He looked at the opposite side. Seeing the blood on Itachi, Naruto wiped his nose and confidently said, "Humph." Luckily, my Rasengan also hurt him. Kakashi and Sakura, beside him, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Temari was even speechless, covering her face. Kakashi was silently cursing. Damn, Naruto is too outrageous. Not only can't he distinguish between an illusion, but he also can't tell the difference between a sword wound and Rasengan damage? What on earth did Jiraiya teach him? Sakura, with her explosive temper, directly shouted at Naruto, "Idiot Naruto, you've been under an illusion since the start. Your Rasengan hit nothing but air." Huh? Naruto scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. "No, I didn't. I was completely stunned. What a real oddball. Forget it. I'll comfort myself. Let us just say I was protecting a rare animal. Damn it. But the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. And I rushed behind Naruto and kicked him out. I controlled my strength precisely. Naruto flew right towards Itachi and Kisame. In midair, Naruto immediately howled, "Damn, QinYu, you bastard." I smiled and shouted, "If you don't want to be beaten to death, figure out yourself." Kakashi rolled his eyes beside me. "Nonsense." I shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't worry, Naruto is tough. You know what, in desperate situations, people can really explode with power. Especially someone like Naruto with his protagonist aura fully charged." As the enemy drew closer, Naruto gritted his teeth and managed to form a Rasengan while flying at high speed. Upon seeing this, Kisame was shocked. This kid has some skills. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but hesitated when he glanced at the injured Itachi beside him. Just that moment of hesitation left him with no chance to evade. He didn't even have time to use a water-style defense. With no other option, he infused his sword with chakra and braced himself to block. Itachi noticed Kisame's hesitation and felt a surge of joy, already preparing for the possibility of both being blown away. To his surprise, Kisame had such a trick up his sleeve. My expression became even more intense at this scene. What kind of divine beings are these Uchiha Itachi's teammates? First, there was Paipa Shiz, who took a tailed beast bomb head-on with a sword. And now, there's Kisame, who is taking a Rasengan head-on with a sword. This was just a regular Rasengan. If it had been a giant Rasengan, his fate would have been the same as his predecessors. Kakashi was also stunned, genuinely not expecting that Naruto, this fool, could pull off a ball in such a situation. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed. Kisame's large sword was instantly covered in cracks. What? This technique? In his shocked gaze, the sword suddenly shattered completely. Although the Rasengan had used up a lot of energy, its residual force continued to charge toward the two of them. Damn it! Kisame cursed under his breath and quickly grabbed Itachi, using a body flicker technique to evade. But they were too close, and both were still grazed. Hey! Naruto landed firmly after his successful attack. Seeing he had forced the two back, his mysterious confidence surged again, and he charged forward with a roar. Kakashi panicked and shouted, "Naruto!" I shook my head, helplessly saying, he just gained a little advantage, and this kid doesn't know who he is anymore. After saying that, I smirked and said, "This blind arrogance won't change unless he gets beaten a few more times." The outcome was truly tragic. Naruto's current taijutsu was purely mediocre, and he was beaten back by Kisame's iron fists. With a thud, he fell right in front of us, and it was quite embarrassing. Damn it, why do you guys all enjoy sending people flying? On the other side, Itachi was silent, clutching his arm and relying on his acting skills. Seeing him like this, Kisame felt a surge of regret. Gritting his teeth, he said seriously, "Don't worry, Itachi, this time I'll take the lead." Itachi patted his shoulder with a look that said he believed in him. "Then I'll leave it to you." Kisame nodded heavily. "In that case, create a favorable terrain for me first." Water style, exploding water shockwave. Good heavens. He clasped his hands together and opened his mouth, unleashing torrents of water. The force of the water was like the yellow river bursting its banks, instantly turning the surrounding hundreds of meters into a vast ocean. Kakashi was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This guy's water style is terrifying. He actually created a sea in this desert. In the entire ninja world, probably only the second Hokage can compare to him." Just as Kakashi was marveling, Kisame had already made his move. Yeah. Looking at his water world, Kisame grinned, overflowing with confidence. "Konoha's guys, enjoy yourselves." Water style, 5 shark attack. He suddenly plunged his right hand into the water. Instantly, 5 chakra sharks formed in the water, viciously charging towards us. Kakashi quickly warned, "Be careful." I shrugged my shoulders. Playing with water style? Let me show you why flowers are so red. I plunged both hands into the water. The next second, endless lightning erupted from my hands. Lightning style, thunder movement. With a light shout, the lightning grew brighter and more violent. Kakashi's face was filled with shock as he murmured, "This is my father's technique." Country 1. Sakura and Naruto were also stunned. Such powerful lightning. It's much scarier than Kakashi-sensei's Raikiri. The powerful currents surged into the water. And Kisame's 5 sharks didn't even create a splash before they disintegrated. Not only that, the violent currents surged through the water, heading straight for Kisame and Itachi. What? This guy. Kisame never imagined that his water style would one day become his death sentence. Seeing the electric waves getting closer, he and Itachi exchanged glances. The next second, both shot into the sky. Boom! The powerful current slammed into the spot where they had just stood. Phew, that was close. Kisame, suspended in the air, said in fear, "What a powerful technique. Stop marveling and think about how to land," Itachi coldly reminded him. Kisame, still unconcerned, said, "What are you afraid of? Can he keep using this technique? How much chakra would that require?" Wait. The next second, Kisame seemed to remember something. This kid's chakra seems to be truly endless. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked down. Sure enough, I hadn't stopped. The violent lightning was still spreading through the water, just waiting for them to come down for a little electric therapy. Kisame's mouth twitched wildly. Good heavens. His operation was simply self-sabotaging. Kakashi looked at this sea of lightning and marveled. Using lightning style to counter water style. This idea is brilliant. But this kid's chakra is way too much. He can actually maintain my father's technique. Sakura suddenly smiled mischievously, saying, "In that case, Kisame is in a very awkward position." The expressions on our faces instantly revealed our ill intentions. Kisame, suspended in midair, had no tricks left and frantically asked Itachi, "Do you have a way?" Itachi shook his head and replied bluntly, "No. If only I could use Susanoo, but unfortunately, this body won't allow it." In fact, he did have a way. This guy could use Earth style and could easily create an Earth wall to leverage off. But Itachi was thinking, why should I do that? Isn't it better to just get off work? Damn it. Kisame's face turned green. He was really specialized, unable to do anything but water style. At this point, the two had already risen to the highest point and were starting to fall. In the air, there was simply no place to gain leverage. In that case, let's just risk it. Kisame gritted his teeth and made up his mind. During the fall, he began to form hand seals. Water style, water shark bomb technique. He wanted to manipulate the water below, but found that the area was as if it were welded shut, completely unresponsive to his commands. What? Kisame was shocked, but he quickly realized that it was my lightning style suppressing that water. Furious, Kisame cursed loudly. Damn it, with no other choice. He could only forcefully use his chakra to struggle and produce a water shark bomb in midair. Seeing his actions, I smiled and casually dispelled thunder movement. The next second, I quickly formed hand seals. Water style, water shark bomb technique. I also used an identical ninjutsu. I had copied this technique during our last fight using Sharingan. Boom! With a loud shout, the ocean below instantly surged. A gigantic water shark bomb shot up into the sky. In terms of size, my water shark bomb was more than twice as big as his. More importantly, it still crackled with residual lightning. Holy crap! Kisame in midair saw this scene and directly let out an expletive. He was both angry and regretful now, because the big commotion I caused was all thanks to him. If it weren't for him creating this water, my technique wouldn't have had nearly as much power. Gyuki felt utterly hopeless inside. My water bullet is like a child's play in front of him, right? Boom! The large and small water bullets collided violently. As expected, there was no suspense at all. Gyuki's water bullet shattered upon contact. My water bullet hardly exerted any effort and continued to crash towards Gyuki and Itachi with overwhelming force. Oh no! Gyuki's face instantly turned ashen. Itachi next to him was almost laughing out loud. But to act a bit more convincingly, he still symbolically made a hand sign. He gritted his teeth through the intense pain in his arm and struggled to form seal. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A small fireball shot out from his mouth. Gyuki's mouth twitched at that moment, with an expression that said, "You're using fire release while others are using water release, are you kidding me?" Itachi sighed deeply. "There's nothing I can do. I'm only good at fire release." Gyuki had nothing to say. In the end, Itachi's small fireball didn't even splash a drop of water before it was completely extinguished. Boom! The massive water bullet solidly slammed into both of them. Puffed. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. Following that, the lightning within began to wreak havoc, causing their bodies to convulse. Another mouthful of blood. Soon after, both of them died midair, their bodies dropping straight down. Impressive kid. Kakashi couldn't help but compliment me. In this battle, I basically crushed them the entire time, with no chance for the opponents to fight back. Shikamaru looked at me with starry eyes. Only Naruto muttered quietly beside us. What the heck? My Rasengan was also crucial. I didn't even get a chance to use it. Kakashi laughed at him. All right. Naruto did well this time too. However, something feels off about those two. Let's go take a look. I said casually. With a wave of my hand, the ocean automatically parted to create a path. Kakashi silently praised. This kid's control over chakra is truly impressive. We walked over to the two corpses, and upon seeing them, our expressions changed. They were not Itachi and Gyuki at all. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. What? What is going on? I knew but didn't bother to explain. All right, it doesn't matter. Since the roadblock is taken care of, let's hurry up. We're very close to their lair. I immediately waved my hand and charged out ahead. Charge! Save Gaara! Inside the dark base of the Akatsuki organization, Itachi and Gyuki's shadow clones flickered slightly. Everyone turned to look. What the hell? You two? Only delay for 10 minutes? Deidara couldn't believe it. Indeed, the battle just now seemed long, but it was actually under 10 minutes. Haiden began to speak nonsense. Gyuki is unreliable, but Itachi. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Why are you so useless? Kakuzu sneered. If I had known, I would have gone myself. Enough. Pain's cold voice stopped the group from complaining. But he turned to Itachi and Gyuki and asked sternly, What happened to you two? 10 minutes? I told you to delay. Not to go die. Pain was genuinely angry this time, his icy gaze fixed on Itachi. He already had suspicions about Itachi, and now he was even more doubtful. Yet Itachi calmly met his gaze and said in a deep voice, The opponent was too strong, and this clone couldn't use the Manjiki Sharingan, significantly weakening its power. Pain scoffed coldly. Suddenly, the honest Gyuki stood up and said, Sai Itachi, don't cover for me. I admit it was all my fault. Itachi's mouth twitched, not speaking. Probably thinking, Buddy, I didn't intend to cover for you. Gyuki turned to Pain and explained, Leader, it's all my fault for not being cautious. I fell for their Jinjutsu and mistook Itachi for an enemy, injuring him. You. After hearing this, Pain was so angry that his shadow clone flickered again. Gyuki took the blame clearly, and he couldn't say anything more. What do we do now, leader? Deidara asked. What else can we do? Pain said coldly. The clones are used up. They probably already reached the entrance. At that moment, Zetsu said sarcastically, Be more confident. Drop the probably. They're already outside. Everyone present narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Outside, we had indeed arrived. Kakashi squinted. It's right here behind that big rock. Naruto, being impatient as usual. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. This guy was eager to show off after I took the spotlight earlier. So he formed a Rasengan and charged towards the massive round stone. Boom! The seal on the stone emitted a bright flash, and when the light dissipated, the stone was completely unharmed. What? Naruto looked completely dumbfounded. This fool was still unconvinced, forming a shadow clone to prepare another giant Rasengan. But Kakashi quickly stopped him, speechless. Inside the base, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Conan spoke up. We are all illusions and cannot fight. Leader, what should we do? Deidara, with his mysterious confidence, shouted again. What are you afraid of? With me and Brother Sasori here, as long as they dare to come in, we'll turn that QinYu into an art piece in no time. Sasori also coldly snorted. Exactly. Just in time. I need a few human puppets. Pain said coldly. Sasori. Deidara, be careful. Don't be careless. Got it, leader. The two replied reluctantly. However, Pain changed his tone, his face filled with confidence. Deidara has a point. We don't need to worry too much. There's still 2 layers of traps outside, especially the second trap, which should be enough to deal with them. Before he finished speaking, I tell you, with a loud bang, the entire Akatsuki lair shook as if an earthquake occurred. We were all dumbfounded, watching as the massive rolling stone seal was suddenly split in half with a crack. Then, a 40-meter-long golden greatsword, carrying a world-destroying momentum, swished straight towards the outer path statue. I tell you, Pain was still bragging about how great and reliable his traps were just a second ago, and the next second his face turned green. Who understands? This was a classic case of being slapped in the face at the speed of light. The key was that the angle of this sword was incredibly tricky, not aimed at people, but aimed directly at their precious statue. The The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. All we heard was the statue let out a horrifying scream, sounding so tragic, their sealing technique was interrupted on the spot. A tail's worth of chakra was stuck halfway, with signs of leaking out. The Akatsuki members, one and all, stood there dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. They had just been acting all high and mighty, and now they looked at QinYu as if they had seen a ghost, filled with dread. On our side, Kakashi was also stunned, his mouth agape, probably wanted to say something, but unsure where to start. He had originally planned to use some technical methods to counter, but QinYu directly chose a physical approach. Simple and brutal. QinYu, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, turning around and saying, "Are we leaving?" Watching a show, inside the base. Pain's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but as the leader, he forced himself to calm down and quickly arrange for the aftermath. All right, that's enough for today. Even drawing half is considered hard work. Scorpion and Deidara stayed behind, while the others quickly logged off to avoid exposing their identities. As a result, a guy named Haydn was still unconvinced, shouting, "Is that it?" Tendo cast a cold glance at him. "What else? We're all projections. You want to use your head to fight?" With that one sentence, Haydn was silenced, and then all the phantoms whoosh disappeared. In the end, only Tendo remained, stubbornly refusing to leave, wanting to see for himself what kind of god QinYu was, the one who had messed up their plans. As soon as we stepped in, he vanished, leaving behind a harsh remark. "QinYu, huh? Good. I remember you." But QinYu ignored him, sneering, hiding your head and showing your tail. "Is that all you've got?" At that moment, Naruto, that iron-headed kid, went off again, pointing at the remaining Deidara and Scorpion and shouting, "Hey, you two bastards, hand over Gaara." Deidara immediately felt displeased. "Who asked this little brat making a fuss? You must be QinYu?" Scorpion looked at him like he was an idiot. "Dumbass, didn't you hear the announcement? The one in black with the sword is him. Isn't it obvious?" Deidara suddenly realized, oh, so this noisy little brat is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He doesn't look too bright. As soon as he said that, everyone on our side couldn't hold back any longer, and Naruto was about to explode, shouting and ready to charge, but luckily Kakashi grabbed him. However, the two clowns on the opposite side didn't take Naruto seriously at all. Their attention was entirely on QinYu. Deidara's eyes were burning with excitement, as if he wanted to eat him. "You were QinYu? That sword strike just now was you?" QinYu sneered. "You're the little brat. Your whole family is little brats." Deidara was taken aback, probably thinking that this didn't match the godly image Itachi and Kisame had painted. Scorpion also chuckled coldly, and Deidara became even more enthusiastic. "Scorpion, with this kind of trash, do we still need to run? The leader is too cautious." "Run? How could that be possible?" Scorpion laughed too. This ignited Deidara's excitement, and he said, "Then let's have some fun today. Just in time, I want to prove my art." As soon as he heard the word art, Scorpion immediately disagreed. "Humph, that thing of yours can be called art. Eternity is the real art." "Nonsense. Art is an instant explosion. You're talking rubbish. Eternity is the way." I was stunned at that moment. Were these two having a tea party? In front of so many of us, they were arguing over the definition of art. Kakashi's mouth was almost cramping. After a long argument, it was Scorpion who stopped first. "All right, Deidara, let us first take care of these annoying ones. We can talk about art later." When Deidara heard they were going to fight, he got excited. "Sure, but that QinYu must be mine." Scorpion wasn't happy. "Why should it be yours? You caught the Kazekage. This person should belong to me. How can that be the same? The Kazekage can't be compared to him. You want to hog it all? You've already lost an arm. Just watch him decide. You look down on me? I want to catch him to make him a puppet. You're talking nonsense. I want to defeat him to prove my art is stronger than Itachi's." The two argued fiercely, and in the end, Scorpion thought of a plan. "Stop arguing. Let's use the Kazekage as a bargaining chip." "Brilliant." Scorpion. However, before they could take action, QinYu had already moved. With a clang, a sword light flew past. Scorpion sneered. "Impatient little brat." His giant metal scorpion tail clanged and blocked the attack. The sword's power was terrifying, directly knocking Scorpion's tail away. Scorpion was startled even in his puppet. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. With a whoosh, QinYu vanished into thin air, and in the next second appeared directly above them. Now, Deidara and Scorpion were completely dumbfounded, and the words of Kisame flashed through their minds. "That guy has profound space-time ninjutsu." QinYu didn't give them a chance to talk. Still in midair, he aimed directly at Gaara on the ground. Naively, Scorpion reacted very quickly. The knockback scorpion tail suddenly stood upright, glowing green as it lunged at QinYu. That thing was definitely poisoned. But QinYu? He didn't dodge at all. Extending his right hand, Deidara was still sneering. What a fool, daring to catch Scorpion's tail barehanded. He won't even survive. What happened? Ziz. A loud noise erupted. QinYu's hand burst with dazzling lightning, forcefully using a layer of lightning armor to stop the sharp poison needle. Not only did he catch it, but he also squeezed hard, sending a powerful current through Scorpion's tail. Ah! Scorpion let out a scream from within the puppet, clearly shocked by the electric shock. Scorpion was also tough. He immediately counterattacked. The puppet's mouth opened, and a rain of poison needles sprayed out. QinYu directly swung the scorpion tail in front of him, ding ding ding, blocking all the poison needles. Then, with a mighty effort, QinYu lifted the heavy puppet, Fei Liuhu, and swung it around like a meteor hammer. While Fei Liuhu was still spewing poison needles, the direction was completely off, shooting towards Deidara beside him. Deidara was so frightened he shouted, "What the hell? Scorpion, what are you doing?" Scorpion had no time to care about him, as QinYu had already swung the entire puppet above his head, and then, aimed at the puppet's belly, threw a punch upwards. Boom! With a loud bang. That incredibly hard Fei Liuhu was smashed to pieces like it was made of paper as the puppet's shell shattered. The real body of Sasori of the Red Sand was revealed, and it turned out to be a handsome, red-haired teenager. QinYu looked down at him, sneering. "So, do you still think you're good at close combat?" Scorpion's face looked extremely ugly. It seemed that Shikamaru recognized him, saying there was a legend in the Sand Village about a genius puppet master who could turn living people into puppets while retaining their abilities. I felt goosebumps all over. Having suffered a heavy loss, Scorpion retreated without saying a word, and Deidara was still laughing at him. "Ha! Scorpion, you're not doing well. QinYu didn't teach Ace." His figure flashed, and he directly used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Gaara, slinging him over his back, and with another teleportation, returned to our formation. The whole process was fluid and fast, so quick that Deidara had just reacted. Deidara was furious on the spot. "Damn it, how dare you ignore me?" He grabbed a handful of clay, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and spat out a bomb to throw over, shouting, "Explode." With a bang, a big pit exploded at the spot, but QinYu and Gaara had long since vanished. When the smoke cleared, QinYu had already handed the unconscious Gaara to Sakura. As a result, Sakura checked for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was wrong with Gaara. Sweating profusely in anxiety, QinYu shook his head helplessly. It seemed in the end, he still had to rely on himself. He directly pulled up Gaara's clothes, exposing the damaged seal on his stomach. Stepping back, QinYu waved at us, "I'm going to start." Saving him. Saying this, he quickly formed hand seals. Shouting, "Release." He slapped the seal on Gaara. Crack, 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 the seal shattered. Kakashi's face instantly turned pale because in the next second, an enormous amount of chakra exploded from Gaara's body with a boom. Deidara and Scorpion on the opposite side were also dumbfounded, completely confused about what was happening. He released the seal? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to get himself killed? The Scorpion of the Red Sand also found this matter too eerie, but still felt that the opportunity had come, saying to Deidara, "No rush, let's wait for Shikaku to come out before we act." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar was heard, and a massive claw of sand had already stretched out from the seal. However, QinYu was not worried at all. His spirit had already entered Gaara's sealing space. At this moment, Shikaku was about to break free completely, and upon seeing the suddenly appearing QinYu, it was so startled that its chakra became chaotic, and the entire raccoon was frozen in place. "It's you." Shikaku was so scared that it didn't know where to put its paws and awkwardly scratched its head. What are you doing here?" QinYu smiled slightly. "Me? I'm here to reinforce the seal." Shikaku let out a miserable cry, beginning to plead. "No, half of my chakra has been drained. I need to go out and get it back." "How, with just you?" QinYu sneered. "You can't even defeat those two outside, let alone their entire organization. They want to gather all 9-tailed beasts, don't you know? I'm saving you." "Gathering all 9-tailed beasts?" Shikaku was startled, and upon further thought, it seemed that there was indeed the aura of other tailed beasts within this monster's body. I tell you, that guy understood right away, knowing that those people outside were coming for them, scared out of their wits. No way. They really dare to do this? I curled my lips and pointedly said to him, "What else? Do you think the outside world is paradise? Right now, the Akatsuki organization is just like a KPI assessment, going around the world hunting for your tailed beasts. If you go out now, you'll be a moving target worth 500,000, and you could be packed away in an instant." I pointed in the direction of Gaara. "Just stay honestly in this kid's body. At least you have a bodyguard like the Wind Shadow." Isn't that better than going out and being farmed as a wild monster? Goodness. This raccoon cat's eyes are about to pop out, clearly tempted. But in less than 2 seconds, that big head shook like a rattle drum. No. It's not safe to follow this kid. How about I team up with you? You can be my Jinchuriki. At that moment, my mouth twitched. Who understands? Family? This raccoon really has no awareness. The more they talk, the more excited they get, and they directly put on a show to declare themselves my Jinchuriki. Yes. It's settled. You can be my Jinchuriki. Now it was my turn to shake my head like a fan. No. SH10 got anxious right away. Why not? I'm super strong. I can help you fight. I glanced at it sideways, my face full of disdain. Strong? How come I didn't feel it? One sentence directly left it speechless. Let me tell you, its expression was as aggrieved as a cat that had its dried fish stolen, probably thinking, I've been serving Lord Crane for thousands of years. When did I ever beg humans to be a Jinchuriki and get rejected? Although, it does seem like I can't really help it. To be honest, my refusal was entirely justified. For me, this tailed beast combat power is just a useless appendage. Think about it. When the Sage of 6 Paths divided chakra, how'd he do it? 1 tail got 1 share, 9 tails got 1 share, 2 tails got 1 share, 9 tails got 1 share, and so on, until 8 tails got 1 share, 9 tails got 1 share. Got it? The 9 tails is the real answer. Besides, this raccoon dog is a lifeline for my little Uncle Gaara. Just as I was thinking about this, that thing across from me suddenly started performing. Please, take me away. Seal me. I could be captured at any moment here. Damn, I won't watch the Ninja World Oscars without you. This acting is incredible. Just as I see him about to keep talking, I lose my temper. Enough. Shikaku gets startled and instantly shuts up. I gave the command in an indisputable tone. It's settled. You stay put. This kid being able to become the Wind Shadow shows he's not a fool. You two should work well together and create a perfect Jinchuriki. Even the Akatsuki will have to think twice about it. He still wanted to struggle, but I think you're more. Shut up. I roll my eyes. If you keep whining, do you believe I'll take away half of her chakra again? Ahem. Shikaku immediately backed down. Seeing him behave, I wave my hand. All right, bring Gaara's consciousness in. Oh. Gaara walked in a bit confused. Shikaku? QinYu? What are you doing here? I said irritably, come to save you, right? Did the village ask Konoha for help? Huh. I wave my hand. Giving him enough face, that's not important. The main thing is that your sister asked me for help. Gaara scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. After all, I am his brother-in-law now. He immediately got to the point. What's the situation now? They captured me for the one tail, right? I feel like so much chakra has been drained from me. I nodded. Yes, I drew half of it, and we stopped only when we arrived. Now that your seal is broken, I want to add a new one for you, but this guy looks down on you and wants to switch sides to hang out with me. Gaara fell silent for a moment, then looked at Shikaku with sincerity. Shikaku, I know you've suffered for following me and long for freedom. If I could, I would grant you that, even if it means my death. However, I am the Kazekage, and I can't die easily. I hope you can help me. I was stunned at that moment. His way with words was almost on par with Naruto's. To be honest, Shikaku was really swayed by him. But as for the tailed beast, it still had to maintain its pride. It curled its lip and said to Gaara from a high vantage point, Humph. Kid, since you're so sincere, I'll temporarily stay in your body and spare your life. Hee. I raised an eyebrow, and the eternal kaleidoscope lit up instantly. In that moment, that power surged straight into the mind of the Guardian Crane. Just a second ago, he was still acting all high and mighty, but the next second, he completely wilted, his whole body slumping down. Gaara watched with trembling pupils. At this point, why are you still pretending? I looked at it and said irritably, we've all died together once. So let's cooperate well from now on. Yes. We will listen to you. Shikaku, who had been controlled by my power, was obedient like never before. I looked at the two of them and said, you two chat for a bit, I'll set a new seal for you. Then I turned to Gaara and said, here's the key for you. Whenever you feel the time is right, loosen it up a bit and let it out for some fresh air. This was also meant for Shikaku, implying that if you behave well, there will be rewards. Sure enough, that guy's gaze softened. I turned around and walked away, and behind me came its voice. Lord QinYu, what about my half chakra? I'll help you get it back if I have a chance. Without looking back, I said, what you need to do now is to keep this remaining half safe. By the time I completely leave the spiritual world, I'll tell you. Only 2 seconds have passed outside. As soon as I emerged, I quickly formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them onto Gaara's stomach. For symbol seal, activate. Complex runes appeared and then vanished in an instant. This seal was many times stronger than the one originally used in Sunagakure. Now, even if Shikaku wanted to cause trouble, Gaara could sleep soundly. On the opposite side, Deidara was dumbfounded, poking his partner Sasori. Sasori, it seems that kid has resealed the one tail. Sasori's face was extremely grim, awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He had previously said he would wait for the one tail to rampage before making a move. How was I to know what that idiot was up to? We might have underestimated that kid. He may have subdued the one tail in an instant. Deidara didn't believe it at all. Sasori, don't scare yourself. That little brat can't have such skills. The one tail must have been too scared to come out. Sasori seemed to start believing it too, snorting coldly. Get ready for battle. I want to see if this QinYu is really as amazing as the rumors say. At that moment, Gaara also woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Temari. Sister, it's good that you're awake. Temari was extremely excited. Naruto was also happy and pulled Gaara up. After Gaara stood up, he looked at me with gratitude. Chin, I shot a sideways glance. This kid is quite clever, immediately changing his words. Brother-in-law, thanks. Temari's face flushed red. As for me, I seriously patted Gaara's shoulder. Not bad, young man. Becoming the Kazekage shows you've made progress. After chatting a bit, Gaara turned around, his gaze cold as he looked at Sasori and Deidara. The great battle was about to break out. Both sides began to clash, the atmosphere charged with killing intent. I tell you, with these people, Naruto, Sakura, and Temari are just there to make up the numbers. Their killing intent is like child's play. It mainly relies on Gaara and Kakashi to hold the scene. Deidara smirks and says, Brother Scorpion, you're the best at this, right? Scorpion sneers, playing this in front of me? Seeking death. As soon as he finishes speaking, an incredibly terrifying killing intent erupts from him, instantly overwhelming the killing intent of Kakashi and Gaara. We few felt like we had fallen into an ice pit in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Kakashi's face. How many people must be killed to have this kind of killing intent? Gaara is not feeling well either. A large patch on his back is wet. The Shikaku inside him can't stand it anymore and disdainfully curls its lip. So weak. Gaara hurriedly called for help. Shikaku, help me. Oof. Let me take over. The killing intent of One Tail suddenly erupted, and in an instant, we regained control of the situation. Scorpion on the other side was momentarily stunned. Deidara began to stir things up. Brother Scorpion, this isn't good. We're being suppressed. Shut up. Scorpion snapped. It's that guy from One Tail who's making a move. Deidara laughed heartily. If you're looking for excuses, at least make them good. 3 days ago, when I captured him, One Tail didn't make a move. Now he will? Scorpion couldn't explain himself clearly and directly got furious. So, are you going to do it or not? If not, just start fighting. Oomph. Scorpion snorted coldly, overflowing with confidence. In terms of killing intent, even the leader can't compare to me. Just now I only used 60% of my power. Watch me crush them. After saying that, a hint of madness flashed across his face, and an even more violent killing intent suddenly erupted. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. Even with SHT's help, Gaara and the others were instantly suppressed. This guy has killed far more people than any of us could imagine. His killing intent was almost tangible. Everyone except me felt like they had fallen into an ice pit. Kakashi looked shocked. He wasn't even using his full power just now. Even SHT was stunned. This little brat is no ordinary kid. Gaara whispered, can't you hold on anymore? Shikaku retorted stubbornly, humph. Every time I come out, I haven't killed many people before you guys seal me away. Sasori glanced at Deidara, looking quite pleased, see? Just as Deidara was about to boast, his expression suddenly changed. Because it was my turn, I told you, I directly shook over Uchiha Obito's number. Once that aura of killing intent from the bloody mountains of the Warring States era was unleashed, Scorpion's little tricks instantly crumbled like paper, completely collapsing. It was a complete dimensional strike. Cold sweat instantly soaked Scorpion's back. How is this possible? He was completely stunned. Kakashi and Gaara were also shocked, and the Shikaku inside Gaara couldn't help but exclaim, this guy is indeed not simple. This killing intent is not weaker than those two. Gaara curiously asked, who are the two? Shikaku disdainfully replied, who else could it be? Those two bastards, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. On the other side, Scorpion took a long time to regain composure and stared at me intently. Who exactly are you? I chuckled. The one who will kill you. Very good. Scorpion licked his lips, looking at me as if I were a perfect work of art. After you die, you will become my finest masterpiece. But before he could finish his sentence, Deidara beside him couldn't take it anymore. Hey. Brother Scorpion, he's my opponent. I want to defeat him and prove that my art is greater than Itachi's. Nonsense. Scorpion was also furious, saying, you were the one who captured the Wind Shadow. Now it's my turn. That's a different matter. Can the Wind Shadow even compare to him? It can't, Scorpion sneered. But you broke a hand just trying to fight the Wind Shadow. How are you going to fight him? Good grief. These two were having an internal conflict right there over who would get to fight me. Gaara's gaze was fixed on Deidara, clearly wanting to take revenge. He turned to me and said, sister, brother-in-law, that clay user, leave him to me. Before he could finish his sentence, the opponent, Sasori of the Red Sand, suddenly summoned a puppet. Gaara was stunned at first sight. Temari's expression also changed drastically. Is that the third Kazekage? That's right, Gaara said in a deep voice. Kakashi was also shocked. The missing strongest Kazekage? How could he be here? Gaara gritted his teeth. It seems that he was turned into a human puppet by Sasori. An evil puppet technique that can retain the bloodline limit from their life. Sasori sneered. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit, little brat. Gaara's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Sasori, today I will cleanse the Sunagakure. I asked with great interest. Oh, aren't you going to take revenge on that mud player? Deidara on the opposite side immediately exploded in anger. You're the one who plays with mud. Your whole family plays with mud. Gaara answered me seriously. Compared to the hatred towards the village, personal grudges are nothing. It's my responsibility to take down this traitor. TSK. Quite the resolve. Scorpion didn't even look at Gaara. His gaze was fixed on me. The strongest Kazekage has died at my hands, and you, a mere rookie fifth Kazekage, better not seek death. At this moment, Deidara jumped out. Brother Scorpion, since this kid wants to play with you, why not teach him a lesson? As for QinYu, leave him to me. Get lost. You don't get to decide that. After Deidara finished speaking, he directly threw a piece of clay, which instantly transformed into a large bird, and he jumped on it and flew up. Brother Scorpion, do you think if I fly out, that kid will come after me? Scorpion's face turned green with anger, and with a flick of his fingers, chakra threads shot towards the bird, trying to control it forcibly. But Deidara dodged with his agile movements. Deidara circled in the sky and shouted to me. QinYu, right? If you have the guts, come out and compete with me. I laughed. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll help you with that. Naruto wanted to continue, but I stopped him with a question. Which jutsu can hit the sky? The Shuriken? He immediately wilted. I shrugged and said to them, this puppeteer is up to you. Isn't Lord Fomin going to clean house? Then I leaned in close to Gaara and Kakashi and whispered, that guy has something strange about him. His left chest is a weak point, so be careful. After giving my instructions, I smiled and waved my hand, disappearing in an instant. When I got outside, Deidara was soaring high in the sky, and that empty left sleeve was particularly conspicuous. He laughed wildly. Ha, you really dared to come alone. I looked at him and said mockingly, although you look cool pretending to hold a cup in the sky, you really look quite awkward with just one arm. With that one sentence, I completely blew him up. What a damn guy. Even with just one hand left, I can still take you down. Die already. He stretched out his right hand, and a handful of clay grasshoppers came flying towards me. I just smiled slightly and casually waved my hand, unleashing a large number of needle-like lightning bolts, a technique called Thousand Birds, Thousand Books, originally developed by the second Hokage, but I managed to use it ahead of time. The effect, let me tell you, was really cool. Most of the clay grasshoppers were shot down on the spot, turning them into a sieve, falling down one after another. But there were still a few that slipped through the cracks, rushing at me recklessly. That little punk Deidara was up in the sky, grinning so widely his mouth almost reached his ears, and he had already formed hand signs, ready to shout explode. But what happened? Before he could finish his incantation, I moved directly. I tell you, I felt a surge of electricity, countless lightning bolts shot out from me, looking like a super scion. Those surviving grasshoppers, upon touching my lightning, fell straight down like kites with cut strings, not making a sound. That guy's face turned green. He knew very well that his precious clay would be completely ruined once hit by lightning, and there would be no explosion. So he didn't even dare to shout out the word explode, afraid of embarrassment. He must have been thinking at that moment, why does this guy keep using lightning techniques? Is it a coincidence? Impossible. Has he seen through my art? Even more impossible. In the end, he could only crazily brainwash himself. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Good heavens, this guy is quite stubborn. Not believing in evil, huh? Fine. He directly pulled out a big chunk of clay from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it up, and then spat out a small clay dragon. That little dragon grew in the wind, instantly turning into a gigantic dragon that covered the sky, circling above my head. This is his C2 dragon, which looks quite impressive. Deidara stood on the dragon's back, feeling quite proud, and shouted at me, "QinYu, try my C2. If you can, use that last technique to block it again." As he spoke, the giant dragon began to spit out bombs, like laying eggs. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was full of craters. But he was fast. I was even faster. I moved like I was scripted, dodging wildly in the explosions. Hey, I just couldn't get hit. Isn't that infuriating? Deidara was almost steaming with anger up in the sky, cursing at me. Bastard. Just know how to run. Let's see how long you can keep running. I thought to myself, run? Let me show you some intensity. While dodging, I secretly rolled a ball in my left hand. By the time he noticed, a huge blue shuriken was spinning wildly in my hand, buzzing. I looked up at him and smiled. Your performance is over, it's my turn. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly flicked my hand, and that massive spiral shuriken flew out with a swoosh, heading straight for his big clay dragon. Deidara turned pale. He was stunned, probably shouting, "Nanny? No-name ninjutsu? You can throw it out?" He could feel how terrifying the chakra within that thing was. If it hit, his dragon would be destroyed on the spot. He desperately tried to control the giant dragon to dodge, but the spiral shuriken was too fast. In the end, it struck the dragon's rear with a thud, just as Deidara let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved the dragon's head and could continue attacking. Guess what happened? That spiral shuriken would grow. Right under his nose, it instantly expanded into a massive chakra storm, directly shredding his several-meter-long clay giant dragon into countless fragments. Damn it! Deidara watched his masterpiece vanish in an instant, and his mindset began to crumble. But even more shocking things were yet to come. Taking advantage of his daze, I jumped up suddenly, and with a whoosh, I extended a several-meter-long lightning spear. The tip aimed straight at the giant clay bird beneath him. Oh no! Deidara was terrified. That bird was his mount. If it was gone, wouldn't he fall from the sky? Unfortunately, he couldn't react in time. My Chidori sharp spear pierced through the giant bird's head with a thud, the spear tip almost brushing against his scalp, scaring his hair to stand on end. The giant bird disintegrated on the spot, and Deidara fell from the sky like a broken sack. His mind was blank, completely unable to understand how he had gone from having the advantage to free-falling. But his combat instincts kicked in. He knew he had to find a way to land, or he'd be smashed into a pulp. In a moment of desperation, he used Earth style to try to turn the ground into a swamp to cushion his fall. What a nice thought. I quickly formed another spiral shuriken, predicted his landing point, and waited for him. Family who understands, Deidara was completely broken, directly shouting in mid-air, "Damn. Is your chakra an unlimited monthly subscription?" One after another, it felt like a countdown to death. He saw that he was about to crash, and the wind blades of the spiral shuriken started to cut his clothes. In a critical moment, this little guy erupted. His right hand shot into his pocket like lightning, pulled out a lump of clay, and instantly shaped it into a super long clay snake, which snapped around a distant tree branch. Like Spider-Man, he swung and finally flung himself out. Even so, he was still grazed by the residual wave of the spiral shuriken, his Akatsuki robe torn to shreds, blood all over him, and finally crashed to the ground like a broken kite, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. You can imagine how miserable he looked. I watched him stand up unsteadily and couldn't help but tease him. "How's it going, mud player? Do you still think you could defeat me?" His face turned purple with anger, but he still held his ground. "You brat. It's not over yet. I haven't lost." Saying this, he reached into his bag with his right hand and surprisingly pulled out a crooked clay figurine that charged towards me. I let out a cold laugh, drew the sword of Thunder God, and struck it down with one blow, directly splitting the mud figure in half. As a result, this thing was quite troublesome. Even after being split in two, it could still move and attack me from both sides. Finding it annoying, I simply drove the sword into the ground, clasped my hands together, and pushed forward. Thunder release. Thunder moves the heavens. I tell you, that scene, the violent lightning exploded from the palm of my hand like a searchlight, almost blinding Deidara's eyes, and that piece of broken clay was immediately thrown up by me. "Huh, it's about time to send you on your way." After I finished speaking, I gently kicked the hilt of the sword on the ground with my toes, and the sword of thunder flew towards Deidara in the sky, spinning. When he saw this sword, his pupils shook. He remembered that I used this thing as a coordinate for teleportation before. His mind raced, and he immediately judged that he couldn't let me get close. He had to create distance. So he quickly made another clay bird and jumped on it, desperately flying up into the sky. While flying, he stuffed clay into his real mouth, looking like he was about to unleash a big move. I wasn't idle either. I was preparing seriously. As soon as he flew to what he thought was a safe height and chewed the lump of clay in his mouth, he directly spat it down from the sky. The lump of clay hit the ground and transformed into a giant clay doll, dozens of meters high, looking exactly like him. C4 Garuda. Hee. QinYu. Get ready to welcome the big gift I prepared for you. This was originally meant for Uchiha Itachi. Deidara went wild in the sky again, typically feeling invincible. That giant took a step and rushed towards me. I sneered and casually launched a Chidori sharp spear to explode it. But this was just a decoy. After the doll exploded, countless invisible nanometer-sized clay spider bombs drifted towards me with the wind. Anyone else would have definitely been hit, but I was completely unbothered. I suddenly opened my eyes wide, and my dark pupils instantly transformed into a scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan. Deidara in the sky, seeing this scene through his telescope, was completely stunned. His CPU was about to fry. After researching the Sharingan for so long, he recognized at a glance that this was not an ordinary Sharingan. Before he could react, a massive amount of chakra surged from my body, instantly condensing into a gigantic purple-blue skeletal giant that completely enveloped me. Susanoo, majestic, powerful, cool, and dazzling. Not a single one of his nanometer spider bombs could get in. They were all blocked outside. Deidara in the sky was utterly shut down. The art he was most proud of was just a joke in my hands. Did he want to use this move against Itachi? It was practically inviting death. I looked at his skeptical expression and laughed. So, playing in the mud? Do you still think this trick can defeat Uchiha Itachi? He became furious and started to yell hysterically. So what if he can defend against C4? I can leave any time I want. What can you do to me? Oh, is that so? I laughed. I directly increased my ocular power output, and with a bang, a thick layer of armor instantly covered the skeleton of my Susanoo, and it grew taller. Seeing this, Deidara realized he still couldn't reach me and became arrogant again. Kid, is that all you've got? I smirked, and the two giant hands of Susanoo clenched in midair. Buzz! A massive sword with a scabbard appeared out of nowhere. Then, with a clang, the giant sword was drawn. Without saying a word, I controlled the hands of Susanoo and delivered a vertical slash at Deidara in the sky. Wow, who plays like this? 1 second he was mocking me, and the next second a colossal sword was smashing into his face. Deidara cursed in shock and desperately tried to maneuver his giant bird to dodge. I swung the Susanoo's giant sword wildly in the air, forcing him into a life-threatening situation. In the end, he finally managed to gain some altitude, but still got nicked by the sword's tip. With a whoosh, the left wing of the clay giant bird was severed, and the blade's wind even left a cut on his face. The bird lost its balance and started to spin downwards. Deidara's survival instincts kicked in, and he poured chakra into it like it was free, barely managing to fly higher with one wing. By the time he summoned a new bird and stood on it, gasping for breath, his eyes were filled with dread. But this guy, once he felt safe again, lost his mind. Standing on his new bird, he looked down at me and shouted crazily. So what? If you have the guts, come again. Can you reach me? Huh? I let out a cold laugh and suddenly thrust my Susanoo's great sword into the sky. It startled him, and he thought my sword could extend, flailing around and trying to fly up again. In the end, I was just trying to scare him. I looked at him mockingly. I was just stretching my Susanoo's muscles. Why are you so nervous? Deidara's face turned red with anger, and he could only find a way to save face. QinYu, what do you have to be so arrogant about? I can fly, can you? I can hit you, but you can't touch me. As he said that, he actually dropped a bomb down, which exploded on my Susanoo, doing no harm, but purely being annoying. I looked at his crazy expression and said with a half smile, do you really think you're the only one who can fly? Of course, he didn't believe me. As a result, I injected chakra once again, and with a buzzing sound, my majestic Susanoo suddenly sprouted 2 enormous purple-blue wings from its back. Deidara, up in the sky, was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that this thing could sprout wings. In the next moment, my Susanoo flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind, and took off into the sky. The best part was that I used my Sharingan to see the positions of those C4 little spiders from before. The gust of wind created by the wings blew all of his own nanobombs right back at him. This move, my friends, is called self-production and self-consumption, emphasizing a closed loop. By the time Deidara sensed that his bombs were flying back at him, it was already too late. He was being chased by his own ninjutsu, and the scene was as embarrassing as it could get. He shouted angrily, QinYu, you're despicable. You're shameless. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, gritted his teeth, and directly detonated the little spiders that were chasing him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in midair, and both he and his bird were blown away. losing a wing in the process. This time, he completely lost control and fell from the sky in a disheveled manner, crashing down and creating a huge pit. I ride the winged Susanoo, suspended in midair like a deity, coldly watching Deidara, who is sprawled in the pit, spitting blood. I am spotless, forming a stark contrast with him. How does it feel, playing in the mud and being blown to near death by your own technique? My tone is calm, but every word strikes to the heart. Now, do you still think I can't do anything to you? You. Deidara is so enraged that he spits out another mouthful of blood. Oh dear, young man, don't be so hot-headed, I said playfully. Deidara's face darkens as he struggles to lift his head to glare at me, snorting coldly. QinYu, you arrogant guy, stop boasting here. Hee. I chuckled and replied seriously. It seems like you are the one who has been boasting all along. Uter, I'm telling you, this guy has completely lost it. He can't even handle it anymore. Clearly, his chakra is almost depleted like a low-health minion, and he still tries to threaten me. QinYu, do you think you've got me? My art is not over yet. Goodness, he was so passionate. It was just missing a background music for effect. But I maintained a single expression throughout, indifferent. You understand? Just that kind of, oh yes, 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 everything you say is right expression. This made him overheat. And what he can't stand the most is this. Does anyone understand? He got anxious. He was jumping up and down, shouting, give me some reaction. Be scared for once. That look in your eyes. Exactly like your partner, Uchiha Itachi. Those eyes, completely ignoring my art. I cannot forgive. Oh my god, he was there performing a one-man show for half a day, talking himself into a breathless state, panting heavily. I really couldn't hold back and curl my lips. So boring. Those 3 words were simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. Deidara was stunned for 3 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing, sounding worse than crying. Ha ha, QinYu, you successfully angered me. Today, I'll let you experience my ultimate art. Saying this, he directly tore off the tattered Akatsuki robe on his body. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. The Akatsuki's undressing equals certain death. It really isn't a lie. I saw a stitch mark on his left chest, and with a swift motion, he tore open the stitches with the mouth on his palm. That seemed suddenly gaped open, and to my surprise, there was a huge tongue inside. Immediately after, he pulled out a large chunk of clay and stuffed it into that mouth on his chest. The next second, countless black meridians exploded from his body, resembling a spider web, crawling all over his face. He had completely lost it and began his farewell speech. Next, I will self-destruct. I will become art itself. The explosion radius is 10 kilometers. QinYu, let us gamble and see if your space-time ninjutsu can escape. Feel the fear. Marvel at me. My art is Patrick Star. I almost shouted it out for him. Before he could finish a shout, he shrank into a pitch-black ball, with a huge mouth grinning madly on it. The surface of that sphere began to crack, radiating light, and it looked like it was about to boom. So guess what I did? I directly retracted Susanoo. Yes, right in front of him, I removed that thickest layer of armor. Then, with a body flicker, I appeared right in front of his face. The consciousness inside that black ball was stunned. Die for me. Explode. At that critical moment, my left eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly shone brightly. A terrifying suction force surged. And that black ball, which was about to obliterate everything, guess what happened? It stopped. Then, that huge ball was sucked straight into my left eye with a whoosh. In just one second, the world returned to calm, and the catastrophic noise from before felt like a dream. This is my kaleidoscope eye technique. Devour reversal. The left eye devours, absorbing ninjutsu. The right eye reverses, able to spit it back out at any time. Produced by the system, it's just unreasonable. While others have one ability, I have 2. With everything taken care of, I flicked my god robe behind me, my figure flashed, and I directly returned to the Akatsuki's base. Goodness, it had already been torn apart quite a bit. Kakashi and the others looked grimy and exhausted, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. The one called Sasori of the Red Sand had brought out the 3rd Kazekage's puppets, and Kakashi and the others were barely managing to deal with that thing, while Sasori himself appeared to be handling it with ease. Kakashi saw that I had returned and hurriedly asked, "Did you solve it?" I spread my hands, of course. If I make a move, is there still any suspense? Kakashi rolled his eyes, probably too lazy to comment on me. Scorpion was completely stunned, looking at my spotless appearance with a face full of disbelief. Absolutely impossible. What about Deidara? Did he run away? Scorpion couldn't help but ask, while imagining it himself. He must have run away. That bastard. I looked at him like a fool. Why do you think he can escape from me? What do you mean? It means he's already done for. Impossible. Scorpion exploded on the spot, In such a short time, how could you possibly kill Daida? I pretended to scratch my head in distress. How should I explain this? It could be that he's too weak, or maybe I'm too strong. You figure it out. Scorpion sneered. Nonsense. TSK, I originally wanted to dig out his corpse to show you, I said with a look of regret, but forget it. The consequences of digging it out are a bit serious. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Scorpion didn't believe it at all, insisting that Deidara had run away. I'm too lazy to argue with him, so I just said, think whatever you want. It won't change the fact that you're about to go down to accompany him. QinYu, I know you have some skills, but you aren't worthy enough to keep me here. Now let me show you my ultimate art. Saying this, he took out a scroll. Kakashi and Gaara turned pale. Isn't the third Kazekage his final move? I couldn't help but laugh. Ultimate art? How come you guys from the Akatsuki are all artists? The last one who said that must have grass 2 meters high on their grave. Do you think you're better than him by that much? Is that instant explosion of Deidara's even worthy of being called art? True art is eternal. After Scorpion finished speaking, he directly unfurled a scroll and slapped it on the ground. Boom! A large cloud of white smoke dispersed, and I couldn't believe my eyes. There were hundreds of puppets dressed in red robes floating in midair, each holding all sorts of weapons. It was like a weapons expo. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Scorpion's voice was filled with madness. I once used this move to single-handedly slaughter an entire country. QinYu, how do you think you compare to a country? Kakashi and the others turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Only I, looking at the sea of broken copper and iron, almost laughed out loud. Gaara wanted to remind me to be careful, but then Shikaku inside him directly spoke up, sounding lazy. Save it, you little wind shadow, you're just worrying for nothing. This thing is a father to you guys, but to him, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Kakashi couldn't hear and was getting anxious. QinYu, what about the plan? How do we coordinate? Plan? I looked at him as if he were an alien. My plan was simply to ignore these things and charge and take him down. Wasn't that enough? Damn, Kakashi swore directly. On the opposite side, Scorpion was completely enraged by my scrap metal comment, as these were all his treasured creations. Without a word, he opened fire. In an instant, hundreds of puppets attacked simultaneously, with poison needles, toxic mist, and rockets raining down on us. Kakashi and the others were extremely tense, and Gaara wanted to borrow Shikaku's chakra, but Shikaku retorted, "Just sit back and watch the show." Seeing their anxious expressions, I shook my head, closed my eyes, and then suddenly opened them wide. Buzz! A massive and terrifying chakra erupted from my body, instantly condensing into a giant purple-blue skeletal figure, completely enveloping all of us. Clink clank. Boom boom boom. Outside, it was chaos. The poison needles hitting Susanoo felt like a tickle, and the rockets exploded without even making a sound. Everyone was stunned. Gaara muttered, Is this the technique of my brother-in-law? Shikaku inside him snorted, the power of those evil eyes. But the most shocking was Scorpion. He was dumbfounded, staring at the gigantic shell that appeared out of nowhere, probably having his worldview shattered. I leaned against the Susanoo, smiling as I looked at him. So, how is it? Scorpion of the red sand? Is this your ultimate art? It's just a hard turtle shell. Scorpion trembled with anger. Let's see how long you can hold on. He was right. The Susanoo had a huge consumption of chakra. Unfortunately, he was analyzing a normal person, while I had chakra like I was using an infinite cheat. Holding out until you die should be no problem, I said casually. Scorpion went completely insane, commanding all his puppets to charge at me like rabid dogs. Hacking away at the Susanoo. Swords, axes, saws, everything was thrown at it, and what was the result? Not even a scratch was left. Is this all you've got? I mocked. Scorpion gritted his teeth. I don't believe I can't do anything to you. I laughed. The next second, the Susanoo extended 2 skeletal arms. And with a hum, a gigantic chakra blade appeared in the palm of my hand. Clang! The great sword was drawn, and I didn't use any flashy techniques. Just a simple horizontal sweep. A dazzling purple-blue blade light flashed by, faster than anything. Scorpion reacted and tried to pull back his puppets, but it was already too late. With a slicing sound, it was like cutting through butter with a hot knife. The dozens of human puppets at the front were instantly cut in half, turning into real scrap metal. Scorpion's heart was bleeding. His expression was a mix of shock, anger, and a hint of fear. The sturdy puppets he was so proud of were no different from paper in front of me. I didn't give him any time to react. Susanoo's right hand flipped, and the massive chakra blade was raised again, aimed at the remaining puppets. This time, Scorpion was so scared that his soul almost flew away. desperately manipulating his precious puppets to retreat wildly. The way he looked at me was filled with tension. Every part of his body was taut, afraid that if he made one wrong move, I would send him away directly. So, of course, I had to apply a little more pressure on him. I'm telling you, you have to take advantage of his illness to take his life. My Susanoo opened up with a snap on my chest, and wow. It was like a rain of arrows. It was like activating an unlimited firepower mode, and whoosh, all of them hit him right in the face. The rain of arrows was so dense that I didn't even need to aim. I could shoot with my eyes closed and still hit. Instantly, half of his pile of broken puppets was taken out. At that moment, Scorpion's face turned green, and he probably started to doubt life. I'm playing art, and you're using a Gundam. Is this reasonable? He looked at me, his lips trembling, so angry that he couldn't even speak. Can I let this opportunity pass? I directly mocked him. How's it going, Scorpion artist? Aren't you puppet masters the ones who love to play with hidden weapons? Come on, give me your opinion on this. Is it powerful enough? This guy completely broke down. He thought my gaze was disrespecting his lifelong art. Family, who understands? His expression was as if I had just broken all his figurines in front of him. Unforgivable. He was shouting like a broken record, saying that even if he died today, he would make me pay. All right, you got guts. I love watching this kind of desperate struggle. And guess what? He threw down all those remaining puppets floating in the air and then pulled out a new scroll. With both palms, he unleashed two massive fire columns directly at my Susanoo. The flames were impressive, incinerating the remaining puppets he had, and he didn't even blink. It seemed he was really desperate. The fire columns hit my Susanoo, but it was useless like a tickle. But this kid wasn't stupid. He quickly changed tactics and compressed the large flames into a very thin fire line, shooting it like a laser cannon towards me. This was a bit more serious. I actually started to see signs of melting on my Susanoo's skeletal frame. Gaara was ready to manipulate sand, but the Shikaku inside him suddenly spoke up, saying, "Take it easy, kid. Your brother-in-law is warming up here, and that little bit of sand you have will just get blown away." As soon as I heard it, I burst out laughing. Oh, this old raccoon really understands me. I directly smiled at Scorpion and said, "Sorry, my friend was just warming up." Scorpion's expression showed disbelief, and he was about to curse me for showing off. Just as the words left my mouth, there was a loud rumble. My Susanoo suddenly shot up like it had eaten some golden fertilizer, growing taller and taller. It reached dozens of meters high, directly piercing through the roof of the Akatsuki's shabby building. Not only did it grow taller, but it also donned a thick layer of armor, looking incredibly imposing. The fiery line that could melt bones before now hit the armor without leaving even a white mark. Scorpion was completely dumbfounded, looking up at my full-form Susanoo, probably straining his neck, muttering to himself, "Is this a deity descending to the world?" I laugh now. Do you still think you can make me pay the price? This kid is really stubborn. He pulled out another scroll, and this time he switched from fire to water. A thin water column shot out like a needle with tremendous power, even slicing a gap in the clouds above. Then he started slashing at my Susanoo. The hissing sound was quite frightening, and the armor was corroded and smoking, but in the next second, it repaired itself and was completely unbreakable. As soon as I saw it, I thought, well, there are no new tricks, right? So let's not waste time. Here we go. The enormous sword of Susanoo, several meters long, was drawn with a clang and swung towards him. This guy was so scared that he nearly lost his mind, desperately dodging to the side. But one of his arms was still sliced off by the blade's wind. Unfortunately, he was a puppet, so not a drop of blood was shed. Before he could catch his breath, I swung again with a horizontal strike. This time, he couldn't escape, watching helplessly as the sword, larger than him, grew bigger in his pupils. Just then, an old lady suddenly rushed out from the side, shouting to stop. At the same time, a shadow blocked the front of the sword. But I had already swung the sword. Once spilled, water cannot be retrieved. That shadow was instantly split in half, like cutting tofu, but the momentum of the sword didn't stop, crashing straight into the Scorpion's heart and bursting his core. Before dying, the Scorpion stared fixedly at the old lady rushing over, softly calling out, "Grandma," and then he was completely gone. The Scorpion, the old lady rushed over, embracing his corpse, and began to weep bitterly. All right, the battle was over, and I dispersed Susanoo. Later, I learned that this old lady was named Chiyo, the Scorpion's grandmother and an advisor of Sunagakure. Gaara and the others comforted him, but Shikaku started to mock him in his head. It was this old hag who insisted on sealing me inside you in the first place. And you're going to comfort her? Gaara is quite open-minded and says he has long stopped hating. Chiyo, after crying for a while, suddenly made a shocking decision. She wanted to use her own life to bring back Sasori. She directly knelt down in front of Gaara, apologizing for her grandson. Gaara quickly helped her up, saying that once a person dies, the debt is settled, and he forgave her. But the old lady had made up her mind, saying she had developed a forbidden technique that could exchange her life for her grandson's. Gaara and the others all wanted to persuade her. But Shikaku complained, "Is this old lady dumb? What good does it do to ask for your forgiveness? The one who can truly decide whether her grandson lives or dies is that demon outside in the giant mech. She gets revived, and he can send them both off together right away. It's a buy one, get one free deal." Gaara immediately exclaimed, "Oh right. Hurry up and bring Granny Chiyo over to find me." I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. It was such a small matter. I made my stance clear. When a person dies, their debts are cleared. As long as he doesn't provoke me again, I couldn't be bothered. But if he still doesn't understand, I wouldn't mind sending him off again. After saying that, I casually took the little hand of Shoju, and the girl blushed instantly, struggling symbolically a couple of times before giving in. Grandma Chiyo watched this and actually nodded in satisfaction, thinking that with Shoju following me, the current generation of Sunagakure was secure. Then, she went back to start her jutsu. Before she died, she gave a long speech to the corpse of the scorpion, saying that the true art of puppetry lies in the soul. The human puppetry is a misguided path, and that he should turn over a new leaf and protect Sunagakure well. With a flash of blue light, Grandma Chiyo lost her life and fell to the ground. The next second, the body of Sasori on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Upon waking up, he saw his dead grandmother in his arms, then looked at me, and his eyes turned red instantly as he shouted at me. "You killed her. Killing me wasn't enough. Why did you have to kill an old woman?" I was so exasperated that my eyes almost rolled to the sky. "Are you out of your mind?" He was so angry that he wanted to make a move. But then he realized that all the puppet parts on his body were gone, and he had turned into a normal person with flesh and blood. He was completely stunned. Gaara sighed and explained the whole situation to him. After listening, Sasori completely broke down, crying like a child while holding Chiyo's corpse, muttering, "It's my fault. Grandma, why did you save someone like me?" I let out a cold laugh and directly spat. "Waste. She saved you so you could cry and whine here? She wants you to become a person again, to be a puppet master with a soul, not a soulless hunk of iron." My words hit him like a heavy hammer, instantly waking him up. He punched a nearby stone, shattering it, and blood flowed from his hand. He felt the long-lost pain and finally understood that he had become a living person again. He solemnly sealed Chiyo's corpse into a scroll, then deeply bowed to Gaara. "Lord Kazekage, I wonder if the current Sand Shinobi will still accept me. A sinner." Gaara readily agreed and welcomed him home. Deidara immediately took off the Akatsuki ring on his hand and threw it away from a distance. From then on, there would be no more Akatsuki's beautiful girl, only the red sand of Sunagakure. As soon as I saw it, I said, "All right, everything is settled." I waved my hand and said, "Okay, family, mission accomplished, we're done. Everyone go back home and find your own moms." After saying that, I directly put my arm around Shoju, called out to Kakashi and the others, and was about to slip away. Just as I was preparing to leave, my little brother-in-law Gaara suddenly weakly coughed twice and called me back. Brother-in-law, when will my sister come back to the village to visit?" I told you at that moment. I rolled my eyes and knew exactly what was going on in my heart. I just laughed and said, "Whenever you have time, just go. Whenever you have time, just go." Seeing his awkward yet expectant expression, I couldn't help but smile. With a wave of my hand, I exuded confidence and said, "Don't worry. From now on, we are family. I'll take care of you all in Sandine Village. If you have any issues, just tell your brother-in-law." Gaara's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and my wife Temari also had a face full of happiness. But there was an oblivious one, that red-haired scorpion brother, Sasori, who immediately became displeased and coldly snorted. "We in Sunagakure can handle our own matters. I will help the Kazekage strengthen and expand the village, without needing anyone else." I glanced at him sideways, too lazy to look him in the eye. "Oh, a defeated opponent still dares to stand here and talk back to us? What's the matter?" Feeling restless again, that guy was quite proud and let out a hum. "I know you're strong. I can't beat you right now, but just wait, I'll go back and practice puppet techniques. And sooner or later, I'll come find you again." I shrugged my shoulders and said nonchalantly, "Sure, I'll be waiting for your arrival anytime." I patted him on the shoulder and said quite seriously, "I'll be looking forward to seeing what you and the little panda can come up with in Sandhin Village. Just wait and see. It will definitely be no worse than your Konoha." He seemed quite confident. "Okay, I'll be watching closely." I smiled, waved to the person behind me, and said, "I'm leaving now, heading back to Konoha." Just as I turned around to head out, hey, I was called back again. It was that scorpion guy again, but this time his tone was really awkward. Wait a minute. I lost my temper and became impatient. What's wrong with you? I'm not looking for you, he replied with annoyance, then directly bypassed me and ran quickly to Sakura, looking very eager. Little girl, you are a medical ninja, right? The kind with very high skills? Gaara hurried over. Scorpion, what's wrong with you? It's not me. Scorpion shook his head, his expression complicated. On the way I grabbed you. That guy named Kankuro from our village chased after me. Kankuro. Temari and Gaara turned pale upon hearing the name. Temari immediately rushed over and grabbed Scorpion by the collar. What did you do to him? Scorpion, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't get angry and quietly muttered, I didn't kill him, but he got poisoned by me. Temari then breathed a sigh of relief, but was still scared and gasping for air. Gaara remained relatively calm and quickly asked, what's going on? Scorpion frowned and said, the poison is very strong. It's not the kind that kills immediately, but he won't last 3 days. I made the poison myself, and the ingredients are very complex. Ordinary people can't cure it. Temari, hearing this, became anxious again. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save him. Guess what? This guy became even more awkward and stammered. Well, I can't cure it. Wow. I was shocked listening to it at the time and couldn't help but say, you made the poison yourself. Can't you neutralize it? He looked innocent and replied, I made the poison to kill someone. Why would I need an antidote? I rolled my eyes. Aren't you afraid of accidentally getting poisoned? He coughed twice and boldly replied, I used to be a puppet body, so I'm not afraid of poisoning at all. Wow, you're tough. I was left speechless. Temari was almost in tears. So what should we do? Don't panic. Scorpion pointed at Sakura. I noticed that this girl's medical ninjutsu skills are quite high. Temari slapped her forehead, right? Sakura is Tsunade-sama's disciple. She'll definitely manage. Scorpion was also surprised. Tsunade? The one from the legendary 3? The #1 medical ninja in the ninja world? Upon hearing someone praise her teacher, Sakura immediately straightened her back. That's right. Tsunade-sama is my master. That's great. Scorpion excitedly slapped his thigh. If anyone in this world can cure my poison, it must be that lady. Her disciple surely can't be bad either. Sakura confidently nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Then let's hurry. Every minute we waste puts Kankuro in more danger. Scorpion urged. Just as it seemed things were about to be resolved, I decided not to let them have it so easy. I looked at Scorpion with a sideways glance, my tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, who was just bragging a moment ago about not needing help from Konoha? Is your face hurting now? This guy awkwardly coughed, but still stubbornly defended himself. Humph. I didn't ask you. Oh, so that's how it is. I nodded, grinning wickedly. Well then, Sakura, you don't need to go just yet. We're in a hurry to report back to the Hokage. Sakura was completely stunned, and I could tell she was thinking, can it really be done this way? I glanced at her and said lightly, as a ninja, obeying orders is the first rule. Besides, that painted cat is from Sunagakure, and I've always found him unpleasant. You. The scorpion of the red sand was so angry that his fingers trembled. He probably never expected I could be this shameless, joking about someone's life. But what could he do? He couldn't beat me or argue with me. The situation was stronger than the person, so he had to concede. After holding back for a long time, he finally lowered his head. I misspoke. Our Sunagakure still needs your help from Konoha when necessary. Ah, that's more like it. Sincerity is key. I chuckled and patted his shoulder, feeling quite pleased inside. This guy probably cursed me 1,000 times in his heart. In a good mood, I waved my hand and changed my mind. All right, Sakura, you go with him. The rest of you, come back to Konoha with me. Temari seemed a bit worried. She wanted to say something, but held back. I directly comforted her. Don't worry, Sakura is here, Tsunade's apprentice. That painted cat won't die. If she can't handle this little task, wouldn't she get skinned by Tsunade when she returns? You following along won't help. It's better to come back to the village with me. Sakura, listening from the side, was so furious she was about to grind her teeth, probably cursing me in her heart. This bastard, even without a chance, still targets me. Gaara also advised his sister. Sister, don't worry, we are here for you. You can go back with your husband. Temari nodded at this. So, I took Temari, Kakashi, and a few others and strolled back to Konoha. Gaara was anxious on his end, directly creating a large amount of sand, like a flying carpet, carrying 3 people and zooming towards Sunagakure. Just as we left, a carnivorous plant spirit popped up from the ground, and the 2 oddballs, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, were there gloating. Black Zetsu muttered, I really didn't expect these 2 to fall. White Zetsu laughed, this is great. As soon as they bumped into Konoha, The organization suffered heavy losses. The leader is going to be furious. After saying this, these two also disappeared into the ground, going back to report. 2 days later, at the Akatsuki's new base, those people gathered together like they were in a video conference, using the body flicker technique. As soon as they came online, Haiden's loud voice shouted, "Hey, those two didn't come? They couldn't have really died, right?" Kakuzu sneered, "Humph, always shouting about some nonsense art. Dying is normal." When Pain heard them about to argue again, he became very annoyed and interrupted directly. "Enough. Zetsu, what's going on? Speak." Kisame whispered beside him. "Sai, with that opponent, it's not surprising if they all died." As a result, these people had sharp ears, and White Zetsu directly said sarcastically, "Well, I think the organization won't need me anymore. Just relying on Kisame's deductions will be enough." Pain's face darkened. "What do you mean?" Black Zetsu joined in the mockery. "It means that everything Kisame said is true." "What?" Pain's expression changed instantly. "Did Deidara and Sasori really die?" Zetsu nodded. "At first, it was confirmed that they died." "At first? What do you mean?" Pain was confused. Zetsu explained. Later, an old woman from Sunagakure named Chiyo appeared, using a forbidden technique that exchanged one life for another and resurrected Sasori. "What the hell? Resurrected?" Haiden jumped up directly. Pain furrowed his brow. He didn't expect that besides his Rinnegan, there was someone else who could play with life and death. Zetsu continued. "I didn't dare to get close, but I could feel Sasori's life force disappearing for a while. Then it reappeared, while that old woman's life force disappeared. So I guess it was like that. In other words, you didn't see it with your own eyes." Haiden began to fuss again. Kakuzu mocked. "Some people are getting lazier now." Zetsu got angry on the spot. "Of course. Don't you know QinYu's insight? If I dared to show my face, it wouldn't be to come back and report, but to be dead." Haiden pouted. "You can't do it yourself and blame others for being too strong." Kisame came out to smooth things over. "This can't be blamed on Zetsu. It can only be said that QinYu is too powerful." Haiden shot him a sideways glance. "I thought who it was. It turns out to be the 7 ninja swordsmen, scared out of their wits after having one arm broken. Weren't you already nailed to the pillar of shame?" Goodness, this sentence directly triggered Kisame. He had a bad temper to begin with. And after being beaten so badly last time, it had always been his embarrassing history. Now being publicly exposed by Haiden, he was about to draw his sword. Unfortunately, this was a virtual projection. He could only seethe in anger. "Shut your mouth." Kisame angrily shot back. "You didn't run into him. Count yourself lucky. Otherwise, you'll be dust by now." Haiden was extremely confident. "It was his luck that he didn't run into me. Otherwise, I would have already offered him to the evil god." Kakuzu immediately interjected. "Offer what evil god? How much can his head be worth?" These two began to argue again. Kisame sneered beside them. "Just you 2 zombie combinations. What kind of daydreams are you having? Bastard." Haiden pointed at Kisame and cursed. "Enough." Pain shouted loudly, and the entire place instantly fell silent. It was clear that he still had some authority as a leader. Arguing. Can we still do serious business?" After venting his anger, Pain sighed and said to Zetsu, "Continue. Since Sasori has been resurrected, why didn't he come to the meeting?" Zetsu hesitated for a moment and revealed an even more explosive piece of news. "I don't know what happened, but after that guy was resurrected, it was like he became a different person, and he followed that little Kazekage back to Sunagakure." "What?" Pain's Rinnegan instantly narrowed, and a killing intent spread out. I tell you, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire Akatsuki chat room exploded. "What? Scorpion defected to Sunagakure? Isn't that just betraying us? I've always thought he was no good. This is bad. He knows so many of our secrets." Everyone was discussing animatedly, and Pain's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Jay-Z added, "I guess that old hag saved him with her life, moved him, and that's why he returned to the village." Kakuzu scoffed. "That kind of freak who conducts experiments on living people has any humanity left?" Konin also spoke up. "His return to Sunagakure should mean he's given up the path of the human puppets, so he naturally won't need us anymore." "Oomph. This guy is definitely not on the same side as us." Kakuzu continued to complain. Kisame seized the opportunity to retort. "Well then, you money-obsessed guy, aren't you unreliable too?" "Nonsense." Kakuzu exploded. "The money I've saved is for the organization." Kisame sneered. "I haven't seen a single cent." Kakuzu looked disdainful. "What level are you to spend the organization's money?" "Most of the money I've worked hard to save has been taken by Konin to buy explosives." Ahem. Pain coughed heavily, and Kakuzu shuddered, daring not to say the remaining words. But everyone understood. Goodness. All the organizational funds went to the leader's secretary to buy paper pieces? Everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror, but they began to speak sarcastically. Oh, so it was used for organizational development. The leader is selfless. We all understand. We all understand. Enough. Pain shouted again, glaring at Kakuzu, his eyes seeming to say you fool. Then he forcibly changed the topic. Let us get back to business. What does everyone think about Scorpion's defection? Haiden was the first to jump out. What is there to think about? Betraying the organization. He must be killed. Kakuzu agreed. That's right. He knows too many secrets. He must not be left alive. JZ analyzed. He has returned to Sunagakure, and he will definitely expose our plans to capture the tailed beasts. When the Five Kage Summit starts, we'll be in trouble. Haiden waved his scythe and shouted. What is there to be afraid of? The Five Kage Summit is just right. I'll take one with my scythe, all for Lord Jashin. Kakuzu was even more ruthless. That's right. Just flatten Sunagakure. Capture that brat of the wind shadow, and extract the rest of the one tail too. Kisame also shouted. That's right. My big sword is also eager for action. But then Haiden became unhappy and turned to confront Kisame. Hey, how can you be the one to destroy Sunagakure? What if you lose an arm again? How embarrassing would that be? You, bastards. Kisame was furious. Pain felt exhausted and shouted angrily again. Everyone, shut up. Destroying Sunagakure? No way. Going head-to-head with the 5 great ninja villages is not our style. The most critical thing right now is to capture the tailed beasts. While the Haven T reacted yet, we must capture all the tailed beasts first. Is that clear? Yes. Everyone replied weakly. Just as Pain was about to dismiss the meeting, Haiden spoke up again. Wait. What about that kid named QinYu? The loss of our 2 members must be counted on him. Kakuzu also said, this kid must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, he will definitely be a future headache. I tell you, Pain must have felt like he wanted to die at that moment. He held back his anger and almost shouted. First, capture the tailed beasts. Do you understand? I'll handle QinYu's matter personally later. You 2 are not allowed to seek him out on your own. I don't want to lose 2 more members. After saying that, Pain logged off exhausted. Before leaving, Kisame couldn't help but turn back and provoke Haiden and Kakuzu. Did you hear that? The leader said you 2 are no match for him. So just behave. After saying that, he disappeared as well. Finally, it was just the immortal duo left, looking at each other. Haiden was so angry he was stomping his feet. Kakuzu, they all looked down on us. Kakuzu's face was so gloomy it could drip water. Yeah, from the leader to Kisame, none of them think highly of us. Haiden waved his scythe, looking displeased. So what now? Just let be. Kakuzu snorted coldly, not saying anything. But the unwillingness and killing intent in his gaze was almost overflowing from the screen. Anyway, these 2 were getting angrier the more they thought about it. Their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. I tell you, in the next second, Kakuzu exploded on the spot, roaring, no way. We can't let ourselves be underestimated like this. What he meant was that he wanted to take out that little bastard QinYu to prove that they weren't just some worthless scum. Let's go. To the land of fire. Kakuzu declared as if issuing a final ultimatum. Recently, this kid had been making quite a stir, and a bounty had even been posted on the black market with a high price. If we take his head, we can exchange it for money, and I can also add his heart to my collection. A solid plan indeed. However, Haiden immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, countering, Kakuzu, here you go again. All you care about is money and hearts. Can't you have a bit of faith and pursuit? After we kill him, it must be a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Do you understand what ritualistic significance is? These 2 clowns hadn't even seen the target yet, and were already bickering about how to divide the spoils. Haiden felt wronged. I've been running around with you for so long, helping you make money, and have never offered a proper tribute to Lord Jashin. If this continues, Lord Jashin will be angry with me. As soon as Kakuzu heard him starting to ramble on, he quickly waved his hand. All right, stop. Let us take him down first. We can discuss the spoils later. I nodded fine. I was really amazed. These 2 guys acted as if QinYu's head was already in their pocket, celebrating in advance. So, the 2 of them confidently made their way to the land of fire. On the way, Haiden suddenly remembered, wait a minute, ISNT our mission to capture the 2 tails? ISNT that thing in the land of lightning? Are we going the wrong way? Kakuzu sneered, giving him a look that said he was too young. Haiden, do you really think the leader doesn't want to take down QinYu? He wants it more than anyone. He just doesn't believe we can handle it. I can guarantee that as long as we deal with that kid, it will be a huge accomplishment, far more than capturing the 2 tails. Haiden, upon hearing this, seemed to understand. Oh, that is how it is. Anyway, he couldn't make sense of it, so whatever Kakuzu said went. To be honest, Kakuzu's analysis wasn't wrong. If they could really take care of QinYu, Pain would probably be laughing like a pig in his dreams. But the problem was, they had to be able to do it, just as this immortal duo set off on their path to seek death. Our protagonist QinYu was being summoned by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. But do you think it was a serious summons? You'd be mistaken. In the Hokage's office, QinYu was incredibly arrogant, sprawled out in a chair with his legs resting on Tsunade's desk. For those who understand, this is the Hokage's office. I was sweating for Shizune, who was standing next to him. Her expression was so helpless it could almost be a world-famous painting. Seeing Tsunade silent for a long time, QinYu casually asked, "Hey, Tsunade, what wind blew me here today? What is up?" Tsunade shot him a glare. "You little brat. No respect. Kakashi has already reported to me that you did a good job saving the wind shadow last time." Upon hearing this, QinYu immediately made a face. "So, is there a reward? A reward? How about a good beating? Do you want it?" Tsunade retorted angrily. 3 years without a reward. And now you want to collect a bonus? What about your face? QinYu pouted, realizing there was no hope for a reward, and instantly lost interest. Okay. Let's not talk about that. What is the matter? Only then did Tsunade become serious. "I got news from Gaara that because the Akatsuki member Sasori has defected, they've obtained a lot of information about the organization. He thinks this organization has ulterior motives and wants to hold a 5 Kage summit." QinYu waved his hand dismissively, looking as if he saw through everything. "Oh, what good is that? It's just sitting together and arguing. Who would believe whom?" Tsunade sighed. "You see through it. That's right. Anoki from the Stone Village and the hot-tempered Rakage from the Cloud Village won't even show up." QinYu said, "Oh," suddenly furrowing his brows and saying something shocking. "Wait, so you call me here to go to the Stone and Cloud Villages, beat up the Tsuchikage and Rakage, and force them to come to the meeting?" Shizune face-bombed at the side, and Tsunade almost spat out the water she had just sipped cough. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you really did that, it wouldn't be a 5 Kage summit. It would be the 4th Great Ninja War." QinYu smirked and began to tease. "I know, you're worried about me, afraid I won't come back, and you'll be lonely. Get out of here." Tsunade exploded. "All right, goodbye." QinYu cheerfully got up to leave. "You brat, come back." QinYu shrugged and flopped back into the chair. "So what's the matter? The Stone and Cloud Villages are ignoring us, but the previously reclusive Mist Village is particularly active this time." Tsunade explained that they specifically selected a 5th Mizukage for this matter, and the inauguration ceremony is in a week, inviting us from Konoha to attend. As soon as QinYu heard 5th Mizukage, his eyes lit up like 2 500-watt light bulbs. The enchanting figure of Mei Terumi immediately flashed in his mind, and he subconsciously muttered the 5th Mizukage, but he quickly adjusted himself and began to act recklessly. "So what does this have to do with me? You're not planning to hand over the Hokage position to me, are you?" Tsunade glared at him. "I would love to, but would you dare take it?" Stop. I think you're doing pretty well." QinYu quickly waved his hands. Tsunade then got to the point. "The Mist Village wants to improve relations with us. For this ceremony, I want you to go. Right now, besides Jiraiya, you're the only one in the village with weight. I'll tell you." Tsunade was ready for QinYu to refuse. Then she'd go beat up Jiraiya to force him to go. But guess what? QinYu agreed without hesitation. "No problem. Just going to the Mist Village to attend a ceremony. It's a small matter." This left both Tsunade and Shizune dumbfounded. Was the sun rising from the west today? Had this lazy dog changed his ways? Tsunade looked suspicious. "You're so agreeable? You're not planning to take your little girlfriends on a public expense trip, are you?" "I'm telling you, not a chance." QinYu rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? I'm going alone." What he was really thinking was, why would I take girls along? If I take them, how can I legitimately pursue Mei Terumi? Wow, so that's what was for? Tsunade still felt something was off, but seeing that he agreed, she didn't think much and handed him a document. "Take a look at this. It's the Akatsuki information Gaara provided. Everything Sasori knows is in there. You'll have a better idea when you're out there." QinYu took it, flipped through it casually, and thought to himself, "Sasori knows nothing. If I wrote it, I'd even spell out what color underwear Pain wears." With a snap, he tossed the document back on the table. "I'm done." Tsunade was shocked. "That's it? This thing is of no use to me. Just a glance. I'll leave tomorrow, early in and early out." Tsunade nodded and reminded him, "When you go to the Mist, don't mess around. Build a good relationship with the new Mizukage. It's best to pull in an ally." QinYu had a strange expression, grinning as he said, "Building a good relationship with the new Mizukage, right? No problem. You can count on me." Inside, he was overjoyed. Now, besides me, no one in Konoha probably knows that the 5th Mizukage is a great beauty. Suddenly, Tsunade remembered something. "Oh, there's one more thing. The third Hokage told me before. Remember, you absolutely cannot kill Itachi Uchiha. Nor can you harm him. QinYu smirked, understanding. Oh, so the old man left a hidden chess piece? Tsunade nodded. He refused to tell me the specifics. Just keep in mind. All right, off you go. As QinYu was about to leave, Tsunade expressed her concern. Kid, be careful on the way. Shizune, standing beside her, laughed and said, Lady Tsunade is overthinking it. I haven't seen him suffer any losses. Plus he has space-time ninjutsu, so he's quite safe. Upon hearing this, QinYu turned back with a cheeky grin and said to Tsunade, What? Lady Hokage, are you going to miss me? Oomph. Who would miss you? Tsunade's face turned red. Then guess what happened? This guy suddenly said, How about we stick to the old rules? Tsunade was taken aback. What old rules? In the next moment, QinYu reminded her. He swiftly reached out with his right hand, aiming for Tsunade's chest, and grabbed. That feeling TSK. Of course. It was the old rule before parting ways. Damn it. Take this punch. Tsunade's fist, filled with embarrassment and anger, smashed the office desk to pieces. But QinYu had already vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Shizune lowered her head, already used to such scenes. After causing some trouble at home, QinYu set off from the village the next day. Coincidentally, Haiden and Kakuzu had already penetrated deep into the Fire Country, not far from Konoha. The two of them had been searching like headless flies for 2 days without finding anything. Haiden's mouth hadn't stopped. Hey, Kakuzu, what are we going to do? What if that kid is just holed up in Konoha and doesn't come out? We can't just barge in, right? Kakuzu snorted coldly. I have a feeling we're going to meet him soon. Haiden countered. But didn't he hole up in the village for 3 years? Kakuzu interrupted him directly. There's no what if. If he really doesn't come out, we'll sneak into Konoha and take him out. We might even collect a few more heads to trade for money. Upon hearing this, Haiden got excited. Right. So what are we waiting for? Let's just barge in through the front door and kill anyone we see. Kakuzu looked at this idiot teammate with disdain. Get lost. Do you think Konoha is your backyard? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Haiden was still unconvinced. Since when did you become so cowardly? Kakuzu, we're both immortal. Immortal my ass. Kakuzu was much clearer-headed than him. You might not die, but if you get chopped into 8 pieces and buried, then that's a different story. Haiden exclaimed, You're really no fun, talking such gloomy stuff. Kakuzu was too lazy to deal with him and was about to say to keep moving when he suddenly stopped, staring intently ahead. Haiden followed his gaze and saw a figure in a black robe, with a long sword hanging at the waist, slowly walking out of the forest. A nonchalant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Haiden the fool asked, What's wrong, Kakuzu? Who is that? From Konoha? He's not even wearing a forehead protector. Shut up, you idiot. Kakuzu growled. Black robe, long sword, plus that half of a Hokage sleeve. That person is QinYu. What? Haiden was shocked, then looked at the other person with an arrogant expression, sneering. Hey kid, are you the QinYu from Konoha? His thoughts were similar to Daidara's. Believing that defeating QinYu would mean surpassing Uchiha Itachi, who had defeated him back in the day. So, guess how QinYu responded? He smiled slightly, politely saying, That's right, I am QinYu. Then he changed the subject. So, it's you two, the zombie duo? This statement completely infuriated Haiden, who exploded in rage. You brat. You're looking for death. Kakuzu also smiled sinisterly. Kid, step out of Konoha, and I'll take your heart. QinYu laughed. Shouldn't I be saying that to you? You two from the Akatsuki, not content with living, have come to the Fire Country to seek death? Haiden laughed maniacally. We're specifically here to kill you. Oh, QinYu suddenly realized. So you voluntarily came to seek death. Well, I'm the most helpful person. I'll fulfill your wish. Haiden was so angry he couldn't contain himself. Kid, your mouth is quite sharp. In a bit, I'll offer you as a sacrifice to the great evil god, and we'll see how arrogant you are. At this point, Kakuzu began his classic show-off routine, adopting the demeanor of an old senior. Kid, you're still too green to compare with me. Seeing you reminds me of the first Konoha ninja I fought, the first Hokage. Haiden immediately started to undermine him. Tsuke, Hiske. Here we go again. You just have to mention it every time, afraid others don't know you fought the first Hokage. Shut up. After yelling at Haiden, Kakuzu looked at QinYu with anticipation, wanting to see fear and shock on his face. However, he was disappointed. QinYu simply looked at him with a smirk, his eyes full of mockery. Kakuzu was stunned. Kid, you're not surprised at all? I'm talking about the god of ninjas, the first Hokage. Heh. QinYu sneered, responding calmly. May I ask, what is so surprising about that? He paused, then seriously continued. To be honest, I've also fought the first Hokage. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Haiden and Kakuzu were left with their mouths agape, able to fit an egg inside. 5 seconds later, Haiden burst into earth-shattering laughter. Ha, Kakuzu, I thought you were the biggest braggart, but this kid can brag even more. Ha. He says he fought the first Hokage. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna die laughing. Kid, your grandpa must have seen the first Hokage, right? Kakuzu's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He felt QinYu was humiliating him. Damn it, you little brat. How dare you play with me? QinYu coldly laughed. Who's playing with whom? In the next moment, QinYu unleashed his full power, speaking as fast as a machine gun. It was just someone throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away toward my Konoha, then getting scared out of their wits by a single glance. And you think you can go around bragging about fighting the first Hokage? Let me tell you, QinYu's retort was like pulling out historical evidence and rubbing Kakuzu's face in it. Kakuzu's face instantly turned from iron blue to eggplant purple. This had always been a shadow in his heart, and being publicly exposed was a social death scene. The worst part was his idiot teammate Haiden, who broke down right there, not against QinYu, but against Kakuzu. His expression was like he had discovered some huge scandal. Whoa. Kakuzu, is this kid telling the truth? You've been bragging for nearly 100 years, and it turns out you just threw a hidden weapon from 800 miles away? You're really pathetic. Kakuzu was so furious he swore. You don't know anything. You have no idea how terrifying that person is. Being immortal in front of him is just a joke. Haiden scoffed. What a load of nonsense. The so-called god of ninjas is just a name. You got scared off by a glance. That just means you're too cowardly. Kakuzu, I'm so disappointed in you. I want to request a partner change. These two clowns started infighting right in front of their enemy. Kakuzu trembled with anger. You're awesome. You're strong. With your level, if you encounter that person, you'll be chopped to pieces in one face-off. Haiden, full of disdain, was wildly arrogant. If he dares to stand in front of me, I'll definitely send him to meet the great evil god. All right, come on. You two come at me together. I'm in a hurry. I was standing there at that time, and across from me were these two characters, one a money grubber and the other a fanatic, whispering and dividing tasks. The one called Haiden was like he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting about wanting to sacrifice me to his evil god. The old money grubber, Kakuzu, was stoking the flames beside him. Go on then. Aren't you the one who looks down on the first Hokage? Goodness, Haiden took that straight to heart, brandishing his enormous three-bladed scythe and charging over, babbling nonstop. Evil god, watch closely. I'm going to dig out his intestines to offer to you. Seriously, who understands this level of delusion? I nearly lost my composure. He charged at me with such speed, swinging the scythe like a whirlwind, and it looked like he was about to cut me in half. And then what happened? I stood still, not moving at all. Just when the scythe was only 0.01 centimeters away from my neck, I suddenly stretched out my left hand and pressed it to a stop. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Fade Wan was completely stunned. His face turned green, and he exerted all his strength, pushing the scythe forward with both hands. But what happened? Not even a bit of movement. I tell you, his expression was like when a phone with full signal suddenly goes to no service, filled with confusion and helplessness. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. And with a gentle force on my wrist, guess what happened? I directly lifted him up with one hand, along with his broken scythe. Faden was floating in the air like a kite, swaying back and forth, his face swollen like a pig's liver. I raised my eyebrow at him and said goodbye, then suddenly swung my arm. Whoosh bang! Haiden turned into a human cannonball, dragging his scythe, and I threw him completely out, smashing him into a big tree dozens of meters away. The tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, snapped with a crack and broke on the spot. I clapped my hands and mocked the cloud of smoke, saying, "Is that it? You've got quite a loud voice, but your strength is like a mosquito's buzz." The nearby Kakuzu's eyes were nearly popping out. He probably expected Haiden to lose, but he never thought it would be in such an embarrassing way. Taken down in one move. His little schemes were probably smoking in his mind, and the way he looked at me was filled with wariness. As the smoke cleared, Haiden crawled out of the rubble, grinning and shaking his still dizzy head. He pointed at me and shouted, "You little brat. How dare you sneak attack? This lord was just careless and didn't dodge. Next, you'll see my true power." He was about to charge at me again, but Kakuzu couldn't sit still anymore and quickly stepped in to block him. "Haiden, let me help you." This really angered Haiden. "Get lost." "Kakuzu, what do you mean? Do you look down on me too?" Kakuzu was so furious that the veins on his forehead were bulging, and he muttered under his breath, "You idiot." But he had no choice but to take action himself. I'm telling you, these two are like a pair of hidden talents, mainly because of their internal discord. Kakuzu instantly summoned countless black threads, and his whole body floated in the air like a marionette. Without saying a word, he opened his mouth and shot a small fireball at me. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Don't underestimate that small fireball. I know very well that when it hits the ground, it turns into a sea of flames with tremendous power. But I couldn't be bothered, using a body flicker technique to disappear on the spot. When Kakuzu saw I dodged, he was still unconvinced and retaliated with a wind release. Wind release, pressure damage. He sent out a high-pressure wind ball, which instantly exploded into a massive tornado, and it wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at the fireball he just shot. The wind fueled the flames, and that sea of fire was instantly whipped up, transforming into a gigantic flaming claw, sweeping towards me. This is quite a show. I sneered coldly, spreading my arms. Return to the heavens. Buzz. A massive blue chakra shield appeared instantly, and I felt like a high-speed spinning top. No matter what kind of claws or flames came my way, they all bounced off my absolute defense. Defense? Defense is just for better offense. At the moment the return to the heavens ended, I swiftly drew the Thunder God sword from my waist, aimed at Kakuzu's direction, and with a backhand, I unleashed 5 wind blades. Wind release, wind cutter. These 5 wind blades, hitting the remnants of the explosion, instantly transformed into 5 flaming blades, and I aimed perfectly, directly targeting the positions of his 5 hearts. Kakuzu was stunned. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. How does he know where my hearts are? It's impossible. Could it be a coincidence? No. This kid has a cheat. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and use those black threads to form 5 small shields in front of him. Thud, 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 thud. The 5 dull sounds echoed as my 5 flaming blades pierced through his black thread shields like they were nothing. Although the final impact wasn't enough to penetrate his body directly, it turned his Akatsuki cloak into tattered rags and left 5 charred scars on him. Kakuzu's face instantly looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. He wasn't angry about being injured. He was frightened by my strength. His proud, secret technique. The curse of Earth was actually breached by a basic wind release technique. He looked at me, mumbling, "This money really isn't easy to earn." Just then, that pesky immortal, Haiden, charged at me again. This time, he was clever. He threw his scythe from a distance. I easily jumped aside to avoid it. But this guy chuckled and pulled on a rope, causing the scythe to drift in the air and then curve back to slash at me. At that moment, I wanted to apply some intensity to him. With a flick of my right hand, the sword of Thor slipped from my grip, transforming into a bolt of lightning that traced an incredibly precise arc in midair, slicing through his thin rope that was as fine as a hair in an instant. Faiden's smile froze on his face. Before he could react, I used Flying Thunder God and appeared right in front of him. With a flash of blue light in my left hand, the Chidori sharp spear pierced directly into his heart. Pucci. Faden was momentarily stunned. Then he actually started to laugh maniacally. "Ah, that hurts. Push harder. You can't kill me. This guy's indeed a freak. I certainly know he's immortal, but I never thought of killing him. I just wanted to zap him." Rakage. I used the Simbon sharp spear embedded in his body as a conductor, instantly releasing a massive amount of lightning. Zila, Zila, Zila. Haiden was instantly enveloped in electric light, convulsing all over, foaming at the mouth, and was directly electrocuted into a perfectly cooked Cyber Buddha. As Kakuzu saw his teammate being controlled, he immediately smashed a hardened arm spear towards me. Without even turning my head, I swung my right hand back with a sword, activating the lightning blade secret technique. The Thunder God sword, charged with electricity, sliced through his arm, which was harder than steel, as easily as cutting tofu, with a pu-chi sound. Kakuzu was in so much pain that his eyes nearly popped out, his face filled with disbelief. Just then, the electrocuted Haiden surprisingly appeared behind me using body flicker technique. I laughed. Competing with me in speed? I flashed by, using only a basic body flicker technique, but my speed was many times faster than his, instantly circling behind him. At the same time, the Chidori sharp spear in my hand extended once more, aiming to skewer both him and Kakuzu nearby, like a meat skewer. Haiden, having suffered before, quickly dodged out of fear, but Kakuzu wasn't so lucky. He tried to use the substitute technique, but he was too late. He could only watch helplessly as that deadly lightning pierced through the defense made of black threads, and, with a splat, pierced through one of his hearts. Kakuzu let out a painful scream, and countless black threads exploded from his back, rushing towards me in a frenzy. He was truly desperate. He had just lost a life. But was I afraid of him? Holding the sword of the Thunder God, I spun it like a wheel of fire, and those black threads couldn't even get close to me. I even thought about taking the opportunity to pierce another one of his hearts. Kakuzu was so scared that his soul nearly flew away, desperately trying to create distance, retreating to Haiden's side, gasping and cursing. "Aren't you immortal? Why are you running?" Haiden looked aggrieved. "Bro, being immortal doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. That kid's lightning release is too exaggerated. You know you felt it before." Kakuzu was nearly choked by his words and could only grit his teeth and say, "This kid is too tricky. Let us go all out. Quick battle, quick resolution." Finally, the two reached a consensus and started to get serious. Kakuzu became the main attacker, unleashing various elemental ninjutsu as if they were free, while Haiden, relying on his immortality, crazily harassed me, forcing me to split my attention to defend against him. Let me tell you, facing two elite opponents at the same time is indeed quite stressful. Especially with Haiden's abnormal ability, I really don't want to be touched by even a drop of his blood. But that's all there is to it. In my eyes, Haiden's taijutsu is simply at a kindergarten level. If it weren't for Kakuzu frantically intervening nearby, I would have long since cut him into pieces. The battle instantly plunged into a fever pitch. The Thunder God Sword in my hand was continuously switching between wind and lightning chakra, with the sword light flickering, moving like flowing clouds in water. After just a few exchanges, Haiden had several more wounds on his body. Although they healed immediately, it was still a tragic sight. I seized an opportunity, and the sword of Thor drew a cunning arc, directly slicing a deep wound in his chest, exposing bone, and blood gushed out. Fadewan screamed in pain. "Ah, damn bastard. You made me bleed again. I swear in the name of the evil god, I will definitely sacrifice you to the evil god." Fadewan grimaced in pain, waving his claws and shouting at QinYu. As for QinYu, he had long since gotten used to this guy's style. Therefore, he paid no attention to Fadewan's yelling at all. "Fire release, head hardening." A harsh voice suddenly came from behind QinYu. It was Kaku, originally planning to take the opportunity to stab Fadewan. He had to hold back now. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out, and a small fireball came from behind QinYu, moving at an incredibly fast speed. This time, Kakuzu's attack angle and timing were very cunning. This attack was aimed directly at QinYu's back. If hit, QinYu would definitely be severely wounded in an instant, and there would be no way out of it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking echoed. In that instant, QinYu used the body flicker technique to disappear from his spot. When QinYu reappeared, he was already behind Fadewan. Bang! After QinYu dodged, Kakuzu's ninjutsu, head hardening, crashed solidly into Fadewan. The violent flames instantly spread across Fadewan's body. "Ah! Kakuzu, are you doing this on purpose? You burned me alive." In the flames, Fadewan cursed angrily. Seeing Fadewan so jubilant, QinYu coldly smiled and said, "Since you like roasting so much, let me add some more fire." With a slight movement of his empty palm, he completed a hand seal. Fire release, head hardening. Again, an extremely compressed small fireball surged towards Fadewan from behind. "Nanny?" At the moment QinYu shouted the name of the ninjutsu, both Fadewan and Kakuzu were taken aback. At that moment, Kakuzu's mind was filled with question marks. How is this possible? How did he do this ninjutsu? Did he copy it with the Sharingan? But he hasn't even activated the Sharingan. Kakuzu was on the verge of doubting life. What was happening? As for Fadewan, it was even more comical. He shouted loudly, "Damn, is this never-ending?" Since QinYu's previous position after using body flicker was not far from him, the small fireball instantly hit him. Therefore, in this situation, he had no way to dodge. Boom! Two small fireballs from a ninjutsu head hardening exploded with intense flames, one after the other. Fadewan, located at the center of the flames, was instantly roasted to a crisp. If it weren't for his immortality, he would have lost half his life from that hit. "Kakuzu, are you a pig teammate? You can't even handle a little brat?" In the flames, the burnt Fadewan was cursing loudly. Clearly, he was extremely displeased about being roasted. Oomph. In response, Kakuzu let out a cold snort. After all, he hadn't anticipated the current situation either. He never thought things would develop this way. However, since it was already like this, he decided to go all out. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals and then spat out a wind ball. The direction of the wind ball's attack was aimed directly at Fadewan, who was deep in the sea of fire. In an instant, the wind ball shattered. A powerful vortex storm formed instantly. Meanwhile, the wind ball was exploding over a large area, creating wind claws that continuously rushed forward. Finally, the enormous wind claws generated by pressure damage shot into the sea of fire. The already powerful flames became even more violent under the influence of the wind claws. Both the intensity and temperature of the fire surged to a whole new level at that moment. Clearly, Kakuzu intended to push the flames towards QinYu's side. However, before QinYu could react, Fade Wan, who was in the middle of the flames, began cursing again. Kakuzu, are you sick? I'm still in a sea of fire. Are you trying to make me die faster? And you're using wind release to blow wind at me. You're such an idiot. How did I end up with you as a pig teammate? It's driving me crazy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I really want to send both of you to meet the evil god. Fade Wan was already a chatterbox, and now he had transformed into a super chatterbox. Shut up. At this moment, Kakuzu angrily retorted, since you're immortal, just burn for a while. No matter what, I'm going to take this kid down in one hit. You just keep roasting. Upon hearing this, Fade Wan angrily shot back, shut your mouth. As the most loyal follower of the evil god, I have to maintain my image. My robe has already been burned to shreds. In response to Fade Wan's complaints, Kakuzu coldly replied, Humph. As long as we can take down this kid, your robe is nothing. If we can take him down, I'll buy you 10 robes. Kakuzu said this while his gaze remained fixed on the flames in front of him. To this, Fade Wan retorted without holding back, damn. If we really take him down, then it's fine. But if we don't, Kakuzu, I'll take you down too. Chapter 137. First roast, then Sokumph. Kakuzu let out a cold snort and then didn't bother to pay attention to Fade Wan anymore. However, at that moment, he was also feeling somewhat uneasy. The wind from pressure damage combined with 2 head hardening attacks created a massive area of flames with extremely strong damage. This kid should not be able to escape this time, right? The reason Kakuzu was so determined to use pressure damage without hesitation was that QinYu had also released a head hardening. Since the flames from the head hardening had already fallen and were no longer under QinYu's control, Kakuzu thought that as long as he added a wind release, pressure damage, he could definitely force QinYu to suffer the consequences of his own actions. In fact, all of Kakuzu's assumptions were correct. A single head hardening had a very large range, and with the addition of wind release, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Under these circumstances, especially since there were now 2 head hardening attacks, the powerful flames even formed a terrifying firewall that converged on QinYu from all directions in an instant. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say that the scene was extremely grand. If a comparison had to be made, one could say that the current scene was even more powerful than the great fire destruction used by Uchiha Madara. In such a situation, attempting to use the body flicker technique to evade was simply impossible. After all, the body flicker technique is not a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu allows for direct spatial jumps and involves mysterious space, so there is no movement trajectory. But the body flicker technique is different. It is merely an extremely fast movement technique. No matter how fast the body flicker technique is, it still has a movement trajectory and movement route. When compared to space-time ninjutsu, the two are fundamentally incomparable. However, in the current situation, facing such overwhelming flames, the body flicker technique had no chance at all. From Jiao Du's perspective, QinYu should have no way out at all. Jiao Du's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, Humph. This time, let's see how you handle it. As for defense, sorry, Jiao Du completely doubted that any ninjutsu could withstand it. His head technique was not ordinary ninjutsu. Not to mention the enhancement of wind release ninjutsu. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even an ordinary water barrier could not possibly block this attack at this moment. Although it is said that ninjutsu has attribute weaknesses, with water able to overcome fire when the strength of ninjutsu reaches a certain level. It can completely ignore these attribute rules. So at this moment, Jiao Du believed that if QinYu was in the fire, he would definitely be burned to ashes in an instant. At this moment, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Jiao Du's face. If that guy Kisame were here, he might be able to withstand my attack. But how could this little brat do that? Hee. At this moment, Jiao Du seemed to already see victory. If Jiao Du had Byakugan at this moment, he definitely would not think this way. If he had Byakugan, he could see through the flames to QinYu's expression. At this moment, QinYu, faced with the raging flames, showed no signs of panic. He had already sheathed the sword of Thunder God. While retreating in the flames, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, great exploding water shockwave. After completing the hand seals, QinYu immediately shouted with his hands together. This ninjutsu was the signature technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, a super water release technique. In the next second, QinYu's mouth opened wide, and he spat out an overwhelming torrent of water. The vast water flow instantly swept in, transforming the area within hundreds of meters into a vast ocean. The ocean spread out, and in an instant, the powerful flames formed by Jiao Du's head technique and wind release were quickly extinguished, leaving only a small amount of water vapor behind. Moreover, the powerful waves instantly formed a huge, oval-shaped water prison. The moment the water prison was formed, it directly trapped Haiden inside. Damn it, Glug Glug. Are you messing with me? Glug Glug. Haiden's voice echoed in the massive water prison. You bastard Jiao Du. Glug Glug. This is what you call taking this kid out in one hit. Glug Glug. Why is he still alive and kicking while I'm stuck in this damn place? You better not play dumb. Get me out of here. Damn brat. Just wait. Once I get out, I'll make you suffer to death. I'm gonna send you to see Lord Jashin. Glug Glug. Haiden was firmly suppressed in the huge water prison, continuously shouting. Even if he drank a few more gulps of water, he still exhibited his talkative nature to the fullest. Since Haiden was too close at that moment, and his means were rather singular, it led to him being caught off guard and trapped underwater in an instant. As for Jiao Du, he was far enough away and had a variety of techniques at his disposal. So when QinYu unleashed what could be called a sea of water release, he sensed something was wrong. It was at that moment that he kept a watchful eye. Looking at the amount and impact of this water release, it seemed that the nearby trees would be washed away. With no other choice, Jiao Du quickly formed hand seals and then struggled to raise a tall earth wall. Only with this did he find a place to stand firm. It was because he had this foothold that he did not end up being suppressed like Haiden. However, although he avoided this disaster, his heart was shaken immensely. The reason for Jiao Du's shock was not just because QinYu displayed this super powerful water release ninjutsu. More importantly, it was because he recalled that QinYu had already used several different ninjutsu. This little brat, what the hell's going on? In such a short time, he has used lightning release, wind release, fire release, and water release consecutively. Moreover, each ninjutsu was at a high level of mastery. Clearly, he had an extremely deep understanding of nature transformation. Just talking about this water release, it felt no less than that guy, Kisame. How could this little brat achieve such a level? At this moment, not only was Jiao Du shocked, but even the dim-witted Haiden felt something. Identité toi Jiao Du. Hey, Jiao Du. Fighting this kid feels like fighting you. Chapter 138. The tragic Haiden. Damn it, how long has it been? He has already used several types of ninjutsu. Jiao Du, it seems your 5 elements aren't that impressive after all. Look, this random little brat has ninjutsu attributes that are almost on par with yours. Haiden's mocking voice directly aimed at Jiao Du, making Jiao Du's face even more unsightly. Shut up, Haiden. Jiao Du roared in anger. This little brat is a total freak. Something you wouldn't encounter even after years of waiting. Damn it, how'd I run into him? Listening to their banter, QinYu felt quite pleased. He smirked and casually muttered to himself. In this day and age, how can you call yourself a ninja without having all 5 elemental ninjutsu? Is the Akatsuki organization filled with ignorant fools like you? QinYu's words were so arrogant and reckless. Yet Jiao Du and Haiden could only do nothing about it. Although truly multi-element proficient ninjas are rare, they did not know how to refute QinYu's claim coming from a multi-element ninja. After all, no matter how you looked at it, since the battle began, they had been completely dominated by QinYu. Whether it was Haiden relying on his immortality to use desperate taijutsu, or Jiao Du using multiple hearts to unleash multi-attribute ninjutsu bombardment, no matter how they coordinated, they would ultimately be perfectly countered by QinYu. Moreover, sometimes they would even be counterattacked by QinYu. Especially now, Haiden was trapped underwater in the water prison. And as for Jiao Du, the earth wall beneath him was also on the verge of collapse, as if it could crumble at any moment. This battle could be said to be the greatest setback the immortal duo had encountered since their establishment. And it could be said that there was nothing that compared to it. Up until this moment, the two still found it hard to believe the scene before them. A very young little brat could make them look so disheveled. It was simply unimaginable. Hey, what are you doing, Jiao Du? Hurry up and get me out of here. I swear, I will definitely offer this stinky little brat as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. I must. Haiden, trapped in the water, shouted again. However, listening to Haiden's frantic cries for help, Jiao Du's already grim face turned even darker. Jiao Du stared intently at QinYu, his gaze flickering. He realized that the current situation was dire, and he could only rely on himself to break this deadlock. As for his teammate Haiden, but he really can't help with anything. However, no matter how Kakaza thinks, relying solely on Haiden's strength is indeed not enough to break the deadlock. No, this little brat is too tricky. I must rescue Haiden first. As long as I get Haiden out, I'll find a way to obtain this guy's blood then. With a plan in mind, Kakuzu began to form seals again. Lightning release, false darkness, ZZZT. A strange sound instantly rang out, and then a powerful bolt of lightning was expelled from Kakuzu's mouth. The lightning was enormous, continuously compressing and converging as it flew, ultimately transforming into a sharp spear aimed at QinYu. Watching the lightning spear that was about to strike him, QinYu smirked and unleashed a brilliant display of lightning all over his body. Lightning armor. The dazzling lightning release enveloped QinYu, protecting his body from harm. ZZZT. At that moment, Kakuzu was staring intently at QinYu, more specifically at whether his lightning spear could shatter QinYu's defenses. Kakuzu's lightning spear, bearing unmatched might, crashed into QinYu's lightning armor in an instant. ZZZT. The sound of clashing lightning echoed in all directions. Then, to Kakuzu's shock, the lightning spear was actually being devoured by QinYu's lightning armor. In the end, the lightning spear completely vanished, evidently having been entirely consumed by QinYu's lightning armor. The devouring power of the lightning armor was incredibly strong, almost swallowing the spear in the blink of an eye. Watching the lightning spear disappear without a trace, Kakuzu was completely dumbfounded at that moment. What? Kakuzu exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? My lightning release false darkness is arguably my strongest single target attack. How could it be consumed? Just how strong is this brat's lightning release? It's no wonder Kakuzu was so astonished. In the original work, he had used this ninjutsu to force the grown-up Inoshikacho trio into a desperate retreat. In the end, if not for Kakashi desperately setting up a lightning defense, he would have barely managed to withstand this attack. Even so, Kakashi directly consumed half of his chakra. At that time, Kakashi was nearly exhausted. It's worth noting that in Naruto, Kakashi was a master of lightning release ninjutsu. However, even so, he was put in such a difficult position, which shows just how troublesome this technique is. And now, what about QinYu? He had effortlessly resolved Kakuzu's technique. The contrast between the two made the gap between them glaringly obvious. However, what shocked Kakuzu even more was yet to come. Suddenly, from underwater, Haiden's frantic voice rang out, "Kakuzu, you bastard, are you trying to make me die even faster, using lightning release on the surface?" Before he could finish, a wailing sound erupted. This guy was wrapped in layers of lightning, trembling all over, looking like he was about to foam at the mouth. Seeing Haiden's miserable state in the water, Kakuzu's mouth twitched. This time, he had truly miscalculated. He had intended to use the lightning release ninjutsu to attack QinYu. But unexpectedly, not only was the ninjutsu consumed, but it was also directed underwater, directly affecting Haiden. Although he knew it was his mistake, Kakuzu would never admit it. He shouted at the wailing Haiden, "Enough. Shut up. I didn't want to rescue you early." To this, Haiden angrily retorted, "Is this what you call wanting to save me quickly?" In just a few minutes, he had already been betrayed by Kakuzu several times. At this moment, Haiden desperately wanted to crawl out of the water and sacrifice Kakuzu to the Lord of Hell. Kakuzu's mouth twitched again as he forcefully explained, "How was I supposed to know this brat's lightning release was so strong?" Chapter 139. Sorry, Kisame. Hee. QinYu, enveloped in lightning, coldly smiled and said, "Kaku, you underestimate me too much. You should know that if it were just lightning release, you could never win against me. If you could get your hands on the fourth Raikage heart, maybe you could compete with me." If it were any other time, Kakuzu, with his arrogant personality, would have definitely retorted. However, faced with QinYu's myriad of elusive techniques, he fell silent. At this moment, Kakuzu suddenly recalled what Kisame had once said, that person, whether in terms of chakra, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, is absolutely top-notch. He even masters profound space-time ninjutsu. Fighting him, you would find he S like a bottomless pit, always having cards up his sleeve. You can never see through his depths. Thinking of what Kisame had said, Kakuzu's mouth twitched, and he grimly said, "Damn it. Kisame really wasn't lying. Why the hell did we come to Konoha instead of properly capturing the two tails? This was truly too hasty. Kisame, I am sorry." In that instant, Kakuzu actually felt an urge to run away. He really didn't want to continue fighting this guy in front of him. It's worth noting that Kakuzu is one of the longest living characters in the ninja world, aside from Zetsu. The reason he has lived so long is not simply because of his strength. More importantly, Kakuzu is sufficiently cunning. Whenever he finds himself in a favorable position, he mercilessly strikes. Moreover, after killing his opponent, he would take their heart and head. However, when he realizes he cannot win, he will definitely run away immediately. It is because he adheres to this principle that he has survived for so long. Just like when he accepted the assassination mission against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. When he realized the first Hokage's strength was too formidable, he quickly threw a shuriken and fled without hesitation. Over the years since then, he has maintained this good habit. And it is this habit that has allowed Kakuzu to become more cunning and stronger as he aged. As the ultimate embodiment of survival, he is definitely a survivor. Just look at those impressive ninjas. Aren't they all dead? But look at Kakuzu. He's still doing just fine. In the current situation, Kakuzu has exhausted all his means. It has had no effect on QinYu. It can even be said that QinYu has seemingly not made an all-out effort from the beginning. Under such circumstances, how could Kakuzu not have thoughts of fleeing? Damn it, what other trump cards does this brat have? However, this time, Kakuzu dared not turn and run away like before. But it wasn't because of Haiden trapped in the water. To Kakuzu, whether Haiden lived or died was none of his business. As long as he could survive, that was enough. What does it matter if a dead comrade does not die? Kakuzu doesn't care about the fate of his teammates. It's worth noting that Kakuzu's previous teammates had been killed by him. Some are even directly eliminated by him. But now, he didn't dare to abandon Haiden and run away directly. To know, QinYu is capable of using space ninjutsu. If I turn around and run, then my back will be exposed to QinYu, and at that time, I would probably be killed without a trace. Kakuzu's green eyes rolled around, and then he thought of a plan. The main priority now is to rescue Haiden, and then try to see if I can obtain this little ghost blood. If possible, then take the opportunity to eliminate him. If not, then use Haiden to hold him off while I make my escape. Splash! Just as Kakuzu made up his mind, a sudden sound of water came. Kakuzu hurriedly looked over and saw that QinYu's water release ninjutsu, great exploding water colliding wave, was currently churning. Clearly, the suppressive effect of this ninjutsu was waning. The suppressive effect of the ninjutsu has disappeared. Kakuzu squinted at the water below, muttering to himself. Could it be because of the lightning release chakra that was infused into the water earlier, disrupting the suppressive effect of this water release ninjutsu? Splash! With a sound of water, a disheveled figure rushed up from under the water. Haiden, as soon as he freed himself, was filled with intense resentment and came to Kakuzu's side. Seeing this, Kakuzu's eyes spun around, and then he patted Haiden's shoulder and said, "Hey Haiden, you're out. How is it? I told you I was here to save you. I wasn't lying. If it weren't for my lightning release, how could you escape so quickly?" However, in response, Haiden directly shouted angrily at Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, do you think I'm stupid? That was your lightning release's credit? That was clearly because the ninjutsu's time was up. You bastard. You just want me dead, don't you? I really want to send you to meet Lord Jashin right now." While shouting, Haiden pulled out a pitch-black spear from his clothes. He then pointed the spear's tip directly at Kakuzu. Haiden's blood scythe had already been damaged by QinYu, so it could no longer be used. However, who would have thought that Haiden actually took out a pitch-black spear again as a weapon? Moreover, this spear even had a retractable function. When a spear is retracted, its length is about 20 centimeters. But once extended, its length could actually reach 120 centimeters, which is quite strange. Cough cough. Haiden ruthlessly stabbed, causing Kakuzu to awkwardly cough. He then awkwardly but politely smiled and said, No. Let's take care of this little ghost first." Although Kakuzu said this on the surface, internally he was feeling quite different. Damn, when did this guy's brain become so sharp? It really isn't easy to fool him now. Oomph. Haiden snorted coldly. He may be a fool, but he's not an idiot and certainly knows who the biggest enemy is now. Haiden grabbed the black spear in his hand and shouted as he charged toward QinYu. "Bastard, you dare to humiliate me again and again? It's unforgivable. I must send you to meet Lord Jashin." Seeing Haiden charge toward QinYu again, Kakuzu sighed helplessly. Never before had he wished for Haiden to have more attack methods than now. Chapter 140, Two Bloods. Damn it, he just knows to charge in and slash or stab. Can't he learn some ninjutsu? He is really such a waste. Such simple attacks. How can they effectively restrain? Without proper restraint, how can I feel safe to escape? How can I expose my back? This shameless and brazen inner monologue could probably only come from a guy like Kakuzu. However, since he couldn't escape for now, he could only grit his teeth and follow Haiden into the attack. After all, if he didn't go up, he would just be waiting to die. But by following him, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope to obtain QinYu's blood. Although Haiden charged up, he wasn't foolish. He moved quickly, and once he was beside QinYu, he directly thrust the pitch-black spear toward QinYu's face. It should be known that his goal was never to kill QinYu, but to obtain his blood. As long as he got the enemy's blood, Haiden would have the power to make the enemy wish for death. However, Haiden didn't know why, but he always felt a strange sensation when facing QinYu. It was a feeling of being seen through. Although the black-clad boy in front of him had a playful look, this feeling lingered in Haiden's heart. Impossible. It's only our first encounter. How could he know my attack patterns? Haiden comforted himself while shaking off his nerves to attack QinYu. Clang! The Thunder God sword at QinYu's waist instantly unsheathed. The Thunder God sword easily blocked the spear's attack in QinYu's hand. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. At this moment, Haiden was completely on the offensive, attacking recklessly, determined to obtain QinYu's blood. His hatred for QinYu overshadowed everything. Unfortunately, anger does not truly enhance one's strength. After switching weapons, the situation didn't change at all in close combat. He was still being completely dominated by QinYu. If it weren't for Kakazu continuously providing various ninjutsu cover from the outside, even if Haiden were immortal, he would have been beaten to death long ago. In an instant, QinYu wielded the Thunder God sword and unleashed several consecutive slashes, forcing Haiden into a perilous situation. Seeing this, Kakazu gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals for rescue. Suddenly, a flash of cold light shot through, heading straight for Kakazu. The power and precision of the cold light were incredibly accurate. In an instant, Kakazu was startled, but then he quickly reacted. After all, he was an experienced shadow-level powerhouse, and his judgment was rich. He quickly deduced that this was a shuriken. Oomph. Kakazu sneered and then said, "QinYu, do you think you can do anything to me with this? You underestimate me." Uffed. He didn't even dodge, directly summoning several Earth Grudge Fear in front of him. The defensive power and might of Earth Grudge Fear were astonishing, instantly sending the shuriken flying into a corner. When Kakazu saw QinYu shoot this shuriken, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt rising in his heart, because in his view, a powerhouse like QinYu actually resorted to using shurikens for a sneak attack, which must mean he was a bit desperate. This kid seems to be in a hurry. He probably doesn't have enough chakra. After all, he is just a little ghost, and it seems that those previous ninjutsu took a significant toll on him. Now, if I could just hold on a bit longer, I will surely be able to. Kakuzu's inner monologue hadn't fully played out before he could no longer continue, because he suddenly felt a shadow flash before his eyes, and an intense pain shot through his chest. Clang! At the same time, a sound of sheathing the sword rang out. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. No one could see any movement from QinYu. It was as if he had sheathed his sword in an instant. However, if someone had been observant, they would have noticed that the blade of the Thunder God sword was faintly pulled out a little. The next second, QinYu, with his hand gripping the hilt of the Thunder God sword, pushed forcefully. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Thunder God sword was completely sheathed. At the moment the sound ended, countless bloodlines suddenly erupted from Kakuzu's chest. Following that, a strange object composed entirely of an unknown black substance appeared behind Kaku. That strange object faintly bore remnants of a shattered mask. In an instant, QinYu shattered one of Kakuzu's hearts with a single strike. The intense pain caused Kakuzu's pupils to contract sharply. He quickly looked down and discovered that another heart inside his body had been destroyed. Meanwhile, the figure of QinYu, who was originally standing in place, slowly began to dissipate. A shadow, Kakuzu murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, his complexion immediately turned much paler. Within a short time, he had already lost 2 hearts, which clearly had a significant impact on him. Haiden, who was nearby, was also in shock. As a bystander, he had no idea what had just happened. All he saw was QinYu pushing Kakuzu back, and then his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, Kakuzu lost another heart. What they didn't expect was that the technique QinYu had just used was a space-time ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God Slash. This ninjutsu was created by the second hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobarama. QinYu threw a specially made kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark. If Kakuzu had reacted just a moment slower, QinYu would have directly teleported in front of him and struck him down with a lightning-fast sword. However, although Kakuzu reacted quickly and deflected the kunai, he was still caught off guard as QinYu teleported to his blind spot. Then, with a thunderous momentum, QinYu charged forward and pierced through his body with the sword of Thunder God. The speed of this ninjutsu was incredibly fast. Even Kakuzu couldn't defend against it. Nevertheless, Kakuzu, being an experienced elite shinobi, took a moment to think and finally began to catch on. After all, QinYu's mastery of space-time techniques was not a secret within the Akatsuki organization. He carefully controlled his Earth Grudge Fear. cautiously grabbing the flying Thunder God kunai that was lying in the corner. Then, he forcefully threw the kunai far away. At that moment, he dared not let that thing appear within 100 meters of him. Meanwhile, a maniacal laughter suddenly echoed. Ha ha, QinYu. This time I finally caught my chance. Haiden was laughing madly, his face filled with madness. This time he was surprisingly calm. He didn't lose his composure at all after seeing Kakuzu lose another heart. At this moment, QinYu shifted his gaze and noticed something. There was a rope appearing near the bloody scythe of the Bloody March, which was lying not far from him. One end of the rope was tied to the Bloody March scythe, while the other end was held tightly in Haiden's hand. Chapter 141, Three Bloods Whoosh. The Bloody March scythe quickly lifted off the ground and attacked QinYu with lightning speed. QinYu immediately unsheathed his sword to block. Who would have thought that at that moment, Kakuzu, who was behind him, also seized the opportunity. In an instant, countless black threads appeared all over Kakuzu's body. The black threads surged toward QinYu, distracting part of his attention. QinYu raised an eyebrow and had no choice but to use the body flicker technique to evade. However, the usually infallible body flicker technique encountered an unexpected issue this time. Although it seemed he had dodged Haiden's scythe attack, QinYu felt a slight sting on his cheek. When he reached up to touch his face, his pupils suddenly contracted, because blood was flowing from his cheek. At that moment, QinYu's face was filled with panic. Although he appeared this way on the surface, he remained unusually calm deep down. In fact, he even felt like laughing at this moment. At this time, Haiden saw QinYu bleeding and immediately exerted force with both hands, pulling the Bloody March scythe into his grasp. Haiden cradled the Bloody March scythe in his hands as if it were a precious treasure. He gently stroked the bloodstains on the scythe with his fingers. Seeing this scene from a distance, Kakuzu felt a sense of relief. The thought of fleeing was completely cast aside in that instant. After all, in everyone's eyes, as long as Haiden obtained the blood of his enemies, it was tantamount to death. Especially for Kakuzu, who had partnered with Haiden for so long, he had never seen him fail to obtain an enemy's blood. It was a guaranteed kill. At that moment, Haiden, with a sinister expression, raised the bloodied Bloody March scythe and laughed loudly. QinYu, no matter how strong you are, you cannot surpass the curse of the evil god. Awaken. Prepare to be sacrificed to the evil god. Haiden, with a hint of madness, licked his blood-stained fingers, looking immensely satisfied. In fact, every time he licked the blood of his enemies, it was when Haiden felt the most enjoyment, because this was the prelude to the evil god's ritual. At that moment, Haiden began drawing the cursed symbols of the evil god on the ground with his foot. First, he drew a circle, then added a triangle in the middle of the circle, creating a bizarre symbol. In an instant, Haiden's skin turned pitch black, and one could even see the appearance of his stark white bones. The curse of the death god demands blood. Haiden's original appearance was quite handsome, although not particularly delicate. He had the charm of a mature man. With his silver-gray hair slicked back into a stylish comb-over, he exuded an even more sinister aura. One could say that if he lived in QinYu's previous life on Blue Star, he would be the perfect fit for the role of a gambling god. However, after using the evil god's curse, he underwent a drastic transformation. Not only did he become extremely terrifying, but he also exuded a chilling and eerie presence. Ha ha! Haiden laughed wildly, even arching his back due to the exaggerated laughter. His face was turned toward the sky, and his posture gave him an air of supreme arrogance. QinYu, no matter how amazing you are, it's your turn to be finished this time. I will make you understand that no one can escape the curse of the evil god. Not even you. Whoosh! He suddenly used the body flicker technique. His figure vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Haiden. QinYu swung the sword of Thunder God, still in its sheath, to strike. He aimed to knock Haiden out of the bizarre circle formed by the blood. Kakuzu had been Haiden's partner for some time, and knew that as long as Haiden stepped out of that circle, he would not be able to perform a curse. Therefore, at this critical moment, Kakuzu unleashed all the black threads in his body, desperately blocking QinYu's movements. Clang! When QinYu's sword of Thunder God hit Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear, an immense force surged through, and Kakuzu felt his internal organs shift slightly. It was clear that QinYu would not hold back with his attack at this moment. Although it was merely a sideways strike, the force was still astonishing. However, even so, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear managed to defend against it. This demonstrated just how strong Kakuzu's defense was. Although Kakuzu's defense blocked QinYu's attack, it did not come without cost. Spurt! This guy had already lost 2 hearts to QinYu, equivalent to having lost 2 lives. Now, after taking such a powerful attack for Haiden, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kakuzu was furious at Haiden for not taking action while he was risking his life to block the attack. Bastard. Haiden, why aren't you making a move? What the hell are you doing? This kid is not ordinary. If you are so careless, do you want to die? I want to accompany you to death. Kakuzu was truly about to go mad. He was fighting desperately while Haiden seemed completely unconcerned. Now, he couldn't help but want to open Feiden's head and see what was inside. Although Jiaodu was angry and anxious, Faden didn't seem worried at all. He waved his hand dismissively at Jiaodu, laughing and shouting, "Don't worry, Jiaodu, once I get his blood, he's guaranteed to die. I never expected you, Jiaodu, to be afraid of a little ghost. That's different from what you said. Didn't you claim to have fought with the first Hokage? Why are you afraid of a little ghost then? You idiot." Just as Jiaodu was about to angrily curse Faden for being so unfazed, his pupils suddenly constricted, because QinYu had suddenly teleported right next to Faden. At that moment, Jiaodu felt a sense of despair. Why did he have to end up with such an unreliable teammate when the opponent was so strong? In that instant, Jiaodu even had the thought of running away again. However, this idea only flashed for a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. Although Jiaodu was cautious, he wasn't stupid. After all, Faden had already grabbed QinYu's life source. Seeing that he was about to kill this detestable enemy, Jiaodu had no reason to give up. It was even worth taking a gamble. With this in mind, looking at QinYu, who had already charged in front of Faden, Jiaodu gritted his teeth and made an unbelievable move. He actually exploded one of his own hearts right then and there. At that moment, he wasn't simply harming himself. Instead, he was using the explosion of his heart to enhance his own power. This was also one of his trump cards. By actively exploding a heart and sacrificing one life, he could gain strength that surpassed his own limits in a short time. Of course, this method was something Jiaodu would generally never use. Sacrificing a life didn't align with his cautious nature. Chapter 142. The Pitfall. I would call you the strongest. The reason he dared to do this time was that he still had 3 hearts left. Even if he self-destructed one, he would still have 2 lives, so he wasn't too panicked. If he had only 1 heart left, even with 2 hearts, he definitely wouldn't have done this. After all, risking his life was not something he could easily do. Secondly, he knew very well that as long as he protected Faden within the pattern for a few more seconds, QinYu would inevitably be taken down. After exploding 1 heart, Jiaodu's Earth Grievance finally matched QinYu's speed. The originally pitch-black Earth Grievance now emitted a strange, sinister luster, the luster of blood. The strength gained from the exploding heart was indeed related to vital essence. All the vital essence in a person's body passes through the heart, so the heart could be seen as a storage place for a person's essence. In an instant, the power gained from the exploding heart allowed Earth Grievance to keep up with QinYu's movement speed. Jiaodu launched a powerful block again. Bang! Another crisp sound echoed. Jiaodu was willing to use the heart explosion technique for defense, so QinYu's attack did not succeed this time. Although he blocked QinYu again, Jiaodu was not at ease. Seeing that Faden still hadn't team moved, he immediately screamed angrily at the sky. "Bastard! Hurry up and make your move. If you don't act, I'll do it myself." Jiaodu was indeed going crazy at this moment. He had self-destructed a heart, yet his teammate was still so unreliable. How could this not make him furious? Thus, in his rage, Jiaodu decided not to wait for that fool Faden any longer and to take action himself. After all, Faden's main purpose was to provide a connecting medium to share damage between himself and the enemy. As for who caused that damage, it didn't matter at all. With that thought, Jiaodu immediately opened his back. A large mass of Earth Grievance shot out from his back and quickly condensed into a long black spear. The black spear, at an incredible speed, stabbed toward Faden's heart without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced through Faden's heart. "Damn it, Jiaodu, you bastard!" Faden's pupils dilated sharply, and he shouted in dissatisfaction at Jiaodu. However, after finishing his words, a grotesque expression appeared on his face, as if he were truly in pain. Only those who truly understood Faden would know that it wasn't pain, but rather an expression of enjoyment. "QinYu, accept your judgment." After enjoying himself with a loud shout, Faden fixed his gaze on QinYu in front of him. He hoped to see expressions of pain and fear on QinYu's face. However, he was destined to be disappointed. QinYu's face not only showed no pain or fear, but also a hint of mockery. QinYu coldly sneered, "Ha! You fell for it, Faden." Before QinYu's words even finished, Faden was surprised to find that his teammate, Jiudu, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, a strange object split off from Jiudu's body. That strange object had a fiery red mask, and shockingly, the center of the mask was pierced through. The way it was pierced was almost identical to the attack Jiudu had just made on Faden's heart. In other words, the evil god's curse had not landed on QinYu, but had instead fallen on Jiudu. Baka, what the hell is going on? Jiudu, having lost another heart, fell into madness. As for Faden, he was also completely stunned. He had been enjoying the thrill before the ritual, only to be unexpectedly stabbed in the heart by Jiudu. This made him somewhat angry, feeling that his sense of ritual had been disrupted. But then, he began to enjoy himself again because he thought his greatest enemy, QinYu, was finally going to be killed. But what happened? QinYu was completely fine, yet his own companion Jiudu had lost another life. This left Faden, who already had a few screws loose, completely bewildered. What was going on? Was there a problem with the ritual? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. How could the great ritual of sacrificing to the evil god go wrong? At that moment, Faden, as the host of the evil god's ritual, was still completely baffled. Wait. Suddenly, Faden seemed to think of something and looked at Jiudu with a scrutinizing gaze. I know, Jiudu. It must be because you kept taking the sacrifices that were supposed to be offered to the evil god and exchanged them for money. That's why the evil god is angry this time and has punished you. Yes, that must be it. The more Faden thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Meanwhile, QinYu, as his opponent, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, silently thinking. Faden, on the topic of pitfalls, I would call you the strongest. Shut your mouth. Jiudu roared in anger. Seeing Faden rambling on, Jiudu's pupils suddenly constricted. Then he quickly realized, that's my blood. Damn QinYu. Did you already know about his weakness? Jiudu shouted, then immediately yelled at Faden. Hurry up and lift the curse. Otherwise, not only will I die, but you will die too. Nanny? Faden was still a bit confused and immediately asked, your blood? How is that possible? That blood was clearly taken from the cut on his face by me. You bastard. Jiudu was instantly speechless, completely helpless against Faden, his pig teammate. But to save his own life, he shouted loudly, hurry and get out of that pattern. This time, Faden suddenly understood everything. He noticed that there were still blood stains on QinYu's sword. In that moment, Faden figured it all out and was about to retreat. However, it was already too late. QinYu's Thunder God sword landed directly on Faden's shoulder and instantly cut down. Faden was so weak in close combat. How could he be a match for QinYu? That arm holding the pitch-black spear was instantly severed by QinYu's Thunder God sword. At the same time, Jiudu's right arm also fell off in an instant. Nanny? Jiudu's pupils suddenly contracted. QinYu's sword came too fast for him to react. By the time he realized what happened, his arm had already fallen off. Chapter 143. Origin Tale. Although he lost an arm and was startled, Jiudu's heart was filled with a sense of relief. Fortunately, QinYu just severed one of his arms. Otherwise, if it had been a heart-piercing blow, he would probably be dead by now. He knew that before fighting QinYu, he had 5 hearts. The first heart was shattered by QinYu's Thousand Bird sharp gun. After that, his second heart was also shattered by QinYu's Flying Thunder God slash. Next, to cover for Faden, he had sacrificed another heart, so that third heart was gone too. After that, he was set up by QinYu and cursed by Faden, and he lost yet another heart, making it the 4th. This meant that Jiudu, who originally had 5 lives, now had only 1 left. For someone as cautious and often surviving like Jiudu, this was simply unacceptable. With only 1 heart left, Jiudu was filled with unease. He felt like he could die at any moment, and it was extremely unsettling. Just then, before he could think any further, QinYu launched another attack. QinYu held the Thunder God sword and unleashed a Thousand Birds technique. The lightning release technique, Thousand Birds, struck Faden's chest in the blink of an eye. Although this hit did not strike the heart, the lightning release had a paralyzing effect. Bastard, that damn lightning release. In an instant, Faden's expression twisted, and his whole body began to convulse. Not far away, Jiudu was also affected, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, QinYu sneered. He knew that Jiudu had already lost 4 hearts, and if he attacked again, Jiudu would die. Therefore, QinYu waited for the right moment to attack Faden's heart again. He aimed to resolve Jiudu's threat once and for all. Meanwhile, Jiudu's previous self-destructing heart's small universe explosion had not yet ended, especially since this guy was overly cautious about his life. At the critical moment, he actually managed to withstand the paralyzing effect of the lightning release. Jiudu beat QinYu to it and struck Faden with his original technique, the Earth Grudge Fear. The power of Earth Grudge Fear was already extremely strong, and this was Jiao Du's ultimate strike at the brink of life and death. In an instant, Fade Wan's small frame was sent flying, breaking free from the evil god's curse circle. Phew! Seeing that Fade Wan had finally rolled out of that detestable curse circle, Jiao Du let out a big sigh of relief. Now, even if QinYu attacked Fade Wan again, Jiao Du would not be harmed. This was the simplest way to disrupt the evil god's ritual. With the threat to his life temporarily lifted, Jiao Du's questions resurfaced in his mind. QinYu, you bastard. How did you do it? How could you collect my blood and even get it into that fool Fade Wan's hands? Jiao Du, having lost 4 hearts, shouted in pain. Seeing this, QinYu responded lightly. That's because I saw through your tricks long ago. So early in the morning, I formulated the best combat plan against you. The method QinYu used was precisely a tactic devised by Shikamaru, who was known as the strategist of Konoha in the original story. Reflecting on the plot in the original work, QinYu suddenly realized that the combination of Jiao Du and Fade Wan was truly interesting. Fade Wan's attack power wasn't strong, and his combat ability was quite lacking, but he could not let him get the blood of his enemies. On the other hand, while Jiao Du's attack power was formidable and he had many means, against QinYu, he could only suffer setbacks. It could be said that although Jiao Du possessed 5 types of ninjutsu, none of them could give him an edge. Therefore, he never thought of defeating QinYu through his attacks, only wanting to kill QinYu using Fade Wan's bizarre methods. That was why he went to great lengths to rescue Fade Wan and cooperate with his actions. The purpose of this was merely to help Fade Wan obtain QinYu's blood. Only then could they hold that strange ritual afterward. QinYu took full advantage of their plan, allowing him to perfectly execute his strategy. Previously, when QinYu used the Flying Thunder God Slash, no one noticed that his Thunder God Sword was already covered in blood from Jiao Du's body. Especially after destroying Jiao Du's heart and sheathing his sword, it was to cover up the fact that he was collecting Jiao Du's blood. It is worth noting that QinYu's observation was incredibly meticulous, and his perception was extremely sharp. Fade Wan's bloodthirsty scythe had a rope tied to it, and he noticed it from a very beginning. When Fade Wan controlled the bloodthirsty scythe to fly from a distance, QinYu's body flicker technique completely dodged that attack. However, he quickly made a cut on his own cheek. Then, while blocking the bloodthirsty scythe with the Thunder God Sword, he wiped Jiao Du's blood onto the bloodthirsty scythe. QinYu's seamless series of operations successfully led Fade Wan to mistakenly believe that he was collecting QinYu's blood. Of course, this mistake couldn't be entirely blamed on Fade Wan. After all, not only did he miss it, but even Jiao Du, an experienced shadow-level powerhouse and teammate, did not notice it at all. The subsequent events were simple. Fade Wan thought he had obtained QinYu's blood, and then happily began the evil god ritual. Then, an even more dramatic scene unfolded. The attack on Fade Wan's heart was actually done by Jiao Du himself, who couldn't wait and stabbed himself. In other words, Jiao Du's heart was self-destructed by him. It is reasonable to say that Fade Wan and Jiao Du being paired together makes some sense. Both are immortal beings, and they share many similarities. Moreover, one is responsible for managing the finances of the Akatsuki organization, while the other is interested in killing strong opponents. Since these two were assigned together, apart from some disagreements about whether the sacrifices should be made to the evil god or exchanged for money, they have not had any major conflicts. It can even be said that their various collaborations have been quite pleasant. However, this time, because QinYu employed this cunning tactic to deceive the enemy, Jiao Du suddenly felt that the combination of himself and Fade Wan was simply terrible. Once his blood was obtained by the enemy and used in a scheme, it could lead to the death of his own teammate. This threat for Kakuzu, who has always been cautious, far outweighs his benefits. After all, a single mistake could cost him his life. Even if he has 5 lives, that's still not enough to play with. At this moment, there is no time for Kakuzu to hesitate any longer. Chapter 144. QinYu's scheme at this time, after sending Haiden out of the cursed circle. Kakuzu immediately recalled all his Earth Grudge fear. As for how QinYu would ravage Haiden after recalling the Earth Grudge fear, that's Haiden's problem. It has nothing to do with Kakuzu. This is completely outside his consideration. After Kakuzu recalled the Earth Grudge fear, he directly picked up the arm that had just been detached. Then, without any hesitation, Kakuzu controlled his Earth Grudge fear to reattach his arm and shoulder. The Earth Grudge fear was like thread and needle, while the arm and shoulder were like fabric, perfectly stitched together under Kakuzu's control. Once the arm and shoulder were reattached, Kakuzu didn't show any sign of relaxation. In fact, after reattaching his arm, Kakuzu felt even tenser. Furthermore, although he reattached his arm, It was not to rally and continue fighting QinYu. Rather, it was to maintain his stronger abilities for better self-preservation. At that moment, while Kakuzu's face showed pain, his mind was exceptionally calm. Haiden was not wrong. QinYu was indeed terrifying. Not only was his strength frightening, but his intellect was also exceptionally scary. One slip, and one could fall into his trap. After their previous encounter, Kakuzu realized that the more he fought against QinYu, the more he felt the dread of QinYu. That kind of fear of never being able to grasp the bottom line, of never being able to discern the truth. Although Sasori of the Red Sand might have provided him some intelligence, to be able to clarify both himself and Haiden through that information in a brief encounter. He even set such a terrifying and meticulous plan based on their weaknesses. This QinYu, how terrifyingly cunning he is. This person is undoubtedly a huge enemy of the organization. At this moment, Kakuzu's heart was shaking violently. Taking advantage of Kakuzu's mental turmoil, QinYu's figure suddenly disappeared. He used the body flicker technique to instantly appear beside Haiden. It's worth noting that no matter how Kakuzu is described, he is still an experienced elite shinobi. If he had already used all his means, QinYu wouldn't believe it. Since crossing over, QinYu has realized one thing. Even though he has read the original work and knows some of the events within, he cannot fully trust them. This was already experienced just now. It was known that Kakuzu had used a self-destructing heart technique to enhance his strength, which was not mentioned at all in the original work. Yet he used it despite it not being addressed in the original. Perhaps in the original, he never had the opportunity to use it, but just now, he had the chance, so he used it. To assume that Kakuzu had no other means just because he used this technique would be a huge mistake. QinYu had a vague feeling that Kakuzu still had a trump card. At the very least, he should still have a move that could lead to mutual destruction with his enemy. Therefore, at this moment, if he were to forcefully try to kill Kakuzu, it would be pushing him to self-destruct along with QinYu. As a smart person, QinYu knew without thinking what choice he should make. If he waited until Kakuzu regained a bit of confidence and then killed him, it would be a different story. Humanity is like this. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, one does not want to die. Because death is the most terrifying thing, especially for someone like Kakuzu, an experienced elite shinobi who has lived for so many years. Such a person lives for nothing more than fame and wealth. QinYu precisely focused on this human weakness of Kakuzu, thus directly bypassing him to attack Haiden. Haiden possesses an absolute immortal body, making it impossible to eliminate him in a short time. However, it was possible to disable a few of his limbs and severely injure him. With this thought in mind, QinYu flashed over to Haiden's side. In QinYu's view, Haiden's physical skills were already subpar. Now that he had lost an arm and had no Kakuzu to assist him, he was utterly weak. At this moment, QinYu was like an adult bullying a defenseless child. Originally, this child had a powerful weapon, but due to a previous mistake, he was now too afraid to attack with a knife. Haiden completely couldn't determine if the blood he collected was from QinYu or Kakuzu. If he recklessly used it, there was a high chance he would fall into QinYu's trap again and mistakenly kill his own partner. At this time, Haiden had completely realized that he could not defeat QinYu on his own, and even if he wanted to escape, he needed Kakuzu's help. If he mistakenly killed Kakuzu again, he would definitely not survive. With such concerns, Haiden fell completely into a passive position. QinYu finally used his physical skills to sever Haiden's remaining 3 limbs. He then utilized powerful lightning release ninjutsu to put Haiden into a state of shock. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had already regained a bit of his strength. Hee. QinYu sneered at Kakuzu. Don't think that regaining a bit of strength means you can fight against me. Even at your peak, you weren't my opponent. Now you are even less so. What you need to consider now is how to escape from me. Seeing that QinYu was not attacking him, but was instead attacking Haiden, Kakuzu immediately had thoughts of fleeing. In fact, he had thought about escaping earlier. However, at that time, one was due to hoping for Haiden's curse technique, fantasizing about killing QinYu. Secondly, because the two were too close, Haiden's restraining ability was weak, so he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape successfully. Thirdly, at that time, he still had more hearts and hadn't reached the point of desperation. But the current situation was completely different. Haiden's curse technique had completely become a joke. Not only did it fail to harm the enemy, but it also harmed his teammate. Moreover, at this point, Kakuzu's original 5 hearts had dwindled to just 1. Now he could die at any moment and could no longer consider the success rate of his escape. Without that miraculous curse technique, Haiden was probably inferior to a Jonin. Additionally, with Kakuzu left with only 1 heart, his strength was no longer at the level of an elite. The two of them now could be considered equally weak. Kakuzu could not imagine how he could defeat QinYu with the current situation. In his view, escaping immediately might only lead to death. However, staying meant certain death. Therefore, at this moment, Kakuzu had to take a gamble. After everything was thought through, Kakuzu no longer hesitated. Chapter 145. Haiden's clever moves seeing QinYu launching a new round of attacks. He suddenly burst forth with powerful speed and fled directly in the opposite direction of Haiden. Under QinYu used powerful close combat techniques. Haiden was beaten so miserably that he didn't know how much blood he had spat out. He had originally been waiting for Kakuzu's support, but after waiting and waiting, he still saw no assistance coming. Furious, he cursed loudly. Damn it. Kakuzu, are you just standing by and watching the show? Hey, where's everyone? What the hell? After all that shouting, no one responds. He looked up, and his expression turned blank. His teammate Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. A glance into the distance revealed that Kakuzu had already slipped away over 100 meters. What the hell? Kakuzu, you bastard! Haiden cursed angrily. However, no matter how much he yelled, Kakuzu didn't even pause. Instead, he sped up to escape even faster. Seeing Kakuzu really getting away, QinYu stopped attacking Haiden. He had planned to kill both of them in this battle and was unwilling to let even one escape. QinYu sneered. Want to run? Not that easy. He quickly formed hand signs and created a shadow clone. He intended to have the clone continue to hold Haiden back while his main body chased after Kakuzu. To QinYu, Haiden was just a simple-minded pawn, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to him. A shadow clone was enough. It was Kakuzu, the old monster who feared for his life, that had many tricks up his sleeve and needed to be dealt with by his main body. However, just as his main body was about to move, Haiden suddenly made a shocking move that stunned everyone. Haiden suddenly performed a body flicker technique and vanished from his spot. When Haiden reappeared, he was not far from the battlefield. Instead, he was right inside the cursed circle. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was running away without looking back, fully focused on escaping. Haiden's earlier shouting hadn't crossed his mind at all. Since he didn't care, how could he possibly turn back? Kakuzu had survived all these years by being cautious. So life was always the priority and everything else depended on others. As for Haiden, he was just a partner. After all these years, how many partners had he changed? Could he expect Kakuzu to turn back? That was impossible. While Kakuzu was fleeing, he not only didn't look back, but also cursed Haiden angrily. Damn it, Haiden. Why didn't you just take the beating like a man? Why all the shouting? I should have been discovered later. And now look, I've been found out early. Kakuzu was indeed a master at escaping. He had a great sense of timing for when to run. Right at the moment QinYu launched his combo attack. If Haiden hadn't shouted out, he would have likely escaped before QinYu realized he was gone after the combo ended. And if that had happened, he would have been long gone by then. Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. This battle was a huge loss. Not only did he drag Haiden, this useless teammate, into it, but he also completely delayed the tailed beast capture mission. When he returned to the organization, the leader would definitely not let him off easy. Moreover, the most critical part was that he lost 4 hearts. Those were 4 lives. Although collecting hearts wasn't difficult, finding 4 with excellent attribute changes was truly hard. This trip was a total loss. If he had known it would turn out like this, why didn't he just listen to the leader and go capture the tailed beast? And then there was Kisame, who had reminded him so much. Why did he come to Konoha to seek death? If it weren't for the fact that Haiden was absolutely immortal and could buy him some time, he would have really died here. At this moment, all Kakuzu felt inside was bitterness and deep regret. Regret for coming to Konoha. Regret for seeking trouble with QinYu. If he hadn't come to Konoha, if he hadn't sought trouble with QinYu, would he be in this situation? However, there was no such thing as regret medicine in the ninja world. Kakuzu, being a money-obsessed person, was most concerned about profits and losses. This operation was, in his eyes, a true blood loss. However, what Kakuzu never expected was that his path of loss wasn't over yet. Just as he desperately fled, he suddenly heard Haiden's voice behind him. Kakuzu, you bastard. Turn around and look. Damn. Kakuzu spat in response. Turn around? Are you kidding me? If I turn around, I'm really done for. Haiden, you're such a terrible teammate. If it weren't for you, would I be in this situation? After Haiden shouted loudly from within the cursed circle, he found that Kakuzu completely ignored him. Instantly, Haiden became furious. Damn Kakuzu, I'm back in the circle now. If you don't come back, I'll kill you. Damn. Kakuzu couldn't help but spit again. Are you trying to fool me? Are you out of your mind? Besides, that kid attacks so fiercely. Why would I go back to die? Kakuzu continued to run, showing no signs of turning back. Based on Kakuzu's guess, QinYu would definitely beat Haiden so badly that he wouldn't recognize him. So how could he say he wanted to return to the circle? However, if we look at it logically, Kakuzu's guess made sense. If it were an ordinary opponent, his assumption would be quite reasonable. However, was QinYu an ordinary opponent? Kakuzu had no idea that at this moment, QinYu was standing aside, watching with great interest. What the hell? Haiden, alone in the circle, was completely dumbfounded. His plan was good. He wanted to use the evil god ritual to threaten Kakuzu to come back and fight with him. But what happened? Kakuzu completely ignored him, not even looking back. This was incredibly awkward. At this moment, Haiden was like a clown, performing solo, while QinYu was the only spectator as his opponent. In that moment, Haiden felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. Haiden became furious and gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." Watching Kakuzu, who showed no signs of hesitation and was determined to escape, Haiden no longer hesitated. He raised his extendable spear and pointed the tip directly at his own heart. Chapter 146, Kakuzu, who was killed by his teammate meanwhile. QinYu was excitedly watching Haiden from the side. He was eager to see how Haiden would operate. If it was just a simple gesture, it would be of no use because Kakuzu wouldn't turn back, so he wouldn't see it at all. However, in the next moment, Haiden bit down on his teeth, and the sharp spear plunged violently into his body. In an instant, the black spear pierced through his chest. Bright red blood began to flow out from his chest immediately. At this moment, 300 meters away, Kakuzu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw blood gushing from his chest. What the hell? This sudden injury shocked Kakuzu, and he hurriedly stopped and turned to look back. In an instant, Kakuzu painfully realized that Haiden had really returned to the cursed circle. Moreover, he was holding that black spear, which was now piercing through his own chest. In that moment, Kakuzu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he cursed QinYu frantically in his heart. What the hell? This QinYu is such a waste. Fei Duan can move freely despite being trash. At this moment, Jiao Du still thought that QinYu had been careless, which allowed Fei Duan to return to the cursed circle. However, he had no idea that this was all intentional by QinYu. Just then, Fei Duan, who had been watching Jiao Du, saw him finally turn around and immediately erupted in anger, cursing loudly. "You bastard Jiao Du, why aren't you running? Why aren't you continuing to run?" On Jiao Du's face, there was nothing but embarrassment. But he had no choice. His life was in Fei Duan's hands. So he could only accept the threats while trying to calm him down, saying, "Fei Duan, calm down. Calm down. Calm down my ass." Fei Duan was furious at the thought of Jiao Du and started cursing again. "You bastard, weren't you running pretty fast? Did you plan this all along to use me to buy yourself time?" The more he cursed, the more agitated he became, and the black spear in his hand sank deeper. Poof! Jiao Du was once again severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. Jiao Du quickly tried to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding." "Bah, what misunderstanding?" Fei Duan spat and threatened. "If you don't hurry up and come back, do you really want me to take your life?" All right. Although he cursed Fei Duan's ancestors in his heart, with his life in someone else's hands, Jiao Du dared not hesitate and hurriedly agreed. After saying that, he immediately rushed back toward the battlefield. "Fei Duan, you bastard!" Jiao Du cursed inwardly while running back, because in his view, returning now was likely to mean death. However, the situation was already very clear. If he didn't go back, he would die immediately. He knew very well how ruthless his teammate Fei Duan could be. That guy was a monster. If he dared not return, he would definitely go for the kill. No, I need to make him put down the spear first. What if he accidentally twitches? He might be fine, but I would be in big trouble. In that instant, Jiao Du's mind raced with thoughts. After making up his mind, he quickly shouted at Fei Duan, "I'm coming back. You need to put down the spear first. Put down your ass." Fei Duan shouted back angrily, "Are you dreaming? If I put down and you don't come back, what will I do?" In that instant, Jiao Du's heart broke. "You are messing with me." This was the most accurate portrayal of Jiao Du at that moment. However, he dared only to complain in his heart. He could have cursed Fei Duan before, but now that his life was in someone else's grip, he didn't dare to offend him at all. With no choice, Jiao Du had to suppress his anger and explain patiently, "Just put it down. You're in the circle anyway. If I turn and run, you can strike at any time. If you keep it up like this and accidentally hurt me, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" "That makes sense." Fei Duan nodded foolishly and said, "But you better not pull any tricks on me." Saying that, Fei Duan prepared to pull out the spear that was lodged in his chest. However, before he could fully pull it out, an unexpected change occurred. QinYu, who had been watching from the side, suddenly vanished in an instant. Not good. Although he was hundreds of meters away, Jiao Du sensed that something was wrong, and his face instantly changed. At that moment, Fei Duan was still acting like a fool. Previously, he had focused all his attention on Jiao Du, so he had basically ignored QinYu. Therefore, when QinYu suddenly disappeared, he was left dumbfounded. Perhaps this was a common issue for Fei Duan as an immortal. He might not have realized that he was standing in the circle of his own evil god ritual. If QinYu really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't die. But Jiao Du, on the other hand, was definitely dead. Sure enough, QinYu vanished 1 second and appeared next to Fei Duan the next. At this moment, QinYu didn't even need to use the Thunder God sword. He simply extended his palm and pushed forward. In an instant, the black spear, which had not yet been fully pulled out of Fei Duan's body, was forcefully pushed back in by QinYu. The black spear pierced through Fei Duan's chest. Poof! In that moment, Fei Duan spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, disregarding his injuries, he stared wide-eyed at QinYu. From his eyes, QinYu saw his confusion, as if to say, "Weren't you just watching the show? Why did you suddenly attack?" Meanwhile, 200 meters away, Jiao Du's face also changed dramatically, and he began to spout blood. He clearly felt that the last heart in his body had shattered at that moment. "Fei Duan, you bastard! Damn you!" Jiao Du's mouth was filled with blood, and his gaze began to fade. Before he could finish a sentence, he was already dead. This unfinished sentence instantly became Jiao Du's last words. In that final moment of his life, Jiao Du suddenly realized that he didn't hate QinYu at all. Instead, he loathed his teammate, his worthless teammate. He never imagined that one day he would die not at the hands of an opponent or enemy, but at the hands of teammate. Chapter 147. The immortal duo falls at this moment. QinYu suddenly recalled an old saying. Don't fear a godlike opponent, fear a pig-like teammate. Indeed, the ancients never lied to me. I just saw it happen. Jiao Du. Looking at Jiao Du, who seemed to die with his eyes open, Fei Duan had an expression that looked like he was about to burst with rage. It wasn't that Fei Duan cared much about Jiao Du as a teammate or was particularly concerned about him. It was simply because Fei Duan knew that if Jiao Du died, he would definitely not escape alone. After all, people have a fundamental flaw: selfishness. Fei Duan glared at QinYu with a face full of indignation, then loudly condemned him. Despicable. Shameless. QinYu, you're truly despicable. How could you sneak attack me when I was unprepared? Does this even make you human? Bah! QinYu spat back. Then he dug at his ear and coldly said, Please get this straight. We are enemies. It's either you die or I die. So there is no such thing as being despicable or shameless. And now, you are about to die, and you still have the time to argue with me. Your heart really is big. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Fei Duan's face turned ashen, and he looked at QinYu with disdain, saying, QinYu, even so, what can you do to me? As he spoke, he provocatively slapped the bottom of the black spear. Poof! In an instant, the black spear that had already pierced his body shot through completely, falling out from behind Fei Duan. After the black spear left Fei Duan's body, a dark hole appeared in his chest. The hole was pitch black, looking very frightening and terrifying. Although the pain in his body made him tremble all over, Fei Duan showed no signs of dying. Hee hee, this is the feeling. This is the feeling of pain. This feeling is truly captivating. Unfortunately, I can only experience pain, but I've never been able to experience death. You should know, I'm the most loyal follower of the evil god. The power of the evil god is something you can never compare to. Under the protection of the evil god, I am immortal. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. To this, QinYu simply scoffed. Looking at Feiden's smug expression, QinYu felt a laugh coming on. Are you really that confident? Do you think there is absolutely nothing I can do about your immortality? Feiden completely disbelieved what QinYu said, and without any resistance, he coldly laughed. Come on. I want to see what tricks you have. At this moment, Feiden was truly in a desperate situation, and thus he had nothing left to fear. The reason he was in such a dire situation was that he knew very well what his circumstances were. By himself, he could never be QinYu's opponent. However, he still had a trump card, which was his immortality. Because of his immortality, he believed that QinYu would have no way to deal with him. After all, he was truly immortal. In that instant, Feiden even considered for a long time. He knew that there was Zetsu in the organization, who was skilled in reconnaissance and stealth. So even if QinYu really did something to him, Zetsu would find him and piece him back together. At this time, QinYu didn't waste any more words with him. The Thunder God sword at his waist was instantly drawn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Thunder God sword was incredibly sharp, and in an instant, it perfectly sliced Feiden into 7 pieces. Bang! Feiden's head lost its support and fell heavily to the ground. However, at this moment, he was still shouting madly. Kiki, so what, QinYu? I am immortal. QinYu gave a cold smile, then heavily kicked Feiden's head, sending it flying. Bang! Feiden's head was instantly kicked far away. In fact, during the process of flying away, it even crashed through several large trees. Yet even so, he still did not die and continued to chatter on. The despicable Qin, you actually humiliated me like this. But what can be done? Once I regain my body, I will definitely sacrifice you to the evil god. Just wait for me, QinYu. Enduring Feiden's incessant chatter, QinYu casually took out his sealing scroll and quickly formed several hand seals. Instantly, the scroll shone brightly, and the sealing formation was activated. QinYu rushed to Feiden's head and, disgusted and too lazy to use his hands, kicked it precisely into the formation. What? The moment Feiden saw QinYu take out the sealing scroll, he felt something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. If he was really sealed into the scroll, then even Zetsu wouldn't be able to save him. No, QinYu, you can't do this. Before he could finish shouting, Feiden was sucked into the sealing formation. Slap! QinYu quickly closed the scroll and stuffed it into his bag. After that, he no longer paid attention to anything else and continued on his way to the Hidden Mist village. After dealing with the immortal duo, QinYu set out again towards the Hidden Mist. Knowing that he had plenty of time, he wasn't in a hurry to rush. Along the way, he either enjoyed the mountains or played in the water, leisurely heading towards the Hidden Mist. As for the road, cough cough, if he didn't know the way, he would just ask people he met along the way, which was also a reason for his leisurely journey. Throughout the journey, QinYu was quite carefree. 3 days later, at the Akatsuki organization's base, Nagato and Obito were discussing future plans with Conan beside them. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground. Seeing Zetsu suddenly appear, Nagato frowned and asked, "Didn't I send you to gather information about the other tailed beasts? Why are you back so soon?" Obito beside him also frowned and asked, "What happened?" Black Zetsu first fell silent, then said in a deep voice, "Kakuzu and Feiden are both dead." What? Nagato and Obito were both shocked. Could it really be that difficult to capture the two tails? Both of them were said to be immortal, especially Feiden, who was truly immortal. Moreover, Kakuzu was an old monster with many years of experience. Even if he couldn't win, he could retreat calmly. How could he die so easily? There was a strong sense of confusion and a hint of anger in Nagato's voice. After Nagato finished speaking, Obito also voiced his speculation. Could it be that these two brazenly charged into the Hidden Cloud Village to capture the two tails and were surrounded by a large force? Chapter 148. Recently there's an opportunity at this moment. Conan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I don't think so. Feiden might act recklessly, but Kakuzu is very cautious and would never do something like that. All right. At this time, Nagato coldly interrupted everyone and said, "Stop guessing. Zetsu, just tell us what happened." To this, Zetsu calmly replied, "They died in the Land of Fire." The Land of Fire? I sent them to capture the two tails, and they went. Nagato began to speak, but quickly realized. He stared at Zetsu and asked, "Wait, the Land of Fire? They want to find that QinYu." Hearing this, Obito's tone instantly turned cold. What? QinYu? The one who disrupted the organization's plan to capture the One Tail. Nagato nodded, confirming, "That's right, it's him." And 3 years ago, Itachi and Kisame also fell at his hands. At this moment, to confirm the accuracy of the situation, Obito coldly asked Zetsu again. "Zetsu, did Feiden and Kakuzu really die at QinYu's hands?" White Zetsu confidently answered, "That's right, it was that kid's doing." Bastard. Hearing Zetsu's confirmation, Nagato was so angry he nearly pulled the tubes from his back. Bastard. Those two fools. I repeatedly warned them not to go, to focus on capturing the tailed beasts. Kisame also warned them multiple times, yet they still went. These two idiots are truly seeking death. At this moment, Conan, who had been silent, once again calmly analyzed. Feiden is very competitive. Perhaps your and Kisame's reminders and warnings had the opposite effect, igniting his combative spirit. Hearing this, Nagato directly asked in annoyance, "What about Kakuzu? Why did he also follow Feiden into trouble?" To this, Conan was also unsure and could only shrug and speculate. Kakuzu, of course, has his reasons for acting. I've heard that ever since their last battle, the bounty on QinYu in the black market has reached 200 million ryo. Hee hee hee. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu couldn't help but laugh and then coldly said, "No wonder. That guy Kakuzu, upon hearing this news, how could he possibly hold back?" And Black Zetsu followed up with a cold laugh. He completely regarded QinYu as 200 million ryo. Bastard. Nagato was instantly furious and angrily said, "What was the result? Did they end up losing their lives? Feiden is one thing, but Kakuzu is a financial expert, a key member of the organization. Losing him like this is truly a shame. At this moment, Obito also solemnly asked, "Is this QinYu really that capable?" Obito's face hidden beneath the mask was as dark as water at this moment. As for the exposed Sharingan, it slightly narrowed at this moment. This person is indeed not to be underestimated. 3 years ago, he defeated Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and then vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, he reappeared recently, killing Deidara and subduing Sasori. And now, he has directly killed Kakuzu and Haiden. This person is definitely a huge enemy to the organization. At this moment, Black Zetsu was also analyzing QinYu's actions over the years with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, Obito coldly asked, I didn't expect his strength to be like this now, if given a few more years." Although Obito's words were not finished, everyone present understood. At this time, Konan was also secretly thinking. She didn't expect that even an old monster like Uchiha Madara would be so wary of QinYu. "QinYu, what kind of person are you?" Nagato coldly snorted and then confidently said, "No matter how strong he is, he cannot be a match for God. We cannot let our guard down." Obito frowned. Over the years, Nagato's confidence had swollen more and more, and he felt somewhat helpless. After all, although he claimed to be Uchiha Madara, he completely lacked Madara's strength. To be fair, although Nagato couldn't do anything to him due to the space ninjutsu, he also couldn't do anything to Nagato. After all, the power of the Rinnegan is no joke. At this moment, Nagato continued coldly, killing so many members of the organization, repeatedly disrupting the organization's plans. "I cannot allow him to live. If I have a chance, I will definitely kill him. I will make him understand that God is not to be offended." At this moment, Nagato's voice was filled with intense killing intent. It should be noted that QinYu's continuous actions, whether humiliating, killing, or saving people, had brought endless trouble to the Akatsuki organization. And QinYu's actions had made Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, extremely furious. At this time, Black Zetsu, the most sinister old thing in the Hokage, suddenly started rolling his eyes. Then he directly said, "Speaking of which, there really is an opportunity." Nagato and Obito suddenly became interested. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Black Zetsu no longer kept them guessing. The reason Kakuzu and Haiden could encounter QinYu outside of Konoha village was that this kid was going on a mission this time. And his mission was to represent Konoha at the ceremony of the 5th Mizukage succession. 5th Mizukage? Obito's eyes suddenly narrowed. At the same time, Nagato's eyes also slightly narrowed. Then he said, "Are you saying that QinYu will go to the land of water alone?" White Zetsu shrugged and said, "That's right," with a confirmed answer. Nagato and Obito exchanged glances, and they both saw the coldness in each other's eyes. At this moment, the swaying QinYu finally saw the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the village. These people were filled with a strong killing intent. By this strong killing intent, anyone with keen eyes could immediately tell that they had taken more than one life. Moreover, it seemed that the lowest strength among these people was at least Jonin-level. Seeing this, QinYu raised his eyebrows slightly, a bit incredulous. It should be noted that if someone who was unaware saw this scene, they would probably think they were about to be encircled and annihilated. However, QinYu was very clear that Terumi Mei was still very fond of peace. So, she shouldn't do something like this. Could it be that because of my intrusion, the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village is not Terumi Mei? At this moment, a thought suddenly popped into QinYu's mind. If the 5th Mizukage is really not Terumi Mei, then why the hell did I come here? It should be noted that QinYu came all the way to the Hidden Mist for a clear purpose, to find Terumi Mei to have fun. If he couldn't see Terumi Mei, he might really draw his sword directly. Chapter 149. Entering the Hidden Mist Village at this time, the personnel from both sides were getting closer. Suddenly, the ninja team coming out of the Hidden Mist Village stopped in unison, and then parted in the middle. A graceful figure wearing a blue hood slowly walked out from the middle of the road. "Welcome the Konoha envoy to the Hidden Mist Village. I am the new 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei." Terumi Mei's voice came from under the Mizukage hat, full of allure. As Terumi Mei's voice fell, a jade hand slowly lifted the blue Mizukage hat from her head. Once the hat was lifted, an exquisitely beautiful face was revealed, which was Terumi Mei's enchanting face. With long brown hair, emerald green phoenix eyes, and a voluptuous body, she radiated an alluring aura at all times. At this moment, QinYu was standing face to face with Terumi Mei, both of them sizing each other up. Terumi Mei looked at QinYu and secretly thought, this person is the famous QinYu from Konoha. He looks quite handsome, but no matter how you look at it, he should be a bad man. And QinYu looked at Terumi Mei and secretly thought, this woman is the fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei, and she is indeed more charming and alluring in reality than in the anime. She is truly a fairy, making my long trip here worthwhile. At this time, QinYu curled his lips, then under everyone's gaze, he elegantly extended his right hand. Seeing this, Terumi Mei was first slightly taken aback. Then a hint of redness appeared on her white cheeks. After hesitating for a moment in her heart, she slowly extended her right hand as well. At this moment, a cold snort came from the welcoming team of the Hidden Mist, and right under everyone's gaze, QinYu and Terumi Mei's hands finally gently clasped together. Terumi Mei's jade hand was incredibly tender, very soft and smooth, with a hint of coolness. There's a saying that goes, a jade feels cool. Is the cherry blossom. At the moment they shook hands, Terumi Mei, as the fifth Mizukage, blushed even more. And QinYu did not hold on for too long. After all, he was a scumbag, and a very high-level emperor scumbag at that, so he certainly wouldn't act foolishly. However, just before QinYu released Terumi Mei's jade hand, he playfully scratched her palm with his hand. This action was very subtle, and no one noticed except for the two involved. This guy, he really is a bad man. Terumi Mei raised her head in a bit of shyness and anger, looking at QinYu with a puffed-up expression. And who was QinYu? He, of course, was completely unconcerned and even playfully raised his eyebrows at her. Terumi Mei stomped her foot in frustration. Over the years, countless people have tried to pursue her. Even so, no man had ever dared to be so presumptuous towards her. But for some reason, although Terumi Mei was angry and shy, she couldn't bring herself to be mad at the man in front of her. Terumi Mei quickly adjusted her mindset, and then charmingly said to QinYu, you have traveled a long way. I will take you to the inn to rest. The succession ceremony will be held tomorrow. Upon hearing this, QinYu waved his hand and then casually said, my name is Uchiha QinYu. You could just call me QinYu. No need to call me Honorable Envoy. Terumi Mei lightly covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, I've heard of your great name long ago. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Since that's the case, I won't be too polite. QinYu, Terumi Mei said while leading QinYu into the Hidden Mist village. Behind her, a large group of Chunin and Jonin closely followed. The group entered the Hidden Mist village in a grand manner. Inside the village, the pedestrians on the streets, seeing this scene, cast curious glances. QinYu said somewhat helplessly, I said, Lord Mizukage, do you really need to bring so many people to show off? Terumi Mei smiled and replied, these are all high-level ninjas from our Hidden Mist. I specially brought them here, firstly to show our Hidden Mist importance, and secondly to ensure the safety of the Leaf's envoy. Upon hearing this, QinYu rolled his eyes and said, I can see that. You really do take it seriously. I almost thought you were going to encircle me. Terumi Mei chuckled and said, QinYu, you really know how to make jokes? After saying that, Terumi Mei casually waved her hand, and the many ninjas following behind immediately dispersed. With a large group of light bulbs gone, QinYu's mood instantly lifted. As they walked along, there were people who occasionally greeted Terumi Mei, and she cheerfully responded to each one. Seeing this, QinYu teased, it looks like Lord Fifth Mizukage. You are quite beloved by the public. Terumi Mei paused for a moment, then replied, the fourth Mizukage was deceived and made many mistakes, in a sense. I am now benefiting from his reputation. What I do are just trivial matters. After Terumi Mei finished speaking, she pursed her lips and curiously looked at QinYu. As for you, I've only heard others talk about your deeds these days. I didn't expect you to be sent by Lord Hokage to observe the ceremony this time. QinYu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, well, what I do are just insignificant little things. Terumi Mei covered her mouth and laughed lightly, then said, it is said that QinYu from the Leaf is a very arrogant guy. But seeing you today, it seems the rumors are wrong. At such a young age, you have repeatedly dealt damage to the Akatsuki organization, and not only that, you even saved the Kazekage. These are all major events that shook the ninja world. QinYu shrugged and helplessly said, well, mainly because the opponents were too weak. I basically didn't even exert myself, and they were already done for. There's nothing I can do about it. Seeing QinYu's sudden change in demeanor, Terumi Mei couldn't help but chuckle softly. She secretly thought, this little man is really an interesting guy. Is it that funny? QinYu glanced at her sideways. Terumi Mei raised a finger and shook her head. Those from the Akatsuki organization, I have had contact with them. They're all vicious and merciless characters, and their combat power is quite formidable. They are not weaklings. QinYu shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Strength is a relative concept." Terumi rolled her eyes at this, then thought to herself, "It seems the rumors are indeed true. This guy is quite arrogant." Chapter 150. The five arrived. Terumi's eyes turned. Then she suddenly spoke. "I heard that our two defected swordsmen from the Hidden Mist were defeated by you, and that the demon of the mist Zabuza was even killed by you, right?" Upon hearing this, QinYu pretended to be serious and clueless. "What's wrong? Is Lord Mizuki's planning to thank me? There's no need for that." This. Terumi was furious, her body slightly shaking. What I mean is, the decapitating sword and the Samahata are both sacred artifacts of the Hidden Mist. I hope you can return them to us. QinYu rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Well, since they are sacred artifacts of the Hidden Mist, and the Hidden Mist is now establishing relations with my leaf, they should be returned. However, I had already handed those two swords over to the village, and Lord Mizuki should negotiate with our Lord Hokage." In an instant, QinYu passed the buck directly to Tsunade, who was far away in the leaf. "Ha ha ha." Terumi, upon hearing this, looked at QinYu with a half-smile and said, "I have already communicated with Lord Hokage. He said those two swords have always been with you, and asked you to return them to the Hidden Mist when you came." What? In an instant, QinYu was left dumbfounded, then said, "Damn. Tsunade, didn't he tell me in advance?" QinYu's eyes rolled. Then he said sincerely, "Well, I did hand them over to the higher-ups of the leaf. Did Lord Tsunade really not know? Oh, Lord Mizuki might not know. The two swords I first captured were before Lord Tsunade became Hokage, and she became the 5th Hokage after this incident, so she might not know about it. So those two swords might be kept by the 3rd Hokage." Terumi looked at QinYu with some suspicion and asked, "Is that really the case?" QinYu kept his gaze steady and said sincerely, "Of course it is." After staring at QinYu for a while, Terumi helplessly said, "Well, okay then." The two continued walking together, and in no time, they arrived at the relay station. Inside the relay station, the decorations were quite luxurious. It was evident that the Hidden Mist placed great importance on this visit from the leaf, and the reception standards were absolutely the highest. At this moment, Terumi looked at QinYu seriously and said, "QinYu, you should rest well today. I will send someone to take you to the ceremony site tomorrow." QinYu raised an eyebrow and said playfully, "Lord Mizuki, aren't you coming in to sit for a while?" That bad man. Terumi secretly felt shy and angry. Although she thought this in her heart, she maintained a poker face and said, "I'm not as free as you. I have a lot of official duties to handle." Upon hearing this, QinYu said seriously, "That's fine. You can come at night." Bakman. Terumi stomped her foot and left with a flushed face. QinYu watched Terumi leave, secretly smiling and thinking, "Well, sooner or later, she will be mine." After Terumi left, QinYu then entered the relay station to rest. The next day, early in the morning, the Hidden Mist village was decorated with lanterns and streamers, truly bustling to the extreme. You must know that the new Mizuki taking office is the biggest event in Hidden Mist in over a decade. Therefore, from elite ninjas to ordinary citizens, everyone gathered in front of the Mizuki's office. As civilians, most of them stood orderly in the square in front of the Mizuki's office, each with a smile on their face. As for the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, they were much more casual. They either stood in the trees or on rooftops, in various forms. QinYu, as the envoy sent by the leaf, was arranged in a prime location. His position was on a high platform, directly facing the Mizuki's office. Next to him sat a few high-ranking members of the Hidden Mist as companions. Although he was in this position, for some unknown reason, QinYu had a faint sense of unease in his heart. Top, top, top. The sound of fingers gently tapping on the armrest. QinYu quietly waited for the Mizuki's inauguration ceremony to begin. As time passed second by second, noon arrived. Boom! With the sound of cannon, Terumi, dressed in Mizuki attire, finally made her appearance. A beautiful face, a graceful figure, and paired with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, can be said to be an absolutely perfect image. Boom! As Terumi made her appearance, it instantly sparked the most enthusiastic response from the crowd. All the villagers of the Hidden Mist, even the ninjas, seemed as if they had taken drugs. Everyone was almost fanatically shouting her name. Everyone offered their fullest enthusiasm and the most fervent cheers. Seeing the people of the Hidden Mist act this way, QinYu curled his lips and muttered, "A bunch of lunatics. Why are they calling me wife?" The elder of the Hidden Mist village, sitting next to QinYu, heard his mumbling and hurriedly asked, "Your Excellency, what are you saying?" QinYu, upon being asked, just laughed and said, I was saying that Lord Fifth Mizukage is truly beloved by the people. The elder chuckled and replied, Hee, that's right, that's right. At this moment, Terumi May had already begun her inaugural speech. Just as QinYu was contemplating when and how to make his flamboyant entrance, suddenly, the atmosphere around them changed dramatically. A small vortex suddenly appeared right above the Mizukage's office. As soon as the vortex emerged, everyone present was completely unresponsive. However, QinYu was not just anyone. His perception abilities were astonishing. In that instant, he immediately noticed it and stood up abruptly. QinYu narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on that spatial vortex. Immediately after, a somewhat gloomy voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Today, as the new Mizukage takes office, I, the former Mizukage, should come to offer my congratulations. After the voice fell, 5 figures suddenly appeared high in the sky. However, what was most striking was that these 5 individuals just happened to block out the sun in the sky. Although only 5 people arrived, appearing somewhat thin, the aura and killing intent emanating from them were incredibly formidable. At this moment, countless civilians and ninjas in the hidden mist village looked up at the 5 figures in fear. The 5 figures slowly descended, finally landing atop the tall pillars of the Mizukage's office. Terumi May had just completed the Mizukage succession ceremony and was now turning around. Looking at the 5 figures standing on the pillar, her enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. Chapter 151. The appearance upon seeing the 5 individuals before her. Terumi May instantly recognized one of the masked men. This person was the one who had previously used Genjutsu to manipulate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. As for the other 4 figures, she completely did not recognize them, although she did not know them. Seeing that they were all dressed in black with red clouds like the masked man, she knew they were a group. Looking at these people with their eyes closed, she felt a strong curiosity. After all, from them, Terumi May could sense a powerful aura. At this moment, the masked man, an old acquaintance, looked down at Terumi May and cheerfully asked, I wonder if the 5th Mizukage welcomes our arrival? Although the masked man appeared to be smiling, his tone was exceptionally cold. Terumi May replied icily, You bastard, after doing such outrageous things to the former Mizukage, how dare you come back? The masked man, Uchiha Obito, coldly smiled and then said, Not only have I returned, but I also want to give you a big gift for the hidden mist. Today, I will turn your joyous occasion into a funeral. Seeing the suddenly arrogant masked man, several hot-tempered ninjas from the hidden mist village could no longer hold back. They shouted angrily at the masked man, Uchiha Obito, and rushed towards him. You bastard! Where did you come from? How dare you speak to our Mizukage like that? I see you're looking for death. No matter who he is, anyone who disrespects the Mizukage should lose their head. Seeing that they had charged right in front of the 5, Terumi May was startled and quickly shouted, No, don't act impulsively. However, it was too late. Among the 5 standing on the pillar, one bald man suddenly extended his arm. His palm opened, facing the approaching ninjas of the hidden mist. Crack, 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 Virum. A sound of mechanical collisions rang out, and the once flesh and blood arm suddenly transformed into a laser cannon. Boom, boom, boom. The laser cannon fired rapidly, and several laser blasts shot out, instantly killing a few ninjas from the hidden mist, leaving no bodies behind. Bastard! Damn it! Seeing several subordinates die instantly, Terumi May's expression changed, and she gritted her silver teeth. The crowd in front of the Mizukage's office was in an uproar upon witnessing the enemy's bizarre means. However, in this critical moment, Terumi May, as the Mizukage, remained extremely calm. She immediately made targeted arrangements based on the current situation. Everyone don't panic. Ninjas, evacuate the civilians. The crowd, which had already begun to stir, suddenly quieted down upon hearing the new Mizukage's command. Once they regained their senses, the people of the hidden mist village began to act according to Terumi May's orders. The civilians started to retreat in droves, while the ninjas were responsible for stopping their retreat. Almost everyone moved, except for a few masked black-clad individuals who remained guarding Terumi May. These guards protecting Terumi May were her personal guard. Staring intently at the 5 figures ahead, Terumi May gently gritted her teeth and said, You guys go too. These guys are not something you can handle. Mizukage. The guards suddenly became anxious. Seeing this, Terumi May directly unleashed her Mizukage aura and loudly commanded, Follow orders. Understood. Although the guards were worried, they had no choice but to obey the Mizukage's command. Witnessing this scene, the masked man, Uchiha Obito, coldly chuckled and said, Little girl, I must say you do have some skills. No wonder you can sit in the Mizukage position. However, do you really think you could stop us 5? Humph. Terumi Mei glared defiantly, and, as the Mizukage, responded without backing down, "How would I know without trying? Hee hee. Then let us see just how capable you, the new Mizukage, really are." The five black shadows shouted simultaneously and were about to make a move. At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from the side. "Five bastards bullying a weak woman. Don't you feel ashamed?" Whoosh. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Terumi Mei, placing her behind him. Looking at the straight figure standing before her, Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes rippled slightly. Although it was a 2-against-5 situation, for some reason, Terumi Mei suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of safety at that moment. The originally somewhat youthful figure of QinYu appeared, exceptionally towering in Terumi Mei's eyes at this moment. For a moment, Terumi Mei seemed entranced. However, the sudden appearance of QinYu did not surprise the masked man, Uchiha Obito, at all. He coldly said to the appearing QinYu, "It seems the news was not wrong. You really came to the hidden mist, QinYu." Oh, hearing this, QinYu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "So, you are here for me." The masked man, Uchiha Obito, coldly replied, "Otherwise, do you think a mere mist village is worth us making such a big fuss?" Many people in the mist village stopped in their tracks upon hearing this dialogue and curiously looked in that direction. Soon after, the crowd in the mist village began to discuss among themselves. "QinYu? Who is that? It should be the one from Konoha, right? The one from Konoha? Is that the one that was making waves a while back? But looking at this person's outfit and the half-sleeve of Hokage, it should be him. It should be. But he is too young. What is a Konoha ninja doing in our mist village? I heard that the 5th Mizukage wants to establish a good relationship with Konoha and invited someone to observe the ceremony, so Konoha has sent him over. However, he seems quite reliable. He actively stands out in such a critical moment." Reliable? Nonsense. He's just a disaster. Didn't you hear that masked guy? It's all about him. Oh, is that so? The discussions continued below, but the atmosphere in the Mizukage's office was extremely tense. Uchiha Obito looked down at QinYu. His gaze locked on him. After a long while, he coldly spoke, "Very good. QinYu, I have heard quite a bit about you in recent times." Chapter 152, The Path of Heaven. Rinnegan, at first, I thought you were just a kid, not worth worrying about. However, I never expected that 3 years ago, you would rise to prominence, not only defeating the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, but also defeating Itachi and Kisame from our organization. At that time, I sent someone to investigate you, but I never thought you had been hiding in Konoha for 3 years. If you had just stayed in Konoha, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But you dare to strike against my organization again. Not only did you repeatedly disrupt our plans, but you also killed several key members of the organization. You really are capable." Uchiha Obito's words were not fast, but his tone was filled with coldness. Despite this, his brief statement contained countless pieces of information. At this moment, many ninjas in the Mist Village gaped in disbelief. Even Terumi Mei, who had already become the Mizukage, was no exception. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her small hand covered her mouth in surprise. Although QinYu's act of saving Konoha 3 years ago had long ceased to be a secret after such a long time of fermentation, and both the public and ninjas in the Mist Village had heard some legends about him, they were completely unaware of the events that followed, such as defeating Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, as well as killing other members of the Akatsuki organization. The legends about QinYu in the Mist Village mainly revolved around his age and that half-sleeve of Hokage. However, at this moment, the people of the Mist Village gained a deeper understanding of QinYu's strength, although they did not understand why Uchiha Itachi and Kisame would be together. Everyone knew that both were notorious figures in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi, the ruthless one who exterminated his own clan. Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. These two were both S-rank criminals on the wanted list. Yet, to be able to defeat both of them single-handedly was enough to demonstrate how astonishing QinYu's combat power was. Terumi Mei bit her lip. Looking at QinYu's tall figure, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. What a charming young man. Listening to Obito's lengthy tirade, QinYu couldn't help but smirk and then astonishingly said, "I really didn't expect that I would be so impressive. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything. Yes, those things were indeed done by me. So, are you guys here today to regain face for those useless ones?" As soon as QinYu said this, Terumi Mei rolled her eyes. The many citizens of the Mist Village began to murmur again at this moment. This guy is really arrogant beyond measure, just as the legend described. However, at his age, to have such strength and honor, if I were him, I would definitely be even more arrogant. The truth is out. But I must say, quietly, Those deeds are all from 3 years ago. Oh my, it seems to be true. But saying this makes me even more confident in him. I believe that he and the Mizukage will definitely be able to defeat those lurking guys. This time, Uchiha Obito did not speak, merely coldly watching QinYu. Instead, the orange-haired youth beside him, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. QinYu, if possible, we do not wish to be your enemies. You can consider joining us. Recruit me? The Akatsuki organization? QinYu raised an eyebrow and asked. That's right. The orange-haired youth nodded and said, join us, and together we can create peace. Otherwise, your skills will be wasted. Hee hee. QinYu smiled casually and replied, what if I say no? I have no interest in your organization of rogue ninjas filled with hidden agendas. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent expression on the orange-haired youth's face turned even colder. He looked at QinYu and said, QinYu, I know you are very capable, but I hope you understand that in today's ninja world, you are far from being the strongest. At least, in front of me, you have no capital to be arrogant. As soon as the orange-haired youth finished speaking, he suddenly opened his previously closed eyes. In an instant, a pair of light purple eyes appeared. The most bizarre thing was that there seemed to be no pupils in his eyes, only a series of ripples. My God, what kind of eyes are those? I don't know. I've never seen such eyes before. No way. You don't even recognize them? But they look really bizarre. So scary. At this moment, the citizens of the Mist Village were all extremely shocked. They discussed among themselves for a long time, but reached no conclusion. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, standing behind QinYu, saw those eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps others might not recognize these eyes, but as the Mizukage, she recognized them. Although she recognized them, she still found it hard to believe what she was seeing. After all, those eyes only existed in legends. Hee hee. QinYu coldly laughed, then fixed his gaze on the path of heaven and said, is it this Rinnegan of yours that gives you such mysterious confidence? The path of heaven responded with a cold smile. It seems you have some insight, recognizing that this is the Rinnegan. Since you know, why are you still so foolishly attempting to resist? You should know that the Rinnegan is the eye of the sage, the eye of the gods. This is something you cannot resist. The dialogue between QinYu and the path of heaven was like thunder, shocking the citizens of the Mist Village. What? Did they just say Rinnegan? Is it the Rinnegan that is said to be the most powerful of the 3 great dojutsu? I can't be mistaken. Is it the eye of that legendary figure? Which legendary figure? The ancestor of ninjas, the Sage of 6 Paths. Who else could it be? What? The Sage of 6 Paths eyes. Why does this person possess the Rinnegan? Can our Mist Village really resist the power of this sage's eyes? In an instant, the expressions of the Mist ninjas changed dramatically, all showing a pessimistic attitude. However, at that moment, QinYu suddenly said something astonishing to Pain. Bullshit, the eye of God. Don't flatter yourself. Hiss. Has this guy gone mad? Does he even know what he's talking about? But this person indeed has great courage. I think his courage is nonsense. He's clearly ignorant. Exactly, this person is a typical example of someone who gets arrogant with a little ability. After all, his opponent has the Rinnegan. Chapter 153. The ubiquitous Rinnegan Hoof. After all, he became famous at a young age. A bit of arrogance can be understood. But this arrogance has gone too far, hasn't it? Let's see how he ends up. At this moment, no one from the Mist Village is optimistic about QinYu. They are all mocking him. You should know that when facing the legendary Rinnegan, QinYu has already become insignificant. This is the inevitability of human nature. In the eyes of the Mist Village people, the Rinnegan is the eye of the sage, a legendary existence. Therefore, everyone should be fearful. However, the fact is that they are fearful, but QinYu is completely unperturbed. In this comparison, the gap between people is revealed. Clearly, QinYu is on a completely different level than them, and this is something they are unwilling to accept. Hence, they are all mocking him to the extreme. Hearing the mockery from his subordinates, Mei Terumi's expression darkened. It was obvious that QinYu was on their side, yet these people were mocking their teammate. Isn't that problematic? However, QinYu personally didn't care at all. In his eyes, the people from the Mist Village were just a bunch of trash. How could he possibly take a bunch of trash to heart? When Pain heard QinYu's arrogant words, his expression became even colder as he said, QinYu, do you know the consequences of offending a god? Hee hee, that's really laughable. QinYu sneered and said, the Sage of 6 Paths doesn't even count as a god in my eyes, let alone you. As soon as these words came out, they stirred up a huge uproar. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. Are the younger generations so self-important now? They even look down on the Sage of 6 Paths. This person is no longer just arrogant. This is simply foolish. QinYu, I have reason to say you don't deserve to be arrogant in front of me. Clearly, Nagato, as the leader, was also provoked by QinYu at this moment. Under Nagato's control, the other three Pains opened their eyes simultaneously. In an instant, four pairs of Rinnegan coldly stared down at everyone below. Those who were unaware of the truth were all stunned at this moment. Obviously, the shock of four pairs of Rinnegan appearing at the same time was overwhelming. For a time, the sound of swallowing saliva was endless. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, some were shocked, some were in awe, and he felt very satisfied. Then he laughed coldly. However, when his gaze fell on QinYu, his smile suddenly froze. Because on QinYu's face, he saw not a trace of fear. Oomph. Nagato snorted coldly and secretly thought, pretentious. With our four pairs of Rinnegan, if we take action, you will undoubtedly die. Pain coldly said, QinYu, I still want to give you a chance. Join us now, and I want to hold the previous matters against you. Hee hee. QinYu smiled. This time he truly smiled. Perhaps others would not know the truth and would be intimidated by Pain like this. But who is QinYu? He is a time traveler. He is not someone who could be easily intimidated. However, Nagato is also interesting. He thought QinYu would be intimidated by his four pairs of Rinnegan like others and deliberately revealed them. However, since Nagato wants to play this way, he has something to say. If the ninja world had only one pair of Rinnegan, I might still be wary. But with your Akatsuki having as many as four pairs, such ubiquitous goods, why should I be wary of you? Pain frowned, then seemed a bit confused. As for the people from the Mist Village, they were even more stunned at this moment. Looking at Pain's ashen face, QinYu then smirked and suddenly spoke again. Actually, if you want me to join the Akatsuki, it's not impossible. Just agree to one condition and I'll consider joining. What? You? The expression of Mei Terumi, who stood behind QinYu, suddenly changed. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that QinYu, a representative from Konoha, might actually get involved with the Akatsuki. Oomph. As the Pain of the Six Paths, Nagato snorted coldly and then said, no one has ever dared to negotiate conditions with me. Today, I'll make an exception for you. Speak. QinYu smirked, then teasingly said, I heard that there is someone in your Akatsuki named Conan. Let her follow me from now on, and I'll consider joining your Akatsuki. Hearing this, Mei Terumi's brow twitched violently. Without needing to ask, one could guess that this Conan must be a beautiful woman. Mei Terumi couldn't help but think angrily. What kind of bastard is this charming little man in front of her? How could he say such things so brazenly in public? What? QinYu, what did you say? As soon as QinYu said this, Pain's expression changed dramatically. His originally cold face suddenly turned extremely pale. Pain's voice was icy and piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell. Feeling the infinite chill in his voice, the mist ninjas below all shivered. However, QinYu was completely unaffected. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you heard me right. Bastard. Nagato was furious. For him, Conan and Yahiko were both close to him. He would never allow any problems to occur. He didn't protect Yahiko, but he would definitely protect Conan. How could QinYu dare to speak like this? The masked man, Toby, had been watching silently for a long time, and at this moment, he suddenly spoke to Pain. Enough with the nonsense. I see this kid has no intention of cooperating. To avoid future troubles, just kill him. Oomph. Just what I wanted. Pain nodded, then coldly looked down at QinYu and said, QinYu, you will soon regret this. To this, QinYu retorted without backing down. Coincidentally, I have never regretted anything. Clang! The sword of Thunder God was instantly unsheathed. QinYu held the sword of Thunder God and pointed it at the 5 members of the Akatsuki in the sky. These 5 people were Toby and the 4 Pains. Pain of the 6 Paths, Azura Path, Animal Path, and Hungry Ghost Path. At this moment, I feel it's necessary to explain something special to everyone. Why did these 5 members of the Akatsuki suddenly appear in the Mist Village? There's a reason. After Kakuzu and Haiden were killed, the news was brought back to the Akatsuki. It can be said that since Yahiko's death, the Akatsuki has been smooth sailing and has never suffered any losses. But ever since they got involved with QinYu, they have repeatedly faced setbacks, and their plans have been disrupted. Not only that, but many members of the organization have also been injured, which made Nagato furious. As the leader and creator of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito was extremely irritated. The two of them discussed and decided to go directly to the Land of Water to confront QinYu. Chapter 154. Battle begins. If they could recruit him into the organization, then they would do so. If they couldn't recruit him, they would strike him down with overwhelming force. By doing this, they would prevent his continuous growth and eliminate a potential future threat. Moreover, Obito had been forcibly driven out of the hidden mist by the new Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and her subordinates. This was a perfect opportunity to return to the hidden mist village and settle the score. It could be said that this operation was truly a two-for-one deal. After their discussion, they felt that having 4 pain bodies along with 1 mastermind present was already giving QinYu enough face. Even if they had to fight, it would undoubtedly be foolproof. The two sides faced each other silently, the terrifying killing intent clashing between them. A fierce battle was about to erupt. At that moment, Terumi suddenly said to QinYu, "Hey, bad man, be careful when you make a move. Don't cause too much destruction to our mist village." Seeing this, QinYu raised an eyebrow playfully and replied, "You're asking me nicely. You bad person." Terumi shot him a glare with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, exuding various charms. This person really was something. Even at a time like this, he still had the mood to joke. She silently criticized QinYu in her heart. QinYu shrugged, not caring about it. He knew that whether he said something or not, it would be the same. The people in front of him were certainly not easy to deal with. It's important to note that the combat power of the previous Hokage began to collapse once these individuals appeared. Fighting against these people would inevitably cause destruction, especially among them. The Deva Path was recognized as the strongest demolitions expert in the world of Naruto. However, what was most embarrassing was that there were a bit too many demolitions experts present today. Among the pains present, aside from the Hungry Ghost Path, which had little destructive power, the rest were all top-notch demolition specialists. The various summoned beasts of the Beast Path, the various missiles of the Azura Path, and the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei, each one had greater destructive power than the last. If they weren't careful, it was feared that the hidden mist village would be flattened today. Well, this is fine. At least the battlefield doesn't have to be selected in Konoha. QinYu thought to himself. Oof, die QinYu. Looking at QinYu's smug expression, the Deva Path Pain felt even angrier, and his eyes narrowed. At this moment, the Deva Path Pain's left hand suddenly extended, then opened his palm. His palm was aimed directly at QinYu. Universal pull. A cold voice came from the Deva Path Pain's mouth, and then his Rinnegan suddenly shone brightly. An immense gravitational force emanated from his palm. QinYu smirked, chakra suddenly adhering to the soles of his feet. Whoosh! Before the gravitational pull of universal pull could reach him, QinYu had already used the body flicker technique to leave. However, in leaving, he directly exposed Terumi behind him. In an instant, the powerful gravitational force of universal pull acted on Terumi. Unaware of Pain's power and abilities, she was caught off guard and fell into the trap. Her graceful body suddenly lifted off the ground, flying straight towards the Deva Path Pain. What? This is Terumi, with her feet leaving the ground and flying forward, was shocked, her peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. But since she could become the Mizukage, she was certainly not just a pretty face. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure. Her jade hands swiftly moved, rapidly forming hand seals. Boil release. Haste technique. Terumi's small mouth opened slightly, and then a large cloud of mist was expelled from her mouth. The mist under Terumi's blowing surged forward. This boil release technique of Terumi's was quite famous in the world of Naruto. It is a bloodline limit produced by the combination of fire and water chakra. The mist released by boil release is not ordinary water vapor. It is high-temperature mist that can freely adjust its acidity. This mist not only has a wide attack range, but also has strong corrosive properties. It is a very rare and powerful bloodline limit. Moreover, Terumi is not solely skilled in boil release. She is one of the rare double bloodline limit users in the ninja world. She also possesses another powerful technique, dissolution. However, comparatively, the mist from the haze technique can rapidly corrode objects, its strength surpassing that of dissolution. In the original work, Sasuke, as one of the 2 pillars, had his Susanoo rapidly melted away, demonstrating its power. To say that the mist expelled by the haze technique does not spread quickly would not be entirely accurate. However, now with the Deva Path Pain's universal pull enhancing it, the acidic mist, which should have spread evenly around, was instead drawn into a stream, swiftly flying towards the members of the Akatsuki. Upon seeing this scene, Obito's expression changed immediately. He had dealt with Terumi when he was in the mist, and was quite familiar with her techniques. He hurriedly said to the Deva Path, "Not good. This technique is quite troublesome." Oomph. The Deva Path Pain snorted coldly, his eyes widening. He extended his right hand and then shouted coldly, "Shinra Tensei." The next moment, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the Deva's right hand, rapidly expanding outward. The column of acidic mist was suddenly pushed back in the opposite direction by the repulsive force. The sudden appearance of the repulsive force sent Terumi Mei flying backward. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, but her mind was exceptionally clear. If nothing unexpected happened, she would soon crash heavily against the wall. The speed of her backward flight was so fast that if she hit the wall, she would likely be severely injured if not killed. However, at this moment, being in midair, she truly had no good options left. In desperation, she formed hand seals with both hands. She attempted to create a water barrier behind her, hoping to use this water curtain to slow her retreat. Beside her, QinYu smirked and muttered, "TSK, what a foolish woman." Although he said this on the surface, he didn't truly think that way. If she plunged into the water, it was another story whether it would be embarrassing. The key was that she would be soaked. Moreover, this was in front of so many people. For QinYu, who had long regarded Terumi Mei as his woman, this was absolutely unacceptable. Whoosh! At that moment, QinYu's figure vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Terumi Mei. He reached out with both hands and caught the rapidly flying Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei was immediately startled. She had already prepared herself to plunge into the water. However, she suddenly found herself crashing into a broad chest. Chapter 155. I am Uchihamadara. Although QinYu was young, a strong masculine aura came rushing toward her. Moreover, given the current situation, it could be said to be a moment of hero saving the beauty, instantly causing Terumi Mei, a young woman experiencing her first love, to feel flustered and dazed. As soon as QinYu reached this position, he instantly felt a powerful repulsive force rushing at him. 8 gates of bypass. Open the first 4 gates. Open gate, rest gate, life gate, and wound gate. QinYu shouted lightly and instantly opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of bypass. A powerful aura and green chakra burst forth from his body. In an instant, QinYu's aura surged dramatically. With this sudden surge in strength, QinYu forcibly resisted the powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! QinYu perfectly seized this moment. With a movement of his body, he activated the instantaneous technique and disappeared from the spot with Kaguya Mei. When the two reappeared, they had already arrived at a secluded corner. Feeling the warmth of Kaguya Mei in his arms, QinYu couldn't help but smile slightly, showing no intention of letting her go. "You bad guy." Kaguya Mei rolled her eyes in reproach, then gently broke free. Afterward, she turned around, unable to help but scrutinize the man who had just saved her. With clear brows and striking features, a hint of a mischievous smile always lingered on his face. Every part of him exuded an air of unreliability, yet his strength was incredibly formidable. All of this showcased QinYu's mystery and uniqueness. However, at this moment, it deeply attracted Kaguya Mei, whose feelings were just beginning to blossom. QinYu smirked and directly reached out, affectionately brushing a strand of her chestnut hair away from her face. "You were just scared, right? Just watch from the sidelines. Leave the fighting to the men. From now on, I'll protect you." "Oh." Kaguya Mei was startled by QinYu's action and let out a small exclamation. She didn't expect him to be so bold, directly making a move in front of everyone. However, after regaining her composure, she shyly lowered her head and softly replied, QinYu smiled and then instructed, "All right, you go take care of evacuating the crowd from the mist. This group is not easy to deal with. Once a fight breaks out, it won't be quiet." Hearing this, Kaguya Mei looked worried and asked, "Can you handle it alone? Do you want me to stay and help you?" QinYu raised an eyebrow at her and said, "Well, it might not be good to fight like that, but if you just show a little support, it would definitely work." "You." Kaguya Mei rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. But then, she timidly approached QinYu, stood on her tiptoes, and gently pressed a kiss on his forehead. After that, she ran off without looking back. "Bad guy, take care of yourself." Her voice, filled with a mix of temptation and concern, echoed from a distance. QinYu watched Kaguya Mei's departing figure, a smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, up on the high platform of the Water Shadow office, both Obito and Nagato wore grim expressions. They were both extremely arrogant individuals. One considered himself the mastermind behind the scenes, while the other thought of himself as a god, both holding themselves in high regard. However, during the confrontation with them, QinYu had the leisure to flirt with someone else. Such a scene was intolerable for them, causing both to feel extremely agitated. Immediately, Nagato controlled Pain to raise his right hand. At the same time, the Azura Path also lifted its missile. As for the Animal Path, it was ready to summon at any moment. However, just as they were about to strike, Obito casually reached out, stopping Nagato. Nagato furrowed his brow slightly. He was curious about what Obito was planning to do. Sure enough, Obito spoke lightly. I'll go down and have a word with him. Hearing this, Nagato replied in a deep voice, all right, I'll support you. Whoosh. Obito nodded and then instantly vanished from spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of QinYu. Obito coldly looked at QinYu and spoke in a very indifferent tone. Let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara. QinYu, I must say, you are indeed an unexpected variable. At such a young age, you possess such formidable strength, which is truly astonishing. Even Hashirama and I were not worthy of comparison at your age. Obito's tone was filled with admiration, but more so with killing intent. It was a palpable killing intent. Listening to Obito, QinYu's mouth twitched, but he managed to suppress his laughter. Despite this, QinYu did not interrupt him. Instead, he quietly watched him perform. To be honest, QinYu, I really admire you. After all, I've never seen a genius like you before. Although you have disrupted my tailed beast extraction plan and continuously dealt heavy blows to my organization members, I am not angry. Rather, I appreciate you even more. At this point, Obito let out a deep sigh. If I kill you today, it would be a pity to waste your abilities. I am willing to give you one last chance to join the Akatsuki and create true peace together. Join us, ally with me. Only then can you survive. And you can also become a true great figure in the history of the ninja world. After finishing, the exposed Sharingan in his eye stared intensely at QinYu. However, in response to Obito's words, QinYu merely smiled coldly. Join the Akatsuki? Ally with you? Who do you think you are? Uchiha Madara? Don't think I would believe you. Even if you truly are Uchiha Madara, I would never ally with you. Hee. Obito suddenly laughed, a cold, chilling laugh. At the same time, his figure began to blur. QinYu, since you insist on choosing to be my enemy, you have chosen the path of death. Prepare tout. Suddenly, Obito's voice came from behind QinYu. At the same time, he reached out towards QinYu's neck. Feeling the rapidly approaching killing intent, the hairs on the back of QinYu's neck stood up. QinYu originally wanted to use the instantaneous technique to move his body. However, he suddenly found that his body seemed to be out of his control. QinYu frowned slightly and discovered that the spatial fluctuations around him had become extremely chaotic. The reason for this chaos was indeed due to the influence of Obito's technique. At this moment, even QinYu couldn't help but marvel at how perverse Obito's Manjiki abilities were. After all, his Manjiki contained space-time ninjutsu like QinYu. It could be said that Obito's eyes were among the most extraordinary of all the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 156. Former techniques with such mastery of space-time ninjutsu. In QinYu's estimation, even the fourth and second Hokage did not possess such proficiency in space ninjutsu. Yet, the Uchiha Obito in front of him had such abilities. On the pillar of the water shadow office, the four pain bodies remained unmoving. Upon seeing Obito, who called himself Uchiha Madara, take action, Nagato's heart had already sentenced QinYu to death. In his eyes, since Madara had acted, then QinYu was destined to fail. For pairs of Rinnegan coldly gazed in the direction of QinYu's body. They seemed to be waiting for death to descend upon QinYu. Just when they all thought QinYu would perish here, suddenly, QinYu moved. Without turning around, he faced away from Obito and suddenly threw the Thunder God sword in his hand. The Thunder God sword was infused with powerful lightning chakra. The sword shot out instantly, piercing through Obito's body. However, strangely, no blood flowed from Obito's body. The incredibly sharp Thunder God sword seemed to pass through an illusion, directly penetrating through Obito's body. Essentially, it caused him no harm at all. Ha ha ha. Useless, QinYu. Obito's large hand continued to reach for QinYu's neck. The exposed Sharingan outside the mask now looked coldly at QinYu. Any physical attacks against me are ineffective, even with your powerful swordsmanship or your incredibly violent lightning release. In front of me, it's nothing but a joke. How brazen. A cold smile suddenly appeared on QinYu's face, revealing a deep mockery. At this moment, in the distance, the observing Pain felt a sudden ominous premonition. At the same time, QinYu turned his body directly. The resistance that had been blocking QinYu instantly vanished with a green light radiating from him. What? He can break through my control. Obito's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had initially launched a sneak attack, using spatial interference, believing he had immobilized QinYu. He never expected QinYu to suddenly activate the 8 gates, instantly dispelling the resistance. Without any pause, the moment QinYu turned his body, he charged directly toward Uchiha Obito. Simultaneously, the lightning chakra surged on his right hand. Raikiri, I must say you do have some skills, but you have underestimated me. If you underestimate me, it will only lead to your demise. QinYu sneered coldly as he thrust his lightning-infused right hand into Uchiha Obito's chest. The Sharingan exposed on Obito's face instantly showed a look of horror. Meanwhile, QinYu curled the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment, QinYu's cold smile suddenly froze, because he discovered that his Raikiri had passed through Uchiha Obito's body just like the Thunder God sword he had thrown earlier. His Raikiri had not felt any physical presence at all. He useless QinYu. Seeing the surprised expression on QinYu's face, Obito let out a cold laugh. Then, he stretched out his large hand directly towards QinYu's head. The moment QinYu's right hand with Raikiri was lowered, Obito's hand suddenly materialized and grasped toward QinYu's head. Just when everyone thought QinYu was about to be defeated, his body suddenly vanished before Uchiha Obito. Huh? Obito's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately turned to look behind him. Before his head could fully turn, a large hand crackling with lightning passed through his body with a swoosh. This time, the Raikiri did not pass through an illusion, but a real entity. What? Watching QinYu's Raikiri-infused right hand pierce through his abdomen, Uchiha Obito's pupils shrank sharply. Then he stood there completely stunned. In his mind, the speed at which QinYu had just used ninjutsu replayed over and over. No, that was no longer speed. It was pure space-time ninjutsu. The moment he attacked, and his body turned solid, QinYu used space ninjutsu. At this moment, QinYu, behind Uchiha Obito, curled the corner of his mouth. His left hand held the Thunder God sword, while his right hand was plunged into Uchiha Madara's body. It should be noted that this maneuver was completely modeled after the fourth Hokage's technique from years ago. But such matters are hardly worth mentioning to outsiders. After a long while, Obito finally snapped out of his daze. He coldly looked at QinYu and then asked you, "What is your relationship with the fourth Hokage?" Relationship? QinYu curled the corner of his mouth and teasingly said, "If I must say, I guess it's that we both used the same method to defeat you. It seems that the lesson the fourth Hokage left you back then wasn't deep enough. Or perhaps, you're such a fool that you only remember the victories and not the defeats." Obito was immediately furious. Earlier, Uchiha Obito had used space ninjutsu to disrupt the space around QinYu and even used Genjutsu to interfere with him. However, he did not know how powerful QinYu's resistance to Genjutsu was. So, when he thought he could confuse QinYu with his level of Genjutsu, he was utterly mistaken. He first turned his back and threw the Thunder God sword to attack Obito's body, just like the kunai of the fourth Hokage back in the day. The Thunder God sword passed through Obito and reached behind him. Then, QinYu used Raikiri to attack Obito, making Obito think his attack had missed. At this moment, QinYu also exposed a flaw, making the opponent think he had missed. The instant Obito turned into a solid form to attack him, QinYu activated the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly moving behind Obito. After that, he used Raikiri again, successfully hitting the solidified Obito. It should be noted that during the battle against the Nine Tails, the fourth Hokage used a similar method to injure Obito with Rasengan. And 15 years later, QinYu used the fourth Hokage's tactics once again, deeply embedding Raikiri into Uchiha Obito's body. At this moment, blood began to trickle from the corner of Uchiha Obito's mouth. The blood flowed from the swirling mask, dripping onto the ground. I never expected. QinYu, you have surprised me once again. You are truly, truly fascinating. Chapter 157. The Path of Pain. However, as soon as Obito finished speaking, a strong wave of spatial fluctuations erupted around him. QinYu clearly sensed this spatial fluctuation and immediately snorted coldly. Then, he used a body flicker technique to create distance. The spot where Obito had been standing also formed a spatial vortex, enveloping him, causing him to disappear from his original location. If QinYu hadn't dodged in time, he would have been directly pulled into Obito's QinYu space. At that point, he would have been at a disadvantage. At the top of the Mizuki's office, a spatial vortex opened. Obito's figure appeared unsteadily and stood next to Pain. I never expected that even someone like you would fail. Pain said. Obito wanted to show off, but failed, causing his intimidation factor in Nagato's eyes to drop significantly. Obito snorted and then forcibly explained, "I was careless. This kid is indeed extraordinary. You take care of him." Pain replied coldly, "Don't worry, Pain won't fail." Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, showing some dissatisfaction with Nagato. "QinYu, you really have some skills." Pain looked down at QinYu and said, "However, it won't be so easy when I make my move." QinYu curled his lips and said, "Then let us give it a try." Pain's expression turned serious as he extended his right hand again. Universal Pull. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from his palm, directly acting on QinYu. QinYu shrugged his shoulders, bored, and said, "After all, it's just the same few tricks." After finishing his words, QinYu immediately used the body flicker technique to evade. Generally, the body flicker technique might not even have time to activate in the face of Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, and would be sent flying. However, QinYu's body flicker technique had an extremely fast activation speed. Before the gravitational or repulsive force arrived, he had already vanished from the spot. But this time, Nagato was evidently prepared. He controlled the Azura path to activate the mechanisms on its arms in advance. Boom! As soon as QinYu landed, the explosive missiles on the Azura Path's arms shot toward him rapidly. The Azura Path was covered in mechanisms, and the missiles on it were far from simple. If we really have to compare, its power is much stronger than the puppets of the Red Sand Scorpion. Even a slight touch would undoubtedly result in severe injuries. Moreover, the missiles fired by the Azura Path are extremely fast. It's almost impossible to dodge them using the body flicker technique. QinYu curled his lips, showing no signs of panic. This was because he had long been prepared for pain. This time, the body flicker technique was different from last time. Just now, when he used it to dodge the universal pull, he left the Raijin sword unsheathed in its original position. QinYu flashed away from the spot. The Raijin sword, which should have fallen straight to the ground, was influenced by Pain's universal pull. At this moment, it shot towards Pain like an arrow released from a bow. Oof. Just a trivial skill. Pain snorted coldly, completely dismissing this hidden weapon. Just as the Raijin sword was about to pierce his body, he suddenly extended his left hand. With 2 fingers, he precisely pinched the blade of the Raijin sword. The blade of the Kusanagi trembled continuously, but could not advance an inch. At this moment, the explosive missile from the Azura Path had also flown in front of QinYu. Suddenly, QinYu curled his lips again and activated the Raikiri. Zzz. The sharp sound of electricity rang out in an instant. The noise was loud enough to be heard clearly within a radius of several hundred meters. Many mist ninja and civilians heard the sound and turned around, staring blankly at the scene. What a powerful lightning release. This kid must have lost his mind, right? Although his lightning release technique looks very powerful, that is a missile. If he goes head-to-head like this, he'll probably be severely injured or even killed. Very talented, very strong, but what a fool. No one had faith in QinYu. Everyone thought his actions were incredibly foolish. On the other side, Terumi Mei, who was originally organizing the evacuation of the civilians, hurriedly looked back upon hearing the discussions. As she turned around, she happened to see the missile about to collide with the Raikiri. Her peach blossom eyes widened suddenly, and her heart raced. "You bad guy, please don't die." Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, QinYu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! The Azura Path's explosive missile missed QinYu and struck the ground directly. The square in front of the Mizukage office was entirely paved with blue bricks, making it very sturdy. Even so, this missile still left a huge, deep pit on the ground. This shows just how powerful the missile was. Did he dodge it? The mist villagers were all stunned. QinYu's movement technique was actually faster than the missile. Is this speed achievable with the body flicker technique? Where did he run to? Everyone began to search. Someone with sharp eyes quickly spotted QinYu's figure and pointed at the column above the Mizukage office, shouting loudly. There! The mist villagers looked up in surprise, and QinYu was indeed there. He was gripping the hilt of the Raijin sword with his right hand, while the Raikiri in his left was thrusting sharply towards Pain. What? How is this possible? He crossed such a long distance in an instant. They were at least dozens of meters apart, right? It turns out that his previous lightning release technique was not meant to clash head-on with the missile. He had already calculated that it was meant to attack the enemy. At such a young age, he has such cunning and tricked everyone. This person's combat IQ is truly terrifying. The mist villagers were abuzz. Even the high-ranking mist ninjas were astonished. Previously, QinYu's battle with Uchiha Obito using space ninjutsu was something they couldn't comprehend. To them, it looked like children playing house, just gesturing a few times before the enemy ran away. But now, the Azura Path's missile was very real. What? How could this happen? Indeed, seeing QinYu suddenly assaulting him, Pain's pupils shrank sharply. They were originally separated by dozens of meters and had a significant height difference. No matter how powerful the body flicker technique was, it couldn't possibly cross that distance and accurately grasp the hilt of the sword. However, Obito nearby, seeing the flying thunder god mark on the hilt of the Raijin sword, widened his Sharingan eyes. At that moment, he finally understood how he had lost. That little brat had engraved the flying thunder god mark onto the sword. Whoosh! The Raikiri in QinYu's hand instantly tore through Pain's Akatsuki robe. Chapter 158. A beautiful idea. Pain's expression changed. Time did not allow him to think any further. If he didn't act quickly, QinYu's Raikiri would pierce his body directly. Although there was the hungry ghost path nearby to absorb ninjutsu, there was simply no time to absorb it now. Faced with the already close Raikiri, Pain had no better response and could only grit his teeth and activate Shinra Tensei. However, in his urgency, Pain had no time to use his palm to control the direction of the repulsion. So, at this moment, he directly used his body as the center to unleash the repulsion in a 360-degree arc. This repulsion did not distinguish between friend and foe. Boom! Instantly, the hungry ghost path, Azura path, and animal path closest to Pain were all blasted away. This time, Pain felt a significant threat from QinYu's Raikiri and used a large amount of chakra to perform Shinra Tensei. Thus, the unfortunate three Pain bodies were flung far away, crashing into who knows how many walls along the way. Only Obito, sensing the danger, quickly hid in the QinYu space, thus avoiding being blown away by Shinra Tensei. Nagato, you idiot! Just now when I was fighting QinYu, couldn't you have observed properly? You even used your hand to pinch that broken sword. In the QinYu space, Obito cursed under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, he didn't even notice this point. However, the situation Nagato had anticipated, where QinYu would be blown away, did not occur. When the repulsion came, QinYu opened several of the 8 gates. At this moment, he had directly opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. With the tremendous speed and power boost, he forcibly withstood the repulsion. What? How is this possible? Pain's pupils shrank sharply. Since he debuted, Shinra Tensei had always been invincible. No one had ever been able to withstand this move with their own strength without relying on external objects. Yet now, QinYu had completely shattered this common sense. Oh no, Nagato secretly thought. Sure enough, the next second, the Raikiri in QinYu's left hand pierced through Pain's left shoulder. In fact, his Raikiri was originally aimed at the heart, but the trajectory of his arm was forcibly altered. Although he had withstood the powerful repulsion of Shinra Tensei, his arm was still unavoidably affected. Taking advantage of Obito hiding in the time-space, and the other 3 Pains not being nearby, QinYu rushed up and unleashed a flurry of taijutsu on the already cooling down Pain. Pain's taijutsu skills were indeed not weak. One could even say they were very strong. Among the many Pains, the Deva Path was arguably the strongest in taijutsu. This was vividly demonstrated in the original work during his battle with Sage Naruto. In the early stages, Naruto's taijutsu was completely clumsy, and he was beaten up by anyone he fought. Although he had greatly improved his taijutsu after training with Jiraiya in the mid to late stages, he was still completely suppressed by Deva Path in a normal state. Deva Path could even fight evenly with Sage Mode Naruto. One must know that Sage Mode provides a terrifying boost to all aspects. After Naruto activated Sage Mode, his physical skills were like he had turned on a cheat. However, Pain's Deva Path was still able to fight back, showcasing its formidable physical prowess. Yet, when facing QinYu, the Deva Path was severely suppressed. At that moment, the Deva Path could only hold on with sheer determination. QinYu wielded the sword of Thunder God, dancing it with fierce momentum. Each strike was not only deadly, but also delivered with extraordinarily tricky angles. It could be said that he perfectly combined immense power with exquisite technique. The Deva Path, already injured by Raikiri, had no choice but to pull out a black rod to defend against the ferocious QinYu. But it was only a matter of defending itself, with no power to counterattack. Soon, the Akatsuki cloak on the Deva Path was torn and tattered. After struggling for a while, Obito jumped out from the QinYu space. He really wanted to help, but his physical skills were quite average. Moreover, he did not have any suitable weapons at hand. Rushing in would be futile. Normally, he would directly rush at someone and then use QinYu to finish the job. However, now, facing QinYu, he dared not act that way. QinYu's swordsmanship was too exquisite, striking east and slashing west, guiding south and cutting north. The sword of Thunder God seemed to be everywhere. Not even a drop of water could penetrate. Just watching from the side, Obito felt a bit anxious. This was the awkwardness of Uchiha Obito, who was pretending to be Uchiha Madara. His strength was completely unequal to that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. All along, he could act recklessly in the ninja world without anyone doubting his identity, mainly due to the mysterious space-time ninjutsu. Once out of QinYu, he might struggle to hit a shadow clone. Facing someone like QinYu, who was also proficient in space-time ninjutsu, he was completely useless. At this moment, he could only look for an opportunity from the sidelines. Unfortunately, he never found one, and it might take a while to do so. Fortunately, the Deva path managed to endure for a few more seconds, and the other 3 pains crawled up from the ground in the distance. Summoning technique. Seeing that the Deva path was in trouble, the animal path quickly formed hand seals and slammed down on the ground. Boom! A large cloud of white smoke dispersed, and a gigantic rhinoceros appeared out of thin air, charging towards QinYu. The huge and menacing rhinoceros horn pointed directly at QinYu's back. Just at that moment, the Deva path skill cooldown was finally over. Its Rinnegan suddenly burst forth with a powerful glow. Universal pull. The violent repulsive force was unleashed once again, instantly affecting QinYu. This time, Nagato used a large amount of chakra to perform universal pull due to his caution towards QinYu's 8 gates, creating a perfect chain of attack in combination with the animal path summoning. The summoned beast, the giant rhinoceros, charged towards QinYu from behind while the Deva path unleashed universal pull from the front. Nagato envisioned a scenario where QinYu would be pushed back by the strong repulsive force and then crash into the rhinoceros horn at high speed. This is the advantage of a group attack. If executed properly, it could form a perfect combination, especially for the 6 paths of pain. Although they appeared to be several individuals, they were actually the same person. They not only shared vision, but also shared thoughts. Their cooperation was naturally extraordinarily tacit. However, while Pain's imagination was beautiful, reality did not unfold as they had scripted. QinYu had already sensed the Deva path activating universal pull the moment it started and immediately used Flying Thunder God to disappear from the spot. Chapter 159. Double Spiral Shuriken. When QinYu's figure reappeared, he was already at the place where he had bid farewell to Terumi Mei. Before engaging in battle, he had left a Flying Thunder God coordinate there, which he conveniently utilized at that moment. Moreover, this time, he completely repeated his previous tactic. QinYu left the Sword of Thunder God in place and did not take it with him. The Sword of Thunder God, which should have fallen straight down, was propelled by the strong repulsive force of universal pull. Under the push of the repulsive force, the Sword of Thunder God shot towards the giant rhinoceros like an arrow released from a bow. Clang! The sharp Sword of Thunder God collided with the menacing rhinoceros horn, producing a powerful spark at that moment. The sword, capable of cutting iron like mud, encountered a worthy opponent this time. The Sword of Thunder God was blocked by the strong shell of the rhinoceros horn, unable to penetrate even an inch. This demonstrated just how tough the rhinoceros horn was. The moment the repulsive force of universal pull vanished, QinYu instantly activated Flying Thunder God again, using the spatial coordinates on the Sword of Thunder God to appear directly on the rhinoceros's face. Roar! The summoned beast rhinoceros, equipped with inherent intelligence from the Rinnegan, became excited upon seeing the enemy it had been searching for right in front of it. It immediately let out a loud roar and charged forward. However, at that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. The giant rhinoceros looked up in confusion, and its pupils constricted. Above its head, an exaggerated blue chakra orb was heading towards it. Great Ball Rasengan, die for me, QinYu shouted, pressing the Great Ball Rasengan directly onto the rhinoceros's head. Oh, the once mighty giant rhinoceros howled in agony the next second. Following that, its massive body was sucked into the Great Ball Rasengan, spinning wildly. Boom! Ultimately, this incredibly powerful summoned beast was reduced to a puff of white smoke, disappearing from a spot. Countless mist shinobi were shocked and turned to look back. Having witnessed this scene, they were all wide-eyed in fear. What was that technique? That oversized chakra orb looked incredibly difficult to use. Given its power, it must be rated S class, right? That gigantic rhinoceros was actually taken down in one blow. So strong, truly too strong. How old is he to possess such combat power? Previously, they thought his reputation and deeds were just exaggerated tales from Konoha, but seeing it today, the rumors are true. Our village's CH'er is also a top figure among the younger generation, but compared to QinYu, there is simply no comparison. CH'er, I've seen his battles. He does have some experience, but to be honest, based on his performance, he isn't even worthy to carry QinYu's shoes. At this moment, aside from the Hungry Ghost path, the Animal path and Azura path had already returned to the Deva path side, due to being blasted away earlier. The Hungry Ghost path had ended up right next to Terumi Mei. Seeing the enemy right in front of her, Terumi Mei would not let this opportunity slip. She immediately acted, and the two engaged in combat. The Hungry Ghost path strength was not strong, but its ability to absorb ninjutsu was quite disgusting. Although Terumi Mei's ninjutsu was restrained by the Hungry Ghost Path, she was after all the fifth Mizukage. Even in physical combat, she could still overpower the Hungry Ghost Path, which had no power to retaliate. Watching the Hungry Ghost Path being entangled in another battle, the Deva Path scoffed and did not go to assist. Instead, it shifted its gaze to QinYu and coldly said, "Let's deal with this QinYu first." Upon hearing this, the Animal Path shouted loudly, "I'll do it." The giant rhinoceros that had just been killed by QinYu was not something he felt particularly regretful about. After all, he had countless summoned beasts in his Rinnegan, and losing a few was hardly a big deal. The Beast Path's face was cold and stern, and his hands quickly formed seals again before slamming down onto the ground. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive sounds echoed, and then white smoke erupted violently. From the smoke, 2 giant creatures suddenly emerged. These 2 colossal beings were a large centipede and an 8-tailed bird. As soon as the 2 creatures appeared, they let out wild cries. Then, the 2 summoned beasts quickly charged towards QinYu. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback. 2 such large summoned beasts again? Damn, is this guy trafficking summoned beasts? One after another, it seems endless. We can't let these 2 monsters rampage in the Mist Village. Otherwise, it will definitely cause massive destruction. This is bad. QinYu might be in danger. That giant Sharingan technique just now must have consumed a lot of chakra. How many more times can he use it? As the crowd began discussing, QinYu once again left them in shock. Facing the 2 charging giant summoned beasts, QinYu smirked coldly and waited without a hint of panic. At that moment, both of QinYu's hands stretched outward simultaneously. In an instant, a massive amount of chakra gathered in his palms. Soon, 2 Sharingans quietly took shape. The crowd in the Mist Village, who were initially worried about QinYu's safety, did not expect him to bring them such a surprise so quickly. Once again, the crowd began to buzz with conversation. Is it still the same giant Sharingan technique? And this time, it's even more exaggerated. He is going to use 2 at once. How old is this kid to have such massive chakra? The amount of chakra is one thing, but more importantly, that kind of exaggerated chakra gathering requires extreme control. A small mistake could lead to a huge explosion. He can actually multitask, using 1 hand for each. This is just too exaggerated. It seems his chakra quantity and control far exceed that of ordinary people. Wait. The technique he is using seems a bit different from the previous one. It seems even more powerful than before. At this moment, the Sharingans in QinYu's palms began to undergo unusual changes. As QinYu madly injected chakra into the Sharingans, sharp blades suddenly extended from around them. Buzz, buzz. The sharp, piercing buzzing sound continued to resonate. In an instant, the ear-splitting sound filled the venue, even audible from a distance. That sound was the noise of sharp wind chakra slicing through the air. Double Sharingan Shuriken. With a light shout from QinYu, 2 massive blue shurikens were suddenly launched. Chapter 160. QinYu's Great Sharp Bomb, the Sharingan Shuriken, is a jutsu that represents the extreme transformation of wind attribute chakra. Thus, the speed of these 2 Sharingan Shurikens was incredibly fast. The 2 summoned beasts with Rinnegan didn't even have time to react before being instantly eliminated by this jutsu. What the hell? This is just too overpowered. This strength is a bit excessive. Am I seeing things? Those 2 massive chakra spheres were actually thrown out just like that? The previous giant Sharingan was already this Konoha ninja's trump card, right? I can't imagine he can actually fight back against those with Rinnegan. Watching QinYu display such might, the people of the Mist Village suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Previously, they were quite fearful of the Rinnegan, but now they no longer felt the same. Oomph. The summoned beasts summoned by the Beast Path were instantly destroyed, and the Azura Path let out a cold snort. Immediately, the mechanism on the head of the Azura Path suddenly opened. Click, 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 under the astonished gazes of the crowd. The top of the Azura Path's head suddenly blossomed open like a lotus flower. At the very center, there was a small black hole. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Once the mechanism on the head was opened, a strong energy began to gather at the small hole. When all the energy was successfully gathered, with a thunderous boom, it exploded outwards. The power of the Azura Path's energy laser cannon was extremely formidable. In the original work, Pain once heavily injured the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka with this move, demonstrating its might. Although the power was immense, this move was somewhat lacking in front of QinYu. At this moment, the chakra within QinYu surged wildly. QinYu raised both hands, and powerful water vapor began to gather around his body. The people of the Mist Village could clearly perceive that the surrounding air had suddenly become humid. It is known that the land of water is already heavy with moisture, and the people of the Mist Village had long since become accustomed to it. Yet even so, they instantly noticed the drastic increase in water vapor, indicating just how exaggerated this change was. Water release, Great Shark Bomb technique. With a light shout from QinYu, a torrent of water appeared. As soon as the water flow emerged, it quickly condensed into a massive shark-shaped water bomb. Roar. The Great Shark Bomb let out a furious roar as it opened its massive jaws and rushed towards the Akatsuki members. Oh my god, the Great Shark Bomb technique? Isn't this a secret technique of our Mist Village? The power of this technique is extremely exaggerated, and the difficulty is outrageous. Looking throughout the Mist Village, perhaps only the Mizukage could use it. This kid from Konoha can actually perform this move? What is even more ridiculous is that this kid is releasing ninjutsu without forming seals. From the previous Sharingan to the current Great Shark Bomb, he has never formed seals. What? It seems to be true. I didn't even notice it until you mentioned it. What the hell? QinYu's casual use of the Great Shark Bomb drew shocked gasps from all directions. After all, the previous giant Sharingan and Sharingan Shuriken were Konoha's jutsu, so the people of the Mist Village didn't feel it as strongly. However, this current Great Shark Bomb technique is undeniably the highest ninjutsu of the Mist Village. Even those with limited experience could see how powerful this technique is. Moreover, these guys had never seen ninjutsu released without forming seals. The key point is that it's not some low-level ninjutsu, but such a high-level one. However, this time, not only were the people of the Mist Village shocked, but even Obito and Pain looked surprised. This move? Isn't this the technique of that guy, Kisame? Why can this kid from Konoha use this technique? Boom! In an instant, the shining laser cannon and the ferocious Great Shark Bomb collided violently. At the center of the collision, a tremendous explosion erupted. It's important to know that the setting of the water release Great Shark Bomb technique is very overpowered. As long as it encounters a chakra-based attack, it can directly absorb the opponent's chakra into itself, thus enhancing its own power. It can almost be said to be the strongest move among water release techniques. Exaggerating a bit, with this one technique, Kisame could definitely secure a position at the top of the Sannin level. Unfortunately, in the original work, this move, which was supposed to shine brightly, met its nemesis, Daytime Tiger. Therefore, this jutsu, which should have gained fame, faded into obscurity without causing any significant impact. But that doesn't deny its power. Now, the laser cannon released by the Azura Path, although called a laser, is essentially a chakra cannon. Thus, this laser cannon is inevitably countered dead by the Great Shark Bomb technique. It appeared that these two ninjutsu, seemingly evenly matched, struggled against each other for less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the Great Shark Bullet suddenly exerted its force and swallowed the laser cannon in one gulp. The Great Shark Bullet, having absorbed the laser cannon, seemed to have taken a powerful tonic, and its already exaggerated size instantly expanded once more. Then, with an even more fierce and domineering posture, it charged towards Obito and Pain. Tendo and Obito looked at the oncoming Great Shark Bullet, their expressions changing drastically. The might of this move, after absorbing the laser cannon, was truly terrifying. In fact, the second Hokage was right. The one most capable of countering this move was the hungry ghost path over there. With a wave of his hand, the Rinnegan's ability activated, and with one absorption, everything was gone. However, the unfortunate part was that the hungry ghost path was currently entangled with Conan on the other side. The Pain present here had no particularly good means to respond. Tendo Pain, feeling helpless, had to use his powerful repulsion once again to push it away. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion of Shinra Tensei was indeed domineering. Its power had almost no upper limit. The strength of the repulsion completely depended on how much chakra the user invested. Seeing the terrifying might of the Great Shark Bullet, Nagato certainly couldn't hold back and used a large amount of chakra to perform Shinra Tensei. Thus, even though the Great Shark Bullet was immensely powerful, it was instantly repulsed, transforming back into a stream of water that crashed down to the ground. What a pity. It was truly a shame. They had rushed right up to them. They couldn't even defeat an attack like the Great Shark Bullet. That guy over there was also quite exaggerated, being able to absorb ninjutsu. Lord Mizukage had used 2 types of bloodline limits, and they were all absorbed by him. The Rinnegan truly is powerful, containing incredibly strong secret techniques. As the Great Shark Bullet technique was repulsed, the hearts of the Mist shinobi sank again. However, QinYu was not discouraged at all, because he had long known that such a scene would occur. Tendo's Shinra Tensei was a perfect absolute defense. However, once used, there would be at least a few seconds of cooldown. Therefore, at this moment, QinYu had no intention of letting the opponent catch a breath. He took a deep breath, puffing out his chest dramatically. Then, QinYu opened his mouth wide and unleashed a vast sea of fire. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Chapter 161. Mastery of 4 elements. The great fire extinguishing technique, when used by Uchiha Madara in the original work, was incredibly powerful. At that time, dozens of water release ninjas from the Ninja Alliance had to use the water formation wall for combined defense to barely withstand this jutsu. And now, when used by QinYu, its power was no less than that of Uchiha Madara. The flames, nearly 100 meters in diameter, immediately painted the sky red. The terrifying high temperature could be felt even by the mist citizens hundreds of meters away. Damn it. At this moment, Tendo Pain's expression was very grim. He had just used Shinra Tensei, and now it was in cooldown, leaving him completely helpless. As for the Azura Path next to him, who specialized in missiles, he also had no good means of defense against such a large-scale fire ninjutsu. Now Nagato was filled with regret, wondering why he hadn't saved the Hungry Ghost Path earlier. If the Hungry Ghost Path were here, whether it was the earlier Great Shark Bullet technique, the current Great Fire Extinguishing, or any other ninjutsu that might come later, it would all just be a means to supply chakra. As long as the Hungry Ghost Path was present, he would never have found himself in such an awkward situation. Just at this critical moment, Obito, who called himself Uchiha Madara, made his move. He quickly appeared in front of Pain, his hands flying to form seals. Fire release, storm dance. The vast flames transformed into serpent shapes and advanced in a spiral. In an instant, the fire serpents met the roaring Great Fire Extinguishing head-on. The power of this technique was also remarkable, as Obito had combined his Manjiki Sharingan with fire release ninjutsu to create this super strong fire technique. In terms of rank, this ninjutsu was absolutely on par with Great Fire Extinguishing. It was among the few powerful ninjutsu in fire release. This technique could almost instantly engulf and incinerate the opponent. In terms of range, speed, and power, it was top-notch. This ninjutsu could also be considered one of the few that Uchiha Obito could showcase during the early to mid-stages of his career. Boom! The two powerful fire release techniques collided violently, instantly causing a series of explosions. The explosions now were far more visually impactful than the earlier Great Shark Bullet. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions and collapses were incessant. Just from this exchange, countless buildings in the Mist Village had collapsed. From a distance, Conan's expression changed. The succession ceremony, which should have been a joyous occasion, had turned into this. Originally, the upper echelons of the Mist had envisioned that after the succession ceremony, the Mist would officially get on track and start rapid development. But now it seemed that after the succession ceremony, the Mist would most likely need to focus on disaster recovery efforts. Boom! Outside, the two extremely violent fire release techniques continued to clash and consume each other. 10 seconds later, Obito's storm dance was the first to be extinguished. However, this was also expected. After all, whether in terms of chakra quantity or ninjutsu mastery, Obito was completely incomparable to QinYu. Moreover, the original casting range of Great Fire Extinguishing was much larger than that of storm dance. Watching the sea of fire that was not stopped continue to rush forward, Obito's face hidden beneath the mask turned somewhat grim. After all, the Uchiha clan was widely known in the ninja world for 3 skills: the Sharingan, fire release ninjutsu, and shuriken techniques. In other words, fire release ninjutsu was supposed to be the Uchiha clan's forte. Yet just now, the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, had actually lost to a junior in a fire release duel. The key was that it was in front of Nagato, who was not very obedient, making it quite embarrassing for him. But at this moment, Nagato had no time to dwell on this with Obito. Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei was still in cooldown and looking at the roaring sea of fire coming at him. His expression was very grim. The sea of fire had not yet reached his face, but even from this distance, he could clearly feel the intense heat. Chunin technique. In desperation, he had to let the animal path summon a hell crab once again. As the hell crab emerged, the fierce sea of fire was about to scorch its face. The hell crab hurriedly took a deep breath, opened its large mouth wide, and sprayed out a vast expanse of foam to meet the oncoming sea of fire. Water release, foam wave. This ninjutsu, composed of countless bubbles, was quite miraculous, capable of instantly transforming a large area into a sea of foam. It had a powerful cleansing effect, making it very convenient for dealing with oil, fire, and similar ninjutsu. With all its might, the hell crab was almost out of breath from blowing bubbles, but it finally managed to extinguish the raging great fire extinguishing. Given the situation, if it had directly blown bubbles to face QinYu's great fire extinguishing earlier, it would have definitely been unable to withstand it. Even if the hell crab had deprived it of oxygen, it would still have been unable to hold up. Fortunately, Obito's storm dance had already consumed most of the energy of the great fire extinguishing. Together, the person and the crab barely managed to hold it off. Wow! Such powerful fire release, I have never heard of it. I used to think that fire release techniques weren't that impressive, but I didn't expect there to be such advanced ninjutsu. Indeed, it's too exaggerated. Even from this distance, we can still clearly feel that intense heat. I don't think the level of this fire release ninjutsu is particularly high. The key is that the person using it is quite powerful. This QinYu is truly a prodigy. The people of the Mist Village were overjoyed to see QinYu use a devastating fire release technique to suppress the enemy. Earlier, when the great fire destruction first appeared, they were sweating even from a distance due to the heat. However, as the temperature of the flames rose again, the sweat on their bodies was directly evaporated. This amazed the Mist villagers who had lived in humidity for years. Moreover, some meticulous Mist ninjas suddenly realized that in just a few minutes, QinYu had used so many ninjutsu. How old is this guy? How can he be so strong? Not only is his water release skill astonishing, but his fire release is also incredibly powerful. No, not only that. I think that spiral big ball earlier seemed to be a wind release technique. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that the technique QinYu initially used against that Rinnegan was clearly a very powerful lightning release technique. What the heck? Water release, fire release, wind release, lightning release. Only earth release hasn't appeared yet. All other natures have shown up, and they're all used so well. I even suspect that the absence of earth release doesn't mean he can't use it. It's very likely because earth release is more defensive rather than offensive. And he has been on the offensive all along. Chapter 162. Terumi may have been sold damn. This perspective is unbeatable. Just tell me if it makes sense. It makes too much sense. It's astonishing. Generally speaking, even elite Jonin find it difficult to master two types of chakra transformations. Yet this kid has mastered four at the same time. Is he even human? You call that mastery? I think profoundly skilled fits better. Decades ago, Konoha produced the first water release ninja, the second hokage, who kept us in the Mist Village from holding our heads high for many years. Now, another genius like QinYu, who is almost proficient in all attributes, has emerged. I feel like other ninja villages can just give up. We all belong to the 5 great ninja villages. Why do such good things keep happening in Konoha? We should be grateful that this kid is on our side. If he were an enemy, it would truly be terrifying. I think you're overthinking it. This kid is a Konoha ninja, wearing half of a Hokage's robe. How could he possibly be on our side? Exactly. In my opinion, he is currently only into the enemy of my enemy is my friend relationship with us in the mist. After this battle, who can say for sure? No. You didn't notice? I just saw that Lord Fifth seems to be. What? Is that true? Damn. This is too. Could it be that they've known each other for a long time? When Terumi may previously kissed QinYu's forehead, it wasn't in front of a large crowd, but in a more secluded corner, so most people were unaware. Even if a few people saw it, they only dared to be secretly shocked or mournful, but didn't dare to spread it widely. After all, who would dare to gossip about the new 5th Mizukage's personal matters? But now, everything is different. With QinYu's extraordinary performance, the Mist villagers are so wary. If the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, really has something with QinYu, wouldn't that be fantastic for the Mist? Sure enough, when the news of Terumi Mei's previous intimate gestures with QinYu spread, the Mist villagers felt no displeasure, but rather immense joy. So, does this mean that genius QinYu is going to become our son-in-law? If that is the case, he will be one of us. Awesome. Lord Fifth is indeed our lucky star in the Mist. I really don't know when they plan to make it official. I'm so looking forward to it. Although it's a bit frustrating that such a perfect woman as the Mizukage would be given to an outsider, the other party is indeed extraordinarily excellent. Just thinking about our Mist gaining such a powerful son-in-law makes me a bit excited. Some infatuated girls whispered, "If the Mizukage isn't willing, I can do it. Get out of here. If anyone goes, it's me." While fighting the hungry ghost path, Terumi Mei accidentally heard these words, and her beautiful brows twitched wildly. Originally, she had no intention of hiding her relationship with QinYu from anyone, but the current situation is somewhat bizarre. Listening to what these guys are saying, it sounds like the Mist is planning to marry off the Mizukage to win over QinYu. These despicable guys. Terumi rolled her eyes in frustration. Immediately, she attacked the hungry ghost path with even more force. However, after feeling angry and embarrassed, she was mostly happy, because she was initially worried about the opposition from the Mist villagers. After all, she and QinYu are one the Mizukage of the Water Country's Mist Village, and the other wearing half of the Hokage's robe. Such a combination of identities would always be difficult for people to accept, but now everything is different. With QinYu's strength, he has directly conquered the ninjas of the Mist. After QinYu unleashed a great shark bomb water release technique, followed by a great fire destruction fire release technique, Nagato was genuinely somewhat frightened. At this moment, he directly used universal pull on the distant hungry ghost path, forcibly pulling it back. Even if the hungry ghost path was hit a few times by Terumi as a result, it was worth it. There was no way. QinYu's ninjutsu was simply too powerful. Such a powerful ninjutsu made Nagato feel a strong sense of threat. He was also quite uneasy. Without the hungry ghost path guarding him, he felt a bit insecure. Seeing the hungry ghost path being pulled back by universal pull, the Deva path visibly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, as he looked at QinYu, his gaze lost some of its wariness, and his expression returned to indifference. And at this moment, QinYu didn't give Pain and the others a chance to catch their breath and struck again. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, QinYu's hands suddenly came together. The massive chakra within his body surged wildly and then continuously flowed underground. Boom! 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 Heavy rumbling sounds echoed from underground. Following this, the earth began to shake violently. Seeing this commotion, countless Mist villagers panicked. What is happening? What on earth is going on? At this moment, not only the Mist villagers were panicking, but even Pain's expression suddenly changed drastically. Although QinYu rarely used Earth Release, that didn't mean he couldn't use it. The reason he didn't use Earth Release was very simple. It was unnecessary. But now, when other elemental ninjutsu seemed ineffective, it was time for Earth Release to make an appearance. The Earth Release technique that QinYu is currently using was a very powerful Earth Release technique from the Hokage series. Taking advantage of this gap, some villagers saw that QinYu's hands were forming seals. The earlier commotion was caused by that QinYu. What's wrong with that kid? An elite Jonin from the Mist analyzed. He seems to be using some extremely powerful Earth Release technique. Damn, is this guy really proficient in all 5 elemental ninjutsu? Looking at this momentum, it seems it can't be fake. What a strong earthquake. It seems this Earth Release technique's power should be extraordinary. And at this moment, QinYu shouted loudly, Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. In an instant, the iconic building of the Hidden Mist, the Mizukage office, rose from the ground. The soil underground flipped up directly. In a flash, the land converged into 2 massive hemispheres, rapidly squeezing towards the 4 members of the Akatsuki organization. Watching the Mizukage office, which was instantly destroyed, an old elder from the Hidden Mist began to wail. Damn it, is this kid here to help us Hidden Mist? Or to help the enemy cause destruction? The old man was extremely agitated, even flinging his cane away. Chapter 163. The 7th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku. It's no wonder he was so agitated. The Mizukage office had existed since the founding of the Hidden Mist Village. It could be said that this Mizukage office had stood for decades and had always been a landmark of the Hidden Mist. More importantly, it was not just a building, but a spiritual beacon for the ninjas and the people of the Hidden Mist. Now, suddenly being destroyed, and by their own people no less. The older generation naturally found it hard to accept. Someone nearby could only comfort him by saying, cough, cough, take it easy. Forget it. Those guys over there all have the Rinnegan. You have to know that the Rinnegan possesses tremendous power, and when it comes to battle, it will surely be earth-shattering. We should understand. Yes, a little destruction is okay. As long as this QinYu can defeat the enemy, that's all that matters. Sigh. I never expected that one day, the safety of our Hidden Mist would rely on a brat from another village. The old man was so angry he started pounding his chest in frustration. However, it wasn't just the old folks of the Hidden Mist who were furious. Far away, there was also a person feeling a tightness in his chest. That person was Nagato, who was controlling Pain from a secret base near the Hidden Mist. Upon seeing this through Pain's Rinnegan, Nagato was so furious he nearly jumped out of bed. I summoned the hungry ghost path back. And you went and did this? How do I absorb this? Nagato was really angry at this point, and the reason was simply that this QinYu was too troublesome. Although the hungry ghost path can absorb all chakra-based ninjutsu, it does not include absorbing physical entities. Therefore, at this moment, the hungry ghost path had no way to deal with the 2 soil balls in front of it. I'll handle it. At this critical moment, the Azura Path snorted coldly and stepped forward. Tap, tap, tap. The Azura Path activated all the mechanisms it could mobilize. In an instant, various missiles and lasers surged towards the soil balls as if they were free. Clearly, the Azura Path was attempting to forcibly break through these two soil balls with violence. It should be noted that these two soil balls were formed by compressing a large amount of soil, making them extraordinarily solid. Even though the Azura Path used various weapons, it only scattered a few small soil chunks from the soil balls. However, the scattering of this small piece of land did not affect the overall structure at all. The two massive hemispheres continued to advance, rumbling towards the group. Seeing the Azura Path fail, the Animal Path also made its move. The Animal Path quickly formed hand seals and summoned a giant centipede. The giant centipede had a very high level of intelligence and immediately used its countless legs to grip the surroundings. At this moment, it tried to use its massive size and numerous legs to push the soil balls apart. This would buy time for Pain and the others to escape the attack range of the soil balls. However, the oppressive force and speed of the soil balls were incredibly strong, and the giant centipede could not hinder their advance at all. At this rate, before the Pains could run out, they would be crushed into meat patties. This Earth-style ninjutsu called Mountain Earth Technique was itself extremely powerful. One of the top techniques in Earth-style ninjutsu. In the original work, when the technique was used by the Tsuchikage from a Wagakure of the Land of Wind, it was exaggeratedly powerful. At that time, the Tsuchikage used this ninjutsu to manipulate the earth, forming two gigantic hemispheres to encircle the enemy, thus controlling their movements, even flattening them directly. This shows that if the user of this ninjutsu is incredibly strong, this technique will not only be effective against humans, but can also suppress gigantic creatures at the level of tailed beasts. In the Fourth Great Ninja War from the original work, the Tsuchikage used this technique after receiving chakra from Naruto's Nine Tails, and even the Outer Path Golem, which had absorbed several tailed beasts, was trapped within it. At that time, the Outer Path Golem expended a great deal of energy to finally escape. Now, the chakra released by QinYu when using this technique was even greater than that of the Tsuchikage back then. Therefore, the Mountain Earth technique he released this time was extremely exaggerated in power. Even a normal tailed beast would find it difficult to resist this technique. However, it was foolish for the Animal Path to think it could withstand this ninjutsu with the summoned centipede, which was undoubtedly a dream. At this moment, the Deva Path Pain was deeply furrowing his brows. Although his Shinra Tensei had cooled down, and he could definitely withstand this technique as long as he took action, the destructive power of QinYu's attack was too strong. This led the Deva Path to become cautious, not daring to use Shinra Tensei recklessly. Shinra Tensei could be considered absolute defense, and it was the last layer of protection for the Pains. Once this technique was used, the gap in the middle would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, judging by the hardness of the soil balls, if he used Shinra Tensei to repel them, it would likely consume a large amount of ocular power and chakra. After forcibly blocking it, the cooldown time of Shinra Tensei would definitely not be 5 seconds, but much longer. During this time, QinYu would certainly not let up. The Deva Path had long sensed that the amount of chakra within QinYu was absolutely astonishing. Furthermore, considering the various flashy ninjutsu QinYu had used before, the Deva Path had no doubt that they would be worn down to death. However, there was no time for the Deva Path to worry anymore, as the two massive soil balls were continuously merging and were about to hit them in the face. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path's expression was extremely grim, and his Rinnegan suddenly burst forth with powerful light. Boom! A massive amount of ocular power and chakra poured out in an instant, and a strong repulsive force suddenly erupted from him. Bang! Bang! The two solid soil balls were instantly repelled. Even during the process of being repelled, the two soil balls were directly shattered into powder. This demonstrates how powerful the Shinra Tensei used by the Deva Path was. However, upon witnessing this scene, the Hidden Mist citizens couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed. Ah, what a pity. Even the Mizukage office was toppled, yet they still couldn't take it down. It's such a waste. However, in response to this, QinYu instead smiled and murmured, "Hee hee, I was just waiting for you to use Shinra Tensei." Thump, 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 thump. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from QinYu's body, a rich green energy enveloping him. By the end, the green energy even began to emit a bluish light. In that brief moment, QinYu had opened the 8 gates of B-Ryaku all the way to the 7th gate. The already immensely powerful aura surged even further, increasing several times with the opening of the 8 gates of Biryaku. Chapter 164. Daytime Tiger. My God, what kind of secret technique did he use? Why does it feel like he has become extremely terrifying? Too terrifying. What is this secret technique? It's truly too terrifying. This secret technique's amplification is too strong. The hidden mist people looked at QinYu, whose aura was overwhelming, and at this moment they were all shocked. The 8 gates of Duinjia. Although the enhancements from the first 6 gates are not as significant as imagined, once the 7th gate is opened, a qualitative change occurs. At this moment, an old man with a face full of wrinkles trembles as he points at QinYu. This move seems to be the legendary 8 gates of Duinjia technique. The 8 gates of Duinjia technique? What is that? I've never heard of it. Indeed, not a word. At this moment, the younger generation of Mist Hidden is completely confused, but those who are older quickly react, their expressions changing dramatically. The 8 gates of Duinjia technique? ISNT that the secret technique that nearly wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen over a decade ago. That's right. It is that move. My God, I never expected to witness this technique in my lifetime. The most amazing part is that this time the user is our ally, not an enemy. What? The one who almost wiped us out, the 7 ninja swordsmen? The one who wields those 7 swords is the strongest among us in Mist Hidden, aside from Lord Mizukage, right? How could they almost be wiped out? This is terrifying. It's completely unimaginable. The younger generation of Mist Hidden is utterly shocked at this moment. If they had never heard of the 8 gates of Duinjia, they certainly know about the 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, in Mist Hidden, the 7 ninja swordsmen are almost equivalent to the Sannin in Konoha. At this moment, they can't fathom what kind of secret technique could nearly wipe out those 7 masters. The people of Mist Hidden look at QinYu with awe. What QinYu is demonstrating seems to be the ninjutsu called 8 gates of Duinjia. As an enemy, the masked man Uchiha Obito immediately recognizes the 8 gates of Duinjia, and his expression turns grim. Although he does not understand the 8 gates of Duinjia fully, he knows that it is certainly not a simple technique. It is a rather tricky and troublesome technique. Tendo looks coldly at QinYu and directly says, "Humph, what uses a strong aura?" At this moment, Tendo is full of confidence. After all, the Hungry Ghost Path is right beside him. He fears nothing except physical ninjutsu. If QinYu were to use that move again, he might find it troublesome while Shinra Tensei is cooling down. However, making such a huge commotion like this seems completely absurd to Tendo. But Obito thinks otherwise and solemnly reminds, "Don't be careless. That move is likely not simple." Just then, QinYu suddenly shouts, "Watch this move. How will you block it?" A powerful sound wave driven by immense chakra spreads throughout the entire Mist Hidden village. At this moment, QinYu suddenly embraces the air in front of him, compressing it to an extreme point. Then, he thrusts his fist forward. Daytime Tiger. Boom! With a loud bang, a fierce air cannon shoots forward. The target of the air cannon is aimed directly at several of the pain bodies across from him. The violent air cannon gradually enlarges during its sprint, forming an enormous white tiger totem. Roar! As soon as the white tiger appears, it lets out a deafening roar. The tiger's roar shakes the heavens and earth. The strong winds caused by it make the robes of those around flap loudly. What? What is this move? It feels stronger than all the previous techniques. At this moment, everyone in Mist Hidden, from elite ninjas to civilians, is left dumbfounded. Oomph! Tendo Pain merely snorts coldly, showing no signs of panic on his face. In his view, no matter how powerful QinYu's technique is, it is merely providing chakra to Pain. The chubby hungry ghost path grins widely and steps forward. Raising both hands, he creates a transparent shield, preparing to absorb the incoming daytime tiger. Boom! The powerful daytime tiger crashes into the hungry ghost path's shield, and the grin on his face grows wider. The hungry ghost path prepares to absorb the massive chakra in front of him. However, in an instant, the expression of the hungry ghost path changes dramatically. He couldn't even last a second. The transparent shield was shattered. The mighty white tiger totem crashes into his body with the most domineering and direct force. The hungry ghost path, sent flying by the blow, spits out a mouthful of blood. His face is filled with disbelief. What? How? How could this happen? His ability is to devour and absorb all techniques transformed by chakra. He had never failed before. How could he fail this time? In an instant, the fierce daytime tiger reaches the several pain bodies and then explodes. For pain bodies suffer considerable damage in that moment. Obito had sensed that something was wrong and directly hid in his QinYu space, narrowly escaping disaster. Bang! Among the four pain bodies. The hungry ghost path faced the daytime tiger head-on and is in a miserable state, heavily injured. The hungry ghost path is sent flying far away until he crashes into a large rock to finally stop. What exactly is going on? Tendo's eyes darken, and he speaks in a low voice. How could the hungry ghost path's ability to absorb ninjutsu fail? Seeing this, QinYu simply smirks and explains. The reason is simple. The daytime tiger I just unleashed is not ninjutsu, but pure taijutsu. The daytime tiger, in essence, is just an extremely powerful straight punch. What? How is that possible? This technique is merely taijutsu? All the ninjas present are taken aback. Not only the ninjas from Mist Hidden, but even the six paths of pain are stunned. They can hardly imagine that someone could unleash such powerful strength relying solely on taijutsu. To unleash such immense power, what kind of physical strength must this person possess? After all, the strong wind generated by the daytime tiger made even the mist-hidden crowd, standing far away, feel pain on their skin. Some careless ones were even knocked to the ground. If it were another person facing this move directly, they would likely be smashed to pieces. It was a chakra ball. At this moment, Tendo's face is filled with shock. Then what is the blue aura around you? Chapter 165. Sage Mode. That is not excess chakra. It is merely blue sweat released after opening the 7 gates. And that aura is the sweat evaporated from my body heat, QinYu said. In an instant, Tendo understands. So that is how it is. Understanding or not. What follows is an even stronger sense of dread. Because at this moment, Tendo suddenly recalls the evaluation that Kisame once gave of QinYu. That person, whether it be chakra amount, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, is absolutely top-notch. Moreover, he also masters profound and unfathomable space-time ninjutsu. Engaging with him, you will find he is like an endless pit, always having trump cards. You can never see through his depth. Tendo stares intently at QinYu and murmurs. I have yet to witness his jinjutsu, but his chakra amount, ninjutsu, and taijutsu are indeed top tier in the ninja world, especially the space-time techniques, which are also mysterious and unfathomable, completely rivaling Uchiha Madara. The most crucial part is his trump cards truly seem to be endless. How many years has it been since I encountered such a terrifying opponent? Looking at the still vigorous QinYu across from him, Tian Dao's heart sank slightly. Compared to the opponent, his current situation was quite dire. He thought he would definitely win when he attacked, but Uchiha Madara was heavily injured after just a few exchanges. The strongest Tian Dao was still waiting for his skills to cool down, unable to play a significant role. He thought he could rely on the hungry ghost path to completely withstand QinYu's attacks. However, he never expected to be heavily injured by a single blow from QinYu, losing all combat capability. As for the other remaining pain members, they were completely inept at defense. Facing QinYu's endless ninjutsu and taijutsu, they simply couldn't hold up. At this moment, Tian Dao suddenly thought of something. The reason QinYu used the Earth style earlier instead of directly using the Day Tiger was to make him use Shinra Tensei first. After Shinra Tensei fell into cooldown, even if they realized Day Tiger was a taijutsu, they could only let the hungry ghost path try. And the obvious result was that Pain's absolute defense was destroyed. Tian Dao took a deep breath and said, at this point, I can only summon more people. Thinking of this, Tian Dao's expression became even uglier. With the Rinnegan, he called himself a god, undefeated for many years. Yet today, against a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he had deployed 4 powerful pains and still couldn't take him down. Not only that, but they were also being beaten so badly. Even now, he had reached the point of needing to summon again. This time, he must completely take down this brat. At such a young age, he was already so formidable. If given a few more years, it would be unimaginable. With this thought, Tian Dao quickly gestured to the animal path. The animal path immediately understood and nodded, then quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang! A large cloud of smoke dispersed, and 2 figures wearing Akatsuki cloaks appeared on the field. Among the 2 who just appeared, one big man immediately summoned a hideous monster with purple light emanating from its mouth. This monster directly shot out 2 chains that locked onto the Azura path body and dragged him into its mouth. The monster's mouth closed and then opened again. The Azura path, who was already incapacitated, was now fully revived. This operation startled everyone from the Mist Village. Originally, they saw QinYu display his might and defeat an enemy with Rinnegan, which boosted their morale and confidence. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did the enemy increase again, but the previously heavily injured enemy also instantly returned to normal. The mood of the Mist Ninja was like a roller coaster, falling back into a low point. At this moment, some people even considered giving up the resistance. There was nothing they could do. The Rinnegan pain was just too powerful. At this time, QinYu slightly curled his lips and casually waved his hand. In an instant, a shadow clone that he had hidden in the corner disappeared. As the shadow clone vanished, a layer of golden eyeshadow suddenly appeared above QinYu's eyes. The moment the eyeshadow manifested, a surge of sage chakra radiated from within QinYu. Tian Dao noticed QinYu's change in an instant, and his eyes narrowed. This kid seems to have used some secret technique. Everyone be careful. After entering sage mode, QinYu felt the sage chakra surging within him and couldn't help but curl his lips. With a flick of his divine robe and gripping the sword of Thor, QinYu charged straight at the enemy. Seeing QinYu being so reckless, charging straight over, the Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path immediately snorted at the same time. The two each took a black rod and prepared to meet QinYu head-on. Their taijutsu was also quite impressive among the Six Pains. Although QinYu's close combat strength was remarkable, with both of them attacking together and wielding weapons, it shouldn't be a big problem to face him directly. As for the other four Pains, their 4 pairs of Rinnegan were fixed on the battlefield. They were determined to prevent the Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path from being attacked from blind spots. Clang! In an instant, the 3 engaged in combat. QinYu swung his sword swiftly, while the Hungry Ghost Path immediately raised his black rod to block. As their weapons collided, the Hungry Ghost Path felt a tremendous force in his hands. This force was so immense that it nearly caused him to lose grip on the black rod. How is this possible? How has this kid's strength increased so much all of a sudden? As the main body of pain, Nagato's heart trembled again. The sword of Thor was blocked, but QinYu wasn't anxious. He continued to exert force with his right hand, maintaining pressure on the Hungry Ghost Path. At the same time, QinYu's left foot kicked out sideways towards the Azura Path. This kick was both fast and fierce, startling the Azura Path, who immediately dodged. However, in a moment of panic, he turned his face in another direction while dodging. Seeing this, QinYu immediately clenched his left fist and struck towards the Azura Path's face from an extremely unexpected angle. This punch was an absolute surprise attack. Not only was the power immense, but the speed was also incredibly fast. Just as QinYu's punch was about to hit the Azura Path, his head suddenly tilted. By a hair's breadth, he avoided the punch. QinYu raised an eyebrow. As expected, it was like in the original work, visual sharing. Although the punch was evaded, QinYu's next punch went straight towards the Azura Path. Chapter 166. Frog Group Hand. However, the previous sneak attack from the blind spot was easily avoided. This ordinary, straightforward punch was naturally not taken seriously by the Azura Path. He merely tilted his head slightly and avoided it. At the same time, his arm rapidly transformed, instantly turning into a saw blade. He was preparing to directly counter QinYu with a thrust. However, at that moment, an entirely invisible force exploded on the Azura Path's chubby face. The powerful force shattered his face. Not only that, but the mechanical structure inside his head was also revealed due to the explosion. The reason he was able to do this was entirely thanks to the Frog Group Hand. Just now, he had used this signature move from Mount Mayaboku. It should be noted that QinYu's chakra amount and control over Sage Mode were higher than Naruto's in the original work. Therefore, when he used the Frog Group Hand, its power was much stronger than Naruto's. The Azura Path was hit by QinYu's Frog Group Hand, directly shattering half of his face. His entire body instantly left the ground, flying backward. What? Tian Dao's pupils shrank suddenly, incredulously saying, he clearly avoided that attack. How could he end up like this? At this moment, the Azura Path, who had been sent flying, was forcibly pulled back from midair by QinYu. Then he clenched his left fist and delivered a heavy blow. Bang! Under the influence of tremendous force, his fist directly incapacitated the Azura Path. The Azura Path was instantly killed by QinYu's punch. The Azura Path's entire set of weaponry didn't even have a chance to be deployed before being smashed into a pile of parts. After defeating the Azura Path, QinYu directly faced the Hungry Ghost Path. His fierce swordsmanship forced the Hungry Ghost Path into a perilous situation. The person from the human realm saw the situation was not good and rushed over with a black rod to assist the Hungry Ghost realm. In an instant, 2 pain figures with black rods lunged straight at QinYu. Seeing this, QinYu showed no fear at all. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth and confidently said, "He useless?" At this moment, he possessed the powerful Sage Mode. With this immense power under his control, QinYu could easily smash rocks. He casually plunged the Thunder God sword into the ground and then pushed forward with both palms. Boom! Boom! The two black rods that lunged at him exploded with a loud bang. What? How is this possible? These black rods are made from yin-yang release, capable of suppressing the opponent's chakra, and are incredibly hard. He actually shattered them with his bare hands. The expressions of all the pain figures changed drastically in an instant. QinYu sneered and then began to unleash a flurry of punches. With Sage Mode combined with the 8 gates released, even 2 pains together could not withstand his full power. The 2 pains were knocked away by QinYu one after the other. Boom! Boom! With 2 heavy thuds, the human realm and hungry ghost realm fell to the ground. After they fell, it was difficult for them to get back up. QinYu had swiftly dealt with 3 pains, boosting his morale significantly. The remaining 3 pains, seeing QinYu charging at them again, also changed their expressions dramatically. Oomph! The Devapath coldly snorted and stepped forward first. He directly gripped a black rod and charged towards QinYu. The black rod in his hand lunged straight at QinYu. It should be noted that his close combat ability was significantly stronger than the previous 3 pains. Is there no new trick? QinYu coldly smiled, completely disregarding the Devapath in its cooldown state. Boom! With a casual palm strike, he shattered the lunging black rod again. The Devapath's expression changed, and he kicked up a leg towards QinYu. However, this kick was easily blocked by QinYu raising his arm. Suddenly, as QinYu was grappling with the Devapath, he was bound by ropes. The other end of the ropes was held by the severely injured Azurapath. He lay pitifully on the ground, unable to get up, yet his face was filled with a mad grin. The Azurapath desperately manipulated a chain to sneak attack from behind, binding QinYu. Meanwhile, the heavily injured hungry ghost path quickly approached QinYu from behind. With his strong arms outstretched, he wrapped around QinYu from behind. Sage technique, lightning wave. Though bound, QinYu was not at all flustered and quickly formed hand seals with one hand. Powerful lightning erupted from his body. However, the lightning wave, which had always been reliable, unexpectedly failed for the first time. The immense sage chakra was instantly absorbed by the hungry ghost path behind him. Oomph! You thought you could trap me like this? QinYu coldly laughed, then desperately struggled to break free from the hungry ghost path's grip. However, at this moment, his arms felt a bit weak and dropped. Being the person involved, QinYu could clearly sense his power continuously draining. What's going on? QinYu's pupils contracted sharply. Then he turned back in shock, his face full of disbelief. The hungry ghost path wore a satisfied grin, completely focused on madly absorbing chakra, ignoring QinYu entirely. Seeing this, the Devapath also breathed a sigh of relief. He then coldly said, "That's right, the hungry ghost path can absorb not only ninjutsu, but also chakra directly. That strange and powerful chakra of yours is about to become our strength. And you, QinYu, will die at the hands of a god." As he said this, Pain's expression returned to indifference, even carrying a hint of pity. The earlier battle had been extremely unfavorable for Pain, as they had been entirely suppressed by QinYu. This made Nagato, who considered himself a god, furious. Now, seeing QinYu bound and controlled, he regained his full confidence. However, at this moment, QinYu's expression suddenly changed. The original fear and anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep mockery. The Devapath was the first to notice his change, and his heart instantly tensed. At this moment, QinYu, with a wicked smile, said, "Did you really think I would be careless? All your actions have been calculated by me." What did you say? The Devapath felt something was wrong just by looking at QinYu's expression, and his face changed dramatically. He hurriedly shouted at the hungry ghost path, "Not good. Hungry ghost path, quickly release." Pain was originally one person, and the hungry ghost path, without hesitation, instantly released his grip. However, it was already too late. Chapter 167. Killing is also an art. The hungry ghost path's already plump body suddenly swelled again, even bursting the Akatsuki robe he wore. The next moment, he transformed into a toad. As the power of the sage technique chakra grew stronger, he completely turned into a gigantic toad. Even more exaggerated, his body began to turn to stone. How could this happen? What kind of power is this? Looking at the completely transformed stone toad of the hungry ghost path, the Devapath's expression changed drastically. Damn, the Devapath's combat quality was top-notch. Seeing that QinYu was still bound, he immediately drew 2 black rods and lunged at his body again. Naive, do you think you can still hurt me? QinYu coldly laughed and then exerted force with both arms, instantly breaking the stone arms of the hungry ghost path. After that, QinYu leaped into the air. Poof! The Deva Path's black rods did not hit QinYu, but instead pierced through the stone figure of the hungry ghost path. As QinYu soared into the air, the golden shadow around his eyes gradually dissipated. Since all the sage chakra in his body had been absorbed by the hungry ghost path, he had lost the sage mode. However, he had made ample preparations beforehand. With a wave of his hand, sensing chakra, another shadow clone dissipated. The sage chakra accumulated in the shadow clone instantly surged into QinYu's main body. The golden shadow reappeared, and QinYu once again entered sage mode. Hee. After jumping up, QinYu then fell from midair. His speed was incredibly fast, with the 8 gates released, sage mode, and lightning attribute chakra activating his cells. QinYu almost turned into a bolt of lightning at that moment. This lightning slash, used by him, was many times stronger than Kakashi's. The swift thrust, accompanied by a tremendous buzzing sound, created a dazzling white light that seemed to span the void. The rapid sage technique lightning slash pierced directly through the heart of the hell path. QinYu's strike was incredibly swift, leaving him no time to react at all. There was no need to attack from a blind spot. He boldly pierced the heart of the hell path, right in front of everyone. This was pure speed, resulting in extreme lethality. The hell path Pain was already a dead man. Even though his heart was pierced by the Raikiri at that moment, he still stood in place. However, his dying counterattack was quite effective, as he tightly grasped QinYu's arm with both hands. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, who had not made a move for a long time, took the opportunity while the hell path restrained QinYu to silently appear behind him. A long iron chain was held in his hand, attempting to bind QinYu from behind using his elusive space ninjutsu. It seemed that QinYu had anticipated Obito's appearance, as he coldly smiled and said, "I knew you were coming." With a sudden exertion of force, QinYu lifted the hell path Pain entirely off the ground, even before being pierced by the Raikiri. The hell path strength was no match for QinYu, let alone now. QinYu directly threw the entire hell path towards Obito behind him. Oomph. Obito snorted coldly and immediately activated Kamui. His body instantly became intangible, allowing the hell path to pass through him. Just then, a black rod, like a poisonous thorn in the night, suddenly pierced through from behind Obito's body. The attacker was none other than the Deva Path Pain. After QinYu knocked him down, he wasted no time and rushed towards the side. Obito's earlier attack was merely a bait. His black rod attack was the real lethal move. Commenting on their seamless cooperation, QinYu praised, "Nice teamwork, but unfortunately, it's useless against me." As soon as he finished speaking, QinYu's body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the location where he had previously inserted the Sword of Thunder God. Seeing this scene, the Deva Path's expression darkened even more. It was only now that he realized how absurdly wrong he had been. QinYu had long since prepared a backup plan from a distance. The previous Ghost Path's restraint was completely a joke. This guy's combat intelligence and attention to detail were truly terrifying. The more the Deva Path thought about it, the more shocked he became. QinYu casually pulled the Sword of Thunder God from the ground with his right hand, then slightly gripped it with his left hand, causing a lightning spear to suddenly condense. The lightning spear shot out and directly pierced the Azura Path not far behind him. With this strike, the Azura Path, which still had a trace of breath, was completely extinguished. QinYu didn't even glance back as he ended the Azura Path's life. The entire process was smooth and devoid of any sense of struggle. In fact, there was even a slight smile on his lips. However, the members of the mist hidden village around them all gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. They had seen many deaths, but to kill in such an artistic manner was something they had never heard of. Watching QinYu extinguish the Azura Path without even turning his head, the Deva Path's expression became even more grim. Now, among the 6 paths of pain, only he and the human path were left. After witnessing QinYu's terror, the 3 of them huddled tightly together, no longer daring to separate. Not only that, but the animal path quickly began to hand seal, frantically summoning beasts. Multi-headed hellhounds, bulls, monstrous birds, and nearly 10 summoning beasts surrounded the 3 pains in the center. Seeing this, QinYu smiled slightly. Then, he suddenly released a powerful fire release ninjutsu towards the sky. Sage Art, Great Dragon Fire Technique. QinYu's Sage mode had not yet faded, so he could still use Sage Arts. With the addition of natural energy, the already powerful Great Dragon Fire Technique became even more ferocious. It could be said that this technique, when used by QinYu, was many times stronger than when used by the second Hokage. The fire dragon swiftly soared into the sky, directly piercing the clouds before disappearing from sight. In an instant, everyone was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what QinYu's actions meant. What the heck? Why did QinYu suddenly use ninjutsu against the sky? I don't understand this big shots operation, and I don't dare to ask. Could it be a mistake? But this mistake is too outrageous. Perhaps it was just a means of provocation, to exert psychological pressure on the enemy. Chapter 168. Lightning Release. Kieran, brother, this is a bit far-fetched. Aren't you sure the enemy will feel pressure from this scene? I feel like they would just laugh instead. The members of the Mist Hidden Village began various analyses, although they were all incorrect. Opposite QinYu, the Devapath was currently staring up at the sky. After watching for a long time, he was constantly thinking about all possible scenarios. A fall? A bait? A feint? Or something else? After fighting QinYu for so long, Nagato had completely lost any underestimation of him. Even as he looked up at the sky, the human path and animal path's eyes were fixed intently on QinYu. The man who always prided himself on being a god, Nagato, was truly being cautious this time. Everyone in the square was baffled by QinYu's operation. However, only Meitarumi vaguely discerned QinYu's intention at this moment. This bad guy actually used this super strong fire release to directly change the weather in the high sky. The temperature rapidly rose, causing water vapor to evaporate quickly and then form thunderclouds. To come up with such a technique, this man is truly a genius. As Meitarumi thought of this, her beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Boom! As the fire dragon completely entered the cloud layer high in the sky, the originally clear sky above the mist-hidden village suddenly darkened. Above the sky, a large amount of dark clouds gathered. Within the dark clouds, powerful arcs of electricity flickered continuously. Look what's happening in the sky. At this moment, the Mist-Hidden members were also startled and looked up at the sky. Although the Mist-Hidden village has plenty of water and rain, it rarely thunders. Persistent thunderstorms are not a feature of the Mist-Hidden, but rather of the Cloud-Hidden. The weather, which had been clear for miles, suddenly changed dramatically. Coupled with QinYu's earlier Great Dragon Fire technique directed at the sky, it was hard not to think too much. It was that QinYu, his previous fire dragon, actually changed the weather. That's right. It must be that guy's fire release forcibly altering the weather, creating thunderclouds. Creating thunderclouds? Is that something humans can achieve? Instantly, the Mist Ninjas were in an uproar. That's right, it's just like that. Meitarumi nodded and said, the previous Great Dragon Fire technique was extraordinarily powerful, directly generating strong updrafts, which in turn would produce cumulonimbus clouds. When accumulated to a certain extent, cumulonimbus clouds would transform into terrifying thunderclouds. So that's how it is. The Mist Ninjas nodded in understanding, but soon someone raised a question. But what is the use of creating thunderclouds? Is he trying to summon the violent lightning from the thunderclouds to attack the enemy? At this time, one of the Jonin from the Mist Hidden suddenly proposed a bold idea. Summoning lightning? That is just ridiculous. The speed of lightning is about 1,000th of a second, much faster than the speed of sound. Who would dare to do such a thing? I dare say, if he really dared to do it, the first to be struck dead by the lightning would definitely be him. Indeed, it's too dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to being obliterated. Almost everyone was skeptical of this operation. Even the Mizukage, Meitarumi, had a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Because of the reasoning that everyone has mentioned, how could she not understand? However, at the critical moment, she could only choose to unconditionally trust QinYu. This man before her had created miracles time and again, so she believed that this time he would succeed as well. QinYu looked up at the sky, staring at the thunderclouds above. When the thunderclouds reached their peak, QinYu exerted force with his legs and shot straight up into the sky. His figure flickered continuously as he ascended. Soon, he stood atop the highest building of the hidden mist village. Then, QinYu slowly raised his right hand. A powerful lightning chakra appeared from his hand, piercing the thunderclouds high in the sky. Boom! The lightning within the thunderclouds was already extremely violent, and now, with the intrusion of an uninvited guest, it became even more furious in an instant. The lightning surged within the clouds, as if it were about to unleash divine retribution at any moment. My God, has he gone mad? He really dares to do this. It's too crazy. He's playing with fire. Everyone, stay away. Don't get caught up in it. The people of Hidden Mist Village were all startled and immediately fled in panic. Little did they know that QinYu's actions were all calculated. QinYu only needed to activate his Sharingan, and then he could use it to see the trajectory of the lightning within the thunderclouds. Once he understood the path of the lightning, he could precisely guide his own lightning chakra to the target, directing the powerful natural lightning onto his enemy without harming himself. And all of this was carried out after QinYu had devised a practical plan. At that moment, QinYu's originally dark pupils had turned bright red. Clearly, he had activated his Sharingan. Buzz! A strange wave emanated, and the lightning chakra in QinYu's hand resonated completely with the natural lightning in the thunderclouds. The Sharingan was pushed to its limits, intently focusing on the lightning within the clouds. It is worth noting that the fire release he used earlier was much stronger than that of the original character in the story. Therefore, the natural lightning produced by this fire release was also significantly more powerful. Thus, under such immense power, QinYu dared not show any slack. The previously chaotic natural lightning began to rapidly transform under QinYu's control. In the blink of an eye, the lightning morphed into a gigantic creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. Roar! As soon as the monster took shape, it let out a deafening roar. The sound echoed throughout the hidden mist village, and even half of the land of water could hear it. My God, what is that? Is that a monster? So terrifying. Countless hidden mist ninjas were startled. As for the civilians of the hidden mist village, they were so frightened that their bodies went numb, and they could hardly move their feet. Meiterumi watched this scene, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, "You bad guy, you really can do it." This ninjutsu was none other than the incredibly powerful lightning release technique, Chunin. Pain, huh? I want to see if your little minions can protect you from this move. High above, QinYu stood with the Chunin above him, like the thunder god reincarnated. He looked down at Pain below and coldly asked. At that moment, Pain's expression had turned extremely grim. It wasn't just because of QinYu's arrogant words, but because the thunder lightning Chunin in the sky was staring directly at him, although the Chunin had not yet descended. The overwhelming pressure had already made Pain feel somewhat breathless. Chapter 169. Chunin displays its might at this moment. He finally understood what QinYu's previous actions were for. However, even if he realized it now, it was a bit too late. Toby, the masked man, also wore a grim expression as he coldly said to QinYu, "This technique has never existed in the history of Konoha. This child is truly a genius, able to create such ninjutsu." He himself had QinYu, so he did not need to worry about his own safety. However, his QinYu took a relatively long time to absorb others. The speed of lightning is only a fraction of a second. As soon as he revealed the intention to absorb Pain as well, QinYu would definitely manipulate the lightning to strike down immediately. At that time, not only would Pain be in trouble, but he would be too. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, he could only quietly wait for divine retribution to descend. As for Pain, they had no intention of escaping at all. It was a joke. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't possibly outrun the lightning. After all, the speed of lightning is extremely fast, and the coverage of this technique is also very wide. Unless it was a space ninjutsu, there was no chance of escaping. QinYu looked at Pain, but did not rush to attack, instead guiding the Chunin to move slightly in the air. However, the more QinYu did this, the greater the fear brought by the lightning released Chunin. The dark clouds gathered, lightning flickered, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire hidden mist village. Everyone felt that their breathing was somewhat obstructed. The animal path desperately controlled all the summoning beasts to cluster together above, tightly guarding the few people underneath. Although they were not sure if they could really withstand this move, it was better than nothing. Finally, the terrifying atmosphere reached its peak, and the energy within the Chunin reached its zenith. QinYu stood proudly in the sky, his cold eyes looking down at Pain, and then said coldly, "This technique is called Chunin. Let it fall with the thunder." As soon as QinYu's words fell, he suddenly clenched his right hand and swiftly waved it downwards. Roar! As QinYu's palm descended, the Chunin within the thunderclouds suddenly thrust its head out from the clouds. The Chunin opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar, then transformed into a tremendous divine thunder, rapidly striking down. And all of this was completed in an instant. The speed of the lightning was unimaginably fast. The powerful thunder rolled and then immediately fell. In the moment when everyone had not yet reacted, the falling thunder exploded among a large group of summoning beasts. The howling thunder echoed explosively, and a massive group of giant summoning beasts turned into charred remains without even having the chance to cry out. The splitting dog, which was originally quite troublesome and would continuously split when attacked, became a useless dog in front of the Chunin, unable to even split. At the last moment, the animal path summoned a gigantic stone panda in midair. This panda was specifically designed for defense and was therefore extraordinarily sturdy. However, even such a solid stone panda was no match for the Chunin, shattering into pieces. In an instant, the power generated by the explosion of the Chunin caused the entire area around the Water Shadow office to explode completely. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into ruins, and a thick smoke enveloped everything. If the previous Earth release had retained a small portion of the Water Shadow office's structure, then at this moment, it was truly unrecognizable. Fortunately, the people of the Hidden Mist had long sensed the danger and fled far away, so they were not affected. However, even so, witnessing such tremendous destruction still made many feel a pang of sadness. They were not only shocked by the power of QinYu's ninjutsu, but also delighted by the damage inflicted on the enemy, while simultaneously grieving for their homes being destroyed. Yet among everyone, only Mei Terumi saw through it all. At this moment, her eyes were filled with intense admiration for QinYu. She had long anticipated that once the battle began, damage was inevitable. However, due to the presence of QinYu, the casualties in Kirigakure were almost non-existent, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As the thick smoke dispersed, an enormous pit appeared before everyone's eyes. Even though the crowd had their suspicions, the power of the Chunin exceeded everyone's imagination. Thick smoke, ruins, and a large number of summoning beasts charred to a crisp. In addition, there were two vaguely visible humanoid black figures emitting thick black smoke. The human path and the animal path stood up at the last moment, blocking most of the damage for the crucial Deva Path Pain. However, as a result, they were directly cleaved apart. Cough! A violent coughing sound came from Deva Path Pain as he pushed away the human path and animal path that were pinned on him. Then Pain staggered to his feet. At this point, Pain's Akatsuki cloak was already burnt to shreds. Not only that, but his body was also covered in wounds. His once handsome and cold face was now stained black, making him look utterly miserable. Just now, if it weren't for the resistance from the summoning beasts and the human path and animal path, the Deva Path would have been finished by now. Although Deva Path survived, he looked extremely unwell. His aura was very weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The destructive power of the lightning-released Chunin was simply too strong, causing irreparable damage to his body. Deva Path's expression was unusually grim, with flames of anger nearly burning out of him. Since killing the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in the shinobi world, he had never been beaten so badly. This time, all 6 paths of pain acted together, yet they were reduced to just one person. Buzz! A wave of spatial fluctuation emerged, and Obito's figure reappeared. Looking at the destruction caused by the summoning beast Chunin, even he gasped in shock. If it weren't for his Kamui, he would have turned into a pile of charred remains by now. Obito's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he said, "This QinYu." Although he hated QinYu, he knew that there was no way to deal with him this time. Thus, a sense of retreat began to sprout in Obito's heart. Enough. Pain, I will take you away now. Even if we lose this time. A cold voice came from under the mask of Obito. Leave? Lose? Upon hearing Obito's words, Pain's expression instantly turned frenzied. Impossible. Pain will not fail. Absolutely not. The battle is not over. Next, I will let everyone know what the power of a god is. Turning to glance at the obviously exhausted Deva Path who was still trying to hold on, Obito frowned slightly. Chapter 170, The Heavenly Star Explosion. He then dissatisfiedly admonished. There's no need for this. With your space ninjutsu, there's no way you can take him down today. We should retreat first. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Deva Path suddenly burst into a wild laugh. Can't kill him? Then I will make the entire Kirigakure accompany him to the grave. Mr. Madara, you should leave first, to avoid my technique harming you later. You, looking at the stubborn Deva Path, Obito's expression grew even uglier. From beginning to end, he had never been able to fully control Nagato, which left him quite dissatisfied. Just like now, when retreating was clearly the best choice. However, Nagato insisted on staying, and he was helpless, having to leave in frustration. After Obito left, Deva Path Pain raised his face. His cold Rinnegan locked on a QinYu. He. At this moment, Deva Path suddenly let out a somewhat insane laugh. QinYu, do you think you've already won? Let me tell you, you haven't won yet. The battle is not over. I have not failed. I am Pain. I am a god, and gods do not fail. QinYu, you dare to blaspheme the divine. I will make you suffer divine retribution. QinYu's expression remained calm as he quietly watched Deva Path boast. To him, he was fully aware of the techniques Deva Path still had. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had enough countermeasures. Because, when it came to Deva Path Pain's pretentious words, QinYu was not at all flustered. In a secret base not far from Kirigakure, Nagato's expression was extremely grim. At this moment, Nagato suddenly clasped his hands together. At the same time, Deva Path Pain and Kirigakure also responded instantly, following suit with his hands clasped. Nagato, Xiaonan, who had been by Nagato's side, immediately sensed the situation was dire, her expression changing drastically. She knew that the hand seal Nagato was forming meant he was about to use a destructive technique. It had been many years since she had seen Nagato use such a technique. Wait, Nagato, stop. Shaonin desperately tried to stop him. Is the attack not going smoothly? Is that QinYu really that strong? If so, we can retreat first. There is no need to go this far. You should know that using such a technique will place a devastating burden on your body. However, at this moment, Nagato was completely unconcerned. He shouted with a crazed expression, I will not forget Yahiko's pain. Therefore, this person must die. Otherwise, the organization's grand plan cannot succeed. At the same time, I want the world to truly feel pain. Be quiet, Shaonan. I need to concentrate. As his voice fell, powerful chakra surged from within Nagato's body. The power of the Rinnegan was also activated to its maximum capacity. All the chakra and ocular power were focused on Devapath. The other 5 paths of pain had just been taken down by QinYu, and fortunately, otherwise, if they were still present, they would have been drained of energy as well. At that time, the fact that the 6 paths of pain were actually puppets might have been discovered. Buzz! A dazzling light burst forth from his palm. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Devapath began his final declaration. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. A bag of rice can carry me more. The people of Kirigakure listened to Devapath Pain, chanting with his hands clasped, and instantly began to discuss among themselves. Previously, they had felt immense pressure from the Rinnegan, with some even looking utterly hopeless. However, when they saw QinYu displaying such might, defeating the Rinnegan, they felt that the Rinnegan was nothing special. Some even thought they had been overly foolish and made a mountain out of a molehill. Moreover, the original 6 Rinnegan were now reduced to just 1. With this remaining 1 still rambling on, how could they tolerate it any longer? Is this person out of his mind? I think he must be crazy. Has he been hit by QinYu so hard that his brain isn't functioning normally? This is also uncertain. It's quite possible. You have to know that the technique just now called Qilin was indeed quite terrifying. To be honest, I thought from the beginning that this person wasn't he quite right in the head, and now it seems that way. I heard he was preparing some ultimate move. It's laughable. If he really had any powerful techniques, why wait until now to use them? It's probably just for show, while the people of Kirigakure mocked. Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, frowned tightly. For some reason, she always had a sense of foreboding in her heart. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Pain was too far away to hear them. Moreover, at this moment, he was earnestly delivering his ultimate move declaration. A bag of rice, give it to me. A bag of rice, wash it for me. Just then, QinYu's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the location he had previously marked. Whoosh! In almost an instant, he threw the Thunder God's sword at Pain. Seeing this, Pain's expression changed dramatically. However, at this moment, his ultimate move was already at its critical point and could not afford to fail. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and persisted, not dodging or avoiding the attack. Whoosh! QinYu's accuracy and strength were beyond doubt. Without evasion, the sharp Thunder God sword pierced directly through Pain's chest. Oomph! Pain let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he did not give up on continuing to recite his declaration. Mouth full of mud. Whoosh! QinYu's figure vanished again, using the coordinates from the Thunder God sword to instantly arrive behind Pain. QinYu clenched his fist and delivered a punch to his head. A bag of rice, your sister. I'll make you mouth full of mud. Bang! Caught off guard, Pain was directly knocked to the ground by QinYu's powerful punch. Bastard! Pain angrily got back up, shouting. At this moment, his hands were still in a prayer position. Powerful radiance bursting forth from his palms. Who gave you a bag of rice? Earth explosion star. Pain opened his palms, and a pitch-black small ball shot out instantly, soaring into the sky. At that moment, the gazes of countless people from the hidden mist village followed the black ball as it ascended. No one understood what kind of technique this was. Buzz! A strange wave emanated, and the black ball that rose high suddenly erupted with immeasurable golden light. The golden glow almost blinded everyone. Boom! A loud muffled sound suddenly rang out, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Chapter 171. Eternal kaleidoscope. The ground of the hidden mist village suddenly began to crack and break apart. Some small rocks even floated into the air. As time passed, the powerful gravitational pull grew stronger, and all the people of the hidden mist felt as if they were about to lift off the ground. What? What is happening? What is going on? Oh my God, what is happening? Even the recent impact of the Qilin did not cause such shaking. That person, what kind of ninjutsu did he use? No, I really am going to fly. Boom. Another loud sound echoed. and the stunned crowd discovered that a massive stone had risen from the cracked ground and was flying toward the ball in the sky. Immediately after, a vast array of stones was all lifted up into the air. Soon, the black ball was surrounded by a large number of rocks. However, the gravitational pull emanating from its center showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it grew even stronger. Meanwhile, in the secret base, Nagato's Rinnegan was wide open, almost popping out of his eye sockets. His clasped hands were trembling constantly. Clearly, his body was bearing an immense burden. Seeing this, Konan's eyes welled up with tears as she stopped Nagato, saying, "That's enough, Nagato. There's no need to push yourself so hard." Nagato was forcibly using this technique, and its tremendous power was already damaging his essence. Blood was beginning to ooze from his 7 orifices, and he looked terrifyingly pale. That kid is not to be underestimated. If we don't take this seriously, we might not be able to handle him, Nagato said solemnly. Nagato's true self seemed very frenzied. However, the controlled pain seemed to be lost in ecstasy, closing his eyes and raising his hands high as if enjoying his masterpiece. Earth Explosion Star. This was the ninjutsu used by Pain. This ninjutsu is known as the divine technique for creating the moon, created by the Sage of 6 Paths, the ancestor of the ninja world. In order to perform this ninjutsu, the user must possess the Rinnegan, which is why the Rinnegan is also referred to as the Sage's Eye. QinYu, obediently accept your death. Dying under this move is an honor for you, and the entire hidden mist will accompany you to the grave. Pain's face was filled with madness. Hee, QinYu sneered, then said, "You really think this move can do anything to me?" Upon hearing this, Pain carelessly replied, "Humph." QinYu, stop pretending. At this moment, Pain completely believed that QinYu had no means to counter this Earth Explosion Star. Meanwhile, QinYu was too lazy to waste words with him and simultaneously extended both arms. Buzz! Instantly, 2 Rasengan formed in his palms. Moreover, as chakra was poured in frantically, several sharp blades suddenly extended from the surrounding Rasengan. Buzzing. The piercing buzzing sound echoed continuously, audible from a distance. That was the sound of sharp wind release chakra rubbing against the air. Double, Raisin Shuriken. QinYu shouted lightly. Then 2 massive blue shurikens were violently thrown out. Just as he had said before, he did not aim at all, simply tossing them out casually. However, due to the powerful gravitational pull from the black ball of the Earth Explosion Star, the 2 Raisin Shuriken were directly drawn in and flew toward it. At this moment, countless people from the hidden mist simultaneously looked up, staring intently at this scene. They had witnessed QinYu create miracles too many times, and now they were also looking forward to a new miracle. They hoped QinYu could once again turn the tide and break this enemy's move. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 2 Raisin Shuriken almost simultaneously collided with the massive round ball. The large rocks adhering to the outer surface of the black ball were shattered into pieces by the Raisin Shuriken and fell down. However, the black ball still existed and continued to emanate an incredibly powerful gravitational pull. In fact, many of the rocks that had been shattered and were falling to the ground had not completely landed before being pulled back by that strong gravitational force. Seeing this scene, the people of the hidden mist were suddenly filled with despair. Sigh. A long sigh escaped, followed by a renewed wave of discussions. Could it be that even QinYu cannot break it? Such a powerful move, can it really not be countered? It seems that our hidden mist is truly doomed this time. Oh my god, everyone hold on tight, that damn gravity has increased again. At this moment, Pain's gaze was fixed on the point of the explosion in the sky. As the user of the technique, he was also well aware of the weaknesses of this move. Therefore, seeing QinYu unleash such a powerful ninjutsu, Pain felt a tightness in his heart. However, when he saw that the core of the Earth Explosion Star ninjutsu had not been damaged, his initial worries eased. Ha ha ha! Pain began to laugh maniacally, looking at QinYu and saying, "QinYu, is this move your trump card? If so, then just obediently accept your death." Hee. QinYu let out a cold laugh, his face filled with mockery as he said, "I really don't understand how a shallow and ignorant guy like you has the face to call yourself a god. Open your eyes wide and see how I directly counter this ninjutsu." Oomph. In response, Pain simply snorted coldly, clearly not believing what QinYu had said. QinYu also directly ignored him. In the blink of an eye, he made his move again. At this moment, the originally calm Tendo suddenly looked shocked. He saw that QinYu's previously pitch-black pupils had suddenly turned crimson, with 3 dark swirling Tomoe patterns spinning wildly. Sharingan? Tendo's expression changed immediately upon seeing this. "You are still holding back and reserving your strength?" Tendo's voice was filled with surprise. But soon after, he calmed down and said calmly, however, just relying on this Sharingan won't help you defy fate. That's right, you're absolutely correct. QinYu nodded with a smile. So, I prepared something else. Upon hearing this, Tendo was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, something else? In the next second, Tendo understood. He saw the Tomoe and QinYu's eyes rapidly connect, forming a four-pointed windmill shape with three strange patterns beneath it. What? Tendo Pain's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Although he didn't know what Eternal Kaleidoscope was, he could still recognize the kaleidoscope. QinYu didn't respond to Tendo's reaction. He just smiled slightly and began to gather a large amount of chakra towards his eyes. Chapter 172, 8-Span Jewel Tomoe Boom. In an instant, Tendo suddenly felt that the QinYu in front of him had become extremely terrifying. Following that, a power even stronger than that of the tailed beast was awakening. In the blink of an eye, Tendo noticed that a massive amount of chakra was surging from QinYu's body. As the chakra burst forth, it began to coalesce into a gigantic purple-blue skeleton figure, completely enveloping QinYu within. This astonishing change shocked Tendo Pain and the people from the Mist Village present, especially the people from Mist Village, who raised their heads to examine the suddenly appeared purple-blue giant. What kind of monster is this? This thing moving even slightly could cause tremendous destruction to Mist. At this point, who cares about destruction? This technique seems to be a ninjutsu used by QinYu. Could it be that he intends to use this to counter this gravitational force? I think so. I can sense an incredibly strong pressure from this monster. Indeed, the pressure I feel from this guy is even stronger than our Mist Three-Tails. Is it really true? That's too strong. But if he has a way, what about us? What should we do? Yeah, I feel like if we last another half a minute, we'll all be launched into the sky. This gravitational force is getting stronger. Do you think this QinYu might be planning to use this gigantic thing to deal with this attack? That seems unlikely. He's created so many miracles before. We should trust him. That's right. At this point, we can only believe in him. After all, he is our son-in-law from Mist. Yes, yes. Hearing the words of those around her, Terumi may felt a bit helpless, but also a little shy. She never imagined things would develop to this point. The power of the Rinnegan had exceeded everyone's imagination. At least with her own means, she couldn't possibly stop the Daidara's star ninjutsu. The only outcome would be for Mist to be completely sucked up. Fortunately, she now had QinYu to rely on. She wasn't a woman who was used to depending on others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach her current position. But as a woman, she had such attributes. It's just that previously, there had been no man worthy of her reliance. But now, that person had appeared, and Terumi may suddenly felt happy and secure. You bad guy. I can only rely on you now. Looking at QinYu's back, Terumi may smiled gently. Boom! Under the shocked gaze of Pain and the hopeful eyes of the Mist villagers, the already magnificent Susanoo suddenly grew larger. Moreover, a thick layer of armor enveloped the skeleton's exterior. At this moment, the entire Susanoo appeared even more indestructible. Facing Susanoo, Tendo Pain felt a deep sense of tension, while the people from Mist Village felt an indescribable sense of security. Buzz! A strange sound rang out as Susanoo's two large hands suddenly came together and then swiftly pulled apart. In an instant, 20 enormous and shining purple-blue Tomoe appeared out of thin air. Between Susanoo's hands, an incredibly powerful pressure spread out. What? Tendo Pain's face was filled with shock. Although his Rinnegan wasn't particularly strong in perception, its sensing ability was still not weak. He could clearly feel that each Tomoe contained power almost equal to that of the previous Spiral Shuriken. Now, there were as many as 20 of such exaggerated things. Isn't the Rinnegan supposed to be the strongest of the three great ocular techniques? In the secret base, Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, Why do I feel like his Kaleidoscope Sharingan is much stronger than my Rinnegan? At this moment, the people of Mist Village were also shocked beyond measure. The pressure emitted by the 28-span Jewel Tomoe was so strong that even ordinary civilians who didn't know any ninjutsu could clearly sense its might. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? It feels even stronger than that blue shuriken before. So powerful. I have a feeling this technique can definitely break that damn black hole. That's right. Our son-in-law from Mist is truly too powerful. At this time, QinYu's body slowly rose, then positioned itself at Susanoo's chest. QinYu looked down at Tendo on the ground and loudly declared, I'll show you how I break your so-called ultimate technique. As his voice fell, Susanoo's large hand suddenly spread wide and then forcefully lifted. Whoosh! In an instant, under the gaze of countless people filled with anticipation or shock. The 28-span Jewel-Tomoe surged into the sky with incredible momentum. Just now, QinYu casually threw them, without aiming at all. However, under the powerful gravitational force of the Daedalus star, the 28-span Jewel-Tomoe seemed to have navigation and shot straight toward the core. Boom! Almost in an instant, the 28-span Jewel-Tomoe collided with the Daedalus star. The outer layer of the black sphere, which was already wrapped in thick layers of rock, was instantly shattered under such a powerful attack. In fact, those rocks didn't even have a chance to fall. They were directly turned to dust by the overwhelming energy. Following that, the immense energy of the 8-span Jewel-Tomoe poured entirely onto the black core. At this moment, Nagato, hiding in the secret base, looked increasingly terrifying. Through Tendo's Rinnegan, he naturally knew the current situation. His pair of Rinnegan widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The palms clasped together were trembling continuously, as all the chakra in his body concentrated into one point, trying to maintain the Earth explosion star. However, QinYu's attack was simply too powerful for him to withstand. Boom! 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 A shocking explosion erupted above the hidden mist village, echoing endlessly. Even though the explosion originated from hundreds of meters in the air, the entire hidden mist village seemed to tremble. The core of the Earth explosion star was rapidly destroyed under the overwhelming energy of 20 powerful Yata mirror chakra. As the core was destroyed, the immense gravitational force that enveloped the entire hidden mist village gradually dissipated. In that moment, the anxious villagers of Hidden Mist breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a wave of joy. Chapter 173. The son-in-law of the Hidden Mist Great. We won. Yes, we defeated the Rinnegan. Thank heavens. Hidden Mist finally got through this ordeal. This is all thanks to QinYu. He's just so cool. Yes. QinYu is cool, unbelievably cool. And most importantly, QinYu is one of us. One of us. That's right. Looking at the jubilant villagers of Hidden Mist who had survived the ordeal, Meiterumi, the Mizukage, also felt a sense of relief. The pressure brought by pain had been overwhelming, making it hard for her to breathe. As the Mizukage, she had the responsibility to protect the safety of the Hidden Mist people. However, facing the incredibly powerful pain, she felt completely helpless. Fortunately, QinYu was there. At that moment, watching QinYu's back, Meiterumi was momentarily captivated. However, in stark contrast to the joy in Hidden Mist Village. At the moment the core of the Earth explosion star was destroyed, Nagato in the secret base suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the blood spewed out, Nagato's whole being seemed to deflate, becoming extremely listless. He had already used all his chakra to gather this technique, even drawing on some of his life force. The core of the Earth explosion star was forcibly destroyed by QinYu, resulting in a powerful backlash against Nagato. Seeing this, Conan was startled and hurried over to support him, asking, Nagato, are you all right? This person is really... Cough. Nagato had just said a few words when he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Conan murmured, even the Earth explosion star couldn't defeat that QinYu? No. Nagato shook his head gloomily at Conan and then stammered. The core of the Earth explosion star was forcibly broken by him. Nanny? Hearing this, Conan's pretty face was filled with shock as she incredulously asked, that was a jutsu created by the Sage of Six Paths to create the moon. How could it be broken? With such a person around, I'm afraid our grand plan. At this moment, Nagato's already malnourished face was filled with despair. It's fine. Conan hurriedly comforted. We can regroup and win next time. Sigh. It's useless. At this point, Nagato seemed to have become somewhat dejected, shaking his head and saying, this time, I've used all my means, yet I still couldn't defeat him. I even feel that he has hidden cards he hasn't played. Kisame wasn't wrong before. In this battle, QinYu not only defeated Nagato, but also instilled a psychological shadow in this godlike figure. How could this be? Conan bit her lip and said, how could that person be so strong? Inside Hidden Mist Village, after QinYu broke the Earth explosion star, he casually waved his hand, dispersing the Susanoo around him. Currently, the Deva Path, as Nagato had already given up control over him, remained in the same position, staring blankly at the sky. Those usually sharp Rinnegan eyes had lost their original brilliance at this moment. With a single strike, QinYu hit the critical point, and the Deva Path simply lay down like that. Good. We won. QinYu. Oh. At the moment the Deva Path fell, the villagers of Hidden Mist erupted into exaggerated cheers. QinYu narrowed his eyes, looking at the fallen Deva Path, and slowly walked up to him. The Deva Path was the strongest among Pain's 6 paths, specifically using the deceased Yahiko as a substitute. At this moment, QinYu could clearly see the unwillingness on Yahiko's face, and upon closer inspection, there was even a hint of despair. QinYu crouched down and pulled out a black rod from his body. Then he inverted the black rod and suddenly stabbed it into his own arm. The moment the black rod pierced into QinYu's body, a residual chakra signal suddenly appeared. Oof. QinYu sneered, using this chakra signal to locate Nagato's position. Instantly, QinYu's gaze turned to the 3 o'clock direction. There was Nagato's lair, which was several kilometers away. Suddenly, this signal vanished without a trace. QinYu raised an eyebrow, his right index finger touching the ground, but he could no longer sense any chakra there. It must be that masked man who took him away. Just then, QinYu sensed someone behind him, and when he turned around, he saw an old man, hunched and holding a snake-shaped staff, accompanied by Meitarumi, approaching him amidst a crowd of ninjas. Lord QinYu, I am the elder Yuan Shi of Hidden Mist Village. Thank you for saving our village from calamity. The old man, already hunched, bent even lower at this moment. QinYu, in response, received the bow graciously and then reached out to help him up. Please, elder, rise. This person had appeared in the original work, though not many times, but QinYu still had an impression of him. He held a high position in Hidden Mist. Although he was nominally just an elder, since the death of the 4th Mizukage, Yuan Shi had been the de facto ruler of Hidden Mist Village. The village even stipulated that the most important matters must consult this elder's opinion. The current Mizukage, Meitarumi, became the new Mizukage with his support. Your great kindness. Hidden Mist finds it hard to repay, but we will comply with your orders, Yuan Shi said solemnly. Hearing this, QinYu grinned, and then made a surprising remark. Elder, I'm not really interested in your Hidden Mist affairs. I'm more interested in your Mizukage. While speaking, QinYu also gave Yuan Shi a knowing look. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi appeared to understand, clearly indicating he got the message. Ahem. Although he understood, he still respected Meitarumi, so he didn't agree outright. This mainly depends on Mizukage's own wishes. Hearing this, QinYu immediately turned to Meitarumi and teased, Oh? So, Mizukage, are you willing? Oof. Meitarumi stomped her foot in frustration, feeling both surprised and angry inside. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shi, being a wise old man, understood the situation and said with a look of great satisfaction, I didn't expect that one day, Hidden Mist could have a connection with Konoha. From the moment he saw QinYu's strength, Yuan Shi had the intention of drawing him in. In his view, Hidden Mist was still unstable now. Although Terumi Mei is quite capable. After all, she is just a woman. Leading the Mist Village among the major villages is bound to be challenging. However, as long as she can keep QinYu as an asset for the Mist Village, then the Mist Village can firmly establish its foothold. Even if QinYu is from Konoha and cannot stay in the Mist Village for long, as long as they build a relationship, they won't have to worry about any threats in the future. Yuan Shi has lived for so many years and considers himself quite good at judging people. QinYu is young, yet possesses such combat power. He is destined to rise to prominence in the ninja world. It is definitely worthwhile for the Mist Village to befriend him, and one could say it is necessary. Now that both QinYu and Terumi may have intentions, it couldn't be more perfect. After all, what relationship is more reliable than that of son-in-law? Chapter 174. Conspiracy. At this moment, Yuan Shi spoke up. He cheerfully said to Terumi Mei, since that's the case, you should take QinYu around and show him our Mist Village. This will be his home in the future, so he should get familiar with it. It had been many years since Yuan Shi had been this happy. However, I still have many matters to handle. After all, I am the Mizukage, and the village has suffered significant damage. I need to arrange for personnel to repair the houses and calm the people's hearts, and I also need to. Before Terumi Mei could finish her sentence, Yuan Shi waved his hand and said, No problem. I will arrange for someone to handle these matters. Today is your first day as Mizukage. Go and take a good tour and celebrate. At this point, QinYu spoke again. With a playful smile on his face, he said, What's wrong? Doesn't the Mizukage want to take me to see your Mist Village? Is your Mist Village so unwelcoming that even a distinguished guest from Konoha, like me, isn't greeted? Seeing QinYu's mischievous grin, Terumi Mei couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Despite this, she found it hard to refuse him. She, who appeared strong on the outside, but was still a woman at heart, had no resistance against QinYu. She blushed and said, Stop joking. I'm just getting ready to take you. But the village has been mostly destroyed by you, so what is there to see? Hearing this, QinYu smirked and said, You should consider it from another angle. If I hadn't come, what would have happened to your village now? Hiss. As soon as QinYu said this, not only Terumi Mei, but even all the Mist villagers nearby gasped. They all understood that without QinYu's presence, the entire Mist Village would likely have been sucked into that terrifying black hole. Thinking of this, the gratitude in their eyes towards QinYu deepened. At this moment, QinYu was slowly leaning closer to Terumi Mei's face while speaking. Terumi Mei was startled by his move and quickly dodged to the side, then hurriedly ran forward. Bad guy, hurry up and catch up. Not far away, Terumi Mei's shy voice could be heard. In response, QinYu turned back to Yuan Shi and gave him a knowing look, then used a body flicker technique to catch up. As Terumi Mei's personal guard, Shi was momentarily stunned and frowned. After realizing what was happening, he was about to follow when Yuan Shi tapped him on the head with his snake-shaped cane. Yuan Shi looked at Shi and asked him patiently, "You little brat, what are you following them for?" Shi replied earnestly, "Elder Yuan, QinYu is from Konoha. As the Mizukage's guard, I must ensure her safety." Shi had good intentions, but he didn't expect that it would earn him another whack from Yuan Shi. You are really foolish. Being with Terumi Mei and that kid is the safest. You don't need to protect her. The village is in ruins. You are young. So hurry up and help with the reconstruction. Yes, Elder Yuan. Shi nodded silently, looking at Terumi Mei and QinYu, who had already walked far away. He felt a twinge of sadness and turned back toward the village ruins. Perhaps in this young mist ninja community, Terumi Mei, who often encouraged him, was seen as sacred and inviolable. Even though he greatly admired QinYu's combat power, he still felt a bit frustrated. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei took QinYu around the village for a while, and not seeing a single person made her somewhat puzzled. Huh, what's going on? We've walked for quite a while, and there isn't a soul in the village. QinYu smirked and replied, well, the Mist Village did suffer considerable losses this time. Rebuilding requires a lot of manpower, so everyone might be helping out. Oh, Terumi Mei nodded, believing him. Faced with such an explanation from QinYu, she accepted it without question. Indeed, a woman in love tends to lower her guard. QinYu couldn't help but smirk, raising an eyebrow as he said, "But isn't it great? Look, it's just the two of us now. We can do whatever we want." Maybe Terumi Mei didn't realize it, but QinYu certainly did. The current situation was clearly intentional. And who could that be? QinYu could guess with his, but it could only be the cunning Yuan Shi. QinYu didn't expect Yuan Shi to be so thoughtful, creating the perfect environment under these circumstances. Oomph. Bad guy, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Mist Village. I'm the Mizukage. Do you dare to do anything to me? Looking at QinYu's mischievous smile, Terumi Mei felt a bit guilty but still tried to act proud. Seeing Terumi Mei acting like a startled rabbit, QinYu smirked. Haha, look at you getting scared. Is this the courage of a dignified Mizukage? Oomph. Terumi Mei stomped her foot in annoyance, saying, "You wouldn't dare do anything in broad daylight." QinYu laughed and retorted, "Then why do you think there is no one in the village? Didn't you just say everyone went to help?" As Terumi Mei spoke, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Do you believe that yourself?" QinYu laughed heartily. At this point, Terumi Mei was left speechless. She was already incredibly smart, and with just a little thought, she figured everything out. Realizing what was about to happen, Terumi Mei's face turned red. Hey, why are you blushing? Are you thinking of something naughty?" QinYu leaned closer to her, teasingly. "You," Terumi Mei replied, flustered and angry. Who is thinking of something bad? It's clearly you bad guy." Seeing this, QinYu chuckled and teased. "I didn't see that coming. Mizukage looks mature, but is actually a shy little girl." Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm unwanted and won't be able to get married?" Upon hearing this topic, Terumi Mei's inner universe exploded, and she seemed to radiate powerful flames. QinYu shrugged and said, "Well, I didn't say that." Oomph. Terumi Mei raised her small fist angrily and shyly said, "You bad guy, if you keep talking nonsense, watch out or I'll kill you." "Oh, you want to kill me?" Upon hearing this, QinYu smirked and, in a flash, appeared behind Terumi Mei, wrapping her in his arms. Terumi Mei was startled by this sudden action, her face turning bright red as she shouted, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 175. Successful withdrawal. QinYu smiled mischievously and said, "Did you just say you wanted to kill me? I'm getting closer, so you can kill me." "You." Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth and said hatefully, I was just joking." "Oh, really?" QinYu chuckled and whispered in Zhao Meiming's ear, "Who said you can't get married? I want you. I'm not joking." Hearing QinYu's words, Zhao Meiming was momentarily speechless. To be honest, because of her identity as the Water Shadow, Zhao Meiming had always suppressed herself. However, the sudden appearance of QinYu completely opened her heart. She originally thought that they would face many obstacles due to their identities, but she never expected QinYu to be so capable, directly conquering the people of the Mist Village. Thus, their relationship developed naturally. In QinYu's arms, Zhao Mei Ming shyly looked at him. QinYu curled his lips, seeing that this beautiful water shadow had completely become his woman. Hey, Zhao Mei Ming, lying in QinYu's arms, rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled mischievously without a bride price. I won't marry. Bride price? QinYu raised the corners of his mouth, casually pulling out 2 scrolls and handing them over here. Huh? Zhao Mei Ming was taken aback. She was just joking, but she didn't expect QinYu to actually have them. Suddenly, Zhao Mei Ming curiously asked, what are these? QinYu smiled and said, the artifacts of your mist village, the slashing great blade and the fish skin. Really? Zhao Mei Ming looked very surprised and directly kissed QinYu on the face. However, she seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, QinYu, you bastard. Didn't you tell me that you had already handed over these 2 great blades to the higher-ups of Konoha? How dare you lie to me, you bad guy? Zhao Mei Ming pointed at QinYu and said hatefully. Thinking back to the first time QinYu mentioned these 2 great blades, he spoke as if it were a matter of course. In an instant, Zhao Mei Ming's anger surged. Moreover, recalling how QinYu had spoken so confidently and solemnly back then, it was simply too believable. Ahem. QinYu coughed lightly and explained, well, I forgot before, but it's fine now that I remember. Oomph. Zhao Mei Ming glared at QinYu hatefully and said, you, this stinky guy, have a conscience. At that moment, QinYu couldn't help himself. Looking at the empty surroundings, his earlier concerns disappeared entirely. He suddenly became bold and directly picked up Zhao Mei Ming in a princess carry. Zhao Mei Ming didn't expect QinYu to be so bold and let out a surprised cry. QinYu raised his eyebrows and said, next, let's go to your house and talk business. Hearing this, Zhao Mei Ming's pretty face was filled with confusion. What? Talk business? What business? QinYu curled his lips and said cheerfully, someone as talented as me, of course, is talking about a business worth over 100 million. After saying that, he directly carried Zhao Mei Ming and transformed into a flash of lightning, heading straight for her home. Seeing this, Zhao Mei Ming asked in confusion, hey, how do you know where my house is? QinYu shrugged and said, the residence of the 5th water shadow, easy to find. I activated Sage Mode before and sensed it very clearly. You, Zhao Mei Ming said speechlessly, how can you pay attention to these things while fighting? Isn't your Konoha's jutsu used for such random things? Wait, you started paying attention to where my house was back then? So you had already made up your mind. Oh, you bad guy. Also, what does that business mean? Along the way, Zhao Mei Ming, the 5th water shadow, transformed into 100,000 questions, asking QinYu many questions. To this, QinYu simply did not answer, only preparing to respond with practical actions. The next afternoon, Zhao Mei Ming asked hatefully, hey, you guy, is this what you call a business worth over 100 million? Haha. QinYu laughed heartily, then teased, what? Does Water Shadow think this business isn't settled yet? Are you planning to negotiate for 10 billion or 100 billion? No, that's enough. It's settled. It's settled. Zhao Mei Ming was startled, shaking her little head like a rattle. But you stinky guy, tell me honestly, how many people have you done business with? Or, how many business partners do I have? Upon hearing this, QinYu frowned, then seriously counted on his fingers. Well, I suppose I should be the 4th. Oh no, the 5th, no, the 6th. You should have about 7 or 8 above you. Nanny? Zhao Mei Ming's pretty face suddenly changed, suppressing the impulse to kick QinYu away. Seeing Zhao Mei Ming sulking like a fighting chicken beside him, QinYu couldn't help but curl his lips. Don't worry, I'm not that irresponsible. Besides, while I have many business partners, someone like Water Shadow is really hard to come by. What? Is Water Shadow worried about losing to them? Bad guy, I really want to kill you. Zhao Mei Ming glared at him and said hatefully. The next day, QinYu left the Mist Village amidst the reluctant gazes of Zhao Mei Ming and Yuan Shi. However, Zhao Mei Ming's reluctance was sincere because she truly loved this little man. As for Yuan Shi, he couldn't wait for QinYu to leave. He knew that as long as QinYu didn't leave the mist, Zhao Mei Ming wouldn't be able to free herself to lead the mist. Yuan Shi only wanted to deepen the relationship between QinYu and the mist, but didn't he intend for him to stay in the mist for long. After 3 days, QinYu successfully returned to Konoha. Although there were some minor incidents on the way to the mist, the return journey was very smooth. After all, the members of the Akatsuki organization had almost been wiped out by QinYu, and the few remaining were basically defeated. So at this time, no one came looking for trouble with him. Moreover, as time went on, the story of his victory over the leader of the Akatsuki organization during the Water Shadow's inauguration ceremony gradually spread in the ninja world. Following his previous feat of saving the Wind Shadow, it wasn't long before QinYu's name once again spread throughout the ninja world. Soon after, the Mist Village announced the union of the new Water Shadow Zhao Mei Ming and the Konoha genius QinYu, which immediately caused a huge stir in the ninja world. Naturally, both the Mist and Konoha were overjoyed, with every villager's face beaming with pride. However, the reactions from other ninja villages were not so friendly. Chapter 176. Heading to the Rain Ninja Village in Sunagakure, Gaara merely smiled slightly at this matter. After that, he could only sigh that his brother-in-law was truly capable of anything. In Awagakure, the cunning Inoki directly scolded in the elder meeting. In Kumogakure, the ambitious fourth Raikage, upon receiving the news, smashed 3 office desks in a single day. As the Jinchuriki, Killer Bee was so frightened by his brother's actions that he instinctively stopped reciting his daily rant. Baka, why does Konoha keep producing such a monster every now and then? In the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage's furious roars occasionally echoed. Of course, QinYu completely ignored these matters, and they wouldn't affect him at all. However, upon returning to Konoha, he was sarcastically mocked by Tsunade. Yet, was QinYu someone who would suffer losses? Obviously not. He never suffered losses before leaving the Hokage office. He habitually grabbed a handful of something. After returning home contentedly, QinYu initially wanted to find a few people to discuss some big business deals, but instead, he was visited by an unexpected guest. No, I refuse. Jiraiya stood at QinYu's doorstep, and before he could explain his purpose, QinYu straightforwardly refused him. You brat. Hearing this, Jiraiya shot him an annoyed glare and said, I haven't even spoken yet, and you refuse? What the hell is that? Oomph. QinYu glanced at Jiraiya sideways and replied unfriendly, Do I not know you? You, lecherous sage, coming to find me, must be up to no good. I just returned from the Mist Village. It was quite a tough trip, you know? In response to QinYu's attitude, Jiraiya also gave him a sideways glance, and then sarcastically remarked, You went there and took down the Mizukage. That must have been really hard for you. Oomph. QinYu dismissed it, saying, Aren't you just envious and jealous? You deserve to be single for life. Jiraiya didn't take QinYu's teasing to heart, and even raised an eyebrow, asking, So how does this new Mizukage look? I never expected the new Mizukage to be a woman. Oomph. QinYu sneered and replied nonchalantly, What does that have to do with you? If you don't leave, I'm going to kick you out. Jiraiya grumbled in dissatisfaction. Humph. A brat who values women over teachers. However, just after he muttered that, his expression turned serious. Jiraiya suddenly said to QinYu with a serious face, But I'm here to find you, because there's something important. QinYu rolled his eyes and said, Ugh. What a hassle, just say it. MHM. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, and then put away his nonchalant demeanor. You know, for the past few years, I've been investigating Orochimaru and that Akatsuki organization. Recently, I finally discovered that the organization's true core base is in the Rain Village. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, he noticed the pained expression on QinYu's face, and then QinYu directly sarcastically said, Wow, your investigation work is really thorough, managing to find the Rain Village. When I was in the battle in the mist, the leader was wearing the Rain Village headband. Jiraiya felt embarrassed when QinYu said that. He hadn't expected the leader of the Akatsuki organization to be so high-profile, directly flaunting the Rain Village headband in public, which made his work seem pointless. In reality, it wasn't that Nagato was high-profile, he was just overly confident. After all, aside from people from the Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization, most who had seen the Pain headband were already dead. However, QinYu was an exception. Not only was he alive, but he had also defeated Pain, and even more impressively, he had instilled a psychological shadow in Nagato. QinYu glanced at Jiraiya and asked, So what exactly do you want from me? Cough, cough. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, leaned in a bit closer, and said with a flattering tone, You're so smart. You must have an idea. No. QinYu rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to guess. Humph. Seeing this, Jiraiya decided to play hardball and said to QinYu, I don't care. You have to come with me. I need to take you as a reinforcement. QinYu rolled his eyes. He had long seen through Jiraiya's intentions. In the original story, Jiraiya had gone alone to the Rain Village to investigate and ended up dying in a foreign land. But in the original, he truly had no choice. In a huge Konoha, he was the only one who could undertake that mission. But now, it was different. QinYu's progress had been too rapid, far ahead of him. Although he said he wouldn't go, how could QinYu just let Jiraiya take risks alone? Even though Nagato had been defeated, whether he could recover quickly and if he had other backup plans were uncertain. Thinking of this, QinYu said casually, Well, actually, I've already beaten the leader of the Akatsuki to the point of a miserable escape. To be honest, I really don't want to go again. But since the lecherous sage has asked, I can reluctantly accompany you. MHM. Hearing QinYu agree so quickly, Jiraiya was taken aback. He knew QinYu well, and thought he would have to sign a bunch of unequal treaties to persuade this brat. Actually, he wasn't wrong. If it were anything else, QinYu would absolutely ignore it, whether it was not enjoying a game of Ludo or not negotiating a business deal. But now, since life and death were at stake, QinYu would never decline. Although he was reluctant to admit Jiraiya as his master, there was still a little bit of a master-disciple relationship between them. Thus, the two bid farewell to Tsunade and hurried toward the Rain Village. This time, there was no warm farewell as in the original story. Tsunade didn't even leave her office and just sent them off. After all, in her view, with QinYu around, there wouldn't be any accidents. The Akatsuki? That was just a minor issue. Didn't the leader of the Akatsuki get beaten up by QinYu? On the way, even the usually lively Jiraiya became unusually somber this time, and one could even say he was a bit nervous. Moreover, the closer they got to the Rain Village, the more apparent this tension became, because this time, he had received far more information than in the original story. Now, he was almost certain that the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization was Nagato, the disciple he had once passionately taught and even suspected to be the child of prophecy. Chapter 177. Wearing rain gear, QinYu looked at Jiraiya and said speechlessly, "I say, can you still get things done? You wouldn't understand." Jiraiya shook his head and then said, "The one you haven't truly seen, the leader of the Akatsuki with the Rinnegan, is 80% likely to be a disciple I took in many years ago." Hearing Jiraiya say this, QinYu couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, "I wasn't really sure, but you've already nagged me about it over 800 times these past few days." Cough, cough. Jiraiya awkwardly coughed and explained, "I'm just too nervous." "Nervous? What are you nervous about? You have no future." QinYu rolled his eyes and said, "With you like this, how can you call yourself one of the legendary three? If it really comes to it, you could just go back. I can handle it myself." "That's not acceptable." When QinYu suggested he go back, Jiraiya immediately refused. "Now that I'm here, I must meet this former disciple." Seeing this, QinYu finally nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's more like it. If he really is your disciple, it's perfect for cleaning house. Just take him down and let the legend of the legendary three resound in the ninja world again." No. Jiraiya shook his head and hurriedly refused. "If possible, I still want to persuade him to turn over a new leaf." Hearing this, QinYu rolled his eyes, feeling completely uninterested. "Oh, I see. If I had known you were just here to argue, I shouldn't have come." Jiraiya scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Ahem. It's just to prevent things from getting out of hand." QinYu shrugged and said, "Boring." Just then, QinYu suddenly seemed to remember something, and his eyes started to roll. He suddenly cheerfully said to Jiraiya, "Hey, pervy sage, did you only take that disciple named Nagato? No female disciples?" Jiraiya smiled and immediately replied, "Female disciples? Of course there are." However, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, glaring at QinYu, and asked, "Wait, what are you up to this time?" "What do you mean, what am I up to?" "I'm not up to anything. I'm just curious." QinYu said with an innocent expression, "You used to say that I learned sage mode from you, so I'm half your disciple. I just wanted to ask if there's an older sister or something." "Oomph." Jiraiya glanced at QinYu sideways, clearly not believing him. Seeing this, QinYu became unhappy and directly questioned Jiraiya. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" "Oomph. I know you well." Jiraiya spat at QinYu and said, "You already have so much in Konoha, and you just took down the Mizukage of the Mist. Aren't you satisfied?" QinYu, upon hearing this, feigned ignorance and asked seriously, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." TCH, Jiraiya clicked his tongue. However, after QinYu's interruption, Jiraiya's mood relaxed quite a bit. Along the way, Jiraiya told QinYu many stories about when he was with the three little ones. Talking about the happy times from the past, even Jiraiya, who had seen all kinds of life, couldn't help but smile. Deep down, those days were likely much happier than when he was revered as one of the legendary three ninjas. As they spoke, the two arrived at the outskirts of Amigakure. Both being shadow-level powerhouses, they could clearly sense that there was a distinct hemispherical barrier surrounding the entire village. This barrier was the village's protective barrier. Looking at the familiar barrier, Jiraiya fell silent for a long time, almost moved to tears. He certainly recognized this barrier. It was Konoha's barrier. Moreover, he had made some small modifications when he taught it. The barrier in front of him was identical to the one he had taught before. In the original story, when he entered, perhaps due to being in a hurry or not thinking about those three orphans, he didn't pay much attention. But now, he could almost be certain that the other party was his former disciple. Although he had been mentally prepared when the moment came, Jiraiya still found it hard to remain calm. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and solemnly asked QinYu, "So, what do we do? Do you want to go, or should I?" Jiraiya naturally knew that QinYu was also well-versed in sealing techniques, so the barrier was not difficult for either of them. QinYu shrugged and said, "To be honest, there's really no need." Jiraiya frowned. "Your perception might be weak, so you might not sense it well." QinYu squinted and continued, "The rain inside the barrier is different from the rain outside. Your perception is." Jiraiya's first reaction was to retort. But then he thought about it and realized that his perception wasn't that great. He awkwardly asked, "What's different?" "The rain outside is naturally formed rain." QinYu looked at the barrier and said lightly, "While the rain inside is mixed with weak chakra." Chakra? Jiraiya was confused. He really hadn't sensed that at all. It should be some kind of sensing technique. As long as we go in, the rain touches our bodies, and the user will be able to sense the intrusion. QinYu continued lightly, "But the village's barrier hasn't been triggered. Think about how they would respond." Jiraiya thought for a moment and then said, "If that's the case, then they would definitely lock onto our location immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, a bold idea popped into his mind, and he immediately said to QinYu, "So, we just wear raincoats and cover ourselves completely so the rain can't touch us." "What the hell?" QinYu twitched his mouth, looking at Jiraiya as if he were an idiot, and said, "Are you kidding me?" Jiraiya awkwardly coughed and said, "I was just trying to have some fun." QinYu rolled his eyes and said, "You don't seem that nervous now." Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, "I'm nervous, so I'm trying to lighten the mood." QinYu smirked and said, "Well, no need to be nervous." As soon as he finished speaking, QinYu kicked Jiraiya in the butt. Jiraiya, clearly unprepared, was kicked through the barrier and into Amage Cure. Chapter 178. Past Events. Damn. Jiraiya stumbled into Amage Cure with a dazed expression, followed by a string of curses. Just as QinYu had said, his mind was in turmoil. He had originally wanted to adjust and then find a way to infiltrate Amage Cure, but he hadn't expected QinYu to act this way. Beep! The barrier was breached, and alarms instantly rang out. The once peaceful Amage Cure suddenly sprang into action. Dozens of figures soared into the air, rushing towards the two. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He then shot a fierce glare at QinYu and said, "What are you doing? We should be sneaking in quietly. Do you understand sneaking in?" He had executed countless covert missions to infiltrate enemy villages, and like the second Hokage, he had never seen such a brazen direct intrusion. "Sneaking in my ass." QinYu waved his hand dismissively and said, "You came here to confirm if the mastermind behind the Akatsuki is one of your former disciples, right? Isn't this better? He'll probably get the news soon and come over, then you can use your persuasion skills to convince him to turn over a new leaf." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya found it reasonable and scratched his head to continue asking, "What if it's not him?" "Not him?" QinYu shrugged and said, "Then it's even simpler. Just kill him and be done with it." QinYu's and Jiraiya's intrusion made the once peaceful Amage Cure boil over. Many high-ranking ninjas rushed towards them. However, just then, a cold voice echoed throughout the village. "Everyone stand down, I'll handle this." The moment the voice was heard, those high-ranking Amage Cure ninjas, without any hesitation, turned around and left. Jiraiya, upon hearing that voice, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Although many years had passed, and the other party was still young when they last parted, he immediately recognized that the voice belonged to Conan. Whoosh! In an instant, a large group of paper unfolded in the sky before them, revealing Conan's figure. Her stunning face bore a cold expression, emotionlessly gazing down at QinYu and Jiraiya. Behind her, two massive paper wings spread out. In that moment, a strong angelic aura radiated from her. "Conan." Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly as he called out with some difficulty, "Is it really you, Jiraiya-sensei?" Xiaonan, whose face was usually cold, showed a rare fluctuation of emotion at this moment. Below them stood a middle-aged man, their former teacher who had carefully guided the three of them, Jiraiya. The two of them, one tall and one short, gazed at each other from a distance, their expressions quite complex. Jiraiya's face showed a mix of relief, anger, and a hint of unwillingness. Xiaonan's face displayed conflict, emotion, and a touch of determination. What was supposed to be a touching reunion between teacher and student was abruptly interrupted by someone. At that moment, QinYu, who was beside Jiraiya, suddenly asked with a mischievous smile, "Oh, you must be the Xiaonan's sister that Jiraiya mentioned, right?" Xiaonan narrowed her eyes and looked in this direction, her expression not looking good. "You are QinYu, sister? So you're also a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei?" Before she came out, Nagato had already sensed who was coming through the Rain Tiger free technique. QinYu smiled and said, I guess so." Xiaonan looked down at QinYu from a higher position, and QinYu did not avoid her gaze, looking back at her calmly. The more Xiaonan looked at QinYu, the more surprise she felt inside. She had thought that someone capable of defeating the invincible pain should be a person of composure and dignity, someone with an indomitable spirit. No matter what, they couldn't possibly be like the carefree person in front of her. This kid, not very old, looked quite unreliable. Why was he able to defeat pain? At this moment, Sharingan was filled with deep doubts and curiosity, wondering, could it be that he really is a prodigy? Jiraiya coughed and shot a fierce glare at QinYu. He was already regretting bringing this dampener along. Shaonan, since you are here, does that mean the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who supposedly possesses the Rinnegan, is really Nagato? Jiraiya's voice was somewhat desolate, revealing a hint of sorrow. He couldn't understand why the three children who once loved and longed for peace had chosen such a path. Over the years, it was the Akatsuki organization they led that had stirred the tides of the ninja world and frequently attacked various ninja villages. What about Nagato and Yahiko? Aren't they coming out to meet this old man of mine? Hey, Yahiko! When Jiraiya mentioned Yahiko, a mocking expression suddenly appeared on Shaonan's face, and she said, Jiraiya-sensei, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? Jiraiya was taken aback and asked, Huh? What do you mean? Yahiko has long been dead, Shaonan said with a sad look on her face. He was killed by that bastard Hanzo, in collusion with your Konoha's Danzo. Nanny? Jiraiya's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, Yahiko is dead? And it has something to do with Danzo? How could this happen? Jiraiya looked astonished. It seems that Jiraiya-sensei, you really didn't know, Shaonan said coldly. But it doesn't matter anymore. We will definitely hold Konoha responsible for Yahiko's death. Shaonan. Jiraiya spoke with some sadness. You don't need to say anything more. Shaonan coldly interrupted him. The war between Konoha and the Rain Village destroyed our home, but because of your kindness, we did not hold a grudge and even felt grateful. However, we will never let Yahiko's death go unpunished. In light of our teacher-student relationship, I don't want to fight you today. Leave now. If we meet again, I will not hold back. After saying this coldly, Shaonan remained silent and stared at the two of them coldly. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression was very complex, and he didn't doubt the reasonableness of Shaonan's words at all. Seeing this, QinYu smirked and said, Sister Shaonan, do you not want to fight? Or can you not fight? Shaonan was clearly taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and coldly replied, What do you mean? QinYu smiled and said, I came all this way with Jiraiya, and if we don't get to meet the legendary leader of the Akatsuki, the one with the Rinnegan, that would be a bit unreasonable, right? Right. Although Jiraiya hadn't completely regained his senses, he felt that what QinYu said made sense. Yahiko had unfortunately died. What about Nagato? Chapter 179. Lost a Rinnegan. A flicker of struggle passed through Shaonan's eyes as she said, It's not very convenient for him to come out. Oh, is that so? QinYu said with a half-smile. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Since we have to meet, it shouldn't be a problem. A voice suddenly came from the alley behind Shaonan. The moment she heard this voice, Shaonan's body trembled, murmuring, Nagato. It's fine. Nagato waved his hand and said, We should meet anyway. Jiraiya and QinYu instantly turned their gaze in that direction. They saw a gaunt red-haired man with black long spears sticking out from his back, slowly approaching while sitting on some kind of conveyance. For some reason, his right eye had a wave-like pattern, while his left eye remained tightly shut. Nagato, what happened to you? Looking at Nagato's miserable state, Jiraiya's face changed instantly, and his voice trembled. In his memory, Nagato was supposed to be a vigorous young man. Calculating his age, he was only in his 20s. Yet, at an age when one should be full of vitality, he now exuded a heavy aura of decay. This scene made Jiraiya feel a deep pain in his heart. Seeing Nagato like this, Jiraiya asked with a trembling voice, Child, how did you end up like this? Nagato, only let out a bitter laugh and said, Jiraiya-sensei, this is thanks to your Konoha's Danzo. He colluded with Hanzo to try to exterminate us. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately became furious and asked, And then? Is this what they did? Shaonan coldly replied, Nagato went mad after Yahiko's death and forcibly unleashed the power of the Rinnegan that he had not yet fully mastered, resulting in a powerful backlash. Jiraiya's expression changed again, gritting his teeth as he said, Danzo, you bastard. In a sense, he was also a good person. It had been years since he had felt this angry, since he had hated someone so much. So, Jiraiya-sensei, now that you've met, are you satisfied? Do you want to take action and get rid of me directly? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya waved his hand and said, No, I didn't mean that. Suddenly, he noticed Nagato's left eye, which had been tightly closed, and softly asked, What happened to your left eye? Seeing Jiraiya ask this, Shaonan's expression changed immediately. However, Nagato remained calm and composed, saying lightly, "Jiraiya-sensei, you really ask a lot of questions. But it's fine, since you asked. I won't hide it from you." Then, Nagato suddenly opened his left eye, which had been tightly shut. In an instant, Jiraiya was shocked to discover that the eye socket that should have held a Rinnegan was completely black. The Rinnegan was gone? Nagato. Seeing Nagato reveal his condition, Xiaonan's expression changed. Immediately, she spread her wings and took a defensive stance. She understood Jiraiya relatively well and knew he was unlikely to take advantage of the situation. However, she did not dare to let her guard down around QinYu. Jiraiya looked at Nagato's hollow left eye and couldn't help but take a step back. "Nagato, how are you up like this?" Jiraiya's voice trembled with strong anger as he asked, "Who took your Rinnegan?" He. Nagato forced a bitter smile and replied, "That's a long story." "There's no need for a long story." QinYu waved his hand and said, "Just say it directly. It was that masked guy who called himself Uchiha Obito, right? He took your Rinnegan. How do you know?" Before Nagato could respond, Konan spoke up with surprise. QinYu confidently replied, "In today's ninja world, besides me, who else could openly take his Rinnegan?" His words were filled with confidence. "Unless I did it myself, it could only be a sneak attack from within, plus that elusive space-time ninjutsu, which is why Nagato fell for it." You. Listening to QinYu's analysis, Konan was stunned, because QinYu's subsequent analysis was almost identical to the facts. But what shocked Konan the most was that this guy was also boasting about himself earlier. "That's right." Nagato silently nodded, then said, "After the failed planetary devastation, he suddenly appeared at my original location, using space-time ninjutsu to take me and Konan away. I thought he was there to help us escape quickly, but unexpectedly, the moment he came out of his space-time, he suddenly attacked and directly took one of my Rinnegan." At this point, a cold light flashed in Nagato's right eye, clearly expressing his extreme anger towards Obito, this so-called ally. At this moment, Konan coldly added, "If it weren't for Nagato's quick reaction, launching Shinra Tensei immediately, I'm afraid that Rinnegan wouldn't have been saved." Konan's tone was very cold, but her words were filled with fear. Hearing this, Jiraiya was puzzled and immediately asked, "Aren't you that person your companion? Why would he attack you?" For such matters, he, a straightforward and good-natured person, could not comprehend it all. However, QinYu was not surprised at all. It was obvious that he found Obito's actions to be completely normal. After all, after Uchiha-Madara's death, until Naruto's verbal assault erupted before the Fourth Great Ninja War, everything Obito did was characterized by madness and unscrupulousness. Furthermore, he and Uchiha-Madara and Nagato were never true allies. They only utilized each other. In the original work, he was able to endure and remain silent until after Nagato's death before attempting to seize the Rinnegan. That was because, in the original work, everything in the Akatsuki organization went smoothly. Everything proceeded step by step according to his envisioned route. The darkness of the Akatsuki gradually enveloped the ninja world, and the tailed beast capture missions went relatively smoothly, encountering almost no significant obstacles. Therefore, for him, having Nagato at the forefront was fine, and there was no need for him to step forward. But now it was different, with QinYu's sudden emergence and Nagato being defeated and dispirited. The pressure brought by QinYu was too great, making Obito feel somewhat breathless and completely unable to trust Nagato anymore. In Obito's view, at such a time, the powerful weapon of the Rinnegan should be in his own hands. Thus, it was only natural for him to want to seize the Rinnegan. As for Konan, he saw her merely as a flower vase, not worth worrying about. And Nagato, at this point, was already at the end of his rope. Plus, he was the one to launch a sneak attack, which made it certain that he would succeed. However, what he never expected was that, although Nagato was in a poor state, he reacted immediately. This led to him being able to seize only one Rinnegan. Obito himself was also injured by QinYu, so he didn't push too hard, decisively choosing to retreat. He was preparing to wait for another opportunity to seize another Rinnegan. After understanding everything, Jiraiya looked pained and said solemnly, "So, Nagato, even at this moment, you still don't realize?" "Oh." Nagato coldly laughed and asked, "Realize?" "Realize what?" Jiraiya replied solemnly. "Don't you understand now? Your previous actions were too reckless, and your team is not trustworthy at all. I want the ninja world to feel the pain Yahiko experienced." Hearing this, Nagato's expression suddenly became somewhat mad, and he excitedly said to Jiraiya, "The absolute peace that Yahiko dreamed of, I will also achieve it for him." "Your thinking is too extreme." Jiraiya shook his head helplessly and said, "Peace brought about in this way won't be true peace." Teacher Jiraiya. Hearing this, Nagato suddenly became agitated and retorted loudly. You who have not experienced our pain, don't lecture me. Nagato. Jiraiya's expression changed, unsure of how to respond. But while he didn't know how to speak, someone else did. QinYu impatiently waved his hand and said, all right, enough already. What are you two arguing about? Huh? Jiraiya and Nagato were both taken aback, then turned to look at QinYu together. QinYu stared at Nagato and casually said, ultimately, it's still your own strength that's too weak. Upon hearing this, Nagato's face immediately darkened and he said, what did you say? Isn't that so? QinYu rolled his eyes and continued, because your strength is lacking, you were threatened by Hanzo, which caused Yahiko to die in front of you. Because your strength is lacking, you were easily defeated by me. Because your strength is lacking, you had your Rinnegan taken away. And because your strength is lacking, you could only keep causing trouble and seizing tail beasts to constantly elevate your own strength. Every word was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Nagato's heart. It completely shattered his pride and laid the bloody reality right before him. You. Nagato trembled as he raised his hand, unsure of how to refute. After a long time, he weakly hugged his head with both hands and despondently said, but this is the only way I can think of to achieve peace. QinYu smiled and then said, if you can't do it yourself, then you should try to trust others. When QinYu said this, he seemed to emit a strong confidence and charm. Nagato looked at the confident and powerful young man before him and felt somewhat incredulous. Even Conan, the icy beauty, showed a hint of brilliance in her eyes. Nagato looked at QinYu and murmured, if I can't do it myself, then I should try to trust others. At this moment, a bold idea popped into Nagato's mind. This kid, with such combat power at such a young age, might really be able to. He stared directly at QinYu and then solemnly asked, QinYu, can I trust you? Upon hearing this, QinYu immediately grinned and solemnly replied, of course. Senior brother Nagato. Good, very good. Hearing this, Nagato also smiled. Although his emaciated face looked worse when he smiled than when he cried, it was truly heartfelt. Seeing that QinYu had managed to sway Nagato with just a few words, Jiraiya felt a sense of comfort in his heart. However, right after that, Nagato made an unexpected move that nobody anticipated. He suddenly raised his left hand and, without any hesitation, took out the remaining Rinnegan from his left eye socket. In that instant, blood gushed out wildly. Nagato, you! Conan and Jiraiya exclaimed in shock simultaneously. It's nothing, Nagato said, enduring immense pain as he waved his hand. His eye sockets turned completely into black voids, and his consciousness lost all color. Yet, he still wore a smile on his face, handing the Rinnegan in his hand to QinYu. Junior brother QinYu, I entrust everything to you. The peace of a ninja world rests solely on your shoulders. Please accept this Rinnegan. With it, your chances of victory will increase. Nagato's words were sincere. Even someone as carefree as QinYu felt a bit moved at that moment. He had always known that while Nagato was extreme in his views, he had a strong sense of responsibility and a deep yearning for peace. In the original story, he awakened under the invincible tongue of the little fox. After that, he directly burned his own life force to forcibly use the Rinnegan's outer path power to resurrect the dead from the Battle of Konoha. It was both an act of atonement for himself and a way to entrust everything to Naruto. And in the end, he left with a smile. It was the same now. When he decided to entrust everything to QinYu, he was willing to sacrifice his Rinnegan. He disregarded his own blindness just to enhance QinYu's strength. Not for anything else, just to give him a better chance of winning. QinYu took the Rinnegan from Nagato's hand, and then smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, he gently placed it back into Nagato's eye socket. At the same time, QinYu used his half-baked medical ninjutsu to help him heal a bit. The reason QinYu did this was quite simple. He would not choose such a foolish method as an eye transplant. Regardless of whether using someone else's eyes would be uncomfortable, even from a more utilitarian perspective, he could not choose this method. His current eyes, which possessed both Byakugan and eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, were already quite powerful. Moreover, regardless of the type of ocular technique, the maximum power could only be achieved when both eyes were used together. He certainly coveted the Rinnegan, but would not choose to acquire it in this way. Besides, QinYu still had the system as his trump card. He believed that with his relentless efforts, he would one day obtain a perfect level Rinnegan on his own. Therefore, he didn't need to take it this way now. However, his refusal shocked everyone instantly. Chapter 181. Refusing to Rinnegan him? At this moment, a hint of surprise flickered in Conan's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that someone could face the Rinnegan and still remain so calm. Moreover, not only did he refuse the Rinnegan presented to him, but he also returned it. What kind of man are you? looking at QinYu, who had acted this way. Conan's eyes were filled with curiosity. As for Jiraiya, he was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. Why? Not for any other reason, but because he understood QinYu very well. He was indeed sentimental, but he was also greedy. However, this time, he actually refused the Rinnegan that was offered to him, which genuinely shocked Jiraiya. Junior brother QinYu, what are you? The now restored Nagato was also quite shocked. However, facing Nagato's astonishment, QinYu smiled and said, "This Rinnegan is more suited for you, Nagato." No, no, no. Nagato shook his head immediately, his voice urgent as he said, "Listen to me. I'm already a useless person. I can barely move, and my body is deteriorating. The Rinnegan is too wasteful in my hands. But you are different. You have exceptional talent and astonishing strength. If you were to pair that with the Rinnegan, dominating the ninja world in the future would not be difficult at all. Don't underestimate this Rinnegan just because I'm not your match. It is still very powerful." Nagato's tone was earnest and passionate. It was clear that he genuinely wanted to entrust the Rinnegan to QinYu. Unfortunately, QinYu's reasons for refusing were very solid, and his attitude was firm. "Senior brother Nagato, I have my own path. And don't be disheartened." QinYu smiled again, confidently speaking to Nagato. "Since you've decided to trust me, let's really start over. You should know that our 5th Hokage of Konoha is the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. You can choose an ordinary eyeball transplant for your left eye, and as for your vitality issues, she can probably help with that." Right, Jiraiya exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He looked at QinYu with an expression that said, "You kid is really clever." Then he seriously advised Nagato, "Nagato, come back to Konoha with us. This way, you and Conan can stay with us. Moreover, you can receive the best treatment. And on top of that, the range shinobi are not very safe. That masked man you mentioned might come back to kill again at any time." Hearing the mention of going to Konoha, Nagato, who had calmed down, suddenly became agitated. He shouted excitedly at QinYu and Jiraiya, "Impossible! Jiraiya-sensei! Junior brother QinYu, you don't need to say anything. I will never go to Konoha with you." Seeing Nagato become so agitated in an instant, Jiraiya was also stunned. He scratched his head and asked Nagato in confusion, "Why is that?" Because, at that moment, Nagato's eyes were filled with a fierce look as he shouted loudly, "I cannot forget Yahiko's hatred." Yahiko! Jiraiya's gaze dimmed upon hearing this, and he fell silent. Just then, QinYu suddenly smiled and asked loudly at Nagato, "Senior brother Nagato, are you worried about Danzo?" To this, Nagato coldly remained silent, while Conan seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing this, QinYu seemed to understand. He grinned and said cheerfully, "Then you don't have to worry. That old man Danzo was disabled by me 3 years ago. In fact, you and Sister Conan can even go bully him a bit when you have nothing to do." Disabled? As soon as QinYu said this, Nagato's face was filled with disbelief. He found it hard to believe that Danzo had been disabled, and it was done by his junior brother QinYu a few years ago. Impossible. I've heard that Danzo is an absolute top figure in Konoha, a being that can stand against the 3rd Hokage. With such a status, how could he be disabled? Junior brother QinYu, are you not making your senior brother feel heartbroken with such words? Upon hearing this, QinYu smiled directly. "You're right, senior brother. Danzo indeed holds a high position in Konoha, and even Jiraiya can't do anything to him. But I'm different. I would never indulge anyone." QinYu looked at the confused Nagato and suddenly smiled, shrugging his shoulders as he said, "His biggest mistake was to provoke me. If he provokes me, I'll make him pay a lifelong, unforgettable price." Upon hearing this, Nagato asked in a deep voice, "What did you do to him?" At this moment, Nagato was very eager to know what the outcome for Danzo was. He was quite anxious to find out what had happened. Just then, QinYu suddenly gestured towards Jiraiya and said, "Ask him." He was there at the time. Nagato turned his head to the side, his Rinnegan fixed intently on Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya rolled his eyes at QinYu. Then, he spoke in a serious tone. "This kid disabled one of Danzo's eyes right in front of the 3rd Hokage and also cut off one of his arms and a leg. The 3rd Hokage personally reduced Danzo's power base. That old man was so scared by QinYu that he has been a shell of his former self, not daring to make a peep for years. You could say he is just waiting to die." 3 years later, when Jiraiya talked about this history, he still felt a deep sense of emotion. Although he was present at the time, he never expected things would end up like this. Before entering the Hokage's office, Danzo was a powerful leader of Root, but when he was carried out, he had lost everything. Is this true? Ha! Upon hearing this, Nagato suddenly went wild. The eye socket that QinYu had healed was now even oozing blood, and his entire face was twisted. Yahiko, did you see that? Your great revenge has been avenged. Both of our enemies have received their just desserts. The peace we seek has also turned a new page. Konan, who was beside him, was more reserved, but was also moved to tears at this moment. Her gaze towards QinYu was filled with admiration and gratitude. Looking at the excited Nagato and Konan, and remembering the tragic death of Yahiko, Jiraiya couldn't help but shed tears. Chapter 182, Perfect Ending. Alright. After a while, QinYu calmed Nagato, and then continued. Are you at ease now? Right. At this moment, Jiraiya also reacted, immediately picking up the conversation. Can we go to Konoha with the teacher now? However, Nagato still hesitated and expressed his concerns. I've heard that Konoha is now under the control of the 5th Hokage. What if she... Hey! Upon hearing this, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, understanding what Nagato was worried about. You've seen the 5th Hokage before. She's the blonde woman who was by my side years ago. Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. She'll still give me some face. Jiraiya thought for a moment and felt it was still not very secure, then gestured towards QinYu. And even if my face doesn't work, this kid's face is definitely big enough. Tsunade dotes on him a lot. Huh? Nagato and Konan both froze. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled and explained, I think your Akatsuki organization should be quite shocked. For the past 3 years, why has this kid suddenly disappeared without a trace? What? Nagato scratched his head, confused, and asked based on previous guesses. Isn't it that Konoha wanted to hide this unparalleled genius as a secret weapon? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately curled his lips and awkwardly asked, Is that what you think? At this moment, Konan also spoke up. To be precise, the entire Akatsuki organization thinks so. It seems reasonable for you to think that. Jiraiya thought for a moment and then curled his lips again, saying, However, the truth is, this kid is just simply lazy and doesn't want to go on missions. And Tsunade just lets him mess around. What? Nagato and Konan were both shocked. Is it really like this? Konan asked incredulously again, is it really that simple? Jiraiya shrugged and confirmed, just that simple. It's unbelievable. With a talent like QinYu, how much wealth and value could he have created for Konoha in 3 years? Nagato shook his head helplessly and then said, It seems that Lady Tsunade really dotes on you, QinYu. Hey! Upon hearing this, QinYu waved his hand and said, What can I do? My personal charm is just too great. The 3 of them simultaneously rolled their eyes in unison, too lazy to deal with him. At this moment, QinYu finally became a bit impatient and urged Nagato, All right, is everything fine now? Let us set off. Jiraiya also urged, Right, let us go. Hey, perverted sage, don't just talk without action. QinYu suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction and then gestured towards Nagato. Look at your beloved disciple like this. Hurry up and push him. Hearing QinYu call Jiraiya that, Konan, who usually had a cold face, couldn't help but smile. That name really suited Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya shot a fierce glare at QinYu, then retorted, You're young and strong. Why don't you help? Me? I have much more important things to do. Upon hearing this, QinYu immediately gave Jiraiya a what are you thinking expression. Then he quickly moved next to Konan and grabbed her hand. Come on, Sister Konan. This way, slowly. I see you're pale. You must have suffered serious internal injuries. Your junior brother will help you. And I know a bit of medical ninjutsu. I can check you out. In an instant, a blush spread across Konan's pale face. QinYu, seemingly oblivious, dragged her further away, not even looking back at Jiraiya and Nagato. Damn, QinYu, you bastard. Jiraiya was instantly stunned, his mouth wide open. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded by QinYu's exceptional operation. Nagato sat in his wheelchair, watching the increasingly distant Konan and QinYu, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Yahiko, Konan, and him, they have lived together since childhood, with deep feelings and even blood relations as siblings. After Yahiko's death, Nagato vowed to avenge him and take good care of Konan. Now, Yahiko's revenge has been avenged, and it seems that Konan has also found a good place to belong. He can rest assured. In Nagato's view, in today's ninja world, no one would be safer for Konan than being with QinYu. At this moment, Jiraiya also curled his lips and then said sarcastically, Sigh, another one has fallen. What? Upon hearing this, Nagato immediately asked in confusion, Jiraiya-sensei, what are you saying? Well, Jiraiya shrugged, then honestly said, I mean after those girls with bad eyes. Now even Konan is about to fall. I really don't know what's wrong with those women. They have no vision. Clearly, this toad sage is the most charming one. Wait a minute. Nagato waved his hand at this time, interrupting Jiraiya's rambling. Jiraiya-sensei, do you mean to say that QinYu has other? Regarding Nagato's question, Jiraiya answered lightly. Your question is not accurate. Nagato was taken aback and asked, what does that mean? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and continued in a sarcastic tone. You should be asking, how many? There are quite a few. Upon hearing this, Nagato nearly jumped out of his wheelchair. After a long pause, he asked, so how many are there? Jiraiya scratched his head, seriously counting in his mind. 4. No, definitely more than that. 5. Also wrong, anyway there are quite a few. Nagato struggled to suppress his urge to curse. He really wanted to use universal pull on QinYu from behind and give this shameless guy a beating. Well, Jiraiya seemed to see Nagato's anger and waved his hand, saying, relax, I'm just venting to you. Actually, this kid is quite responsible with every girl. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Nagato sighed deeply, saying, if he dares to treat Conan poorly, I definitely won't let him off. Don't worry. Jiraiya patted Nagato's shoulder and said approvingly, if he really dares to treat our Conan that way, even I won't let him off. Chapter 183. Signing in at the source. Awakening the Rinnegan, Nagato thought for a moment, and then said softly, Teacher Jiraiya, then I'll trouble you to push me. Haha, sure, Jiraiya responded with a smile. It was not the usual nonsensical laughter, but a genuine feeling of comfort from the heart. Under the sunset, an old man with white hair pushed a young man with red hair, gradually walking toward Konoha. The scene was harmonious and loving. For this master-disciple pair, such an ending could be considered an alternative kind of completeness. At least, it was much better than the master and disciple harming each other in the original work. This trip to the Rain Village went exceptionally smoothly due to QinYu's presence. The four of them wandered outside for nearly half a month before returning to Konoha. Jiraiya, also because Nagato had difficulty moving, didn't rush and walked slowly. As for QinYu, he was working hard for his own matters. The innocent and lovely Conan was unknowingly pulled into the flying chess battle. Upon their arrival in Konoha, Tsunade also welcomed Nagato and Conan warmly. Many years ago, she couldn't take in these two kids because she didn't have the authority in Konoha. Now Tsunade was the 5th hokage, holding great power. Whether it was from the origins of that year, the face of QinYu and Jiraiya, or to stabilize the leader of the Akatsuki organization, she had no reason to refuse. With a wave of her hand, she arranged a quiet and pleasant place for Nagato to stay. As for Conan, Tsunade couldn't be bothered. Besides, there was no need for her to worry. In the following month, QinYu's life was exceptionally colorful yet monotonous at the same time. These two completely opposite words, used to describe QinYu, felt completely harmonious. The flying chess battle was exciting, but playing too much was somewhat tedious. Fortunately, QinYu already had plenty of chess friends in Konoha, and now he had Conan as well. He switched partners every day, so he wouldn't repeat for a week. Later, in pursuit of even stronger excitement, QinYu directly started arranging multiplayer flying chess. The days that followed were tense, yet thrilling. After an unknown amount of time, one day, QinYu suddenly remembered something. That is, he seemed to have forgotten to sign in for the system because he played flying chess too late yesterday. Feeling somewhat regretful for wasting a sign-in opportunity, he promptly began today's system sign-in. System. Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have signed in and received the Indra's source. An S. The last time the author made a mistake, Indra's source belongs to Uchiha Madara, and Ashura's source belongs to Senju Hashirama. This has been corrected on our site. But other channels have not changed, so I am inserting this note here. Damn it. At this moment, QinYu, who was lying on the bed, almost jumped up in excitement. Indra's source, Ashura's source. Now, I have obtained both sources. So does that mean I can? The more he thought about it, the more excited QinYu became, his heart racing uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, QinYu forcibly calmed his excited heart down. Once everything was calm, he began to control the two sources of power belonging to the sons of the Sage of Six Paths in his body, slowly bringing them closer together. When the two sources were about to collide, QinYu used his powerful chakra as a mediator to slowly merge the two powers. In the next moment, his dark pupils suddenly displayed the form of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Merging the two sources required an extremely strong control of chakra. But this was not difficult for QinYu. After all, he had perfected Sage Mode, so merging two types of chakra was a piece of cake. Buzz! Moments later, a strange buzzing sound suddenly echoed within QinYu's body. A magical and immense power surged from within him straight toward his eyes. Afterwards, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan began to spin rapidly. In the next second, the bright red slowly faded away, replaced by a shade of purple. The complex patterns of the eternal Mangeki also slowly changed, forming bizarre spirals. Feeling the immense power contained in his eyes, QinYu was quite satisfied. At this moment, QinYu murmured, mutually exclusive forces, united as one, giving birth to all phenomena. After speaking, QinYu looked around his room and suppressed the thought of releasing Shinra Tensei. One Shinra Tensei could potentially destroy Konoha, but his house would definitely be destroyed. In the kitchen, Konan was cooking. Ever since she came to Konoha with QinYu, this cool beauty no longer had to work hard as an angel. Of course, she no longer needed to consider the development of the Akatsuki organization, so she put all her thoughts on QinYu. At this moment, QinYu smirked, extending his right hand toward Konan. Universal Pool. With his mischievous voice, a gravitational force burst forth from his palm. Konan, who was focused on cooking, was suddenly lifted off the ground and shrieked as QinYu pulled her into his embrace. QinYu, how? Looking at the purple patterns in QinYu's eyes, Konan was instantly stunned. She certainly recognized the Rinnegan. He didn't expect that, did you? QinYu raised an eyebrow and confidently said, your man is capable of anything, even awakening the Rinnegan. As skilled. At this moment, Konan's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. She increasingly felt that placing all their hopes on QinYu was a very wise decision. This man before her seemed truly capable of anything. Is this skilled? QinYu looked at Konan in his arms, half smiling, and said, there's even more skilled. What are you doing? I'm cooking, Konan exclaimed. What's wrong? My Hokage? On a certain day, half a month later, QinYu was called to the Hokage's office, reclining with his legs crossed on the Hokage's desk, asking Tsunade with displeasure. You little brat, can't you be serious when you come here? Tsunade looked at QinYu's slouching posture, somewhat angrily saying, of course. QinYu raised his eyebrows and said, I'm always very serious at home. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately understood. Her face slightly flushed as she secretly cursed under her breath and decided not to say anything more. After all, no matter what she said, he would still be this way, so rather than waste her breath, she thought it was better to let it go. Ahem. Tsunade lightly coughed and said to QinYu with a serious expression, in the next few days, you should tidy yourself up and then go to the Land of Lightning for a mission. Chapter 184. Fourth Raikage, go to the Land of Lightning? QinYu asked in confusion, what for? Since Nagato's return, I have understood the ideals and goals of the Akatsuki organization, but now that Nagato has turned to the light, don't forget that there's still Uchiha Obito alive. From my current perspective, Uchiha Obito is likely to take over the entire Akatsuki organization and once again begin to collect tailed beasts to achieve their so-called goals. After all, the current Uchiha Obito has taken one of Nagato's Rinnegan, and he should now be capable of doing the things that only Nagato could do. QinYu nodded in agreement. Tsunade saw that QinYu was genuinely listening to her and continued. So, given the above situation, I think it was very necessary for Gaara to hold the 5 Kage summit earlier. Even if it's not much, it's necessary to remind the Cloud Village and Stone Village to protect their Jinchuriki. QinYu swayed his head and asked, then can't you just send any Jonin over? The fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village had a rather violent temper and is extremely arrogant, so I'm not very comfortable sending someone else over. What? QinYu pouted and said, what do you mean by not being comfortable sending someone else? What do you mean? Tsunade, having interacted with QinYu several times, knew his character well and directly said, because your strength is reassuring. Just look at Konoha. Who else can be as reassuring as you? All right, I've told you everything, and you know the situation, so prepare to leave in the next few days. Tsunade didn't wait for QinYu to say anything else and directly made the decision. QinYu pouted and didn't say anything more. However, before he left, he still followed the usual protocol, and with a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he left, leaving only a frustrated voice echoing in the Hokage office for a long time. Damn brat. A few days later, QinYu set out alone from the Hidden Leaf Village. After leaving, he didn't hurry and just walked slowly. After meandering through several small countries, QinYu finally stepped into the territory of the Land of Lightning. Upon entering the Land of Lightning, QinYu suddenly found that everything seemed to have changed significantly. The Land of Fire is vast and rich. Thus the land is very fertile. However, the Land of Lightning is relatively barren, characterized mostly by towering mountains. The customs of the Land of Fire are relatively open and simple, while the customs of the Land of Lightning are comparatively fierce. The reason for the Land of Lightning being this way is quite simple. Throughout history, the Raikage of the Cloud Village has always been ambitious. Each Raikage aimed to dominate the ninja world, thus placing great importance on the quality of ninjas, with nearly every generation prioritizing military power above all else. This has led to a different outcome for the Cloud Village, resulting in the entire land of lightning being filled with a fighting spirit. This is not just true for the Cloud Ninjas, but also for the ordinary citizens of the Land of Lightning. It is common to see people picking up weapons and fighting at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, there's a more distinct difference among the people of the Land of Lightning. The people of the Land of Fire generally have normal skin tones, while the majority of the people in the Land of Lightning have wheat-colored skin or even charcoal gray. It should be noted that the atmosphere in the ninja world is relatively open. During the half-month that QinYu wandered in the Land of Lightning, his handsome appearance and flamboyant demeanor certainly attracted many women who came to flirt with him. Normally, QinYu would welcome such attention. But this time in the Land of Lightning, he almost fled at every moment. As for how QinYu felt about being in the Land of Lightning, no one could say for sure, but it certainly wasn't good. Although it's not right to judge others based on their appearance, QinYu really couldn't bring himself to handle the group of charcoal-colored people. Many times, QinYu thought about just turning around and going back. He was here on a mission, but this place was truly terrifying. Despite these thoughts, QinYu ultimately didn't turn back. However, on the next leg of his journey, he didn't dare to walk normally anymore, instead using the body flicker technique to travel quickly. QinYu's speed was extremely fast, and before long, he had arrived near the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. Unlike Konoha, which is built on a vast flat land, the Cloud Village is entirely situated among towering peaks. Surrounded by mountains that reach the clouds, with clouds swirling around the mountaintops, it is quite an imposing atmosphere. This is also the origin of the name Cloud Ninja. As QinYu got closer to the Cloud Village, he frequently encountered Cloud Ninja. Some ninjas were busy with missions and rushed by without a care. Naturally, QinYu couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. However, among these Cloud Ninjas, there were some who were not very perceptive and wanted to question or even make things difficult for QinYu. To this, QinYu would not hold back. With a casual wave, he made them disappear from the ninja world. As he walked along, QinYu had no idea how many Cloud Ninja he had killed with just a wave of his hand. If he were to roughly estimate, there should be over a dozen Jonin-level ninjas among them. QinYu had originally come for a mission, but with such casual killing, it was hard to see him as anything but a terroristic threat. Those who knew he was there on a mission would understand, while those who didn't could easily mistake him for someone here to cause trouble. QinYu didn't care, as he was well aware of Tsunade's true intentions in sending him on this mission. Although it was officially a diplomatic mission, in reality, it was also to send a warning to the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. Just then, QinYu suddenly sensed some movement not far away. Byakugan, activate! His eyes turned white, and through the heavy obstacles, QinYu saw a large group of people rushing towards him from the southeast. Sensing the powerful lightning attribute energy emanating from the leader, it was strong and violent. QinYu surmised that this person must be the fourth Raikage A of the Cloud Village. Chapter 185. Confronting the Raikage looking at the scene before him, QinYu suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Upon closer inspection, it was somewhat reminiscent of his visit to the Mist Village, where the village leader had brought a large group of subordinates to meet him. However, the difference was that the Mist Village had come to welcome him, while it looked like the Cloud Village was here to pick a fight. But, judging by the situation, it seemed that today only the Raikage A and his group had come. As for the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from the Cloud Ninja Village, he was not seen at this moment, obviously not following along. QinYu noticed the movements of Raikage and his group, but he did not evade them in the slightest. After retracting his Byakugan ability, QinYu leisurely walked towards his designated route. Not long after, he soon ran into a large group of black-clad ninjas. Looking at the black-clad figures before him, QinYu was not surprised to find that they were a bunch of muscular men, especially the one at the forefront, who was the fourth Raikage A from the Cloud Ninja Village. His physique was particularly robust. Facing the fourth Raikage with a group of subordinates, QinYu observed their hurried steps and erratic gazes, as if they were searching for something. It seemed like they were not here to pick a fight. But what were they looking for? At that moment, a Cloud Ninja who appeared to be a sensory-type ninja looked anxiously at Raikage and said, "Raikage-sama, there's nothing, absolutely nothing." Upon hearing this, Raikage A's face instantly turned an ominous shade of dark. "Oomph." Raikage snorted coldly, angrily stating, "That bastard Killer Bee. When I catch him, I will definitely give him a good beating." As soon as he finished speaking, Raikage's gaze suddenly landed on QinYu. Looking at QinYu's outfit, the fourth Raikage's inner thoughts suddenly shifted. Following that, it seemed he thought of something and immediately stopped his previously hurried pace. The group of Cloud Ninja, closely following behind him, also stopped, confused. Hey brat, you stand still. The fourth Raikage A glared fiercely with his tiger-like eyes at the young QinYu, loudly asking, "You are Uchiha QinYu from Konoha?" Raikage A's voice was already loud, and after the shout, it was like thunder. QinYu, upon hearing it, dug at his ears, appearing nonchalant. Looking at Raikage A, QinYu coldly replied, "What are you shouting about? My ears aren't deaf." In an instant, a collective gasp of cold air erupted from the Cloud Ninjas' mouths. I see this kid is clearly looking for death. One of the Cloud Ninjas couldn't help but admire QinYu's courage, saying to his companion. While others might not be familiar with the Raikage, they certainly were. Their fourth Raikage was known for his extremely irritable personality. Since they had known the fourth Raikage, they had never seen anyone dare to speak to him in such a way. Especially at this critical moment, no one dared to provoke the Raikage. Even they, as his personal guards, were being extremely cautious. However, suddenly, an unidentified brat appeared, and this brat, who was likely an outsider, dared to be disrespectful to the Raikage. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, everyone carefully glanced at Raikage's expression. Sure enough, as anticipated by the Cloud Ninja, seeing QinYu so arrogant, the already dark face of the fourth Raikage darkened even further. Suddenly, the fourth Raikage, in a fit of rage, yelled at QinYu, "The Raikage, ask you if you're Uchiha QinYu from Konoha." To this, QinYu did not show any other reaction, merely glancing at him sideways and saying, "Yes." And then, Upon hearing this, Raikage's brow furrowed instantly. He did not expect QinYu to admit it so readily. Behind the Raikage, the group of Cloud Ninja also flashed looks of shock. In that instant, they suddenly recalled an incident from a while ago. That was when their Raikage had been furious in his office, waving several documents in his hand. He then shouted in a tone filled with jealousy, "Bastard! Konoha! Again Konoha! How come Konoha produces a genius every so often?" They, as the Raikage's close guards, clearly remembered the documents the Raikage had looked at. It seemed that the document recorded this guy, named QinYu. The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes, staring at QinYu, and asked in a deep voice, "QinYu, why are you here in my Cloud Ninja village instead of staying in Konoha?" He. Upon hearing this, QinYu sneered and said, "You see, I have a bit of a bad temper, so you'd better be nice to me otherwise." Raikage A's eyes widened in anger as he questioned QinYu. "Otherwise what?" QinYu smiled slightly and then softly said, "Otherwise, the consequences will be on you." Hiss. Another round of collective gasps echoed from the Cloud Ninja. "This is going to be a direct confrontation with the Raikage." One of them commented, "In all my years as a ninja, I've never seen any envoy from another village dare to stand at someone else's village entrance and be so arrogant to their village leader." "Exactly. Doesn't he fear it?" Another added, "Doesn't he fear provoking our Cloud Ninja's entire army?" To be honest, I have never seen someone so reckless. A wave of discussions erupted behind Raikage. However, QinYu appeared indifferent to what Raikage's personal guards were saying. "Come on, I dare to confront Orochimaru when I first rose to prominence. Now, I can be considered invincible in the ninja world. Why should I fear a village leader?" QinYu thought. He had never been one to pamper others. "Raikage? What is that? If he listens, fine. If not, I'll just beat him until he does. As for the so-called Cloud Ninja Army, I don't take them seriously at all. Come on, what are a few shrimp? Bastard." Seeing QinYu so arrogant, the fourth Raikage directly exploded in anger. His once slick-back hair had now turned into a wild, explosive look. "Raikage-sama," a guard nearby, quickly stopped Raikage, whispering, "I've heard that the fifth Hokage values this person highly. If we act rashly, I'm afraid." Though his words were unfinished, the meaning was clear. Raikage snorted coldly. Although he was hot-tempered, there was no fool among those who could become a leader. Chapter 186. Time to show off. The fourth Raikage directly yelled at QinYu with a cold sneer. "QinYu, as a ninja from Konoha, how dare you sneak into my land of lightning and Cloud Ninja village? Moreover, I, the Raikage, now seriously suspect you have kidnapped our Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Also, there have been recent reports of high-level ninjas from the Cloud Ninja disappearing. I suspect this is related to you." As QinYu listened to the fourth Raikage's lengthy speech, he found it somewhat amusing. This fourth Raikage, as expected, was still adept at reversing black and white. According to records in the original work, it was clearly the Cloud Ninja who attempted to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan under the guise of peace talks. The end result was them biting back and claiming that the head of the Hyuga clan killed their envoy. Now, QinYu was clearly walking openly in the land of lightning, yet he was accused of sneaking in. The Raikage was clearly intent on making a move. However, Before taking action, he had to stand on a moral high ground so that when he acted, he could claim righteousness. It was said that the fourth Raikage had an extremely irritable temperament, but now it seemed he was rough yet detailed. Indeed, those who could become a leader were not fools, which was a reflection of QinYu's inner thoughts at that moment. Moreover, although Raikage babbled on and even reversed right and wrong, it was all just name-calling. However, to be fair, it is true that those elite ninjas from the Cloud Village were indeed killed by QinYu. That part was not wrong. But when he mentioned the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and considering how they seemed anxious to find something at the beginning of their meeting, could it be that they were looking for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee from the Cloud Village? Thinking of this, QinYu discreetly activated his perception abilities. Immediately, he sensed that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was not far away and was deliberately avoiding Raikage. Seeing this, QinYu understood the situation. It seemed that Raikage was worried about Killer Bee's safety, so he had confined him. However, Killer Bee was clearly unwilling to be confined and had secretly escaped. It should be like this. Just then, the fourth Raikage was finishing up his lengthy speech. One could say that the fourth Raikage had a little scheme in mind. However, he did not understand how great the gap was between him and QinYu. He did not realize that when the difference in strength is too great, all plots and schemes are meaningless. Before QinYu could even finish listening to Raikage's rambling, he directly waved his hand at him. Enough. I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. After talking for so long, you just want to fight, right? Come on. Dealing with someone of your level won't take much time anyway. The bodyguard team behind Raikage looked stunned. What did QinYu mean? It seemed he was about to make a move. Now that QinYu knew that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was nearby and safe, he directly skipped the task of warning Raikage to protect the Eight Tails and instead focused on dealing with Raikage himself. TSK. This kid is doomed. He definitely won't get out of the land of lightning. Not get out of the land of lightning? I bet he won't last even 15 minutes. Raikage was already angry, and this kid dared to provoke him like this. He was truly asking for death. Indeed, I have never seen someone so reckless. ISNT, this a coincidence? It's just right to let Raikage vent his anger. A collective gasp filled the air around Raikage. The Cloud Ninjas never expected that such a young QinYu would have such audacity. Among the bodyguards, one hot-tempered individual who idolized Raikage, called Black Ghost, exploded on the spot. He shouted angrily at QinYu, "You impudent little brat. Who do you think you're to speak to our Raikage like that? I think you're truly looking for death." While shouting, he slowly drew out the long knife from behind him. Seeing this, QinYu helplessly shook his head, secretly thinking, this guy is really looking for death. However, from this, QinYu indirectly saw that Raikage, as the leader of the Cloud Village, had such a high prestige. Although Raikage's reputation had already been high when he was part of the previous team, it was unexpected that his status skyrocketed after becoming Raikage. Now, Raikage's prestige in the Cloud Village was probably comparable to QinYu's in Konoha, or even higher. But this was normal. In a village like the Cloud Village that revered power, strength would enhance one's prestige. Prestige based on absolute power is more lasting and stable than that based on reputation. However, it is actually quite easy to break this. QinYu glanced at the man in front of him. He then gave a cold smile and said, "Hee, and what are you?" Upon hearing this, Black Ghost's movements suddenly paused. Then he shouted angrily at QinYu, "You bastard! Watch the blade." In the next second, Black Ghost's long knife slashed down, directly aiming for his own arm. In an instant, a horrifying scream echoed, loud enough to shake the entire forest. After forced self-harm, the Black Ghost finally came to his senses. He looked in disbelief at the wound on his arm. He only felt a moment of dizziness. And when he regained his senses, his left arm had already fallen to the ground. The wound was smooth and clean, with blood gushing out. Seeing their companion suddenly sever his own arm, the other Cloud Ninjas were shocked. Just a moment ago, none of them had reacted. This meant that if that knife had been aimed at them, their fate would have been the same as this person's. Clearly, QinYu had just used an illusion technique. The Black Ghost had unknowingly fallen under QinYu's illusion. What was even more terrifying was that the Black Ghost seemed not to understand how he had lost his arm. Watching the panic on the faces of the ninjas, QinYu exaggeratedly clapped his hands. Then, with a cheerful smile, he said to them, "TSK, TSK. Impressive, truly impressive. I've heard that the ninjas of the Cloud Village are all fierce fighters and their swordsmanship is extremely sharp. Today, I see it is indeed well-deserved. This swordsmanship can be said to be precise and ruthless. I admire it." Chapter 187. Raikage's Lightning Armor You. In an instant, the group of Black Ghosts was furious and shocked. Although they didn't quite understand what had happened, they knew that it was definitely QinYu in front of them who had done something. This Leaf Village brat, only 15 or 16 years old, dared to act so recklessly in front of Raikage in the Land of Lightning. The fourth Raikage's already dark face grew even darker because of this. He glared at QinYu and then spoke in a deep voice to his bodyguards. Be careful, it's an illusion. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the fourth Raikage was extremely shocked inside. He had thought that the information he obtained about QinYu was comprehensive, but now that he thought about it, the data did not mention anything about being skilled in illusion techniques. However, from the previous situation, it seemed that QinYu could effortlessly control the mind of a Jonin with just a casual glance. Then, he even used an illusion to make him sever his own arm. Such illusionary power was truly exaggerated. The fourth Raikage feared that there was no one in the entire Cloud Village with such illusion techniques. Moreover, this unbelievable method of illusion immediately reminded Raikage of the Uchiha clan's signature bloodline limit, Sharingan. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was a member of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the agitated Cloud ninjas, QinYu's expression suddenly turned cold. He stared at the black ghost in front of him and coldly said, "A mere Jonin, a piece of trash, dares to act arrogant in front of me? Raikage, you better keep your subordinates in check. This time, I merely gave a light punishment. If they dare to speak disrespectfully again, next time, it won't just be an arm that gets severed." As soon as QinYu finished speaking, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The group of Cloud ninjas stared blankly for several seconds after hearing this. This Leaf Village brat actually said they were arrogant? What the hell? Who the hell is being arrogant here? In an instant, the crowd erupted in anger, all of them furious as they shouted at QinYu. Baka! QinYu, you are too arrogant. Not bad. Take a good look here. I am from the Cloud Village, not your Konoha. Huh? Is this considered arrogant? Upon hearing this, QinYu sneered and looked down at the scene, then said again, "Sorry, I've always been this arrogant. Moreover, my arrogance never distinguishes between places." The Cloud Village ninjas, hearing this, were finally completely enraged and drew their swords. Wow, I'm so angry. Brothers, let's go together. Kill him. Upon hearing this, QinYu not only did not back down, but instead smirked and responded, come on, whoever is afraid is a grandson." Looking at the group of muscle-headed fools in front of him, QinYu felt that he had to teach them a lesson. The ninjas from the Cloud Village were all brave and fierce types. They were ready to rush forward to confront QinYu's provocation and insult. However, just as they were about to act, they were stopped by the fourth Raikage, who stood at the front of the line. The fourth Raikage stared at QinYu and said to them in a deep voice, "Back off. You're not a match for this guy." Instantly, the group of black-skinned ninjas were quite dissatisfied, muttering, "Lord Raikage." Seeing this, the fourth Raikage shouted again, "Shut up. Get back." Everyone saw their Raikage get angry, and no one dared to oppose him, so they all retreated. Seeing this, QinYu raised an eyebrow and mercilessly mocked them. "Oh, grandsons, are you scared? Baka, kid, I see you are looking for death." The fourth Raikage roared loudly, shouting at QinYu, the Raikage, will personally spar with you. Let's see how much you weigh." The fourth Raikage AI had a quick temper, and he had been suppressing his anger for a long time without speaking. This was already quite rare for him. Now, he could no longer endure it, and it seemed he was about to explode. Boom! Without even forming hand seals, a violent lightning suddenly erupted around him. Instantly, a furious and solid armor of lightning formed around the already strong body of the fourth Raikage. This was the secret technique of the Raikage passed down through generations in the Cloud Village, lightning release armor. The fourth Raikage glared at QinYu and then roared wildly. "QinYu, prepare to die." With a stomp of his feet, the fourth Raikage shot toward QinYu like a lightning cannonball. The lightning attribute has the ability to activate cells, which made the fourth Raikage's speed extraordinarily incredible. Even the ground he passed through was plowed into a deep ravine. One can imagine how formidable the lightning release armor on the fourth Raikage was. The extreme speed, combined with immense power and violent lightning, brought about extreme destructive power. He didn't even need overly flashy techniques. Even a casual punch or kick could cause great destruction. Seeing this, QinYu secretly thought, this Raikage is indeed not just for show, but compared to me, he is not even close. It's been a long time since I've seen the fourth Raikage go all out. Every time I see him fight, it's so exhilarating. That's right. The Raikage is really too strong. If we could learn even 20 to 30% of his strength, we would be enough to become elite Jonin. The black-skinned ninjas from the Cloud Village, seeing their Raikage take action, were all amazed. Clearly, these people had an almost grotesque admiration for the fourth Raikage. However, facing the Raikage's astonishing might, QinYu just smiled slightly. Buzz! In an instant, violent lightning also erupted around QinYu. The intensity of this lightning was surprisingly not weaker than that of the fourth Raikage. How is this possible? The Cloud Ninjas were directly stunned. They had thought that such violent lightning release could only be controlled by their fourth Raikage in the current ninja world. They never expected that today. A Konoha brat could also wield such lightning release. The fourth Raikage, who was charging madly, saw this scene and his eyes widened. At this moment, he even felt a thrill of excitement. He hadn't encountered such a powerful lightning release master in a long time. Instantly, the fourth Raikage radiated a fighting spirit that soared to the sky. So you're QinYu. Your lightning release is quite good. The Raikage complimented QinYu lightly, then grinned viciously. But I wonder if it's just for show? In response to the fourth Raikage's words, QinYu also coldly replied, whether it's for show or not, we'll know with a try. Chapter 188. Raikage? Not strong enough? Boom! In an instant, the fourth Raikage AI had already rushed to QinYu's side. Accompanied by a roar, the fourth Raikage's iron fist, covered in lightning, smashed towards QinYu. Meanwhile, a group of Cloud Village ninjas were now intently watching the battle. They looked at the Raikage's fierce punch, and then at the unmoving QinYu. Instantly, the Cloud Ninjas felt reassured, all believing that the fourth Raikage's punch would surely injure QinYu severely. Although the fourth Raikage AI looked very rough, he was actually quite detailed inside and out, and from his fighting style, one could easily see that he had a strong combat awareness. Seeing that QinYu only released the lightning armor and did not take further action, his face showed no signs of tension or fear. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage AI's heart suddenly tightened. The calm response from QinYu reminded him of a past opponent. He remembered that one opponent who was highly regarded, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. More than a decade ago, that golden-haired man from Konoha, Minato Namikaze, also faced his lightning iron fist with such confidence and composure. He alone had gained the upper hand in the cleanest and most decisive way. Could it be that this brat also knows the flying thunder god technique? This Raikage doesn't believe it. Is everyone a Minato Namikaze? The fourth Raikage thought bitterly in his heart, and when he reached this point, he felt a surge of anger. In an instant, the power and lightning on his iron fist unconsciously intensified a bit more, smashing directly towards QinYu's face. At this moment, he was also already prepared, ready to change direction at any time. Just at this last moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, QinYu finally moved. He did not choose to evade, nor did he opt for any flashy ninjutsu. He simply threw a plain punch, directly smashing towards the Raikage's iron fist. This Konoha brat, with a bit of fame, really takes himself seriously. How foolish. Seeing this, a Cloud Ninja directly spat in disdain. How could the great power of the Raikage be something this kid who isn't even grown hair can withstand? That makes sense. As soon as this was said, someone next to him immediately echoed. Moreover, the Raikage's strike, after a long-distance charge, has even more astonishing power. In my opinion, this punch will surely injure him severely, breaking bones and tearing tendons. Boom! In the astonished gazes of everyone, two fists of vastly different sizes, both wrapped in violent lightning, finally collided together. The violent lightning erupted between their fists. A deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted. However, the scene imagined by the Cloud Ninja's Black Ghost Ninja, where QinYu would be severely injured, did not occur at all. On the contrary, QinYu looked quite relaxed and at ease. In stark contrast, the fourth Raikage had an unusual flush on his dark face. He desperately urged his power to try to overwhelm QinYu, but it was completely futile. The two's thunderous punches were locked in a stalemate in midair. Moreover, the Black Ghost Ninjas of the Cloud Village discovered something that left them utterly shocked. That is, their Raikage seemed to be at a disadvantage at this moment. How could this be? The Black Ghost Ninjas of the Cloud Village were astonished and found it hard to accept the current situation. It should be known that the Cloud Ninjas were renowned for their strength. Even if they searched the entire Cloud Village, only the Eight Tails Killer Bee could rival the fourth Raikage in terms of power. That was why the two could combine their ultimate move, the unbeatable combined attack, Absolute Thunder Plow Heat Knife. Yet, how could this Leaf Village brat, who was so young, possess such overwhelming power? The Black Ghost Ninjas felt utterly disheartened. What was even harder for them to accept was that if, in terms of pure strength, there was indeed a Killer Bee who could match the Raikage, then in terms of lightning release mastery, there was absolutely no one. Because the lightning release secret techniques passed down through the generations of Raikage, the Thunder Armor, were of an absolutely monstrous level in both offensive and defensive capabilities. This was not baseless confidence, but something proven in countless battles. Therefore, all Cloud Ninjas had always firmly believed in one thing. That is, not only could they not find anyone in the Cloud Village who could compete with the Raikage in Lightning Release, but there was also no one in the entire ninja world who could match him. In fact, if QinYu hadn't appeared, their thoughts would have made perfect sense. Although Kakashi was said to be evenly matched and had even created an S-rank Lightning Release technique, Lightning Cutter, when it came to understanding Lightning Release, he was far from the fourth Raikage. Perhaps if his father, Kakashi Hitaki, were here, it might be more comparable. But now, the confidence of the Black Ghost Ninjas was shaken. A young brat from the Leaf Village, a boy who had no reputation until recently, was now qualified to compete with their Raikage in Lightning Release. Hee, kid, you really have some strength. You're quite a good opponent. The fourth Raikage managed to squeeze out a compliment through gritted teeth while desperately holding on. Hee. In response to the fourth Raikage A's gritted teeth praise, QinYu merely smiled slightly. Of course, I'm quite capable, but you, Raikage, must be getting old and losing your edge. At this moment, QinYu not only possessed the sage body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, but also some of the 8 gates of heaven and earth. With the combination of both, his power had likely reached an unimaginable level. Damn! As the fourth Raikage heard QinYu's sarcastic words, he immediately flew into a rage. After becoming furious, the fourth Raikage crazily increased his chakra and power output. However, he soon discovered something terrifying. No matter how much he enhanced his strength, QinYu seemed to be an unfathomable ancient well, completely absorbing his power. At this moment, QinYu, bearing the wood-release sage body and the 8 gates, had surpassed everyone in the ninja world in terms of strength. Chapter 189. The Legend of the Second Hokage. Thus, at present, QinYu could already overpower the fourth Raikage in terms of strength alone. As for Lightning Release, QinYu had also learned quite a bit through the system. Although these techniques might be slightly inferior compared to the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village, they were not far off. Therefore, it could be said that the fourth Raikage's attempt to directly suppress QinYu with a thunderous punch was nothing but a fantasy. But the fourth Raikage was a stubborn character who not only liked to compete with others, but also with himself. Especially when faced with difficulties, he felt the need to prove himself even more. At this moment, QinYu seemed to find the situation quite boring, and suddenly, the power within him erupted explosively. In an instant, the fourth Raikage felt a tremendous force transmitted through the fist, causing him to involuntarily step back 5 or 6 steps. Good. The repelled fourth Raikage was now filled with extreme rage. He looked at QinYu with a forced smile and said, QinYu, you really have some skills. However, you have truly angered me now. QinYu chuckled and then glanced sideways at the fourth Raikage. It seems that the Raikage's power and lightning release training are still lacking. Seeing QinYu's arrogance, a black ghost ninja standing nearby could no longer hold back and directly scolded QinYu. Kid, that was just the first strike. Our Raikage was a bit careless. Don't get too arrogant. Just because you're a junior, we wanted to spare your life. To not know gratitude is one thing, but to be so arrogant. I see you're looking for death by coming to our Cloud Village. This must have been a setup by the Leaf Village, just to send you to your death. The group of black ghosts seemed to have finally found their reasoning and began a collective verbal assault. TSK. In response, QinYu coldly sneered and said, the Cloud Village is really going downhill. What is this? A mental victory strategy? Seeing that even the Cloud Ninjas were very dissatisfied with QinYu's words, the fourth Raikage was even more furious. He directly shouted at QinYu, you leaf brat, don't be arrogant. I, the Raikage, will now tell you who the strongest user of lightning release in the ninja world is. Alright, Raikage, blow him up. Raikage, let him see the might of a shadow-level powerhouse. Go, Raikage, let the leaf brat know the strength of our Cloud Village. The strongest user of lightning release is none other than our Raikage of the Cloud Village. The black ghosts of the Cloud Village were now filled with passionate fervor, firmly believing that the strongest user of lightning release must be their Raikage. This strongest user of lightning release definitely could not be from the Leaf Village. Otherwise, the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning would be utterly humiliated, and they would eventually become the laughingstock of the ninja world. The battle between QinYu and the fourth Raikage initially stemmed from differences in power, coupled with some verbal disputes. But with the fourth Raikage's words, this battle took on a new significance. It was now also to determine the strongest user of lightning release in the current ninja world. Before today, or rather, before meeting QinYu, the fourth Raikage had firmly believed, just like all cloud ninjas, that he was the strongest in lightning release. However, after just one exchange with QinYu, he now proposed such a challenge. This proved that he had completely acknowledged QinYu. Hearing this, QinYu suddenly recalled something interesting. He looked at the fourth Raikage with a teasing expression and asked, "I wonder if Raikage has heard of the legend of the second Hokage?" Upon hearing QinYu's words, the black ghost ninjas of the Cloud Village were all bewildered. Everyone was wondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted to the second Hokage. Is the second Hokage's lightning release really strong? As soon as the fourth Raikage heard this, he immediately reacted, clearly aware of what QinYu was about to say. In an instant, the fourth Raikage's face turned an extremely dark shade. As the Hokage of the Land of Fire, their second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was renowned in the ninja world for two extraordinary techniques. These two techniques were a water release and a Godspeed. As for forbidden techniques, let's not mention those for now. Back when Tobirama was dominating the ninja world, the situation for the Mist Village was quite awkward, because at that time, it was well known that the strongest fire release was in the Leaf Village, the strongest wind release was in the Sand Village. The strongest lightning release was in the Cloud Village, and the strongest earth release was in the Rock Village. However, the Mist Village, being one of the 5 great ninja villages, awkwardly discovered that the strongest water release user in the ninja world was actually not from their village. The strongest water release user of that era was recognized as the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama from the Leaf Village. In fact, some even referred to his water release ninjutsu as the sea release ninjutsu. During the time the second Hokage was alive, it was quite a dark period for the Mist Village. They had no idea how much ridicule they suffered, bringing shame to all 5 great ninja villages. However, QinYu suddenly mentioned the second Hokage, and, as the fourth Raikage, he immediately realized. He knew that this kid in front of him wanted to say that the current strongest user of lightning release was QinYu, not the Raikage. QinYu's sudden remark, seemingly lighthearted, actually carried great destructive power. The arrogant and hot-tempered fourth Raikage finally became completely enraged. "Oof." The Raikage roared directly at QinYu, and then said, "Kid, let me tell you, we Cloud Shinobi are not like your Mist Village. You are not even worthy to be compared with the second Hokage." While shouting, the fourth Raikage clenched his fists. His 2 strong arms sank down to his waist, preparing for a powerful move. Boom! Almost in an instant, the lightning surrounding the fourth Raikage suddenly became incredibly violent. The astonishing power of the lightning caused the fourth Raikage's originally slick hair to explode into a wild hairstyle. This was the second stage of the Raijin armor, the strongest form that fourth Raikage could currently unleash. Wow, the Raikage actually entered the second stage. Yes, it's been many years since I've seen this form. Oof. It seems this kid named QinYu has some skill to force the Raikage to this point. Oof. No matter how skilled he is, it's useless. Once the second stage of the Raijin armor is unleashed, this kid is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, QinYu is now trapped in an unavoidable calamity. Chapter 190. The confused fourth Raikage at this moment. The black-skinned Cloud Shinobi ninjas saw their Raikage go berserk and unleash a big move, their faces filled with fervor. Dum Leaf Blat, D. The fourth Raikage bellowed and charged at QinYu again. Last time his sprinting speed was already extremely fast, but this time, his speed had increased by more than a notch. The current speed of the fourth Raikage was like space jumping. In an instant, the fourth Raikage was right next to QinYu. Heavy flow burst. The fourth Raikage shouted as he struck towards QinYu with his thick elbow. Seeing this, QinYu merely smiled slightly and then extended his right hand, concentrating a large amount of violent lightning release chakra in it. At the same time, he pushed the transformation of the lightning attribute to its limits. Instantly, the wildly violent lightning chakra in QinYu's hand became incredibly gentle. Nevertheless, anyone could feel the power of this strike. This move is... The fourth Raikage saw the technique QinYu was using, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he exclaimed, "Kakashi Hitaki's Chidori." QinYu shouted lightly as he thrust the lightning blade in his hand towards the fourth Raikage's elbow. Although the Chidori was invented by Kakashi, in QinYu's hands, it was exponentially more powerful than in Kakashi's. The 2 equally violent lightning release attacks collided with a loud explosion in front of the astonished crowd. At the point of their collision, thunder roared. The explosive blue-white light almost blinded the black-skinned Cloud Shinobi. The fourth Raikage roared, his originally dark face turning bright red as he exerted more force in an attempt to suppress QinYu. However, The main power of his heavy flow burst technique came from the impact at the moment of contact, relying on crushing the enemy upon contact. Now that a stalemate had formed, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. On the contrary, as his power continued to surge, QinYu's Chidori actually pierced through his arm. Bright red blood burst forth from the fourth Raikage's wound, and then quickly evaporated into nothingness under the high temperature of the lightning ninjutsu. The Raikage was actually injured? Oh my god, how could this happen? Could it be that this kid is really that strong? Impossible, I absolutely do not believe it. No way, this cannot be happening. How could the Raikage be injured? Has this QinYu really become that powerful? The black-skinned Cloud Shinobi ninjas were shocked to see the Raikage injured, their hearts filled with astonishment. In their minds, their Raikage was an undefeated war god. At the same time, the Raikage was also their faith. How could such a person suffer losses against the kid? Moreover, to lose in a contest of lightning release. At that moment, they suddenly had an unreal feeling, as if in a dream. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage also did not expect that QinYu's Chidori would be powerful to this extent. Not only did it withstand his heavy flow burst, but it also pierced through his Raijin armor. At the moment when QinYu's Chidori pierced into his body, the fourth Raikage's pupils suddenly constricted. In that instant, the fourth Raikage suddenly thought of his father's ultimate technique. This move, surprisingly, had a similar essence to his father's ultimate technique. The fourth Raikage muttered to himself. If he had been in his prime with the Raijin armor, he might have been able to resist the Chidori for a moment. However, he had previously released heavy flow burst using too much lightning release chakra. Thus, his Raijin armor had become somewhat weakened and could not withstand the powerful Chidori. Therefore, QinYu was able to exploit the gap. However, the fourth Raikage was not to be underestimated, being a seasoned warrior. His reactions were also quite swift. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping high into the air. Moreover, taking advantage of the opportunity of his body soaring, the fourth Raikage instantly unleashed his next killing move. This series of reactions demonstrated the on-the-spot responsibility of a top-tier ninja, transitioning from offense to defense, decisively and ruthlessly. Thunder Fury, Thunder Axe. The fourth Raikage shouted, concentrating all of his lightning release chakra into his right foot. Then he executed a powerful downward kick, sharply slashing towards QinYu. Such a powerful kick, if it connected, could instantly reduce a person to a pile of mush. However, at that moment, QinYu merely curled the corner of his mouth, and his figure flickered, seemingly passing right through the attack. Boom! The fourth Raikage's leg, having reached the peak of its power, slammed heavily onto the ground. The Cloud Village was established among towering peaks, and the surrounding ground was composed of incredibly solid rock. However, under the force of the fourth Raikage's kick, such solid rock instantly formed a massive pit several meters in diameter. This demonstrates just how astonishing the power of the fourth Raikage's kick was. Yet, at this moment, QinYu remained completely unscathed. It turned out that just a moment ago, QinYu had precisely used the Flying Thunder God technique. Simply put, at the moment he was about to be struck by the Raikage, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport a short distance away. The ultra-fast teleportation speed of the Flying Thunder God technique even created an illusion at the original location, making it seem as if he had been struck through. Watching QinYu standing beside him, unharmed and cheerful, the fourth Raikage was indeed stunned. He was genuinely at a loss. Moreover, he did not recognize that the technique QinYu had just used was the Flying Thunder God technique. However, not only was the fourth Raikage bewildered, but even the group of black lightning ninjas beside him were also confused. In the entire forest, only the arcs of electricity on the Raikage buzzed lowly, and there was no other sound. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. No one could explain how QinYu had dodged the Raikage strike. At this moment, even the battle-hardened Raikage felt somewhat dazed. What brought him back to reality was QinYu's sudden kick. Looking at the stunned fourth Raikage before him, QinYu was not the slightest bit courteous. He delivered a powerful kick directly to his abdomen. However, the strength of QinYu was immense. Even though the fourth Raikage had the protection of the Raijin armor, it could only block ninjutsu damage. It was completely unable to counter such a forceful physical impact. His body, resembling a black mountain, was sent flying backward by QinYu's heavy kick. Chapter 191. Shinra Tensei shows its might. Boom. 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 The powerful force of QinYu, combined with the heavy weight of the fourth Raikage and the overwhelming electricity surrounding him, caused the Raikage to crash through countless large trees in the process of being sent flying. Finally, he crashed into a massive rock, creating a huge cloud of dust before coming to a stop. Raikage-sama. The group of cloud ninjas were shocked and rushed forward to check on him. Cough. In the dust, the Raikage coughed and then quickly rushed out. Thanks to the protection of the Raijin armor, he was not injured, but his appearance had become quite disheveled, especially on his chest, where bulging muscles were humorously stamped with a footprint. Seeing the fourth Raikage in this state, QinYu suddenly felt like laughing. This was truly a huge embarrassment for the fourth Raikage. At that moment, the group of black lightning ninjas who had been standing by rushed to the side of the fourth Raikage. They looked at him with great concern and asked, "Raikage-sama, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Seeing the concern of the Cloud Ninjas, the fourth Raikage waved his hand imperiously. "What a mess. Do you really think this Raikage would be defeated so easily?" If at this moment his abdomen did not have the footprint from QinYu, this would indeed be a very imposing situation. Unfortunately, seeing the footprint on his abdomen, everyone found it somewhat amusing. However, the Black Lightning Ninjas did not dare to laugh, so they had to hold it in. As they held it in, their faces turned red. Oomph. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage snorted coldly, not bothering with his subordinates. Then, his fierce eyes fixed on QinYu across from him. "You little brat, you've truly angered me. This Raikage will give you a lesson you will never forget for the rest of your life." The fourth Raikage was now roaring with rage, and under his extreme fury, the Raijin armor around him seemed to become even more violent. He raised his left arm high, and the furious blue lightning gathered wildly around his already muscular arm, quickly forming a dazzling lightning release handblade. Try this. Once the lightning release handblade was formed, the fourth Raikage dashed forward. At that moment, the fourth Raikage moved as if he had teleported, darting to QinYu's side. With a powerful push off the ground, a leap high into the air, bringing down the raging lightning release handblade on a QinYu. Lightning Fury, Leveling Dance. Seeing their Raikage use this move, the Black Lightning Ninjas instantly changed their expressions. They shifted from worry to complete calmness. Clearly, they had great confidence in this move, Lightning Fury, Leveling Dance. Everyone believed that once the fourth Raikage unleashed this technique, victory would be assured. This was not blind confidence. It was due to the glorious track record of this technique. It was known that this ninjutsu had once severed a horn from the Eight Tails Jiwai-Ki, a tail beast. Over a decade ago, during the Eight Tails rampage in the Cloud Village, the young fought alongside his father, the third Raikage, to resist the Eight Tails Jiwai-Ki. At that time, he was still young and not yet the fourth Raikage, but he had already begun to show his prowess. In that battle, he gained fame by using this technique, Lightning Fury, Leveling Dance, to sever one of the Eight Tails Jiwai-Ki's horns. It was precisely because he created this excellent opportunity that the third Raikage was able to reseal the Eight Tails Jiwai-Ki back into the amber purifying bottle. At this moment, the Black Lightning Ninjas had a simple thought. How astonishing is the defense of the Eight Tails? How solid is its body? Yet, even the powerful Eight Tails Jiwai-Ki had its horn severed by this ninjutsu. So naturally, defeating QinYu would be a piece of cake. Watching the fourth Raikage unleash this ninjutsu, QinYu involuntarily compared it to Kakashi's Raikiri. He soon realized that the fourth Raikage's Lightning Fury, Leveling Dance was far stronger than Kakashi's Raikiri. Faced with such a ferocious strike from the fourth Raikage, QinYu suddenly smiled, and it was a very bright smile. The fourth Raikage instantly caught the change in QinYu's expression, furrowing his brows. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not fathom what method QinYu could use to stop his big move. Pretentious. Unable to think clearly, he decided to stop pondering. The fourth Raikage coldly shouted, and with even more ferocious momentum, he swung the lightning blade down towards QinYu. At that moment, QinYu suddenly narrowed his eyes and then abruptly opened them. In that instant, as his eyes opened and closed, they had undergone a significant transformation. The originally dark color of QinYu's eyes had now turned into a purple ripple pattern. At that moment, the fourth Raikage was shocked to see the change in QinYu's eyes, and his pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of deep astonishment. Then, he felt two enormous ripple-like eyes suddenly shake in his mind. Shinra Tensei! Boom! Accompanied by QinYu's light shout, a violent repulsive force emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward. The fourth Raikage's originally swift charge abruptly halted in midair. In the next moment, the fourth Raikage was sent flying back at an even more exaggerated speed. Bang, bang, bang! Along the way, the fourth Raikage crashed through countless trees and rocks. Finally, when he collided with a massive mountain peak, he barely came to a stop. However, although he had stopped, his entire body was embedded deep within a mountain. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was covered in wounds, looking extremely miserable. This was because he had charged forward too quickly, too close to QinYu. Moreover, the repulsive force exerted by QinYu was immense, causing him to retreat at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. As for the other Cloud Ninjas, Black Ghost Ninjas, although they were also sent flying, they were nowhere near as tragic as him. Whoosha! With a series of groans, the group of Cloud Ninjas, Black Ghost Ninjas, struggled to rise from the ground. They completely ignored their own pain, and the moment they stood up, hurriedly turned their gaze to the fourth Raikage. Chapter 192. What is true lightning released the poor fourth Raikage, pushed back, almost fainted, when he finally managed to regain consciousness. He found himself blasted into the mountain, instantly filled with rage. Lightning flickered, and his hair stood on end. His extreme anger amplified his lightning power, causing the Raijin armor on his body to extend outward, directly shattering a mountain from the inside. However, even after freeing himself, he felt no joy whatsoever. On the contrary, his face was filled with anger and indignation as he shouted directly at QinYu. You scoundrel! Young people today have no sense of martial ethics. You said we would compete in lightning release, yet you used techniques. I was too careless. I didn't dodge. Hearing this, QinYu suddenly found the Raikage somewhat amusing. He shrugged and said to the fourth Raikage AI, Stop talking nonsense. When did we agree on that? Who did we agree with? You've been talking to yourself all along. I never agreed to anything. Isn't a ninja someone who uses every means to achieve victory? Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's face instantly turned red with anger. He truly couldn't think of how to respond to QinYu. How shameless this guy was. Scoundrel, you said we would compete in lightning release, yet you used techniques. Shameless. Truly shameless. Can't you play fair? If you can't handle it, then don't play. Is this the quality of leaf ninjas? It's pathetic. With this, you dare to call yourself a ninja? What a disgrace. Leaf ninjas are trash, and so is QinYu. The group of Cloud Ninjas, Black Ghost Ninjas were all filled with righteous indignation, condemning him. It can be said that, in a certain sense, their emotions were understandable. After all, the fourth Raikage, whom they had always regarded as a war god, had repeatedly suffered setbacks at the hands of Junior, which made them feel quite embarrassed, as if their faith had collapsed. However, now they seemed to have grasped a reason, or rather an excuse. They could use this reason or excuse to perfectly explain why their Raikage had suffered setbacks. Thus, in such a situation, even knowing it was an excuse, they had to amplify it infinitely. One must say this was also the tragedy of this group of Cloud Ninjas. Wait, those eyes are... Oh crap, the legendary Rinnegan. Although the Cloud Ninjas were irrational, as the fourth Raikage AI of the Cloud Village, he was still relatively clear-headed. After shouting a few times, he suddenly reacted, his dark face filled with shock. What? The Rinnegan? The eyes of that legendary figure? How is this possible? It seems to be indeed that legendary eye. It really is the Rinnegan. Cheating, this is outright cheating. Upon hearing their leader, the fourth Raikage, speak, the group of Black Ghost Ninjas also reacted. At this moment, QinYu suddenly smirked and said to the fourth Raikage AI, I didn't expect you to have some discernment. Oomph. Hearing QinYu's praise, the fourth Raikage let out a cold snort and then asked, Where did you get those eyes? QinYu glanced at him sideways, casually stating the four most infuriating words in the most indifferent tone. None of your business? You. The fourth Raikage was instantly enraged, but he suppressed his anger and asked QinYu again. I heard that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possesses the Rinnegan. Why does it appear on you now? Did you take it from him? Or is it that the so-called Akatsuki is actually just a front for you leaf ninjas? The fourth Raikage's words became increasingly fierce. Listening to his imaginative questions, QinYu couldn't help but think, goodness, this guy is truly something. The fourth Raikage's imagination was impressive. He should just write books instead of letting Jiraiya do it. This was the most genuine sentiment in QinYu's heart at that moment. While QinYu was lost in his own thoughts, he completely ignored the fourth Raikage beside him, effectively disregarding him. This made the already irritable Raikage even angrier, and he immediately shouted at QinYu. Tell me, where did you take our Cloud Ninja's Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the wooden person? And my brother Killer Bee is also missing now. Is it related to you? Upon hearing this, QinYu waved his hand impatiently. Glancing at the Raikage, QinYu said indifferently, What are you shouting about? You're just a complete fool. Scoundrel. The fourth Raikage was infuriated and angrily scolded QinYu. You little brat who only knows how to play schemes and boast. You will die today. Exactly. The kid's lightning release is no match for our Raikage, yet he still has the face to talk here. Oomph. How could he possibly compare to Raikage-sama? Now that Raikage-sama is on guard, he will definitely take him down. Just relying on him, He dares to compare himself with Raikage-sama. Oof. If it weren't for his schemes, he wouldn't even be worthy to carry Raikage-sama's shoes. Exactly. After hearing the fourth Raikage's words, the group of Cloud Ninjas Black Ghost Ninjas surged with excitement once again. Hee. Seeing this, QinYu let out a cold laugh, then disdainfully said to them, I don't want to argue with you guys, but it's never ending. Do you really think your lightning release is strong? Next, let me show you what true lightning release is. Whoosh! QinYu's hands quickly formed seals. Then he took a deep breath and suddenly sprayed upward. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. This technique, when used by QinYu, was countless times stronger than when Sasuke used it. The group of Cloud Ninjas Black Ghost Ninjas all unconsciously looked up at the sky. They saw several magnificent and enormous fire dragons charging fiercely into the high sky. What is that? Do you think this kid is crazy? Does he think he has too much chakra? He actually unleashed fire dragons into the sky. And didn't he just say he was going to show off some lightning release? Oof. Are you dumb? You really believe this? This kid, doesn't he understand lightning release at all? He is clearly just putting on a show. Exactly. He is just pretending to know something he doesn't. Just to show off. It really seems that way. He is purely doing it to show off. And he wants us to witness lightning release with this. The group of Cloud Ninjas murmured among themselves, many of them even shouting frantically. However, as for the fourth Raikage AI, his expression remained very serious at this moment. Although he couldn't fully understand QinYu's actions, the instinct of a strong person told him that QinYu's actions were definitely significant. Chapter 193. The Reappearance of the Chunin. However, as the fourth Raikage, A's expression remained serious at this moment. Although he also found it hard to understand QinYu's actions, the instinct of a strong person told him that QinYu's actions were definitely profound. Therefore, at this moment, the fourth Raikage tiger-like eyes were wide open, not daring to blink, staring intently at the sky above. After several magnificent fire dragons shot into the sky, they slowly disappeared. A group of Cloud Ninja saw their Raikage so focused on the sky, and they followed suit. Soon, a miraculous scene appeared in the small forest outside the Cloud Ninja village. Dozens of Cloud Ninjas Black Ghost Ninjas simultaneously looked up, all of them gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Seeing this scene, QinYu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What are they doing? These Cloud Ninja are a bunch of fools, just like the immortal little fox from Konoha. The Black Ghost Ninjas of the Cloud Ninja simultaneously looked up at the sky. However, 3 seconds passed, and there was no reaction from the sky. Another 5 seconds passed, and still no reaction. At this moment, some people couldn't help but start cursing. They believed they had been played by QinYu. Another 5 seconds passed, and more black ghosts started to have this thought. Their necks were sore from looking up, yet they still saw nothing. So, more began to give up. Boom! Just when everyone had given up, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the sky. In an instant, the Black Ghost Ninjas of the Cloud Ninja were startled and hurriedly looked up again. It should be noted that the sky above the Cloud Ninja village was usually overcast, but today was a rare sunny day. However, at this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Above, mist rose, dark clouds gathered, and became larger and larger. Within the thick clouds, powerful arcs of electricity flickered. What is happening? Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by QinYu? No way. I don't believe this is something QinYu could do. I also don't believe it. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. How could such a thing be done by human power? Exactly. I have never seen anyone who could control the weather. Coincidence. I absolutely believe it is a coincidence. Witnessing this scene before him, the fourth Raikage's heart was racing. Although he found it hard to believe, his instincts told him it was true. No, it's impossible, forcibly changing the world's weather. How could that be done by human power? The fourth Raikage frowned tightly. He still couldn't believe it, or rather, he was unwilling to believe it. There was still a glimmer of hope in his heart that perhaps this was a coincidence. After all, the terrain of the land of lightning is high, and the Cloud Ninja village is built among the peaks, so thunder and lightning are common occurrences. However, it had never been so exaggerated as today. But soon, his pupils constricted again. He saw QinYu slowly floating off the ground. At that moment, he seemed to be unaffected by gravity, continuously rising into the sky. Rising from the ground was a true depiction of QinYu now. This is the flying technique of the great Yagyu of the Earth style. The fourth Raikage looked at QinYu, who was slowly ascending, and his pupils suddenly shrank as he murmured in shock. How could this kid know the secret art of the rock hidden? It should be known that in the current ninja world, Only one person could perform this flying technique, and that was the great Yagyu of the Rock Ninja Village. Throughout the entire ninja world, besides the generations of Tsuchikage from the Rock Ninja Village who could master this technique, it seemed no one else could. Even the likes of Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world, and Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, could not do it. However, no one knew that his ability to float was completely unrelated to that so-called flying technique. QinYu was able to rise slowly into the air entirely due to his ocular technique, his Rinnegan. His current state was due to using the power of the Rinnegan, filling his body with repulsive force. This powerful repulsion allowed QinYu to break free from the gravity of the ground and ascend slowly. Watching QinYu rise higher, the Raikage's brow furrowed. Then, the fourth Raikage shouted at QinYu, "Kid, what exactly are you trying to do?" Finally, when QinYu's figure reached several hundred meters in the air, he stopped. QinYu looked at the fourth Raikage and directly shouted, "Fourth Raikage, once I unleash this technique, who is the strongest user of lightning release in the ninja world? Everyone will have their own judgment." The usually cynical QinYu spoke with immense authority at this moment. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. A powerful lightning release chakra emerged from his hand, piercing the thunderclouds above. Boom! The lightning within the thundercloud was already incredibly violent, and now, with the intrusion of an uninvited guest, it became even more furious. The raging lightning in the thundercloud seemed as if it was about to unleash divine punishment upon the world, which was truly shocking. What? How could this be? Seeing that the thundercloud was actually affected by QinYu, the fourth Raikage's pupils suddenly constricted. It was only at this moment that he finally confirmed that the thundercloud in the sky was indeed created by QinYu. My God, what is this person doing? This person is crazy. He is playing with fire. You reckless fool. If you want to die, don't drag us down. This person is simply insane. A madman. He is utterly a complete madman. How could Konoha produce such an arrogant lunatic? Is he trying to take us down with him? Shameless abhorrent. A group of black ghost ninjas were also greatly shocked. None of them believed that QinYu could perfectly control the overwhelmingly powerful natural lightning. They all thought that the QinYu before them was going to use some technique to bring them down together. However, soon, the Cloud Ninja were shocked to discover another thing. The originally chaotic natural lightning, under QinYu's control, began to transform rapidly. In just a few breaths, it formed a gigantic monster with a dragon's head and a serpent's body. This enormous creature formed entirely of lightning was the Qilin. This Qilin, completely generated by thunder, was lifelike and exuded boundless majesty. Roar! As soon as the lightning Qilin took shape, it let out a deafening roar. The roar of the Qilin was thunderous, and the entire Cloud Ninja Village, even half of the Land of Lightning, heard this sound. Chapter 194, Admitting Defeat. Roar! As soon as the lightning Qilin took shape, it let out a deafening roar. The roar of the Qilin was thunderous, and the entire Cloud Ninja Village, even half of the Land of Lightning, heard this sound. My God, what is that? This is a monster. This is clearly a monster. It's just too terrifying. I feel that this monster is scarier than the tailed beasts. Not just feeling, this monster is definitely scarier than the tailed beasts. Is this really something a human can do? It's truly hard to believe. The black ghost ninjas of the cloud looked at the lightning Qilin in the sky. Listening to the deafening thunder, their faces changed drastically. Not good. At this moment, as the fourth Raikage, suddenly narrowed his pupils. His eyesight was stronger than that of others, and he was far more aware of the power of this technique. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within that Kirin monster. Fourth Raikage, I wonder what you think of this technique. QinYu floated in midair, his black robe fluttering in the wind. Above him, the Thunder Kirin loomed, resembling a reincarnated thunder god. At this moment, the Thunder Kirin in the sky was staring intently at the crowd below, although the Kirin had not yet descended. The immense pressure it exerted had already made all the Cloud Ninja, including the fourth Raikage, feel breathless. It was only at this moment that the fourth Raikage finally understood the principle behind QinYu's earlier creation of lightning. However, the most challenging aspect of the Kirin technique was not how to create thunderclouds and lightning, but how to control the lightning after it was generated. One must understand that lightning is incredibly violent, especially natural lightning. A single misstep could lead to being struck by lightning, resulting in death. Yet, it seemed that QinYu could control it perfectly. At this moment, the fourth Raikage's expression darkened, and a deep sense of helplessness flashed through his mind. In front of QinYu's jutsu, all Cloud Ninja secret techniques and the strongest lightning release techniques were nothing but illusions. This lightning release Kirin was probably the pinnacle of lightning release ninjutsu. Moreover, as long as it was lightning, its speed was certainly incredibly fast. Not to mention, the lightning in this technique was natural lightning. One must know that natural lightning is far superior to that generated by a ninja's chakra. In an instant, the fourth Raikage concluded that this was an attack that could not be evaded. Even after activating his lightning attribute chakra cells for short-distance dashes that rivaled space-time techniques, he still had no confidence in dodging this technique. Not to mention that behind him, there was a group of ordinary cloud ninja. QinYu floated in the air, smirking, not in a hurry to strike. He merely guided the Kirin, making it move slightly in the air. But the more he did this, the greater the fear brought by the Thunder Kirin. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and a deadly atmosphere enveloped the hearts of everyone below. Everyone felt their breathing becoming somewhat labored. QinYu was extremely confident in this ninjutsu. He firmly believed that once he unleashed this technique, there would be no more disputes over the strongest lightning release in the ninja world. After QinYu used this seemingly cheating lightning Kirin ninjutsu, the fourth Raikage below was also stunned. At that moment, the fourth Raikage, whose originally dark face was now somewhat pale, looked back at his subordinates, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he shouted at QinYu in the air. "QinYu, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. Just now." It was all a misunderstanding. As he said this, the fourth Raikage's face turned crimson. Although he had the strength to hold the position of Raikage, he was also quite shrewd. However, at his core, he was a straightforward person, and lying with his eyes wide open was somewhat embarrassing. Upon hearing this, QinYu secretly curled his lips and muttered, "This fourth Raikage has no backbone. He can't let go at all, and he even blushes. It's really, if it were Sarutobi the old man, he could definitely do it without turning a hair." It seems that the fourth Raikage is not cut out to be a politician. Generally, a politician must at least have thick skin. However, even though the Raikage had backed down, was QinYu the kind of person who could be easily persuaded? Clearly not. Misunderstanding? Does Raikage really think I'm easy to bully just because I'm young? Didn't I give you a chance before? But you didn't take it seriously. Now it's too late. QinYu's authoritative voice echoed from hundreds of meters high. The commanding voice, accompanied by endless thunder, resembled the judgment of a thunder god. "QinYu, how dare you be so aggressive?" Being humiliated by a younger generation like Qin, you made the fourth Raikage furious. Immediately, he shouted again, "Young man, do you not fear provoking a war between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja?" "Ha!" QinYu directly scoffed at this, which might be a common flaw of all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Why couldn't they be honest from the start, and instead had to provoke trouble? Then he suddenly realized he was no match for the other party and quickly admitted defeat. When the other party didn't accept his concession, he began to reason with them. "To be honest, your intelligence really makes me worry for the Cloud Ninja. You, the fourth Raikage, just now spoke without hesitation about killing me. Why didn't you consider whether it would provoke a war between our villages? A decade ago, you shamelessly used peace emissaries to try to seize my Byakugan. Didn't you consider whether it would lead to war? Besides, so what if a war breaks out? Do you think your Cloud Ninja are a match for my Konoha? Konoha today is no longer the Konoha of a decade ago." The fourth Raikage was left speechless by QinYu's words, his whole body trembling with rage. Although what QinYu said was true, it was indeed he who had provoked the other party. At this moment, the fourth Raikage really regretted his decisions. He never expected that this Konoha's QinYu would be so monstrous. He thought the rumors were exaggerated, but he didn't expect this person's actual strength to be even more astonishing than the rumors. Not to mention anything else, just this Kirin technique in the sky alone. Not only could it be overwhelming, but the fourth Raikage even suspected that if it fell in the Cloud Ninja village, it would at least destroy a quarter of it. At this moment in the high sky, QinYu's cold voice rang out again. "Aren't the ninjas of your Cloud Ninja village advocates of strength? Don't you believe that the one with the bigger fist is right? Then today, let me show you whose fist is bigger. Damn it." Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage gritted his teeth and growled at QinYu in the air. At this moment, his iron fist clenched tightly, and even his joints cracked from the excessive force. At this moment, as the fourth Raikage suddenly realized he was wrong, very wrong, and absurdly wrong. Since his father, the third Raikage's era, the ninjas of the Cloud Ninja village had begun to follow the path of strength, and they had gone deeper down this path. Of course, due to walking this path, the strength of the Cloud Ninja had risen significantly. There was a time when the fourth Raikage also thought he was quite powerful, and that his Cloud Ninja village was quite impressive. Even when it comes to Konoha, which claims to be the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, He believes he can now match them in a contest of strength. The incidents of Kushina's kidnapping, Hinata's kidnapping, and the later retaliatory strikes were almost all tests of Konoha's bottom line and strength. In response to his repeated provocations, Konoha has consistently swallowed its anger and lowered its bottom line time and again. Because of this, the Fourth Raikage and the entire Cloud Village became increasingly arrogant and gradually grew overconfident. At that time, they even believed that Cloud Village had replaced Konoha as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. However, now, the emergence of QinYu, a Konoha ninja, has shattered all of his illusions. If they can't even handle this one person, how can they deal with the entire Konoha? Roar! At this moment, QinYu waved his hand again in the sky, and the lightning Chunin standing high above immediately began to dance, followed by a deafening roar directed at the cloud ninjas below. The thunderous roar and immense pressure struck at the hearts of every cloud ninja. If they could be given a quick death, it would be better. This feeling of waiting for death was too torturous. Therefore, at this moment, they were filled with intense hatred for QinYu. A strong sense of fear gradually rose in the hearts of every cloud ninja. Slap! Someone, trembling all over, took a step back. This immediately triggered a so-called chain reaction. Run! In an instant, the once clustered cloud ninjas were now frantically shouting and desperately fleeing in all directions. Under QinYu's lightning release Chunin technique. In the face of such divine thunder and power, all bravado and pride of the cloud ninjas had been cast aside. Now, all they wanted was to escape the range of the lightning divine beast and survive. This is bad. The Fourth Raikage saw this scene and instantly realized it was bad news, his brow twitching violently. Just a glance at QinYu's technique made it clear how powerful it was, and its speed was incredibly fast. More crucially, this technique had an extremely wide coverage area. With these people scattering like this, there was absolutely no way to escape, and it would only lead to more deaths and injuries. Thinking of this, the Fourth Raikage immediately shouted at the cloud ninjas, "Come back. Don't panic." However, in the face of the Fourth Raikage's call, the once respected figure among the cloud ninjas realized for the first time in many years that his words had no effect. Although the cloud ninjas slowed their steps, they still did not completely stop fleeing. Damn it! Seeing this, the Fourth Raikage spat in frustration. If glares could kill, QinYu would probably have died hundreds of times by now. The Fourth Raikage also knew that this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts and quickly snapped back to reality. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a surge of lightning and shouted, "Stop! If you keep running, we'll all die together. Only by defending together can we have a chance of survival." Finally, the Fourth Raikage's words had an effect. Most of the black ghost ninjas stopped and began to form seals. However, their condition was clearly not good. Their usually steady hands were shaking as they formed the seals. Seeing them like this, QinYu couldn't help but laugh. With such a defense, it looked like a joke. It is well known in the ninja world that the cloud ninjas are characterized by their bravery and strong offensive capabilities. In battle, regardless of their strength, cloud ninjas are almost always on the offensive. This has led to them rarely being forced to defend. They have never experienced the scene before them where dozens of cloud ninjas simultaneously attempt to defend against the technique. The black ghost ninjas of Cloud Village were indeed in an awkward situation. Firstly, while such situations had occurred before, they had never practiced for them. The ninja way of Cloud Village is to be fearless and charge forward. Due to this tradition, they have never had a concept of defense. Secondly, Cloud ninjas are not like Konoha ninjas who enjoy flashy techniques. They focus on various lightning release techniques. The majority of Cloud ninjas excel in lightning release, and very few have defensive ninjutsu. While the ninjas of Mist and Rock villages also have singular specialties, they excel in water and earth release, achieving a balance of offense and defense. If they wanted to defend, a group of Mist ninjas could use a water barrier together, or a group of Rock ninjas could use an earth wall, both producing good results. The Cloud ninjas, however, were left to tremble and fight individually. Chapter 196, Chunin Falls. Eight Tails emerged. QinYu's prediction was not wrong. The defense of the Cloud ninjas was simply a joke. In an instant, various ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield. Flashy techniques were being unleashed left and right. Moreover, due to the large number of Cloud ninjas and their close proximity, there were numerous friendly fire incidents. Even before QinYu unleashed his lightning Chunin technique, cries of anguish from Cloud ninjas could already be heard from the ground. Watching this scene, QinYu felt utterly exasperated. This is how the Cloud ninjas are? If this were Konoha, even if they randomly gathered a few small clan ninjas, they wouldn't have such a pathetic defense, right? At this moment, The black ghost ninjas of Cloud Village were cursing QinYu in their hearts countless times. The fourth Raikage, looked at his chaotic subordinates, and his already dark face became even darker. At that moment, he suddenly felt grateful to QinYu. It was precisely because of QinYu's Qilin technique that he discovered a huge weakness in his ninjas' combat abilities. That is, their coordination and defense was shockingly poor. As the Raikage, he saw this more clearly than anyone else. While fostering the spirit of being fearless in battle was correct, greatly enhancing the combat power of Cloud Ninjas, he also understood that they could not always be the attacking side. It seems that when he returns, he must strengthen their practice of defensive ninjutsu coordination. Boom! At this moment, another loud noise echoed through the sky. This loud noise startled the fourth Raikage, completely interrupting his thoughts about the future and bringing him back to reality. The fourth Raikage looked at QinYu and the lightning Qilin above him, and after regaining his senses, he almost slapped himself. At such a time, he was still thinking about the future. With that Qilin in the sky, there might not even be a future to speak of. Once he snapped back to reality, he hurriedly set up a lightning barrier above his head as a means of defense. However, he was not much better than the others. The lightning barrier he set up was also crooked and uneven. The Raikage lineage specializes in body techniques, and the lightning armor surrounding them is both a weapon and has strong defensive capabilities. Moreover, the speed at which lightning chakra activates cells is extremely fast. Most of the attacks simply bypass defenses without needing to be defended against at all. For the few that couldn't be dodged, they could still be blocked with the Thunder God armor. Aside from that, there are almost no other defensive measures. Buzz! At this moment, the lightning in QinYu's hand suddenly erupted with brilliance. Boom! The lightning Qilin in the sky seemed to have taken a powerful tonic, its form expanding once again in an instant. Here it comes. All the Cloud Ninja were thinking this simultaneously in their hearts. The threat of death once again loomed over every Cloud Ninja. In the next moment, QinYu swung his hand down forcefully. Let's try this. Lightning Qilin. Roar! As QinYu's hand came down, the lightning Qilin burst forth from the clouds. With a frenzied roar, it transformed into a terrifying divine thunder in an instant. This divine thunder was incredibly fast, diving swiftly towards the Cloud Ninja below. Naturally, the speed of the lightning Qilin, formed by natural lightning, was unimaginable. Among all the people present, aside from QinYu, the caster, no one could see how it descended. Oh, whoa! Suddenly, an eerie wail echoed. Once the dust caused by the arrival of the lightning Qilin settled, everyone was shocked to discover that above their heads, several gigantic octopus tentacles were continuously emitting black smoke. As the black smoke rose, a strong smell of grilled meat wafted through the air. This is the Eight Tails? The tailed beast Eight Tails? Is Lord Killer Bee here? It's Lord B. Lord B has saved us. Thank heavens. Thank you, Lord B. Thanks to the Eight Tails, thanks to Lord B, we are saved. Long live Lord B. Long live Lord B. Insert explanation. Just as Uchiha Itachi could activate Susanoo at the moment the Qilin descended, the Eight Tails could also deploy defense in an instant, which should be reasonable. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja were in a state of utter disarray, sitting on the ground in a pitiful manner. They were all in tatters, yet their faces were filled with ecstatic joy. They initially thought that their defensive measures would keep them safe, but when the Qilin truly descended, they realized how naive they had been. In front of the lightning Qilin, their so-called defenses were as flimsy as paper. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the previously missing Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, suddenly arrived. Then, with the power of the Eight Tails, he helped them block this attack. This shows just how powerful the lightning Qilin strength is. However, even with the power of the Eight Tails, it could not completely block the lightning Qilin. Therefore, the Cloud Ninja still suffered significant injuries. Moreover, the large tentacles of the Eight Tails used to block the lightning Qilin were directly turned into grilled fish on the spot. The earlier eerie wail was emitted by the Eight Tails. Oh, whoa, damn it, it hurts. The Eight Tails and Killer Bee are one entity, so when the Eight Tails turned into grilled octopus, Killer Bee naturally felt the pain as well. Yet even at this moment, he did not give up on his rap career. Looking at the person in front of him and sensing the powerful chakra within him, QinYu immediately recognized his identity. This person was the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Ninja Village, Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. This Jinchuriki could be said to be the perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, able to perfectly control the existence of the Eight Tails. Just then, after muttering a few words, Killer Bee retracted the Eight Tails tentacles. Then, Killer Bee used a body flicker technique to arrive beside the fourth Raikage. Looking at his brother, the Raikage, Killer Bee anxiously asked, "How are you, big brother?" "I'm fine," the fourth Raikage replied with a dark expression, patting off the dust on his body. Chapter 197. Collaboration. Immediately, the fourth Raikage growled at Killer Bee. "Damn it. You know to come back. Where have you been messing around? I'll deal with you later. I won't go easy on you this time." Although the fourth Raikage cared for Killer Bee, seeing him now made him furious. Especially given his current state, he looked particularly disheveled. Even with the protection of the Eight Tails tentacles and his own Thunder God armor, he was still left in a sorry state by the Chunin, with numerous injuries on his body. However, compared to other Cloud Ninja, he was still much better off. Those ordinary Cloud Ninja were almost all severely injured, lying on the ground and unable to get up. Some of the unluckiest among them even died directly under the lightning Chunin. Seeing his elder brother angry, Killer Bee immediately shrank his neck in fear and did not dare to refute. Aside from being optimistic and friendly, he was actually someone who feared nothing in the world. But he was particularly wary of his elder brother. The fourth Raikage did not continue to scold his brother Killer Bee, but kept his gaze fixed on QinYu across from him. "B, you came just in time. Let's work together to take down this Konoha brat." After releasing the lightning Chunin, QinYu slowly returned to the ground. Looking at QinYu, who was also staring at him, Killer Bee squinted his eyes and asked his brother, the fourth Raikage, "Is he the QinYu from Konoha?" The fourth Raikage nodded, confirming, "That's right." Seeing his brother confirm, Killer Bee murmured, "I never expected him to be able to use such a terrifying technique at such a young age. He truly is formidable." So, it seemed that Killer Bee's words caught the fourth Raikage's attention, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Cloud Ninja will never rise again." Understood. Hearing this, Killer Bee nodded in agreement. In truth, he didn't like fighting and killing, and he had no interest in competing for dominance. However, he understood that his elder brother had always aimed to revitalize the Cloud Ninja. So for his brother, he was willing to contribute his strength. The fourth Raikage smiled slightly and said seriously, "B, it has been a long time since we fought side by side." "Damn it." Exactly. Although Killer Bee was still being goofy, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. They were brothers personally selected by the third Raikage years ago, and later formed the fearsome new generation AB combination that struck terror in the hearts of their enemies. They also became famous in the ninja world with their unique combination technique, the Lightning Thunderplow. Therefore, they were also a trump card for the Cloud Ninja Village at that time. However, since the battle with Namake's Minato, it had succeeded to the position of Raikage, and since then, the two brothers had hardly fought side by side again. After all, both of them are very strong, almost at the peak of shadow-level strength, and they have even faintly touched the level of Super Shadow. Therefore, against ordinary enemies, they fundamentally do not need to take action. Even if they do need to step in, one of them can handle alone, and it is rare for them to need to work together against an opponent. However, now facing the formidable Konoha's QinYu, the Raikage no longer cared about face or pride and directly invited Killer Bee to join him in battle. The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes and solemnly warned Killer Bee, "This kid is not easy to deal with, so don't be careless. Find an opportunity and use that move." "Got it." Killer Bee immediately understood and nodded heavily. Although they hadn't fought together in a long time, brothers are still brothers, and their tacit understanding was still strong. Yo. Although it's a bit wrong to bully the weak, this lord has no choice. Killer Bee continued to move his hands, awkwardly rapping in front of QinYu. Upon hearing this, QinYu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be honest, QinYu didn't dislike Killer Bee at all, but he had to admit that his rapping skills were quite embarrassing. If this were on his previous world, Blue Star, he would probably be booed off the stage. After feeling awkward, QinYu shrugged at the two in front of him, then smiled playfully, while also teasingly beckoning to the Raikage and Killer Bee. As the fourth Raikage had never experienced such provocation, he immediately became furious and shouted, "B, go!" However, before the fourth Raikage's shout could finish, his body had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at QinYu. Seeing this, Killer Bee didn't dare to slack off and quickly followed his brother drawing a long knife from behind and also rushing towards QinYu. The two brothers were extremely fast, and as they rushed towards QinYu, their bodies changed wildly. Ultimately, they jumped high towards QinYu, one on the left and one on the right. One used steel gauntlets, while the other wielded a long knife, both striking towards QinYu almost simultaneously. Thunderstorm Fist, Thunder Slash. They were indeed brothers, and their cooperation was exceptionally tacit. Two extremely sharp lightning-style attacks were unleashed from the hands of the fourth Raikage A and Killer B, descending from different directions almost at the same time. QinYu, however, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he curled his lips in interest. Whoosh! At that moment, the Thunder God Sword, which was strapped to QinYu's waist, suddenly unsheathed. The moment the sword was drawn, a thick layer of wind chakra enveloped the sword's body. QinYu was employing elemental advantage. Wind counters lightning. Boom! QinYu casually intercepted the two attacks with the wind blade, stabilizing himself against the two fierce strikes. The ferocious attacks of the two Cloud Shinobi were actually held steady by a Konoha brat with one hand. Such a bizarre scene left the other injured Cloud Shinobi, the black-clad ninjas, utterly stunned. Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee were both immensely powerful beings. It would be hard to find a third person like them in the Cloud Shinobi. Yet this kid could actually withstand two of them? What kind of brute strength was this? Terrifying, too terrifying. This Konoha brat is really frightening. What the hell? Chapter 198, Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee exchanged glances in midair, then simultaneously shouted and unleashed their power. The Thunder God armor around the fourth Raikage A became increasingly violent, seemingly approaching the third stage. Meanwhile, a red chakra began to surge around Killer Bee. This is too abnormal. Facing two opponents, they were forcing Lord Killer Bee to use the power of the Eight Tails so quickly. This is beyond abnormal, isn't it? However, if this guy weren't abnormal, how could he have unleashed such chaotic techniques just now? But his abnormality should come to an end here. Indeed, with the Eight Tails intervention, it's 2 against 1, and victory is assured. That's right. How could a little Konoha ninja possibly be a match for our powerful Cloud Shinobi? The Cloud Shinobi, who had been feeling somewhat despairing, seemed to see new hope with Killer Bee's sudden appearance. And indeed, as the fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee unleashed their power, QinYu suddenly found it a bit challenging to defend himself. Although it was challenging, QinYu showed no signs of panic. At that moment, he lightly called out, "8 gates, open for me." Instantly, under the dazed gazes of the Cloud Shinobi, QinYu's aura rapidly surged. Boom! 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 Almost in that instant, QinYu had opened the first 5 gates of the 8 gates. An incredibly powerful chakra erupted, and boundless strength surged from within him. In an instant, QinYu became relaxed and at ease again. Even more so, under the immense power granted by the 8 gates. He faintly had the tendency to push back against the 2. Nanny? What? What kind of jutsu did this kid use to suddenly become so strong? What the hell? What kind of jutsu is this? How many hidden cards does this Konoha brat still have up his sleeve? This is just terrifying. The black-clad ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi were shocked to see their 2 leaders being suppressed again. However, apart from them, the ones who felt the most clearly and were the most shocked were the fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee, who had just clashed with QinYu. It should be noted that these 2 were personally competing in strength against QinYu, so they felt the impact the most. The power that erupted from QinYu just now was so overwhelming that it made their hearts race, even for the fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee. The 8 gates technique? Is that the forbidden technique from Konoha that nearly wiped out the Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen? How does this kid have so many tricks? At that moment, the fourth Raikage A was shocked and also raised his guard once more. Seeing that they were about to be pushed back by QinYu, the fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee simultaneously shouted. Then, both of them used their free hands to strike directly at QinYu again. The combination of powerful chakra and strength made their iron fists generate a strong sound of wind. If an ordinary ninja were to take this blow head-on, they would probably be gravely injured if not dead. QinYu, however, remained completely unflustered. Instead, he wore a cold smile and extended his left hand, which had been resting behind him, to the front. In his palm, a blue chakra sphere was spinning and continuously growing larger. What is this? The fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee's pupils suddenly constricted as they looked at the blue sphere in QinYu's palm, shocked. We didn't even see him form any hand seals. Amid such intense power struggles, this kid could actually release ninjutsu without seals. What kind of chakra capacity and control is this? As they watched the Rasengan in QinYu's hand grow larger, feeling the immense power contained within it. Even the fourth Raikage A and Killer Bee's brows twitched violently. We can't take this head on. Retreat. With a loud roar from the fourth Raikage, the 2 retreated quickly to the sides, one left and one right. At the moment they abandoned their power struggle, they also let the powerful Rasengan pass by. Moreover, the retreat paths of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were clearly premeditated. Once the dust settled, The two had unexpectedly trapped QinYu in the middle. QinYu, to force us brothers to this extent, you can be proud. The fourth Raikage shouted at QinYu in a furious voice, but you won't have another chance. The next move will determine life and death. Oh, Bakiyaru, cool guy Yaru. Deadly strike. At this moment, Killer Bee's face showed excitement as he began to bounce and rap again. Seeing Killer Bee's antics, QinYu's brow twitched awkwardly, cursing inwardly. This guy's seriously infected. However, QinYu also understood that the fourth Raikage's mention of a decisive move was likely referring to the legendary technique passed down through the Cloud Village. This ultimate technique was the combined attack that every generation of Cloud Shinobi mastered. Absolute Bull Thunder Knife. Boom. In an instant, an unprecedented chakra erupted from both the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. They extended their right arms, as hard as black iron, and charged toward QinYu at an unimaginable speed from opposite directions. Roar. It's here. It's here. It's here. The legendary combined ninjutsu. This unprecedented move was an unavoidable lethal strike. The previously lying Cloud Shinobi black-clad ninjas were all excited, nearly jumping up from the ground. Awaken! Uchiha QinYu! The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee shouted simultaneously. Absolute Bull. Thunder Knife. Standing between the two, QinYu casually waved his sword before they charged at him. Then, he casually threw the sword of the Thunder God into a corner. Since his target was not a person, no one paid attention to this small action. All the Cloud Shinobi present believed that QinYu was undoubtedly doomed. However, what no one noticed was that at the moment the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee initiated the Absolute Bull Thunder Knife, the space between them suddenly distorted for an instant. Boom! The speed of the Absolute Bull Thunder Knife was incredibly fast, surpassing even the second phase speed of the Raikage. In nearly an instant, their arms violently twisted together. Chapter 199, Dodge Boom! The powerful lightning explosion erupted between their elbows. It should be noted that back in the day, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were invincible on the battlefield of the Shinobi World War thanks to this move. Countless powerful opponents met a tragic end under this technique. Moreover, being hit directly by this move was not just a simple lethal attack. The victim's entire head would be displaced, possibly even severed. And this situation had never had an exception. Some might say it was possible to dodge this ninjutsu. Sorry, but until now, no one has ever done it. The speed of this ninjutsu broke the limits and reached an unprecedented level, making it impossible to evade. Therefore, all the black-clad Cloud Shinobi ninjas naturally believed that this technique had no chance of failure. Facing this ultimate move, QinYu was undoubtedly doomed. However, at the moment their arms connected, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee both furrowed their brows simultaneously. This sensation, something feels off. The insides of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee's elbows seemed to collide directly, showing no obstruction at all. The fourth Raikage hurriedly looked, but between their arms, there was absolutely no one. Nanny? In an instant, the pupils of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee shrank sharply, their faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could this ultimate technique be dodged? Where did that little brat go? Why can't I see him? What just happened? How did he suddenly disappear? The group of black-clad ninjas was also shocked. Everyone immediately began to search. Look there. He's over there. A black-clad Cloud Shinobi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked towards the corner where QinYu had thrown the sword of the Thunder God. As she expected, in that very concealed corner, she spotted QinYu's figure. QinYu's ceremonial robe was still impeccably tidy, and the sword of the Thunder God he had thrown earlier was now back in his hand. Immediately, his figure flickered again and vanished from his original position. The next moment, QinYu's figure appeared directly beside the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. A sword imbued with wind chakra slashed down. It turned out that just now, QinYu had performed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport using the spatial coordinates on the sword of the Thunder God. When QinYu left, returning to that point in space was coincidental. It's worth noting that earlier, to dodge the fourth Raikage's downward strike, the righteous Thunder Fury axe, he had used the Flying Thunder God technique, thus leaving a mark. As for whether all of this was coincidence or intentional, it was completely unclear. But if it were a coincidence, it was indeed too coincidental. Therefore, it was very likely intentional. This shows that QinYu's heart was still quite cunning. After all, those who play tactics tend to have dirty minds. Of course, aside from other considerations, what QinYu just did was a graceful execution of the Flying Thunder God technique. This time, the Flying Thunder God technique was executed effortlessly in QinYu's hands, playing the two Cloud Shinobi like a fiddle, turning their so-called ultimate combined attack into a joke. Although the legendary techniques passed down through the Cloud Shinobi had their unique aspects, and were indeed powerful. It was unfortunate that they encountered QinYu. Nanny? Not good. At this moment, seeing the suddenly appearing QinYu and the unexpected lethal strike, both the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were shaken to the core, their pupils sharply contracting. However, they had just initiated the absolute bull thunder knife, and there was simply no time to react. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the eight tails Gyuki within Killer Bee suddenly struck. Several powerful octopus tentacles burst forth from Killer Bee's body, instantly wrapping around the two of them. QinYu's sharp sword was thus blocked by the tentacles unleashed by the eight tails Gyuki. However, the sword of the Thunder God was incredibly sharp. Coupled with the powerful wind chakra that QinYu infused into it, it became capable of cutting through iron like mud. In a single clash, it easily sliced through several layers of tentacles. Even a sharp wind escape sword aura directly pierced through the octopus tentacle, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on Killer Bee's left shoulder. However, as soon as the wound appeared, red chakra surged from within Killer Bee's body, and in the blink of an eye, the wound was healed. Clearly, the eight tails, as a tailed beast, was using its beast chakra to help heal the wound. Killer Bee let out a wild roar, and in an instant he fully unleashed the eight tails chakra within him. A large amount of octopus tentacles suddenly became enveloped in blood-red chakra and fiercely wrapped around QinYu. Seeing this, QinYu immediately used the Sword of Thunder God to seal it off and floated backward, leveraging the powerful force of the octopus tentacles to retreat. After performing a stylish backflip, QinYu created distance between them again. Taking advantage of QinYu's retreat, Killer Bee quietly asked his older brother, the fourth Raikage AI, Big Brother, how did this kid just evade our ultimate technique? The fourth Raikage AI replied solemnly, to be honest, I didn't see it clearly. At this moment, his expression was not very pleasant, and even his brows were tightly furrowed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he grasped a key point in an instant. Wait a minute, this kid threw the sword in his hand before we unleashed our absolute cow thunder plow heat blade. Then his figure disappeared in an instant. This kind of technique reminds me of, Big Brother, are you saying? Killer Bee seemed to have thought of something upon hearing his brother's words, and a look of shock crossed his face. Back then, their AB duo was invincible on the battlefield of the Ninja World War, and no enemy could stand in their way. However, they did have one loss, and it was only that one time. Moreover, it was in a 2-on-1 situation. That loss was against Konoha's Golden Flash, who later became the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. That man toyed with the two brothers using his unpredictable space-time ninjutsu. As they recalled the scene from earlier, it was remarkably similar to that time. However, the QinYu before them seemed to lack a bit of the grace that Minato had back then, but his killing intent far surpassed that of his opponent. At this moment, the fourth Raikage AI narrowed his eyes slightly and said to QinYu in a deep voice, Uchiha QinYu, I never expected you, at such a young age, not only master the 8 gates of Doujia, but also have proficient control over the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage. What? What did Lord Raikage just say? The Flying Thunder God technique. What is the Flying Thunder God technique? No, what is this Flying Thunder God technique? Damn it. Are you all idiots? Have you never heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? That's a unique space-time ninjutsu in the ninja world. I know. It's like the legendary ninjutsu, right? The 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, could use it. That's right, it's that Minato Namikaze. During the Ninja World War, he galloped through the ninja world using the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn, this ninjutsu is incredibly powerful. Of course, this ninjutsu is extremely mysterious, so it's almost impossible to trace its movement. Every action he takes is through space-time. The group of Cloud Ninjas, Black Ghost Ninjas, began to discuss among themselves after hearing their Raikage words. To be honest, the 4th Raikage AI wasn't entirely sure that the technique QinYu used was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he deliberately stated it so confidently to try and extract the truth from QinYu. Yet, QinYu didn't care about the 4th Raikage's little ploy at all and openly admitted it. Moreover, QinYu took the opportunity to launch a wave of mockery. I've heard that you, Lord 4th Raikage, are not only known as the strongest user of lightning release in the ninja world, but also the fastest ninja, right? So how about it? Do you still think that way now? QinYu's words truly hit home. However, it must be said that what QinYu said was indeed very cutting. Indeed, compared to space-time ninjutsu, no other ninjutsu, no matter how fast, could possibly be faster than space-time ninjutsu. However, just as QinYu thought, being mocked like this by QinYu made the 4th Raikage AI explode with rage. The previous Kirin had already proven that he was not the strongest user of lightning release. Now QinYu's admission of his flying thunder god technique proved again that he was not the fastest ninja in the ninja world. The poor fourth Raikage AI, within this day, lost 2 titles of the strongest. The fourth Raikage AI's already dark face was now even darker than the bottom of a pot. Ignorant brat. Back then, my brother and I indeed suffered losses at the hands of Minato Namikaze. The fourth Raikage stared at QinYu and said in a deep voice, "But so many years have passed. Don't mention that Minato Namikaze is dead. Even if he were alive, he wouldn't be able to defeat the combined forces of my brother and me." Hee. Facing the fourth Raikage AI's grandiose claims, QinYu merely sneered. Then, QinYu directly flicked the divine robe behind him and said domineeringly, "Who told you that my Konoha's fourth Hokage is inferior to you 2 Cloud Ninja brutes?" One of the Cloud Ninja's black ghost ninjas immediately exploded in anger. "Baka, how dare you insult our Raikage as a brute?" Although he was currently unable to stand due to the shock from Kirin, and their Raikage was also in a very embarrassing situation. When he heard QinYu insult their Raikage, he was still filled with righteous indignation. "What is this thing that dares to make noise in front of me?" Seeing this, QinYu raised an eyebrow and said, "Have you forgotten my previous warning?" Initially, one of the Cloud Ninja's black ghost ninjas had made a big fuss at him, and at that time, he merely used an illusion to sever that person's arm while issuing a warning. Any further offenders would definitely pay with their lives. Universal Pool. At this moment, QinYu could even be said to be too lazy to look at that Cloud Ninja extra, directly extending his right hand slightly. From a distance of several dozen meters, that Cloud Ninja felt an irresistible massive gravitational force acting on him. Soon after, his body, which was originally slumped on the ground, uncontrollably flew toward QinYu. Moreover, the speed of this flight was extremely fast. Nanny? The Cloud Ninja extra's face changed dramatically at this sight. However, at this moment, he was in midair and had no leverage to push off. With his strength, it was even more impossible to break free from the gravitational pull of universal pull. Not good. The fourth Raikage AI's eyebrows twitched at this sight. Although his speed was fast, he was powerless to stop it. He could only shout, "B, I know." Killer B finally put away his frivolous attitude and shouted in a deep voice. He focused his mind and extended an octopus tentacle from his body, wrapping around that Cloud Ninja extra in midair. Who? In an instant, the group of Cloud Ninja's black ghost ninjas all breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that in the next moment, even Killer B's feet left the ground? Because of the connection with the octopus tentacle, the powerful gravitational force was transmitted to him as well. Nanny? Kurabi felt the power surging within him, his expression immediately changing as he exclaimed in shock. Is this the power of the legendary Rinnegan? Truly terrifying. However, being a Kage-level powerhouse, he did not panic too much. He quickly extended several octopus-like tentacles, which were very flexible and swift, reaching out in midair to firmly bind several massive trees. It was with this skill that Kurabi managed to barely counteract the terrifying repulsive force of the universal pull. Hee. QinYu sneered slightly, watching Kurabi struggle, and said, "If I want to kill someone, even if a deity comes, they cannot be saved." Shinra Tensei. He held the Thunder God sword horizontally, aiming at the Cloud Ninja's supporting character. Under the influence of the powerful repulsive force, the Thunder God sword shot out in an instant. In a flash, the Thunder God sword pierced through the Cloud Ninja's chest as if breaking through space and time. In that moment, the Cloud Ninja went from being alive to dead. Chapter 201. Preparation of the Tailed Beast Ball Brat. Uchiha QinYu. Do you not put this old man in your eyes at all? You are provoking me. Do you believe I will destroy you? Witnessing his subordinate die tragically before his eyes, the fourth Raikage, A, was filled with rage. Even a usually good-natured Kurabi had a very unpleasant expression at that moment. Hee. In response to the fourth Raikage A's furious shout, QinYu merely sneered. I see. It's you who do not take my warning seriously. I just said he was looking for death, so I can't be blamed. This is the consequence of ignoring my warning. After saying this, QinYu's gaze directly glanced towards the direction of the black ninjas of the Cloud Ninja Village. In an instant, those originally fearless Cloud Ninja elites were so frightened by QinYu's gaze that their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't for the heavy injuries they sustained from the residual power of the Thunder Kirin technique earlier, they would have definitely been scared out of their wits and fled in a panic. Trash. QinYu directly laughed disdainfully at their performance, too lazy to look at these supporting characters any longer. At that moment, he waved his big hand, and the chakra on the Thunder God sword responded instantly, allowing QinYu to summon it back. He then twirled it gracefully, appearing both stylish and flamboyant. You should know that QinYu had always been adept at being stylish. In terms of showing off and being cool, he was quite on point. You little brat. You've truly angered me. The fourth Raikage A's voice was filled with rage, and the Thunder God armor on him became increasingly violent. Seeing this, QinYu mocked. Hee hee, a defeated general dares to be brave? Ah, baka, baka. The fourth Raikage A was driven mad with anger, pounding his iron fists against his chest. Seeing this, QinYu shook his head disdainfully and laughed. With you. You dare to speak boldly against our Konoha's fourth Hokage. Hee hee. Today, let you feel the ultimate skill of the fourth Raikage again. At this moment, the fourth Raikage A was truly infuriated by QinYu, but he had already realized a very painful truth. That is, when it comes to verbal sparring, he could never be a match for Uchiha QinYu in front of him. Realizing this, he decided to stop wasting words. Kurabi, in sync with his brother, knew that he was about to get serious. Roar! As the eight tails Jinchuriki, Kurabi let out a thunderous roar. Immediately, the powerful force of the eight tails was mobilized, and the violent chakra surged out from Kurabi's body. In an instant, a thick red chakra cloak formed around Kurabi. After that, chakra tails began to emerge continuously from behind Kurabi. Finally, when the eight tails of the eight tails displayed themselves, they began to dance wildly. Not good. Lord Kurabi has gone into tailed beast transformation directly. In an instant, all the Cloud Ninja present were frightened to the point that their scalps went numb. They then began to desperately crawl away. Clearly, these Cloud Ninja were experienced. They understood very well that once Kurabi entered tailed beast transformation, his level of combat would escalate dramatically. By that time, the destructive power would be even harder to predict. And when that moment came, the so-called collateral damage would be inevitable. In fact, Kurabi in this chakra cloak state could hardly be considered true tailed beast transformation. It was almost a semi-tailed beast state. However, it was not comparable to an ordinary state. The most crucial point was that in this state, he could unleash the ultimate technique of a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast ball. The fourth Raikage A said to his brother Kurabi in a low voice. This kid said he would use the fourth Hokage's techniques against us. That space-time ninjutsu is troublesome, but its weakness is quite simple. It relies on seals. Now, I have discovered the locations of two seals. Kurabi, use the tailed beast ball to attack his current position. No matter which direction he moves, I will immediately rush towards that direction to take him down. If this kid doesn't dodge and intends to take it head-on, then hum. The fourth Raikage A's words were not finished, but the meaning was already very clear. Obviously, he did not believe anyone could withstand the tailed beast ball, even if that person was the abnormal QinYu before him. You should know that the power of the tailed beast ball is incredibly terrifying. It is definitely not something that one or two earth-style walls or water-style barriers can block. And at this moment, Kurabi nodded, shouting to his brother. The fourth Raikage A Yoshi understood Big Brother. Moreover, although their voices were very low, the perception of a Kage-level powerhouse is incredibly strong. And QinYu could certainly hear them. However, the Raikage was confident, believing this was a guaranteed kill situation. So it could be said that this was a complete open scheme. This fourth Raikage, while appearing rough on the outside, had a very delicate mind, and his battle intelligence was also extremely high. Just then, after entering tailed beast transformation, Kurabi let out another roar that shook the entire mountain. Following that, the 8 red chakra tails dragging behind him suddenly curled back. The 8 red tails spread out like a fan, gathering around his mouth. At this point, Kurabi's mouth was no longer human-shaped, but had transformed into a strange and sinister tailed beast form. He opened his mouth wide, and a massive amount of tailed beast chakra was transmitted through the 8 tails to his mouth. In a very short time, countless chakra bubbles of various sizes formed around his mouth. The chakra bubbles slowly fused together, ultimately converging into a massive purple-black sphere. Although the distance was far, it was still possible to clearly sense the heart-pounding energy contained within that purple-black sphere. At that moment, when the group of Cloud Ninjas, Black Ninjas, saw the tailed beast ball successfully condensing, they retreated even further, clearly aware of its terrifying power. However, they were not worried that it would affect the village, because although the battlefield here is not very far from the Hidden Cloud Village, coincidentally, the direction where QinYu is located is exactly opposite to the direction of the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 202, Flying Thunder, God Guiding Thunder. It is precisely because of this that the fourth Raikage A felt confident and bold enough to let Killer Bee use the tailed beast bomb, such a devastating weapon. At this moment, Killer Bee has 8 red fox tails wildly dancing behind him, and the tailed beast bomb in front of him has already been fully formed, preparing to unleash its power. One could say that he was ready to launch it at any time. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage also extended his sturdy left arm. In an instant, the violent lightning chakra quickly gathered on it. This is his ultimate technique, lightning torture level dance. Roar! Seeing that his brother, the fourth Raikage, was also ready, Killer Bee roared once again. With a loud blast from his mouth, he activated the tailed beast bomb in front of him. The massive purple-black sphere, containing enormous chakra, flew towards QinYu at an unimaginable speed. One must know how astonishing the destructive power of the tailed beast bomb is. As the tailed beast bomb advanced, even a slight ripple had already plowed a deep trench into the ground. The group of black ghost ninjas from the hidden cloud, who had crawled far away, all widened their eyes at this moment. They were carefully observing the tailed beast bomb, eager to know the result of this strike. Or rather, at this moment, they were all desperately wanting to see QinYu vanish into thin air from this attack. Besides these extras, even the fourth Raikage did not dare to slack off at this moment. His body was tense, and the lightning torture level dance in his hand was poised to strike. The pair of tiger-like eyes of the fourth Raikage were fixed on QinYu, as he was afraid to miss any detail. His previous encounter with Minato Namikaze had given him a profound understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. When facing someone who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, the most important thing, besides speed, is to maintain intense concentration. One could say that missing any detail is not an option. According to the plan he discussed with Killer Bee, the fourth Raikage's current mission was singular. That is, as long as QinYu dared to use the Flying Thunder God to evade this tailed beast bomb, he would immediately rush to the new landing point at the fastest speed. Then, at that moment, he would deliver a finishing blow. However, although the fourth Raikage's idea was excellent and the plan was intricate, he had not anticipated that QinYu had no intention of dodging at all. As the powerful tailed beast bomb was about to strike, QinYu was completely unflustered. He held the sword of the Thunder God in his left hand, while his right hand calmly pointed to his chest, chanting incantations. What is this kid doing? I can't understand. I don't know what he is doing. Is he giving up on resistance and evasion? Or is he already prepared to wait for death? Why do I feel like he is praying to the heavens? Praying? Praying for what? What else could he pray for, except for the tailed beast bomb to pass right through him? That is true besides that. I can't think of anything else. At this moment, the group of black ghost ninjas from the hidden cloud were completely stunned by QinYu's actions. Now that they had hidden in a completely safe position, they did not have to worry about their safety at all. In an instant, this group of black ghost ninjas returned to their strongest spectator stance. Moreover, due to their strong trust in their Lord Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb, they felt QinYu had no chance of resistance whatsoever. The fourth Raikage was also bewildered, despite his vast experience. He still could not understand what QinYu was trying to do. However, due to his strong wariness of QinYu and his own excellent combat training, he still dared not relax for a moment, maintaining a tense posture. He was afraid that QinYu would use space-time ninjutsu to evade at the last moment, and he needed to ensure he could rush out instantly. However, after half a second, an incomprehensible scene unfolded before everyone. Suddenly, a large area of strange and intricate runes appeared in front of the advancing tailed beast bomb. As soon as these runes appeared, they quickly spread out in the blink of an eye. In the center of the runes, there was a very strange vortex. The next moment, the enormous tailed beast bomb was swiftly swallowed by that vortex, until finally, the tailed beast bomb completely vanished. How is this possible? Instantly, the group of black ghost ninjas from the hidden cloud all opened their mouths wide in shock. What? Even the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were filled with disbelief. Faced with such a bizarre technique, it could be said they had never seen anything like it, and it was simply unheard of. The next moment, they saw QinYu smile slightly in front of everyone. Then, QinYu directly closed his Rinnegan and reopened his Byakugan. Following that, in the astonished gazes of all, QinYu raised his sword of the Thunder God, positioning it solemnly between his hands. The direction in which the sword of the Thunder God was aimed was far away at the hidden cloud village. What is this kid going to do? Who knows? This kid is a freak, and he exudes an unsettling aura. Yeah, and for some reason, I suddenly feel a bit anxious. I also feel a bit uneasy. Could something outrageous happen soon? It can't be. After all, Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee are here, right? That is true. The ninjas from the hidden cloud in the distance were somewhat confused, but as events unfolded to this point, they no longer dared to underestimate QinYu. One must know, this young boy, who looked like he had just left childhood, had exuded an aura of terror since the moment they first saw him. As the leader, the fourth Reikage, although he did not know what QinYu was going to do, a very ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He dared not hesitate any longer and directly shouted at QinYu. QinYu, stop this at once. Hehe, after finishing, you still want me to stop? It's too late. QinYu coldly sneered and said, let you guys from the Hidden Cloud Village taste the flavor of your own tailed beast bomb. His Byakugan suddenly activated to maximum power, penetrating all obstacles and capturing the entire Hidden Cloud Village in his sight. Almost in an instant, he found that exceptionally prominent landmark building. The next moment, QinYu's Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder was activated. The tailed beast bomb that had been absorbed by the runes descended upon the Hidden Cloud Village without any warning. Moreover, it just happened to land right above a very important building. Chapter 203. Countermeasures boom. 0.001 seconds later, a shocking explosion came from the direction of the Hidden Cloud Village. Even though the battlefield here is several kilometers away from the Hidden Cloud Village, the ground was still shaking violently. From such a distance, one could clearly see the flames shooting into the sky and a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The next moment, wails and roars came one after another. Under such a terrifying attack, inside the Hidden Cloud Village, from high-ranking ninjas to ordinary citizens, everyone was filled with panic. Although terrified and chaotic, no one knew what was happening at all. One could say that there was no need to look closely. Just by imagining, one could envision the severe damage this tailed beast bomb inflicted on the Hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, in Kimogakure, the dust raised by the tailed beast bomb slowly dissipated. The iconic building, the Reikage's office, had already turned into a ruin. One could even say that this place had formed a massive pit. Oh my god, how could this happen? What on earth is going on? Damn it, who did this? What do we do now? The Reikage's office has been destroyed. Don't let me find out who did this. If I find out, I will definitely tear them to pieces. Bastard, someone like that should be torn to shreds. Just like that, the Reikage's office is gone. Bastard. The countless ninjas and citizens of Kimogakure were initially shocked, followed by an overwhelming sense of grief and anger. The Reikage's office in Kimogakure was a landmark building that had stood in the village for decades, a sacred place in the hearts of countless ninjas. Now, this sacred place had been shattered by a sudden attack. This scene stirred up feelings of grief and anger in the hearts of every ninja and citizen in Kimogakure. Outside the village, the face of the fourth Reikage, instantly changed. My office. My office. Damn it, you bastard. QinYu, I will definitely settle this with you. Being the fourth Reikage, had a lot on his plate in Kimogakure. Although he had left the village to search for his brother, Killer Bee, he had left a shadow clone in the Reikage's office to review documents. The tailed beast bomb had hit his office directly. In that moment, his shadow clone was annihilated by the power of the tailed beast bomb. Therefore, even though he was far away and couldn't see, his real body received the news from the shadow clone in an instant. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee was also taken aback and exclaimed in shock, what? The office was blown up? Bro, are you talking about the Reikage's office in Kimogakure? As soon as he finished speaking, Killer Bee felt a bit foolish. Besides the Reikage's office, what other office in Kimogakure could cause his brother to be so furious? He nervously shrank his neck, even causing his tailed beast cloak to dissipate. Bro, Killer Bee had always been a mischievous character, having been beaten by the Reikage countless times. However, he had never done anything as outrageous as blowing up the Reikage's office. At this moment, he was too scared to say much. It proved that who could become the fourth Reikage, had a completely normal and intelligent mind. Don't blame yourself. The fourth Reikage, waved his hand at Killer Bee and then angrily shouted at QinYu. It's all this brat's doing. Hee. Upon hearing this, QinYu sneered coldly and disdainfully replied to the fourth Reikage. So, how is the effect of this attack, Reikage? Will it leave you with an unforgettable lesson for life? How dare you mock our fourth Hokage of Konoha? Hee. Faced with QinYu's blunt admission, the fourth Reikage was instantly furious. Being slapped in the face by QinYu repeatedly, shouted angrily at him, Baka, Baka. On the side, seeing that his brother didn't blame him, Killer Bee felt relieved. Looking at QinYu, he was very confused about what had just happened, muttering, but what exactly just happened? That strange rune, what was? Suddenly, the eight tails within Killer Bee spoke up. The eight tails, Gyuki, said in a deep voice, Bee, just now, I clearly sensed a spatial fluctuation. That technique should be some kind of space-time ninjutsu that moved the tailed beast bomb through a space-time barrier directly to Kimogakure. Space-time ninjutsu? Does it really have such terrifying power? Killer Bee frowned tightly upon hearing Gyuki's explanation, feeling somewhat at a loss. If someone could transfer an opponent's attack away, wouldn't that person be completely invincible? One should know that even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, probably wasn't that powerful. After pondering for a moment, the Eight Tails responded, invincible. That's not entirely true. You see, space-time ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. And to transfer an attack of the tailed beast bombs level requires an enormous amount of chakra. So, this brat definitely can't keep transferring it indefinitely. Although that was what was said, Killer Bee shrugged helplessly, continuing to speak to the Eight Tails inside him. But we can't take that gamble. I can't just exhaust chakra against him. Just once blew up the Raikage's office. If he transfers a few more times, he might blow up the entire village. That makes sense. The Eight Tails agreed after a moment of contemplation. Then, it seemed he thought of another method and said to Killer Bee again, then use an attack that can't be transferred to deal with him. An attack that can't be transferred. As the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee was now in sync with Gyuki, and as soon as Gyuki mentioned it, he quickly reacted. He suddenly grinned and said, looks like I have to use that. Hee, it's just right. It's been a while since I last got to move around. At this moment, the Eight Tails' voice was filled with excitement. Chapter 204. The Fear of the Past. One should know that Killer Bee is indeed a perfect Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, and his relationship with the Eight Tails is excellent. However, tailed beasts are inherently active creatures. Being cooped up inside Killer Bee for too long, the Eight Tails actually craved to come out and stretch its legs. Oh ho! Bakayuru! Cool guy Yaru! At this moment, Killer Bee felt genuinely happy for his old partner from the bottom of his heart. Roar! Following a loud roar, a layer of blood-red tailed beast chakra covered Killer Bee once again. Moreover, this transformation was far from over. Just a few seconds later, the enormous body of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, revealed itself in an instant. Hiss! The Eight Tails? That's the true form of the Eight Tails. Lord Killer Bee. He has completely transformed into a tailed beast. A completely tailed beastified Killer Bee. That little brat will definitely not be a match for him. The Kumogakure ninjas, who were sitting on the ground, gasped at this scene. No matter when the pressure that tailed beasts exert on ordinary ninjas is unparalleled. Coupled with the fact that the Eight Tails size is enormous, one could say that even the ninjas of Kumogakure saw it from dozens of miles away. In an instant, over 100 elite ninjas from Kumogakure sprang into action. They quickly formed a formation and rushed continuously from Kumogakure. Roar! After a long time of inactivity, as soon as the Eight Tails appeared, it let out a furious roar. Just a single roar caused the surrounding earth to tremble. The powerful sound waves created ripples, as if even space was slightly distorted. This shows the power of the Eight Tails, the beast known as the Ox Demon. At this moment, Kurabi did not hesitate any longer. He directly controlled the fully manifested octopus tentacles of the Eight Tails, launching a fierce attack towards QinYu. Such a simple and brutal physical attack was impossible to evade. No matter how miraculous the space-time ninjutsu was, it could not transfer such an attack away. The fourth Raikage, crossed his arms and quietly watched his brother's performance. He looked at QinYu and coldly laughed. QinYu, I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Little did he know, facing the fearsome Eight Tails, QinYu merely sneered lightly. Hee. The Eight Tails? Just a bigger beast. Upon hearing this, the Ox Demon immediately went berserk. It let out a furious roar. Seeing this, QinYu remained indifferent, his expression one of complete apathy. Be honest. In the next moment, powerful chakra surged into his eyes. QinYu's previously normal eyes instantly turned a deep crimson, with 3 black tomo evenly distributed in his pupils. What? Oh crap. I actually forgot he is Sharingan. The fourth Raikage instantly recognized this famous bloodline limit. Wasn't that the Rinnegan just now? How did it suddenly turn into Sharingan? What's going on? Is it an illusion? Within 2 seconds, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the fourth Raikage. Not only was it shocked, but Kurabi was also equally astonished. The Eight Tails, now revealed, was also extremely shocked, its massive beastly body shaking strangely. Clearly, it held a deep fear of the Sharingan. The fourth Raikage, being a seasoned warrior, quickly regained his composure after the shock. He then shouted at QinYu. QinYu, do you think a pair of Sharingan can help you turn the tide? You're too naive. Is that so? QinYu replied, not angry at all, but instead smirking and asking, what about this? As soon as QinYu finished speaking, the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 tomo connected, forming a pattern resembling a pinwheel. Below this pinwheel, 3 strange lines appeared. This was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? Is this? Seeing the Sharingan suddenly change before his eyes, the fourth Raikage's pupils constricted sharply. If his reaction was already quite significant, the Eight Tails' reaction was even more exaggerated. The moment QinYu's kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested, the ox demon's massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the octopus tentacles that were originally attacking QinYu awkwardly froze in midair. It wasn't that the Eight Tails was timid. Rather, the impression left by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was too profound. Decades ago, the legendary Uchiha Madara and the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, had teamed up to capture tailed beasts. Their combat power was astonishing. With Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they wiped out 4 countries without breaking a sweat. However, Hashirama had no desire for conquest, which is why the shinobi world was not unified. But he took the capture of tailed beasts very seriously. The 2 men standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world could easily subdue the 9-tailed beasts. One controlled the beast's minds with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, while the other captured them directly with wood release. Their efficiency in capturing tailed beasts was nothing short of remarkable. In the end, all 9-tailed beasts were captured like pets. The once mighty tailed beasts were nothing but a joke before the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, have been easily controlled by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Therefore now, after many years, the Eight Tails encountering eyes similar to Uchiha Madara's was enough to instill a deep fear. Kurabi and the Eight Tails shared a bond, and he had never seen the Eight Tails display such a fearful expression. After Kurabi's continuous reassurance, the Ox Demon finally managed to stabilize its emotions. There was still a glimmer of hope in its heart. Uchiha Madara was a legendary figure. Even if others possessed the same bloodline limit, they might not be able to unleash the same combat power. Roar! The Eight Tails howled to the sky, as if trying to encourage itself, and then charged towards QinYu once again. Still not convinced? Seeing the Eight Tails' actions, QinYu merely raised an eyebrow with a cold smile and activated the power of the eternal kaleidoscope. In an instant, the Eight Tails' mind was invaded by the terrifying ocular power. Chapter 205. Wood release appears, however. QinYu's ocular power did not manage to control the Eight Tails like Madara could. The Eight Tails still retained some control over its body. But even with Kurabi's help, the Eight Tails' previously wild movements had slowed considerably. Even if you can barely withstand the control of the eternal kaleidoscope, I still have other means. QinYu sneered, casually sheathing the sword of the Thunder God, then suddenly clapped his hands together. His chakra volume and control were at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, and in an instant, he mobilized an immense amount of chakra. Then, he forcefully infused it into the ground. Boom! Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the once stable ground began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a massive crack appeared in the ground, and an unparalleled wooden dragon burst forth from the fissure. Wood release! Wood dragon technique. The wood dragon that emerged from the earth was vivid and contained a hint of true dragon might. Its eyes shone bright like golden lanterns, and even the patterns on its body became exceptionally clear, resembling a true dragon in the world. What is this? A wood dragon? Oh crap. The many cloud shinobi extras hiding in the distance were completely dumbfounded at that moment. This was the legendary wood release ninjutsu, the wood release ninjutsu of the first Hokage. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, it was also utterly shocked. Looking at QinYu, he exclaimed in astonishment, Rinnegan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now even would release. What kind of monster is this kid? As the Raikage, he had a good understanding of various secrets in the shinobi world. In the cloud shinobi's records, the terror of wood release was described vividly. Although the fourth Raikage had a somewhat arrogant personality, he was by no means foolish. He knew that a bloodline limit that had been so revered during an era of extraordinary talents should not be underestimated. The wood dragon had just burst forth from the ground when it immediately locked onto the Eight Tails. Its eyes, bright like golden lanterns, suddenly erupted with immeasurable light. At this moment, the wood dragon seemed to have found the most delectable prey. Without any hesitation, it pounced forward with its claws bared. Roar! The ox demon let out a roar the moment it saw the wood dragon emerge. This time, the roar was devoid of the excitement and wildness of the past, replaced instead with sheer terror. No way. First it was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and then it was wood release. The waves of impact were so intense that even the tailed beast with its massive heart could barely withstand it. It felt like facing the combined might of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. The earlier eternal Mangeki Sharingan was somewhat manageable. After all, there was Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki, so the Eight Tails GY, he barely held on. But would release? It didn't take care about Jinchuriki or not. As long as it trapped you, it would just start draining you. This was truly terrifying, far too frightening. Although no matter how terrifying a bloodline limit or ninjutsu is, it depends on the user's level. However, the Eight Tails could clearly sense the aura of that legendary man within this Wood Dragon's Wood Release technique. This meant that QinYu's mastery of Wood Release was extremely high. The Wood Dragon in front of him was definitely not something to be underestimated. At this moment, QinYu was quite excited, having unleashed his full power for the first time. He controlled the Wood Dragon with all his might, directly flying towards the Eight Tails' GY key. The fear from Eight Tails was conveyed to Killer Bee, who desperately tried to control the tailed beast's body to evade or resist. However, due to the instinctive fear of Wood Release and the interference from the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, GY Key's movements became incredibly slow under this dual pressure. Meanwhile, the speed of the Wood Dragon technique was extremely fast, almost instantly reaching the Eight Tails' front. Then with a powerful tail swipe, it directly wrapped around the Eight Tails. Following that, the binding force gradually increased, quickly tying it securely. The Eight Tails let out a howl of despair, struggling desperately. Dozens of tentacle-like appendages flailed wildly, trying to break free from the Wood Dragon's restraints. However, as a tailed beast, under such desperate efforts, there were indeed signs that the Wood Dragon was being loosened. Seeing this, QinYu sneered and disdainfully said to the Eight Tails, "You think you can escape my grasp?" He then slightly changed a few hand seals and infused a large amount of chakra into the Wood Dragon from afar. With the infusion of QinYu's chakra, the already majestic Wood Dragon became even more extraordinary. The binding that was about to be loosened suddenly tightened further. Furthermore, the massive dragon head of the Wood Dragon suddenly swung, opening its gaping maw and biting down hard on the Eight Tails' body. Roar! The Eight Tails was bitten by the Wood Dragon and let out a howl, becoming utterly frenzied. Hee. At this moment, QinYu suddenly smiled slightly. With his smile, the hand seals in his hand changed again, and the body of the Wood Dragon erupted with a dazzling sheen. As the glow appeared, the Eight Tails instantly sensed that the tailed beast chakra within it was rapidly depleting. Clearly, QinYu was using the Wood Dragon technique to extract its chakra. This Wood Dragon technique was an extremely advanced Wood Release technique, capable of extracting chakra at a rapid pace. Under the current situation, Killer Bee was at a loss, and in desperation, he shouted to his brother, the fourth Raikage, "Brother, save me." Hearing his brother's cry for help, the fourth Raikage felt helpless. In fact, he had already wanted to rush in to help the moment the Wood Dragon appeared. But he kept pondering whether he should directly rush in to deal with QinYu and resolve the problem fundamentally, or if he should first destroy the Wood Dragon to rescue Killer Bee. He had always been a decisive person with a high combat IQ. However, this time, he truly hesitated. The pressure QinYu exerted on him was too great. The more critical the moment, the less he dared to act rashly. He feared that if he made one wrong move, it would lead to irreparable consequences. Just at that moment of hesitation, the Eight Tails had its chakra drained by nearly a quarter. Although the strength of tailed beasts does not depend solely on the amount of chakra they possess, the Eight Tails indeed ranks just below the Nine Tails among the nine-tailed beasts. Draining a quarter of the Eight Tails chakra directly replenished all the chakra qin you had previously expended. Chapter 206. Draining dry. Seeing the Eight Tails' aura growing increasingly weak, while QinYu's aura became more and more violent, the fourth Raikage knew he could no longer hesitate. It was time to fight. Gritting his teeth, the fourth Raikage shot out like a bolt of lightning, almost instantly reaching the side of the Eight Tails. Lightning style, thunderclap. He jumped high and delivered a powerful lightning-infused strike onto the head of the Wood Dragon technique. Although Wood Release was incredibly sturdy, this strike from the fourth Raikage was a desperate and elevated attack. As a result, the dragon head was immediately shattered, sending wooden splinters flying. Following that, the body of the Wood Dragon began to sway unsteadily, showing signs of collapsing. The Eight Tails, having been pent up for so long, let out a furious roar and immediately seized the opportunity to struggle. Finally, its numerous appendages began to curl back against the body of the Wood Dragon, ultimately destroying it completely. However, after all that effort to break free from the restraints and having forcibly lost a significant amount of chakra, the Eight Tails was directly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, a large number of Cloud Ninja from Kumogakure finally arrived. A rough estimate showed that there were over 100 of them. These ninjas rushed over not only because the Cloud Ninja were attacked by the Tail Beast Bomb, but also because they saw from a distance that the Eight Tails had transformed. So they hurried to check the situation. As soon as the group of Cloud Ninja landed, They saw their Raikage with a grim expression. Meanwhile, the undefeated Eight Tails, known for its prowess in Kumogakure, lay battered and exhausted nearby. Across from them stood a boy in a black god robe, grinning mischievously at them. Seeing such a bizarre scene, the newly arrived Cloud Ninja were completely dumbfounded. What? What is going on? Could it be that the smirking little brat over there is the enemy? Just one person? This is unbelievable. No way. Absolutely impossible. How could a little brat have such power? But it seems there really is no one else here, not even a corpse. Could it be that even the Raikage and the other powerful ninja couldn't deal with this little brat? No way. This is absolutely impossible. The Raikage and the other powerful ninja are so strong. They would never lose to this little brat. Damn it. Why think so much? Brothers, let us go together and kill him. Yes. Charge in. Kill him. Avenge the Raikage and the other powerful ninja. Charge. For the glory of Kumogakure, for our two leaders. A group of newly arrived Cloud Ninja debated for a long time and still couldn't figure out what had happened. Thus, they who were used to thinking with their muscles decided to rush indirectly. They were all newcomers, having never witnessed QinYu's terror, so they were ignorant and fearless. Seeing the new subordinates swarm towards him, the fourth Raikage was instantly shocked and hurriedly shouted to the Cloud Ninja, "Stop! Fall back!" However, it was too late for the fourth Raikage. QinYu, who had just drained a large amount of chakra from the Eight Tails, was looking for a way to vent his frustrations. And now, with so many pawns rushing in, it couldn't be more comfortable. Even when facing hundreds of people alone, QinYu showed no fear and instead felt a hint of excitement. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he pressed his hands together. An incredibly powerful chakra surged into the ground. Would release, birth of the tree world. The previously calm, mountainous terrain shook violently again, as if some terrifying entity was about to break through the earth. This time, the intensity of the shaking was even more terrifying than before. Following that, incredibly thick trees shot up rapidly from ground. Like coiling dragons, they danced wildly in the air, charging towards the crowd of Cloud Ninja with an overwhelming presence. The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively sensing trouble. However, the newly arrived Cloud Ninja, the Black Demon Ninjas, had no understanding of QinYu's abilities. They showed no signs of fear in the face of such an exaggerated scene. One by one, they drew their long knives, activated their lightning release techniques, and brazenly attempted to clash with the thick tree trunks. What's going on? Did a tree just grow out of nowhere? What a piece of junk. Where did it come from? Chop, chop, chop. Who cares? Just chop it. Brothers, don't let these tree trunks hold you back. Charge forward. Take them down. Go for it. Cloud Ninja are invincible. Even at this moment, they were still thinking about attacking QinYu. It should be known that Wood Release is one of the strongest bloodline limits in the ninja world. Against Wood Release techniques, one would need at least shadow level strength to stand a chance. For these Cloud Ninjas' mediocre level, they were essentially giving themselves away to QinYu's Wood Release. They had initially shouted with great momentum, but as soon as they made contact, they immediately realized something was wrong. Soon, the battlefield was filled with cries of despair, contrasting sharply with their previous bravado. Oh, help! Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? So terrifying. What on earth is this? Could it really be the legendary Wood Release? I don't believe it. Oh, my chakra. He.S. rapidly draining my chakra. Damn it. This is too bizarre. The sharp long knives in the hands of the Cloud Ninja Black Demons, along with their violent lightning release, posed not even the slightest threat to the thick, powerful tree trunks. The tree trunks, like coiling dragons, quickly bound the Black Demons and then unleashed full force, starting to extract their chakra. The speed at which the birth of the tree world drained chakra was no weaker than the previous Wood Dragon, but their chakra was only a fraction of the Eight Tails. In just a few breaths, more than half of their chakra was drained by the Wood Release. As their chakra rapidly dwindled, their strength weakened, and the Cloud Ninja Black Demons were completely panicked. In the end, only the fourth Raikage AI and the Eight Tails Killer Bee managed to avoid being bound by the tree trunks, thanks to their incredible speed and strength. The fourth Raikage AI wanted to rescue his subordinates, but found himself powerless. The level of the birth of the tree world was too high, far beyond the inferior version used by the first Hokage when he was brought back to life by the Edo Tensei. QinYu had used nearly all the chakra he had extracted from the Eight Tails. The scale and power could be said to be no weaker than that of the first Hokage in his prime. Chapter 207. The most powerful super giant Sharingan. No one could understand how much the fourth Raikage was suffering at this moment. Having served his Raikage for over a decade, He had always believed that his Cloud Ninja were brave and competitive, which was a good thing. This would significantly enhance the combat strength of the Cloud Village. However, at this moment, facing the scene before him, he regretted it, truly regretted it. Moreover, he was in immense pain. He simply could not understand what his subordinates were thinking. Didn't they see how embarrassed he and Killer Bee were? Would release in such large-scale battles was simply unbeatable. Although QinYu had consumed a considerable amount of chakra to unleash the birth of the tree world, he had quickly absorbed it back from everyone within a few breaths. Watching his subordinates become increasingly listless, the fourth Raikage AI tried to suppress his distracting thoughts. He roared, violently cleaving a flying tree trunk with his lightning blade. Looking at QinYu's figure not far away, a raging fury flashed in the fourth Raikage AI's eyes. In addition, there was a deeply hidden sense of terror. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this 100 or so subordinates would be drained of their chakra by QinYu. If it came to that, it would be worse than death. But at this point, the fourth Raikage truly did not know how to resolve the situation. Relying on strength was futile. Relying on wisdom was also futile. This could be said to be the greatest setback he had encountered since he became a ninja. Just then, the Eight-Tails Gyuki let out a sigh of relief. After a period of rest and recovery, its chakra had returned to a considerable extent. Seeing the fourth Raikage's expression, Killer Bee knew that his usually invincible brother was now powerless as well. Hey, it's our turn to strike. Yash! With a loud shout from Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Gyuki immediately responded. A strange glow suddenly covered its massive tailed beast body. Following that, all of the Eight-Tails tentacles wildly coiled up, wrapping its body tightly. Blood-red, tailed beast chakra enveloped its entire body. Tailed beast! 8 bullets! Suddenly, the Eight-Tails, heavily wrapped in tentacles, began to spin rapidly. With the powerful chakra of the Eight-Tails fueling it, combined with the enormous tailed beast body, the might of this move was simply earth-shattering. The furious spinning of the Eight-Tails created a terrifying storm. In an instant, the surrounding forest, spanning hundreds of meters, was flattened to the ground. This was a forbidden technique capable of altering terrain and even turning the tide of battle. In the original Fourth Great Ninja War, when the Eight-Tails used this move, it instantly knocked out 6 Jinchuriki, highlighting its exaggerated power. Moreover, Killer Bee chose to unleash the tailed beast, 8 bullets at a very strategic location, right between QinYu and the crowd of Cloud Ninja. This technique, capable of changing the battlefield, was indeed incredibly domineering. In an instant, it shattered all the trunks in the middle of the birth of the tree world. This caused the main trunk in front of QinYu and the branches behind to be separated. With QinYu's control and chakra output lost, the binding strength of those trunks gradually weakened. The struggling Cloud Ninja Black Demons finally managed to break free after enduring great pain. Although they had freed themselves, they had lost too much chakra, and nearly everyone was left with only half their life. At this point, they had virtually no combat power left. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, in even worse shape than the previous group of extras. These guys had come from afar with the intention of helping, but instead became an even greater burden for the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. Roar! Seeing that the Cloud Ninja had safely broken free from their binds, the Eight-Tails let out an excited roar. After that, it showed no signs of stopping its spinning. The massive tailed beast body continued to spin while charging towards QinYu. It intended to take this opportunity to completely turn defense into offense. The enormous tailed beast body continued to spin as it crashed towards QinYu. This tailed beast, 8 bullets could knock out all the Jinchuriki from the 2 tails to the 7 tails with a single strike, showcasing its power. Especially when this map-type ninjutsu targeted a single opponent. The destructive power of it will be even more terrifying. All the Cloud Shinobi, whether standing or lying down, were fixated on QinYu's direction at that moment. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the result of this strike. They were desperate for a way to break the deadlock. They didn't even dare to blink, afraid of missing any detail. In the face of this attack, QinYu had no intention of dodging. He had made up his mind to use absolute force to intimidate the Cloud Shinobi village. Therefore, he would not evade. Moreover, Karabi's move appeared incredibly powerful, even unsolvable to others. But in QinYu's eyes, it was merely a child's trick. He had plenty of means to withstand this attack. With a slight smile, he calmly extended his right hand. An immense chakra continuously gathered in his palm. A sky-blue sphere of light quickly took shape and then rapidly expanded. In an instant, it had already reached the scale of a big ball Sharingan. Indeed, the previous situation where the big ball Sharingan would be diminished did not occur this time. QinYu showed no signs of stopping the chakra output. The big ball Rasengan in his hand continued to swell. In the blink of an eye, it formed a massive sphere of light that blotted out the sun. Compared to this light sphere, QinYu, the caster, looked as insignificant as an ant. Oh my! What kind of ninjutsu is this? I feel like this light mass contains an enormous amount of energy. This is too terrifying. How? How is this possible? Such a terrifying amount of chakra. Can it really be controlled by a human? As the size of the light sphere became increasingly exaggerated, the Cloud Shinobi were petrified. Such a terrifying technique. Not only had they never seen it, but they had never even heard of it. Damn it, that chakra. It all belongs to us. At that moment, a few Cloud Shinobi quickly realized. The chakra that QinYu seemed to be pouring out like it cost him nothing was exactly what he had just extracted from them using would release. The scale of this big ball Rasengan was too terrifying. Finally, the sphere in QinYu's hand had inflated to its limit. This massive sphere far exceeded any big ball Rasengan that Naruto had performed in the original work. Its diameter was at least 100 meters. At this moment, the eight tails also appeared before him. Try this. Super big ball Rasengan. QinYu shouted lightly, pressing the super massive Rasengan against the colossal body of the eight tails. Boom. Chapter 208. Continuous tailed beast balls. Whether it was QinYu's super big ball Rasengan or the eight tails tailed beast bomb, they were essentially both spinning at high speed. The two clashed, creating a terrifying rumble. However, the eight tails had already consumed a significant amount of chakra when it destroyed the tree realm, and was now at the end of its tether. In contrast, QinYu's super big ball Rasengan was just beginning to gain momentum at its peak. Buzz! Sure enough, the eight tails rotation gradually slowed down. Eventually, it even stopped spinning and could only rely on its beastly body to resist QinYu's sphere. However, the power of QinYu's attack was simply too terrifying. Soon, the eight tails suffered significant injuries, blood spouting wildly. Roar! The surge of blood completely ignited its ferocity. And after a furious roar, hundreds of tentacles began to thrash wildly. Despite being heavily injured, it ultimately managed to withstand strike. However, its massive body was pushed back by the super big ball Rasengan, carving a deep trench into the ground. The fourth Raikage looked at Kurabi and asked in a deep voice, Kurabi, how are you? I'm fine, don't worry, big brother. Kurabi's somewhat weak voice came from inside the eight tails. The next moment, the furious and resentful voice of the eight tails echoed. Foolish little brat, you've completely angered me. Although the eight tails had gotten along well with Kurabi and had softened its personality, it was still a tailed beast. It had its own bottom line and pride. Today, being repeatedly humiliated by QinYu had completely ignited its fury. A terrifying aura radiated from within its body. You bastard, who do you think you're scaring? Seeing this, QinYu also retorted back fiercely. Just a slightly bigger beast. What are you pretending to be in front of me? Roar. Seeing QinYu's attitude so arrogant, the eight tails roared again and then shouted at QinYu, arrogant little brat. I will make you pay for this. After saying that, it opened its massive mouth again, raising its eight tails to its mouth. The enormous tailed beast chakra began to gather rapidly at its mouth. Kurabi, what are you doing? The fourth Raikage was startled and immediately wanted to stop it. Think carefully. If this attack is redirected to the Cloud Shinobi village again, it would be catastrophic. Hiss. So that's how it is? The Cloud Shinobi who had been drained of chakra and collapsed on the ground gasped in shock upon hearing their fourth Raikage's words. It was only then that they finally understood how the massive explosion that had destroyed the Raikage's office was formed. It turned out that the eight tails tailed beast bomb had been redirected to the Cloud Shinobi village by that little brat. The terrifying explosion effect had not only destroyed the Raikage's office, but had turned the area within hundreds of meters to ashes. Many Cloud Shinobi and civilians had died or been injured as a result. Even now, they still felt a lingering fear. However, the eight tails was now completely enraged by QinYu. At this moment, it couldn't hear the fourth Raikage persuasion and insisted on unleashing this powerful move to eliminate QinYu. The fourth Raikage's face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Even his own tail beast was starting to disobey orders. Could it be that the fate of the Cloud Shinobi would end at the hands of their own? The more the fourth Raikage thought about it, the more fearful he became, but he could not forcibly stop the eight tails' actions. Just as he was feeling utterly helpless, Kurabi's voice came from within the eight tails. Big brother, don't worry, I've discussed it with the eight tails. This time, the brat won't have a chance to redirect it. Oh, upon hearing Kurabi say this, the fourth Raikage immediately felt relieved, and a strong curiosity rose in his heart. He had always known that Kurabi who possessed the Eight Tails, had a much higher upper limit of strength than him. Now that he, as the Raikage, was helpless, he wanted to see what method his brother would use to break the deadlock. This time, the chakra accumulated by the Eight Tails was at least 5 to 6 times more than before. Even those who were not sensory ninjas could clearly sense the terrifying power radiating from that massive sphere. Anyone could see that this strike was definitely going to be earth-shattering and unprecedented. Over 100 Cloud Shinobi stared wide-eyed, not daring to breathe. They fixated on the battlefield, afraid of missing any crucial details. Roar! After several minutes of accumulation, the enormous chakra sphere finally gathered completely. The Eight Tails let out another furious roar and swallowed the entire sphere into its mouth. Then it suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 Just like before. The technique was still the Tailed Beast Bomb. However, this time it was not just one. In a fit of rage, the Eight Tails spewed out nearly 10 of them in succession. This time, it was a continuous Tailed Beast Bomb. Although from the perspective of size alone, none of these 10-tailed beast balls are as impressive as the one from last time. The speed of this technique is faster and the quantity is greater. Overall, the lethality is definitely more terrifying. As the 10 or so tailed beast balls cut through the air, the terrifying pressure felt as if it could barely be contained by space itself. Upon seeing the actions of the Eight Tails, the fourth Raikage's black face suddenly broke into a smile as bright as blooming chrysanthemums. He had every reason to believe that QinYu would definitely be unable to evade this attack. Moreover, due to the wide area of effect of these 10-tailed beast balls, even if QinYu wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique for short-distance teleportation to dodge, it would be completely impossible. If he had to use the Flying Thunder God, he could only teleport using coordinates from a very distant location. If that were the case, the fourth Raikage would surely feel very unwilling. However, at the same time, he might also feel a hint of relief. To put it simply, as long as QinYu was truly willing to retreat, the fourth Raikage would actually welcome it. After all, no one knew what kind of losses would be incurred by the Cloud Shinobi if QinYu continued to linger. The fourth Raikage, who is usually fearless, was now genuinely a bit afraid of QinYu. However, the notion that QinYu would voluntarily retreat was merely a one-sided wish of the fourth Raikage. This continuous barrage of tailed beast balls might be troublesome for others, but for QinYu, it was entirely a gift of chakra. He had no intention of retreating and no need to do so. Buzz! A strange sound passed through, and his originally scarlet eyes transformed back into the Rinnegan. He then extended both hands, forming a transparent shield in front of him. Boom! 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 The tailed beast balls produced by the Eight Tails were continuously shot out, directly crashing into the shield, producing a series of muffled sounds. However, to the shock of everyone present, the more than 10 massive tailed beast balls, which contained powerful energy, surprisingly did not explode. Even more bizarrely, those tailed beast balls began to slowly deform and then gradually shrivel, as if they were deflated balloons. Eventually, these tailed beast balls, which contained immense power, completely disappeared without a trace. Originally, everyone thought QinYu would use some method to withstand these tailed beast balls, but they never expected him to absorb them in such a flamboyant manner. To QinYu, it was clear that the tailed beast balls from Killer Bee were simply a way to gift him chakra. Moreover, he received more than 10 at once, which was incredibly generous. As for whether this would leave any psychological scars on the Eight Tails or Killer Bee, that was not something QinYu needed to consider. At this moment, seeing his tailed beast balls absorbed by QinYu like that left Killer Bee, the host of the Eight Tails, completely stunned. The tentacles that had been wildly dancing in the air now stopped eerily in midair. The massive body of the tailed beast seemed to have been frozen in place. However, even so, the optimistic Killer Bee still awkwardly started to rap. Oh, Bakayuru, cool guy Yara, it's absorbed. My chakra. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage A, standing nearby, suddenly darkened his expression and was at a loss for words. All the countless things he wanted to say condensed into 3 words. Damn it. The Cloud Shinobi, who had high hopes for this powerful move, were now completely dumbfounded. What? How could this happen? What on earth is going on? How is this possible? It can't be. It can't be swallowed. Is this even possible? Is this guy even human? How can he do something like this? To absorb such a massive amount of chakra. This kid is too outrageous. What kind of person can accomplish this? It was impossible not to be shocked. After all, the scene before them had completely exceeded their understanding. Everyone present looked as if they had seen a ghost. In stark contrast to the stunned expressions of the Cloud Shinobi was QinYu. After absorbing such a massive amount of chakra, he was feeling elated, almost as if he had transformed into a Jinchuriki. At that moment, even his exterior was filled with exaggerated tailed beast chakra, as if he were wearing a cloak of tailed beast energy. The funniest part was that he even let out a burp, and this burp was so loud that, even from a distance, it could be clearly heard by every cloud shinobi. At this moment, QinYu mockingly addressed them. "Oh, 8 tails. Is this the price you wanted me to pay? Well, you succeeded. I paid the price of almost being suffocated by chakra." As soon as QinYu said this, it immediately drew the furious glares of the cloud shinobi. How outrageous! This guy is too outrageous. As the 8 tails, who was supposed to be a harbinger of fortune, was now so infuriated by QinYu's words that his massive body trembled, creating waves of wind. Then, QinYu quickly retracted his usual nonchalance, his expression suddenly turning solemn, and he clasped his hands together. Soon, natural energy began to surge violently into his body, and 2 golden shadows gradually appeared in his eyes. In just an instant, QinYu entered Sage Mode. The larger the amount of chakra he had, the faster he could absorb natural energy. Therefore, the speed at which he entered Sage Mode was naturally faster as well. After instantly entering Sage Mode, QinYu still did not lower his clasped hands. With his rare seriousness, the chakra within him roared to life, especially the tailed beast chakra overflowing from his body, which surged violently. In the next moment, the golden shadows at the corners of his eyes suddenly became incredibly dazzling, a manifestation of Sage Mode being pushed to its limits. Sage Art would release True Thousand-Handed Buddha. With a loud shout from QinYu, the tailed beast chakra that was overflowing from his body instantly vanished. Following that, an immeasurable light blossomed from the palms of his hands. The ground began to shake violently. Before everyone's eyes, a wooden Buddha statue, towering hundreds of meters, slowly rose from the ground. What was most striking was that behind the hundreds of meters tall statue, there were countless wooden hands. At first glance, the hands behind this wooden Buddha absolutely numbered in the thousands. The entire statue now appeared magnificent and lifelike, radiating boundless light. At this moment, all the cloud shinobi were completely stunned. From the 4th Raikage A to the background characters among the black-clad shinobi, everyone trembled, their faces filled with disbelief. They simply could not imagine that such a massive wooden Buddha statue could truly be created by human power. In front of this hundreds of meters tall Buddha, even the 8 tails, who had revealed its true form, seemed like a small creature. The ordinary ninjas felt as insignificant as ants. It's no exaggeration to say that the fingers behind the giant Buddha were probably as thick as their bodies. How is this possible? The 1,000 Hands would release has such power? At this moment, the 4th Raikage A clenched his fists tightly, as if the words were being squeezed out from between his teeth. He had always been the type to charge forward, daring to confront any terrifying opponent with his lightning fists. But now, faced with such a horrifying giant Buddha, he couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. The 8 Tails Gyuki was also so frightened that it no longer dared to shout, trembling all over. There was no way around it. Decades ago, when Senju Hashirama captured it, he hadn't used such an ultimate technique. Back then, the most he had done was use a technique like the Wood Dragon Jutsu. Yet even with that level of ninjutsu, Gyuki felt that with Kurabi as a partner, it could completely hold its own against the opponent. It was only now that it realized how absurdly wrong it had been. There was no denying that the true 1,000 Hands Buddha's intimidation was far stronger than before. Just by making its appearance, without even taking action, it had nearly shattered the psychological defenses of all the Cloud Ninjas. At this moment, QinYu stood atop the Buddha's head, looking down at the Cloud Ninja crowd below. He gazed indifferently at the people below and asked in a detached tone, "So, Lord Raikage, and the 8 Tails? Are you not dumbfounded? Where did all your previous bravado go? Didn't you all say you would put me to death?" The 4th Raikage A, who had been too scared to move, immediately felt rage upon hearing this, and he angrily scolded the elevated QinYu, "You bastard." However, before he could finish, QinYu smiled slightly at him, and then commanded the giant Buddha beneath him to take a small step forward towards the 4th Raikage. Yes, it was just a single step. However, the massive size of the true 1,000 Hands Buddha caused the ground to tremble violently, resembling an earthquake. Even several miles away, the Cloud Village was affected. The Cloud Village had just suffered a bombardment from the Tailed Beast Bomb, and thanks to the efforts of many ninjas, the public's emotions had finally been calmed down a bit. This tremor immediately caused another uproar. Countless villagers began searching for the source of the vibration. The true 1,000 Hands Buddha was simply too large and too tall. Soon, sharp-eyed individuals spotted it almost instantly. Word spread quickly. And soon, all the villagers in Cloud Village were looking in that direction, collectively shocked. The once orderly Cloud Village was now thrown into chaos. Despite everyone's attempts to calm them down, the public remained in an uproar. After all, the scale of the true Thousand Hands Buddha was astonishing even to the ninjas, let alone the ordinary villagers. How could this be? Upon seeing that QinYu had merely taken a small step, causing such a massive effect, A's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately felt deflated, no longer daring to act recklessly. There was no way around it. What was before him was simply too terrifying. Just a slight movement caused such a commotion. What would happen if the thousand hands behind it were to strike? Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage, A could hardly imagine. At this moment, QinYu looked at the fourth Raikage with a smile, asking him cheerfully, "So, Lord Raikage, can we have a good discussion now?" This scene, though unfamiliar, felt strangely familiar. To be honest, what was happening now was reminiscent of what Senju Hashirama had done back in the day. After all, this ninja god had used a wood release technique to transform into a giant wooden figure and had caught the Ninetales as if it were a chick. After that, he seriously told the Ninetales that it was too dangerous and that he would seal it away. Such an outrageous maneuver had been executed by Senju Hashirama all those years ago. Now, a similarly outrageous situation was unfolding from QinYu's hands. This bastard, indeed, under QinYu's blatant display of power while claiming to want to discuss reason, A's anger was boiling within him. Yet, at this moment, he dared not show any dissatisfaction. He was extremely cautious, fearing that he might upset this young master. If he were to provoke this young master and force him to activate that wooden Buddha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he could only force a smile that was more painful than crying, and then looked up at the elevated QinYu and said, "Of course, we can." This sentence was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. For so many years, whether internally or externally, he had never been humiliated like this. Internally, the Cloud Village was not like Konoha, where the Elder Council held power and the Hokage's authority was diluted. In the Cloud Village, it was entirely a dictatorship. The Raikage's word was law. Externally, the Cloud Village had never backed down, even daring to provoke Konoha, the so-called First Ninja Village, repeatedly. Even more outrageous was that, after provoking Konoha, he still had the audacity to turn around and blame them. Over the past decade, he had enjoyed a smooth and successful tenure as Raikage. But today marked the most humiliating day of his life. First, he was directly crushed by QinYu in his proudest lightning release techniques and speed, then his Raikage office. A symbolic structure of the Cloud Village was blown up. Now, he was being forced to discuss reason with a knife at his throat. It was undoubtedly the most suffocating day for the fourth Raikage, a day he had never experienced before, and who knew if such a day would ever come again. At this moment, QinYu spoke again, teasingly addressing the fourth Raikage. "I've been wandering around the land of lightning for several days. I seem to have heard that your Cloud Village is the #1 ninja village." A's mouth twitched at this. Over the years, as the Cloud Village grew stronger, such rumors had indeed spread more and more. It could even be said that the spread of these rumors was certainly fueled by the Raikage's office behind him. However, at this moment, the fourth Raikage no longer dared to utter such words. Author's note: "Sorry, dear readers, due to some family matters, I can only update once a day for a while. I sincerely apologize, but as soon as I have time, I will increase the updates for you. Once again, I apologize to everyone." This was not only due to the personal pressure from QinYu. The entire Cloud Village is currently completely intimidated by a young Leaf Ninja, not daring to act recklessly. If I say that again, it would be like slapping my own face. Chapter 211, One Matter After Another. Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage immediately forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He shook his head like a rattle drum and hurriedly denied to QinYu, No. That's not true. Absolutely not. The largest ninja village in the ninja world has always been the Leaf Village since the start of the ninja era. And that has never changed." Hearing the fourth Raikage AI of the Cloud Village say this, QinYu felt particularly pleased for some reason. Seeing someone who was originally so arrogant now speaking with their head down felt great. It turned out that reasoning could be so enjoyable. If the fourth Raikage knew what QinYu was thinking, he might just die of frustration. Although QinYu felt great inside, he maintained a calm demeanor and said to the fourth Raikage without much emotional expression, "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, QinYu suddenly had a thought and turned his gaze, recalling something, and continued to question the fourth Raikage AI below. "By the way, I also heard that 10 years ago, a member of our Leaf's Hyuga clan killed the Cloud Village's envoy for peace without reason." Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's expression suddenly froze, and he stammered, Yes, that's true. QinYu didn't say much in response, only narrowing his eyes slightly and staring intently at fourth Reikage AI, asking again, "Oh, is that really the case?" Boom! Just then, the wooden giant Buddha beneath QinYu suddenly moved again. With its movement, the ground shook violently. The fourth Reikage felt the tremors, and his pupils shrank again. He hurriedly said to QinYu, "No, no, no. That's not it." QinYu didn't move, but instead shot him a sideways glance and asked lightly, "Then I would like to ask Lord Reikage, what is the truth?" The fourth Reikage swallowed hard and honestly said, "The truth is. The Cloud Village suffered significant losses on the battlefield because of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. So? QinYu raised an eyebrow and continued to ask. At this point, the fourth Reikage seemed to stop hiding and directly confessed. The Cloud Village had no choice but to take advantage of the peace talks to obtain a pair of Byakugan. But in the end, the matter was exposed, so we had no choice but to turn the tables. In that instant, the previous incident involving the Leaf Village's Byakugan was directly reversed by QinYu. Although this was something he did out of sudden interest, it inadvertently cleared the Hyuga clan's name. However, even though it was a reversal for the Hyuga clan, the fourth Reikage was still saying no choice at this time. This no choice was a bit too much. It was indeed a bit excessive, but to be honest, the root cause was still insufficient punishment. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such things. Seeing the fourth Reikage confess, QinYu pretended to understand and nodded at him, acting as if he had realized something. So it was out of necessity. By the way, it seems that your Cloud Village's necessity has been a long-standing issue, hasn't it? Hearing this, the fourth Reikage's mouth twitched again, pretending to be confused, and asked QinYu, "What do you mean? 20 years ago? Because you were afraid that the Leaf Village would grow stronger due to the existence of the Nine Tails. You had no choice. Oh no. It was out of necessity that you sent people to invade the Leaf Village and abducted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at that time. Am I right? Wasn't that something you had to do back then?" This was something QinYu suddenly recalled. That event happened 20 years ago, when Naruto wasn't even born yet, right? Well, to say it more accurately, Naruto hadn't even been conceived yet. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was naturally Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of Minato Namikaze. At that time, Kushina was abducted by ninjas from the Cloud Village, and later this incident was discovered by the Leaf Village. Subsequently, Minato Namikaze dealt with the Cloud Ninja, who had abducted Kushina on the way and brought her back to the Leaf Village. It was also because of this incident that Minato and Kushina got together, right? This matter probably facilitated their relationship. Cough, cough, I digress. When QinYu mentioned this incident earlier, he deliberately emphasized the words out of necessity, and at that moment, the fourth Reikage's dark face flushed slightly. Despite this, he couldn't dare to say anything outwardly, but inside, he could only resentfully think, "This little brat, how does he know so many secrets?" However, in the current situation, under QinYu's intense questioning, how could he not respond? With no choice, the fourth Reikage gritted his teeth and said directly to QinYu, "Well, I was very young when that incident happened, so it has nothing to do with me." "Oh, it has nothing to do with you." QinYu nodded in response, and this time the fourth Reikage was indeed not wrong. After all, the Reikage in power at that time was the third Reikage of the Cloud Village. That was her bastard father, right? Alas, it's a pity that he died long ago, leaving me to settle this score with you. But if I don't settle this score with you, who should I settle it with? Don't you think so? The fourth Reikage AI was left speechless by QinYu's words. As for the silent appearance of the fourth Reikage, QinYu was unfazed. However, at that moment, he suddenly changed the subject, gave him another sidelong glance, and brought up another matter. "Speaking of which, it seems that your Cloud Village has done quite a few excessive things to my Leaf Village. If I remember correctly, our Leaf's second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was also, unfortunately, killed by your Cloud Village ninjas out of necessity, right?" With this sudden shift in conversation, it seemed truly impressive, and indeed it was quite a display. What? Now the fourth Reikage AI was truly shocked, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "No. During that peace talk, our Cloud Village's second Reikage also unfortunately died, and there were traitors within the Cloud Village at that time. We can't say that we deliberately killed the second Hokage, can we?" Hearing this, a half-smile appeared on QinYu's face, and he said to the fourth Reikage AI, "Oh, so you admit that the previous Hyuga clan incident and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki incident were all premeditated by your Cloud Village?" In an instant, the fourth Reikage AI was completely speechless, feeling as if he had fallen into the pit that QinYu had dug. He simply couldn't understand how he, as the Reikage of Kimogakure, could find himself speechless when faced with this little brat from Konoha. especially with his sharp words. Even though the fourth Reikage had a high opinion of QinYu, he still underestimated his relentless tactics. Just then, QinYu spoke up again, smiling at the fourth Reikage and saying, "Besides, you said that traitor is from your Kyumogi, so if I don't settle this score with you, who should I go to? Moreover, the one who died back then was the second Reikage, while your father is the third Reikage. As the saying goes, if the second Reikage didn't die, how could your father take the position? Therefore, I have every reason to believe that the assassination during that peace talk was orchestrated by your father, the third Reikage." At that moment, QinYu presented a reasonable and logically sound analysis that left everyone present dumbfounded. Why? Because QinYu's analysis was so reasonable that anyone who followed his line of thinking would increasingly feel that it was indeed the truth, and ultimately, they would believe it to be the reality. As for why QinYu was doing this, it was mainly to target Kyumogi deliberately. He aimed to take this opportunity to give Kyumogi a sufficient lesson, striving for a one-time resolution to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. QinYu, hearing his father, the third Reikage, being slandered, the fourth Reikage was furious, gritting his teeth as he said, "You are bullying." Before he could finish, the wooden giant Buddha beneath QinYu suddenly moved again, forcing the fourth Reikage to swallow the last two words back down. Seeing this, QinYu was quite satisfied with the intimidation effect of the giant Buddha. He then mockingly asked the fourth Reikage, "So, I said the second Hokage was killed by your Kyumogi. Do you have any questions?" Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he gritted out a few words through clenched teeth, responding to QinYu, "No. No questions. Good. Since there are no questions, that's great." QinYu smiled and nodded at the fourth Reikage, continuing, "Since you, Lord Reikage, have acknowledged the incidents involving the Hyuga, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the second Hokage, then we should discuss compensation next." The corners of the fourth Reikage's mouth twitched wildly. He knew QinYu wouldn't let Kyumogi off so easily, nor would he spare himself. First, Kyumogi must publicly announce the truth of the three incidents in the name of the Reikage and apologize to my Konoha. Although the fourth Reikage was somewhat dissatisfied with this demand, he didn't explode. For him, whether he acknowledged it or not, it was a matter of face, which was fundamentally inconsequential. Historically, Reikages were materialists who valued tangible benefits. As for face, what is face? Is it important? However, upon hearing QinYu's first demand, he realized that the matter was far from simple. Secondly, Kyumogi must submit an affiliation document to Konoha, becoming a subordinate village like Sunagakure, permanently surrendering the right to select Chunin, and participating in Chunin selection in Konoha on time. The first demand from QinYu was acceptable, but this second demand was simply a blatant humiliation treaty. The Kyumogi ninjas present were in an uproar. What? You want us to become Konoha's vassals? And to give up the right to select Chunin like garbage Sunagakure? Absolutely not. We will never agree to this, and the Reikage will never agree to this. This is outrageous. This Konoha brat is too arrogant. It's simply too much. Our entire Kyumogi will fight back against him, with even the ordinary Kyumogi ninjas so enraged. One can imagine how furious the fourth Reikage was. Historically, Reikages were ambitious, having worked hard for decades, and only the fourth had finally seen great progress. He had become increasingly confident in leading Kyumogi to be the strongest hidden village. Unexpectedly, he was now being forced to become a subordinate village of Konoha. The disparity between the two was like heaven and earth. Yet, QinYu seemed oblivious to the reactions of the Kyumogi ninjas, continuing to speak to them with a smile. As for the third point, starting this year, Kyumogi must hand over 1/3 of its mission rewards to Konoha. One must say, QinYu's final clause was simply outrageous. It could truly be described as a treaty of humiliation and loss of rights. Once the fourth Reikage signed this treaty, he would be nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. If the previous demands of becoming a subordinate village and giving up the right to select Chunin were merely symbolic, this one completely touched the core interests of Kyumogi. One must understand that the primary source of income for a ninja village comes from mission rewards. The expenses for running a large ninja village, especially for training the next generation of ninjas, are enormous. QinYu's demand to take away 1/3 of Kyumogi mission rewards was akin to cutting off their lifeline. If this were to be implemented, it would almost entirely sever Kyumogi path to rising. After handing over 1/3 of the rewards, whether the remaining portion could sustain Kyumogi normal operations was debatable, let alone improving the strength of their ninjas. Therefore, the Kyumogi ninjas present were even more infuriated. Chapter 213, suppressing with power every single black ninja, even those seriously injured, was trying hard to get back on their feet. This is outrageous. This is truly too much. You want 1/3 of our QinYu's rewards? You want us to work for Konoha for free? Are you dreaming, you little brat from Konoha? QinYu will never compromise, nor will we agree. Outrageous. 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 At this moment, the fourth Raikage's face was as ugly as it could get. His iron fists were clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. However, QinYu seemed to hardly notice the reactions of the QinYu crowd. Or rather, he completely ignored their reactions, smiling at them and asking, "I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Suddenly, QinYu dropped a line with a distinctly blue star flare. However, because the level of blue star banter was too high, this line in the world of Naruto was completely a dimensional strike. At this moment, the fourth Raikage's head was buzzing. One could say that he was truly furious to the point of trembling from QinYu's arrogant demeanor. However, for the greater good, he had to endure. All the QinYu ninjas were collectively furious over QinYu's decision and the new definition of mission rewards. Asking for their mission rewards was like asking for their lives. I oppose. Damn it. I oppose too. I absolutely do not agree. I will never agree. You are too much. This is absolutely impossible. Damn it. We of the Cloud Ninja absolutely do not agree. Yes, absolutely disagree. In an instant, the black ninja from the Cloud Ninja village present were all stirred up. QinYu, seeing this, directly smiled and nodded at them, then said happily, "I understand." The group of black ninjas from the Cloud Ninja village thought that their protest had finally had an effect, and immediately everyone was filled with joy. However, for some reason, AI, the fourth Raikage, suddenly felt a chill. Although he hadn't interacted with QinYu for long, based on his years of experience, he could tell that QinYu was not an easy person to deal with. This person was definitely one who would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Boom! Sure enough, at that moment, QinYu took action. With a slight wave of his arm, the wooden Buddha beneath his feet suddenly came to life. And this time, it wasn't just a simple movement like before. The wooden Buddha truly moved to attack. 2 of the 1,000 hands behind the Buddha suddenly shot up. The 2 wooden hands, with overwhelming might, moved towards the black ninjas of the Cloud Ninja village at an almost teleportation-like speed. The fourth Raikage, seeing this, felt his pupils constrict and shouted, "Not good." Boom! In the next moment, the positions of the dozen or so Cloud ninjas who had previously shouted "I oppose" or "I refuse" were struck, creating 2 huge deep pits. Inside those pits, everything was drenched in blood red, and those dozen or so Cloud ninjas had completely vanished. Clearly, they had been reduced to nothing but ashes. After effortlessly wiping out these shouting individuals, the 2 wooden giant hands quickly retracted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The lucky survivors from the Cloud Ninja felt a flash before their eyes, and their companions had completely lost their lives. A chilling atmosphere enveloped everyone present in an instant. At that moment, everyone swallowed hard in unison, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The fourth Raikage AI and Killer Bee were no exception. After QinYu eliminated some people, he smiled again and said to the crowd below, "Now, is there anyone who still opposes?" The scene fell into a deep silence, with only the sound of shaking heads. At this moment, no one dared to oppose anymore. In fact, no one even dared to ignore what QinYu had said. Everyone was afraid that if they were slow to shake their heads, that terrifying fist would come crashing down again. Too terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. Whether in speed or power, it was truly terrifying. And the most frightening part was that the wooden Buddha had only shown 2 hands. In reality, there were truly thousands of hands behind it. To think that just these 2 hands caused such horrific destruction, if all the hands came out, wouldn't they directly smash the Cloud Ninja village to bits? QinYu was quite satisfied with the effect of his intimidation. He smiled at the fourth Raikage AI and said cheerfully, "So, does that mean Lord Raikage agrees?" The fourth Raikage trembled all over, almost biting his steel teeth to pieces. Through clenched teeth, he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Agree. That's right. It would have been better if we had done this earlier." QinYu exclaimed, slapping his thigh, then sincerely said to the fourth Raikage, "I'm a person who values reason the most." If he were standing next to the fourth Raikage, he would definitely pat Raikage's shoulder, wearing an expression of little brother, "You finally get it." Hearing QinYu's shameless words, the fourth Raikage's chest heaved with anger. However, facing such a subjugating treaty, he endured it, and now, facing this little matter, it was not worth turning against him. In fact, it was not that he was cowardly. To be clear, the word coward did not exist in his dictionary. If he were alone today, not to mention QinYu, Even if the Sage of Six Paths descended, he would never bow his head. But now he couldn't. He couldn't afford to. He was the Raikage of the land of Lightning's Cloud Ninja Village. Behind him stood countless subordinates and the many people of the Cloud Ninja Village. So at this moment, he could not act impulsively. From his understanding of QinYu, he could not interpret this person from a politician's perspective, nor could he challenge the bottom line of this Konoha kid. This person could do anything. From QinYu, the fourth Raikage AI saw no political schemes or games, no compromises or concessions. All he saw was sheer force. Chapter 214. Flashy Operations. QinYu's approach was truly simple, yet extremely brutal. Faced with such a straightforward and brutal method, AI, despite being the Raikage, was utterly at a loss. With no other choice, the poor fourth Raikage AI could only helplessly lower his head. Since Lord Raikage had agreed, then let's get it done immediately. The three conditions I mentioned, I want to see results right away. The document announcing the Cloud Ninja Village's submission to Konoha, the submission letter, and 1/3 of this year's task rewards. I've heard so much about how fast Lord Raikage is, so I imagine these three simple tasks can be handled in half an hour, right? At this moment, QinYu casually spoke in a tone that nearly made the fourth Raikage choke. What? Half an hour? After hearing QinYu's words, the fourth Raikage was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at QinYu and said, I still have to rush back to the Cloud Ninja Village from here, and then come back. Moreover, the wording, the data, etc. All these things need to be carefully considered and calculated. But the most critical part is that you blew up my Raikage office. Many important documents were lost in that office. No matter how you put it, half an hour is too much to ask for. To be honest, this was not him complaining, nor was he intentionally trying to delay time. The issues he mentioned were indeed objectively existing problems. Even if he originally had a slight intention to delay time, once QinYu mentioned half an hour, he buried that thought deep down. However, QinYu simply did not want to give him time. He didn't want to give him time to consider wording, organize, or fabricate data. After listening to the fourth Raikage AI's words, QinYu showed no signs of anger, nor did he rebut. He simply sat boldly on the head of the Buddha and casually waved his hand at the fourth Raikage AI below, saying, I completely understand the issues you mentioned. Lord Raikage, totally understand. However, just when the fourth Raikage AI felt a glimmer of relief in his heart, QinYu suddenly spoke again. In that case, I will just wait here. What? In an instant, the fourth Raikage suddenly thought he must have misheard. QinYu was looking at the fourth Raikage with a caring expression and said to him, You see, my visit has caused quite a loss for your Yunrin village and the Yunrin ninjas. Who knows if enemy countries will take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. I'm here to help guard you. Don't worry. With me and my big Buddha around, no matter how many come, I will help you take them down. You just focus on dealing with those three matters. Once you're done, I'll leave. The fourth Raikage nearly choked on his breath upon hearing this, unable to hold back from mentally complaining. What QinYu was doing was a sudden flash of inspiration. After all, the Yunrin ninjas were best at turning black into white, and they loved to act shamelessly. What QinYu was doing now was exactly the legendary using their own methods against them. If you want to act shamelessly, then I'll be even more shameless than you. If you want to turn black into white, then I'll turn it back. As for why QinYu set a time limit, there was a reason for it. These politicians are notoriously cunning. If given time, they will ensure that the losses are minimized. And the first method they would use to minimize losses would be those tricks like word games and falsifying accounts. By then, no one could say for sure what would happen. After understanding QinYu's intention, the fourth Raikage became even more furious. It was obvious that QinYu meant to wait until he got what he wanted before withdrawing the big Buddha. This was a blatant threat, but the fourth Raikage had no choice but to accept it. However, he also understood very clearly that with a rogue like QinYu, there was no point in trying to reason. So, the fourth Raikage, without saying a word, transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Yunrin village not far away. His speed was so fast that even his subordinates couldn't keep up. At that moment, he needed to quickly organize what QinYu wanted and send him away from Yunrin village as soon as possible. Seeing their Raikage leave, the ordinary Yunrin ninjas supported each other and awkwardly made their way towards the village. Only Kurabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, remained in place. His purpose was simple, to monitor QinYu and prevent him from acting rashly. To this, QinYu merely chuckled and lay back on the Buddha statue's head. No one knew that, at that moment, he no longer had any intention of causing destruction. Moreover, the key point was that if he really wanted to cause destruction, could Kurabi and the Eight Tails stop him? Obviously not. In fact, it was proven that QinYu's earlier antics were indeed effective. In just 25 minutes, the fourth Raikage returned, panting heavily. In his hands, he held 2 documents and a bankbook. QinYu casually glanced at them, and, as expected, they were exactly as he had planned. With time so tight, Yunrin village had no chance to play any tricks, and the documents were full of sincerity. As for the bankbook, the long string of zeros on it looked quite reliable. Based on the annual income of Konoha village, QinYu quickly inferred Yunrin village's income and found it to be authentic. He took the documents confirming allegiance to Konoha and the bankbook with millions of ryo, tossing the first notice back to the 4th raikage. QinYu looked at the 4th raikage A and casually said, "This thing is useless to me. The wording is good. You Yunrin just need to announce it to the ninja world as it is. I want to hear it within 3 days." Hearing this, the 4th raikage clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, replying, "All right. As you say. Now can you leave?" "No problem." QinYu shrugged and waved his hand, dispersing the Buddha statue beneath him, saying, "Don't worry. Even if you begged me to stay, I wouldn't agree. Compared to Konoha, your Yunrin village is just too boring." Chapter 215, Intelligence in Crisis. Oh, by the way, at that moment, QinYu seemed to suddenly think of something. He slapped his forehead and said to the 4th raikage, "Hey, there's one more thing. Quickly, go call both Jinchuriki over. I need to take them away." "What?" The 4th raikage was taken aback. He truly did not expect QinYu to have such an impudent request. Immediately, he became alert and said to QinYu, "What? What do you mean? What are you planning?" Seeing his expression, QinYu shot him a sideways glance and said, "I'm doing this for your Yunrin's good. You should know that the Akatsuki organization's goal is to gather all the tailed beasts. I've fought with the mastermind behind that organization. Although he is not as strong as me, he is definitely not something you can handle." Although QinYu was speaking the truth, for some reason, it gave off an air of shamelessness. While QinYu's behavior was quite brazen, he had his reasons. One reason was to protect the safety of the Jinchuriki, preventing them from falling into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. The other reason was that he knew the 8 Tails was a perfect Jinchuriki. Bringing him back to the village would provide an opportunity to teach the passionate little fox, Naruto, to control the 9 Tails earlier. "What did you say?" The 4th raikage was shocked by QinYu's words, clearly not expecting such high praise for the so-called mastermind of the Akatsuki organization. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Not good." Seeing the 4th raikage reaction, QinYu furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "You're not telling me that the 2 Tails Jinchuriki isn't in the village, are you?" As QinYu's question was posed, Karabi's expression also froze. Then Karabi murmured, "Yujito left the village on a mission. It seems she's been gone for a week." At this point, the 4th raikage finally reacted, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Oh no, this is bad. I was careless." He had never taken the Akatsuki organization seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected the 5th Kage summit proposed by Gaara. This guy was just like in the original story, always the kind who wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. In the original story, it was because Karabi was attacked, and he mistakenly thought Karabi was captured by the Akatsuki that he called for the Kage summit. Now, with Yujito having been out of the village for a long time, combined with what QinYu just said, a strong sense of worry surged in his heart. Based on what Karabi had just said, QinYu's mind started racing. His brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the information he possessed was far more than others. While others might only be suspicious, he was nearly certain that the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was definitely in danger. In the original story, the 2 Tails Yujito was captured by the Immortal Duo. Although Jiao and Fei Duan have long been out of the picture, judging by Obito's reckless act of seizing Nagato's Rinnegan, it's clear he's aiming to accelerate the progress of the Moon Eye plan. With his exceptional information reconnaissance ability, combined with Obito's mysterious spatial prowess, it's likely that the Jinchuriki will be captured as soon as they leave the Cloud Ninja Village. Upon thinking of this, QinYu shot a direct, scornful glance at the 4th raikage and boldly said, "I truly feel anxious about your intelligence. Farewell." After saying that, QinYu simply turned around and left. Seeing that QinYu was about to leave, the 4th raikage hurriedly called out to him, Wait a minute." QinYu, hearing this, showed an impatient expression and directly asked the 4th raikage, "Is there anything else? Do you want me to stay in your Cloud Village a few more days?" "No, that's not it," the 4th raikage quickly denied, shaking his head vigorously. QinYu shot him a sideways glance and coldly asked, "So? Oh well." At this moment, the usually decisive 4th raikage suddenly became hesitant. After pondering for a while, his face was filled with conflict, and finally, he squeezed out a sentence. Can you take my brother killer be with you?" Although the 4th raikage hated QinYu, he greatly respected his strength. For the safety of the ninja world and to better protect his brother, he decided to temporarily set aside their grievances. Even if it meant sacrificing his own pride to request QinYu's help, he was willing to do it. In the past, he would never have done this, convinced that no one in the ninja world was stronger than him, and no place was safer than the Cloud Village. But now, he had been awakened by QinYu. What? Killer Bee was momentarily confused upon hearing his brother's words. He looked at the fourth Raikage and asked, "Big brother, you don't want me anymore?" Shut up." The fourth Raikage heavily patted his brother's shoulder, his eyes flashing with helplessness and reluctance. "It's all because of my incompetence. But don't be sad, I will definitely." No. This time it was Killer Bee shaking his head vigorously. He said to his big brother, "You might be misunderstanding, I'm not sad at all. I'm actually quite happy to go play in Konoha." Baka. Hearing Killer Bee say this, the fourth Raikage was instantly enraged and shouted, "You brat." In response to the fourth Raikage's request, QinYu simply returned a look that implied he was either joking or thinking nonsense, and outright rejected it. "No." The fourth Raikage was momentarily stunned. Didn't we agree that the Jinchuriki was unsafe in the Cloud Village? Especially now, with the two tails in grave danger, the safety of the eight tails was even more critical. Although he initiated the request, he couldn't understand why QinYu would refuse. To him, it was just a Jinchuriki. However, even a shrewd fourth Raikage couldn't think of the ridiculous issue involving gender and beauty. After all, the two tails was a beautiful female ninja. Just as the fourth Raikage was at a loss, QinYu's eyes suddenly twinkled. He looked at the fourth Raikage with a big smile and cheerfully said, "However, if Lord Raikage insists on entrusting his brother to me for protection, I suppose that's not impossible." "Oh." The fourth Raikage's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing this. Seeing this expression, a sly glint flashed in QinYu's eyes. When the fourth Raikage handed over his initiative to QinYu, it guaranteed one thing. He was about to be heavily exploited by QinYu. However, this also indirectly indicated QinYu's cunning nature, although he spoke grandly about righteousness. In reality, he was quite selfish behind the scenes. Sure enough, the moment the Raikage relinquished control, QinYu smiled, a grin of a scheme coming to fruition. With a cheerful expression, QinYu looked at the fourth Raikage and said, "Since Lord Raikage has made the request, I certainly can't refuse you. However, shouldn't we discuss the commission fee?" "What commission fee?" The fourth Raikage's mouth twitched, feeling a bit bitter. Commission fee? Only at this moment did the fourth Raikage feel he could no longer look QinYu in the eye. This brat was so arrogant in battle. He acted like he was the king of the world. Calling him trash and useless had directly hit him hard. Now it was all Lord Raikage, which made the fourth Raikage feel uncomfortable. For some reason, he suddenly found himself missing the previous insults of trash and useless. It wasn't that he was cheap. It was just that the Cloud Village had suffered significant losses this time. Of course, QinYu nodded seriously and continued, "The eight tails Jinchuriki plus the eight tails are crucial strategic resources for your Cloud Village. You, Lord Raikage, are entrusting us from Konoha." Wait, not Konoha. It's entrusting me for protection. Shouldn't there be a commission fee for this? Hearing this, the fourth Raikage's mouth twitched wildly, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, this brat." Although he was cursing inwardly, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction on his face. Not only did he need something from QinYu now, but with that imposing presence before, he also didn't dare offend him. At this moment, he could only force out a smile that was worse than crying and said to QinYu in a negotiating tone, "QinYu, just name your price." Seeing the fourth Raikage so obedient and cooperative, QinYu felt amused in his heart. "Well, as for the commission fee." After pretending to ponder for a moment, QinYu slowly said to the fourth Raikage, "Let's add a third of the budget. The eight tails and the Jinchuriki are indeed vital strategic resources for your Cloud Village. Lord Raikage, you wouldn't think that's too much, would you?" When QinYu brought up a third of the budget, it felt as if he was aiming to disband the Cloud Village. This wasn't just talk, he was serious. After all, the Cloud Village was a large ninja village with significant daily operations and expenses. Their annual budget nearly had no surplus. QinYu's demand for a third of the budget was directly going for the fourth Raikage's throat. Sure enough, upon hearing QinYu's offer, the fourth Raikage's face instantly turned green and his head buzzed. Previously, he had already offered a third, which was practically the limit for the Cloud Village. One could imagine that for the coming year, everyone would have to tighten their belts to make ends meet. If they take out another third, it would be equivalent to taking away 2/3 of the total finances, and then the Cloud Ninja Village could announce its dissolution on the spot. In that case, it wouldn't be much better than being wiped out by QinYu directly with the Great Buddha. Just as he was about to make a clear refusal, QinYu seemed to sense the fourth Raikage's reluctance and realized that he was asking for too much. After coming to this understanding, QinYu suddenly spoke to the fourth Raikage again. However, I also know that you Cloud Ninja Village is under a lot of pressure this time, so I'll be understanding and ask for a little less. Just give me half in total, including the previous third. That's not too much, right? If you can't agree to this, then forget it. The fourth Raikage instinctively wanted to refuse again, but he keenly sensed a hint of threat in QinYu's final words. At the same time, memories of QinYu's terror flashed through his mind, causing him to hesitate. Half in total. If he gritted his teeth, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, this money was different from the third given to Konoha. That third was to be given every year as protection money for Killer Bee. But once the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization was dealt with, it would no longer be necessary. For Killer Bee's safety, it was worth it. Even with the fourth Raikage's decisive personality, he spent a long time weighing the options in place. QinYu's methods were indeed quite clever, and half of the financial income was also a very delicate number. This number made the fourth Raikage feel immense pain, but was still bearable. Coupled with some of his threats, the Raikage ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal. The fourth Raikage agreed under immense pressure, but Killer Bee was different. He was only thinking about having fun. Just the thought of leaving the Cloud Ninja Village and escaping his brother's control, especially being able to go to Konoha, the largest ninja village, made him extremely happy, seeing his carefree brother. The fourth Raikage kicked him a few times in frustration, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning to head back to the Cloud Ninja Village. Moments later, he took out a bank book and trembled as he handed it to QinYu. This time, QinYu didn't even look at it and casually stuffed the bank book into his ninja tool pouch. The action so practiced, it was almost painful to watch. After collecting a large sum of money, he then patted the Raikage's shoulder in a cheeky manner, as if they were old friends parting, and left without any hesitation. Chapter 217. Tsunade's shock this trip to the Cloud Ninja Village not only established his authority, but also brought in wealth, making QinYu's mood quite good. Meanwhile, Killer Bee was excitedly preparing to sing a farewell song to his brother. However, he was directly kicked out by the fourth Raikage, who was in a bad mood. As QinYu and Killer Bee left the Cloud Ninja Village for Konoha, far away, the long-missing Orochimaru was meeting with Toby in a hidden cave, accompanied by his little brother, Kabuto. At this moment, Toby's mask had been updated. Both of his eyes were now exposed. One eye was a Sharingan, while the other was a Rinnegan. Listening to Toby's plan, Orochimaru's face was filled with shock. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's departure, the second pillar, who had been lying low for 3 years, seized the opportunity to break out of the Sound Ninja Village and officially sever ties with Orochimaru. The second pillar, along with several subordinates he had already subverted, began his path of revenge. For a moment, the seemingly calm ninja world was filled with undercurrents. A terrifying storm was about to arrive. Killer Bee had no idea how many years it had been since he truly left the Cloud Ninja Village. So on this journey, he was constantly looking around, his emotions exceptionally high, extremely joyful indeed. Moreover, this guy was a bit too familiar, grabbing QinYu and chattering nonstop. Although QinYu didn't particularly dislike this 8-tailed Jinchuriki, he truly couldn't handle his overwhelming chatter. In desperation, QinYu had no choice but to threaten him. He directly warned Killer Bee that if he kept blabbering, he would send him back to the Cloud Ninja Village. Only then did Killer Bee obediently shut his mouth like a good child. Thus, the two of them took nearly half a month to finally return to Konoha. For Killer Bee, who was seeing the legendary first ninja village for the first time, he was extremely excited. Although the Cloud Ninja Village had developed well over the years, it was still on a different level compared to the prosperous Konoha. The Land of Fire is located at the center of the ninja world, occupying the most fertile land, with the largest territory and the most populous population. Its true foundation is far beyond that of the other 4 great ninja villages. If it weren't for QinYu insisting on taking him to meet Tsunade, the Hokage, Killer Bee would probably have already dashed into the streets of Konoha looking for fun. In fact, during these 2 weeks, Tsunade had already received news. The Raikage's office issued an official document, directly announcing to the ninja world a formal apology regarding the incident with Hinata Hayashi, with an attitude that could be described as quite sincere, which caused a stir in the ninja world at the time. Since that moment, Tsunade knew that it must have been QinYu who did something in the Cloud Ninja Village that made the fourth Raikage willingly bow his head and admit fault. However, when she saw the document of allegiance from the Cloud Ninja Village and a powerful silver bankbook in front of her in the Hokage office, Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, was completely dumbfounded. To know whether to admit fault or not was merely a matter of face, but the things laid out before her were real benefits. She never expected QinYu could achieve such a feat. It was simply super double. Her original intention was just to remind the Raikage to pay attention to the Akatsuki organization problem. But now, QinYu had directly brought the Cloud Ninja Village onto the state. Not only that, but he also managed to bring Killer Bee, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki of the Cloud Ninja Village, to Konoha. Such a magnificent achievement had never been accomplished even by her great-grandfather or second-grandfather. Tsunade had dealt with the fourth Raikage many times and fully understood how overbearing and difficult he was. Therefore, she knew even more how rare it was for QinYu to achieve this. After a long time, Tsunade finally muttered, "You little brat, how did you make the fourth Raikage compromise?" "Well, it wasn't anything special." QinYu waved his hand and casually explained to Tsunade, "Lord Raikage is not as overbearing as rumored. I found him quite easy to talk to." After a friendly exchange, he readily agreed to my conditions. QinYu spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment, as if it were the absolute truth. Fortunately, the fourth Raikage wasn't present. If he had been there and heard QinYu's words, he would probably have been so angry he would cry out loud. "Is it that simple?" Tsunade asked suspiciously, unable to believe it, as she looked at QinYu. QinYu looked very honest and straightforward, then shrugged and replied, "It's that simple." However, Karabi next to him rolled his eyes in annoyance. Despite this, he vehemently agreed with QinYu's words, saying, "It's definitely a friendly exchange. But this bastard is communicating while standing on the Great Buddha." "Great Buddha?" Tsunade frowned upon hearing this, and then seemed to think of something, her mouth opening wide as she murmured, "Could it be that?" In an instant, the legendary jutsu of her great-grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, flashed through her mind. Karabi, being quite clever, nodded and said, "That's right, just as you thought." Reflecting on it after more than half a month, he still felt a chill down his spine. Tsunade shot QinYu an exasperated glance, her every move exuding charm. "All right." At this moment, QinYu clapped his hands and said to Tsunade, "The issue with the Cloud Ninja Village has been resolved. You can leave this guy to the Hokage. You can decide how to arrange it." He suggested letting Karabi hang out with Naruto, since both were Jinchuriki and would likely have a lot in common. Plus, that kid was quite lonely, and this one has a playful nature. Although QinYu didn't explicitly say that Karabi should teach Naruto to control the Nine Tails, Tsunade, being so clever, instantly understood his meaning and readily agreed. "Well, since that's the case, I'm leaving." QinYu nodded and immediately decided to leave. "Oomph." Tsunade sneered at this and teased QinYu, "Are you in such a hurry to find your girlfriends?" Chapter 218. The only use of the Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Karabi immediately stood up excitedly and exclaimed, "What? Girlfriends?" He looked at QinYu with a lewd expression, his curiosity burning. QinYu rolled his eyes in annoyance and said to Shizune, "Sister Shizune, take this guy to find Naruto." "Oh, okay." Shizune nodded. However, Karabi immediately protested, shouting, "Wait, I still want to." "What do you want?" QinYu shot him a glare and then threatened, "Are you getting cheeky again?" Coughing, Karabi immediately shrank back at QinYu's glare, stammering, I'm going." In his heart, he had long since deemed QinYu to be more dangerous than his own brother, becoming the undisputed N01. After Karabi left, QinYu spread his hands and said to Tsunade, "So what else is there?" Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes, putting away her playful demeanor, and her expression suddenly became serious. "There's indeed something very important that requires you to go," she said solemnly. "Jiraiya sent back news. The Uchiha kid who was on your team, the one who defected to Orochimaru, seems to have recently left the Sound Ninja Village and is looking for trouble with Uchiha Itachi. You should know about Uchiha Itachi. He's a tragic kid who has made significant contributions to Konoha and the ninja world." Jiraiya especially emphasized that a lot of intelligence about the Akatsuki organization was actually conveyed to him by Uchiha Itachi. "Well, what does that have to do with me?" QinYu shrugged and said directly to Tsunade, "Since Jiraiya feels indebted to Uchiha Itachi, let him handle it himself. As a legendary Sannin, dealing with two weaklings should be a piece of cake, right? Come on." Tsunade waved her hand and said impatiently to QinYu, "Uchiha Itachi is not so easy to deal with. Even your classmate Sasuke has changed significantly now. It's said that he has already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan." "What?" QinYu raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous, and said, "No way. Is the Manjiki Sharingan so cheap now? Can anyone awaken it?" QinYu's words were half true and half false, just like the unpredictability of Naruto's talent. Are you saying his talent is weak? If he were weak, then how could he cultivate to the level of Rock Lee, who was trained for many years in just a month, and later become the only ninja to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan after Uchiha Madara? Clearly, he can't be called weak. But if you say he's talented, then compared to Itachi and Madara from the same clan, he would definitely be crushed to the ground. As for Sasuke awakening the Mangeki Sharingan ahead of time, QinYu didn't doubt it too much. After all, bearing half of the ninja world's fortune and being the reincarnation of Indra, it was completely normal to have such unexpected surprises. Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes at QinYu and continued, come on. Sasuke is a pure Uchiha mainstream bloodline, right? If I remember correctly, he's the son of Fugaku, that kid, right? QinYu shrugged and replied seriously, seems so. He's a clan leader's son. Huh? How did I forget that? Sighing, QinYu reluctantly nodded at Tsunade and said, fine, I'll go take a trip. Okay. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction at this moment. But, at this moment, QinYu suddenly grinned mischievously and said to Tsunade, since it was that bastard Jiraiya who caused me trouble, I can't let him just gather materials in Konoha every day. Let him come with me. Tsunade shook her head helplessly upon hearing this, looking at QinYu and saying, you too. Fine. Take him with you, so he won't cause trouble in Konoha. Half a minute later, seeing that QinYu had not yet left, Tsunade began to feel puzzled and asked, huh, why haven't you left yet? QinYu raised an eyebrow and grinned at Tsunade, saying, Hokage-sama, did you forget something? Forget what? Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily confused. But when she saw QinYu's mischievous grin and his aggressive gaze, her body trembled, and she immediately sensed danger. 2 seconds later, QinYu was satisfied as he walked towards Jiraiya's residence. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, a loud crashing sound suddenly echoed, and the entire building seemed to shake a little. After settling Karabi nearby the office, Shizen shook her head helplessly upon hearing the familiar sound. This guy still hasn't changed his habit before leaving. How many desks have been replaced in the Hokage office over the years? Clearly, when QinYu left just now, he once again followed his old routine of causing a ruckus before using the Flying Thunder God to escape. Poor Flying Thunder God technique in QinYu's hands. Its only use was to dodge Tsunade's powerful punches. However, QinYu was quite satisfied with this time's routine, as the previous one had only involved fighting outside. While this time, he directly went in, and the feeling was completely different. And all of this could be attributed to the fact that his strength had indeed improved. At this moment, QinYu had already arrived at Jiraiya's residence. The old guy had just returned to Konoha after gathering intelligence outside for a long time, and was preparing to go out for some materials when QinYu directly informed him that they were going out again, prompting an immediate protest. After a friendly education from QinYu, Jiraiya could only follow behind with A. QinYu blew on his fist and asked Jiraiya, where was the meeting place the two brothers agreed on? Jiraiya, rubbing his head with a bit of a headache, replied, it seems to be the Uchiha ancestral land, which isn't too far. Got it. QinYu nodded and said, lead the way. Huh? Jiraiya was taken aback. QinYu's mouth twitched, then he asked Jiraiya, what's wrong? You don't want to tell me you don't know the way, do you? Jiraiya simply shrugged and said, I really don't know. Fuck. QinYu spat out in frustration. Chapter 219. Meeting Jiraiya continued to scratch his head and asked QinYu, so what do we do now? Hearing this, QinYu tentatively suggested, how about throwing a shoe? Sounds reasonable. Jiraiya nodded in agreement and actually started to take off his shoes. Just then, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of two. He had originally been passing by and intended to greet them, but upon seeing them doing something ridiculous, he scolded them before stepping in to point the way. You two are as unreliable as ever. Kakashi pointed in a direction and told them, the Uchiha ancestral land is... Got it. Thank you. After that, QinYu and Jiraiya hurriedly left. This time, they didn't dare to be slow and rushed towards the Uchiha ancestral land. Meanwhile, in the completely opposite direction, Sasuke, who had been missing for 3 years, was also rapidly heading towards the Uchiha ancestral land with a detached expression. At this moment, inside the Uchiha ancestral land, Itachi Uchiha was already seated on a stone throne. It's known that if a shadow-level expert truly rushes, their speed is quite fast. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Or perhaps it was fate. Ultimately, 3 figures landed from 2 directions at the same time. In an instant, 5 figures stood in a triangular confrontation. These 5 figures were Uchiha QinYu, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Uchiha Sasuke. The long-dilapidated Uchiha ancestral land hadn't been this lively in many years. After 3 years apart, the 2 brothers, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, finally met again. Upon seeing QinYu and Jiraiya arrive, Itachi's calm and indifferent face only slightly raised an eyebrow. Although he was somewhat surprised by their arrival, he didn't react too much. Standing behind Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki had a much bigger reaction. At the sudden sight of QinYu, this fearless shark-faced man found his tall figure trembling unconsciously. Especially his right hand, which held a large sword, was shaking the most. To describe it, he looked like a late-stage Parkinson's patient at that moment. Having transformed into the #1 QinYu fan in the Akatsuki organization, meeting QinYu face to face again naturally frightened him greatly. Although Kisame was scared, QinYu showed no mercy. He looked at Kisame and bluntly asked, "Hey, shark face, this matter has nothing to do with you. Are you leaving on your own, or do you want me to send you off?" With his current strength and stature, he couldn't be bothered to kill someone of Kisame's level. Kisame didn't expect that as soon as QinYu appeared, he would target him right away, causing him to instinctively take a step back. The already ugly shark face twisted even more at that moment. He originally didn't want to get involved in the brothers' matter, but he was given a secret mission by his boss, Uchiha Madara, to come here. Now, he found himself in a very awkward situation. Staying meant defying QinYu's will, and running away meant going against Uchiha Madara's orders. Coincidentally, these two were the two people he feared the most. Moreover, with the arrival of the killing god, QinYu, he was also worried about Itachi's safety. Oh, QinYu raised an eyebrow, ready to take action. Just then, Itachi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke to Kisame. "Kisame, you should leave." Hearing this, Kisame's face changed immediately, and he asked Itachi, "Itachi, but you?" "It's fine." Itachi waved his hand and reiterated to Kisame, "You should leave." Then, "All right, take care of yourself." Kisame, already confused and indecisive, saw Itachi pointing him the way and decided not to dwell on it anymore. Just as he was about to turn and leave, QinYu suddenly called out, "Wait." Kisame felt as if struck by lightning, the threat of death instantly enveloping him. However, he had no thoughts of escaping. His foot that had just stepped forward immediately retracted, not daring to take another step. Kisame mechanically turned around and swallowed hard. Looking at QinYu, he asked in a deep voice, "I wonder if Lord QinYu has any instructions." "Not really instructions." QinYu waved his hand and said to Kisame, "I have a few words for you, so listen carefully." Upon hearing this, Kisame finally relaxed a bit, not daring to show any neglect, and immediately replied respectfully, Yes, Lord QinYu, please go ahead." Hee. QinYu smiled and then said, "You can be considered a pitiful person, being played around without realizing it. Your master, that masked man, is actually just a fraud. I can tell you clearly that he is not Uchiha Madara at all. Moreover, his strength is quite disappointing. A few months ago, he was defeated by me in the mist and hasn't dared to show his face since. His so-called peace project is just a joke in my eyes. With me, QinYu, around, he is destined to be a clown." Kisame was left dumbfounded by QinYu's words, shocked as he exclaimed, "What? He's not. That's impossible." Hee. QinYu sneered and continued speaking to Kisame. "Whether you believe it or not is your problem. You're also a smart person. Think about it. I have no intention of forcing you. You're not worthy of that. If you still decide to follow him, then just take a message to him for me. No matter what schemes he has, I'm always welcome. If you decide to turn back, I can give you a chance. Take this young master's token back to your mist, and May will find a way to arrange for you." Saying this, he casually tossed a jade pendant to Kisame. Inside the crystal-clear jade pendant, there was a very concealed flying thunder god seal. Kisame caught the pendant and fell into a daze. The amount of information QinYu brought him today was overwhelming, and even with his intelligence, he felt his scalp tingle. QinYu impatiently waved his hand and said to Kisame again, "All right, Scram. It doesn't matter what decision you make. I won't kill you today." Upon hearing this, Kisame hurriedly tucked the pendant away as if it were a lifesaver, then quickly vanished from the spot. Chapter 220. As always, he never considered whether this pendant might be a trap for him, because he felt unworthy. In his view, if QinYu truly wanted to deal with him, there would be no need for such trouble. And indeed, QinYu had never intended to target him. After the departure of the dry persimmon Zabuza, another figure trembled slightly, and that was the silent Sasuke. He had followed Orochimaru for 3 years, enduring extremely harsh training and bloody killings, and had finally acquired a great deal of skill. The goal was to kill his brother, and to trample his rival, QinYu, underfoot. Now, these two opponents had unexpectedly appeared before him at the same time. After 3 years of arduous training, Sasuke felt no fear at all. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. And now, these two opponents had unexpectedly appeared before him at the same time. After 3 years of arduous training, Sasuke felt no fear. All he felt was intense excitement. Driven by extreme excitement, A deep and suppressed cold laugh escaped Sasuke's lips. Seeing Sasuke like this, QinYu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, just like in the original work, this guy is indeed a problem child. However, in the next moment, Sasuke suddenly coldly addressed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha QinYu. Now that the useless lackey has left, it's time to settle our grudges. Goodness in Sasuke's eyes. Zabuza was actually just a lackey. When it comes to showing off, it seems we still have to look at Sasuke. QinYu merely smiled slightly at this, then directly asked Sasuke, "Sure, then tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? Are you planning to take us both out in one go? Or are you thinking of adding Jiraiya to the mix and taking us 3 out at once?" Sasuke's face turned red instantly at QinYu's words. Although he felt very good about himself and was brimming with confidence, to say that he could take on 2 or even 3 opponents was simply nonsense. He was proud, not foolish. As for QinYu's antics, Jiraiya had long since become accustomed to them and was completely unconcerned. He had already made up his mind that he was just there to watch the show. There was no need for him to intervene in the fighting. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, sitting at the top, had an inexplicable expression on his face, not knowing what to think, and also remained silent. After struggling for a while, Sasuke finally coldly said to QinYu, "QinYu, we are both from the same clan, and we have been teammates before. Although we have grudges, there is no hatred, so we only need to determine the winner without needing to see death. But I am different from Uchiha Itachi. I have deep-seated hatred with him. I must kill him, in memory of our deceased Uchiha clan members. And don't forget, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. You have the responsibility and obligation to avenge our slain kin. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi is an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Killing him would only benefit Konoha. So, do not obstruct me. After I deal with Uchiha Itachi, I will fight you." I originally thought that Sasuke would act like a fool and directly challenge 2 or even 3 at once. But to my surprise, this guy still had a bit of rationality, and didn't he really think about taking on 2 or 3? However, speaking of which, does Sasuke really think he can take on 2 opponents? Asked the 3 present, who could he possibly defeat? Faced with Sasuke's rational proposal, QinYu merely raised an eyebrow and teasingly said to him, "What if I say no, Nanny?" Upon hearing QinYu's firm refusal, Sasuke's expression changed instantly. He had thought that his previous remarks were completely reasonable, even considering the interests of Konoha. However, he never expected that QinYu would actually refuse. Moreover, his attitude was quite frivolous. Sasuke's heart was suddenly filled with anger, and he cursed inwardly. This bastard. He and QinYu were both in the same clan, classmates, and once teammates, so he knew quite well that this person would be completely unreasonable if he became stubborn. Nevertheless, with the enemy of the Uchiha clan right in front of him, he was still unwilling to offend QinYu first. In exasperation, Sasuke had no choice but to suppress his anger and, with a forced smile, said to QinYu, "As long as I can kill Uchiha Itachi, I wouldn't mind returning to Konoha with you. Now, do not obstruct me." Hee. Upon hearing this, QinYu laughed out loud and said to Sasuke with a smile, "It seems you still do not understand the current situation. Sasuke, since I am here, what happens today is destined to be under my control. If I do not allow him to die, you cannot kill him. If I want you to return to Konoha with me, you will have no choice." Suddenly, QinYu began to show off. And now, he was doing the legendary act of saying the most outrageous things in the most nonchalant tone. However, to be able to pull off such a show-off, there is a prerequisite condition. That is, one's strength must reach the level of pushing everything aside. Otherwise, no matter how good you are showing off, you would just be pressed down and rubbed into the ground. So, don't try to show off your choices in front of me. You have no choices. The only option is the one I give you. From beginning to end, QinYu's tone was extremely calm, as if he were merely stating a completely self-evident fact. However, in Sasuke's ears, it was utterly outrageous. In an instant, this originally overconfident Uchiha heir was filled with rage. "Good, QinYu, you are indeed as arrogant as ever." Sasuke's face was filled with a proud expression as he resentfully said to QinYu, "I have changed after 3 years." Is that so?" QinYu smiled non-committally and continued, "Maybe for others, but in my eyes, you are still just as weak, both weak and pretentious." "Baka." Sasuke's face immediately turned furious, and he directly broke down, angrily shouting, time and again, trampling on my noble dignity. Unforgivable. In that case, I will take you down first. Then I will kill Uchiha Itachi. Clang. After making his decision, Sasuke's long sword was instantly drawn. Buzz. Almost in an instant, violent lightning chakra enveloped the long sword. Just this move alone showed that Sasuke had indeed made considerable progress. Chapter 221. Sasuke's Kirin Chidori Senbon. Sasuke flicked his wrist, and the long sword was suddenly swung fiercely, with powerful lightning chakra transforming into hundreds of senbon, shooting towards QinYu like a torrential storm. Each senbon flickered with blue and white electric light, and beneath their beautiful appearance was extreme lethality and penetrating power. Compared to metallic senbon, this lightning-style senbon was evidently far more terrifying. This is what happens when a master makes a move. You can tell right away. Sasuke's senbon technique was extraordinary in both precision and quantity, showing that he hadn't wasted the last 3 years. However, even so, it was quite unfortunate. You see, all the things he used now, whether it was the lightning blade technique or the senbon, seemed to be leftovers from QinYu. By this point, QinYu had completely lost interest in these things. However, facing the overwhelming barrage of thousands of birds, Jiraiya's expression immediately turned serious. Originally, he intended to calmly watch the show, but Sasuke's attack had such a wide coverage that it engulfed him as well. Jiraiya was not hesitant. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Ninja art. Needle Earth Store. With a light shout from Jiraiya, his already quite lush white hair suddenly surged dramatically. With a flick of his tail, it shielded his body within. This technique, Needle Earth Store, was Jiraiya's unique secret skill. After its application, his hair not only expanded, but also became as hard as metal. For defense, this secret technique was undoubtedly the most useful. Sasuke's birds struck the ground, immediately piercing several feet into the earth, demonstrating tremendous penetrating power. However, when hitting that white hair, it merely produced a sound of metal clashing and could not penetrate at all. As for helping QinYu defend, Jiraiya had no such thoughts. He already knew that as long as he didn't hold QinYu back, he was contributing enough. And indeed, it was true. Sasuke's tricks, 3 years ago, QinYu might have needed to take more seriously. But in QinYu's eyes now, they were just passing clouds. Since Sasuke hadn't used his Sharingan, he naturally wouldn't use his first. In fact, his hands remained crossed over his chest, merely raising a finger slightly. In an instant, a powerful lightning attribute chakra immediately enveloped his entire body, forming a dazzling Raijin armor around him. After that, QinYu made no further movements, allowing those birds to strike at him. However, the destructively powerful lightning-based birds hit him, not only failing to cause any harm, but instead being absorbed by the Raijin armor, disappearing without a trace. This guy's lightning. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression suddenly darkened. Although he had never considered using this move to defeat QinYu, the fact that QinYu could so easily dissolve his killing move still surprised him, especially since he noticed that after devouring his birds, QinYu's already violent Raijin armor seemed to have become even stronger. Over the past 3 years, his strength had improved, but more importantly, his perspective had broadened significantly. Just after one exchange, he realized something. QinYu's lightning mastery might be above his own. Realizing that his lightning was inferior to QinYu's made Sasuke's mood drop considerably. His main attack methods were fire style, lightning style, and swordsmanship. He hadn't practiced fire style much in recent years, and he had long seen how terrifying QinYu's great fire destruction was. Thus, using fire style now would only be humiliating. As for swordsmanship, that went without saying. QinYu's physical skills, even without opening the 8 gates, were unparalleled in the ninja world. Did he really have to resort to the Manjiki right from the start? Sasuke's expression darkened even further, and he continuously pondered in his heart. The consumption of the Manjiki is simply too great. No way. I need to save the Manjiki for that bastard Itachi. QinYu, this lowly branch clan member, isn't worth me using the Manjiki. In that case, I'll use that. Thinking of his ultimate move, a confident cold smile reappeared on Sasuke's face. He suddenly thrust his arm, and a long sword infused with lightning chakra shot out. The lightning sword flew from his hand, aiming directly at QinYu. The force of this throw was immense. Combined with the lightning attribute chakra, the sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Even shadow-level experts would have to act cautiously if they were not careful. However, in front of QinYu, this move was ordinary in both power and speed. He hadn't even opened his Sharingan. He merely extended 2 fingers and, in a split second, caught the lightning sword that was shot at his face. Upon seeing this scene, both Jiraiya and Itachi, who were watching from the side, stiffened. The level of power demonstrated was secondary, but QinYu's confidence and composure, far surpassing others, were unmistakable. Although Sasuke still seemed somewhat immature, he had already changed significantly. If it were them facing this attack, they would never dare to act so boldly. Even Itachi, the artist of battle, skilled in using the Sharingan, would not dare to be so arrogant. Seeing this, Sasuke's expression darkened even more, and he quickened his hand seals. Indeed, he didn't throw the long sword to inflict damage on QinYu. He merely wanted to buy himself some time to form seals. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. At that moment, Sasuke completed the hand seals. Several fire dragons swiftly shot into the sky, one whipping its tail and crashing into the clouds, then disappearing. Soon, as the fire dragon completely entered the high-altitude clouds, the originally clear sky above Uchiha's territory suddenly darkened. Above the sky, a large amount of dark clouds gathered, and powerful arcs of electricity flickered within the clouds. Watching Sasuke's fire style, QinYu immediately understood what he was attempting to do. Although he understood, he couldn't help but internally mock Sasuke's fire style skills. It was evident that Sasuke hadn't trained his fire style much over the years. However, the average level of his fire style directly resulted in the fact that Sasuke's attempt to unleash the power of Kirin would also be quite mediocre. And indeed, it was true. Sasuke's fire style skills were not as good as QinYu's, so the impact on the weather was far less powerful. Additionally, he lacked the geographical advantage. It's worth noting that QinYu released Kirin twice, once in a land of water and once in a land of lightning. Both places are naturally rainy and thunderous countries, which inherently provide more lightning power than this location. All these reasons combined meant that the thunderclouds that Sasuke summoned were indeed relatively ordinary. Yet even so, it still shocked Itachi and Jiraiya, who were watching the battle. Neither of them had ever seen QinYu use this technique before, and now, seeing it for the first time, they felt greatly astonished. Chapter 222. Kirin is seized at this moment. Itachi felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, muttering to himself, "Sasuke, you have really grown a lot." Jiraiya sighed, thinking, this kid Sasuke is indeed a top-notch genius. If it weren't for that brat QinYu, there would probably be no one in Konoha's younger generation who could match him, not even Naruto with the 9 tails. What a pity. Although both were shocked by Sasuke's ingenious ideas, not one of them believed he could defeat the man before him, QinYu. Unfortunately, Sasuke did not have such awareness. His figure flickered as he rushed upward. Ha ha ha. QinYu, you arrogant fool. Today, let me show you my trump card. Sasuke tilted his head back, arms spread wide, with a face full of pride. In his view, he had already gathered the thunderclouds, and the outcome of the battle, even the life and death, was just a thought away. Before that, he wanted to vent his frustrations accumulated over the years. The thunderclouds rolled above, and the terrifying electric light illuminated his face, making him appear even more crazy. Meanwhile, below, Itachi frowned and murmured, "Although Sasuke's strength has improved quite a bit, this arrogant personality is really not good. How can he be so careless in front of powerhouse like QinYu?" The truth was indeed as he said. If the opponent were anyone other than QinYu, Sasuke's rambling would have likely led to him being attacked and taken down. Only QinYu had the interest to watch the show and quietly observe him showing off. The second pillar, acting as if he were mad, had been blabbering for a long time, hoping to see fear and panic on QinYu's face. Unfortunately, this was just his own wishful thinking. From beginning to end, QinYu remained calm and collected, a hint of a mocking smile on his handsome face. "Damn it, I want to see how long you can keep this up." The second pillar secretly clenched his fist, chakra surging to his eyes. In an instant, Sasuke's pitch-black eyes turned a crimson red, the Three-Tomoe Sharingan reaching its peak. At this moment, he was carefully observing the direction of the lightning in the clouds. His expression was extremely serious, clearly aware of the danger of Kirin. This was his first time using Kirin in a true combat situation. And against an opponent as cunning as QinYu, he dared not be careless. After observing for a long time, he finally extended his right hand, cautiously sending a bolt of lightning chakra into the thunderclouds. After a moment, he barely connected with the powerful natural lightning within the clouds. Slowly, the lightning began to twist and transform, the image of Kirin starting to take shape. Ha ha ha. Seeing Kirin take form, Sasuke once again broke into wild laughter and said to QinYu, "QinYu, watch closely. This is the S-rank ninjutsu I have painstakingly created over the years. Kirin, you are lucky to be the first to test its power." Excited, he even waved his hand flamboyantly. As Sasuke waved his hand, the Kirin in the thunderclouds also shook its head. Thunder roared, echoing clearly for dozens of miles. However, QinYu merely smiled faintly, showing no signs of being moved by the power of Kirin. Upon seeing this, Sasuke's expression suddenly darkened, and he shouted at QinYu, "Stop pretending. You have no chance to resist against this move." In response, QinYu simply nodded seriously and said to Sasuke, "You make a good point." Hee. Upon hearing this, Sasuke sneered, secretly thinking, "So even you, QinYu, have moments where you can't keep up appearances." A strange and intense feeling of exhilaration surged within him. The gloom brought by QinYu had already dissipated by more than half. In his view, from this moment on, QinYu's era had completely ended, and he, Sasuke, would become the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, dominating the ninja world. The glory of the Uchiha would be restored at this moment. It could be said that just because of QinYu's words, the second pillar even thought of a name for his future child. However, in the next moment, QinYu instantly manifested his Three-Tomoe Sharingan. He did not leave the ground or observe carefully, but simply raised his right hand high. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his palm. The lightning transformed into a beam of thunder, piercing the clouds like a laser. It seemed he was going to compete with Sasuke for control over Kirin. It should be known that he had used this ninjutsu many times before and was already very familiar with it. So he completely didn't need to be as cautious as Sasuke. Nanny? However, this action shocked everyone present. The natural lightning in the clouds was already extremely violent and unstable. The fact that Sasuke had previously inserted his chakra without causing a riot was already a stroke of luck. Now, with a new chakra entering, the consequences were unimaginable. Sure enough, the moment the thunderous beam pierced in, Kirin went into a frenzy. Immediately, QinYu, relying on his superior lightning release mastery, took control of Kirin in an extremely domineering manner. In an instant, Sasuke was shocked to find that the lightning release Kirin he had painstakingly created was no longer under his control. Not only that, but the lightning release chakra line in his hand, which was supposed to be the bridge to guide Kirin, had now become a fuse. The powerful natural lightning surged back along that chakra line. With a scream from Sasuke, his right hand was already injured and bleeding profusely. Forced to retreat, he retracted that chakra line. "Damn it, give me back my Kirin." At this moment, Sasuke was like a madman, completely unable to accept the fact that Kirin had been taken from him. Seeing this, QinYu just smiled and said to him, "All right, no problem. I'll give it back to you." With a wave of QinYu's hand, the Kirin in the air immediately began to dance wildly. Its two glass-like eyes instantly locked on Sasuke's position. Terrifying aura descended. Almost in an instant, the second pillar felt a chill throughout his body. Even the flow of chakra within him became somewhat obstructed. This unprecedented sense of crisis shocked Sasuke greatly. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with horror. And at this time, when Itachi saw that QinYu had taken control of Kirin and aimed it at Sasuke as a seasoned brother complex, he could no longer remain calm. After all, he did not know if Sasuke could withstand this strike that was like divine punishment with his own strength. He suddenly stood up from the stone chair, his Mangekyou Sharingan's power ready to unleash. Chapter 223. Uchiha's Mad Laughter Quartet. He suddenly stood up, his Mangekyou Sharingan's power ready to unleash. Uchiha Itachi's vision and insight were extremely strong, and although he himself was not adept at lightning release, he instantly understood that the lightning release Kirin before him was an attack that could not be avoided. However, to withstand this ninjutsu, one could only rely on the ultimate eye technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Susanoo. He didn't know if Sasuke had already activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's brows furrowed tightly, his crimson eyes fixed on the battlefield. He was prepared that if the situation on the field went awry, he would use his ultimate Susanoo to protect Sasuke within it. It must be said that his idea was very good. However, when he suddenly stood up, it looked different in Sasuke's eyes. In the eyes of the second pillar, who was blinded by hatred and a sense of mysterious confidence. This strange action was clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation. Uchiha Itachi must be wary of my great strength, afraid to face me alone, which is why he wants to take this opportunity to ambush. This bastard, he truly will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. In that moment, the second pillar, Uchiha Sasuke, thought he had seen through everything. At this moment, the second pillar was filled with inexplicable grief and anger. The Kirin he had painstakingly created with great effort had instantly fallen into enemy hands, and his enemy was now trying to take advantage of this situation to add insult to injury, making his predicament extremely difficult. But soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, You all would never have guessed. I have already activated my Manjiki Sharingan, and this Kirin can't do anything to me. At this moment, he had decided to no longer hide it and directly reveal his Manjiki Sharingan. Just thinking about his Manjiki Sharingan made the second pillar's confidence soar even higher. In that instant, he had already thought about how to fight two against one. In fact, he was even thinking about how to take down both QinYu and Uchiha Itachi, his two great enemies, at the same time. As for Jiraiya, this legendary Sannin who had shaken the ninja world for many years was no longer in his eyes. QinYu was not interested in the twists and turns between these two brothers. Seeing that Sasuke's face had lost its look of fear, he knew he was ready. So, with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Roar!" The Kirin in the sky immediately shook its head and fell with a roar. Oof! Manjiki Sharingan. Activate. At the critical moment, the three Tomoe in Juzi's eyes spun rapidly and connected. Immediately after, the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated. A massive amount of purple chakra surged explosively from his body, forming a gigantic skeleton just before the thunder struck. This technique was the initial stage of Susanoo. Boom! The terrifying thunder transformed into a Kirin, slammed directly into the purple skeleton. Although Sasuke's Susanoo was quite rough, fortunately, his Kirin was also rather crude. Thus, even though Susanoo was battered and torn, it barely withstood the blow. Who? Uchiha Itachi sighed in relief the moment he saw Sasuke's kaleidoscope emerge. Seeing him successfully summon Susanoo made him completely relax and return to his stone chair. This scene made Juzi's eyes reveal a cold smile. In his view, his idiot brother must be sighing. He was definitely lamenting that he had just missed a great opportunity to attack him. However, his attention quickly shifted back to QinYu. Ha ha ha! As the second pillar, Uchiha Sasuke laughed wildly, the Uchihas for madmen making their entrance. Although Susanoo outside had been beaten to a pulp, it did not affect Juzi's show-off ambitions at all. Under the shattered Susanoo, he looked down at QinYu from above, his expression cold and mad. How about it? QinYu? What if I let you have a Kirin? Can you break through my Susanoo's defense? Do you see this? This is the power of my Uchiha kaleidoscope. You, a lowly and foolish clansman, although you are also from the Uchiha clan and possess Sharingan. So what? Can you activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ha ha ha. What you can utilize is merely the most basic Sharingan ability. You will never be able to obtain the ultimate secret technique like the kaleidoscope Sharingan in your lifetime. Upon hearing this, QinYu was nearly laughing out loud. When it comes to humor, it still had to be Juzi. This show-off was undoubtedly the most awkward display QinYu had ever seen. But then again, this guy truly did not know that QinYu had already activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan long ago. If he knew that 3 years ago, when he was shouting about betraying Konoha to seek power, QinYu had already possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan and even the eternal kaleidoscope. Just thinking about that scene was exhilarating. Juzi's remark that he would never activate the kaleidoscope instantly made Uchiha Itachi, who was nearby, unable to hold back a facepalm. His previously indifferent demeanor shattered in an instant. Unlike his foolish brother, he had witnessed QinYu's kaleidoscope 3 years ago. Not only that, but he had also experienced its power. Even after 3 years, with his considerable progress, he still felt an unfathomable sense when facing QinYu. Now, that Sasuke had just activated the kaleidoscope and was so arrogant, it truly was a bit ignorant and fearless. Sasuke's arrogant personality left his elder brother feeling quite helpless. In contrast, QinYu's reaction was relatively calm. As a former avid fan of Hokage, he was well aware of every character's personality. From a young age, Juzi had taken it upon himself to show off. And although he had always been in a state of getting slapped in the face right as he was about to show off, it did not affect his continued pretentiousness. Especially during the time when he had just activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was in a state of extreme arrogance. Therefore, QinYu merely shrugged, then nodded seriously and replied to Sasuke, "That makes sense. You make a very good point." Sasuke did not see envy, jealousy, shock, or any other emotions on QinYu's face, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. However, after all these years, it was the first time he had made QinYu suffer, which made him feel quite satisfied. Hee, QinYu, keep jumping. Keep showing off. Continue using your lowly tricks to trample on my dignity. The extreme pleasure twisted Juzi's face. Chapter 224. Juzi sends warmth the first time he truly used the kaleidoscope Sharingan in battle. He had to utilize the ultimate secret technique, Susanoo, which brought great strain to his body. 2 lines of blood tears surged from his eye sockets, making his appearance even more deranged. However, the second pillar, who had just tasted the power of the kaleidoscope, was completely immersed in it and recklessly activated the kaleidoscope's power once again. The Susanoo, which had been somewhat battered, began to slowly recover. QinYu, now I will let you witness the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ejutsu Laukit Viltli then controlled the external Susanoo to raise its fist and smashed it towards Uchiha Itachi on the stone pedestal. Boom! Uchiha Itachi clearly did not expect Sasuke to do such a thing, but his combat skills were exceptionally high, and with a quick body flick, he had already dodged to the side. Meanwhile, the sturdy stone pedestal was smashed to pieces by Sasuke's Susanoo's punch. Seeing that he had first defended against the Kirin with Susanoo and then successfully pushed back Uchiha Itachi, the second pillar's inexplicable confidence reached its peak at that moment. Ha ha ha! As the second pillar, Uchiha Sasuke laughed wildly and said to the two in front of him, "You two can come at me together. I, Uchiha Sasuke, fear nothing." Uchiha Itachi had already experienced his brother's arrogance before. He thought that was all there was to it. However, he never expected that this was just the tip of the iceberg. In his view, even if the two brothers teamed up, they would not be a match for QinYu, let alone that Sasuke was now saying he would take on two by himself. Was this confidence? Or was it foolishness? As a devoted brother, Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat lost at this moment. He sighed deeply, thinking, I don't know how today's events will end. Originally, he felt that everything was under control. His death, Sasuke's future, he had already planned it all. But QinYu was indeed a huge variable. 3 years ago, Itachi had already experienced his unconventional tactics, and now that they met again, he realized things might not develop as he had anticipated. At this moment, the second pillar had vented enough against QinYu and no longer regarded him as a threat. The power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had given him endless confidence. Now, he was solely focused on avenging himself against his idiot brother with these eyes. As for QinYu, at this moment, he had become an obstacle. The second pillar's kaleidoscope eyes instantly locked onto QinYu. He coldly declared, "You, a lowly guy, are fortunate to witness the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha today. You can consider it not a wasted life. The next matter was the grudge between me and Itachi. So you should just die." Amaterasu. Buzz. A strange wave passed through, and the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted. In an instant, a vast expanse of scorching black flames appeared out of thin air. Once this large area of black flames emerged, the energy was firmly locked on QinYu. Seeing the black flames, QinYu instantly understood that this was Amaterasu, the Uchiha clan's Amaterasu technique. Legend has it that the black flames of Amaterasu are the flame from the center of the sun, the strongest physical attack. This attack is an unavoidable one. The burning flames will never extinguish until the target is completely burned away. Meanwhile, QinYu had already guessed what the second pillar was about to unleash while he was rambling on. The moment those flower-like eyes suddenly widened, he was already prepared. Buzz. Under the powerful chakra stimulation, his originally pitch-black pupils suddenly turned a bright crimson. 3 black Tomoe quickly connected, forming a complex pattern. Immediately after, his kaleidoscope Sharingan burst forth with brilliant light. A strange wave passed through, making the space seem to twist. At the moment, Amaterasu appeared out of nowhere. It fell into the twisted space. Following this, Amaterasu, which is said to never disappear until the target is burned away, actually began to shrink slowly. Ultimately, the black flames of Amaterasu simply vanished into thin air. This was precisely the ability of his kaleidoscope, Devour. It can completely absorb any ninjutsu within sight and release it when needed. He had rarely used this ability because, given his current strength and vision, there were far too few ninjutsu worthy of being absorbed by Devour. However, Amaterasu, known as the strongest physical attack, was worth him using this ability. Or rather, he had always coveted this technique. Although this thing is jokingly referred to as the strongest attack that has never killed anyone, in reality, its deterrent power and might are not to be underestimated. However, in today's ninja world, only the Uchiha brothers in front of him could use this technique. Now, the second pillar, thinking he was dealing a lethal blow, was actually just sending warmth. Facing the second pillar's Amaterasu, QinYu showed no politeness and directly absorbed it on the spot. It's also because he was skilled and bold enough to dare to use Devour directly. One must know that the danger level of Amaterasu is not low. If it were someone else, they would definitely first use Susanoo to isolate Amaterasu before using Devour to absorb it. However, QinYu has always enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, daring to use Devour to counter Amaterasu and cleanly absorb it. After capturing Amaterasu, QinYu was in an exceptionally good mood. Looking at the second pillar, Sasuke, he cheerfully said, "Sasuke, you truly live up to being my former teammate. After 3 years apart, you greet me with such a great gift. Thank you for the Amaterasu." His previous actions were so fast that after absorbing the black flames, he directly closed his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Plus, there was Amaterasu blocking in between, so the second pillar completely did not notice. Just at that moment, QinYu also activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, the previously unstoppable Amaterasu unexpectedly vanished in a thin air this time, which shocked the second pillar greatly. He had gone to great lengths, shedding several liters of blood and tears, to release Amaterasu in order to quickly deal with QinYu and then confront Itachi. Yet now, Amaterasu had just disappeared without a trace. How could he accept that? Baka, the second pillar, covered in blood and tears, looked mad, mumbling and shouting. How is it possible? How could you resist Amaterasu? That is the secret eye technique of the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope Sharingan. You lowly guy, how could you stand there and scathe? First Kirin, now Amaterasu, you bastard. Give it back to me. Chapter 225. Using life to embody the path of showing off the second pillar was originally overflowing with confidence. But the consecutive failures of his attacks made him completely lose patience. Compared to his brother's impulsiveness, Uchiha Itachi was much calmer. Although he also didn't see QinYu use the power of the kaleidoscope, he was constantly analyzing in his heart. The technique that made Amaterasu vanish in a thin air just now obviously bore the shadow of space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that this QinYu is truly such a genius? Has he actually cultivated space-time ninjutsu to a level that even the fourth Hokage has not reached? What an extraordinary talent. In just a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind. QinYu, on the other hand, did not intend to reveal his kaleidoscope Sharingan so early. At the same time, he didn't want to go too hard on the naive second pillar. However, listening to him babble incessantly was indeed somewhat annoying. Therefore, he decided to give the second pillar a lesson that he would never forget. Taking this opportunity, it would also be good to completely extinguish the second pillar's arrogant spirit. QinYu curled his lips and coldly smiled at the second pillar. Since you want your Amaterasu back, I'll return it to you. For some reason, upon hearing this, Sasuke's hair stood on end all at once. Immediately, a powerful sense of crisis enveloped him. He suddenly remembered that just a few minutes ago, QinYu had also coldly smiled and returned his Kirin to him. No. Sasuke instantly thought of something, but quickly dismissed it, denying, "No, impossible. He was able to take away my control over Kirin because his lightning release skill is indeed above mine, and I was a bit careless, which led to my downfall. However, Amaterasu is a unique eye technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could he possibly manipulate it?" However, even though he thought this way, Sasuke did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent in practice. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his eyes, and at the cost of several liters of blood and tears, reinforced the Susanoo outside. Seeing this, QinYu couldn't help but feel amused. This second pillar, while a bit delusional, was not entirely foolish. He still knew to strengthen his defenses. Sure enough, at the moment Sasuke fortified his Susanoo, QinYu once again manifested his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The secret technique of Devour was suddenly activated. Reverse. Words become law. The previously absorbed black flames of Amaterasu reappeared out of thin air. However, this time it did not appear in front of QinYu. Instead, it directly fell onto the Susanoo outside Sasuke. The so-called Amaterasu that burns everything was not just a baseless claim. As soon as the black flames of Amaterasu appeared, they immediately began to blaze fiercely. Even the body of Susanoo was being scorched continuously. The second pillar was startled and hurriedly concentrated his chakra and eye power on Susanoo, constantly contending against Amaterasu. One can imagine that if it weren't for Susanoo guarding Sasuke's exterior with his reaction speed, he would not have been able to dodge this attack at all. This time, QinYu did not conceal anything. The crimson and strange eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The second pillar was utterly shocked by this scene, raising his trembling arm and pointing at QinYu's eyes, stuttering in shock. "Why you? How? Is it possible? You also activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan? It's impossible. How could you possibly activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan? How is this possible?" In that moment, jealousy, anger, embarrassment, and a series of emotions surged up his heart. Thinking of all his previous arrogance and mocking QinYu claiming he would never be able to activate the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to bang his head against Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, standing nearby, was also quite taken aback. His fists tightly clenched under the Akatsuki robe. Unlike his foolish brother, he understood much more information. Therefore, he immediately recognized that QinYu's eyes were not ordinary Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Instead, it was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a step above. 3 years ago, he had witnessed QinYu's Mangeki Sharingan. At that time, he only thought that QinYu was an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan with Uchiha blood, who had simply opened the Mangeki Sharingan by chance due to his extraordinary talent. Although it was quite shocking, he could barely understand it. However, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was truly beyond his comprehension. According to the records on the Uchiha monument, one needed to unlock the Mangeki themselves and then transplant another's Mangeki to awaken the eternal Mangeki. This meant that apart from the two brothers, the masked man, and the current QinYu, there were actually more Mangeki users in the ninja world. When did the Uchiha survivors become so numerous? With this question in mind, he hurriedly observed QinYu's eyes more closely. Upon closer inspection, he was even more shocked, because the two pairs of Mangeki that QinYu possessed were obtained through the system, which was incredibly impressive. The eyes and abilities he had never seen before made it easy to imagine how shocked Itachi's heart was at that moment. In an instant, he even had an extremely absurd thought. Could it be that QinYu's current eternal Mangeki was so powerful because he had dug up some hidden grave of a clan member and transplanted a mysterious Mangeki? But soon, he shook his head to dismiss this idea. Firstly, he had witnessed QinYu using the Mangeki 3 years ago. Secondly, even if he had really found the deceased Uchiha clan members, it was impossible for so many clan members to have awakened the Mangeki. Also, QinYu's Sharingan could be freely turned on and off, clearly not resembling a transplanted one. The usually wise Uchiha Itachi was at a loss this time. Helplessly, he could only sigh. This is quite strange. This QinYu is indeed an anomaly. On the other side, Sasuke was indeed a man who bore half of the fate of the ninja world. At this moment, after extreme grief and anger, his Mangeki unexpectedly underwent another transformation. In the utmost sublimation, the Susanoo surrounding him directly evolved to the second stage. The second stage of Susanoo was significantly more advanced than the first stage. Originally just a skeletal frame, it was now further enriched with tendons and flesh, wrapped in a cloak of chakra. Both its defensive and offensive capabilities had qualitatively improved. The most obvious manifestation was the Amaterasu burning outside the Susanoo. After the Susanoo was enriched with tendons and flesh, the burning speed of Amaterasu noticeably slowed down. It should be noted that Sasuke had no idea how many times he had been slapped in the face along his journey. But as someone who dedicated his life to being impressive, he could find new confidence each time. Clearly, the breakthrough of Susanoo had given him quite a bit of confidence. Chapter 226. Calling out good guy, did you see that, QinYu? Breaking through at the last moment. Even heavens are on my side. Even if Amaterasu can't do anything to you, what of it? I still have Susanoo. After shouting a few words, Sasuke immediately urged his Susanoo to charge wildly at QinYu. This time, as Sasuke, he no longer dared to delay. 1. Considering that Amaterasu outside his Susanoo was ultimately a hidden danger. If he didn't quickly take down QinYu, the caster, he would never be able to deal with Amaterasu. 2. He had clearly felt a lack of chakra and ocular power, especially after using the second stage of Susanoo. The consumption of chakra and ocular power was even more terrifying. And third, and most importantly, he had to leave enough strength to deal with his enemy, Uchiha Itachi. In fact, although he felt considerable humiliation from QinYu, he still hadn't forgotten his original intention. For him, the one he most wanted to kill and must kill had always been Uchiha Itachi, not QinYu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, seeing his brother's strength increase again, couldn't help but subtly curve his lips. He did not stop Sasuke's attack. He was also curious about just how strong this Uchiha QinYu was. However, since even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan had appeared, QinYu naturally did not plan to delay any longer. In the astonished gazes of everyone, his eyes actually changed again. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan slowly faded, and the originally bright red eyes suddenly turned purple and misty. Subsequently, a series of black ripples appeared at the bottom of his eyes. What? That is, Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in shock as he said, just like Pain, that is, the Rinnegan? How is this possible? Just how many trump cards does this QinYu have hidden? This was probably the umpteenth time Itachi had been so shocked today. Or rather, The number of times he had been shocked over the years combined didn't even equal today. Even with his wisdom and talent, under such a sudden circumstance, he couldn't have imagined that the evolutionary end of the Uchiha clan Sharingan was the Rinnegan. In an instant, the heart he had just set down was raised again. His whole body was tense, ready to save his foolish brother at any moment. However, now he was completely unsure if he could really protect Sasuke. As for Sasuke, his thoughts were even more absurd. After all, unlike the well-informed Itachi, he had only heard of the Rinnegan but had never seen it. Caught off guard, he didn't think in that direction at all. Seeing QinYu's eyes suddenly change, the first thought that popped in his mind was, what? A Jinjutsu? However, the Mangekyou Sharingan and Susanoo had given him far too much confidence. He was only confused for a moment, then he no longer took this so-called Jinjutsu to heart. In his view, the fact that QinYu had even begun to use this kind of distraction meant that he was definitely afraid of his Susanoo. A mere Jinjutsu, a trivial skill. With this thought, he urged his Susanoo even more frantically. He wanted to take advantage of the moment QinYu cast the illusion to bring him down with overwhelming force. However, facing him, QinYu heard Sasuke's words at this moment. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. Jinjutsu? What the heck is Jinjutsu? Where did this guy see it was Jinjutsu? It's one thing not to recognize the Rinnegan, but to actually mistake it for Jinjutsu? As a ninja of the Uchiha clan and a direct descendant of the clan leader. Not even recognizing the Rinnegan, the pinnacle of the three great ocular techniques? Besides you, Sasuke, there's no one else? It seems it's time to show my true skills. QinYu thought to himself, looking at the inflated Sasuke in front of him. QinYu directly let out a cold laugh and said, I really don't understand why a second stage Susanoo gave you such confidence. Under everyone's gaze, he calmly extended his right hand. Then his right hand pointed directly at Sasuke in the distance. In fact, ever since he obtained the origins of Indra and Ashura, his strength had been increasing almost daily. With his current strength, even summoning the Tenji's earthquake star would be a breeze. However, this time, he did not use any overly bizarre ninjutsu. He simply activated a plain, ordinary ninjutsu. Universal, perhaps because the Rinnegan inherently carried a buff. Even a guy as carefree as QinYu unconsciously adjusted his tone toward that of Nagato when using ninjutsu with the Rinnegan. Calm, indifferent, yet exuding supreme authority. As the Rinnegan, the foremost of the three great eye techniques, its power indeed deserves the phrase words become law. As QinYu's voice fell, his eyes suddenly erupted with unparalleled might. A terrifying gravitational force burst forth from the palm of his right hand. The moment the universal pull was unleashed, the body of the second pillar, which was originally controlling the Susanoo to charge forward, suddenly trembled. Immediately, the second pillar felt that everything before him vanished completely. Only a pair of purple, ripple-patterned eyes remained, spanning the void, radiating brilliance. Following that, his body involuntarily lifted off the ground. After that, he flew forward at extremely rapid speed. How could this be? In midair, Sasuke was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, "What kind of illusion is this? It can affect me to this extent?" In an instant, the image of Uchiha Itachi's ultimate illusion, Tsukuyomi, flashed through his mind. This illusion, which could directly inflict intense hallucinations on a person, making them feel an overwhelming sense of realism, was supposed to be at the same level as Tsukuyomi. Even if it wasn't, in a moment of panic, the second pillar dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately forming hand seals, and then shouted, "Release." Upon seeing this, QinYu's originally indifferent and calm face couldn't help but twitch again. Good heavens! I can't help but exclaim. I'm truly amazed. This guy has until now still thought he was under an illusion. My Rinnegan technique, actually mistaken for an illusion. What a joke. Meanwhile, seeing universal pull, Uchiha Itachi squinted his eyes and thought to himself, as expected, his ability is the same as Pain's. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi also let out a sigh of relief. Although the universal pull had a domineering effect, it didn't possess much lethality, so it seemed that Sasuke wouldn't be in too much danger. However, the next second, when he saw his younger brother desperately trying to dispel the illusion, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 227. Half asleep, half awake, however, as a seasoned brother complex, facing Sasuke's ignorance and fearlessness. Itachi would certainly choose to forgive him. Moreover, in an instant, he found a reason for his poor little brother in his heart. That's right. Sasuke actually doesn't recognize the Rinnegan, right? That's it. Sasuke is at a disadvantage due to his lack of experience and knowledge. How domineering is the power of the universal pull? Sasuke's second stage, Susanoo, could only block part of it. most of the power still acted directly on him. At this moment, he had already been pulled out of Susanu's protection by the powerful gravitational force. Losing the support of the Sharingan's chakra, Susanu began to slowly dissipate. And as the second pillar, without the protection of Susanu, his body flew out faster and faster. Sasuke was indeed a tough guy. To break free from the illusion, he tried various methods in an instant. He even resorted to harmful actions like biting his tongue, but still had no effect. In the end, the second pillar gritted his teeth and carefully examined his chakra with his own Sharingan. It should be known that in Naruto, illusions essentially interfere with the opponent's chakra flow to create hallucinations. After inspecting, Sasuke awkwardly found that his chakra flow was completely normal, with no abnormalities whatsoever. Only then did he finally realize that he hadn't fallen under any illusion at all. Everything before him was just his own wishful thinking. So, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he said, "Does this mean QinYu really unleashed a new eye technique? This is gravity? Not good. Sumonin technique." Sasuke's battle intelligence wasn't weak. He had simply been too deep in his preconceived notions and appeared a bit foolish. When he discovered that his body was under gravitational control, he immediately used the summoning technique from the seal on his arm to summon 2 chains. At the other end of the chains were long and sharp spikes. Under the urging of Sasuke's chakra, the chains shot out and embedded themselves heavily into a nearby boulder. Seeing that the other end of the chains was secured, Sasuke tightened his grip. He attempted to resist the gravitational force from QinYu's palm in this way. From QinYu's perspective, Sasuke indeed appeared foolish, not knowing how to respond. But seeing that he finally reacted, he suddenly felt that he wasn't as foolish as he seemed. Moreover, the response he took after realizing the situation was quite appropriate, although, fundamentally speaking, it was of no use. That's right, it was of no use at all. If he thought that a mere broken chain could withstand this repulsive force, that would be underestimating QinYu as a person and truly underestimating the power of the Rinnegan. In fact, Sasuke originally had a slight chance to withstand it. That was at the moment QinYu unleashed the universal pull. He should have fully activated Susanoo to resist. Unfortunately, he missed that opportunity. The truth was indeed as such. After Sasuke realized the situation, the measures he took were indeed quite good, exactly like Kakashi's choice when he first faced Pain's Deva Path in the original story. However, if Kakashi couldn't resist the Deva Path, how could Sasuke possibly contend against QinYu, who was far stronger than Pain? Even if the second pillar used all his strength, even if he employed powerful lightning chakra to try to hold onto the chains, his body was still being pulled forward continuously. In the end, under the powerful gravitational force of the universal pull, the chains forged from fine iron actually broke apart. After his last hope suddenly snapped, the second pillar was propelled toward QinYu at an even faster speed than before. Ultimately, QinYu's right hand directly grasped Sasuke's neck. The chaotic outside world instantly fell silent. Uchiha Itachi's body tensed up in an instant, and he was about to step forward, but just a momentary impulse was forcibly suppressed. However, his gaze remained fixed on QinYu. It should be known how strong QinYu's perception was. Even though Itachi did not take that step, he still sensed Itachi's unusual movement, but he merely curled his lips slightly and didn't pay it any mind. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Sasuke, after being captured, struggled to breathe and coughed violently a few times. Yet he remained tough, not shouting or begging for mercy. Not only that, a sinister grin suddenly appeared on his face. At that moment, the pair of Mangekyou Sharingan in his eyes erupted with a powerful radiance. Amaterasu, die for me, at such a close distance. I don't believe you can absorb Amaterasu. Cough, cough. Although Sasuke's voice was hoarse due to his neck being choked at this moment, his voice was filled with an almost fanatical, killing intent. His Mangekyou Sharingan had just been activated not long ago, and continuously using such a powerful eye technique was a huge burden. Therefore, terrifying blood tears gushed out from his eye sockets. In that instant, he appeared extremely fearsome. However, Sasuke was completely unconcerned. There was no trace of fear on his face. All that remained was a strong madness. He only wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Instantly, the black flames of Amaterasu, which burned everything, reappeared. In Sasuke's view, the previous absorption of Amaterasu was merely because QinYu had prepared in advance, and the distance was a bit far. Now that his neck was in QinYu's grasp, their bodies were almost pressed together. The distance was extremely close. With the speed and power of Amaterasu, it would definitely take him down in one blow. QinYu absolutely had no chance to evade or absorb. I have to say, ever since Sasuke reacted to the illusion event earlier. His 2 consecutive moves have been quite impressive. However, it's also a pity, as it was merely a bit impressive. This slight impressiveness, in light of the current situation, can hardly be said to change anything. After all, the power gap between him and QinYu is too large. What is even more tragic is that up until now, he still hasn't realized this. Although Sasuke's close-range activation of Amaterasu seemed sudden, it was actually entirely expected by QinYu. The moment Sasuke activated Amaterasu, QinYu immediately summoned the ultimate technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo. Infinite purple-blue chakra erupted from his body, forming a gigantic purple-blue skeleton outside of him at lightning speed. How powerful is Susanoo? Although QinYu only manifested the first stage, he still managed to firmly block the sudden onslaught of Amaterasu's black flames. What? Looking at the Susanoo right in front of him, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed in shock. Susanoo? You can actually. Chapter 228. The buzzing trio. He didn't recognize the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and thought that QinYu was just using an ordinary Mangekyou form. Moreover, seeing that QinYu had never used Susanoo, he naturally assumed that he had not mastered this ultimate technique. This was also the confidence that allowed Sasuke to dare to attack again. But now, the ironclad fact was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Even more terrifying was that at this moment, QinYu's Susanoo still maintained that strange ripple-like eye. At this moment, he did not reveal the Mangekyou Sharingan form. How? How is this possible? Sasuke's heart was shaken, and he exclaimed in excitement and shock. What kind of eye technique is this? How could it have such an effect? Divider. Regarding Susanoo, I, the author, have to mention something. Their essay saying that only a double-eyed Mangekyou can activate Susanoo. Because of this, both Kakashi and Obito, with only one eye, could not use Susanoo. It was only after their double eyes merged that Kakashi was able to activate Susanoo. However, the double-eyed Mangekyou is just a prerequisite for activating Susanoo. Regardless of whether one maintains the double-eyed Mangekyou afterwards, it can still be used. For example, Uchiha Madara has used Susanoo even in his Rinnegan state or even without eyes. Divider. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who was watching from the sidelines, was much wiser. Upon seeing this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, he suddenly realized, thinking to himself, could it be that there is some unknown connection between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan? Indeed, the Rinnegan is the sage's eye, and my Uchiha clan is a descendant of the sage of 6 paths. It is only natural that there is a connection between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. How didn't he expect that the power of the Rinnegan could be so terrifying? On the other side, QinYu smiled slightly and looked at Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, your thinking is still too simple. Do you really think that if I'm close enough to Amaterasu, I cannot resist it? Or do you think that I cannot use Susanoo at all? Cough. Sasuke was already being choked and struggling to breathe, and now he was further incited, his blood rushing to his face. With such a heavy physical burden, the Amaterasu he unleashed returned to no avail, leaving Sasuke extremely frustrated. However, he still did not give up. He then hoarsely shouted, QinYu, don't get too proud. Cough cough. Your Susanoo is only the first stage? It's not even qualified to boast in front of me. Upon hearing this, QinYu's mouth twitched slightly. Well. Sasuke truly deserves his title as the second pillar. When it comes to showing off, he really is unstoppable. Facing this kind of invisible show-off, QinYu sincerely admired him. Who could withstand such boasting? Sasuke was completely unaware of QinYu's embarrassment, and at this moment, he felt quite good about himself. Boom! Just then, as soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he forcefully activated his Mangekyou Sharingan again. Chakra surged forth. The second stage of Susanoo wrapped around his body once more. In an instant, 2 massive figures appeared on the field. One was purple-blue, and the other was pure purple. Moreover, the pure purple Susanoo looked significantly sturdier and larger than the purple-blue one. Yet even so, Sasuke still could not break free from QinYu's grasp. QinYu's powerful right arm directly plunged into the Susanoo, firmly gripping Sasuke's neck. Sasuke was not surprised by this. Or rather, at this point, he merely wanted to prove that his orthodox Uchiha Susanoo was stronger than QinYu's. Watching from the sidelines, Itachi and Jiraiya couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more than the player, and this couldn't be more true. Not to mention that Itachi knew that QinYu possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, which inherently had greater power than an ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan. Even Jiraiya, who knew little about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou, had already seen the signs. The signs he saw were quite simple. One could clearly see it just from their states of activating the Manjiki. Sasuke had activated his Manjiki several times, appearing weak and bloodied, showcasing a hand of embarrassment and struggle. In contrast, QinYu had not even taken a breath, appearing to handle everything with ease. Even someone like him, who didn't understand eye techniques, could see the difference. Yet poor little Sasuke remained oblivious. Looking at the smugness revealed through Sasuke's embarrassment, QinYu could only shake his head helplessly. The other party had already brought their face close. If he didn't fight back, it wouldn't be his character. He gazed directly at Sasuke, mimicking Itachi's tone from his past life, and said calmly, "My foolish teammate, your temperament is truly too narrow. Just how far can your eyes really see?" In an instant, QinYu's godly presence re-emerged. When it came to demeanor, QinYu had it down perfectly. This little phrase had Sasuke stunned. At this moment, Sasuke was indeed caught off guard by QinYu's words. After a long while, he finally snapped out of his daze, but immediately followed with endless unwillingness and anger. Though it was difficult, he still hoarsely shouted, "Bastard! Cough cough, you lowly being! What qualification do you have to lecture me?" To this, QinYu merely smiled slightly and teasingly said, "Just a mere second stage of Susanoo can give you such confidence?" Saying this, he once again channeled a bit of Manjiki chakra. Boom! Instantly, the originally rough skeletal structure of Susanoo was suddenly covered in veins and flesh. What? Sasuke's expression changed instantly, and he exclaimed in shock, "The second stage? How is that possible?" QinYu directly sneered, continuing to strike. "Is it really so shocking that it's just the second stage? Then how about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo underwent yet another transformation. Based on the original bones, veins, and flesh, he added a set of Tengu armor. At the same time, Susanoo no longer had empty hands but instead conjured two massive long swords. The third stage? Sasuke's face changed drastically. At such a close distance, he could clearly perceive that at this moment, his Susanoo was completely no match for QinYu. Shocked again, QinYu sneered once more, sarcastically saying, "Well, how about this?" Boom! In front of everyone's eyes, the form of Susanoo changed again. Based on the third form, it now added the lower body and legs. At this moment, Susanoo's entire body suddenly shot up, and its size increased dramatically. Meanwhile, QinYu's position also changed. He actually soared into the air, arriving at the head of Susanoo. And Sasuke, who was being held by QinYu, was lifted up like a chick. However, this time, he was not pulled out of Susanoo, but his Susanoo had no lower body, leaving it to awkwardly hover in midair. Jiraiya, who was watching, couldn't help but click his tongue, followed by a sigh. This kid's strength is truly monstrous now, completely leaving this old man behind. Compared to him, what are the legendary three ninjas of Konoha? Just a joke. Hey, thankfully this kid is from Konoha. Thinking back to their first meeting by the river in Konoha, it felt like just yesterday. Itachi's expression changed repeatedly as he murmured, "I never expected QinYu could evolve Susanoo to this extent. Even I can't do that. Is this the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan?" Even the well-informed Itachi thought QinYu's performance should end here. However, the next moment, QinYu unexpectedly said again, "What? Can't accept this? Then how about this?" Besides QinYu, the three others present felt a buzzing in their heads upon hearing this phrase. Immediately, two words popped into their minds. What the hell? At this moment, all three had the same thought. Could it be that the Susanoo QinYu is displaying now is still not the final form? Boom! Accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the already towering Susanoo expanded again, becoming extraordinarily gigantic, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The chakra was completely stable, the armor pieces were clearly defined, and wings sprouted from its ribs, resembling a deity. The two chakra-long swords at its waist were like divine swords capable of splitting mountains. Complete Susanoo, also known as the true Susanoo. Although QinYu had slightly relaxed his grip, at this moment, Sasuke was already gasping for breath. It wasn't because he was being choked, but because the shock and pressure from the complete Susanoo before him were simply overwhelming. His proud second stage, Susanoo, was truly just a tiny dot in comparison to the complete form. It is no exaggeration to say that the size of his second stage was probably about the same as the fist of the complete Susanoo. Thinking about the taunts he previously directed at QinYu, Sasuke felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Unfortunately, being held up by QinYu, he couldn't even find a crack to hide in. After the embarrassment came intense jealousy. If I had such power, wouldn't that mean I could avenge my parents and my clan? A surge of intense jealousy, unwillingness, and resentment erupted simultaneously, and Sasuke roared, covering his eyes. Under such intense stimulation, endless blood tears burst forth from his eye sockets. But it wasn't just Sasuke. Itachi was also shocked beyond measure. He was already astonished when QinYu showcased the fourth stage of Susanoo, but he could still accept it mentally. Although he could only bring Susanoo to the third stage, he still had two trump cards, which were the two artifacts, the Totsuka Blade and the Yada Mirror. With these two artifacts, he had the confidence to take the initiative even against the fourth stage Susanoo. But now, the emergence of the complete Susanoo shattered all his fantasies. The complete Susanoo represented power that completely transcended limits, and even imagination. Today's events have truly exceeded my control. Itachi frowned deeply, muttering to himself, I just don't know what attitude this QinYu really has. This person is both righteous and wicked. His thoughts are truly inscrutable. As for Jiraiya, he had long since become accustomed to QinYu's strength. Or rather, seeing QinYu possess power capable of overwhelming the entire ninja world made him feel quite relieved. After all, he was very different from the ambitious Orochimaru. He was more than willing to believe in a younger generation and entrust the future to them. Looking at the flustered Sasuke, QinYu said with a mocking expression, I'm really sorry, but it's not easy for me to bring out a second stage Susanoo as powerful as yours. You. Sasuke was furious, but he had no idea how to retort. Faced with the unimaginable complete Susanoo before him, he didn't even have the courage to threaten back. QinYu smiled slightly and said calmly, just obediently hand over your chakra. In the next moment, the light of his Rinnegan shone. An infinite pulling force erupted from his palm. In Sasuke's terrified gaze, the Susanoo that was already small around him was gradually being absorbed, getting smaller and smaller. Susanoo is indeed a dojutsu, but its essence is actually a powerful chakra shield. Under the power of the Rinnegan, it was being slowly absorbed. Soon, the Susanoo completely disappeared. Afterwards, Sasuke was shocked to discover that the pulling force hadn't vanished. Instead, it began to continuously absorb the chakra from his body. How? Is this possible? Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. The next moment, his body trembled. At this moment, he couldn't even maintain the Manjiki Sharingan, slowly reverting back to the Three-Tomoe form. Bastard! QinYu! Sasuke was genuinely enraged this time, his eyes filled with killing intent, desperately struggling as he angrily shouted at QinYu, Return my chakra. For Sasuke at this moment, being beaten or insulted was somewhat acceptable. However, having his chakra drained was absolutely unacceptable, because his life and death enemy, the mortal enemy of his clan, Itachi Uchiha, was right in front of him. He had painstakingly trained for nearly 10 years just to eliminate this enemy. But now, QinYu was actually draining his chakra. Didn't that mean he had completely lost hope for revenge? However, the suppression from a complete Susanoo, combined with the divine power of the Rinnegan, was something he could resist. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. His chakra was still being drained at an alarming speed. It should be known that with Naruto's immense chakra, when being drained by the hungry ghost path, it was quickly exhausted, let alone Sasuke. In less than half a minute, he had completely turned into an ordinary person without any power. Damn it, QinYu! Feeling the emptiness of chakra within him, Sasuke went almost insane. Frantically yelling at QinYu, Return my chakra. How can I take my revenge like this? Chapter 230, The Enlightened Sasuke Sigh. Jiraiya, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head at this scene, sighing. This Sasuke is indeed a rare genius. But in front of that brat QinYu, he really seems as immature as a child. Whether in terms of power or temperament, he is far behind. Cough, cough. After Sasuke's hysterical roar, he began to cough violently. The only reason he was able to hold on for so long, while QinYu had him by the throat, was because of the support from his powerful chakra. Now that his chakra was almost drained, he had turned into a completely powerless mortal. At present, with QinYu choking him, he was at risk of passing out from asphyxiation at any moment. However, even in this situation, he still struggled to mumble, revenge, kill. On the side, Itachi Uchiha, who had not intervened, felt anxious upon seeing his younger brother in such a disadvantageous position. As wise as he was, he could not see through the young man in front of him, QinYu. Even at this moment, he could not determine QinYu's true intentions. It was important to note that Sasuke was now considered a rogue ninja of Konoha. If QinYu suddenly decided to strike hard and kill him with overwhelming force, it was certainly a possibility. Realizing this, he became even more anxious. In a flash, he stood up from his chair. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi shouted loudly to the high and mighty QinYu, "Sir, could you please let my brother go first so that we brothers can settle our family grievances? No matter who wins or loses, we will naturally give Konoha an explanation." Upon hearing Itachi's words, QinYu simply smiled. Suddenly, he retracted his ocular power, and the massive, complete body, Susanoo, slowly dissipated. As the Susanoo faded, he slowly descended from the void and casually tossed the nearly suffocating Sasuke aside. With a loud crash, the two pillars, who had been away from the ground for a long time, finally returned. Cough, cough. Sasuke, his face flushed, coughed violently for a while before finally regaining his senses. He felt no gratitude towards Itachi for his words. On the contrary, he was filled with boundless anger towards Itachi's actions. It was important to remember that he had once been full of spirit and confidence. At that time, he believed that with the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, he had the ability to first subdue QinYu, this lowly clan member, and then seek revenge on Itachi. However, after being beaten down by QinYu, when he clearly sensed his strength and even life slipping away, he finally recognized reality and remembered his original intention. Whether QinYu lived or died was not important. What mattered was that Itachi must die. Therefore, the first thing the two pillars did upon returning to the ground was to attempt to summon a weapon through the summoning technique in his arm, rushing to kill Itachi. However, his chakra had been completely drained by QinYu, and he could not even successfully summon the most basic summoning tool. Moreover, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Itachi felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but step forward, concerned, and said, "Sasuke, get lost." Blinded by hatred, Sasuke coldly responded to Itachi's concern with anger. "Stop pretending to be sympathetic to disgust me. You want QinYu to let me go because you're worried that my Manjiki Sharingan will fall into someone else's hands, and you'll lose the chance to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, right? Today, it's either me or you." Hearing this, QinYu, who was standing by, looked at Sasuke with a slightly speechless expression. This guy, does he think he is being clever and suddenly showing off? He had probably already felt that with his chakra depleted, there was no way he could kill his brother today. Therefore, he deliberately revealed the secret of the eternal Manjiki. This seemed to insult Itachi, but was actually a reminder to QinYu that he must not let his Manjiki fall into Itachi's hands. After shouting for a while, Sasuke struggled to get up again. Once on his feet, he resolutely charged toward his enemy, Itachi. QinYu shrugged helplessly, casually pointed to his chest, and softly commanded, "Wood release, thorn killing technique." A large number of vines rose from the ground, swiftly binding Sasuke in place. Chidori flow. Chidori flow. Damn it, QinYu. Let me go. I want to take revenge. Facing QinYu's restraints, Sasuke instinctively released defensive ninjutsu to try to break free. However, all he managed to do was unleash a wave of sound wave attacks into the air without even producing a spark of lightning. It was at this moment that he suddenly remembered that his chakra had been drained, and he was instantly frustrated. In response to Sasuke's noise, QinYu merely rolled his eyes and ignored him. Itachi, on the other hand, had a serious expression and said calmly, "Sasuke, you should recover your chakra here. We will definitely have a battle between us, and I will wait for you." As he spoke, his pair of crimson eyes locked onto QinYu. Under such a gaze from a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, anyone else would feel a sense of crisis. However, QinYu remained relaxed and nonchalant, simply waving his hand dismissively, saying, "It seems you brothers still don't understand the situation. I told you, you have no choice. Today, the fate of everyone here can only be dictated by me." Seeing QinYu's attitude remain so arrogant, Itachi furrowed his brow slightly, a rare sharpness flashing through his usually gentle expression. Although he had always been loyal to Konoha, this time, he did not want his and his brother's fate to be manipulated by anyone, even if that person was extraordinarily powerful. Seeing Itachi's expression, QinYu somewhat understood. Itachi was gentle at heart, but incredibly resilient, which allowed him to bear everything on his shoulders. However, now that he wanted to make Itachi let go, it was not going to be an easy task. At this moment, QinYu seemed to have completely realized this and did not bother to argue. He looked directly at Itachi for the first time and said lightly, "Itachi, Uchiha, good eyes. But how far can they really see? The Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo you rely on are completely meaningless in front of me." Chapter 231. Secret Conversation in an instant. Hearing QinYu suddenly say these words, the originally cold Itachi's expression changed slightly. Immediately, A wave of inner powerlessness surged within him. This feeling had last appeared when the higher-ups of Konoha were at odds with the Uchiha clan. At that time, even his respected brother ShowsThree had been forced to take his own life. He could only painfully support himself in the whirlpool and ultimately chose to annihilate his own clan. Since then, his temperament had become increasingly resilient. No matter what strong enemy he faced or how difficult the situation was, he managed to handle it relatively easily. Even when facing Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and that man who called himself Madara Uchiha, he had never felt such a sense of helplessness. But the young upstart from Konoha before him made Itachi feel completely at a loss. 3 years ago, when they first met, his proud Mangeki Sharingan techniques had no effect in front of QinYu. Now, upon seeing him again, the Akatsuki organization, which he had feared the most, had been wiped out by QinYu as easily as chopping vegetables. If he had to describe QinYu in 4 words, Itachi felt it would definitely be profound and unfathomable. If he were to add another 4 words to that, it would undoubtedly be an extreme monstrosity. Just with a light glance, Itachi's heart was shaken. At this moment, his hands, hidden within the wide robe, began to tremble slightly. Without even activating any ocular technique, he made me. QinYu felt quite curious about what choice Uchiha Itachi would make before him. Would he grit his teeth and spar with me? Or would he simply bow his head? If he insisted on making a move, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the trapped Sasuke, and his gaze gradually became resolute. In that case, QinYu, I must offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, the triangular pinwheel in his eyes suddenly spun violently. The world before QinYu rapidly distorted, turning a blood red in an instant. It seems you do want to spar with me after all. QinYu smiled slightly at this, saying with a hint of disappointment, Unfortunately, you've made a foolish choice. A mere Tsukuyami couldn't do anything to me 3 years ago, and now it's as easy to break as a snap of my fingers. Just as QinYu was about to use his ocular power to violently break through the Tsukuyami, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly waved his hand and said urgently, Wait, QinYu, you've misunderstood. You are undoubtedly a prodigy, and I know I'm not your match, so I have no intention of fighting you. Oh, hearing this, QinYu raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, So, what do you want to say to me? Uchiha Itachi sighed deeply and replied straightforwardly, Indeed. There are some things I don't want Sasuke to hear. Hee. QinYu glanced around the Tsukuyami world and smiled at Uchiha Itachi, teasingly saying, This Tsukuyami world is quite a good place for whispering secrets, so go ahead. Uchiha Itachi's expression grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. You are the pillar of Konoha today, a man wearing half of the Hokage's cloak. And you're also a member of the Uchiha clan. You must be aware of the truth behind the massacre of my clan back then, right? Oh, upon hearing this, QinYu was unexpectedly taken aback and retorted, On what basis are you so sure? It's actually quite simple. Uchiha Itachi smiled and continued to explain, Because of your attitude towards me and my brother. If you were an uninformed Konoha ninja, seeing me, the traitor who wiped out the Uchiha clan, you would surely express a strong killing intent. Even Kakashi-sensei, who once trained me, would be no exception, let alone you, who were once a member of the Uchiha clan. However, from our first meeting in Konoha 3 years ago, I noticed that you were quite different. Although you were strong, you never intended to put me to death. I see. QinYu nodded non-committally, secretly sighing. Another genius from the Uchiha clan. Itachi's popularity is inseparable from his wisdom. Uchiha Itachi did not stop his narration, his tone becoming increasingly calm. It's somewhat amusing to say, Back then, I thought you were too ostentatious and wanted to give you a warning. Unfortunately, that thought was shattered mercilessly by you. Now 3 years have passed, and your achievements have proven that my initial ideas were too naive, as you even brought down a terrifying organization like Akatsuki. As a fellow Konoha ninja, QinYu, you have done far better than I have. At this point, even a wise man like him, proud as he was, could not help but show a hint of respect in his eyes. He once could not remain in Konoha due to his identity as a rogue ninja after the massacre, voluntarily following the dangerous masked man as a spy. Moreover, as time passed, the power displayed by Akatsuki became increasingly terrifying, capable of annihilating Konoha at any moment. Given this situation, he had to be even more cautious in his espionage work. But in reality, he felt somewhat pessimistic about the future of the ninja world. However, the invincible Akatsuki in his eyes had been repeatedly thwarted by QinYu. Even more so, the members of the organization had been successively slain by him. Now, even the leader with the Rinnegan had suffered a great defeat and was now missing. When we first learned this news, Itachi felt somewhat lost. After so many years, he had become accustomed to the life of a spy, and the sudden collapse of Akatsuki rendered his existence meaningless. However, he quickly found a new purpose for himself, to use his life to achieve greatness for his brother. Furthermore, due to the existence of this butterfly named QinYu, Uchiha Itachi's approach to facing death this time was more composed and worry-free compared to the original story. QinYu laughed and waved his hand, unusually modestly saying, "There's no need for such flattery. It means nothing to me. I do know about the Uchiha clan's matters, and I know all the details thoroughly. Therefore, I have the utmost sympathy and understanding for both you and Sasuke. I came this time to resolve this matter." Uchiha Itachi shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter is ultimately caused by me, and I already have my plans. Trust me, it will surely be a conclusion that pleases everyone." Chapter 232. Sasuke is several steps behind QinYu. Hearing this, QinYu directly curled his lips and denied Itachi. "What you call a pleasing conclusion is just your own idea. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You merely want to bear all the blame alone, deliberately lose to Sasuke in the final battle, die by his sword, and achieve the heroic name for your brother, allowing him to return to Konoha and be loved and revered by all. Right, Nanny?" Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. "You guys are like this, always too fond of making decisions for others, and thinking that the decisions you make are the best." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was shocked after QinYu revealed his thoughts. Ever since Uchiha Shirsue's death, he had become increasingly lonely and profound. He clearly did not expect that someone in this world could see through his thoughts so clearly. How did you guess my thoughts?" Uchiha Itachi asked while a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. "Could it be that your eyes can see through people's hearts? Or can they see the future?" QinYu, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, somewhat admiring Itachi's imaginative ability. This brotherly control had once said something pretentious to Sasuke. "With your Sharingan, how far can you really see?" Who would have thought that he was so immersed in the role now, believing that you could see the future? However, in a sense, this wasn't entirely wrong. As a transmigrator, QinYu could indeed see the future, though saying he could see the future was an exaggeration. QinYu looked at Uchiha Itachi before him, shaking his head lightly, with a profound expression, and said slowly, "However, I can see your past very clearly. I know who entrusted their will to you, and I know why you chose to wipe out your entire clan. Because of this understanding, I can completely predict your subsequent actions." "I see." Uchiha Itachi nodded, finding this explanation somewhat easier to accept. "You are indeed extraordinary. Many things I have experienced may not be known even to the third Hokage and Danzo, yet you know them so clearly. However, since you are aware of my past, I don't understand why you want to stop me. Isn't my approach a win-win situation?" QinYu shook his head and then explained to Uchiha Itachi, "It's true that helping Sasuke and Konoha is not wrong, but sacrificing your own life for it. Do you think that can be considered win-win?" "Of course." Uchiha Itachi nodded self-deprecatingly, his voice filled with indifference as he said, "I am a disgrace to the ninja world who exterminated my entire clan and killed my parents. Now that the Akatsuki organization has been destroyed and Sasuke has grown up, my mission is complete, and it's time for me to end it." At this moment, QinYu directly waved his hand, interrupting Uchiha Itachi, and said, "Your mission has indeed been completed. But why should the one who silently bears everything for Konoha die in such humiliation? Those who carry firewood for the people should not freeze to death in the snowstorm." QinYu suddenly recalled a phrase from Blue Star and blurted it out. Using quotes from Blue Star is not the first or second time, but this time the effect was particularly good. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes brightened, and he kept mumbling, "Those who carry firewood for the people should not freeze to death in the snow. Freeze to death in the snowstorm. I didn't expect that at the time of my death, I would encounter someone who understands me like you, truly worth it in this life." At this moment, QinYu rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Why are you so stubborn? I already said you don't have to die. Why are you still talking about dying?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued to speak to QinYu. "Brother Shursui is the true firewood carrier for the people, yet he has died without doing anything wrong. How can I, a sinner with blood on my hands, survive? Fool." Upon hearing this, QinYu was almost laughing with anger, and he argued, "Times have changed." Uchiha Itachi seemed to disagree with QinYu's statement, still shaking his head and continuing, "Even so, I cannot return to Konoha. The people of Konoha will not accept me. Moreover, Sasuke has become extremely radical under my influence. Once he learns the truth from back then, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on Konoha. These are things I do not want to see. QinYu smirked and calmly said to Uchiha Itachi, I already told you, times have changed. You may not know it yet, but Danzo has been incapacitated by me. He is now completely useless. And the third Hokage and those two advisors have long since left the center of power. You don't need to worry about other matters. I have even managed to settle Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, in Konoha, let alone you two brothers. What? A look of shock flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and his indifferent face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, Danzo has become useless? And the missing Nagato has actually been settled in Konoha by you? These two secrets had an unprecedented impact on him. To be able to incapacitate an elder-level figure like Danzo and place the unforgivable leader of the Akatsuki in Konoha. QinYu, you actually have such power? Danzo and Nagato, one is the leader of the root, and the other is the leader of the Akatsuki, can be said to be the two most important figures in shaping his life experiences. Now, both have been properly dealt with by QinYu. Seeing Uchiha Itachi in shock, QinYu continued to speak to him. As for Sasuke, you don't need to worry at all. Seeking revenge on Konoha? You're overthinking it. I can teach him a lesson with just a couple of slaps. Hearing QinYu say this, Uchiha Itachi could only helplessly shrug. After all, he had seen the recent battle with his own eyes. His precious little brother was at least several levels below QinYu. Although he had sorted out his thoughts, Uchiha Itachi still slowly said, but even so, you don't need to save me. Furthermore, due to overusing the Manjiki Sharingan, my body is nearing its limit. Even if I don't die at Sasuke's hands, I won't live much longer, and my eyes are facing the problem of blindness. Rather than live in a severely ill state and go blind in this world, I would rather sacrifice my life to fulfill Sasuke's potential. Looking at Itachi, who was determined to die, QinYu directly waved his hand and said, what you said is not a problem for me. Huh? Itachi was somewhat incredulous. Whether it was his physical condition or his eye problem, these were not trivial issues. Chapter 233. Smart people are easier to deceive. QinYu calmly said to Uchiha Itachi, you probably don't know, but I not only have the Manjiki Sharingan, but I also have Wood Release. Do you know what Wood Release is? Wood Release, besides representing powerful destructive power, also represents the purest vitality. With my strength, I can extend your life for a long time. Not to mention, the current 5th Hokage of Konoha is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Under her, it will be hard for you to die. What? Would release? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed dramatically. He never expected that, at this moment, QinYu actually had such a trump card. Moreover, it was such a powerful trump card like would release. As for what QinYu said about Tsunade later, Itachi completely ignored it. Back in the day, Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, one relied on the eternal Manjiki and the other relied on would release. Standing at the top of the ninja world, unexpectedly, decades later, there was someone who could simultaneously possess these two ultimate secret techniques. Even with Itachi's composure, he was still shocked by this news. Regarding Itachi's shock, QinYu just smiled. This reaction was completely within his expectations. At this moment, QinYu also dropped another bombshell. Continuing to speak to Uchiha Itachi, as for your problem of blindness, that is even less of an issue. Huh? Uchiha Itachi was once again taken aback. QinYu smiled slightly and continued to explain. You must have heard of the legend of Uchiha Madara's eye replacement. That's right. Upon hearing this, Itachi narrowed his eyes and nodded. So I originally planned to leave my Manjiki Sharingan to Sasuke after my death, to help him unlock the legendary eternal Manjiki Sharingan, so he wouldn't have to worry about blindness anymore. Seeing this, QinYu gave him a sidelong glance and said indifferently, so, don't you think this arrangement is a bit wasteful? Wasteful? How could that be? Itachi shook his head with a smile, his tone filled with concern for Sasuke. For Sasuke, I am willing to do anything. QinYu smiled faintly, then waved his hand and continued. I didn't expect you, such a wise guy, to have such a na-ve side. It truly blinds the eye. What I mean is, if you give your Manjiki Sharingan to Sasuke to help him unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, then what about his Manjiki Sharingan? Isn't that a bit wasteful? Author's divider. Ahem, it is necessary to discuss the issue of unlocking the eternal Manjiki here. Some believe it is through eye replacement, while others think it is through fusion, which means two pairs merging into one for an upgrade. However, in the original work, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke clearly indicate that the process of unlocking the eternal Manjiki is not fusion, but purely eye replacement. Some may argue that when Obito replaced Sasuke's eyes, he mentioned that the fusion of ocular powers requires some time, so it is fusion, not replacement. However, The fusion of ocular powers and the fusion of the two eyes are fundamentally different. After all, according to the setting of Naruto, even if the eyes are gone, the ocular power still exists. For example, Madara was able to activate Susanoo even without eyes. In summary, this book adopts a simple eye exchange method. In other words, theoretically, it is entirely possible to create two pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. After the author finished, there was a dividing line. Uchiha Itachi was remarkably intelligent and immediately grasped what QinYu meant after hearing his words. Sasuke's Mangekyou, you mean? Talking with smart people is truly enjoyable. QinYu smiled faintly and nodded, affirming Itachi's guess, and said with certainty, "That's right, just as you think. You don't need to die. Both of you brothers can live well. Moreover, you two brothers have outstanding talents and possess two pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. So there is great hope for revitalizing the Uchiha clan in the future." This, Uchiha Itachi was stunned, his tall figure slightly trembling. Previously, he was resolute in his desire to die, but at this moment, his heart was completely moved. Indeed, he did not like the arrogance and pride of the Uchiha clan, but it cannot be said that he felt no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. Just like the first Hokage from years ago, they also had broad minds and could calmly face the extinction of their clan. However, when there was a possibility of revitalization, they would never want to give up. Also, if he could truly live well, who would want to seek death? Indeed, Itachi had many reasons to die, but they were all systematically overturned by QinYu. Moreover, it was so appropriate that he had no idea how to refute it. At this moment, Itachi was caught in absolute turmoil. 99% of his heart was shaken, but the remaining 1% was too firm. His determination to die could be traced back to the Uchiha massacre 8 years ago, or even Shirsue's death 10 years ago. Long before, he had already resolved to die. Whether as the heir to Shirsue's will, or as the sinner of the Uchiha clan, he stubbornly believed he must die. QinYu, knowing this, once again dropped a heavy bomb and continued to speak to Uchiha Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, you believe your sins are great, and you should pay for your parents and clan with your life. However, your parents have always hoped you would live well." "What did you say?" Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed excitedly, "My parents, how could you?" QinYu's lie had long been prepared, and at this moment, he spoke without a hint of hesitation. "When Orochimaru invaded Konoha, he fought with me several times. On one occasion, he summoned your parents using the reanimation jutsu to fight me. Before they returned to the Pure Land, your parents used Jinjutsu to tell me everything and entrusted me with you two brothers. How dare he?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's face turned cold as ice, and he angrily gritted his teeth and cursed. Orochimaru, actually, he did not doubt the truth of QinYu's words at all because it sounded completely reasonable. Moreover, he felt that with QinYu's strength, he had no need to deceive him. That bastard Orochimaru, just because I once cut off his arm, he actually toyed with my parents' souls. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to remember something and asked tremulously, "What did my parents say?" "What else could they say?" QinYu shrugged and continued, "The couple who have been deceased for many years still worry about you two brothers. Compared to Sasuke, they are more concerned about you as their eldest son. Although you did not stand on the Uchiha side, they still regard you as their most proud son. So, they specifically asked me to ensure that you two brothers do not harm each other and to protect you both." Chapter 234. Paranoia when saying this. QinYu rarely put away his cynical attitude, and his expression was quite serious. The reality was indeed as QinYu had guessed in his heart. After Uchiha Itachi listened to QinYu's words, the usually emotionally composed man was now in tears. The past events, those scenes, the sounds and smiles of his parents, and their calm demeanor before death all surfaced in his mind at that moment. QinYu stepped forward at the right time and came to Uchiha Itachi's side. He patted his shoulder and said softly, "Once a person dies, they cannot come back. For you now, living well is the best filial piety." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi broke down in tears, shaking his head while nodding, appearing extremely out of control. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses. Then, he gradually recovered completely and murmured to QinYu before him, "So, what should we do next?" "Very simple," QinYu said, shrugging with familiarity. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, he smiled and said, "Don't you like to use Tsukuyumi? And I remember you used it more than once to show Sasuke the scene of the massacre, right? Since that's the case, then next, just use Tsukuyumi again to reenact the events leading up to the Uchiha massacre for him." "What?" Hearing QinYu's idea, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, a bit panicked and uncertain as he asked, "Isn't that inappropriate?" if we really lay out the entire details of the incident. Based on Sasuke's personality, he would definitely resent Konoha. Although with your strength you can suppress him, it's not a long-term solution. How about we think of a safer method? To this, QinYu directly shook his head and said to Uchiha Itachi, there aren't so many win-win methods in this world. He will either hate you or hate Konoha, that's for sure. Indeed, I was naive. Uchiha Itachi realized this after QinYu's words. Clearly, he understood the reasoning behind what QinYu said, but thinking of this made him frown and asked QinYu, but didn't you say before that you could handle it? That's right. QinYu shrugged nonchalantly, confidently saying to Uchiha Itachi, so, if you trust me, just do as I say and tell him the whole truth. As for the rest, leave it to me, I will handle it. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi stared at QinYu for a long time. He seemed to want to see the answer he sought from QinYu's face. However, unfortunately, he ultimately could not see it. After a long time, Uchiha Itachi finally let out a deep sigh, realizing he had no other options. Now, he could only choose to trust this man before him. Very well. Since I have chosen to trust you, I will trust you completely. QinYu, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded directly, confidently saying, it should be like this. My senior Nagato is like this. He chose to trust me, so now he is living well in Konoha. Seeing QinYu mention the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato. Again, Uchiha Itachi shook his head helplessly. Then, he sincerely exclaimed, I never expected that Nagato had such ties to Konoha. I also never imagined he was a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. With this exclamation, Uchiha Itachi's confidence in QinYu seemed to rise significantly once again. QinYu stopped being verbose and waved his hand directly at Uchiha Itachi, saying, since that's the case, let's act now. After confirming QinYu's plan, Uchiha Itachi nodded in response. With a wave of his hand, he immediately dispelled Tsukuyomi. Although the two had been conversing for a long time within the world of Tsukuyomi, in the outside world, barely a second had passed. At this moment, the poor Sasuke was still tied to a wooden post, desperately struggling. Seeing the two suddenly look at him at the same time, he felt a moment of confusion. Weren't they about to fight? Why did they suddenly stop? And why are they both looking at me? What do they want from me? A multitude of questions swirled in Sasuke's mind, but no one was there to explain. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was covered in wounds yet still struggling, and a flash of pain crossed his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly walked toward Sasuke. Seeing the enemy who killed his parents approaching him, Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. Immediately, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. A deep fear completely enveloped his heart in that moment. Now, he not only lost all his chakra, but also had no freedom. In front of his enemy, Uchiha Itachi, he had no possibility of resistance. As a seeker of revenge, he was not afraid of death. However, he was equally unwilling to die like this. What was even more terrifying was that Uchiha Itachi was now extending 2 fingers towards him. Those 2 long fingers kept magnifying in his eyes. At this moment, those fingers felt like the fingers of death. As he watched the fingers approaching him, Sasuke seemed to understand something. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but even his Mangekyou Sharingan was about to be taken by his enemy. Not only could he not take revenge, but he would also be completing his enemy's eternal Mangekyou. In that instant, fear, unwillingness, and rage, all kinds of emotions converged together. In an instant, Sasuke went mad. He looked at the fingers getting closer, which kept enlarging in his eyes. And he yelled hysterically at QinYu. QinYu, you are a Konoha ninja. How can you just stand there and watch Uchiha Itachi, that bastard rogue ninja, take my Sharingan? Faced with Sasuke's frantic shouting, Itachi was somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, QinYu felt extremely awkward. This kid, could he be a fool? What on earth was he thinking all day? Is this what they call persecutory delusion? However, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi didn't speak. Likewise, he did not stop his approaching fingers. Perhaps in his heart, this small gesture was the most sincere and intimate connection between him and his brother, Sasuke. Chapter 235. The truth. Seeing this, QinYu rolled his eyes. In his view, these 2 brothers might have some issues. Clearly, they could have avoided such extreme actions back then, but they insisted on wiping out the entire clan. Clearly, as long as he didn't show off, he could have lived a good life. However, things did not go as planned. Once this guy's innate talent for showing off was activated, he had to keep showing off. Good grief, this journey of showing off was met with slaps to the face all the way. Clearly, these 2 were brothers. And now they were supposed to have a perfect reconciliation scene. But now, it was making it look like a pig slaughter. QinYu sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat speechless and helpless. He couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it. Is this what the genius in Naruto is like? Most geniuses in Naruto seem to have some mental issues. Finally, the moment arrived. Amid Sasuke's pig-like screams, Uchiha Itachi's 2 fingers had already touched Sasuke's forehead. Uchiha Itachi's fingers gently tapped on Sasuke's forehead. Almost in an instant, the previously pig-like screams of Uchiha Sasuke suddenly stopped. Following that, a multitude of expressions began to transform on his face. His expression first turned to one of terror, followed by anger, then shock, and finally transformed into complete confusion. Clearly, Itachi's small action had evoked various memories deep within his heart. In an instant, Sasuke's originally pitch-black eyes turned blood red. Seeing Sasuke suddenly react so intensely, QinYu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Good grief, such a simple action from Itachi had unexpectedly such strong destructive power? No wonder Itachi insisted on doing this show-off move. Sasuke's current state, this effect, was simply like activating Sharingan. However, it must be said that after coming to the Naruto world, being able to witness such a show-off action with my own eyes seemed quite nice. But next, the real show should be starting. QinYu's mouth curled into a slight smile, seemingly ready and looking forward to Uchiha Itachi's performance. At this time, Uchiha Itachi, touching Sasuke's forehead, looked at him coldly and said softly, "Sasuke, my foolish brother." Itachi, after a moment of confusion, Sasuke, with his red eyes, shouted at Uchiha Itachi, "Tsukuyami." As Sasuke's shout echoed, Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan trembled slightly. In an instant, the world in Sasuke's eyes began to undergo earth-shattering changes. He had originally been in the Uchiha ancestral land, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a place that left him astonished. Looking at the familiar Uchiha buildings around him, it was clear that this was the Uchiha space in the woodlands. Sasuke was first stunned, then filled with fear, which quickly morphed into rage. "Bastard! Uchiha Itachi, you bastard! What do you want to do?" Looking at this familiar place, Sasuke's heart inexplicably filled with fear. Beneath that fear lay an even more furious rage. "Sasuke, my foolish brother, haven't you always wanted to know why I committed the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Itachi looked indifferently at the rage-filled Sasuke and coldly said, "I'll show you the reason you've been wanting to know." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Sasuke was first stunned, then quickly reacted. Looking at the now disappeared Uchiha Itachi, he shouted, "Itachi!" However, at that moment, the young version of Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke. Itachi, seeing the sudden appearance of young Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke was immediately filled with rage. He charged directly at Uchiha Itachi, just as he wanted to use chakra to perform a lightning release technique. Sasuke suddenly realized that his chakra had already been drained by QinYu. In a fit of anger, he no longer thought much and directly swung his fist at Uchiha Itachi. However, facing Sasuke's punch, Uchiha Itachi seemed to not see it at all and showed no reaction whatsoever. Uchiha Sasuke's fist instantly hit the young Uchiha Itachi, but just as it touched Itachi, Sasuke's fist surprisingly passed through Itachi's body. With the momentum still strong, Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward after passing through Itachi. At that moment, Sasuke finally realized that what he was facing was an illusion. "My foolish little brother, this is the truth you wanted to know. Just watch slowly and see the beginning and end of the facts." Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly rang in Sasuke's ears, as if he were fully aware of everything happening around them, including Sasuke's recent actions. Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, gritted his teeth, looking at him with anger and frustration. Although he knew that everything happening before him was an illusion due to the current depletion of chakra in his body, he couldn't use any means to break the illusion. As Uchiha Sasuke watched the events unfolding before him, he secretly began to recover the chakra that had been exhausted in his body. Gradually, as the scene continued to change and events unfolded, Sasuke's understanding of the entire incident deepened. Unbeknownst to him, his hatred for his brother Uchiha Itachi began to slowly fade. However, when he finally understood everything, 2 lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes. These blood tears were shed out of anger at seeing his parents being killed again, unable to stop it. "Konoha, Danzo, Konoha higher-ups." With each clenched jaw and muttered word from Uchiha Sasuke, the flames of anger in his heart surged higher. "I will destroy Konoha. I will take revenge for the Uchiha clan," Sasuke shouted as he looked at the bloody clan grounds. At this moment, Sasuke had perfectly transferred his hatred to Konoha. All he wanted now was to destroy it. Chapter 236. The meaning of father and mother. Just as Sasuke fell into madness upon learning the truth, Uchiha Itachi, who had been missing in the Tsukuyami world, reappeared. I won't let you destroy Konoha. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared before his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, looking at Sasuke's face, which was full of madness and streaming blood tears, with his usual distant expression. Itachi, do you think you can stop me? Uchiha Sasuke glared at Uchiha Itachi, roaring, I am not the weak me from before. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said to his foolish brother, Uchiha Sasuke, my foolish little brother, you are as naive as ever. Do you really think you can defeat me with your current strength? Moreover, even if you did defeat me, could you destroy the Hidden Leaf Village? Have you forgotten that there is still someone in Konoha, someone you cannot possibly defeat? Listening to his brother Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Sasuke's thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Suddenly, a figure flashed in his mind. That person was a ninja from Konoha, the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha QinYu. As Uchiha Itachi's voice fell, Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. The figure that had been in his mind became completely clear at that moment. QinYu, Uchiha, QinYu. The madness on Uchiha Sasuke's face did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. Although it appeared so, his heart was filled with fear and helplessness. It was the fear of facing QinYu, as he could truly feel the threat of death from him. At the same time, it was also the helplessness toward QinYu, because from what he currently knew, to defeat QinYu in strength, he would need to possess the power of the ancestor Uchiha Madara. In Sasuke's view, QinYu was currently too powerful. Unless Uchiha Madara returned to the world, no one could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, Sasuke had always been one to show off. So how could he not continue to do so now? For him, showing off was his life's work. Sasuke, let go of your hatred. Come back to Konoha with me. It seemed that seeing Uchiha Sasuke's increasingly mad face caused Uchiha Itachi's originally indifferent voice to show a hint of emotion. Uchiha Sasuke coldly looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, let go of my hatred? Go back to Konoha? Are you kidding me? Sasuke shouted, Konoha killed my family and wiped out my clan, and you want me to return to Konoha? Do you think that's possible? It is possible. Uchiha Itachi looked indifferently at his brother Uchiha Sasuke and continued coldly, because that is what father and mother intended. What? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly widened, staring fixedly at Uchiha Itachi. What did you just say? As if he hadn't heard clearly, Uchiha Sasuke asked Uchiha Itachi again. I said, let go of your hatred and come back to Konoha with me. This is the joint intention of the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, that is, father and mother. Uchiha Itachi's indifferent words suddenly sounded like a thunderclap in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. No, it's impossible. His parents had been dead for many years. How could they know that he had betrayed Konoha? How could they know that he wanted to destroy Konoha? Yet his brother, Uchiha Itachi, said it was their intention. Clearly, it was just Uchiha Itachi's nonsense. His aim was just to trick him back to Konoha. Yes, it must be like that. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he was convinced of this idea. Staring fixedly at Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted, Bastard! Uchiha Itachi, stop lying to me. Father and mother have been dead for many years. How could they know I betrayed Konoha? How could they know I want to destroy Konoha? This is clearly just your fabrication, meant to trick me back to Konoha to face their judgment. I will not let you succeed. Uchiha Sasuke's mind was racing. In the blink of an eye, he compared what Uchiha Itachi said and made up his mind. Moreover, he treated this fabrication as a fact. Kaleidoscope. Activate. Jinjutsu. Break. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke, whose eyes were originally blood red, instantly activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Tomoe of the Sharingan intertwined and formed a four-cornered windmill shape. Under the activation of Uchiha Sasuke's ocular power, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly shattered the surrounding illusion space. It turned out that from the very beginning, Sasuke had indeed become clever. He knew he was trapped in a Genjutsu, and since his chakra was depleted, he could no longer break the illusion with chakra. Therefore, he secretly recovered his ocular power. When his ocular power recovered enough to activate the kaleidoscope, he was waiting for the opportunity to break the illusion. And just now, in Sasuke's view, was clearly the right moment. However, what Sasuke did not know was that his success in breaking the illusion this time was actually for a reason. First of all, the moon reading technique that Uchiha Itachi used this time was mainly to restore the truth of the past, not for any other reason. Therefore, he did not use much of his ocular power during its construction. Secondly, the person trapped in the moon reading space is his brother, with whom he is about to reconcile, so he held back a bit. Finally, it's because Sasuke's chakra is already exhausted, and even his ocular power has been nearly depleted, making it insufficient to use the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, Facing Itachi's Jinjutsu, moon reading, he found it almost unsolvable. Because of these conditions, Itachi let down his guard, which led to the moon reading space being easily broken by Sasuke, who slightly used the Mangekyou Sharingan. As soon as the Jinjutsu space was broken, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror. Once the moon reading was lifted, Sasuke realized that he hadn't moved an inch. Even Itachi was still maintaining his previous posture, as if a long time had passed in the moon reading space, but in reality, nothing had changed at all. Chapter 237. The Forbidden Technique to Revive the Dead. As soon as he returned to the real world, Sasuke immediately reacted. He suddenly rolled to the side, and after getting up in a disheveled manner, he warily looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. However, his eyes were more focused on QinYu, who was behind Itachi. In his eyes, QinYu was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. Meanwhile, QinYu, seeing Sasuke's sudden reaction, said nothing more and showed no other expression on his face. He looked at the rolling Uchiha Sasuke with curiosity and asked Itachi what's going on. And by the way, did your moon reading technique get broken? QinYu was very clear about the Jinjutsu fluctuations created at the moment Sasuke broke the illusion. So he was quite curious about the situation. Uchiha Itachi felt a bit awkward and nodded with a detached expression, saying, I was careless. QinYu stopped talking and directly asked Itachi, has he clarified things? Does he know the truth? Itachi nodded in response. It seems he doesn't believe it. QinYu shifted his gaze to Uchiha Sasuke, who was trying to recover his chakra and ocular power. Itachi nodded again, confirming QinYu's statement. That's fine. Let me explain some reasoning to him next. QinYu smirked and looked in Sasuke's direction. Then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The moment QinYu vanished, Sasuke tensed up. In an instant, QinYu's figure suddenly appeared beside Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply, and his body instinctively took up a defensive stance. What? Itachi told you the truth, and you still want to come back to Konoha with me? QinYu teased Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke glared at QinYu and gritted his teeth, saying, QinYu, don't be delusional. You think I'll return to Konoha? The Uchiha clan was destroyed by Konoha. I have an irreconcilable hatred with Konoha. Do you think I would ever return? I'll destroy Konoha, obliterate the Hidden Leaf Village, and kill all the high-ranking officials who participated back then. No one can stop my revenge, not even someone as powerful as you, QinYu. QinYu shook his head,
thinking to himself, this kid really seemed hopeless. Although he thought this way, he didn't say it out loud. Didn't Itachi tell you?
Your return to Konoha is what the leader of the Uchiha clan said. Your father said this. QinYu's words stirred up a storm in Sasuke's heart again. Despite this, he completely disbelieved it. Nonsense. QinYu, you bastard. How dare you use my father, the long-deceased leader of the Uchiha clan, to talk to me? You are simply unforgivable. Sasuke glared at QinYu, his eyes full of rage. He couldn't forgive QinYu for bringing up his father in such a manner. QinYu chuckled at this. He looked at Sasuke and confidently said, do you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm deceiving you? After so many years of training outside, I didn't expect your perspective to still be so limited. What did you say? Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Isn't it true? QinYu shook his head, looking at Uchiha Sasuke, and continued, do you really think I'm making this up? I tell you, these words were entrusted to me by your father, Uchiha Fugaku, the last leader of the Uchiha clan, to relay to you. When QinYu said this, he became completely serious. This serious expression, combined with the meaning of his words, left Uchiha Sasuke momentarily stunned. Even Jiraiya, who had been watching from the side, was taken aback. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Fugaku has been dead for many years. How could he have any connection with QinYu? What on earth is happening? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. However, among those present, only Uchiha Itachi remained very calm, because he had already been informed by QinYu about this during the moon reading space. He would not react as they did. Uchiha Sasuke stared wide-eyed at QinYu, the flames of anger burning even more fiercely inside him. He completely disbelieved what QinYu was saying. His father had died many years ago, and he was certain of that since he witnessed it himself. If that is the case, then his father had already died. And how could someone who is dead know about future events or meet him again to entrust him with something? In summary, everything QinYu said was nonsense. This nonsense was just to deceive him and trick him into returning to Konoha with him. Seeing Sasuke's disbelief, QinYu no longer wanted to explain further. He spoke again to Uchiha Sasuke, saying, since you don't believe me, then I will let your father and mother come to talk to you personally. Nanny? Sasuke was genuinely shocked this time. Even Jiraiya was filled with curiosity and confusion at this moment. QinYu. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to QinYu, "Are you trying to?" "That's right. Just as you thought." QinYu confirmed Itachi's suspicion. "Itachi, what does QinYu want to do?" Jiraiya, curious, moved closer to Itachi and asked. "He wants to revive the dead." Itachi answered. Jiraiya was taken aback. Then with a shocked expression, he said, "You mean Edo Tensei?" Uchiha Itachi did not answer, but quietly nodded at Jiraiya. "Sasuke, there is something I forgot to tell you." QinYu looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, and with a flick of his hands, he took out a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch. QinYu then unfolded the sealing scroll and trembled as he said to Sasuke, "I can perform the forbidden technique to resurrect the dead." Chapter 238, Fugaku. "Makoto, what did you say?" Sasuke's heart suddenly trembled, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. "Next, you'd better open your eyes and watch closely." As soon as QinYu finished speaking, he quickly formed a hand seal directed at the sealing scroll spread out on the ground. With a bang, the sealing scroll suddenly released white smoke. As the smoke appeared, two tightly bound white carnivorous plants emerged from it. These were the spores of white Zetsu, a former member of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's previously furrowed brows relaxed. Although he had never seen the Edo Tensei technique, he had heard about it. To perform Edo Tensei, living sacrifices were required. If QinYu harmed innocent people to perform this technique, Itachi would be displeased. However, now that the sacrificial offerings were the spores of white Zetsu, a former member of the Akatsuki, he felt indifferent. After all, could white Zetsu be considered human? Even if he could, so what? He was not innocent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, upon seeing QinYu about to perform the Edo Tensei technique, was filled with curiosity. He fixed his gaze on QinYu, seemingly not wanting to miss any of his subsequent actions. Aware that he had become the center of attention, QinYu smirked slightly. After releasing white Zetsu from the sealing scroll, he quickly began to form hand seals. Reanimation technique, Edo Tensei. This time to show off, QinYu deliberately added a few words before the Edo Tensei. The author has something to say. There's a bug here, which is the issue of the resurrection medium. The Edo Tensei technique requires not only a living sacrifice, but also some flesh and blood of the deceased as a medium to be successfully performed. In the original story, those who were resurrected by Edo Tensei were all corpses that were dug up. Their corpses were needed for their blood and flesh as the medium for resurrection. However, I don't have that here. Just consider it as if I do. After all, Uchiha Fugaku has been dead for so long, and no one knows where his body is. The author has finished speaking. As QinYu's last hand seal was formed, the two white Zetsu spores in front of him suddenly began to tremble. This tremble was an unnatural one. Their bodies started to twist, and soon the twisting became more intense. After a while, countless white fragments scattered from beneath them due to the twisting and suddenly converged into pieces of paper. The paper began to flutter up and then adhered to the bodies of the white Zetsu spores. Once the two white Zetsu spores were completely covered by the paper, two figures began to change. In the blink of an eye, two individuals wearing the unique family clothing of the Uchiha clan appeared. They were Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. This is... Uchiha Fugaku was the first to regain his senses. Looking at QinYu in disbelief, "Are we alive again?" "Well, to be precise, I've temporarily brought you back to life." QinYu raised his eyebrows and said, "I've conveyed the message you asked me to, but they didn't believe me. So, I'll let you resurrect to communicate with your precious son." QinYu smiled as he looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, saying, "If you can't convince him either, then don't blame me." From this exchange, it was clear that QinYu had prior contact with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. Indeed, QinYu had known that this day would come. He had also considered the events that would occur today, so he had previously performed Edo Tensei on the two of them. Moreover, he had discussed this situation with them. "I understand." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and Uchiha Makoto beside him looked at QinYu with gratitude. "Look, your sons are behind you." QinYu gestured toward the direction behind them. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto turned around. As they turned, they saw their grown sons, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, Sasuke, seeing her sons right in front of her, Uchiha Makoto's eyes suddenly filled with tears of excitement. Mother, Sasuke, who had been completely frozen in place upon seeing his parents resurrected, gradually became excited when he heard his mother Makoto call out to him, "Father, Mother." Compared to Sasuke's excitement, Uchiha Itachi remained calm but felt a sense of guilt. After all, he had personally killed his parents. "You two brats, even though we are dead, we are not completely unaware of everything," Uchiha Fugaku said sternly. in contrast to Makoto's emotional demeanor. He was very clear about the implications of what QinYu had just said to him. Therefore, although he felt happy and excited, he had to address the important matter first. Sasuke, I specially instructed this kid QinYu to convey my message to you. You didn't believe him? What? Do you think anyone would dare to falsify my words? Or do you want to do something else? Uchiha Fugaku glared at Sasuke seriously and questioned him loudly. I. Sasuke was at a loss for words at that moment. Although he had always received love and affection from his parents growing up, he was also quite afraid of them. The reason was simple. When they cared for him, it was with overwhelming affection. But when it came to serious matters, they were merciless and sometimes even doubled the punishment. Perhaps they were not strict with their clansmen and could not enforce strict discipline. However, with their own family, Uchiha Fugaku had a heavy authority. Sasuke, my child, let it all go. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto also spoke up. She looked at her two sons with tearful eyes and advised Sasuke, though the events of that year were prompted by Konoha's orders and decisions. If we had not given our consent, do you really think that your brother Itachi could have easily completed that task? We never opposed any of this. Chapter 239. Now do you understand? Nanny? Hearing his mother Uchiha Makoto say this, Uchiha Sasuke was completely stunned. What does this mean? Does it mean that his father and mother, the clan leaders, agreed to Konoha's plan to exterminate their clan? Uchiha Sasuke found it hard to believe, staring in shock with wide eyes, and then looking at Uchiha Itachi beside him. From Sasuke's expression, Uchiha Itachi could also see his confusion. Although what their mother Makoto said was the truth, Uchiha Itachi still found it somewhat hard to believe in the current situation. However, even if it is unbelievable, Uchiha Itachi does not accept it. This is the reality, an established fact. At this moment, when Uchiha Itachi heard his mother, Uchiha Makoto, say this, the originally indifferent and emotionless expression on his face revealed guilt and pain. Beneath this guilt and pain, there was also confusion and disbelief. Clearly, he had confirmed what his mother had said. Upon seeing the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, Uchiha Sasuke understood that his mother had not deceived him. Although he understood, he could not accept it. He could not accept this matter, nor could he accept this truth. No, I don't believe it. Uchiha Sasuke denied loudly, rejecting what his mother had said. Oof. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort, and then said sternly to his second son, Uchiha Sasuke, you don't believe it? What? Do you think we still need to deceive you? Do you think that with just your brother Itachi, he could quietly annihilate the entire Uchiha clan overnight? Do you think all the members of the Uchiha clan are useless? Do you think I, as the clan leader of the Uchiha, am useless? Or do you think Itachi's strength at that time was already enough to silently wipe out the entire clan overnight? Have you never thought about these questions? Uchiha Fugaku questioned Uchiha Sasuke loudly, his tone very serious, with a hint of anger and dissatisfaction. Seeing his father's serious words, Uchiha Itachi wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing more. He knew that this was just his father trying to help Sasuke see the reality. It was also to help him let go of everything, so that he could return to Konoha and start anew. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke stood there stunned. He was completely dazed, his head spinning. Not to mention others. Even Jiraiya beside him was also taken aback by this dramatic truth. He never imagined that the Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight, and that Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader at that time, was also involved. However, after saying this, he finally understood. At that time, the Uchiha clan could be said to occupy half of Konoha. Such a super clan not only had many members, but was also extremely powerful. At that time, when the higher-ups of Konoha executed the plan to annihilate the clan, how old was Uchiha Itachi as the executor? At that age, what level of strength did he have? It seemed that when the clan was destroyed, Uchiha Itachi had just become a Jonin. With just the strength of a newly promoted Jonin, he wiped out the veteran Jonin, elite Jonin, and even half-shadow level powers in the powerful Uchiha clan overnight. Moreover, to do it so quietly, what kind of strength would it take? In Jiraiya's view, at least the strength of a Kage-level ninja would be required. To be clear, with Jiraiya's current strength, he wouldn't even dare to say he could annihilate the Uchiha clan at that time, let alone do it silently and overnight. Unexpectedly, the key to the clan's annihilation was Uchiha Fugaku, who was the clan leader at that time. Why? Sasuke's eyes were now devoid of the previous madness and anger. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, and even his eyes were filled with doubt and incomprehension. Why? What is the reason for this? Can anyone tell me why? Sasuke looked at his mother, then at his father, and even at his brother. Because of you. Or more accurately, for you in Itachi. At this moment, the previously silent QinYu suddenly spoke up. He had been listening to these people going around in circles for a long time and was quite bored and speechless. To end this quickly, he could only speak up a little and speed things along. For me, in Itachi, Sasuke didn't understand. He didn't grasp QinYu's meaning and asked in confusion. What do you mean? You're foolish. Sometimes you're quite clever. But when you're clever, why are you so foolish? QinYu shook his head and continued. Don't forget how sharp the conflict was between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction in Konoha at that time. There were even secret plans within the Uchiha clan to overthrow and destroy the Hokage faction in Konoha. Do you know what this represents? Looking at Sasuke, QinYu continued. This means the Uchiha clan planned to revolt. In other words, the Uchiha clan intended to stage a coup to seize power in the Hidden Leaf Village. If this coup succeeded, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, and at that time, other ninja villages coveting the Uchiha clan Sharingan would inevitably come to cause trouble or even directly wage war. At that time, the Uchiha clan would also face annihilation. And if the coup failed, then you should know the consequences. All of you would be executed and labeled as traitors. Moreover, although your father, Uchiha Fugaku, was a clan leader at the time, his power within the clan was not great. The real power was held by the elders of the clan. The arrival of this Uchiha annihilation plan provided Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader at that time, with a clear path. It allowed his son, Uchiha Itachi, to reverse the situation and destroy the Uchiha clan, thus preserving the clan's reputation and saving you and Itachi. This was also the condition proposed by Itachi as the executor of the plan, and the reason why Fugaku was willing to help Itachi. Now, do you understand? Chapter 240, the battle between father and son. How could it be? How could it be like this? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion, clearly finding it very hard to accept the fact that QinYu was now stating. No, it's impossible. You must be lying to me. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke seemed unable to accept the truth, directly dismissing what QinYu said as nonsense and completely refusing to believe it. At the same time, the inexplicable anger in his heart shifted to QinYu in an instant. Bastard. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku became even more furious. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, looking at his younger son, Uchiha Sasuke, and said loudly, You still don't repent? You still don't plan to accept this fact? How did I teach you before? Knowing you're wrong is not scary. What's scary is knowing you're wrong and not correcting it. Look at yourself. What are you doing now? You've grown up. Do you still need me to wake you up? As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, his imposing aura began to emanate. Everyone present could faintly feel the aura of a strong person. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke silent, Uchiha Fugaku, as his father, took the initiative to speak first. You don't believe it, right? If that's the case, then show me your current strength and compete with me. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Sasuke and then turned to Uchiha Itachi, saying, Let me see what level you both have reached now. Father, this. Uchiha Itachi looked hesitantly at Uchiha Fugaku, clearly reluctant to fight his own father, especially since his father was currently in the state of being resurrected through Edo Tensei. Are you afraid your clan leader's strength is insufficient? At this moment, QinYu smirked and turned to Uchiha Itachi, saying, Don't worry, this Edo Tensei was performed by me, so this resurrection is very perfect. Therefore, at this time, clan leader Fugaku's strength is at the peak of his life's power. Moreover, since clan leader Fugaku is now in the Edo Tensei state, unless I undo the jutsu, you won't be able to kill him. It seemed like he saw through Uchiha Itachi's hesitation and guessed his concerns. But so what? It's rare to witness a battle between father and son, and QinYu was just eager to enjoy the show. Thus, he also took the opportunity to stir things up, preparing to watch the drama unfold. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although he knew QinYu intended to watch the show, he had to admit that the kid was indeed right. However, since it was rare for him to be resurrected and see his son, he wouldn't hold it against him. Of course, even if Uchiha Fugaku really wanted to hold it against QinYu, he might not be able to win. After all, strength speaks for itself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, who had been sat on the side, seemed to have calmed her sadness and shifted her gaze to her husband. She felt a bit confused about why her husband suddenly acted this way. Although she didn't understand, she unconditionally supported him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have participated in the reverse extermination plan back then. Go ahead. I want to hold back. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the two brothers and began to mobilize the power of his eyes within. As he did so, his eyes instantly transformed into the Three-Tomoe Sharingan. However, as soon as the Three-Tomoe Sharingan appeared, it began to change again. The three red Tomoe extended and connected, transforming into a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku shouted lightly. In the first stage of Susanoo, a skeletal half-body appeared. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was also inside the Susanoo. This is Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi was stunned. He never expected that his father had already awakened the Mangeki Sharingan back then. What surprised him even more was that not only had he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but he could also perform Susanoo, a bloodline technique. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke, on the side, was completely dumbfounded, and he also understood completely. Everything QinYu said earlier was true, and the evidence was right before his eyes. That is, his father could actually perform Susanoo. Thinking back to Uchiha Fugaku, who could use Susanoo back then, how powerful would he have been? However, could such a powerful person be defeated by his own son? Obviously not. So, it truly was as QinYu said earlier. All of this was intentional on Uchiha Fugaku's part. So, I've been wrong all along. Everything's actually like this. At this moment, the hatred in Uchiha Sasuke's heart had dissipated, and he relaxed at that moment. With a thud, Uchiha Sasuke sat down on the ground. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, his eyes filled with pain as he softly said, I always thought of you as an enemy, a foe, but it turns out you truly cared for my family. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Uchiha Sasuke muttered self-reproachfully. Sasuke, now is not the time to regret. Uchiha Itachi suddenly used body flicker technique to appear beside Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi looked at his father, who had already activated Susanoo, and said to Sasuke, it's rare for our father to be resurrected and test our strength. Since that's the case, we can't let him down. You and I will work together to show father just how strong we've become over the years. Itachi. Sasuke glanced at Itachi beside him, and then looked at his father. Uchiha Fugaku, nodding firmly. Then, Uchiha Sasuke also got up from the ground and stood side by side with Uchiha Itachi. How are you recovering? Although Itachi looked at his father Uchiha Fugaku, he still asked his brother Uchiha Sasuke. After all, just now, his chakra had been drained by QinYu. As for his eye techniques, they had been nearly exhausted during the previous battle, and even if there was some left, it had been completely used up to break through the Tsukuyomi space. My chakra has recovered by 30%, but my power has only recovered by 10%. Chapter 241. The battle begins. What? Is there a problem? After preparing himself, seeing his two sons gathered together but not making any moves, Uchiha Fugaku, as their father, was momentarily puzzled. It's nothing, Uchiha Itachi replied. Although the person asking was his father, he remained indifferent as always. Through the earlier exchange with his brother Uchiha Sasuke, he had already gotten a simple understanding of their current situation. The two of them quickly made a very simple plan. Once everything was settled, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke both looked at their father, who was using the Susanoo technique. Looks like the show is about to begin. As the instigator of all this, QinYu was also sitting nearby, watching with interest. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was just playing the role of a bystander. Seeing QinYu sitting down beside him, he also sat down next to him. This show, after all, was still prompted by you. Jiraiya glanced at QinYu with a smile full of jest. Ahem. QinYu pretended to cough awkwardly, and then acted as if nothing had happened. Aunt Makoto. QinYu looked at Uchiha Makoto, who was still standing alone nearby, and immediately greeted her. He waved at Uchiha Makoto and said, Aunt Makoto, why not take a seat and rest? Who knows how long they will fight later? Don't just stand there, it's tiring. Uchiha Makoto was taken aback at first upon hearing this, then smiled. The worry she felt about the father-son confrontation was released in that moment. She then came over and sat down next to QinYu. Looking at the two sides in a standoff, Jiraiya was very curious about who would win. QinYu, who do you think will win this battle between the two sides? Although Jiraiya's gaze was fixed on the standoff, he still asked QinYu beside him. He was genuinely curious and wanted to take a guess. Uchiha Makoto, upon hearing this, also turned her head in curiosity to look at QinYu. It seemed that she was also very interested in the question Jiraiya posed and wanted to know who QinYu thought was stronger, her husband or her two sons. Is there any need to guess, lecherous immortal? QinYu cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya beside him and said directly, Of course, our clan leader Fugaku will win. Huh? Hearing QinYu's firm attitude, Jiraiya became genuinely curious. Why are you so sure? Jiraiya scratched his head, wondering how QinYu could be so certain. You'll know in a moment. QinYu didn't explain further, leaving it as a mystery. Not getting the answer he wanted made Jiraiya feel a bit frustrated. However, despite his frustration, he wasn't in a hurry, as the strength of both sides would soon be revealed. At this moment, The battle between the father and son on the field began. Uchiha Itachi saw his father take action with Susanoo and immediately stop holding back. Sharingan, activate. Mangekyou Sharingan, activate. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi's normal eyes transformed into Sharingan in an instant, then into Mangekyou Sharingan. The moment he transformed into Mangekyou Sharingan, he also unleashed his Susanoo. Not bad, Itachi. It seems you've grown quite rapidly over the years. Even your strength has improved. Seeing Uchiha Itachi unleash Susanoo in such a moment, Uchiha Fugaku gave rare praise. However, as soon as his praise fell, his tone suddenly changed. But in my opinion, that strength is still not enough. As Fugaku finished speaking, he immediately activated the second stage of Susanoo. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi also quickly activated his second stage of Susanoo without hesitation. The two massive skeletal figures constructed from bones, driven by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, began to march towards each other. Bang, bang, bang. The two enormous Susanoos began to collide and spar with each other. In an instant, dust flew everywhere and explosions resounded. In this pure clash, both side Susanoos easily showed signs of damage. However, when the body of Susanoo was harmed, its user, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, would immediately use their ocular power to restore it. Therefore, although the battle started with a grand scene, it could almost be said to be a warm-up, with nothing truly serious involved. This warm-up continued for a while until it was interrupted by Uchiha Sasuke. Sharingan, activate. Mangekyou Sharingan, activate. Susanoo. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's ocular power had recovered significantly, enough to unleash Susanoo. He directly unleashed it without hesitation. The Sharingan and Mangekyou Sharingan rapidly transformed, and Susanoo was also instantly activated to its second stage. He didn't want to be looked down upon by his father, so he put all his effort into unleashing Susanoo. He had always wanted to surpass his brother, Uchiha Itachi, from a young age until now. He wanted his father and mother to know that he was the true genius of the Uchiha clan, even more so than his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Once Uchiha Sasuke joined the fray, Uchiha Fugaku quickly found himself under pressure and was at a disadvantage. However, relying on his years of experience, Uchiha Fugaku was not overly flustered despite being at a disadvantage. Third stage. However, sensing that continuing like this wouldn't work, Uchiha Fugaku immediately increased his ocular power. In an instant, Susanoo absorbed Fugaku's ocular power, and the entire Susanoo's body seemed to have taken a powerful tonic. Not only did the damage it sustained recover, but its size also began to grow. At this moment, flesh began to automatically grow over the bones, starting to form a real body for this skeletal frame. Chapter 242, Ten-Fist Sword. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo upgraded to the third stage, and its power received a tremendous boost in an instant. The Susanoo's physical body manifested, and with both hands clenched into fists, it swung towards Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoos, landing a punch on each. Bang, bang, with two successive sounds of impact. The Susanoos unleashed by Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were knocked back by Uchiha Fugaku's fists. Seeing their father able to take on two opponents with the third stage of Susanoo shocked both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke never expected the power of this third stage Susanoo to be so formidable. Although he could also use Susanoo, he had only recently learned it. Moreover, after the life-threatening battle with QinYu, he evolved to the second stage of Susanoo, but he was still new to this power. With his current unfamiliarity with this power, he couldn't achieve perfect control, let alone perfect execution. Additionally, he was currently low on ocular power, further preventing him from fully utilizing the strength of Susanoo. At this moment, the power of Susanoo he could wield was only 1/5 of its true potential. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi was surprised that his father had reached the third stage of Susanoo, something he had never anticipated. He also never expected the power of this third stage Susanoo to be so strong. While he could increase his own ocular power to elevate his Susanoo to the third stage, the cost in terms of ocular power will be significantly greater. Moreover, he had only recently begun to develop the third stage of Susanoo, and he couldn't fully master its power yet. While he was deep in thought, Uchiha Fugaku's third stage Susanoo launched several more waves of attacks. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were directly forced back, and their Susanoos were covered in injuries. Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi noticed that his brother Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo was on the verge of collapse, and the injuries on Susanoo's body were difficult to recover from. It was evident that Sasuke's ocular power was about to be depleted again. Itachi. My ocular power is almost gone, and I can hardly maintain the Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke was no longer mindlessly charging in like before. He recognized reality and was also aware of his own limitations. You've done your best. Let me defeat him. Uchiha Itachi didn't focus on his brother Sasuke, instead concentrating all his attention on his father Uchiha Fugaku. After all, he had to face his father alone. All right, Sasuke nodded, and then he dispersed Susanoo and retreated to the side. Losing Sasuke's assistance, Uchiha Itachi felt an instant increase in pressure. Indeed, you two brothers have grown rapidly over the years, and your Susanoo has also taken shape. That's quite good. Uchiha Fugaku praised them, but his attacks did not cease. On the contrary, with one opponent less, he focused all his attacks on Uchiha Itachi. Susanoo. Third stage. Uchiha Itachi, feeling overwhelmed by Uchiha Fugaku's attacks, had no choice but to reveal his strongest trump card. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo not only became more robust, but its body also grew flesh. At this moment, a drop of blood suddenly seeped from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's eye. I didn't expect that you, Itachi, have already reached this level. It truly surprises and astonishes me. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's third stage, Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku's face first showed shock, followed by joy. He was delighted that his son's strength had reached such a level. In that instant, the fire of battle within Uchiha Fugaku was ignited, and he became serious. Itachi, be careful from now on. After reminding his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, the serious Uchiha Fugaku immediately clenched his Susanoo fist and charged at Uchiha Itachi again. Uchiha Itachi did not respond, but from the way he also tightened his Susanoo fist and rushed towards his father Uchiha Fugaku, it was clear he was ready. Bang, bang, bang. The two massive giants engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat, trading blows back and forth. When both sides' powers reached a balance, determining the victor was no longer so simple. However, with Uchiha Fugaku's years of experience, he often found opportunities to hit Itachi's vital points during their exchanges. Although Itachi could rely on his ocular power to heal, if the battle dragged on for too long, his ocular power would eventually run out. And when that time came, it would be his defeat. It was rare for him to see his father, who had been dead for many years, and to spar with him, something he hadn't experienced in many years. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi was very happy at this moment, and he also wanted to prove himself and showcase his abilities. Father, be careful. Seemingly having made a decision, Uchiha Itachi reminded his father, don't worry, I'm just a dead man. Show me whatever techniques you have so I can see how much you've grown. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily. At this moment, he was filled with joy, especially the joy in his heart that surpassed his outward expression. He seemed to know that his son still had some techniques he hadn't shown yet, and perhaps out of concern, he gave him a reassurance. Of course, this was not just comforting words, as it was indeed true. All right, Itachi immediately took a step back, then stood firm and looked at his father. Ten-fist sword. Uchiha Itachi's hands flew in a flurry, forming seal after seal. As the last seal was completed, two golden light swords appeared in his Susanoo's hands. Seeing these two bright golden light swords, even Uchiha Fugaku, the last Uchiha clan leader, couldn't help but be astonished. This is the Ten-Fist Sword. Uchiha Fugaku's face first showed shock, then joy as he said to Uchiha Itachi, good, let me experience this legendary artifact, the Ten-Fist Sword. Chapter 243. Open and above board. Although he was facing the artifact Ten-Fist Sword, Uchiha Fugaku was not the least bit flustered. On the contrary, it could be said that he felt a bit eager to try it out. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku gave the impression that he was quite eager to test the power of the Ten-Fist Sword. Since you have brought out the Ten-Fist Sword, I won't hold back either. Seeing his eldest son Uchiha Itachi reveal his trump card, Uchiha Fugaku immediately stopped hiding his own. He was now fully serious. Fourth stage. Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power erupted once again, and the Susanoo he had revealed underwent another transformation. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, which was already a physical body, underwent further changes due to the enhancement of his ocular power. A complete set of black armor, constructed from his ocular power, rapidly emerged on the flesh and blood Susanoo. This heavy black armor almost completely enveloped the entire body of the Susanoo. The already massive Susanoo became even larger and more formidable with the addition of this armor. However, the changes did not stop there. A streak of black light hung at the waist of the Susanoo. Gradually, the black light began to extend, eventually transforming into a very large samurai sword. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo reached out to grasp the samurai sword and drew it out. Armor. Samurai sword. These two items, combined with the gigantic body of the Susanoo, made the Susanoo even more majestic and imposing. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He truly did not expect that his father could hide his strength so well. This was a surprise attack, and when he finally made his move, it was truly shocking. Although this surprise left Uchiha Itachi stunned, he did not concede defeat. After all, he held the legendary artifact, the Ten-Fist Sword, so he still had confidence. In his view, the current situation was still 50-50 in terms of winning or losing. Bang! Uchiha Itachi took the initiative and charged at his father Uchiha Fugaku. Holding the Ten-Fist Sword in both hands, he prepared to strike at any moment. Seeing his son make the first move, Uchiha Fugaku was not one to back down. He also grasped the samurai sword and charged directly at Uchiha Itachi. QinYu, what do you think? Looking at the father-son duo who had already started fighting, Jiraiya asked QinYu with interest, does it seem like a 50-50 chance? Although it seemed like a question, it was more of his opinion. Just as Jiraiya finished his speculation, Uchiha Makoto turned her gaze away from the battlefield and looked at QinYu. Beside Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan, was calmly restoring his empty body while watching the battle before him. However, his ears were perked up, eager to hear if QinYu had any other conclusions. Although he disliked QinYu, he had to admit that this guy was incredibly strong. QinYu looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who had several pieces of armor cleaved by Uchiha Itachi's Ten-Fist Sword, and smiled. 50-50? Do you think it's Kakashi? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He had certainly heard of the name Hatake Kakashi. He turned his head to look at QinYu, struggling to suppress the twitching of his mouth, and asked, are you implying that? My implication? QinYu turned his head, looking disdainfully at Jiraiya. My implication is that this doesn't need to be looked at or guessed. You lecherous sage, you really are a big fool. It's clear that Uchiha Fugaku is going to win. Can't you see that? Jiraiya's mouth fell open, and he was a bit dumbfounded. Is this an answer? Is this a response? Moreover, when you said this, couldn't you at least take a look at the actual situation on the battlefield? Just look at it. Uchiha Itachi is clearly using the power of the Ten-Fist Sword to dominate Uchiha Fugaku. No matter how you look at it, Uchiha Itachi has a much better chance of winning. How come? In the end, it seems that the outcome is already determined when it comes out of your mouth. And the one who wins is still Uchiha Fugaku, who has been suppressed all along. Although Jiraiya didn't see the expression on his face, it seemed that QinYu could sense his embarrassment and disbelief. With a calm smile, QinYu continued to watch without any panic, and said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, how about a bet? You lecherous sage? A bet? Jiraiya furrowed his brows in confusion, unsure of what QinYu was trying to do. What were we betting on? Unable to resist his curiosity, he asked. Seeing this, QinYu didn't hesitate and said directly, let's bet on who will win between these two. What do you think? Betting on who will win between these two? Jiraiya looked at the current situation, which was clearly already decided. There was nothing left to bet on. However, since it was a bet that was presented to him and was a sure-win situation, why not accept it? All right, let's bet. Without further hesitation, Jiraiya agreed. I bet Uchiha Itachi will win. If Itachi wins, then it means I win the bet, and I want you to teach me the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, QinYu immediately burst into laughter. It turned out that Jiraiya had been waiting for him to make such a straightforward agreement. However, who is QinYu? He is a very cunning person. Would he propose a bet without being confident? Obviously not. Have you ever seen a weasel go to wish a chicken a happy new year? That's clearly impossible. In that case, I will stick to my own bet. I bet Uchiha Fugaku will win. If Fugaku wins, then it means I win the bet, and at this point, QinYu suddenly revealed a disconcerting smile. Then you can openly carry out your material gathering endeavors in Konoha. What do you think? When QinYu emphasized the words openly, he deliberately bit down on his words. Chapter 244, The Bet Nanny? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nearly jumped up. How could he not understand the implication behind QinYu's words? Material gathering endeavor? Jiraiya had no such endeavor. To put it nicely, it was material gathering. To put it bluntly, it was just peeping at the women's bathhouse. And peeping has always required stealth. Who has ever heard of doing it openly? If he really dared to do it openly at the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya could imagine that his reputation would be in tatters. Moreover, he would definitely suffer greatly under Tsunade, who was Hokage. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, feeling extremely frustrated and incredulous as he looked at QinYu. Are you trying to kill me? What's wrong? Are you scared? QinYu glanced at Jiraiya with a teasing expression and said, right now, you're in a favorable position. Moreover, this bet seems to have been initiated by you and me, right? What, are you backing out now? Looking at QinYu's teasing expression and then at Uchiha Fugaku, who appeared to be at a disadvantage on the battlefield, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment. But seeing that victory was becoming more and more apparent, he could no longer suppress the belief in his heart that he would win. All right, let's bet. Jiraiya looked at the battlefield, his resolve solidified, and he immediately gritted his teeth and agreed to QinYu. QinYu smiled broadly upon hearing this. Seeing QinYu's expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sudden panic. It shouldn't be like this, right? At that moment, the battle on the battlefield had already intensified. Uchiha Fugaku's left arm was stuck with a 10-fist sword embedded in his body, while his right hand wielded a katana that had deflected Uchiha Itachi's other 10-fist sword. His right leg quickly swept toward Uchiha Itachi with a rapid kick. Boom! In an instant, the armored leg knocked Uchiha Itachi back a considerable distance. The 10-fist sword that had been stuck in Uchiha Fugaku's arm was also sent flying out due to the tremendous force. Uchiha Fugaku had considerable combat experience and seized the opportunity immediately. Gripping the katana tightly, he charged directly at Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Fugaku raised his katana and approached Uchiha Itachi, he swiftly brought it down in a powerful slash. Uchiha Itachi, who had just gotten up after the sudden counterattack, felt his heart tighten upon seeing the downward strike. However, having experienced much, Uchiha Itachi had long developed a calm attitude towards everything. Thus, he responded very calmly to this dangerous attack. Uchiha Itachi gripped the 10-fist sword with both hands and quickly crossed it to block. Clang! Boom! The katana and the 10-fist sword collided, producing a loud metallic sound. Uchiha Fugaku's fierce attack, carrying enormous power, was transmitted directly through the katana to the 10-fist sword that Uchiha Itachi had raised. The tremendous force caused Uchiha Itachi's massive Susanoo to sink significantly into the ground. Itachi, it seems your combat experience is still lacking. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly and immediately followed up with a sweeping kick. Boom! Uchiha Itachi, who had already been shaken down, could not react quickly enough. And since he couldn't react in time, how could he withstand this swift sweep? He was once again sent flying by Uchiha Fugaku's strike with the 10-fist sword. Uchiha Fugaku was the last clan leader of the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, he needed not only strong martial power, but also considerable experience. One could say that Uchiha Fugaku had eaten more salt and walked more paths than Uchiha Itachi could imagine. His combat experience was undoubtedly much stronger. Initially, he aimed to test the power of the 10-fist sword and gauge Uchiha Itachi's strength. Therefore, although he had unleashed all his power at the beginning, he had not gone all out and had held back. Because of this restraint, he had been pressured by Uchiha Itachi at first. But just now, Uchiha Fugaku had finally understood Uchiha Itachi, so he no longer needed to test him further. After that, he looked for opportunities in their multiple exchanges, preparing to counterattack. Just now, Uchiha Fugaku had finally found an opportunity. Since he had started to counterattack, there would be a series of attacks to follow. After all, he had just been pressured by his son, with his wife and another son watching nearby. Moreover, there were outsiders watching. This made Uchiha Fugaku, as a father, feel very displeased. After all, one needed to maintain face when mixing in this world. Since Uchiha Itachi had made him look bad earlier, now he definitely had to regain his dignity. After knocking Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo away with a sweeping kick, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward again with his katana. As Uchiha Itachi was just getting up and hadn't had time to react, Uchiha Fugaku unleashed another horizontal slash directly at him. Seeing the fierce attack coming again, although Uchiha Itachi hadn't fully reacted, he still prepared to defend. Clang! He saw his left hand 10-fist sword slash horizontally at Uchiha Fugaku to block the attack. Meanwhile, the right hand 10-fist sword took advantage of the moment to thrust towards Uchiha Fugaku's chest. Clearly, while defending against Uchiha Fugaku's attack, he was also able to calmly launch a counterattack. He knew that if he didn't find an opportunity to break the existing rhythm, he would undoubtedly be led down the wrong path by his father, ultimately resulting in failure. Uchiha Fugaku didn't expect this sword aimed at his chest from Uchiha Itachi. He never thought his son would be able to react. However, looking at the approaching 10-fist sword, he remained unfazed. What was there to fear? He was in the 4th stage and had armor protecting his body. Moreover, this was not a direct attack on flesh and blood, but from Susanoo's body. As long as his chakra was sufficient, he could always recover from any damage. Therefore, he was utterly unafraid of the sword aimed at his chest. Chapter 245. Choice facing his son Uchiha Itachi's sword. Uchiha Fugaku was completely calm and unafraid. Immediately, He faced the golden ten-fist sword with his chest in front of everyone, including his son. Under Uchiha Itachi's precise judgment and counterattack, and with Uchiha Fugaku's cooperation, a soft sound was heard as Uchiha Itachi's ten-fist sword accurately pierced through the armor on Uchiha Fugaku's body and easily entered his chest. Although his ten-fist sword had penetrated his father Uchiha Fugaku's body, for some unknown reason, Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of unease in his heart at that moment. It seemed that this counterattack, which appeared to be advantageous for him, was not as straightforward as it seemed. Just then, Itachi's unease seemed to be on the verge of realization. Itachi, it seems you still need to train well. Uchiha Fugaku, despite being gravely injured in the chest, smiled lightly at his son Uchiha Itachi. After the smile, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo began to move. He used the muscles of his chest to firmly grip the ten-fist sword within his body. Then, Uchiha Fugaku twisted his body, and with immense strength, he pulled the ten-fist sword directly from Itachi's grasp. Following that, Susanoo's left hand reached out and recklessly grabbed the other ten-fist sword that was being used to block the samurai sword in front of him. Nanny? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. He truly didn't expect his father to counter him in such a manner, even to say that he was retaliating. At this moment, both of Itachi's ten-fist swords were under Uchiha Fugaku's control, leaving him empty-handed. This situation was something he had worked hard to create, so Uchiha Fugaku showed no mercy. Despite Itachi being his son and unarmed, Uchiha Fugaku's right hand, wielding the samurai sword, suddenly exerted force without any obstruction. With his left hand controlling the ten-fist sword that was blocking him, his right hand launched a fierce and powerful attack. Whoosh, the samurai sword sliced through the air at high speed, rapidly heading towards Uchiha Itachi's neck, where he was using Susanoo, all under the gaze of everyone present. No, don't. Uchiha Mikoto, who had been sitting beside QinYu, stood up in shock and shouted loudly. Clearly, she never expected her husband Uchiha Fugaku would actually attempt to behead their son. Wasn't this supposed to be a spar? This was clearly a life-and-death situation. Itachi. Following Mikoto's anxious rise, Uchiha Sasuke, known as the Second Pillar, also stood up. Perhaps he had harbored deep hatred for Uchiha Itachi before, but once all misunderstandings were cleared, his resentment towards his brother had long been resolved. Memories of their childhood together resurfaced in his mind. Now, he felt a renewed sense of brotherly affection for his brother. Thus, seeing Itachi in such a dangerous situation, he immediately stood up. Even Jiraiya, who had been somewhat gloomy, was startled by Uchiha Fugaku's actions. Instinctively, he turned to QinYu, ready to urge him to save Uchiha Itachi. However, when he looked towards QinYu, he found him still calm and unaffected, as if nothing was happening. Seeing this, Jiraiya was filled with doubt, and the mouth that had been prepared to speak suddenly closed. If QinYu, the mediator, was not anxious, then why should he be? Finally, the flying samurai sword rapidly appeared before Uchiha Itachi. As the sword approached his neck, Itachi's heart began to race uncontrollably. Buzz! As Uchiha Fugaku's samurai sword pressed against Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo neck, it abruptly stopped. This sudden halt caused the blade to vibrate violently as it accumulated power with nowhere to release it. The outcome is clear. A faint voice echoed as Uchiha Fugaku retracted his samurai sword. With a clang, the sword returned to its sheath at his waist. Then, Uchiha Fugaku dispersed Susanoo, and his true form slowly materialized in the air. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku gently descended to the ground, using the remaining power of Susanoo. As Uchiha Fugaku dispersed Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi also released his Susanoo. Alright, the family reunion is about over. QinYu, who had been watching from the side, finally stood up. He brushed off the dust from his pants and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. As QinYu walked forward, Jiraiya, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Mikoto followed in his footsteps to approach Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. The matters of the past had been clarified, and the brief family reunion had come to an end. QinYu smiled as he scanned the area and then fixed his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing QinYu looking at him, Sasuke furrowed his brow. Returning to the question, Sasuke, have you decided to come back to Konoha with me? Or will you stick to your previous decision to destroy Konoha for the sake of avenging the Uchiha clan? As soon as QinYu posed this question, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Itachi all frowned as they looked at their youngest son, brother, Uchiha Sasuke, filled with concern. They feared that Sasuke might make a wrong decision, as a wrong choice could cost him his life. Chapter 246. The true finale. After QinYu posed a seemingly inquiring question, Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence in an instant. Yes, you heard it right. And you didn't see it wrong. It was indeed silence. No longer was he shouting loudly about revenge or the destruction of Konoha. At this moment, he was genuinely lost in thought. He was contemplating everything that had happened and what the most correct answer was at this very moment. Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto watched Sasuke, who was deep in thought, worried that he might choose the wrong answer, softly calling out to him. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi silently watched, not making a sound. Deep down, they firmly believed that after everything Sasuke had experienced, he would be able to choose the most correct answer. Finally, under the gaze of most people present, Uchiha Sasuke finally spoke. He looked at his brother, Uchiha Itachi, then turned to Jiraiya, and finally fixed his gaze on QinYu. I will go back to Konoha with you, but I have one condition. Let Itachi go. Sasuke's words were very calm, but they also allowed Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Itachi to finally relax their tense hearts. Upon hearing this, QinYu gave a strange look to Uchiha Sasuke, and then turned to Uchiha Itachi. Seeing QinYu's sudden facial expression, Sasuke felt something was off. What's wrong? Is my request difficult? Sasuke thought that his request was so difficult that even QinYu couldn't fulfill it. Little did he know that it wasn't that the matter was difficult. It was that he hadn't understood one fundamental thing. That was, QinYu had never come to capture Uchiha Itachi. His purpose for coming this time was simply to stop the two brothers from killing each other due to various misunderstandings. In a way, he was indirectly protecting both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. And since he was already protecting them, how could there be any question of capturing them? However, in Sasuke's impression, Uchiha Itachi was a traitor, a criminal of Konoha. For a criminal of a ninja village, the only option was to capture him and execute him or execute him on the spot. He hadn't registered this in his mind yet. Cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi awkwardly coughed and then said indifferently, "He's not here to capture me." What do you mean? Sasuke still didn't understand, asking foolishly. Then what is he here for? At this point, even Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. Jiraiya's mouth twitched involuntarily, thinking to himself, although Uchiha Sasuke's strength has become formidable, why does it feel like his brain isn't working? Why is that? Even beside them, the last patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, and the matriarch, Uchiha Makoto, felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. This child is honestly a bit embarrassing. I'm not here to capture Itachi. The misunderstanding between him and Konoha has already been resolved. QinYu, although feeling awkward, had to explain to the foolish child in front of him, I came here to stop you brothers from killing each other due to misunderstandings. At the same time, I'm also here to bring you both back to Konoha. As for how the Hokage will arrange things after bringing you back, I'm not clear on that. But rest assured, it's definitely not to take your lives. QinYu was directly afraid that Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't understand, so he explained in detail. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke finally understood. Since the matter here was perfectly resolved, it was time for us to leave. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, seeing that everything had been perfectly resolved, said contentedly to QinYu. He was already dead, but being able to be resurrected and see his two sons grown up, he could say he was very satisfied. Not to mention, he had just sparred with his sons. He was already quite content. Moreover, Uchiha Makoto was also very happy to see her grown sons, having no other extravagant wishes left. Father, mother, hearing their parents suddenly say this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke felt very reluctant to part with them. Clearly, it had been so long since they last saw their parents. And this brief reunion was warm and joyful for them. Even Sasuke's decision to make this request was partly because his parents were by his side. Silly children, we are already the dead spirits. Being able to briefly come back to see you again makes us very happy. Uchiha Makoto smiled with tears in her eyes as she looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. You two brothers must get along well and support each other. Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Makoto's shoulder, comforting her while continuing to instruct Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Now, the Uchiha clan has only a few of you left. So, the heavy responsibility of reviving the Uchiha clan is up to you. But you must remember the mistakes the Uchiha clan has made in the past. I hope you can learn from them and not repeat them in the future. After Uchiha Fugaku finished instructing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, he turned to face QinYu. Everything has been perfectly resolved. It's time for us to go back. Uchiha Fugaku, embracing the sad Uchiha Makoto, said to QinYu. Upon hearing this, QinYu nodded. Immediately, QinYu's hands moved, and he formed the hand seals once again. Edo Tensei, release. As the last hand seal was completed, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto transformed into countless pieces of paper right in front of everyone. A gentle breeze blew by, and those pieces of paper flew up with the wind. All right, it's all settled. Let's go back to Konoha. QinYu rested his hands behind his head and started walking toward Konoha. As he walked, he seemed to remember something and turned his head to look at Jiraiya, grinning. Kirby Sage, don't forget our bet from earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face instantly turned as black as charcoal. The author has something to say. The next plot should be the Ninja World War, and the final Madara and the true final boss Kaguya will also make their appearances. So, the peak and passionate storyline is about to come. Readers who like it or support me, please leave a message in the comments to show your support. Also, please don't forget to hit the update button every day. Thank you. The author has finished speaking. Chapter 247, Declaration of War in Konoha's Hokage office. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, sat at her desk, as before, looking at the four people in front of her. Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke stood before Tsunade, while QinYu was lounging in a nearby recliner, his large feet propped up on the Hokage's desk. Regarding QinYu's behavior, Tsunade naturally felt a headache. However, given that this time they had successfully brought Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha and cleared up their misunderstandings about the village, Tsunade had no choice but to hold her tongue and act as if she hadn't seen anything. Of course, even if Tsunade really wanted to hold it against QinYu, what did she do? So, pretending not to see was a wise choice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, standing beside them, was secretly casting an envious glance at QinYu. After all, in the Hokage's office, there probably wasn't anyone else bold enough to act this way in front of the current Hokage. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi was also filled with confusion and shock. Although he hadn't returned to Konoha for a long time, he, as a former Konoha ninja, was quite aware of the Hokage's status in the village. But now, in this office that everyone in Konoha respected so much, in front of the current Hokage, QinYu actually dared to act so casually. Moreover, it seemed that the Hokage was also turning a blind eye to it, essentially tacitly approving of his behavior. What did this mean? What did it represent? Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Previously, he might have doubted QinYu's status in Konoha, but not anymore. After all, the facts were right in front of him. Itachi, Sasuke, welcome back to Konoha. Tsunade formally addressed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. As the fifth Hokage of Konoha, although she often found it hard to maintain her authority in front of QinYu, she still held some respect as one of the legendary Sannin. Uchiha Itachi was about to speak when Tsunade interrupted him directly. She looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, then slowly said, I know what you're worried about. This guy here already talked to me about it before he came back. As she spoke, she shot a glance at the lazy QinYu beside her. QinYu, who had been lounging around, suddenly felt a bit disinterested and retorted, Hey, what guy? You could just say, I'm the hero of Konoha. Why say that guy? Seriously. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression turned even darker. However, she didn't respond to him and continued to address Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Seriously, Itachi, given your current strength, you should temporarily go to the Umbu. As for Sasuke, you should first undergo ninja promotion authorization, and then you can join the Umbu as well. As for your previous matters, we will provide an explanation to the outside, and you just need to cooperate then. Although Tsunade had arranged everything perfectly, Uchiha Itachi still felt a bit worried. But will the people of Konoha believe it or accept it? After all, our issues are quite old, and Uchiha Itachi's concerns were not unfounded, and the others present frowned upon hearing his words. What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, QinYu suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, QinYu shrugged and said, when you guys are making excuses later, just drag me into it. As soon as QinYu said this, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily stunned. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who was not far behind his brother, was equally dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Why didn't I understand? However, Jiraiya, standing nearby, immediately exclaimed, Yeah, QinYu's idea is indeed good. Even Tsunade, sitting in the Hokage chair, had no objections to this suggestion. Uchiha Itachi was confused and looked at Jiraiya with a puzzled expression. At that moment, he really wanted to understand what was going on. Oh, seeing Uchiha Itachi's bewildered look, Jiraiya suddenly understood that he hadn't grasped the situation. You see, QinYu has a very high reputation in the village. Weren't you just worried that our previous connection wouldn't convince the people of Konoha? That's why QinYu just suggested pulling him into your matters. Because of his high reputation, if you involve him, the people of Konoha will definitely trust it, and your concerns won't arise. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, seeing that they didn't seem to be joking, he reluctantly accepted it. At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly echoed in the Hokage office. Who? Tsunade shouted angrily, then looked in the direction of the sound but found no one there. Stop playing tricks, Zetsu. QinYu recognized who had arrived the moment the voice appeared. However, he didn't take action, as this white Zetsu, although annoying, was just a weakling. Anyone present could easily defeat him. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to deliver a message. A white Zetsu slowly floated up from the floor in the corner. White Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi looked at the suddenly appearing white Zetsu with a puzzled expression. Deliver a message? What message? For whom? Tsunade frowned and questioned the white Zetsu. For some reason, he felt a bad premonition in his heart, as if this bad feeling was closely related to the white Zetsu before him. White Zetsu calmly smiled at everyone present, and then shockingly said, I am here on behalf of the shinobi world Azura, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchimadura, to declare war on the 5 great ninja countries. Boom, boom, boom. This news exploded in the Hokage office like a bomb. What? Jiraiya was completely stunned in an instant. War declaration? Tsunade, as the Hokage, wore a grim expression. Clearly, she hadn't expected that the sudden appearance of this white Zetsu was to announce such explosive news. At this moment, even Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi had their brows tightly furrowed, their faces filled with shock. Among those present, only QinYu remained calm. Although he seemed calm, his heart was filled with doubts. Had Uchiha Madara really been resurrected by Edo Tensei? And had the white Zetsu army been fully produced? Did they have any trump cards left? After all, they hadn't gathered all the tailed beasts and couldn't break the seal of the 10 tails. If that's the case, where did they get their confidence from? At this moment, white Zetsu seemed quite pleased with the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. He smiled sinisterly and continued, that's right. We declare war on you, the 5 great ninja countries. We are going to launch the 4th great ninja war against you. Damn it. Tsunade could no longer hold back and erupted in anger. Her temper was not very good to begin with, but after becoming Hokage, she had to suppress her anger as much as possible. You should know that she is one of the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha, and her temper is the most explosive among them. It is precisely because of her personality that she learned the art of super strength, which is an exaggerated and violent combat technique. What do you think you are? Do you think you could declare war just like that? You are nothing but a bunch of strays. Tsunade glared at white Zetsu, her anger rising. No. You've misunderstood. White Zetsu shook his pitcher plant head, smiling at everyone. You might think I came here to provoke Konoha alone, but that's not the case. At this very moment, my other clones are in the offices of the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages, simultaneously declaring war on them. So, declaring war is not just a matter of words. What? Jiraiya was directly stunned by this. Even Tsunade, known for her fiery temper, looked completely shocked at that moment. She truly did not expect that white Zetsu would come here to declare war, and that it was real. Could the 4th great ninja war really be initiated by Uchiha Bito like this? But even if it is Uchiha Bito, can he really start a war that nearly covers the entire ninja world all by himself? The 4th great ninja war? At that moment, the crowd, who had been shocked by this news, suddenly turned their attention to the speaker, QinYu. QinYu looked at white Zetsu, his face showing no signs of tension or shock, but rather a relaxed expression. Have you finished producing your white Zetsu army? Has your fake Uchiha Bito really resurrected the real Uchiha Bito with impure world reincarnation? What kind of combat power do you have to initiate this all-out war? QinYu's sudden 3 questions were like 3 missiles, instantly striking everyone's hearts. Yes, everyone's hearts. Even white Zetsu, who had come to declare war, wore an expression of shock. How do you know about the white Zetsu army? Hiss. Everyone present almost simultaneously took a sharp breath. The white Zetsu army? What does this mean? However, before they could think too much, white Zetsu suddenly started to tremble all over. Then, white Zetsu's face began to change. After a squirming of the white pitcher plant, a masked figure replaced white Zetsu's appearance. As expected of QinYu, you are truly impressive. The fake Uchiha Bito, who is actually Uchiha Bito, revealed himself to everyone. Facing the enemy's praise, QinYu was more than happy to accept it. The moment Uchiha Bito appeared, Uchiha Itachi tensed up completely. Itachi, long time no see. I didn't expect you to return to Konoha. This is quite surprising, isn't it? Uchiha Bito greeted Uchiha Itachi like an old acquaintance. You are Uchiha Bito? Tsunade looked at the guy in front of her, clenching her fists and preparing to strike. He, Uchiha Obito, smiled faintly and said casually, "Don't be nervous. I'm here to declare war and catch up a bit. As I said earlier, I officially declare war on the 5 great ninja nations. I, Uchiha Obito, will lead my elite subordinates and my 200,000 white Zetsu army to annihilate you. The ninja world will be restructured by me, and true peace will be created by me, Uchiha Obito." Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the fake Uchiha Obito, that is, Uchiha Obito, finished speaking, the heads of those present were almost ringing. How many white Zetsu soldiers did Uchiha Obito say? 200,000? A full 200,000 white Zetsu soldiers? Oh my, this news is too shocking. How many people are there in the ninja world now? And how many ninjas are there in each village? This news is simply explosive. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, as everyone was shocked by this news, a huge rumbling sound echoed. What is this? Jiraiya was confused and puzzled by this sudden explosion sound. As this sound rang out, the originally lazy Uchiha QinYu suddenly stood up. QinYu looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him, frowned, and suddenly said, "You are deliberately stalling for time here. And your goal should be the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. And that sound just now must be the result of your unsuccessful attempt to capture them. And they're currently fighting, right?" As soon as QinYu's words fell, everyone's expressions changed in an instant. Even Uchiha Obito, who had been smiling, now had a somber expression. He truly did not expect that QinYu's mind could turn so quickly, and he would see through his intentions in an instant. Although the plan was exposed, Uchiha Obito was not flustered. Instead, he smiled. "Although you have seen through our plan, there is already enough time, and our plan has been completed." Chapter 249, Deceived He. Hearing Uchiha Obito say this, QinYu smiled indifferently and continued, "Don't keep talking nonsense here. If it were that easy to catch them, you would have wasted so much time here. Besides, they are both Jinchuriki. No matter how useless they are, with the 2 of them and the 2-tailed beasts in their bodies, they wouldn't be unable to defeat you. This news of yours seems quite surprising, but it actually doesn't mean much." Those present, who had originally planned to rush to the rescue, suddenly felt relieved. QinYu's words made a lot of sense. First of all, this is Konoha, our home ground. Why would we be afraid in our own territory? Would we really be afraid of someone who hasn't even made a move yet? Obviously not, and it's impossible to be afraid. Secondly, this is Konoha, and if there were really any problems, wouldn't the other ninjas in Konoha come to help? Lastly, these 2 are Jinchuriki, strong among the 9-tailed beasts. The 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. No matter what, their strength is not something ordinary people could defeat. Moreover, ever since Nagato joined Konoha, the Akatsuki organization has become almost defunct, with only a couple of members left. These 2 are the fake Uchiha Obito and the old spy Zetsu. The only one with combat power is this fake Uchiha Obito, who is now right in front of these people. As for Zetsu, he is just an information gatherer and doesn't really know how to fight. So he is just a weakling and would be no match for the 2 Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Even so, for some reason, QinYu's heart felt a little off. Really? Uchiha Obito's mouth corner suddenly curved into a smile, his voice filled with mockery. At this moment, Uchiha Obito seemed to be a spectator, watching these fools in front of him showing off their supposed cleverness. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, the roaring sound from outside suddenly emerged again. Something must be wrong. Although everyone felt a bit relieved, Tsunade, as the Hokage, was still uneasy. Immediately, Tsunade, as the Hokage, instructed Jiraiya, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi beside her. "You 3 go check the situation outside. We'll keep an eye on things here." After exchanging glances, Jiraiya, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi nodded to each other. They then jumped straight out of the skylight. Uchiha Obito did not stop the 3. He quietly watched until they completely disappeared from the Hokage's office. QinYu, who had been observing Uchiha Obito, saw they didn't make any attempt to stop them and wondered, what is going on? Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and his mind immediately cleared. He looked at Uchiha Obito with an unusual expression and said, "Uchiha Madara, let us just say you're Uchiha Madara for now. You actually used the water lamp technique to confuse us, mislead us, and then took the opportunity to go after the Jinchuriki. I have to say, I almost believed it." QinYu said leisurely, looking at Uchiha Obito. "Oh," Uchiha Obito questioned, feeling suspicious. Had his plan been exposed? QinYu, what do you mean by that? Tsunade, who was beside QinYu, frowned and asked, clearly not understanding what he meant. Very simple. QinYu continued to look at Uchiha Obito. This guy here who claims to be Uchiha Madara is not the real deal. He is currently using White Zetsu's body, utilizing his own chakra to disguise himself as a fake Madara. As for the real Madara, I suspect he is the one capturing Naruto and Killer Bee right now. Nanny? Tsunade was completely shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. She believed QinYu's words 100, which was why she was so astonished. Oh no, Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, then turned to QinYu and said, if that's the case, isn't Naruto and Killer Bee in great danger? Don't worry, Jiraiya and the others have already gone over, right? QinYu seemed very confident about their safety, showing no concern for them at all. Tsunade nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Uchiha Obito and asked QinYu again, what should we do about this guy? Tsunade's fists were clenched tightly, clearly considering taking action without saying a word. Do as you wish. QinYu shrugged indifferently. As soon as QinYu finished speaking, Tsunade couldn't wait any longer, clenched her fists, and charged at the fake Uchiha Madara. Damn it! The fake Uchiha Madara cursed as Tsunade appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he had no time to defend. And even if he did, could he defend against her? Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang out as the fake Uchiha Madara was knocked through the floor by Tsunade's powerful punch, crashing down to the ground. Thud! Tsunade lightly jumped down through the hole created by her punch. Oof! Looking at the white Zetsu that had turned into a mass of white plants under her fist, Tsunade snorted coldly. At that moment, QinYu also jumped down from the hole above. He then hugged his head with both hands and headed for the door. As he walked, he said to Tsunade, I'm going to check on Jiraiya. All right. Tsunade agreed without hesitation. You two just surrender quietly. In a remote area of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, wearing a vortex mask, faced Naruto, Uzumaki, and Killer Bee alone. Yo, you think we'll surrender? You must be dreaming, Killer Bee said with a completely nonchalant tone to Uchiha Obito. Chapter 250. Kreis's big uncle is not wrong. Our iron-headed Uzumaki Naruto has matured a lot by now. Naruto was holding a kunai in his right hand, wearing a red chakra coat, the cloak of the Nine Tails. Behind the cloak, 3 thick red chakra tails were swaying casually. Next to him stood Killer Bee, who was also wearing a cloak similar to Naruto's, with 3 red chakra tails behind him swaying idly. Oomph! Seeing that the two were so stubborn, Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort. He was no longer going to waste words with them and was ready to get serious. Suddenly, one eye that was originally closed beneath the vortex mask opened abruptly. Seeing Uchiha Obito suddenly open one eye, which had swirling purple patterns, Killer Bee was startled. At that moment, Killer Bee instantly recognized the origin of the eye. It was the legendary Rinnegan. The reason Killer Bee recognized it so quickly was simple. This eye had previously caused him severe psychological trauma. Not long ago, he and his brother had teamed up in the Cloud Village, only to be thoroughly defeated by Uchiha QinYu, who possessed this eye, leaving him questioning his life. Now seeing this eye again, how could he not be startled? What is this eye? Why does it look like an onion? At that moment, while Killer Bee was startled, Naruto innocently said, Onion? Killer Bee was momentarily stunned, looking at Naruto beside him with a dazed expression, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Is this guy trying to be funny? Doesn't he recognize it? He shouldn't right? Umph. Uchiha Obito was annoyed upon hearing Naruto's words. Summoning technique. At that moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly formed hand seals, and as he finished the hand seals, a large cloud of white mist erupted behind him. As the mist dissipated, a white monster with 9 eyes appeared. Of the 9 eyes, only 7 were open, while the remaining 2 were closed. With the emergence of the outer path golem, the 8 tails Gyuki inside Killer Bee and the 9 tails Kurama inside Naruto suddenly became restless. What's wrong? Killer Bee immediately noticed Gyuki's abnormality and asked him in the spiritual space. I can sense the presence and power of other tailed beasts within that monster's body. It seems they are trapped inside this monster. What? Killer Bee was startled upon hearing this. Seemingly in disbelief, he asked again, Are you sure? Absolutely. Whenever we tailed beasts are close to each other, we have a connection, or rather, a sensing. The 8 tails Gyuki said, staring with his cow-like eyes at Killer Bee. So I'm certain that there are other tailed beasts within that monster. Yo. This is a bit of a problem. Kurabi didn't forget to drop some rhymes at this moment. Hey, can I ask you to rescue them? Suddenly, the 8 tails Gyuki said seriously to Kurabi. Kurabi didn't refuse and directly agreed. After all, this was a request from his good partner, Gyuki. Meanwhile, inside Naruto Uzumaki. The Nine-Tails Kurama was also making a similar request to Naruto. However, unlike the Eight-Tails Gyuki, his way of speaking and attitude were quite different. But it must be said that the final result was the same. Just then, Obito Uchiha controlled the outer path golem behind him, opening the remaining two massive eyes. La la la. The moment the two eyes opened, two enormous chains were suddenly shot out from them. The chains seemed to have eyes, accurately heading towards Naruto and Kurabi. Naruto, be careful. I feel something strange about these chains. Kurabi sensed something unusual the moment he saw the chains, immediately dodging backward while warning Naruto. Without Kurabi needing to say anything, Naruto had already started to retreat the moment the chains appeared. The two massive chains missed Naruto, Uzumaki, and Kurabi, then automatically retracted. When the chains returned to the two enormous eyes of the outer path golem, Obito Uchiha, or Uchiha Madara, moved. He stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward Naruto and Kurabi from a distance. Not good. Naruto, hurry and fully transform into your tailed beast. Seeing Obito's movement, Kurabi seemed to know what technique he was about to use and immediately warned Naruto with a tense expression. After saying that, Kurabi directly transformed into his full-tailed beast form. When Naruto heard Kurabi's words, he was momentarily stunned, but then immediately followed suit. Although he might be a bit foolish, it couldn't be said that he didn't understand anything. If Naruto really didn't understand anything, how could he become Hokage in the original story? Seeing Kurabi so anxious and transforming into his full-tailed beast form so quickly, Naruto also didn't lag behind. In an instant, two gigantic monsters appeared. One was a massive red fox, the Nine-Tails Kurama, with 9 enormous tails. The other was a giant, bull-headed octopus body, with 8 tentacles equipped with suckers. Shinra Tensei. Just as the two of them completed their full-tailed beast transformation, Obito's Rinnegan technique also appeared. In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force erupted. Centered around Obito, the gravity instantly pulled the fully transformed 8 tails and 9 tails directly towards him. What is this ability? It's terrifying. I feel like I can't escape. Naruto was being pulled by this gravity, slowly moving towards Obito. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Kurama immediately explained within Naruto. La 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 la. At this moment, the outer path golem behind Obito moved again, and 2 thick chains shot out once more. This is really bad. Kurabi sighed. Chapter 251, Caught in a Trap. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Kurama immediately explained within Naruto. La 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 la. At this moment, the outer path golem behind Obito moved again, and 2 thick chains shot out once more. This is really bad. Kurabi sighed. What should we do? Looking at the approaching thick chains, Kurabi felt a bit panicked. However, our main character, the foolish Naruto Uzumaki, wasn't as frantic as one might expect. Perhaps it was true that sometimes fools can defy the odds. Naruto immediately controlled 3 of his 9 fox tails to directly collide with the oncoming thick chains, clearly intending to pull the chains back. Naruto, be careful. Kurabi, seeing Naruto's actions, worriedly reminded him. But he also didn't have a good plan, so he had no choice but to follow Naruto's lead and send out his octopus tentacles to confront the chains. At that moment, beside Obito, a black and white pitcher plant slowly rose from the ground, and the one approaching was Zetsu. They found us, and they're not far away, Zetsu said to the fake Obito, who was actually Obito Uchiha, while looking at the 2-tailed beasts, the 8-tails Gyuki and the 9-tails Kurama. Looking at the 2-tailed beasts before him, a subtle glint of desire and excitement flickered in his eyes. It was as if he had many thoughts about these 2 creatures. I didn't expect them to catch up so quickly. Obito frowned, and the chakra and ocular power within him surged even faster. However, even if they caught up, he wasn't afraid. He just hoped there wouldn't be any variables. Hearing this, Zetsu chuckled and thoughtfully said, "You mean that Konoha's QinYu?" Obito felt a hint of concern in his heart. After all, he had dealt with QinYu several times and knew very well what kind of opponent he was. In terms of strength, he was currently at the top of the ninja world, unmatched by anyone else, and even if he faced him head-on, he would lose. Obito was very clear about this. Furthermore, in terms of intellect, this guy was extremely smart. If he weren't smart enough, how could he repeatedly see through Obito's plans and disrupt them? This showed how sharp this person's mind was. Of course, this was Obito's perspective. He had no idea about the so-called time travel and such miraculous things. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds of collision rang out as the attacks from the 8-tails Gyuki and 9-tails Kurama accurately struck the oncoming chains. However, when they thought the enormous chains would be knocked away by their tails, they suddenly found that they were firmly locked by the chains. What is this? How can this be? Naruto was the first to notice the problem and hurriedly tried to break free. But no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Kurabi was in the same situation. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the chain's restraints. Due to the gravitational pull from Obito's Shinra Tensei, the 8 tails and 9 tails were already being pulled toward Obito. However, their large size and the surrounding massive rocks entangled by their tails meant that their speed was not very fast, but their movements were restricted. Now, being locked by the outer path golem's chains and pulled, their bodies began to accelerate towards the golem. This isn't good. Looking at this terrifying creature, the outer path golem, Kurabi felt very uneasy. He had a strong feeling that the purpose of this outer path golem was much more than just this. I feel something's off too. Hey, do you have any ideas? Naruto also calmed down at this moment, but he didn't give up on struggling. However, as the 8 tails and 9 tails got closer to the outer path golem, they began to stir restlessly within Naruto and Kurabi. What's wrong, Kurama? Feeling the agitation of the tailed beast within him, Naruto immediately inquired. Has the Kai Bai been stimulated by something? It's usually not like this, right? I sense that this thing is very evil, and I can feel it emanating a will, which is to devour our will. The 9 tails bared its teeth in Naruto's body, roaring directly at the outer path statue. Behind it, the 9 fiery red fox tails were also wildly swaying. Similarly, the 8 tails within Killer Bee was just as restless. The only difference was that it was swinging its 8 massive octopus tentacles. Devour, devour. Naruto swallowed hard, clearly finding it hard to believe. After all, he was well aware of the power of the tailed beasts, not only in terms of strength, but also in the amount of chakra and size. However, this strange thing before him was actually causing the tailed beast to feel flustered. It was truly hard to believe. No, since this thing is so terrifying, we mustn't get close to it, or we'll definitely be devoured. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly seemed to become smarter. What to do? Killer Bee was also at a loss. Although he wanted to break free from the chains, it was evident that he couldn't escape. I don't know. Naruto was caught off guard by Killer Bee's question, leaving him looking foolish and confused. Killer Bee suddenly found Naruto's head a bit speechless. However, at that moment, the 8 tails within Killer Bee seemed to have thought a good idea and immediately said to Killer Bee, "Bee, seize the opportunity to use Tailed Beast Ball." Yes, Tailed Beast Ball. Killer Bee was immediately delighted and quickly said to Naruto, "Naruto, hurry and use Tailed Beast Ball with me." Tailed Beast Ball? Naruto was a bit confused. After all, he had only recently learned to fully transform into a tailed beast, so he was still unfamiliar with the skill of Tailed Beast Ball. "Give me control of your body. I'll do it," the 9 tails said to Naruto. All right. Naruto didn't say much and promptly handed over control of his body to the 9 tails. Chapter 252. Predicament. Naruto was surprisingly cooperative in handing over control of his body, so the 9 tails took over quite quickly and smoothly. Damn it. Let you know the fury of the tailed beast. The 9 tails controlled the fully tailed beastified body of Naruto and glared at Uchiha Obito in front of him. In an instant, both the 8 tails and the 9 tails began to perform the tailed beast ball simultaneously. The 2-tailed beasts were drawn by a powerful gravitational pull and were slowly moving towards Uchiha Obito while being tugged by the chains. During this process, countless small bubbles began to appear around the 2-tailed beasts. Some were black, some blue, and some white. These small bubbles gradually expanded and slowly began to gather together. Upon seeing the appearance of the tailed beasts, Uchiha Obito was obviously taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "This is the tailed beast ball? Tailed beasts are still tailed beasts. How naive." It was clear that he saw the tailed beast balls about to be unleashed by the 2-tailed beasts as completely non-threatening. It was like a hunter with a shotgun facing a wolf with a grenade. No matter how you give the wolf a grenade, the key is that it doesn't know how to use it, right? Even if this wolf could use a grenade, could it really hit the hunter's head with it? Thus, in Uchiha Obito's view, he was the hunter and the 2-tailed beasts were the wolf. In front of the hunter, they had only one path, and that was powerlessness. Uchiha Obito was not in a hurry. He had already thought of how to deal with the incoming tailed beast ball. At that moment, the 8 tails and 9 tails had each concentrated and gathered a massive black energy sphere. This sphere emitted an enormous chakra power with extreme destructive capability. As it got closer to Uchiha Obito, the 8 tails and 9 tails turned their beast heads and exchanged a glance. Then, the 2 massive tailed beasts simultaneously turned their heads back. Their fierce beast mouths suddenly opened wide, and in an instant, the 2-tailed beast bit down on the massive tailed beast chakra in front of them. Tail Beast Ball. Boom. Boom. In almost an instant, two pitch-black energy beams shot straight towards Uchiha Obito and the outer path statue behind him. The black beams were small at the mouths of the beasts, but as they moved forward, they gradually expanded. By the time the two black beams reached Uchiha Obito, they had grown large enough to completely envelop him and the outer path statue behind him. At that moment, the two-tailed beast balls instantly enveloped Uchiha Obito, crashing directly into the outer path statue. It was expected that the outer path statue would be reduced to dust under the tremendous power of the tailed beast ball. However, just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit it, the statue vanished. At the moment the outer path statue disappeared, the chains on the tailed beasts also suddenly vanished. Boom! Boom! The two massive tailed beast ball beams instantly streaked across the sky, directly destroying a relatively small mountain in front of them. In an instant, yellow sand filled the sky, and dust obscured the sun. The ground shook violently due to the destruction of the small mountain. Did it succeed? Killer Bee looked uncertainly at the still dust-filled area in front of him and asked the Eight Tails. No, not at all. Just after Killer Bee asked, the Eight Tails immediately responded with a calmness never seen before. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, two massive chains flew out again. The chains came at a tremendous speed, almost excessively fast. The Eight Tails and Nine Tails were too close to the dust, so when the chains suddenly shot out, they couldn't react in time. In an instant, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails were firmly bound by these chains. This time, they were not just bound by a few tails, but were truly locked down tightly. Now, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails had no way to counterattack, only able to struggle and roar under the chain's restraint. Of course, their struggles and roars were futile at this point, as they were essentially useless. What to do now? What now? Gibi. In the space of the fox spirit, Naruto was anxiously pacing back and forth. The Nine Tails could only roar in response. Meanwhile, in the consciousness space of the Eight Tails, it appeared to be explaining something to Killer Bee. B. Things aren't at the final step yet. The Eight Tails suddenly said to Killer Bee seriously. Oh, do you have another way? Killer Bee was now a bit flustered, even losing his usual chatter. The way he spoke now was very serious. Yes, there's a way, the Eight Tails said. What way? Killer Bee asked excitedly. Soon, I will move your physical body to one of my tentacles, while you use the shadow clone technique at your original location. The bull demon solemnly told Karabi. Then, I will take the opportunity to use the body-severing throw technique, and you will be saved. What about you? Karabi was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then directly asked the Eight Tails. After all these years of cooperation, to say there are no feelings between them would be a lie. Furthermore, from the Eight Tails' plan just now, it was all to save himself. And what about him? He was powerless and could only obediently remain bound. I can't break free from this chain, the Eight Tails said to Karabi, but as long as you get out and let that Shinyu guy come, I will definitely be saved. So the most important thing is you need to get out. Only you can get out and notify others, then I can be saved. All right. Karabi felt a bit sad, but he knew this wasn't the time to be sentimental. Therefore, he did not oppose the Eight Tails' plan. Because the Eight Tails was right, only QinYu could save them now. That was their only hope. Okay, let's get started. The Eight Tails didn't hesitate and immediately began Karabi's escape plan. Chapter 253. Reinforcements arrive. Although the Eight Tails was bound by the chains of the outer path demon statue, his internal body was not restricted, allowing him to move freely. Under the internal pressure of the Eight Tails, Karabi, as the Jinchuriki, was silently slipping towards one of the Eight Tails' tentacles. As Karabi slipped away from his original place, a shadow clone of Karabi appeared in an instant at his original location, replacing his presence. When Karabi was on the Eight Tails tentacle, Naruto and the Nine Tails were also performing almost the same operation. Perhaps the Nine Tails had discussed it with the Eight Tails beforehand, so their actions were remarkably consistent this time, just as both were fully prepared and about to sever the tails. Lightning release, Chidori. With a crack of thunder, a silver light suddenly erupted. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed Chidori, transforming into a silver electric arc that instantly struck the two chains of the outer path demon statue. Although lightning released Chidori was powerful, the outer path demon statue was not to be underestimated. The chains that could bind tailed beasts were certainly not ordinary. Clearly, they were extraordinary, even beyond that. Chidori. Clang. Chidori hit the chains, and although lightning release techniques are extremely strong, they caused no damage to the chains. With no effect from the attack, and being obstructed, lightning release stopped, revealing Uchiha Sasuke's figure. They're too strong, With white Zetsu, we can't hold them off for long. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who had appeared, Zetsu awkwardly explained to Uchiha Obito beside him. Useless. Uchiha Obito was very dissatisfied with Zetsu's explanation. He was now at a critical moment. He had already captured these two-tailed beasts and just needed to wait a little longer to seal them away. But now, it seemed this duck that was in hand was about to fly away. Although it was still in hand, with the arrival of Konoha's people, it was hard to guarantee that guy wouldn't come. If that guy comes, how could he possibly take these two-tailed beasts away? This isn't a joke. Now, what to do? Zetsu looked at Uchiha Sasuke, then turned to Uchiha Obito and asked, what to do? Uchiha Obito turned to Zetsu and said directly, you go stop them. Aye. Zetsu felt completely deflated. Is this a joke? Does anyone not know his combat power? He was quite clear about it himself. He was typically of above-average combat power. He could handle a Jonin, but fighting against someone of Kage level was absolutely impossible. Because fighting a Kage level opponent, he had no chance of winning at all. Sasuke attacked that guy's monster behind him, just as Uchiha Sasuke's attack was ineffective. The figures of Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya also appeared. Uchiha Itachi, fire release, great fireball technique. Jiraiya, fire release, fire bullet. Uchiha Sasuke, lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Following Uchiha Itachi's reminder, in an instant, the three of them performed 3 ninjutsu in perfect unison. The 3 ninjutsu were very direct, aimed straight at the outer path demon statue. A huge fireball, a massive flame pillar, and a swift lightning attack. All 3 highly offensive ninjutsu charged towards the outer path demon statue in an instant. Damn it! Uchiha Obito's face under the mask darkened immediately. Watching the 3 ninjutsu approach, Uchiha Obito raised his hand, palm facing the attacks coming from behind him towards the outer path demon statue. Shinra Tensei. With a hum, the air trembled, and a massive repulsive force suddenly erupted from Uchiha Obito's palm. In an instant, the tremendous repulsion pushed back the ninjutsu attacks of Jiraiya and the others. At the same time, the two-tailed beasts that were about to be pulled in front of him were also pushed away a distance by this repulsive force. Damn it! This is the power of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya realized the moment he felt the repulsion, because previously he had already witnessed the techniques of the Rinnegan, so he was quite familiar with this powerful repulsion. Be careful. The ninjutsu is being reflected back. After Jiraiya's warning, he immediately moved aside. At Jiraiya's warning, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke also quickly reacted and dodged. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of 3 consecutive explosions echoed behind Uchiha Itachi and the others, which are the sounds of their own ninjutsu exploding. In just a short moment, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Jiraiya had been pushed back a considerable distance by this repulsion. The repulsion came suddenly and disappeared just as abruptly. When the repulsion faded, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Jiraiya took this opportunity to tell Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, his ninjutsu has both repulsion and attraction. After using the ninjutsu, there will be a short cooldown period during which he cannot use this ninjutsu again. And now, it's time to counterattack. Uchiha Obito's face was also very dark at this point. The arrival of Jiraiya and the others had indeed disrupted his plan. Immediately, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, changed his hand signs, and directly formed a hand seal. Roar. As Uchiha Obito's hand sign was completed, the 8 tails and 9 tails suddenly began to struggle violently, accompanied by intense roars. At this moment, the outer path demon statue was using the chains binding the tailed beasts to fully absorb their power. As their strength was continuously drained, the tailed beasts were extremely enraged. At the same time, having their power drained was also extremely painful. Therefore, the power extraction by the outer path demon statue was not a simple extraction. It was a direct extraction of their essence, the purest internal source energy. At this moment, as the Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Killer Bee are also suffering the same pain within the tailed beasts, because their tailed beast transformations are fundamentally linked. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to use such a technique. Get moving. Jiraiya and the others aren't fools. The moment the repulsion vanished, they charged toward the outer path statue again. Zetsu, go up and block them. Uchiha Obito directly ordered Zetsu. Chapter 254. Chidori, instant slash me? Zetsu was momentarily stunned. Damn, I'm just a non-combat type ninja. If I had to say, I'm more of a half-combat, half-support ninja. Yet you want me a half-combat, half-support ninja. To face so many pure combat type ninjas? Isn't that asking me to die? Although he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, Zetsu dared not voice it. and could only brace himself to move forward. He knew that if he didn't listen to Uchiha Obito, he would probably not fare well. While he might not die, it would definitely not benefit his future plans. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he had no other choice. Sporttechnique. Fighting alone would be a certain death, and Zetsu was very clear about that. Therefore, against such powerful ninjas, the only strategy he could employ was a numbers game. Suddenly, the black and white picture plants on Zetsu's body snapped shut, covering the upper half of his body. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the previously closed black and white picture plants unexpectedly opened up again. As the picture plants unfolded, small white spores began to slowly float out from within. At first, the spores were very tiny, but as they drifted out from Zetsu's body, they suddenly grew larger in the blink of an eye. In less than a moment, these spores had already reached adult size. Snap, snap, snap. As the spores grew larger, they fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. Immediately, the spores that landed on the ground began to tremble, as if something was about to emerge from within. Be careful. Jiraiya's vigilance increased sharply upon seeing this. After all, as someone who knew the members of the Akatsuki organization, he was very cautious about their abilities. Moreover, given that this was a technique he had never seen before, it would be a joke to say he wasn't on guard. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi also felt a surge of caution. Although he had been teammates with Zetsu, in his understanding and previous encounters, Zetsu was more of an exploratory ninja. He had never seen Zetsu in real combat before. Thus, seeing Zetsu suddenly use ninjutsu now made him feel somewhat wary. Among those present, only Uchiha Sasuke was different. He boldly charged forward without a hint of worry in the face of the unknown. Lightning release, Chidori. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was reckless. With a crack of thunder, silver lightning erupted in an instant in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Accompanied by this thunder, Sasuke surged forward, his sharp and violent lightning release technique resembling a razor-sharp blade, slicing toward a nearby spore. Whoosh! The lightning release Chidori was incredibly sharp, instantly cutting the spore open. However, just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to split in half, he was blocked. Clang! The ninjutsu was intercepted, and Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. He then saw that within the white spore, a white plant-like arm was gripping a kunai, blocking his attack. What is this? Uchiha Sasuke thought as he prepared to slice through it, only to see the white spore suddenly crack open in the middle. Crack! The spore's shell fell away, revealing a figure that looked exactly like Zetsu. Except this one was entirely white. Swish! 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 As the white Zetsu emerged from the spore, dozens of kunai suddenly appeared around Uchiha Sasuke, all aimed directly at him. And who was Uchiha Sasuke? He was a member of the Uchiha clan. Although his current strength was at the bottom of the clan, he was not someone that this white Zetsu could easily take down. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was best known for their throwing techniques and fire release. Thus, the dozens of kunai attacks posed no threat in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. He continuously dodged, easily evading the kunai. The kunai missed and landed on the ground. Sasuke, are you okay? At that moment, Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya finally caught up with Sasuke and saw him being pushed back. Jiraiya asked, I'm fine. Sasuke replied softly, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the dozen or so white Zetsus in front of him. These were likely Zetsu spores, similar to a technique like the shadow clone technique, but unlike clones, these were physical entities that wouldn't disperse upon being attacked. Uchiha Itachi looked at the white Zetsus in front of him, activating his Sharingan and observing these creatures. However, their strength wasn't very high. They were at the level of ordinary Jonin. It's fine, as long as I cut them all down, it will be okay. Their mere Jonin strength is useless here. You two don't need to intervene. I can handle this on my own. I want them to know how strong I am. Uchiha Sasuke arrogantly introduced himself to Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, then pulled out a long sword from his sealing scroll. Sizzle, with a rumble of thunder. Electric light flickered, and lightning chakra instantly enveloped the entire sword. Uchiha Sasuke held the long sword and without hesitation charged toward the dozen or so white Zetsus. Lightning release, Chidori instant slash. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to merge with the long sword in an instant, the thunder and lightning crackling continuously, and a series of flashing arcs of light swept toward the white Zetsu spores. When Uchiha Sasuke finally stopped in front of the last white Zetsu, he realized that his sword had already pierced into the chest of the white Zetsu. Now he was slowly pulling his sword out. Whoosh! As Uchiha Sasuke withdrew his sword, all the white Zetsus fell to the ground simultaneously. Clearly, these white Zetsus had been completely defeated by Sasuke's ninjutsu in one fell swoop. Jiraiya couldn't help but be impressed, realizing that Uchiha Sasuke was quite formidable. As for Uchiha Itachi, he looked on with satisfaction. However, their enemies, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, had dark expressions. Among them, Zetsu's face was the darkest, filled with rage as he thought, "Damn it, how are we supposed to fight now? If I go up, won't that just be delivering food?" Chapter 255, Zetsu's Transformation. Zetsu. Uchiha Obito shouted angrily at Zetsu, clearly furious. He had initially planned for Zetsu to hold off these individuals to allow himself to extract the source power from within the tailed beast. Who would have thought that this guy was so useless, unable to withstand even a single attack, let alone buy him time? It's really a difficult situation. And at this moment, he truly felt panic. He glanced back at the angry Uchiha Obito behind him and quickly turned his gaze back to Uchiha Sasuke and the others in front of him. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was also rushing towards him and Uchiha Obito again. The sound of thunder continued to echo as Uchiha Sasuke's figure, surrounded by arcs of silver lightning, quickly approached. Zetsu gritted his teeth, and after a moment of mental struggle, it seemed he made a heavy decision and then quietly shouted, "Damn it, everything is for mother." Before Zetsu could finish his words, his hands moved rapidly, forming a hand seal. With the formation of the seal, Zetsu's black and white pitcher plants suddenly came together again. At the moment the black and white pitcher plants merged, a massive amount of chakra rapidly gathered and took shape around Zetsu. The powerful chakra gathering immediately caught the attention of everyone present. "Sasuke, be careful, something's not right." The first to notice was Jiraiya, who, with his sage mode, was relatively sensitive to external energies. Thus he immediately sensed Zetsu's movement. Yes, there's a strong chakra rapidly gathering. Uchiha Itachi had been focusing on Zetsu from the start, so he quickly noticed Zetsu's abnormality as well. "Sasuke, be careful." Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who seemed completely oblivious, and felt an inexplicable worry. No matter how this trash changes, it's still trash. Although Uchiha Sasuke heard Uchiha Itachi's warning, he had already become completely intoxicated. After his earlier rampage against Zetsu, Uchiha Sasuke was now floating in confidence, and it was clear that Zetsu looked down on him, not for any particular reason, just because he was a loser. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke didn't take Uchiha Itachi's warning to heart, and charged forward towards Zetsu and Obito. The sword containing lightning chakra in Uchiha Sasuke's hand accurately slashed towards the motionless Zetsu. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Uchiha Sasuke's sword did not cut through Zetsu's body, but instead pressed tightly against him. Buzz! At this moment, Zetsu's black and white pitcher plants also slowly unfolded. As the pitcher plants opened, numerous dense cracks began to spread and extend across Zetsu's body, centered around the leaves of the pitcher plants. Crack, crack! The cracks multiplied until they completely covered his entire body. Uchiha Sasuke was startled, his mind in confusion. What is happening? My sword hit him, but it didn't cut in. Why is his body suddenly cracking all over? Although he was puzzled inside, he didn't let it show on his face. After all, the title of King of Pressure wasn't just for show. Uncertain as the situation was, it didn't mean he would do nothing. Uchiha Sasuke withdrew his sword, and chakra burst forth from his body again, intertwining with lightning on the sword. Break for me! The sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand emitted a thunderous sound, and then slashed down towards Zetsu again. This time, when the sword struck Zetsu's body, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! Zetsu's body suddenly exploded in an instant. As his body shattered, a completely new Zetsu quietly stood where the previous one had been, no longer resembling his former self. The white body had transformed into a completely black one, and the two black and white pitcher plants had vanished. His body was now covered in a wooden armor. Uchiha Sasuke, did that feel good? Zetsu's voice was low, but it was filled with madness and ferocity. Playing tricks. Let's see how I can cut you in half just like before. When Zetsu exploded, Uchiha Sasuke had already retreated, and now, looking at the changed Zetsu, he felt a mix of vigilance and bravado. This guy's become really terrifying. Uchiha Itachi had also come to Sasuke's side. Indeed, that chakra gathering suddenly disappeared without a trace. Very strange. We need to be careful. Jiraiya was also watching Zetsu with great caution. At this moment, the three of them felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance and pressure. How much more is this guy, Zetsu, hiding from me? Behind Zetsu, Uchiha Obito was also quite shocked. clearly unaware of Zetsu's current state. However, shock or not, he wouldn't let up on what needed to be done. He formed a hand seal, accelerating the chakra extraction from the outer path golem. Seizing the opportunity to act was the way to go. Roar! Roar! The roars of the 8 tails and 9 tails, which had been rising and falling, suddenly became loud and frenzied again. The chains binding the outer path golem rattled along with the madness of the 2-tailed beasts. Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, upon hearing this, were startled, their expressions turning grim. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances, clearly understanding each other's intentions. Earth-style spike. Zetsu suddenly took advantage of the moment when Uchiha Itachi and the others were communicating and swiftly launched a ninjutsu. His right hand slammed down on the ground, and sharp wooden spikes burst forth, charging straight towards Uchiha Itachi and the others. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya reacted instantly, dodging to the side, while Uchiha Sasuke took the fireball head-on. The massive fireball rushed forward, directly colliding with the wooden spikes on the ground. Chapter 256, Thorn Group Kill, Technique Boom. In the blink of an eye, the enormous fireball collided with the wooden spikes. The intense flames instantly swept out, destroying, shattering, and burning the sharp wooden spikes. Whoosh! The flames followed the wooden spikes, burning straight towards Zetsu. Is that all? Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, showing disdain. Clearly, in this initial exchange of ninjutsu, Sasuke had gained the upper hand with his fireball technique, leading him to underestimate Zetsu. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had dodged the wooden spike attack, suddenly launched a surprise attack. 3 kunai shot towards Zetsu in a perfect formation, aiming precisely at him. Zetsu snorted coldly, retreating a few steps to evade Jiraiya's kunai sneak attack. Let you see my true power. Thorn Group Kill Technique. Zetsu formed a hand seal, lifted his right foot, and stomped down on the ground. Boom! 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 The ground in front of Zetsu began to tremble slightly, then more violently. Bang! 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 The ground's soil cracked open, and dark, thorny wooden spikes, as hard as iron, burst forth. What is this? Would release. But why does it look like metal? Faced with the numerous, sturdy wooden thorns, Jiraiya was quite puzzled, as they didn't resemble wood at all. Who cares what it is? Just destroy it. Seeing the oncoming wooden thorns, Sasuke was indifferent. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke hurled another great fireball directly at the approaching wooden thorns. Clang! Not good, this isn't wood, it's metal. As Uchiha Itachi dodged the wooden thorns while counterattacking with kunai, he realized in an instant as the kunai collided with the wooden thorns, and he alerted Jiraiya and Sasuke. What? Jiraiya and Uchiha Sasuke were momentarily stunned. Boom! At that moment, Sasuke's great fireball collided with the wooden thorns. The wooden thorns, as hard as steel, instantly destroyed Sasuke's great fireball and then lunged straight toward Sasuke. Faced with the imminent threat, Sasuke's brain broke into a cold sweat, and he instinctively activated his Sharingan, unleashing Susanoo. Boom! The wooden thorns crashed into Sasuke's Susanoo, causing minor fractures, but failing to break through its defense. These wooden thorns are so powerful. Jiraiya, witnessing all this, was equally astonished. Although Sasuke's instinctive Susanoo was in its initial form, it was still incredibly strong in terms of defense. However, despite its super strong defense not being breached, it was still damaged, which was quite terrifying. Sasuke, are you okay? Itachi, after dodging another attack from the wooden thorns, asked Sasuke. I'm fine. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively replied, his face now filled with rage. Bastard, Zetsu, just wait for me. I'm right here waiting. What can you do to me? Zetsu chuckled sinisterly. Bastard, 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 you will die. Seeing Zetsu's expression, Sasuke was consumed with rage, his entire being igniting with fury. Complete body, Susanoo. In that instant, Sasuke transformed his Sharingan into the Mangekyou Sharingan, unleashing its full power. The massive Susanoo was instantly restored to its pristine form, then evolved into a towering giant. Feel my rage, Zetsu. You will be reduced to ashes and dust under my power. Sasuke declared arrogantly at Zetsu on the ground. Itachi, while Sasuke keeps Zetsu occupied, let's take the chance to rescue Naruto, Killer Bee, and the 8 and 9 tails. Jiraiya, seizing the moment while Zetsu was confronting Sasuke, quickly moved to Itachi's side. Itachi glanced at Zetsu, then at his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, and agreed with Jiraiya's suggestion. Let's hurry while we can. As Jiraiya spoke, he dashed towards the direction of the 8 and 9 tails. Uchiha Itachi closely followed Jiraiya, heading towards the 8 and 9 tails. Zetsu, stop them. Just then, Uchiha Obito, the fake Uchiha Madara, shouted loudly to Zetsu as he saw Jiraiya and Itachi stealthily approaching. Under Obito's command, Zetsu turned to face Jiraiya and Itachi. Kill! Zetsu shouted, changing his hand seals, and the wooden thorns beneath the ground suddenly went berserk. Countless iron-like wooden thorns burst forth, launching an indiscriminate attack directly at Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Jiraiya. In an instant, the area was engulfed in dust and tremors. Faced with these strange wooden thorns, Jiraiya and Itachi frowned as they braced for the attack. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he drew his Susanu's greatsword. Whoosh! The Susanu's greatsword, controlled by Susanoo, flew up and down, chopping the hard wooden thorns apart with sheer force. Boom! 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 One strike after another, the Susanu's great sword seemed to transform into a woodcutter's axe, and the wooden thorns became the wood. With each strike, Susanu's body advanced a little further. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Itachi decided to conserve their energy and stopped running towards the outer pass golem, instead following Sasuke's Susanu's lead and advancing slowly. Damn, the power of this Susanoo is truly terrifying. Zetsu's expression turned grim. He originally thought that with this mutated ninjutsu, he could block these guys and even severely injure them. However, the reality was quite the opposite. At this moment, Zetsu could only slow down their advance. Madara, I can hardly hold on, Zetsu urgently said to Uchiha Obito, the fake Uchiha Madara behind him. It's fine, Obito replied, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Because I have already succeeded. Chapter 257, Arriving It's Fine. Obito replied, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Because I have already succeeded. Of course, this statement echoed in Obito's mind and wasn't spoken aloud. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, the fake Uchiha Madara, was secretly pleased. Letting Zetsu exhaust himself against the Leaf Ninjas not only created better escape conditions for him, but also depleted Zetsu, who had been hiding beside him for so long. Of course, if the situation changed in this battle and Zetsu gained the upper hand, he could also take the opportunity to deal with these Leaf Ninjas. It was a win-win situation, truly beneficial for him. Zetsu, hang in there, it's almost done. Although Obito had secretly completed the extraction of the tailed beast chakra, he still pretended to be in the process of extracting chakra. Damn it! Zetsu glanced back at Uchiha Obito, and just as he said, the extraction of the tailed beast chakra had not yet finished, causing him to curse silently. I'll risk it. Zetsu, feeling the approaching Uchiha Sasuke and the figures of Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya behind him, became anxious and flustered. Although Zetsu's strength had greatly increased, it didn't stop him from feeling a familiar panic inside. Thorn Massacre Technique, Thorn Explosion. Zetsu changed his hand seals, and his expression transformed. Now, he looked utterly determined, as if he intended to perish along with his enemies. Seeing Zetsu's state, Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, who had been protected behind, were filled with confusion. What's wrong with Zetsu? Does he have some evil plan? However, before they could figure it out, the originally charging Uchiha Sasuke seemed to sense something was off. At this moment, the wooden thorns released by Zetsu's Thorn Massacre technique began to go wild in an erratic manner. The thorny vines either twisted into a large group or stood alone, recklessly causing destruction around themselves. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a series of explosions suddenly erupted, and the powerful shockwaves swept through the area. It turned out that these explosions were caused by Zetsu's jutsu. The numerous thorns exploded without warning at that very moment, seemingly without any pattern. Although the explosions were sudden, their power was considerable. Not only did they push Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo back repeatedly, but even Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, who were originally protected by the Susanoo, were caught off guard and were forced to retreat in a disheveled state. The battlefield was now filled with swirling smoke. Whoosh! Just as the smoke filled the air, a voice of sarcasm suddenly rang out. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is going on? It's like a smog. Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed, as they clearly recognized who it belonged to. Zetsu's face was filled with fear, while Uchiha Obito's face was a grim shade of pale. In contrast, Jiraiya was visibly delighted. As for our proud Uchiha Sasuke, he looked quite displeased. After all, he was in the midst of showing off and was enjoying it, only for something to go wrong at that moment. But why did he show up now of all times? Sasuke secretly suspected that he did it on purpose. just waiting for him to embarrass himself and enjoy the show. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the voice fell, a massive gust of wind suddenly erupted. The direction of the wind was quite coincidental, blowing directly towards Sasuke, who was concealed in the haze. Of course, this was not intentional on QinYu's part. It was all an accident. He had used space-time ninjutsu to arrive, and as soon as he did, he was surrounded by a gray mist, making it impossible to see anything. Because he couldn't see anything, he had no idea which way he was facing. And thus didn't he realize he was blowing the dust and haze towards Sasuke. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, because even if Sasuke found out, he wouldn't dare to object. If he did object, QinYu wouldn't mind directly communicating with him. With the powerful gust of wind from QinYu's great breakthrough, the swirling dust and haze were blown away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, there was a clear and open space around QinYu. Looking at the clean surroundings, QinYu finally clapped his hands in satisfaction and chuckled. Now, this is more like it. Why create so much haze? It feels much better to see things clearly. QinYu. Seeing QinYu's figure fully revealed, Uchiha Obito, who was at the back, couldn't help but grit his teeth and shout. Clearly, he still harbored resentment over the past experiences brought about by QinYu. As for Zetsu, the moment QinYu appeared, he dashed to Obito's side. What do we do now? Zetsu looked at QinYu with a serious expression, his voice tinged with a hoarse tone. Now that he's here. Will it? It's fine. Everything has been completed. Although Uchiha Obito hated QinYu, he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't harm QinYu at all. It's done. Zetsu's eyes and face were filled with excitement upon hearing this. QinYu, it's been a while. Uchiha Obito looked at QinYu as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Although it was a greeting, his tone was filled with a sense of gritted teeth. Oh, it's you. QinYu glanced at Uchiha Obito, who had one Sharingan and one Rinnegan, and smirked. I wonder if you'll run away as embarrassingly as last time? What the hell? Is there such a way to talk? While this was true, there was no need to bring up someone's dark history like that. Uchiha Obito was nearly driven to the brink of exploding with anger. Chapter 258. The two who decisively run away. What the hell? Is there such a way to talk? While this was true, there was no need to bring up someone's dark history like that. Uchiha Obito was nearly driven to the brink of exploding with anger. Although Uchiha Obito was furious over QinYu's words, he remained rational and did not act impulsively. In fact, it all boiled down to one word: survival. Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort at QinYu, then shamelessly declared, QinYu, just wait, it won't be long before you regret what you've done. At that time, you'll know what it's like to be humiliated. Uchiha Obito stood there looking at QinYu, his voice filled with excitement and madness. Blabbering so much. If you have the ability, don't run. QinYu looked at Uchiha Obito, who was so arrogant, and directly revealed the truth. It turned out that the moment QinYu appeared, the villain Uchiha Obito was already scared. So in that instant, Uchiha Obito quietly activated his unique space-time ninjutsu with his Sharingan. After activating the space-time ninjutsu, although Uchiha Obito remained standing in place, he was actually no longer in this world, but was hiding in the space-time dimension. Because of this, he had the audacity to act so arrogantly. He was sure that QinYu couldn't do anything to him since he had already slipped into the space-time dimension. But is that really the case? Actually, no. QinYu himself could use the Flying Thunder God technique, which is also a space-time ninjutsu, so he could attack enemies in the space-time dimension. And since he could attack Uchiha Obito, it meant that QinYu could also capture him. However, QinYu was not very willing to capture Uchiha Obito so quickly. He wanted to wait for Obito to start the Fourth Great Ninja War. He wanted to wait for Obito to release the seal on Kaguya Akatsuki. Because at this moment, QinYu, based on his strength, was already invincible. One could say there were no enemies in the entire ninja world. Therefore, QinYu was feeling a bit bored. To alleviate his boredom, he decided to let this guy go for a while. Of course, passing the time was one thing, but was also to solve the hidden crisis in the ninja world. After all, Uchiha Obito had already extracted the chakra from the 8 tails and 9 tails, which was enough to awaken the 10 tails, and Naruto and Killer Bee still had a breath of life left, so their lives were not in serious danger. Only QinYu felt it wasn't serious. Others might not think so. So, in order to let Uchiha Obito go, QinYu had no choice but to pretend that he had no way to deal with him in his current situation. This was not only to allow Obito to escape, but also to prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to make a fuss over letting a major enemy of the ninja world go. Although he wasn't afraid of such matters, if they really happened, it would still be quite exhausting to sort out. You know, Uchiha Obito, who was originally in a frenzy, was momentarily stunned upon hearing QinYu's words. He never expected that QinYu would see through his state so easily. Hee, what a cold joke. QinYu continued to pretend helplessly. Just then, QinYu, hurry and catch this guy. Naruto, Killer Bee, and both the 8 tails and 9 tails are in this guy's hands. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Naruto's dangerous situation and shouted at QinYu. Upon hearing Jiraiya's shout, QinYu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just as he was contemplating how to let Uchiha Obito and Zetsu escape, he never expected these two would be so insightful. At the moment Jiraiya spoke, the two exchanged glances. Then, they threw Naruto and Killer Bee to the ground and immediately used Uchiha Obito's space-time ninjutsu to escape. The execution of this move was a perfect collaboration. Seeing them escape so quickly, QinYu felt a hint of sweat forming in his heart. Is it really that serious? Am I that terrifying? QinYu looked at the vanishing Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, and with a twitch of his mouth, he asked Jiraiya, should we chase after them? Jiraiya opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Chase? What the hell to chase? These two are definitely members of the Akatsuki. How could they be so timid? Actually, it wasn't entirely their fault for running so fast. The main reason was that they had a psychological shadow. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito wanted to be cautious. Since he had already obtained the power of all-tailed beasts, he was about to awaken the 10 tails. Once he awakened the 10 tails and sealed it within himself, he would become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, making him invincible. Right now, he was not QinYu's opponent. If they fought and something unexpected happened, the power he was about to obtain would be lost. Such a cost was something Uchiha Obito couldn't afford and didn't want to bear. As for Zetsu, it was even simpler. Since they had already obtained the power, they needed to escape quickly. Then, they could help Obito merge this power, so he could release Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was sealed on the moon. As long as he released Kaguya Otsutsuki with her divine power, who in this world could stop her? At that time, he would be completely safe, and he could also tell her about his past grievances and have her take revenge for him. So under all these factors, the two of them left in perfect harmony. Looking at Jiraiya's awkwardness, QinYu made up an excuse to divert attention from the embarrassing situation. Oh, right. Jiraiya instantly understood QinYu's implication. Immediately, he rushed to Naruto and Killer Bee's side. Checking their pulses, Jiraiya found that they were still alive, though they were clearly in a state of near death, with more air out than in. No, they won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke remained calm, while QinYu wore a nonchalant expression. Chapter 259, Preparing for War, Establishment of the Ninja Alliance. No, they won't last much longer. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke remained calm, while QinYu wore a nonchalant expression. The reason Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were so calm was because of QinYu. With such an impressive powerhouse around, was there really any need to worry about these two dying? To understand more about space-time ninjutsu, to understand more about the Flying Thunder God technique, if these two were really in danger, they could just let QinYu use space-time ninjutsu. It would be a matter of seconds. As long as they returned to the village, with Tsunade, who was known as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, there was no need to fear that they wouldn't survive. So there was really no need to worry. In a certain underground secret room, with a buzzing sound, a 5-star space suddenly erupted, and a masked figure appeared out of thin air. You're here? The White Snake sage Yakushi Kabuto, who was fiddling with various bottles, coldly greeted. How's the preparation going? Uchiha Obito asked straightforwardly. Yakushi Kabuto pointed at several coffins nearby and said they're in those. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito went forward to check without saying a word. But I'm curious, since you are Uchiha Madara, why can I still find another Uchiha Madara's corpse? Yakushi Kabuto put down the medicine bottle and looked curiously at the silent Uchiha Obito, who was actually this fake Uchiha Madara. What do you want to say? Uchiha Obito replied calmly, his completely different eyes fixed on Yakushi Kabuto, as if indicating that one wrong word from him could lead to his demise. Hee. Seemingly sensing the malice hidden in Uchiha Obito's gaze, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. I'm just curious. Curiosity can be deadly. Uchiha Obito coldly stated as he withdrew his gaze. All right. Yakushi Kabuto laughed and shook his head, returning to fiddle with the medicine bottles, saying, Then I won't be curious. You should know best that everything you have now is thanks to us, so you better be honest. After speaking, Uchiha Obito didn't wait for Yakushi Kabuto's response and immediately activated space-time ninjutsu to leave. Just before he was about to disappear, Obito left a few words for Yakushi Kabuto. Or rather, it should be an arrangement. The body of Uchiha Madara is to be sealed, not to participate in the Edo Tensei plan. Everything else remains the same. The plan is set for 3 days later. After a while, when the world was left with only Yakushi Kabuto's voice in silence, he approached Uchiha Madara's corpse with a medicine bottle and said with a smile, "You're not in his plans, and he doesn't want you to come back to life. It seems there are some secrets between you two." Yakushi Kabuto felt a mix of regret and anticipation for the days to come in 3 days. In the Akatsuki organization's new base, Lord Madara. Zetsu looked at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Madara, his weak face no longer joking, now filled with respect. "How is the production of the army going?" Uchiha Madara asked indifferently. "In order to ensure victory in this war, I accelerated the production of the army. The number of troops has now reached 300,000, a 50% increase compared to the previously estimated 200,000. Good." Uchiha Madara was pleased. Zetsu seemed to have become more reliable since returning. 3 days from now, the White Zetsu army will mobilize, and the Fourth Great Ninja War will commence. After speaking, Uchiha Madara excitedly left. After Uchiha Madara departed, Black Zetsu quietly chuckled to himself. "Mother, just wait a bit longer. 3 days, just 3 days left. 3 days later, you will be able to come back to life. Just wait." Compared to Uchiha Madara's excitement, Ju was even more thrilled inside. When Uchiha Madara declared war on the 5 great nations simultaneously, the other nations began exchanging intelligence with each other. As a result, they discovered that Uchiha Madara was not joking. The Fourth Great Ninja War would indeed be directly initiated by him. Immediately, the 5 great nations began a simple remote video conference. Hokage office. "Everyone, in the face of the Fourth Great Ninja War initiated by Uchiha Madara, what strategies do you have to respond?" Sasuke Inoki asked heavily. "What else is there to say? Just crush that guy." The Fourth Raikage, A said bluntly. Who do you think you can crush alone? Uchiha Madara? Or his army of 200,000? Terumi May teased with a smile. "You." The Fourth Raikage, A was instantly speechless. "Enough. It's not the time for arguments." Tsunade, with her fiery temper, immediately scolded loudly upon seeing the conflict about to arise. "I think the 5 great ninja villages should cooperate and unite. Only by banding together do we have the strength to contend with Uchiha Madara and his 200,000 army." Kazekage Gaara suddenly spoke up. "Kazekage is right." Tsunade agreed with Gaara's suggestion and continued. "I propose that the 5 great ninja villages temporarily form a wartime alliance, put aside past grievances, and face this terrifying enemy together." The Sand Village agrees. Gaara said. The Mist Village also agrees. Terumi May followed up. "No kidding, my man is in Konoha, so even if there is a war and something happens, he will still help me. So, I decisively agree, no questions asked." After pondering for a moment, the Fourth Raikage A also agreed. The Cloud Village, agree too. There's no way. The Fourth Raikage had no choice but to agree. Although Terumi May had just said something out of spite, it was still a fact. Since it was a fact, he really had no other choice. Seeing that the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages had agreed to temporarily ally, Sasuke Inoki, the only one who hadn't expressed his stance, also had to agree. After all, it concerned the crisis of the ninja world. Moreover, his Tsuchi village was also one of the targets of the declaration of war, so uniting was the only feasible method. "Well then, I announce." Looking at everyone who agreed, Tsunade announced to all, "The Ninja Alliance is now established. Next, let's discuss who will hold the position of commander in the alliance, as well as the number of troops in a ninja coalition and the strategies we should adopt against Uchiha Madara and his army." Chapter 260. The war begins after the establishment of the ninja coalition. It was decided that the coalition headquarters would be set up in Konoha Ninja Village. Among the 5 great ninja villages, apart from the minimum defense forces left behind in each village, all other forces were transferred to Konoha Ninja Village. The number of ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages who could directly participate in the battle reached as high as 100,000. Among them, the Chunin formed the backbone, and the Jonin represented the high-end combat power. As for some elite Jonin, they were all gathered together. If any issues arose, these elite Jonin will be dispatched to handle or assist. 3 days passed quietly in the joint actions of the major ninja villages. On the 3rd day in the morning, Ju ordered the entire army of White Zetsu to mobilize. Destination: Konoha Ninja Village. Uchiha Obito stood on a tree, looking at the densely packed army of White Zetsu below, and spoke to Ju beside him. "Yes, Lord Madara, White Zetsu respectfully replied to Uchiha Madara. The entire army set off. With a loud shout from White Zetsu, the massive army of White Zetsu began to march out in a grand manner. Such a large commotion early in the morning was immediately noticed by the ninjas of the Ninja Coalition. Upon discovering this situation, the ninjas quickly reported the situation to the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Ninja Coalition, the army of White Zetsu led by Uchiha Madara has set off. What are everyone's thoughts? Tsunade, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at the other four shadows. What else is there to think about? Just send a large army to eliminate them. The irritable fourth Raikage immediately suggested to confront Uchiha Madara head-on. Lord Raikage, calm down. Terumi Mei glanced at him and said lightly, the White Zetsu army opposite has 200,000 troops, while our ninja coalition only has 100,000. It's easy to say eliminate. All right, we should think about how to deal with the imminent threat. Gaara interjected to change the topic. I think we can send multiple forces to gradually cut the White Zetsu army into pieces. Only by dividing the battlefield into multiple areas can their numerical advantage be reduced. At that moment, Nara Shikaku, who was standing behind Hokage Tsunade, spoke up by cutting the enemy into multiple parts for small-scale battles. If our forces achieve victory on one battlefield, they can promptly support nearby battlefields. Of course, if unfavorable situations arise, it also allows others on different battlefields to come to the rescue. Compared to a direct large-scale clash, small-scale conflicts might actually offer more advantages. Listening to Nara Shikaku's plan, all the shadows present fell into silence. Soon after, as Hokage, Tsunade was the first to vote. I support this plan. After all, the number of our ninja coalition cannot be compared to the enemy's, so this method might be the only feasible one. I agree with this plan. Ninja battles should belong to individuals or small teams. Only in such situations can they exert their true strength. Gaara also agreed. Once we enter a densely populated melee, our ninjas will instead be constrained. You young one have quite a perspective. No wonder you were chosen as Kazekage. Inoki chuckled, teasing Kazekage Gaara. I have no objections. I think this plan is good. Inoki agreed. Since the old man has no issues, then there's definitely nothing to worry about. Terumi Mei cleverly waited until most people were on board before smoothly expressing her agreement. Oomph. The fourth Raikage let out a cold snort, clearly displeased. However, despite his displeasure, he did not oppose Nara Shikaku's plan. Although the fourth Raikage had a fiery temper, he was not a fool to have reached the position of Raikage. Moreover, the Cloud Village had always been a strong ninja village, full of enthusiasm for battle. So regarding these matters, they understood quite a bit. Therefore, when the fourth Raikage heard this plan, he had already realized that this plan was the most suitable for the current ninja coalition. I have no objections either. Seeing the other four shadows all looking at him, the fourth Raikage, for once, did not explode in anger, but rather agreed calmly. All right, then it's decided. Tsunade announced to everyone, from now on, the actions of a ninja coalition will be planned and coordinated by Nara Shikaku. The ninja coalition will immediately enter a counteroffensive state. With the issuance of a series of orders, Nara Shikaku became the commander of the ninja coalition. Under his command, the ninja coalition began to split into many small teams and set off. Their only goal was to divide and eliminate the army of White Zetsu. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. At the gate of the Uchiha residence, Lord QinYu, the five Kages request your presence at a meeting. Members of the root stood at the entrance of the QinYu family, directly shouting towards the room. Having been here many times, he already had experience. For QinYu, this was the only way to ask. Otherwise, you could wait until dark and no one would come out to deal with you. Sure enough, as soon as the root ninja finished speaking, the door to the QinYu house opened. Uchiha QinYu walked out with an unhappy expression. After glaring angrily at the root ninja, he turned and used a space-time ninjutsu to leave. The root ninja couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling somewhat indifferent. As long as the task was completed, everything else was irrelevant. Suddenly, with a swish, the space rippled. Immediately, QinYu's figure appeared in the office of the five Kage. After a quick glance, QinYu spotted Terumi Mei. Ignoring the gazes of others, he walked over to Terumi Mei with a smile. Humph, you little man, you finally decided to come out, Terumi Mei said, pouting her lips and pretending to act like a little woman. It's nothing, just some matters at home. QinYu awkwardly forced an explanation. Then, as if nothing happened, he directly sat down beside Terumi Mei, wrapping his right arm around her waist in front of everyone. That bastard. Tsunade saw QinYu like this and instantly gritted her teeth in anger. As for Terumi Mei, her face turned completely red, and she said nothing. The other three were indifferent. The Wind Shadow thought it was whatever since his sister had already been taken away by him. That relative status couldn't be changed. The Raikage felt very displeased, but even if he was upset, he didn't dare to act out, as he couldn't beat QinYu. The Tsuchikage, Inoki, from the Rock Village, looked at the young man, QinYu, with curiosity. Chapter 261, gradually revealed after all, Inoki had only heard of Uchiha QinYu, but had never seen him in person. So this meeting was probably the first time for both of them. Moreover, it was evident that as soon as QinYu appeared, he managed to render the hot-tempered fourth Raikage, speechless. Not only did he not scold QinYu for his behavior, but he also remained silent, as if he hadn't seen anything. This showed that QinYu was definitely not as simple as he appeared. As for strength, there was no need to ask. He was undoubtedly powerful. Among the 5 Kage present, the fourth Raikage had been beaten before, this new Wind Shadow had also been beaten, and the Water Shadow had been slept with. As for the Hokage of Konoha, although the specific situation had never been revealed, there had been rumors that the original Hokage was supposed to be this guy, but he ended up rejecting the position. Therefore, there must be some unknown matters between him and the Hokage. In this situation, Inoki, as the Tsuchikage of the Rock Village, who valued his reputation, naturally wouldn't intentionally seek trouble. Otherwise, if QinYu beat him up, his reputation would be ruined. Seeing that the people present were mostly silent, QinYu began to feel bored. With so many people around, he couldn't find a way to have a deep discussion with Terumi Mei about life ideals. However, he felt embarrassed to directly tell them to leave, claiming he wanted to research the origins of humanity with the Water Shadow. The other Kage were indifferent, but since his own Hokage was present, it was a bit troublesome. QinYu looked at the suddenly quiet office and said, "Aren't we supposed to be discussing? Then you all discuss." Everyone's faces were filled with question marks. Seriously, discuss? Where are you when we were discussing just now? After we resolved the issue and finalized the plan, you came out, and now you're telling us to discuss? Where's your face? Did you forget to bring it when you left? The fourth Raikage, opened his mouth several times to speak, but couldn't get a word out. His face turned red with frustration, feeling extremely aggrieved. As for Tsunade, the Hokage, her expression darkened to the color of ash. Her eyebrows twitched in agitation, clearly wanted to go up and punch QinYu. But for the sake of Konoha's reputation, she had to endure. The army of Uchiha Madara has already set out, and we have dispatched corresponding ninja coalition forces to eliminate the enemy. Tsunade, who held relatively high authority within the ninja coalition, gritted her teeth and briefly explained the situation to QinYu. "Oh, he has started to act?" QinYu said, finally showing some interest, then looked at the others and said indifferently, "But you guys only dispatched the ninja coalition forces. Aren't you planning to take action yourselves? I have no interest in these scum. This time I must beat Uchiha Madara to death." The hot-tempered fourth Raikage, shouted angrily, clearly furious with Uchiha Madara. The reason was that last time, when Madara declared war on the Cloud Village, he was so arrogant, not only disregarding the Cloud Village, but also looking down on the Raikage. After being arrogant, Uchiha Madara even retreated calmly in front of everyone in the Cloud Village. This was a humiliation for the Cloud Village, and thus both the Cloud Village and the Raikage were extremely angry with Madara. QinYu sneered, then said, "For this war, Uchiha Madara has been plotting for many years. Do you think such an old schemer would only have a ninja coalition as his chess piece? You are too naive. The other Kage present are also too naive." "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked seriously upon hearing this. Through QinYu's words, she could easily grasp the underlying reason. Moreover, it seemed that QinYu had some insight into what the opponent was preparing. "Little girl, do you know something?" Inoki couldn't help but ask eagerly, wanting to know what other backup plans Uchiha Madara had. After all, the formation of the ninja coalition was currently the most powerful ninja force. If even such a force couldn't deal with Uchiha Madara, the consequences would be severe. Although this old man valued his reputation, his awareness was not low. "I only know that this guy should have contacted Orochimaru." QinYu glanced at everyone and continued to turn the situation into speculation. As for why he contacted Orochimaru, perhaps everyone present might not take it seriously. Just as QinYu said, upon hearing that Uchiha Madara had contacted Orochimaru, the Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Water Shadow all began to look down on it. After all, they were Kage level, but what kind of strength did Orochimaru have? Therefore, this person's appearance would not raise their concern at all. However, Tsunade, who had once been one of the legendary three, did not think so. Instead, she felt that there was more to the matter. But no matter how she speculated, She couldn't figure out what Uchiha had done after contacting Orochimaru. It's normal for you to look down on Orochimaru. After all, his strength is evident. But because of your disdain, he might become a significant obstacle for you. What does that mean? Gaara asked, somewhat confused. Have you heard of a forbidden jutsu? A forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei. Upon hearing the name of this jutsu, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Shocked, she instantly stood up. Seeing her reaction, everyone was a bit confused. After all, the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei is a highly secretive forbidden technique in the Hidden Leaf Village. Even within the village, there are few who know about it, let alone those from other villages. What kind of forbidden jutsu is Edo Tensei that could scare you like this? The fourth Raikage, furrowed his brows and asked. However, Tsunade did not immediately respond to him. Come in. As Tsunade's voice fell, a root ninja walked in from outside. Go check the burial sites of the previous Hokages and see if there's anything unusual, then report back in a timely manner. The root ninja did not say a word and silently withdrew. The others, however, were left in a fog. As for Gaara, the Kazekage, he knew a bit about Edo Tensei, but he didn't fully understand it. Besides, it was a forbidden jutsu of the leaf. It wouldn't be good for him to speak about it. Since you all want to know what kind of forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei is, I'll tell you. Edo Tensei is a technique that resurrects the dead by sacrificing a life, summoning them back from the underworld. The resurrected ninja not only possesses the strength they had in life, but is also controlled by the summoner, obeying any commands given. Chapter 262, Collision of the High-Ranking Edo Tensei is a technique that resurrects the dead by sacrificing a life, summoning them back from the underworld. The resurrected ninja not only possesses the strength they had in life, but is also controlled by the summoner, obeying any commands given. Nanny? Hearing Tsunade's explanation of this forbidden jutsu, the shadows present could no longer maintain their composure. Moments ago, they had appeared calm and collected, but now their expressions had all changed. Each one wore a serious, shocked, incredulous, and fearful look. The only thing that everyone had in common was that their previous contempt for Orochimaru had vanished, replaced by caution and even solemnity. Following that, the other village leaders immediately instructed their subordinates to send messages back to their respective villages to check if the graves of past Kage were disturbed. Time passed quietly. The ninjas sent by each village returned. Report to Hokage-sama. It appears that the graves of the first, second, and fourth Hokages have been disturbed. Report to Mizukage-sama. The grave of the fourth appears to have been dug up. Report to Kazekage-sama. The body of the previous Wind Kage is missing. Report to Raikage-sama. There's a problem with the grave of the previous Raikage. Listening to the reports from their subordinates, the faces of the shadow-level powerhouses present shifted from initial anger to a gradually deepening seriousness. In the end, everyone's expressions had turned grim. Of course, QinYu remained as unflappable as ever. It's fine. Looking at Terumi Mei's worried expression, QinYu gently patted her back and said, Terumi Mei nodded, indicating she understood. Even so, she still couldn't truly relax. As for QinYu, there was nothing he could do about it. So, what's next for you all is to face your ancestors. For all of you, do you have confidence in yourselves? More precisely, do you have confidence in your own strength? Do you have the strength to deal with these deceased individuals? Although QinYu's words were not loud, they rang exceptionally clear in everyone's ears. Yes, everyone knew the strength of their ancestors very well. In the hearts of all present, they were acutely aware of their abilities. Among all the people present, only the fourth Raikage had ever managed to defeat the previous third Raikage. The other shadow-level powerhouses likely had little hope against these ancestors, especially Konoha, particularly Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, who was even more aware of the formidable strength of her grandfathers. After all, their strengths were recognized throughout the ninja world, not just acknowledged within the village, but proven through battle. Report. According to the reconnaissance ninja's report, Uchiha has appeared. Suddenly, a leaf ninja rushed out to report to everyone present. Where's he now? The fourth Raikage, stood up anxiously and asked. Uchiha has appeared outside the Hidden Leaf Village. The ninja reported truthfully. What? Tsunade was caught off guard. Uchiha was so bold. With both sides on the brink of war, he dared to come to the Hidden Leaf Village alone. Wasn't he that seeking death? Is he alone? Inoki inquired. No, he has a mysterious person with him. The ninja replied. Who is that? Tsunade quickly reacted and asked, what does that mysterious person look like? I don't know. The other party is wearing a robe, so I can't see their appearance. It seems it should be Orochimaru, Tsunade speculated after a moment of thought. Everyone fell silent. No matter what, even if Orochimaru is here, it doesn't matter. The first thing I'll do when I go out is to crush this guy. As long as this guy is dead, he shouldn't be able to use any jutsu, right? The fourth Raikage's words, while a bit rough, were not without reason. It could even be said that what he proposed was a good plan. The other shadows nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. Seeing everyone so full of confidence, QinYu secretly rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to dampen their spirits. Just you people, where do you get the confidence to deal with Uchiha Madara? Are you getting carried away? Or is this blade dull? Thus, a group of people left the office in a grand manner, heading towards Uchiha Madara's direction. They should be coming soon. Beside Uchiha Madara, the figure under the robe asked excitedly. They are already on their way. Be prepared, Uchiha Madara said faintly. I've been ready for a long time. The figure under the robe exclaimed, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. They're here. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's tone became slightly more serious. As his words fell, dozens of figures emerged from the Hidden Leaf Village, heading straight for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara completely ignored these people. His gaze was fixed on one person throughout, a very young individual, Uchiha QinYu. With a whoosh, as soon as he appeared, the fourth Raikage immediately activated the chakra within his body without hesitation. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Silver-white lightning suddenly burst forth from the fourth Raikage-A's body, flickering and surging. With the appearance of the lightning, the fourth Raikage-A immediately leaped forward, shooting straight towards the figure under the robe. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort, then extended his palm, facing the fourth Raikage. Seeing this familiar action, the fourth Raikage suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Shinra Tensei. Indeed, in that instant, a tremendous repulsive force suddenly erupted. The powerful repulsive force sent the fourth Raikage flying back. The speed of his backward flight was even faster, and the force was even stronger due to this power. Damn, how could he have such power? The fourth Raikage was shocked and at a loss for words as he flew backward. After all, the use of this ninjutsu required the Rinnegan. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Madara's eyes. In an instant, the fourth Raikage was stunned. He saw that one of Uchiha Madara's eyes was a Sharingan, while the other was actually a Rinnegan. He has the Rinnegan. The fourth Raikage let out a loud shout to everyone present. Chapter 263. Uchiha Obito exposed what? Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. They then turned their attention to Uchiha Madara's eyes, and sure enough, it was indeed a Rinnegan. Cough, cough. At that moment, QinYu suddenly cleared his throat awkwardly and said, We discovered this when we fought against him while rescuing Naruto last time. There were so many events that followed that I forgot to mention it. Upon hearing this, everyone present twitched their cheeks. They wanted to curse, but since it was QinYu, they could only hold it in. After all, with a great enemy before them, defeating the enemy was the primary objective. Everything else could wait until after the battle. However, at this moment, speaking of Uchiha Madara, are you still not planning to reveal your true identity at this point? QinYu pressed down on the eager crowd with both hands and said to Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows slightly. They were puzzled by QinYu's words. What does he mean? Isn't Uchiha Madara his identity? Uchiha Madara laughed out loud upon hearing this. He never expected that the one to discover his identity and question it would be his opponent. When Uchiha Madara said this, everyone was truly dumbfounded. What the hell? This Uchiha Madara is fake? So everyone has been deceived for so long. Who exactly are you? At this moment, everyone became intensely curious about Uchiha Madara's identity. Since you guessed that I'm not Uchiha Madara, why don't you take a guess at who I really am? How about it? QinYu, can you guess? Uchiha Madara smiled darkly, looking quite pleased. After all, being able to put QinYu in a difficult position was also a nice thing. Although it was just a battle of words, it was still enjoyable. However, as a transmigrator, would QinYu not know Uchiha Madara's true identity? Obviously not. QinYu was very clear about Uchiha Madara's background. He suddenly smiled slightly and said to Uchiha Madara, Are you sure you want me to help you reveal it? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's smile immediately faded. He quietly looked at QinYu, curious whether he could truly reveal his identity. QinYu suppressed his tone, building suspense for everyone before finally saying, Aren't you Uchiha Obito, the childhood teammate of Kakashi Hatake, who was once thought to be dead? I should be correct, right? Obito, QinYu said firmly. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Obito directly applauded, evidently agreeing with what QinYu had said, thus indirectly acknowledging the identity of Uchiha Obito. QinYu, you are indeed impressive. Uchiha Obito said slowly. After that, he extended his right hand in front of him, gently pinching the spiral mask on his face. Then, he directly removed the mask. The face beneath the mask finally revealed itself to the world. It was a very strange face, with the Sharingan in his right eye at the center, and the muscles on his face appeared in a spiral pattern. The skin on his face was very dry, but had a pale hue. Tsunade exclaimed in shock upon seeing the condition of the face. You actually transplanted the first Hokage's cells. That's right. I transplanted the first Hokage's cells. Because only in this way can I survive until now. Uchiha Obito did not deny it. Instead, he admitted it openly. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the first Hokage cells? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Obito did not answer her, but turned to QinYu with curiosity and asked, I really want to know how you recognize my identity. Are you really that curious? QinYu said with interest. Yes, I am genuinely curious. All these years, no one has been able to recognize me. Even Zetsu, who has been by Madara's side for many years, did not discover that I was the fake Uchiha Madara. But you not only recognized me, but also uncovered my true identity, so I am really curious. Since you asked, I will generously tell you. QinYu suddenly recalled a classic quote and borrowed it. However, as soon as he said this, a wave of middle school vibes swept over everyone present. Although everyone felt a bit embarrassed, they did not say much, clearly curious about how QinYu knew this secret about Uchiha Obito. First of all, as the impersonator of Uchiha Madara, you are really incompetent. Don't you know that Uchiha Madara has a very classic line? But I have never heard you say that classic line even once. What line? Uchiha Obito frowned and asked, Do you want to dance? QinYu said dramatically. Instantly, everyone was left speechless. All right, besides that, there are some other questions. First, you are too timid. Uchiha Madara is known as the Shura of the ninja world. When it comes to fighting, he is all about hard steel. How could he run away? Also, you claim to be Uchiha Madara, but where are your Sharingan techniques? Where's your Susanoo? Don't tell me Uchiha Madara doesn't know Susanoo. Since you appeared, have you ever used Susanoo? No, right? Furthermore, your personality and temperament are completely different. Uchiha Madara is an extremely arrogant person, both in speech and action. Every word he says, every action he takes is arrogant. He looks down on everyone. But what about you? Think about it yourself. As his impersonator, what conditions do you meet? It seems like none. QinYu passionately elaborated, integrating his memories from his previous life, and then analyzing Uchiha Obito's character and strength in detail. After listening to QinYu's analysis, Uchiha Obito felt a wave of embarrassment. It turned out that his disguise was so unsuccessful. However, after feeling embarrassed, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of fear towards QinYu. He was afraid of his clear mind and unfathomable strength. Of course, it wasn't just Uchiha Obito who was shocked. Everyone present was stunned. They truly did not expect that QinYu's mind could be so sharp. He was able to discover discrepancies from these subtle details and draw conclusions based on them. QinYu is not only impressive in strength, but also in intelligence. Chapter 264. The Great Battle begins. How did you recognize me as Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Obito asked again. Clearly, this question was more significant to him than the previous one. QinYu chuckled and shook a finger, continuing, That's a good question. Actually, I don't know either. Until that time, when I met Kakashi, I accidentally discovered something. Kakashi? Discovered something? What is it? Uchiha Obito vaguely felt that the problem should lie here. Looking at everyone staring at him with intense gazes, QinYu smiled slightly, coughed lightly, and continued, That is, I once saw Kakashi use the Sharingan ninjutsu. Kamui. This is a space-time ninjutsu. This space-time ninjutsu can absorb all attacks into the space created by Kamui. After my many inquiries, I learned that this I was given to him by his childhood friend, Uchiha Obito. However, since he himself is not a member of the Uchiha clan, even though it was a gift from Obito, he cannot perfectly control this eye. Even if he eventually trained and unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan, he still cannot fully master its power. QinYu finished speaking in one breath and was slightly out of breath, quickly stopping to catch his breath. Then, based on the storyline and his own wild guesses, he continued to speak earnestly. However, I guess that once he can fully master the power of the Sharingan, he will be able to, like you, keep his body in both the real world and the space-time at all times. Therefore, I deduce that you are Kakashi's childhood teammate, a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito. What do you think of this explanation? After QinYu finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Obito, seemingly waiting for his shocked expression. However, things did not go as QinYu imagined. Instead, Uchiha Obito fell into silence. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to QinYu, QinYu, you are quite good. To repay you for answering my questions, I will give you a chance. A chance to live. Submit to me, become my subordinate, and you will gain the qualification to continue living. Upon hearing this, QinYu couldn't help but laugh and said to Uchiha Obito, "No way. Have you become so arrogant? Have you forgotten how you panicked and fled after I defeated you? Have you forgotten the fear of being controlled by me? In that case, don't blame me for sending you on your way." Uchiha Obito looked at the sky, suddenly spreading his arms as if embracing it. The ninja world needs peace, and ninjas are the evildoers who destroy peace. I will create a true peace, a world without war. Uchiha Obito spoke with righteous fervor, as if he were savior. Attack! Suddenly, Tsunade shouted loudly and took the lead in attacking. "You're too slow." Just as everyone reacted and was about to attack, Kabuto, who was beside Uchiha Obito, suddenly looked up and smiled at the five Kage. Following that, he formed a simple hand seal and suddenly slapped the ground, summoning Jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. A cloud of white smoke suddenly rose, and 6 coffins emerged from the white smoke. "Not good, stop him," Tsunade shouted, and her speed increased even more. Sizzle. The 4th Raikage directly used lightning release ninjutsu to enhance his body, transforming into a bolt of lightning. The silver light moved swiftly, surpassing Tsunade's figure and rushing straight towards Kabuto. Edo Tensei, activate. Seeing the 4th Raikage EI approaching, Kabuto's face revealed a smirk. He formed a hand seal, and the Edo Tensei ninjutsu was activated. Boom, 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 boom. How is this possible? Seeing the 6 coffins explode simultaneously, Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. Even the 4th Raikage, who had charged to the front, was blown back by the blast. The 6 individuals summoned by Edo Tensei were the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage Tobarama Senju, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the 3rd Raikage, the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi, and the 3rd Kazekage. How is it possible? Edo Tensei can be activated with just one hand seal. Tsunade's eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend. How can it be impossible? Seeing Tsunade's confusion, Kabuto chuckled and explained, "Ever since I obtained the Edo Tensei technique, I have been researching it day and night. Finally, I successfully developed the Edo Tensei technique. Now, this technique only requires one hand seal to succeed, and I have also removed its only drawback. This means that even if I, the caster, die, this ninjutsu will not be released, unless they are sealed or I obtain the release seal for Edo Tensei. So, you don't need to rush, we can take our time." Upon hearing this, Inoki sneered, "I don't believe it will be that incredible. Dust release, particle style." Inoki did not hold back. As soon as he made a move, he used his best dust release technique. The particle style is a ninjutsu developed by the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu. It is a bloodline elimination that surpasses bloodline limits, formed by the fusion of wind, earth, and fire. The 2nd Tsuchikage created this technique and then taught it to his disciple Inoki. Inoki clasped his hands together, then spread them apart. After opening his palms, a transparent square barrier appeared between his hands. He threw the transparent square barrier directly at the 6 people summoned by Edo Tensei. Buzz! In an instant, the square transparent barrier quickly approached the 6 Edo Tensei individuals. Just as this dust release technique was about to hit them, one figure stepped forward. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. It turned out to be the 3rd Kazekage making a move, and he used his bloodline limit magnet release with the sand iron technique. Chapter 265, New Era versus Old Era. The 3rd Kazekage raised his right hand, and a mass of black sand iron flew out. Countless sand iron particles quickly gathered in the air, eventually forming a massive triangular prism. Under the control of the 3rd Kazekage, the triangular prism shot toward Inoki's dust release. Sizzle. The sand iron triangular prism collided with Inoki's dust release technique, and the two began a standoff. The powerful ninjutsu created by 2 bloodline limits clashed, but there was no earth-shaking sound. Instead, the 2 techniques emitted very faint sounds, like they were rubbing against each other, consuming each other. Gradually, both techniques began to fade away. "Inoki, you're getting old. Your dust release is no longer as powerful as it was in your youth," the 3rd Kazekage said to Inoki. You little brat have your own consciousness?" Inoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hee. The 3rd Kazekage smiled and did not answer. "Great-grandpa. 2nd grandpa." Seeing that the Edo Tensei figures had consciousness, Tsunade immediately called out to the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Oh, ISNT this little Tsunade? You become Hokage. Hashirama Senju said with a smile. Big brother, aren't you afraid that little Tsunade will directly lose Konoha? Senju Tobirama complained to his elder brother. Senju Hashirama was left speechless. Second grandfather. Tsunade gritted her teeth and glared at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama awkwardly looked away. By the way, which generation of Hokage are you? You look quite young. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, asked the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Hello, Lord Second. I'm the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze politely expressed his respect to the first and second Hokage. All right. Kabuto interrupted the reminiscing, addressing the 6 reanimated individuals. The reminiscing ends here. Now it's time for everyone to showcase their skills. Kabuto pointed at the Ninja Alliance and said, kill them. Among the reanimated figures, some were reluctant to engage. However, as they were resurrected, they had no choice. They could not control their bodies and rushed towards the Ninja Alliance. Little Tsunade, hurry and run. We can't control our bodies. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, shouted while charging forward. While their bodies were uncontrollable, their mouths were free, allowing their consciousness to express itself. At this moment, Kabuto and Uchiha Obito quietly observed from above. Although they seemed calm, anyone who got close would notice that their eyes were secretly focused on QinYu. To them, everyone else didn't matter. Only QinYu was worth paying attention to. Would release, would Dragon Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Slash, Rasengan, Magnet Release, Sand Iron Cylinder, Water Release, Water Mirror Jutsu, Black Lightning. In an instant, the 6 Kage-level powerhouses unleashed their jutsu. In that moment, the battlefield was filled with brilliant light. The powerful chakra from the jutsu even destroyed the clouds in the sky. You all, give me your chakra. Inoki, witnessing the overwhelming jutsu attack, turned pale. He immediately addressed everyone while preparing his own defensive jutsu. Dust Release, Particle Style. This jutsu could be said to be Inoki's strongest move. It was an upgraded version of the Dust Release, original world disintegration technique, expanding both its range and power. Additionally, unlike previous jutsu, this one had a lasting effect. Any object that approached the particle style would be reduced to atomic state. In the original work, this jutsu single-handedly eliminated Madara Uchiha's 25 would release clones of Susanoo. This demonstrates the power of this jutsu. However, despite its strength, trying to use his own chakra to block the jutsu attacks of 6 Kage-level powerhouses was nothing short of a dream. Therefore, Inoki urgently needed the chakra support of other Kage-level ninjas. Only then could he maximally resist the jutsu attacks of the 6 Kage-level powerhouses. The other Kage-level powerhouses also understood that if chakra was divided, it would be relatively weak. Only by concentrating it together could they potentially withstand the first wave of attacks. Without hesitation, everyone gathered behind Inoki. They then transferred their chakra into Inoki's body. Buzz! The transparent square formed by the particle style, supported by powerful chakra, instantly expanded several times. Following this, Inoki directed the jutsu against the incoming jutsu attacks. Buzz! All the jutsu began to collide. Inoki's particle style directly separated those jutsu. Countless bright points flew out from the particle style, which were the jutsu decomposed into molecules. In the end, Inoki's jutsu successfully blocked the combined jutsu of the 6 Kage-level ninjas. Not bad. Inoki, it seems you're really getting old. The third Kazekage teased Inoki. Hey, how come you haven't improved at all? The third Raikage turned to the fourth Raikage, A, and began to reprimand him. Clearly, he was not satisfied with A's performance. Father, the current era is different from yours. The fourth Raikage, who used to have a fiery temper, now seemed as docile as a lamb. It appeared that the third Raikage held a significant place in his heart. As Raikage, you should know how heavy your responsibilities are. After a few words, the third Raikage fell silent. At this time, both sides stood on opposite sides again. The atmosphere became somewhat strange. Keep attacking, kill the 5 Kage. Uchiha Obito commanded the 6 reanimated individuals under Kabuto. As soon as the order was given, Kabuto controlled the 6 to launch another attack. The 5 Kage also each chose one as their opponent. In the end, Tsunade chose the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The 4th Kazekage, Gaara, chose the 3rd Kazekage. The 4th Mizukage chose the 3rd Mizukage. The 4th Raikage chose the 3rd Raikage, and the 3rd Tsuchikage chose the 2nd Hokage. As for the remaining 1st Hokage, he was left to QinYu. who had been standing by without any action. Chapter 266. I'm going to set sail, goodness. I've been assigned like this. When QinYu regained his senses, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been clearly assigned. Instantly, he exclaimed, goodness, these people are really sneaky. However, he decided to let it go, showing magnanimity. That first Hokage, how about we don't fight just yet and go over there to watch them fight? What do you think? QinYu said to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who had been assigned to him, as if they were good friends. After all, he had met him before when Orochimaru was executing the plan to destroy Konoha. At that time, QinYu's strength was well understood by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He was a capable man with a sense of responsibility who inherited the will of fire. I have no objections, but I can't help it. After all, I'm a reanimated person. Senju Hashirama shrugged, somewhat helplessly saying to QinYu. After all, he was currently dead. His ability to be revived relied entirely on the support of the reanimation jutsu, so he couldn't control himself. Oh, that's true. QinYu nodded in agreement. Then, he turned to Uchiha Obito and said, Hey Obito, I'll just chat with the first Hokage for now. Let them fight first, and I want team make a move. How does that sound? Uchiha Obito's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. However, thinking of the power he currently possessed, he felt fearless. He was not worried that QinYu would pull any tricks, so he immediately agreed to QinYu's suggestion. Kabuto, let's not worry about Senju Hashirama for now. Let the others deal with their opponents first. Uchiha Obito said to Kabuto beside him. Understood, my lord. Kabuto replied with a smile. While they were chatting, the other ninjas had already engaged in battle with the 5 reanimated individuals. Among them, the battles between the 3rd and 4th Raikage from the Cloud Village were the most intense. After all, they are using the most violent lightning attribute chakra, and it is manifested in the form of taijutsu, lightning release armor. The 3rd Raikage shouted loudly, and then a large amount of lightning attribute chakra surged from his body. The lightning chakra flickered with silver arcs, quickly enveloping the 3rd Raikage's entire body. In an instant, the lightning attribute chakra greatly enhanced his physical vitality. Son, let me see how much your strength has improved in these years without me. The 3rd Raikage said to the 4th Raikage. Hell Spike, 4 books of the hand. A massive amount of lightning concentrated on the 4 fingers of the 3rd Raikage. In an instant, the 4 fingers of the 3rd Raikage became extremely sharp. Come on, father. Let me show you how much I've improved over the years. The 4th Raikage said. Raijin armor. In an instant, the 4th Raikage was also rapidly covered by a layer of lightning armor made of lightning release chakra. Heavy flow explosion. In an instant, a powerful lightning attribute chakra gathered at the elbow of the 4th Raikage. The 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage charged towards each other almost simultaneously. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, silver lightning illuminated everything around them. Even the sunlight in the sky couldn't compare to the brilliance of this silver lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage were like 2 immensely destructive humanoid tyrannosaurs. As soon as they clashed, not only was the momentum grand, but it also caused tremendous destruction. For a moment, the battlefield where the 2 were fighting was filled with dust and dirt. One giant pit after another gradually emerged as the 2 continued to fight. Looking at these pits, the other 4 shadows who were clashing with their opponents were also sweating profusely. What the hell? Is this a demolition of the land? Moreover, the 2 of you are fighting so fiercely while we are so calm. How are we supposed to save face? Of course, the 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage had no idea about their thoughts. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. After all, what you think has nothing to do with me. Damn it, let this old man show you something big too. The 3rd Tsuchikage said with a displeased expression. However, upon hearing this, the 2nd Hokage was not pleased. Little guy, it seems you've gone a bit cocky, Senju Tobirama said with some displeasure. Water release, tidal waves. In an instant, the 2nd Hokage prepared to strike first. A massive body of water, like the ocean, was released by the 2nd Hokage's water attribute chakra. The enormous flow of water formed a vast ocean. At this moment, even if someone claimed it was a sea, people would probably believe it. After all, the range of this water release ninjutsu was truly enormous. No wonder he is known as the man of water release ninjutsu. Inoki exclaimed, then immediately became serious and said, But I'm not afraid of you either. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. In an instant, Inoki ignored the pull of gravity and floated into the air. Earth release, tremor core. Blocks of square land instantly rose from the ground, tightly arranged one after another. In an instant, A powerful defensive structure composed of numerous tremor cores was completed in the blink of an eye. Earth release, multiple rock clones. Inoki, fearing that the tremor core might not be secure enough, used the rock clone technique again. One by one, huge rock clones stepped forward and directly placed themselves against the defensive structure built by the tremor cores. Hee. The second Hokage chuckled lightly and looked at Inoki, saying, "You really have some skills, but I wonder if your earth release ninjutsu can withstand my water release ninjutsu?" As soon as the second Hokage's words fell, the water that had been rolling behind him surged toward Inoki. The massive flow of water swept in like a tsunami, not only moving at an incredible speed, but also creating towering waves on the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth was engulfed in waves, startling everyone who was battling. What was going on? Why did such a huge wave suddenly appear? Because the second Hokage's water release didn't look impressive before it was unleashed. It only revealed its true power once it fully erupted. Therefore, no one knew what was happening and almost got caught in the second Hokage's ninjutsu. Everyone hurriedly dodged. Even the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, were the same. Chapter 267, Senju Tobirama versus Inoki. Boom. Boom. The second Hokage is really going all out. QinYu watched as the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, unleashed the ocean, and a smile of delight appeared on his face. "Tobirama, has your temper suddenly flared up?" Senju Hashirama said, looking at his younger brother Senju Tobirama with a speechless expression. After all, he knew best what kind of person his brother was. But that's fine. It seems to be more interesting. QinYu didn't mind. After all, he was just watching the show, and the more intense it was, the better it was to watch. That does seem quite reasonable. Senju Hashirama felt a bit speechless, but then he realized that he wasn't wrong either. After this shift in thinking, Senju Hashirama also happily watched the battle below. "Inoki, what are you doing, making such a big commotion?" The fourth Raikage, who had the hottest temper, couldn't help but question. However, in response to the fourth Raikage's questioning, Inoki did not answer. He simply didn't have the energy to respond, because the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's water release was about to crash into his earth release defense. What was happening around him was not his primary concern. Boom! Finally, the tsunami waves formed by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's water release directly crashed into Inoki's tremor core defense. Inoki, as the elder of the Iwagakure, was indeed skilled. His techniques were solid. The tremor core trembled slightly under the first wave of the tsunami, but did not suffer any significant damage. Seeing this, Inoki felt a bit relieved. However, was it really that simple? No, it definitely wasn't that simple. Just as Inoki was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the second wave of tsunami came crashing back. Boom! In an instant, the waves surged violently. The tremor core defense began to tremble significantly, and the soil in some areas even started to fall away. Then, as Inoki watched with slight anxiety, the third wave of tsunami followed closely behind the second. Boom! In an instant, cracks began to appear in Inoki's tremor core defense. Cracks started to emerge in the defensive structure of the tremor core. Crack! The cracks grew larger under the impact of the flowing water. However, it seemed that the water flow had finally exhausted its power and began to weaken. By the time the water flow completely calmed down, Inoki's tremor core defense was already filled with cracks. In fact, many areas had been directly penetrated by the water flow. As for the rock giant behind the defensive fortifications, it was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Inoki finally let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to block the second Hokage's water release, jutsu. However, before he could celebrate for a few seconds, Inoki suddenly remembered something. He had used almost 2 jutsu just to barely block one of the second Hokage's jutsu. With such a performance, there didn't seem to be much to be happy about. Thinking of this, his expression fell silent again. Due to the vast coverage of the second Hokage's water release jutsu, it caused the battlefield to transform into a vast ocean. Everyone present could only use their chakra to stand on the water surface. "Inoki, it seems that although you are old, you still have some strength left." The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stood on the ocean, looking at Inoki from afar. Upon hearing this, Inoki felt a surge of displeasure. He had always been proud and never allowed others to say he was old. Now, with Tobirama's comment, he felt an explosion of anger inside. "Old? No matter how old I am, I'm not older than you, right?" Inoki retorted with a somewhat agitated tone. "Oof. In my home turf, you dare to be so arrogant." Tobirama, who had calmed down a bit earlier, felt his irritation reignited in that moment. In fact, his displeasure towards Inoki was even stronger than before. Your home turf? You're talking too big. Inoki was not intimidated at all and directly responded to Tobirama. All right, since that's the case, let me show you the forbidden technique I researched. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stopped talking and began to gather chakra to perform his forbidden jutsu. Seeing Tobirama's stance, Inoki knew that this was likely Tobirama's big move. Faced with Tobirama's big move, Inoki's expression became serious. Although he could casually banter, when it came to fighting, he had to be cautious. After all, this was the experience he had accumulated over many years. On the battlefield, one must never underestimate any enemy, because it might just be that one moment of underestimating the enemy that could cost you your life. Inoki, this is my forbidden jutsu. You just wait and see. A ball of silver-white lightning chakra gathered in Tobirama's hand. Lightning shark. At that moment, Tobirama slammed the lightning chakra into the ocean beneath him. The lightning chakra entered the water and instantly went berserk. Countless silver arcs began to flicker wildly in the water. However, under Tobirama's control, the originally violent lightning chakra gradually became tame. Slowly, the lightning chakra began to condense underwater into shark shapes. Counting carefully, one would find that there were nearly 50 of these sharks. At that moment, Tobirama's other hand also slammed a water chakra into the water, merging with the lightning sharks. After the lightning sharks merged with the water chakra, their size instantly doubled. 50 lightning sharks, now twice their size, surged toward Inoki under Tobirama's control. The sharks either swam directly underwater or leaped out of the water in phases. Seeing the aggressive and destructive lightning sharks, Inoki immediately tensed up. Forbidden technique. I'm not afraid at all. Watch as I use my dust release to break them. Immediately, Inoki summoned his signature move. Dust release, original world separation technique. Dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki's hands came together in a prayer position, then slowly opened. As he spread his hands apart, a transparent square appeared in his palms. Changing the direction of his hands, he pushed the square forward. The transparent square followed Inoki's movement and shifted to the front of his palms. At that moment, the group of sharks controlled by Tobirama had already reached Inoki. Inoki, having used the lightweight rock technique of earth release, was floating in the air. So unlike others, he was not standing on the water's surface. Therefore, when the group of sharks approached, he could see them clearly. Roar! Suddenly, the 50 lightning sharks let out a thunderous roar. Then, they surrounded Inoki completely. Some even attempted sneak attacks. However, each sneak attack was directly nullified by Inoki's dust release technique, turning into nothingness. Tobirama, is this your so-called forbidden technique? Truly pathetic. Inoki provocatively said to Tobirama. Oh, really? Tobirama did not bother to respond further to Inoki, instead chuckling as he said, Next, you will truly recognize it. Rise up, lightning sharks! Tobirama shouted, and suddenly, all the lightning sharks underwater seemed to become agitated. They began to rage violently. Soon, to Inoki's astonishment, the sharks shot up from the water, each accompanied by columns of water. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several water columns attacked Inoki from all directions. All child as play. My dust release technique is invincible in the ninja world. Inoki channeled his chakra, and the transparent square suddenly transformed into a beam of light. Bang, bang, bang. Inoki rotated the beam of the original world separation technique and began to annihilate the incoming lightning sharks. In an instant, several water columns were severed. As a result, several lightning sharks were exposed in midair. Boom, bang, bang, bang. With a low shout, the lightning sharks in the air used all their strength to strike their tails and charge directly at Inoki. Then, around Inoki, they violently self-destructed. The explosion sounded deafening. Tobirama did not expect this explosion to take Inoki's life, but if it could injure him, that would be enough. Moreover, this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for an attack. And Tobirama was a clever man. Seeing that this was a perfect chance for an offensive, he immediately took action and launched a group shark attack. The sharks below surged with columns of water, shooting up into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sounds of explosions filled the air. As for the smoke from the explosions, it was hazy, and no one knew what was happening inside. When the sounds of the explosions ceased and the dust gradually cleared, Inoki's figure emerged. At this moment, he was disheveled, no longer the pristine and glorious figure he once was. On his back, if one looks closely, they might notice what seems to be a blast injury. Even more so, there are faint red bloodstains on his feet. However, because he is wearing red pants, it is almost not noticeable. Senju Tobirama, you've angered me. I will make you understand the consequences and costs of provoking me. Noki shouted angrily at Senju Tobarama. While saying this, his movements did not slow down in the slightest. Dust release, limit removal technique. Chakra. A powerful chakra was fully mobilized by Noki. Apart from reserving a little chakra to keep himself suspended in the air, all of his chakra was used to perform the limit removal technique. In an instant, a massive transparent square appeared directly from his hand. It seems this guy is getting desperate. Senju Tobarama smiled indifferently. After all, he was already dead, so what did it matter? Moreover, in this state, he was undying and unkillable, so he had nothing to fear. Water release, raging waves. Water release, sky-splitting waterfall. Lightning release, thunder dragon. One after another, ninjutsu emerged from Senju Tobarama's hands. He seemed completely unconcerned about whether his chakra would be exhausted, using all his strength to unleash his techniques. In an instant, the ocean, which should have calmed down, began to boil once again. Waves, tsunamis, and water twisters, among many other powerful ninjutsu, collectively charged towards Noki. However, Noki remained unafraid. He directly pushed the massive limit removal technique towards Senju Tobarama with great force. In an instant, all obstacles in the path of the transparent square vanished into thin air. Regardless of whether it was ninjutsu or physical barriers, everything turned to nothingness. Senju Tobarama die. Noki shouted loudly, then pressed the transparent square down hard towards the close-by Senju Tobarama. As the limit removal technique approached, changes began to occur on Senju Tobarama's body. The part closest to Noki began to dissipate little by little. Gradually, as the transparent square fully advanced, Senju Tobarama was completely turned into nothingness by Noki's limit removal technique. With Senju Tobarama's death, the various ninjutsu he had unleashed also dissipated in an instant. After all, without the support of chakra, they were just rootless floating weeds. Watching as Senju Tobarama was completely killed by him, Noki felt much more relaxed. However, he soon became serious again, because he remembered that Tsunade had once said that Edo Tensei would continuously revive. Unless the caster released the technique, it would revive indefinitely. So, thinking of this, Noki's initially relaxed body tensed up. Sealing technique, heavy rock sealing. Sure enough, a bit of dust began to slowly gather in the air. Noki decisively cast the sealing technique at Senju Tobarama. In an instant, countless rocks flew in from all directions, completely sealing the dust of Senju Tobarama, which had yet to coalesce into human form. Chapter 269, Sealing the third Kazekage on the other side, in Tsunade's battlefield. Just as Noki was sealing the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Tsunade quickly threw a powerful punch at the unsuspecting fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Bang! Splash, splash, splash. Minato Namikaze either truly did not react in time, or did so intentionally, as he was sent crashing into the ocean by Tsunade's punch. In an instant, the water surface erupted with splashes due to Minato's impact. Although Tsunade had sent Minato directly into the water, she did not let her guard down. After all, she knew very well what kind of person Minato was. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze was a formidable opponent who could use space-time ninjutsu. With his flying Thunder God technique, he was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. This shows how elusive his flying Thunder God technique is. However, despite being so elusive, Minato was still hit into the water by Tsunade's punch, which was a bit much. Therefore, Tsunade suspected that Minato had done this on purpose. Sure enough, Tsunade's suspicion was correct. Suddenly, a flash of orange appeared next to Tsunade. Sharingan, a high-speed rotating sphere of chakra, was directly hurled at Tsunade's back by Minato. Minato's appearance was sudden and strange, without any warning. Although Tsunade had been extremely cautious, she was still caught off guard for a moment. With no time to dodge, Tsunade could only quickly turn her body to the side. Boom! The blue Sharingan struck Tsunade. However, instead of hitting her back, as it should have, it changed direction and hit her shoulder due to Tsunade's forced side movement. Bang! The immense force instantly sent Tsunade flying backward. Above the ocean, Tsunade's flying figure drew a vertical line of water columns. In the end, she was directly sent crashing into the ocean. Seeing this, Minato did not stop. The Golden Flash was renowned for its speed. He activated Flying Thunder God again, and his figure disappeared once more. Bang! The water surface exploded, and Tsunade emerged from the water. Just below Tsunade's body, Minato's figure suddenly appeared. Whoosh! 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 3 kunai shot out in 3 directions, clearly targeting Tsunade above. "Get lost!" Tsunade shouted explosively, and her monstrous strength surged throughout her body. She kicked the incoming kunai away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 kunai, which had initially come fiercely, were instantly sent flying back. Taking advantage of the moment Tsunade counterattacked, Minato's figure reappeared beside her. Rasengan. Again, the same ninjutsu, the same spot. However, would Tsunade fall into the same crisis again this time? Clearly, she would not. The same ninjutsu had lost its power against a shadow-level powerhouse who was already on guard. "Get lost!" Tsunade instantly pushed off the ground with one foot, spinning around with her toes as the center. As she spun around, her other foot was already in a kicking position. All her monstrous strength gathered. Using the spinning force like a top, Tsunade quickly kicked out her rapidly accelerating leg. Not good. Minato's eyes narrowed, realizing the danger. However, at this moment, there was no time to use Flying Thunder God to evade. Just like that, under Minato's watch, Tsunade's monstrous kick descended in an instant. Boom! This time, it was completely different from the last. The strength that hit Minato previously had not fully exploded, but this kick now had fully unleashed its power. Compared to the previous strike, this one was even more terrifying. Minato was sent flying sideways by Tsunade's monstrous kick. Along the way, whether it was people or objects, as long as everything blocking Minato Namake's is shattered by this strange force. Under Tsunade's powerful kick, Minato Namake's crossed the vast ocean at an incredible speed, crashing into the deeper woods. Finally, he plowed a nearly 100-meter-long path through the forest before coming to a stop. At this moment, Tsunade had teamed up with Inoki and was directly heading towards Gaara, the Kazekage, who was his opponent. As for why they didn't take the opportunity to finish off Minato while he was severely injured, the reason is simple. Minato Namake's can use spacetime ninjutsu. If Tsunade rushed to Minato's side now, and he suddenly used spacetime ninjutsu to escape, wouldn't that put her teammates in danger? Moreover, Minato, who can use spacetime ninjutsu, is undoubtedly the hardest to deal with among them. As for why Inoki easily defeated the second Hokage before, it was purely because the second Hokage did not use spacetime ninjutsu. Otherwise, how could Inoki have possibly defeated him? Back to the main topic. Therefore, what Tsunade should do at this moment is to go support her teammates. Let the teammates quickly deal with their opponents, which would give their side an advantage in numbers. Only in this way do they have a chance to defeat Obito Uchiha. Dust Release, Earth Dissolution Technique, Sand Hand, Super Strength. In an instant, Tsunade, Inoki, and Gaara all attacked together. Boom! The third Kazekage's Magnet Release, Sand Iron Defense, was shattered in an instant by the 3 powerful forces. The figure of the third Kazekage also appeared before everyone in an instant. 3 against 1. You shadows are really getting more capable, the third Kazekage said coldly. Looking at the 3. For the future of the ninja world, this is unavoidable. Tsunade directly responded to the third Kazekage. Inoki remained silent, clearly agreeing with Tsunade's words. As a dead person, you shouldn't participate in the affairs of the living anymore. So just go back, Gaara said coldly. Originally a man of few words, he surprisingly spoke so much today. You shatter him, and I will handle the sealing technique, Gaara said to Inoki and Tsunade. Tsunade and Inoki exchanged glances and then nodded at Gaara. Tsunade charged directly towards the third Kazekage, engaging in close combat enhanced by her super strength. Inoki, seeing the opportunity from the outside, immediately provided long-range support with ninjutsu. For a moment, the third Kazekage was pushed back step by Tsunade and Inoki. In the end, he was directly shattered by Inoki's Dust Release Ninjutsu, Desert Layer, Great Burial Seal. Introduction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the initial version of the Sage Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving. With the system in hand, I have strength. I was originally a low-key person, but unfortunately, everyone won't let me be low-key.